Introduction asterisk. Qi Xuan. I am Qi Xuan, and Qi Xuan represents a realm of existence. Hence you may also address me as King Qi Xuan. Current world, Game of Thrones. Pending world. Chapter 1. The Lord System. Storage of consciousness. Note: all female characters in this text are adults. I am Qi Xuan, and I am utterly alarmed. The biting cold wind surrounding me seems to incessantly remind me that I have traversed realms. If someone could come to my aid, I would gladly offer them 50 and place my faith in them as Qi Xuan. Surveying the desolate landscape around him, Qi Xuan found his mind awash with a torrent of thoughts. Just yesterday, he was at a hotel learning a foreign language with a companion, and now he awoke to discover himself in an entirely different world. Hiss! The frigid gusts of wind struck him sharply, causing him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. At that moment, he regretted not layering on more clothing prior to his journey. At present, he was clad only in a pair of shorts, and his handsome countenance was reddened by the cold. Achoo! Suddenly, Qi Xuan sneezed uncontrollably. This caused a sinking feeling in his heart, and his already unappealing complexion grew even more ghastly. In such weather, if I were to catch a cold, my chances of survival would become exceedingly slim. At this juncture, he began to pray and cast his eyes about in search of any garments that might provide warmth. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. Not far off, he spotted a rather dilapidated castle. He could no longer concern himself with whether the castle housed any inhabitants, and he immediately set off running towards it. Whoosh whoosh! As he sprinted, Qi Xuan exhaled heavily and rapidly. Though his body was nearly frozen, his heart burned with an intense fervor. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, Qi Xuan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Unclaimed territory detected. Do you wish to occupy this land? Occupying it will activate the system. When Qi Xuan finally approached the vicinity of the castle, a mechanical voice reached his ears. At that moment, he questioned whether his mind was playing tricks on him, for it felt reminiscent of the common tropes found in novels. The next instant, when the system's voice repeated, he realized it was not merely an illusion. Thus, a radiant smile spread across Qi Xuan's face. Claim the territory. As he resolutely uttered these words, he felt an inexplicable energy emanating from his being. Swish! With a visible wave of light spreading outward, a screen materialized before him. Lord System. Host: Qi Xuan. Age: 24. Gender: male. Race: human. Noble rank: none. Noble rank can be self-bestowed or conferred. Possessing a rank allows for the receipt of a monthly gift package. Territory: unknown castle. Possessing a fief grants a monthly fief package. Gift package: beginner's package X1, pending collection. Strength: E. Agility: E. Skill: E. Constitution: E. Perception: D. Spirit: D. Average values for ordinary humans are E. Equipment: shorts. Skills: none. System space: 1,000 cubic meters. Upon viewing his system panel, Qi Xuan's heart surged with ecstasy. Transcendence and a system. This was a narrative he was well acquainted with. The countless web novels he had perused in his past life undoubtedly foretold that his ascent was imminent. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the circumstances of this world and the functionalities of the system. Qi Xuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the six-dimensional attributes, reminiscent of many online games he had played. Regrettably, his dimensions appeared rather unimpressive at present, lacking even a single A. However, the fact that his perception and spirit attributes were D rather than E brought him a small measure of delight. He pondered whether this was a consequence of his transcendence or the result of his years spent playing on his phone late into the night. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan resolved to set that matter aside for now. His eyes fixated on the pending beginner's gift package, and he murmured to himself. Claim the beginner's package. Acquired golden skill, faith barrier. Acquired light infantry, X20. Acquired random food, X100. The system's voice sounded exquisitely melodious to Qi Xuan, causing his smile to brighten even further. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. 20 soldiers clad in leather armor and wielding blades rushed towards Qi Xuan, who stood outside the castle. Glop, glop, glop. As he beheld the soldiers granted by the system approaching him, Qi Xuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. My lord, X20. When the group of soldiers halted a short distance away from him, they all fixed their gazes upon Qi Xuan. He then heard a resounding chorus of calls. Qi Xuan never imagined he would one day ascend to such a stature. he was suddenly filled with overwhelming emotion. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the seeds of ambition within him had been subtly ignited. Looking at the system interface, he discovered an additional panel for the soldiers. He casually tapped on it. Name, Zhao Yi. Loyalty, devoted, permanently fixed. Age, 26. Gender, male. Occupation, light infantry. Strength, E. Agility, E. Skill, D. Constitution, E. Perception, E. Spirit, E. Equipment, rough leather armor, gray. Iron short sword, gray. Skills, cold weapons, LV2. Basic formation, LV2. Qi Xuan proceeded to examine the attributes of the other 19 soldiers, noting that aside from their names, they were all quite similar, which offered him some insight. While his perception and spirit attributes far surpassed those of the soldiers, Qi Xuan was acutely aware that each of these soldiers could likely dispatch him with ease. Though their strength may not have met his expectations, Qi Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, the glaring term devoted was striking enough to fill him with immense joy. In his current situation, he preferred having a cadre of loyal soldiers of average strength over a singularly powerful subordinate with questionable loyalty. He had no desire for subordinates who would challenge his authority, leading him to ponder who truly held dominion. Excellent. Very spirited. Qi Xuan observed the 20 soldiers before him, their unwavering gazes fixed upon him, and he suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Zhao Yi and the others broke into smiles. Clearly, they were delighted to receive Qi Xuan's acknowledgement and affirmation. After a moment's reflection, Qi Xuan commanded, "Now, send 10 of you inside to explore the castle. Be vigilant for any enemies or traps that may lurk within. You 5 shall investigate the surroundings and remain adaptable," commanded Qi Xuan. "The remaining 5 will ensure my safety." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's orders, the soldiers nodded in agreement and promptly set about their tasks. Observing the soldiers bustling under his command, a radiant smile graced Qi Xuan's lips. At that moment, he felt a sudden realization that the world before him was perhaps not as dismal as he had once imagined. Perhaps, in the future, he too could aspire to be a figure akin to Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Discovery. Before long, only 5 vigilant soldiers remained by Qi Xuan's side, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Noticing that Qi Xuan was not clad in much clothing, one soldier gallantly removed his leather coat to offer it to him. Despite the chill that had long settled into his bones, Qi Xuan declined the kind gesture without hesitation. The reason? He harbored a slight aversion to uncleanliness. However, he was not one to be inflexible, so he led his 5 protectors through the castle gate. It was worth noting that soldiers had previously scouted this area. With a creak, as the castle door closed behind them, Qi Xuan was enveloped in a familiar warmth. Though his mind had been exceptionally clear in the frigid environment prior, he found himself far more appreciative of the cozy atmosphere indoors. He had initially intended to venture into the castle alone, yet to his astonishment, the system's gift had bestowed him with 20 soldiers. Thus, for the sake of his safety, he chose to let some soldiers scout ahead. As for himself, he decided to wait a moment longer. In that instant, Qi Xuan recalled the other 2 items from the gift package. Skill, Faith Barrier. Quality, Gold. Effect, Asterisk. 1. Immune to any mental skill control and mind reading. This effect holds the highest priority. 2. When receiving a fatal blow, a willpower check will occur. If successful, a no-damage resurrection will take place. If unsuccessful, resurrection will fail. Note, no-damage resurrection means restoring any injuries and severed limbs before coming back to life. Impressive. Qi Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought as he absorbed the skill's description. His heart swelled with astonishment, repeatedly whispering those 2 words. From this day forth, he could become an entity capable of perpetual resurrection. As for the willpower check mentioned in the skill description, he instinctively chose to disregard this limitation. Before long, Qi Xuan's emotions steadied once more. He resolved to try to forget about this skill in the future, lest it give rise to a sense of arrogance. After all, who could accurately predict probabilities? Even with a 99% success rate, the possibility of failure lingered. If he were to find himself in the depths of an endless ocean or volcanic magma, he might perpetually be ensnared in the resurrection checks. Even if he could revive 1,000 times, he might still fall victim to the 1,001st willpower check. Though he reminded himself to remain cautious, Qi Xuan's heart relaxed involuntarily. He then retrieved a portion of food from the system space, only to discover a succulent roasted piglet had materialized before him. The mouth-watering aroma wafting from it instantly intensified his appetite, compelling him to swallow hard. In the next moment, Qi Xuan seized a generous chunk of meat from the roasted piglet. With fervor, he tore into the tender flesh, chewing vigorously. Under the sway of hunger, he found the food to be extraordinarily delectable. Soon after his satisfying meal, he noticed the 5 soldiers nearby watching him intently. Despite their attempts to suppress their hunger, the occasional swallow betrayed their desires. Seeing this, Qi Xuan couldn't help but smile. He stood up and addressed his protectors. "I am full now. Please enjoy some roasted meat." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers' faces lit up with bright smiles. "Thank you, my lord," they chorused in unison. They promptly set to work with their knives, carving into the roasted piglet. Watching the 5 soldiers indulge in the roasted meat with expressions of bliss, Qi Xuan's own smile mirrored theirs. It was undeniable that their loyalty surpassed his expectations. Faced with the temptation of food, the soldiers had maintained their composure despite their evident hunger, having swallowed countless times in silence until Qi Xuan invited them to partake. Unbeknownst to him, time passed swiftly. The 10 soldiers who had ventured to explore the castle gradually returned, subsequently partaking in the roasted meat at Qi Xuan's order. Their exploration had not been in vain. At this moment, Qi Xuan had gleaned a general understanding of the castle's condition. It appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet remnants of habitation were evident. The storeroom contained sufficient provisions of bread and water to sustain dozens of people for half a month, which was undeniably excellent news. While the novice gift had yielded 100 portions of random food, the randomness was, as they say, understood by those who knew. Apart from the initial roasted piglet, Qi Xuan had also received a bag of salt, a bag of sugar, and a beautifully crafted cream cake. He decided to refrain from further attempts for the time being, resolving to draw a few random food items when boredom struck. Without question, the cream cake had long since been consumed by Qi Xuan, while the salt and sugar were returned to the system space. "My lord, I have discovered a map," suddenly called one of the soldiers, breaking Qi Xuan from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to see Sun Yi approaching, holding a parchment map. "Let me see," Qi Xuan replied, moving toward Sun Yi and raising his right hand. Swipe. In no time, he received the parchment map and began to examine it. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with certain markings on the map. North Realm, the Wall of Despair, Winterfell, Castle Black. As the familiar locations multiplied, Qi Xuan's heart began to formulate an answer. If he was not mistaken, he had found himself in the world of a television drama from his past life. Game of Thrones? Qi Xuan muttered to himself, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Whether it was an enhancement of perception or spirit, Qi Xuan felt that his memory had suddenly sharpened. With but a moment's contemplation, the plot of the original series vividly unfolded in his mind. The King Robert, who met his demise at the hands of a wild boar. The North's Duke Ned Stark, beheaded by the Eternal Emperor. Daenerys, the mother of dragons, with her 3 formidable dragons. Bran Stark, who ascended to kingship through mere luck. As the memories of the plot unfolded, Qi Xuan's expression abruptly turned grave. He suddenly realized that this world was indeed fraught with peril. While the conflict among the kings and Daenerys' 3 dragons represented overt dangers, the deities lurking in the shadows posed an even more formidable challenge. Although these gods did not make an appearance in the original television series, it did not imply their absence from the fray. Whether it was the Lightning King, resurrected multiple times by the Lord of Light, or Jon Snow, the original male protagonist brought back to life, Qi Xuan's gaze deepened with contemplation. In that moment, his eyes fell upon his soul skill. Perhaps this ability was even more precious than he had previously imagined. Resurrection might merely be a supplementary aspect. Chapter 3. Nobility and Generals. Is there such a thing as birthright? Though Qi Xuan has recalled the entirety of the television drama's plot, it serves merely as a reference. The realm he inhabits is palpably real, implying that the narrative may evolve due to myriad factors. Moreover, with his arrival, the unfolding events will inevitably shift as a consequence of his actions. His desire to alter the plot is naturally driven by a quest for personal gain. As for rescuing characters from the original narrative, well, most adults who have weathered the trials of society are no longer so naive. Perhaps in times of peace, there exists an environment conducive to the survival of altruism, yet this world is embroiled in chaos. Whether commoners or nobility, anyone could lose their life due to war or unforeseen calamities. Even those of high rank, such as dukes or kings, could find their heads displayed on the walls without eliciting surprise. In the original story alone, the number of slain nobles is staggering. not to mention the countless ordinary civilians who have met similar fates. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qi Xuan's expression grew grave. The prospect of traversing into this world with a system at his disposal filled him with exhilaration and anticipation. To escape a life of servitude in his previous existence and embrace a life of distinction, surely this is a form of bliss? Thus, Qi Xuan silently vowed to himself, "From this moment forth, I shall live solely for my own benefit." Just as Qi Xuan was lost in contemplation, formulating various plans, a sudden knock echoed from outside the castle. "Knock, knock. My lord, this is Li Yi. We have completed our reconnaissance of the surrounding area and captured a local inhabitant." Although Li Yi and his companions were eager to enter the castle post-haste, they first inquired with a knock. Upon hearing their comrades' voices, Zhao Yi and the others turned their gazes in unison towards the now-aware Qi Xuan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan nodded towards the soldiers stationed by the door. In the next instant, the sentinels swung open the castle's grand entrance. As the doors creaked open, a biting cold wind surged inside. Feeling the chill envelop him, Qi Xuan glanced at his bare torso. Perhaps it was time for him to don some garments? After a moment's reflection, he chose to delay this action, shifting his attention back to the castle entrance. Li Yi and his 4 companions entered, leading a bound local man behind them, and promptly closed the castle doors. In stark contrast to Qi Xuan and his companions, this captured individual bore a distinctly Caucasian appearance. Upon noticing the striking difference in appearance between himself and the Easterners before him, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Thud! Without granting him a moment for contemplation, he was swiftly brought to his knees before Qi Xuan by Li Yi and others. "Who are you?" Qi Xuan inquired, casting a glance at the captive on the ground. The captive, appearing somewhat perplexed, began to speak. "My lord, I am a night watchman from the Great Wall of Despair, named Will." Furrowing his brow slightly, Qi Xuan realized that he could comprehend the words being uttered. Perhaps by coincidence, the language spoken bore an uncanny resemblance to a foreign tongue from his past life. Thus, he promptly utilized the foreign language he had learned from a companion to continue his questioning. "So, Will, what is your purpose this time? Also, share what you know about the situation." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, a flicker of surprise and hesitation crossed Will's face, but soon his expression solidified with resolve. "My lord, I have come to investigate the circumstances of the wildlings outside the wall, following a mission issued by the commander of the Night Watch. As for the situation in the kingdom, I know that the ruler of the north is Duke Ned Stark, and the king of this realm is Robert Baratheon." Soon, Will began to relay all the information he possessed in a fragmented manner. From these scattered tidbits, Qi Xuan was able to roughly ascertain the current timeline. If his assumptions were correct, this was likely the moment when the plot was just beginning. He believed that the current prime minister, Jon Arryn, would soon meet his demise, prompting the rotund King Robert to travel to Winterfell in the north to seek out his dear friend, Duke Ned Stark. If left undisturbed, the events of the original storyline would unfold as anticipated. With Ned descending south to assume the role of prime minister, King Robert and Ned would soon confront their fates. While Qi Xuan had once felt a pang of sympathy for the Stark family's tumultuous fate while watching the series, he had no intention of altering their destiny now. Chaos serves as the stepping stone to progress. For Qi Xuan, who aspired to conquer the land known as Westeros, these former noble lords represented the greatest obstacles. As vested interests, they would not idly permit Qi Xuan to ascend above them, step by step, to claim the throne. Moreover, should Qi Xuan become king, he would certainly oppose the continuation of the feudal system in place. This world resembled the medieval West of his past life, where the power wielded by the nobility was exceedingly vast. Even a king, should he incur the displeasure of the nobles, could provoke rebellion. However, contemplating such matters felt rather distant at present. After all, even to aspire to become a lord, his current force of merely 20 soldiers was far from sufficient. Although, in terms of combat capability, he could rival some minor nobles, lacking common folk to manage various productions would prove untenable. Regardless of clothing, food, shelter, or the need to generate sufficient tax revenue, the subordinates of Qi Xuan require a substantial number of commoners dedicated to production. However, the paramount objective remains the expansion of the current military forces, for only then can Qi Xuan's ambitions be continually realized. With this thought, Qi Xuan's gaze returned to his system panel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, he had seemingly discovered a flaw within the system. Could he truly bestow a noble title upon himself? In that case, let him declare himself a king. Qi Xuan was taken aback by the success of his tentative endeavor. At that moment, his noble title underwent a transformation on the panel. Noble title, King, self-bestowed. Publicly announcing this will grant a King's gift package. While maintaining this title, one will receive a King's gift package monthly. Upon witnessing the changes on the system panel, Qi Xuan stood up, exhilarated. Are the lords and ministers not merely products of circumstance? He silently echoed a phrase once learned in textbooks. In contrast to the conventional translation of lords and ministers as an inherent noble lineage, Qi Xuan preferred his interpretation. Lords and ministers can be achieved by anyone through diligence. Chapter 4. The Law of Attraction in this world. If someone were to publicly declare themselves a king with merely 20 soldiers, the audience would undoubtedly erupt in laughter. After all, even the most destitute of kings would command more than just 20 soldiers. If it were 20 nobles, it might be somewhat acceptable. Yet, here in a forsaken castle in the northern reaches of Westeros, Qi Xuan boldly proclaimed his identity. Before a gathering of 21 individuals, he declared, "From this moment forth, I am King Qi Xuan. The instant I set foot upon this land, it was destined for conquest. I firmly believe that day will arrive soon." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Zhao Yi and the other 20 responded with fervent agreement. Observing the excitement of these 21 individuals in the hall, the captive Weir felt utterly bewildered. Though merely a convict relegated to serve as a night's watchman at the wall, it did not imply that his mind was beyond repair. If he had not misheard, this striking individual was asserting himself as a king? Or was his name truly Qi Xuan, rather than what he had assumed? Could he genuinely intend to conquer Westeros with just these few men? Was he out of his mind? As Weir strained his not-so-advanced intellect in contemplation, Qi Xuan waved his hand toward the soldiers and commanded, "Take this fellow away and confine him." Thus, the dazed Weir was unceremoniously dragged away by several soldiers. As Qi Xuan gazed upon Will, the Night's Watchman who met his demise at Eddard's hand right at the beginning of the original narrative, an enigmatic smile suddenly graced his visage. In this realm inhabited by deities, he pondered whether he could ultimately shatter the fate they had meticulously orchestrated. Fortunately, for reasons unbeknownst to him, these divine entities seemed unable to intervene directly, opting instead to guide their mortal agents through various divine revelations. This, in turn, afforded Qi Xuan the opportunity to overturn the table. Otherwise, if the story were to unfold as in the original tale, with a Bran Stark who often succumbed to lethargy, ascending to kingship, Qi Xuan found himself utterly unwilling to accept such a denouement. After all, throughout the saga, both heroes and villains engaged in a relentless battle of wits and strategies, resulting in countless sacrifices among the common folk and nobility alike. What then had Bran Stark done to secure his effortless victory in the end? Perhaps it was better left unspoken. To Qi Xuan, the notion of his ascension to the throne seemed as if it had been divinely ordained. Throughout the process, anyone who posed an obstacle to his claim was systematically eliminated for a myriad of reasons. However, Qi Xuan did not aspire to contest the dominion of Westeros with him. Instead, he felt an obligation not to tarnish the honor of countless traversers. After all, if he could not ascend to the throne with the aid of both transmigration and a system, would that not render him utterly ineffectual? As for the prospect of aiding another in their rise to kingship, becoming a formidable and illustrious noble, had he not kneeled enough before his transmigration? Would he now be reduced to dining whilst prostrated? Since he had the potential to become the paramount ruler, why should he demean himself? Qi Xuan discovered that his thoughts today far exceeded those of the past. Ideas once deemed unthinkable now danced vividly in his mind. If he were to encapsulate his sentiments in a single phrase, it would be, he yearned to overturn this celestial canopy. Qi Xuan's gaze returned to his system panel, where he noticed a newly available king's gift package awaiting collection. Without hesitation, he fervently declared in his heart, "Claim the king's gift package." Acquired 1,000 soldiers. Acquired 10 royal guards. Acquired 100 complete sets of hanfu. Acquired 10,000 bags of rice, 100-pound bags. Acquired blessing potion X1. If there had been any lingering doubts or insecurities regarding his potential to become a king, they were now dispelled, replaced by an unwavering confidence in the future. How delightful! In a moment of uncontrollable excitement, Qi Xuan found himself whispering, finally grasping the terrifying nature of the truth, his fragrant principle. Although he had yet to examine the rewards contained within this gift package, the mere anticipation of its contents was enough to elevate his spirits tremendously. A full 1,000 soldiers. At that moment, Qi Xuan could barely contain his desire to declare war on the nearby lords and embark on his path of conquest. In the next moment, he was suddenly reminded that he now found himself in a desolate castle located north of the wall in the unforgiving lands of the north. In truth, this castle could hardly be deemed abandoned. Rather, Its masters, the Night's Watch, seldom frequented this place. From Will's previous account, Qi Xuan understood that this fortress, known as Castle Black, belonged to the Night's Watch. Situated to the northeast of the wall, it was originally constructed with the intent of guarding against the wildlings and the White Walkers from the north. Of course, the legends of the White Walkers were long dismissed as mere myths, for it had been over a millennium since their last known appearance. Over time, many events had transformed into tales of lore and fantasy. Had it not been for Qi Xuan's familiarity with the original plot, he too might have doubted their existence. Yet, recalling the endless horde of White Walkers that nearly brought ruin to the continent of Westeros in the original series, Qi Xuan's exhilaration was swiftly tempered by a wave of calm. The thousands of cavalry charging into the army of White Walkers could hardly make a dent, let alone his mere 1,000 soldiers. Although the large-scale assault by the White Walkers occurred only at the series' conclusion, it was imperative to devise a plan to depart from this place swiftly. After all, within the endless lands north of the wall lay countless White Walkers lurking in the shadows. As for what the White Walkers were, they resembled the zombies from a certain apocalyptic saga, capable of transforming the slain into their own kin. The king of the White Walkers, the Night King, was particularly fearsome, having once pierced a flying young dragon with a spear in the original tale. At this moment, Qi Xuan's mind began to ponder how to seize control of the wall. Only then could he repel the White Walkers from the north and resist the various lords from the south. As for leaving the threat of the White Walkers to the lords of Westeros, Qi Xuan was reluctant to entrust his fate to others. Should the White Walkers emerge prematurely, he would have nowhere to hide. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan temporarily set aside this complex dilemma. He then began to scrutinize the rewards he had received. Name, he loyalty, loyal, perpetually constant. Age, 25. Gender, male. Occupation, light infantry. Strength, E agility, E skill, D constitution, E perception, E spirit, E equipment, coarse leather armor, gray. Iron one-handed sword, gray. Skills, cold weapon LV2, basic footwork LV2. This time, among the 1,000 soldiers, not all were light infantry. There were also 200 heavy infantry and 200 archers. As for their attributes, they were quite similar to those of the light infantry, showing little distinction. In comparison to the light and heavy infantry, the additional 200 archers proved to be particularly valuable. This signifies that Qi Xuan now commands an additional 200 archers capable of ranged attacks, enhancing both offensive and defensive strategies. I firmly believe that, should he occupy advantageous terrain, these over 1,000 soldiers could effectively withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands. The attributes of the royal guards undoubtedly bring immense delight to Qi Xuan. Name, Wang Wu. Loyalty, unwavering, constant. Age, 30. Gender, male. Occupation, royal guard. Strength, C agility, C skill, C constitution, C perception, D spirit, D equipment, fine plate armor, white. Fine one-handed sword, white. Fine shield, white. Skills, cold weapon LV5, basic footwork LV5. Formation LV5. Chapter 5. Scheming. It must be said that the attributes of the royal guards astonished Qi Xuan greatly. Although he is not particularly apprehensive about sustaining fatal injuries at this moment, who could possibly refuse the protection of such formidable and loyal guardians? Were their numbers to multiply tenfold, it would yield a staggering surprise. Though he has yet to ascertain the full extent of the royal guard strength, his anticipation has already reached its zenith. However, the most pressing matter at hand is that he can finally don new attire. Perhaps it is a psychological inclination, or perhaps a mild case of cleanliness obsession, but Qi Xuan finds himself averse to using second-hand items, especially clothing that rests against the skin. Of course, he is not one to be inflexible. If absolutely necessary, he would not mind wearing garments previously donned by others. Fortunately, it seems the system has recognized his predicament and graciously provided him with 100 sets of hanfu. Name, complete set of hanfu, X100. Material, silk. Color, random. Style, random. While the term random evokes some unpleasant memories for Qi Xuan, one could optimistically consider it a delightful surprise. Upon claiming a set of hanfu, an ethereal moon-white garment materialized in the system's space as he silently wished for it. Qi Xuan quietly retrieved the hanfu and proceeded to attire himself. Although the initial unfamiliarity with the hanfu's intricacies made it somewhat challenging, he ultimately managed to don the garment appropriately. Naturally, a single set was insufficient for warmth, so he layered 2 more pieces over himself. It must be said, silk is indeed a marvelous material. At this moment, Qi Xuan savored the smooth texture of the fabric against his skin, finding it quite pleasant. Gazing at his attire, which gleamed with a purity reminiscent of moonlight, An unusual smile suddenly graced Qi Xuan's face. Despite his desire to remain untouched by bloodshed, he understood that this wish was merely a fanciful yearning within his heart. Though he initially watched Game of Thrones for its daring plot, he still paid heed to many subtleties. It is undeniable that the humanity depicted in this world appears both liberated and savage. The openness is evident in their nonchalant attitudes towards relationships between men and women, evoking a sense of incredulity. Conversely, their brutal treatment of enemies reveals a certain barbarity. Regardless of one's former power or high status, death does not guarantee a dignified end. The head of a duke, once severed, may find itself impaled upon a flagpole, displayed for the world to see. After the murder of a duchess, soldiers might carelessly strip her and cast her naked into the river. Such is the fate of the duke. One can only imagine the grim endings that await those of lesser nobility. As for the commoners and slaves of lower status, their plight hardly bears mentioning. Contemplating the vivid examples of desecration throughout the series, Qi Xuan's yearning for victory intensified. Perhaps it is due to his origins in the modern world, where his thoughts diverge significantly from those of most inhabitants in this realm. Suddenly, a rhythmic and resounding cadence of footsteps echoed outside the castle. Merely hearing the sound conjured an image in Qi Xuan's mind of a well-trained army marching in formation. He opened the castle gates, gazing at the soldiers stationed there. He spoke decisively. "Yes, my lord." The soldiers responded obediently and began to open the door. With a creaking sound, the castle gates swung wide. As Qi Xuan and the others turned their gaze outward, astonishment flickered across their faces. There, outside the castle, stood a regiment of soldiers, arranged in impeccable order, exuding solemnity. "Is this truly my army? What a delightful surprise," Qi Xuan murmured, rising instinctively. "My lord." The eyes of the thousands of soldiers fixed upon Qi Xuan, and in unison, they knelt before him. Witnessing this, the initial 20 soldiers also fell to their knees. In that moment, Qi Xuan remained the only one standing among them. It has been said that power is the finest aphrodisiac in the world, for it revitalizes both men and women, ushering in a springtime of vigor. At this moment, Qi Xuan finally grasped that sensation. He could not deny that he relished this feeling. Suddenly, an abundance of bags filled with rice materialized before him. Observing this miraculous scene, the gazes of those present shifted dramatically. Although Qi Xuan was unaware of how the system orchestrated the memories of the soldiers, he was unconcerned. Rather than probing into whether the system is manipulated by certain individuals, it is far more prudent to earnestly contemplate one's future. As long as the loyalty of these soldiers remains unwavering, what significance does everything else hold? Perhaps humanity may betray one another for various reasons. Yet as long as the system's soldiers remain steadfast, that suffices. Arise. These sacks contain rice. Prepare this sustenance promptly. Qi Xuan gazed brightly at the assembled soldiers and spoke. Soon, the soldiers busied themselves. Some were tasked with training and keeping watch, while others focused on food preparation, and still others engaged in logging and constructing defensive works. As for Qi Xuan, at this moment, he found himself once again at leisure. Of course, this assertion is somewhat misleading. Although his hands were idle, his mind had already commenced a rapid whirl of thoughts. Despite commanding over 1,000 people now, further growth necessitated strategic planning. The continent currently enjoyed a fleeting peace, which did not align with his interests. However, there was no need for him to stir the pot. This world is not devoid of ambitious souls, who, like him, are discontent with their current circumstances and yearn for the arrival of war. After some reflection, Qi Xuan concluded that allowing the narrative to unfold naturally in the early stages would be the most advantageous course of action. When the numerous disgruntled, ambitious individuals on this continent begin to take action, it will present the optimal opportunity for Qi Xuan to make his entrance. Naturally, before embarking on his path of conquest, he must first secure the crucial northern wall. At this moment, a sudden recollection of the source material regarding the northern wall surged into Qi Xuan's mind. The northern wall stretches 300 miles, approximately 1,609 meters, and rises 700 feet, approximately 0.3 meters. It is forged from ice and colossal stones, firmly separating the north from the farthest north. It is said that ancient spells and magic were cast upon the walls to thwart the advance of the White Walkers. Guarding this formidable barrier is a group known as the Night's Watch, which once boasted a membership of over 10,000, with the nobility priding themselves on joining its ranks. In the present day, as the White Walkers have faded into legend, the Night's Watch has dwindled to fewer than 1,000, primarily composed of criminals and the illegitimate offspring of nobles from various realms. In addition to their dwindling numbers, the Night's Watch also faces shortages of weapons, food, and other supplies, along with a decline in morale. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan's gaze suddenly brightened. How could such a beleaguered force withstand the might of his elite troops? Chapter 6. Growth and Expansion. Difficult Fortress. No, it has now been renamed Hope Fortress. Over 20 days have elapsed since Qi Xuan traversed into this realm, during which he has instigated considerable transformation upon this land. Surrounding the modest castle, an expanse has emerged, delineating a larger perimeter. In addition to the soldiers erecting defensive structures, a proliferation of rudimentary wooden dwellings has also taken form. Within the territory, children frolic with unbridled joy. Witnessing the radiant smiles of the young ones, the women engaged in labor feel invigorated and empowered. The river teems with the small boats of fishermen, who are diligently pursuing their catch. It must be acknowledged that the geographical positioning of Hope Castle is rather advantageous. Were it not situated beyond the frigid northern wall, encircled by the sea on 3 sides, it might have stood a significant chance of evolving into a maritime metropolis rivaling King's Landing. In modern society, humanity recognizes the considerable advantages a coastal city enjoys in terms of development. Had its location been slightly more favorable on the map, it would undoubtedly flourish into a prosperous and thriving urban center. Although the inhabitants of this city are not markedly different from ordinary folk, they could still lead lives of affluence with relative ease. Despite the inherent dangers of maritime routes, the lucrative prospects of oceanic trade compel countless merchants to risk their lives in pursuit of fortune. Nevertheless, such matters bear little relevance to Hope Castle at present. Few merchants would be foolish enough to venture to this desolate locale, where snow reigns supreme. The lands north of the northern wall are predominantly blanketed in ice and snow, rendering agricultural endeavors a distant dream. While this scarcity of sustenance renders food acquisition exceedingly difficult, one might argue that it also bestows a peculiar fortune upon the region. The vast expanses of land hold little allure, dissuading the numerous lords from the south of the wall from seeking to cultivate it. Were it otherwise, the frosted terrain would not sustain over 100,000 free folk. Of course, the denizens of the southern territories derogatorily refer to their northern counterparts as savages. In truth, neither group can lay claim to being the original inhabitants of this land, as both have largely been decimated by invaders from distant continents. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan shook his head, realizing that his forthcoming actions could hardly be deemed as acts of aggression. After all, if he were to be labeled an invader from Westeros, what of those who came before him? Ultimately, every world adheres to the law of the jungle. When a nation stands strong, others not only refrain from invasion, but instead hold it in profound respect and admiration. Conversely, when a nation falters, it becomes the target of countless others, akin to scavenging hyenas, each vying for a piece of its flesh. For Qi Xuan, the most significant gain over these past days has been the cultivation of greater patience. Although the fervor and fighting spirit within him incessantly urged him to act swiftly, he remained steadfast in his restraint. Given his current prowess, seizing the Wall of Despair would not pose a significant challenge. Even vanquishing the now weakened Night's Watch would be a trivial endeavor. However, the success or failure of such undertakings hinges critically on timing. Should Duke Ned Stark refrain from marching south, the usurpation of the wall by Qi Xuan would undoubtedly provoke a coalition of northern lords to rally against him. Despite being his hypothetical adversary, Qi Xuan could not help but acknowledge the many commendable traits possessed by his opponent. This man held honor in the highest regard, willing to sacrifice everything for it. Strictly speaking, the Night's Watch could be considered an extension of House Stark. Although the current commander of the Night's Watch is not a Stark, Ned Stark's brother, Benjen Stark, serves as the first ranger. Even if the lords south of the north have long since forgotten the tales of the White Walkers, House Stark has consistently upheld the tradition of sending their younger sons and bastards to join the ranks of the Night's Watch. Perhaps this is why the protagonist Jon Snow was able to ascend to the position of commander of the Night's Watch with such ease in the original tale. Qi Xuan quietly leaned against the window on the second floor of the castle, observing the world outside. Over the past few days, his soldiers have executed his commands with unwavering loyalty and discipline. Many of those whom the people south of the wall derisively labeled as wildlings have been integrated into his domain. This was, of course, to enhance the productivity of his lands. Utilizing valuable soldiers for logistical tasks such as production would be a gross misallocation of resources. Fishing, weaving, and weapon forging have all been entrusted to these wildlings. Initially, these freedom-loving individuals were reluctant to engage in such labor. However, faced with the threat of death, they have come to accept the harsh realities of their situation. Naturally, Qi Xuan did not shortchange them. He has never been a miser. He generously compensated these diligent workers for their efforts, Presently, this remuneration is provided in the form of supplies, as Qi Xuan possesses little in terms of gold or silver, though he anticipates that such wealth will come in due time. Behind Qi Xuan stood 5 fully armed royal guards, alongside a strikingly beautiful woman. With fiery red hair and eyes that burned with intensity, she regarded Qi Xuan, who stood by the window, with a gaze filled with complexity. Captured a few days prior, she had become the attendant to this handsome man. To be frank, although this man is extraordinarily attractive and adorned in splendid attire, he does not conform to the conventional aesthetic preferences of women. In the eyes of the free folk, a man must possess a robust physique to better survive in this frigid land. Suddenly, Qi Xuan turned around, his gaze calmly fixed upon the red-haired woman before him, and spoke, "Yejurite, I am thirsty." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Yejurite's face. "My lord, I shall prepare your coffee at once." However, as Yejurite turned to leave, her expression underwent a swift transformation. What had once been a smile as bright as sunshine morphed into contemplation and doubt. In truth, she could not fathom why he had a penchant for bitter coffee. She had secretly tasted it herself. Dark and acerbic, it was far from palatable. Compared to coffee, she favored sweet cakes. Were it not for those delectable treats, Yejurite would not have so easily succumbed to her fiery affection for Qi Xuan. As Yejurite departed, Qi Xuan's demeanor grew serious. He had not been idle during these days. He had dispatched numerous scouts to gather intelligence on the Wall of Despair. The time had come. Soon it would be time for action. Qi Xuan silently proclaimed within himself. Chapter 7. Disguised Conquest at Hope Fortress. When the maid Yejurite brought the brewed coffee to the second floor, she discovered a disheveled man had joined them in the room. "Have you made your decision? Will you choose death or life?" "Will, your time is running short. I can no longer afford to wait." Qi Xuan's gaze remained impassive as he regarded the beleaguered man before him. Undoubtedly, this man was Will, the night watchman captured by soldiers. In the original tale, during an expedition beyond the wall in search of wildlings, his party encountered the legendary others. His 2 companions were swiftly dispatched by these fiends, yet for reasons unknown. His life was spared. Perhaps it was to instill terror among the people south of the wall. Ultimately, this fortunate night watchman was publicly executed by the Northest Duke, Ned Stark, for abandoning his post. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Will's gaze began to wander, observing the delicate figure before him, whose skin was even fairer than a woman's. Unwelcome thoughts began to stir within him. At that moment, he yearned to seize this seemingly weak man and escape the castle. However, when his eyes fell upon the 5 expressionless soldiers behind Qi Xuan, his resolve faltered. From these 5 armored warriors, armed and imposing, he sensed an overwhelming power. Though he had not witnessed their prowess firsthand, he was certain their strength rivaled that of the formidable knights within the 7 kingdoms. As the plan to escape dissolved into mere fantasy, Will began to make a choice within his heart. "I choose to survive. I shall fulfill your request," he declared earnestly. Upon hearing his response, however, Qi Xuan displayed no trace of surprise. After all, if even the lowly ant strives to cling to life, how much more so for beings endowed with greater intellect, such as humans? Perhaps many resolute individuals are unafraid of death. Yet the anticipation of demise is a particularly tormenting ordeal. As Qi Xuan granted Will a few days to ponder his decision, Will's conviction wavered with each passing day. Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary man. His ascension to the Night's Watch was solely a means to evade the burden of his sins. Indeed, on the continent of Westeros, one who has committed grave transgressions may choose to become a member of the Night's Watch, thereby temporarily absolving most of their offenses. This covenant applies not only to the nobles of Westeros, but also to the common folk. "Take him down, and let him have a hearty meal. We shall depart in an hour," Qi Xuan stated calmly. In the next moment, 2 royal guards escorted Will away. Witnessing this, Yejurite, holding a cup of coffee, momentarily froze. Soon, however, a radiant smile adorned her face as she presented the coffee to Qi Xuan. "My lord, your coffee has arrived." Qi Xuan replied, glancing at the maid and the beverage in her hand, yet he refrained from accepting it. After all, this woman was, in a strict sense, his captive. One could never be sure if she had tampered with the coffee. Although she had been under the watchful eyes of soldiers throughout the journey, it would still be quite easy to administer an illicit substance. As Yejurite observed the striking man before her once more, turning his gaze to the window, she began to internally critique him. It seemed this fellow had no intention of drinking that cup of coffee. What a delicate young master he was. In a forest to the north of the wall, Qi Xuan had now led his contingent of 500 soldiers to this location, accompanied by the Night's Watchman Will, clad in black. As he gazed upon the towering wall of ice in the distance, Qi Xuan's eyes sparkled with awe at the sheer height of the 200-meter structure. "Now it is your turn," he said, directing his gaze towards Will. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Will nodded vigorously. In the next instant, he set off towards the gates of the wall, followed closely by 2 soldiers clad in black robes. Unlike Will, who boldly revealed his face, the 2 behind him concealed their visages beneath their dark hoods. "My lord, can we truly trust that man?" one of the royal guards suddenly inquired. Although the soldiers rewarded by the system are fiercely loyal to Qi Xuan, this does not imply that they lack their own thoughts and emotions. In truth, like most humans, they possess flesh and blood, along with their own feelings and intellect. Upon hearing the inquiry, a peculiar smile emerged on Qi Xuan's face. In fact, whether the other party agreed to cooperate or not would not hinder our conquest of the ice-forged Great Wall. Qi Xuan's resonant voice filled the air, brimming with confidence. After hearing Qi Xuan's response, the inquiring soldier fell into contemplation. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. "My lord, is it the group we dispatched earlier?" Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan merely smiled without uttering a word. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he had read Romance of the Three Kingdoms numerous times. Although he had never commanded troops, engaging in theoretical discussions like Zhao Kuo was still within his capability. He believed that the extraordinary strategies from the Three Kingdoms would once again shine in this underdeveloped world. On the walls of the Great Wall of Despair, the patrolling soldier sounded a horn as he observed the approaching trio of Will and his companions. Among the Night Watch, the horn serves as a signal. 1 blast indicates allies, 2 signify wildlings, and 3 denote otherworldly beings. Seeing that the newcomers wore the black cloaks of the Night Watch and numbered only 3, the trained sentinels felt at ease. Although there had been instances in the past where wildlings impersonated Night Watch members to infiltrate the Great Wall of Despair, most of them met a grim fate. After all, the Night Watch consisted of only a few hundred members, with a portion serving as logistics personnel and clerks. As the elite among the Night Watch, the number of cavalry responsible for reconnaissance and training was quite limited, enabling them to quickly discern the identities of the newcomers. Once Will and his companions arrived at the city gate, their identities were confirmed and the gate was raised. Creak, creak. "Will, you've returned. How did the discussions go this time?" The gatekeeper, evidently familiar with Will's team, casually inquired. Before Will could respond, the situation at the gate shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, the 2 hooded soldiers beside Will drew their long swords and plunged them into the bodies of the gatekeepers. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in shock. However, before they could react, Qi Xuan began issuing commands from a distance. "Charge! Seize the gate and the Great Wall. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist shall face no mercy." With Qi Xuan's furious roar, 500 fully armed soldiers surged towards the city gate. Chapter 8. Victory and surprise as the cavalry grappled with a mix of anger and astonishment. The soldiers charging from outside the wall also caught their attention. At this moment, the elite among the Night's Watchmen paid no heed to whether Will had betrayed them. The most pressing matter was to promptly close the city gates. Otherwise, even if they ultimately repelled the enemy's assault, the Night's Watch would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. "Eliminate them and secure the gates," shouted a seemingly high-ranking ranger. Upon hearing his command, the rangers behind the gate drew their weapons and charged at Will and his companions. Fortunately, there were not many Night's Watchmen in proximity to the gates, due to the vast length of the wall and the rotational nature of their patrols. There were at most 20 guards near the gates at any given time. Toot! A few rangers stationed on the walls noticed the commotion at the gates, prompting one of them to sound the horn. In the nearby fortress known as Black Castle, more and more Night's Watchmen heard the signal. 2 blasts. It indicated a wildling attack. With various thoughts swirling in their minds, the guards armed themselves and rushed towards the direction of the signal. Although the majority of the Night's Watchmen were criminals who had committed grave offenses, possessing a remarkably low moral compass, they understood that fleeing this place would only lead to their inevitable demise at the hands of the lords. Thus, they found themselves with no avenue of escape. Turning back to the gates, Will stood in stunned silence beside his 2 comrades. The prowess exhibited by the royal guards under Qi Xuan was astonishing, leaving all present in awe. With swift, fluid motions, they wielded their long swords, mercilessly reaping the lives of those audacious enough to resist. In that moment, they resembled legendary heroes, effortlessly felling foes as if they were slicing through vegetables. Clang. At times, when faced with attacks, the 2 royal guards opted to withstand blows, their iron armor hidden beneath their dark cloaks. What is the typical reaction of most individuals when confronted with an insurmountable enemy? Even the elite among the Night's Watch were gripped by a profound sense of dread. Thus, some began to turn and flee. However, the 2 royal guards chose not to pursue the retreating rangers. They remained steadfastly committed to the task assigned by Qi Xuan, to secure the gates. Soon enough, the royal guards stationed at the gates were joined by their comrades. An increasing number of soldiers rushed to the gates, seeking advantageous positions in the vicinity. While they had already been informed of the Night's Watch's precarious situation through will, this did not impede their efforts to bolster their own advantages. After all, this was a war in the realm of reality, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. Even if Qi Xuan's forces could easily vanquish the long-declined Night's Watch, why not strive to minimize casualties in the process? Once the archers secured the advantageous terrain, the battle could be deemed assured. At this moment, Qi Xuan's figure appeared leisurely at the city gate, accompanied by the astonished Jägerite. As a free person from north of the wall, Jägerite was acutely aware of the Night Watch's formidable nature. Despite the fact that the number of free folk in this snow-covered land had exceeded 100,000, they had yet to breach this seemingly insurmountable wall guarded by fewer than 1,000 men. How did she come to know the intricacies of the Night Watch? For countless years, many of them had forsaken their oaths to become free folk north of the wall. Observing the astonished Jägerite behind him, Qi Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. His maidservant was no ordinary individual. In the original narrative, her strength was formidable. To confine her to the role of merely serving tea would indeed be a grave waste of her potential. As for the notion of recruiting free folk en masse and arming them with weapons, Qi Xuan had never entertained such a simplistic idea, at least not at this juncture. It is often said that power emanates from the barrel of a gun. While arming them might enhance his strength, it would also inevitably lead to the risk of betrayal. One must remember that in Game of Thrones, intrigue and treachery are the prevailing themes. Even those protagonists and supporting characters who appear commendable may suddenly turn against their allies in the next moment. This scenario transcends the dichotomy of heroes and villains. The only distinction lies in the slightly lower probability of betrayal among the protagonists. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Qi Xuan's expression grew pensive. For him, in this era of peace, it was the first time he had witnessed such a multitude of vibrant corpses before his eyes. Particularly poignant was the realization that, although he had not personally slain these individuals, their deaths were a direct consequence of his orders. Observing the expressions of fear and confusion etched upon the faces of the deceased, Qi Xuan silently admonished himself, "Remember their faces. Never shall I become one of them." He began to walk, his steps slow yet increasingly resolute. The metallic scent of iron filled his nostrils, a reminder of the blood spilled by the enemy. Just as Qi Xuan delved into his contemplative state, the reinforcements of the Night Watch clashed with the soldiers under his command. Not far away, the air was filled with countless cries of anguish. Qi Xuan understood that these were the sounds of the gravely wounded who had miraculously survived. In comparison to those suffering torment, the slain appeared fortunate. Their consciousness had departed this realm, sparing them the agony of physical suffering. Jägerite cast a glance at Qi Xuan, who was lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a profound yearning. As a wildling relentlessly hunted and scorned by the Night Watch, her heart brimmed with profound hatred towards them. Her kin and friends had likely perished during one of the Rangers' excursions. People are shaped by their circumstances, and she was no exception. In the icy expanse beyond the wall, both men and women had become formidable warriors. After all, if one was not adept in combat, they would probably have succumbed long ago in this harsh and food-scarce environment. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon his attributes: strength, D-agility, D-skill, D-constitution, D-perception, D-spirit, D-unbeknownst to him. His attributes had indeed been enhanced, now comparable to those of an ordinary soldier. And the reason? It was undoubtedly the blessing potion he had previously consumed. Name: blessing potion. Quality: blue. Effect: consuming it enhances the user's physical attributes. A sudden smile broke across Qi Xuan's face. What significance does pondering these matters hold now? My soldiers are still fighting valiantly. In the next moment, he drew his one-handed sword and sprinted towards the battlefield ahead. After a fierce battle, Qi Xuan and his comrades emerged victorious. The Night Watch suffered casualties, with many dead and wounded, while a greater number chose surrender or flight. A glorious victory. Congratulations, host. On receiving a war gift pack, suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Qi Xuan's ears. However, upon hearing the system's voice, he felt no joy. Instead, he began to grumble internally. I reckon this system should not be called a lord system, but rather a war system. Chapter 9, my friends. I favor war. What is the root of war? The answer is, of course, profit. Whether in offense or defense, those who partake in war primarily pursue their own interests. If the upper echelons of the army seek wealth and power, the lower soldiers mainly aspire to survive the conflict. Some may deem this unfair, but it is the reality. Though reality is often more brutal and fantastical than many imagine, it remains ever present. At this moment, having experienced killing for the first time, Qi Xuan should have felt the normal human reaction of nausea. Yet, perhaps due to his already adjusted mindset, or perhaps the recent system notification, he surprisingly managed to refrain from retching. Qi Xuan felt a sense of astonishment at his own composure, but chose not to delve deeper into it. Beside him, Yegerite, armed with a bow and arrow, observed Qi Xuan's calm demeanor, and a ripple of intrigue stirred within her. Perhaps this seemingly dandy fellow is even more extraordinary than she had imagined? Yegerite mused silently, her gaze towards Qi Xuan shifting in subtle ways. At this moment, however, Qi Xuan remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in his maid's demeanor, for he was preoccupied with matters of greater significance. He silently recited in his mind, claimed the war package. Acquired life elixir X1, name, life elixir, quality, blue, effect, consuming it can extend the user's lifespan by 10 years. If the previous packages had merely astonished him, the contents of this war package plunged him into a state of sheer disbelief. This was a matter of life itself. How many had descended into madness for such a boon? At this instant, one thought consumed Qi Xuan. My friends, I revel in war. If every war package could yield items that prolong life, he believed he could conquer every inch of this world. Especially when he noticed there were no restrictions on the quantity of the item, his excitement surged even more. The average lifespan hardly exceeds a century. Might I not live for hundreds, even thousands of years? Despite his self-assuredness and perceived depth of character, he could not contain the exhilaration that swelled within him. Observing Qi Xuan, whose expressions shifted like the dramatic mask changes of Sichuan opera, a look of curiosity crept onto Yi Jieyuit's face. As she rapidly turned her mind to various thoughts and speculations, Qi Xuan suddenly quelled his emotions, adopting once more the impassive demeanor of a poker face. First, confine those who surrender and assign more guards to oversee them. Seek to tend to our wounded soldiers. The bodies of our fallen brothers must also be recovered for cremation and burial. Qi Xuan paused, contemplating before adding, as for the enemy, let us show mercy to the gravely wounded and grant them a swift end. The lightly injured shall be imprisoned, their survival resting solely on their fate. With Qi Xuan's orders dispatched, the soldiers commenced their tasks. Of course, as this was Qi Xuan's inaugural experience in commanding troops, it was impossible for him to consider every detail. Nevertheless, his subordinates, though not explicitly instructed, exhibited their own initiative. Some soldiers mounted the horses from the previous night watch's stables and began pursuing the enemy's fleeing remnants. Others scoured the former enemy encampments in search of treasures and provisions. All operations unfolded with commendable organization, and at last, Qi Xuan found the opportunity to attend to his own needs. For someone with a mild aversion to dirt, his most pressing concern was to locate a place to wash away the remnants of battle. Although he had endeavored to avoid the fray, he still bore the stains of enemy blood upon his garments. Admittedly, his earlier charge onto the battlefield, despite the situation being settled, had indeed been somewhat reckless and impulsive. However, his loyal soldiers remained ever vigilant, closely observing Qi Xuan's movements and providing unwavering protection around him. Though they harbored fears that he might fall victim to hidden arrows, they did not impede his actions. In truth, a competent military commander ought to focus on strategic oversight during warfare rather than rush into the fray. While personally engaging in battle may invigorate the morale and fighting spirit of the troops, such actions often attract the enemy's attention. Imagine, in the midst of a conflict, if a commanding officer were to be suddenly decapitated by foes, what would be the ultimate outcome of that war? Forgive my impertinence, my lord. You must be more mindful of your safety. Your recent actions were rather reckless. Suddenly, a royal guard, with a serious expression, turned to Qi Xuan and implored him. Indeed, my lord, while we are grateful to fight alongside you, the battlefield is fraught with peril, echoed the soldiers nearby, offering their counsel. Upon hearing their words, Qi Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Though these soldiers were drawn from a system package, they were no different from ordinary men. Is it not a profoundly moving thing to have subordinates so concerned for one's safety? Nonetheless, Qi Xuan's rational mind remained steadfast. The world was in chaos, and only by ending this turmoil could true peace be achieved. My friends, I revel in war. Qi Xuan suddenly exclaimed, laughter spilling forth as he spoke with fervor. His gaze swept across the soldiers beside him, each of whom nodded resolutely. Let us conquer this land beneath our feet, so that all in this world shall hear our name. Though Qi Xuan yearned to deliver a rousing speech, he ultimately decided against it. Though many classic oratory lines flashed through his mind, he deemed his current eloquence insufficient for such a moment. Thus, he relinquished that thought. Onward, onward, onward. Let us seize this land. Though Qi Xuan had uttered but a few brief phrases, the emotions of those present surged in response. Perhaps it was the recent harrowing battle that had left spirits high, or the unwavering loyalty of the soldiers, or perhaps Qi Xuan's words truly resonated with them. Regardless, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. At that moment, the previously smiling Yegerit had also begun to shout enthusiastically, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a radiant light as they fixed upon Qi Xuan. As he caught her gaze, Qi Xuan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. While Qi Xuan bathed in the clear waters of the river, a sudden commotion arose not far away. Sparse and scattered. Suddenly, a stunning woman adorned in fiery red emerged. Without a hint of hesitation, she shed her garments, revealing her pristine alabaster skin. In the next moment, she approached Qi Xuan with a smile. Chapter 10. The spoils of war. When Qi Xuan returned to the camp after his bath, 2.5 hours had elapsed. It must be said that the products of the system are undoubtedly exquisite. A single vial of the blessing potion significantly enhanced Qi Xuan's physical attributes, particularly his endurance. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance at having been ambushed by a woman, he recognized that there was no choice but to accept the situation. After all, while his thoughts might deceive, his body remained truthful. Regardless, he was not a novice before his transmigration. He possessed a wealth of experience. Of course, in this world, which was often ensnared by the allure of femininity, danger lurked at every turn. Alas, this world is fraught with peril. Many years ago, it was home to countless dragons and deities. Subsequently, a cataclysmic disaster befell the realm, leading to the near annihilation of the Valyrian dragon lords. Only the Targaryens, also from the Valyrian lineage, miraculously survived this calamity. After a period of recuperation, the Targaryen family, now possessing dragons, set their sights on the continent of Westeros. Under the terrifying might of their dragons, the Targaryens ultimately conquered all territories save for Dorne. By the time Qi Xuan arrived in this world, for reasons unknown, the Targaryens had lost their last dragon and were ousted from the throne. The instigator of this conflict, known as the War of Usurpers, was none other than King Robert Baratheon, who now sits upon the Iron Throne. It is said that in his youth, he was the dream lover of countless women, having famously defeated a prince in single combat during the Battle of the Trident, striking him down with 3 blows. However, after years of excessive drinking and debauchery, this once idealized figure had bloated into a creature as ungainly as a wild boar. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan resolved within himself, the allure of wine and women can lead one to such desolation. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Perhaps it was the release of all his previous burdens that made Qi Xuan feel remarkably light, and his thoughts began to flow with extraordinary vigor. As he made his way back, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Yegerite approached with a blissful expression. At that moment, the eyes of countless soldiers were fixed upon the two, primarily focusing on Qi Xuan. Yet, perhaps due to a sense of shyness or other reasons, the normally boisterous and generous Yegerite found herself feeling a twinge of bashfulness. Although her face had become flushed, she steadfastly trailed closely behind Qi Xuan. Once Qi Xuan had firmly established his stance, a royal guard clutching several sheets of parchment approached him with a sudden urgency. "My lord, we have compiled the results of this battle," the individual stated with utmost respect in his demeanor. Qi Xuan nodded thoughtfully and accepted the parchment from the guard's hands. It seemed that the fortunes and misfortunes of this conflict were recorded within these sheets. As he perused the documents, he contemplated, "Our forces have slain 212 enemies, wounded 53, suffered 3 fatalities, and incurred 15 light injuries." At this revelation, a weight settled heavily upon Qi Xuan's heart. Though he understood that casualties are an inevitable aspect of warfare, the reality of his soldiers' deaths cast a shadow over his spirit. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 10 days, he had forged a profound bond with them. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xuan expelled a sigh laden with resignation, attempting to console himself internally. In war, death is a certainty. Moreover, our losses can still be regarded as a significant victory. In this chaotic era, countless kings and nobles could not escape a grim fate. What then could be expected of ordinary men? While the loss of his soldiers was indeed sorrowful, halting the march of expansion was not an option. To conquer this land, he would inevitably face multitudes, possibly even tens of thousands of adversaries. Furthermore, he had to consider the formidable presence of Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, who would one day cross the sea accompanied by her 3 mighty dragons. In the future, beyond the wall, the threat of the White Walkers would emerge. Every mortal must face death. What is there to fear in striving for survival? In due course, Qi Xuan's emotions settled into a tranquil state. His gaze returned to the parchment in his hands as he silently absorbed its contents. All enemies have been segregated and confined in various cells within the dungeons. Among them, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and the Archmaester wish to meet with you. Upon search, we have discovered sufficient provisions for 500 men for 3 months, along with 212 damaged weapons and 333 pieces of armor. We have also recovered currency amounting to 2024 gold, 930 silver, and 521 copper coins, alongside various miscellaneous items. As he examined the clear data inscribed on the parchment, a flicker of joy illuminated Qi Xuan's gaze. Evidently, among his soldiers, there existed a wealth of talent, particularly in literacy and information recording. Excellent. I am quite pleased with this report, he declared with a smile, lifting his gaze to pass the parchment to the ever-curious Jägerite behind him. At that moment, his memory was particularly sharp. The contents of the parchment had etched themselves deeply into his mind after just a single reading. Qi Xuan surveyed the surrounding soldiers, his voice rising in clarity. Soldiers, I have witnessed your performance just now, and I must say, I am very satisfied. To reward your contributions, I have decided to bestow upon each of you a gold coin. Although the value of this currency remains uncertain for now, I am confident that, in the near future, it will be of great utility, especially given the numerous villages and towns in the southern regions. It is imperative that we provide comprehensive medical attention to the injured soldiers. I shall leave these matters in your capable hands, as I have other affairs to attend to. With that, Qi Xuan nodded toward the 3 royal guards responsible for this task. Yes, my lord, they responded promptly upon receiving Qi Xuan's command. Thank you for your generosity. The soldiers present erupted into jubilant cheers. Every individual harbors their own desires and passions. Clearly, the soldiers here possess their own joys and sorrows. Some may revel in fine wine, others in delectable cuisine, and still others in the company of courtesans. Qi Xuan understood all of these inclinations. However, he had zero tolerance for gambling and drug-related activities. After all, as a once ordinary youth in a new era, he could never reconcile himself with such vices. Chapter 11. The meeting. Qi Xuan soon arrived at the Grand Hall of the Black Castle, formerly the headquarters of the Night's Watch, and took his seat at the head of the table. As he pondered the forthcoming situation, a familiar and melodious voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. My lord, your coffee. Qi Xuan looked up to see Yigu beaming as she presented a steaming cup of coffee. Whether it was the warmth from the crackling fire or the newfound experiences she was undergoing, Yigu appeared to have undergone a significant transformation. If she had previously embodied the beauty of a flame-like maiden, she now radiated the allure of a mature and graceful woman. Observing this captivating individual drawn to him, Qi Xuan felt a flicker of passion reignite within him. Yet, the recent arduous battles had drained much of his energy, and fatigue coursed through his body. Ultimately, prioritizing his health, he chose to momentarily set aside the sudden impulse that had arisen in his heart. Qi Xuan casually acknowledged her, accepting the coffee she offered. He gently blew on the hot beverage before taking a sip. As the rich coffee flowed into him, he felt invigorated, his senses sharpening significantly. Please, have a seat. Qi Xuan gestured toward a chair not far from him. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing his words, Yigu's smile blossomed even more radiantly. At that moment, she felt even more assured that her previous actions were justified. After all, how often do maids have the opportunity to sit alongside nobility? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan suddenly called out, Bring in the Night's Watch commander and the Grand Maester, whom you mentioned wanted to see me. Yes, my lord. Several royal guards in the hall responded promptly. As soon as Qi Xuan's words fell, one of the royal guards stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, 3 men clad in black robes were ushered into the hall. 2 of them appeared quite aged, likely over 50 or 60 years, while the remaining individual seemed to be in his 40s. Upon seeing the 3 Night's Watch members brought before him, Qi Xuan's mind instantly conjured their profiles. Jorah Mormont, the current commander of the Night's Watch, hailing from the Mormont family of Bear Island in the north, had come to the Night's Watch to pass his title to his son, Jorah Mormont. Ser Alliser Thorne, the instructor at Castle Black, responsible for the daily training of the Night's Watch. Maester Aemon, the Maester of Castle Black, a blind elder and one of the last members of House Targaryen. As Qi Xuan and the others scrutinized the trio, their gaze was met with a serious appraisal from the 3 men. Undoubtedly, Qi Xuan, seated at the head of the hall, was their primary focus, though his fair complexion and slender physique might suggest fragility. Anyone who had witnessed the previous wars would not underestimate his formidable prowess. While many seasoned warriors might perceive Qi Xuan's battlefield performance as somewhat haphazard, The strength and speed he exhibited were undeniably formidable. If Qi Xuan could be likened to a naturally strong brute, the individuals standing behind him were even more astonishing. Not only did they possess strength and speed comparable to Qi Xuan, but their martial skills were also captivating. It was crucial to note that the swift defeat of the Night's Watch in the earlier battle was significantly influenced by these men. Of course, Qi Xuan's other soldiers were not to be dismissed either. Although the light and heavy infantry were not equipped much better than the Night's Watch, their indomitable fighting spirit left a lasting impression. Additionally, the archers, positioned advantageously, were numerous and formidable. After a thorough assessment and contemplation, Jeor Mormont and Ser Alliser Thorne finally grasped the reality of the situation. As for the remaining Maester Aemon, his sight had long since faded, leaving him oblivious to his surroundings. Observing the three men, who remained silent and were not inclined to speak first, Qi Xuan suddenly smiled. With an air of calmness, he turned his gaze toward them and remarked, "Did you not insist on meeting me? Why the silence now that we are face to face?" Upon hearing Qi Xuan's inquiry, the three exchanged glances before nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, took the initiative to speak. "We have matters to discuss with you. But may I inquire about your identities?" He contemplated, yet refrained from uttering the final two words. Although they harbored profound suspicions that Qi Xuan and his companions were indeed the wildlings from beyond the wall, the current situation rendered their identities rather awkward. As a prisoner, the rational course of action was to avoid provoking one's adversaries unnecessarily. Suddenly, Qi Xuan erupted into laughter, his expression brimming with derision and disdain. "Do you not see how markedly different we appear from you? I recall that the wildlings you speak of were once, like yourselves, the invaders of the continent of Westeros. Subsequently, under the influence of the Undulls and the Roiner, you diverged from your brethren beyond the wall." At this astonishing declaration, Jeor Mormont and Alice Karstark felt their faces flush with indignation. In their view, equating themselves with the wildlings was the utmost affront to their noble lineage. Evidently, these two may have been oblivious to that distant history. However, as a scholar, Maester Aemon had gleaned considerable knowledge from numerous texts regarding those ancient narratives. Before Jeor and his companion could vociferously retort, Maester Aemon interjected, "Though I cannot perceive your appearance, your voice belies your youth. It is quite remarkable to encounter someone so well-versed in knowledge. Rarely do young individuals immerse themselves in the tedium of historical tomes. They would rather engage with illustrated tales of trivial squabbles." The once tense atmosphere in the room transformed into one of ease with Maester Aemon's jest. Though Jeor and Alice remained perplexed, their anger dissipated in an instant. They were now filled with curiosity, pondering what had transpired in the annals of history. After a prolonged silence, Maester Aemon directed his gaze towards Qi Xuan seated at the head of the table and inquired, "My lord, our purpose in this encounter is to ascertain the reasons behind your unprovoked assault on the wall and the Night's Watch." Chapter 12. The scheme. Maester Aemon posed the most pressing question that lingered in the minds of the three, simultaneously serving as a silent accusation against Qi Xuan's declaration of war. The primary duty of the Night's Watch is to guard the wall and prevent the others and wildlings from descending southward. From Qi Xuan and his comrades' appearance, as well as his prior statements, it was apparent they were not the wildlings from beyond. If their identities did not align with the wildlings, why had they not sought to communicate with the Night's Watch stationed at the wall? Maester Aemon believed they were not unreasonable obstinates and could have easily consented to Qi Xuan and his companion's passage into the wall. Yet, to his astonishment, Qi Xuan and his group had opted for a direct assault without even attempting to negotiate. Although the most significant reason for the Night's Watch's defeat lies in their diminishing combat prowess and the formidable strength of their enemies, the element of surprise in their unannounced assault also plays a crucial role. Indeed, why is that? Upon hearing the words of Maester Aemon, Qi Xuan muttered to himself. Beside him, the previously astonished Ygritte now wore an expression of disdain. If the Night's Watch were truly so amenable, there would not be so many free folk unjustly slain each year. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan began to recite the lines he had prepared in advance. "My name is Qi Xuan, and I, along with these soldiers under my command, hail from a powerful nation in the distant east. By an unfortunate twist of fate, we have arrived at a location north of the wall." At this juncture, Qi Xuan deliberately paused, as if pondering how best to articulate his next words. While Qi Xuan was in deep thought, the expressions of Ygritte and the other three began to shift, their minds racing to discern where Qi Xuan and his companions might originate from in this world. The land of this world is vast. Westeros is but one known continent, with three others lying across the sea. At this moment, Qi Xuan's voice resumed. "Initially, we intended to fell trees to construct vessels, which would allow us to navigate the ocean and bypass the wall. Unfortunately, just a few days ago, our scouting soldiers encountered the legendary White Walkers. Impossible. X2 before Qi Xuan could finish his statement, both Jeor Mormont and Alice Karstark interjected with skepticism. Observing the authentic expressions on their faces, Qi Xuan revealed a smile that danced between amusement and intrigue. Through a meticulous recollection of the original narrative, Qi Xuan realized that at least a few members of the Night's Watch were aware of the White Walker's existence. As the current commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont's professed ignorance clearly bore the hallmarks of pretense. The reasons behind their feigned unawareness might be shrouded in hidden motives and objectives. However, these matters bore no relevance to Qi Xuan. He understood that his predicament felt akin to being strapped with a ticking time bomb. The bomb's destructive capacity was undeniable, and its detonation was beyond Qi Xuan's control. In such circumstances, how could he possibly remain composed in the perilous hope's end? Perhaps spending a few months north of the wall would allow him to acquire several packages to enhance his strength and influence, while also patiently awaiting changes in the dynamics of this continent. In the original plot, with Ned Stark's southward journey, both he and King Robert Baratheon had entered a countdown to their demise. Soon, with the execution of Ned Stark by the legendary Emperor Aegon, the War of the Five Kings would erupt. By that time, as Ned Stark's son rallied his vassals and armies southward, the north would lay bare, like a beautiful maiden devoid of any cover. Indeed, that presents the most opportune moment for an offensive. After seizing the wall at Hardhome, Qi Xuan's forces could sweep through with unrelenting momentum. It is believed that they would soon capture a significant portion of the northern territories, thus continuing their conquest. However, Qi Xuan refrained from wagering his fortune. To do so would almost certainly lead to his demise. In the television series Game of Thrones, there exists a multitude of players, each with their distinct traits. Some possess extraordinary intellect, others wield ruthless tactics, and still, some are born into formidable legacies. Yet, within this intricate game, there exists one player who operates with an unfair advantage. Indeed, there is one who can see through the past of any individual, even capable of traversing time as an invisible observer. This individual, endowed with such terrifying abilities, is known as the Three-Eyed Raven. Currently, the Three-Eyed Raven resides in a concealed location north of the wall, secretly observing every corner of this continent. Although Qi Xuan remains unaware of whether his own system and skills can obscure his past from the Raven's gaze, should the Raven harbor nefarious intentions, it would be all too simple to lure the Night King's army to the Hope Fortress, where Qi Xuan once stood. In a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan's mind raced with thoughts. He glanced at the three individuals nearby and remarked, "I am now prepared to send one of you to Winterfell with a message. Who shall it be?" Although Qi Xuan had already chosen in his heart, he deliberately posed the question. His words served merely as a provocation. Yet they struck a nerve among the trio. For the blind scholar, he had long since perceived the essence of the world, even indifferent to his own mortality. Thus, he remained unfazed by Qi Xuan's baiting. However, both Zhao Mo Luan and Alyssa Thorne held their own opinions. "My lord, allow me to go. I have a more suitable candidate in mind," suddenly proclaimed the two voices in unison. Alyssa Thorne's face bore a hint of anger, clearly perceiving Zhao Mo Luan's words as indicative of cowardice. In contrast to Alyssa's eagerness to advocate for himself, Zhao Mo Luan presented a new perspective. Intrigued, Qi Xuan inquired, "Oh, then, Commander Zhao, do share the name of your suggested candidate." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Alyssa Thorne felt a surge of resentment towards the commander. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so for a human? Given the chance to escape, if Zhao chose himself, it would be understandable. Yet he opted to recommend another. Undeterred by the glances of his companions, Zhao Mo Luan, with resolute determination, declared, "My lord, I wish to recommend a most eloquent young man named Jon Snow. I believe that if we dispatch him to Winterfell to convey a message, we shall soon secure the negotiation opportunity that you desire, my lord." Observing the earnest expression on Jeor Mormont's face, Qi Xuan nearly burst into laughter. Had he not been acquainted with the original series, he might have easily been deceived by such words. Jon Snow, whose overt identity in the story is that of the illegitimate son of the Northern Duke Ned Stark, would likely bring the Northern forces to our gates if released. This cannot be allowed. Therefore, the final choice for the messenger shall be Ser Alliser Thorne. It is certain that Winterfell will swiftly receive the tidings sent by the ravens from this location. Nonetheless, all of this is within expectations. Qi Xuan had already resolved to utilize the few crucial hostages at his disposal to buy time, ideally until after the king's demise. Chapter 13, Jon and the Imp in Truth. The best outcome of this operation would be to completely seal off the leak of information, yet Qi Xuan understood that this would be exceedingly difficult. Aside from the fleeing Night's Watch members who would expose the fall of the Black Castle and the Wall, the most troublesome aspect remained the Black Ravens. In the present realm of Westeros, ravens are extensively employed for delivering messages. Perhaps the moment news reached about the gates of the Wall being breached and the Night's Watch being assaulted by thousands of fully armed foes, the ravens had already been set free. Had there been archers nearby, they might have easily brought down those messengers. Regrettably, by the time Qi Xuan's soldiers arrived at the location where the ravens were kept, it was already too late. It is said that some individuals on this continent possess extraordinary abilities, enabling them to control the bodies of beasts and share their visions. In the original tale, there were those who could command wolves, and even others who could govern eagles. Those endowed with such powers are collectively referred to as skin changers. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan felt no envy for these individuals with their remarkable gifts. After all, he now possessed a system and a golden skill capable of perpetual resurrection. Although he had yet to test the success rate of this resurrection skill, Qi Xuan knew he would be reluctant to experiment. For if the experiment succeeded, it would be one matter, but the cost of failure would be the loss of his own life. With swift strokes, Qi Xuan, lost in thought, soon completed a letter. He then turned his gaze toward Ser Alliser Thorne, who stood nearby. Ser Thorne, I kindly ask you to deliver this letter to the Stark family. As Qi Xuan's words resonated, a royal guard stepped forward to accept the letter and subsequently handed it to Ser Alliser Thorne. Just as a joyful expression spread across Ser Alliser's face. As if he had thought of something delightful, Qi Xuan suddenly smiled and spoke softly. I believe you are quite aware of the fate that befalls a Night's Watchman who abandons his post, are you not? However, if one were to serve solely as a messenger, perhaps the Stark family would not pursue accountability. Although Qi Xuan's words were delivered in a rather unassuming manner, they struck Alliser Thorne's heart like a colossal stone. In that instant, the smile upon his face vanished, and the various schemes he harbored began to dissipate. My lord, I shall ensure the letter reaches the hands of the Stark family. I promise, Sir Alliser Thorne said with a slight bow before turning to exit the hall. At that moment, only Jeor Mormont and Maester Aemon remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Just as the two were lost in speculation, Qi Xuan's voice resonated once more. Since Jon Snow of House Stark has arrived here, then surely Tyrion Lannister must also be present. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, both Jeor Mormont and Maester Aemon felt a jolt of surprise. Only 3 hours had passed since Qi Xuan and his companions had defeated the Night's Watch forces. Yet they were astonished at how much the opposing side knew. While such information was not a secret among the Night's Watch, neither party had intentions of betraying the other. As the third son of the Lannister family, the protector of the West, the identity of the individual was more esteemed than many could fathom. Due to his diminutive stature and peculiar appearance, Tyrion was derisively referred to as the imp by countless individuals. Yet, his father was the Warden of the West, his sister the current queen, and his brother a member of the Kingsguard. This implied that despite the mockery directed at the imp, few dared to inflict harm upon him. Bring Jon Snow and Tyrion Lannister forth. While these two may be taken away, Qi Xuan commanded, prompting 2 royal guards to approach Jeor Mormont and Aemon. Soon, Tyrion Lannister and Jon Snow were brought forward. Qi Xuan's gaze was fixed upon the two, scrutinizing these pivotal figures from the original narrative. Tyrion Lannister possessed a visage that was remarkably abstract, standing at barely half the height of an average man, resembling a rather oversized child. However, those who underestimated this half-man based on appearances would ultimately pay a grave price. He was a man of exceptional intellect and eloquence, with a persistent curiosity regarding the female form. Clad in resplendent garments, his attire was regrettably stained with blood and dirt from the recent conflict. It appeared that Tyrion had chosen not to flee during the battle, or perhaps he had missed the opportune moment to escape. If Tyrion embodied the epitome of being short and unattractive, then Jon Snow represented the ideal of height and attractiveness. As for why one of the wealthy is missing, it is simply because his current identity is that of a bastard of House Stark. This world appears to harbor a deep-seated malice towards bastards, as if they are tainted beings. Even the illegitimate offspring of the great nobility are bereft of the right to inherit titles and lands, often living little better than the servants themselves. At this moment, Jon Snow's gaze was filled with curiosity, astonished to discover that Qi Xuan was surprisingly young and strikingly handsome. The two appeared to be of similar age, yet the latter had already become the leader of a 1,000-man army, while Jon, at this juncture, was evidently new to the Night's Watch, having only just arrived at Castle Black, with little familiarity to the place. Typically, newcomers undergo a period of specialized training before they are officially sworn in as members of the Night's Watch, bound to a life of celibacy and landlessness. Thus, at this moment, Jon could scarcely be considered a true member of the Night's Watch. As the atmosphere descended into silence, the diminutive Tyrion was the first to break it. "My lord, if you would permit, I wish to ransom my freedom. My father is Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands, and it is well known across Westeros that a Lannister always pays his debts." Strangely, it was Tyrion who first articulated his request. In response to this reasonable appeal, Qi Xuan wore a nonchalant smile. "Is there anyone in this world who does not appreciate gold? Such individuals must be exceedingly rare." Qi Xuan, of course, held a fondness for gold. Yet he had no intention of demanding a ransom from House Lannister. Perhaps outsiders were unaware, but Qi Xuan knew well that Duke Tywin harbored no affection for his son. The imp, were it not for the fact that patricide is deemed an unforgivable sin. One might conjecture that he would have relished the opportunity to drown the little demon at the moment of his birth. Nevertheless, for the sake of family honor, Duke Tywin would more likely lead an army against Qi Xuan and his companions. In truth, Qi Xuan was not intimidated by him, even if Tywin could muster an army of over 30,000. A glance at the map reveals that the Westerlands are exceedingly far from the wall. Simply gathering vassals to assemble an army would consume considerable time, let alone the arduous journey to reach this distant location. While Qi Xuan did not fear war, that did not imply he was a reckless fool. The impending conflict with House Stark of the North was clearly inevitable, as both sides had no retreat. This battle was for Stark to uphold the dignity and authority of their northern duchy, while Qi Xuan sought to prove his own strength. Chapter 14. Provocation. Tyrion anxiously regarded Qi Xuan, who sat not far away, seemingly filled with trepidation at the specter of impending death. In truth, Tyrion had never been afraid of death. However, he was unwilling to meet his end so easily. As a man who had been ridiculed since childhood as the little demon, he yearned for the day when he could achieve greatness and cleanse himself of all shame. His conviction is that life itself holds all possibilities, and he strives to persist. Perhaps it is only after he achieves the aspirations harbored in his heart that he would willingly embrace death. Deep within, he harbors a grand ambition to one day inherit Casterly Rock, the seat of House Lannister. After all, the current Duke of Casterly Rock, Tywin, has but 3 offspring. His eldest daughter wed to King Robert, and his eldest son has sworn an oath to remain landless and unmarried as a Kingsguard. Ultimately, it seems inevitable that the title of Duke of Casterly Rock shall fall to Tyrion. At that moment, he would finally cleanse himself of all disgrace. As this thought arose, Tyrion's will to survive intensified. Being a remarkably astute individual with a penchant for literature, Tyrion possesses a profound understanding of the noble houses across this continent. Had he encountered someone other than Qi Xuan, he would have been confident in persuading them to grant him his freedom. However, Qi Xuan and his companions, with their strikingly different appearance from the denizens of Westeros, instilled a profound unease within Tyrion. This anxiety stemmed from the unknown, which implies that all circumstances could spiral beyond control. Before Tyrion could utter another word, Qi Xuan suddenly offered a calm smile and declared, "Rest assured, I shall set you free." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Tyrion exhaled a sigh of relief. Though uncertain of the veracity of Qi Xuan's promise, he had no choice but to place his trust in it. Nearby, Jon Snow appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly grappling with the uncertainty of his own fate. Despite Jon's seemingly dazed demeanor, Qi Xuan did not underestimate him. As a bastard who had endured scorn from a young age, Jon Snow was, in fact, quite perceptive and attentive. Additionally, he excelled in reading the subtle nuances of others and discerning their intentions. Since entering the hall, he had keenly sensed that Qi Xuan's gaze was predominantly fixed upon him. Although he was unaware of Qi Xuan's true intentions, it filled him with anxiety. If given the choice, he would prefer to enjoy the same disregard as the other overlooked Night's Watch members. Alas, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. At that moment, Tyrion, having relaxed, finally noticed Jon Snow's discomfort and the brilliance in his eyes. Suddenly, Qi Xuan stood up, his gaze intently fixed on Jon Snow. "Are you Jon Snow? If that is not your true name, and your real name happens to be Jon Targaryen, what then are your thoughts?" As Qi Xuan's voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The once innocent expression on Jon's face transformed as he widened his eyes, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Even though he was merely an unacknowledged, illegitimate child, he was still acutely aware of the significance embodied in the name Targaryen. Much like the bastards of the North, who all bore the surname Snow, the name Targaryen represented the lineage of former kings. Centuries ago, this family had conquered 6 kingdoms on the continent with the aid of 3 mighty dragons, with only the indomitable Dorne refusing to yield. Although the primary reason for the downfall of the Dragon House was the tyrannical rule of the last king, the Mad King, the root cause lay in the loss of their last dragon. A house without dragons became scarcely distinguishable from the other noble families of Westeros. Nevertheless, as rulers of the continent for centuries, many nobles still pledged their allegiance to the Targaryens. If everything truly unfolded as the other party suggested, it would imply that Jon was not merely a lowly bastard. He might even have the opportunity to ascend the Iron Throne. Despite having learned noble virtues from Ned Stark since childhood, Jon found himself suddenly unable to confront his own heart at this moment. The long-held notions he had cherished were abruptly shaken to their core. Impossible, Tyrion instinctively exclaimed, seemingly unable to accept such an incredible revelation. Though he had gotten along reasonably well with Jon during their journey, it was largely due to their shared plight. While he resembled a monstrous figure, he was nonetheless the legitimate son of Lord Tywin. As for Jon, though he was handsomer and taller, he bore the unfortunate identity of a miserable bastard. In truth, whether a bastard of a great noble or a lesser one, all bastards were scorned across the realm. They seemed to be born with original sin, carrying the disdain and cold indifference of others from the moment of their birth. Tyrion's words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all flames within Jon's heart in an instant. When Jon's gaze fell upon the diminutive imp, he noticed that Tyrion was now murmuring unconsciously. Impossible. According to the records, most of the Mad King's and Prince Rhaegar's children had been slain, save for a pair of siblings who fled Westeros. No, it was likely that Prince Rhaegar of House Targaryen had other illegitimate children. Yet, if they were indeed bastards, they could not rightfully bear the Targaryen name. Suddenly, Tyrion's eyes widened in realization, as if he had stumbled upon the answer to the riddle. Observing Tyrion's shifting expression, Jon felt a jolt in his chest, his heart beginning to race with apprehension. At this moment, he found himself yearning to hear the answer he desired, while simultaneously fearing the very words he hoped to hear. Years have passed since the Targaryens were ousted from the Iron Throne, and now Robert Baratheon, seated upon that very throne, relentlessly pursues the remnants of the dragon lineage. In his weakened state, Jon finds it difficult to fathom the terrifying encounters that lie ahead. Unconsciously, he casts a hopeful glance towards the ever-smirking Qi Xuan. Yet, the words that escaped Qi Xuan's lips shattered Jon's expectations. Jon, there remain 2 of your kin on the continent of Essos. Your aunt may have been wed to the horse lord who commands tens of thousands of cavalry. Furthermore, the governor of Pentos has presented 3 dragon eggs as a gift. At this juncture, Qi Xuan deliberately paused. As Jon and Tyrion fervently pondered the implications of Qi Xuan's revelation, he issued his parting decree. From this moment forth, you are both free. While I would relish further conversation, the hour grows late, and it is time for you to depart. Chapter 15. Preparations for war. As Jon and Tyrion's figures receded from view, a mischievous smile crept across Qi Xuan's face. Though he had merely divulged a small secret, its ramifications were profound enough to send ripples across the entirety of Westeros. He was convinced that the ensuing events would deviate significantly from the original narrative. This alteration, while it would mean relinquishing the advantages of the established storyline, paled in comparison to the potential gains. Essentially, his identity on this continent could be likened to that of an outsider, akin to the earlier invaders of Westeros, the Undulls and the First Men. In truth, both Jon and the cunning Tyrion were exceptional talents, yet Qi Xuan harbored no intention of recruiting them at this juncture. Setting aside the considerable challenge that would entail, what if the 2 conspired against him, undermining his forces? Jon, who in the original tale appeared naive and virtuous, had indeed once been both a dragon rider and a dragon slayer. As for Tyrion, his early displays of wit and resolve were endearing, yet upon aligning with Daenerys, he had led to the downfall of countless armies and allies. If one were to assert that this was unintentional, it would be hard to find credence in such a claim. Before long, Jon and Tyrion vanished completely from Qi Xuan's sight. Though curiosity lingered regarding whether these 2 would turn against one another, Qi Xuan had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. The foremost concern was to brace for the impending assault led by the Stark family of the North and their assembled nobility and armies. For both factions, this confrontation was unavoidable. While Qi Xuan had harbored fondness for the Stark family during his viewing of the series, that sentiment arose from their perspective. Perhaps, in comparison to the majority of nobles on this continent, the Stark family exhibited a higher moral standing. However, such sentiments were reserved for the nobility. To the common folk, they remained elevated and untouchable. Perhaps by pledging allegiance to House Stark, one might aspire to a title and lands. Yet this notion strayed far from Qi Xian's true aspirations. The strength he currently possessed was formidable enough to rival that of the medium nobility on this continent. As he readied himself for battle, Qi Xuan was determined not to squander the precious time leading up to the conflict. His mind began to deliberate. It had been 25 days since his arrival in this realm, and in another 5 or 6 days, he would be eligible to receive 2 monthly rewards. He wondered how many troops he might summon from them. From the map, it appeared that House Stark's infantry would require at least 10 days to reach Black Castle, whereas their cavalry would likely arrive much sooner. According to the original narrative, even if House Stark summoned all the lords of the north, their assembled forces would not exceed 20,000. Most likely, House Stark would manage to gather over 3,000 troops to assault Black Castle. As my own intelligence indicated, I commanded only about 1,000 soldiers. In terms of troop numbers, we were clearly at a disadvantage. However, we held the upper hand in terms of terrain. At its peak, Black Castle had housed 5,000 men, and the fortifications of the castle were quite formidable. Our supplies of food and water could sustain us for several months. Upon reflection, Qi Xuan recognized that the current situation favored him. While he might not be able to completely annihilate the enemy forces, neither could they hope to vanquish him swiftly. Furthermore, time was on his side. With each passing month, his strength would only grow. Thus, the foremost consideration now was how to withstand the initial onslaught from the enemy. As the saying goes, the first wave of attack is the most vigorous. If he could endure the enemy's initial assaults, their morale would surely wane. If possible, Qi Xuan had no desire to engage in battle with the North at this early stage. Yet, this world remained entrenched in a barbaric medieval era, where both nobility and commoners largely failed to appreciate the value of peace. Compared to the etiquette often espoused by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the inhabitants of this world appeared remarkably savage and cruel. Though Qi Xuan yearned for the arrival of war, he harbored no thoughts of torturing his enemies or desecrating the dead. Yet, it was evident that nearly all lords in this realm were accustomed to such brutality. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the royal guards nearby, and he spoke with calm authority. He commanded the troops and populace of Hope Fortress to hasten to the Wall of Despair and assume responsibility for the logistics within Black Castle. He instructed that patrols be increased within a 10-mile radius of Black Castle, and should any large enemy forces be detected, signals should be sent forth to alert them. As night approached, he arranged for the soldiers to rest in shifts while maintaining vigilant watch over the stronghold they now occupied. Ensure the captives are closely monitored. Should anyone attempt to escape, execute them without hesitation. With the finality of Qi Xuan's voice, the 5 royal guards in the hall responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." The 5 guards exchanged glances, and 3 of them promptly exited the hall. As for the remaining 2, it was evident they intended to safeguard Qi Xuan's safety. Although Qi Xuan and his companions had triumphed over the Night Watch's forces, there remained the possibility of adversaries lurking in some hidden corner of the castle or within its tunnels. For Qi Xuan's faction, his life was of paramount importance. Should his existence come to an end, all would dissolve into mere illusions. This notion was universally acknowledged among the soldiers, who remained fiercely loyal. Suddenly, Qi Xuan rose to his feet, noticing Yegarite gazing at him with unbridled admiration. Her cheeks were tinged with a deep crimson, clearly lost in delightful reveries. Though uncertain how long she had maintained this state, Qi Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration. How many men could withstand the adoring gaze of a beautiful woman? Even if her admiration were feigned, it would not diminish its formidable impact, despite having recently endured a protracted and bloody battle. Qi Xuan felt the blood within him boiling anew. Abruptly, Yegarite snapped back to reality, as a free spirit from the lands north of the wall. Her environment shaped her bold, passionate nature. Even with 2 royal guards still present in the hall, she approached Qi Xuan with the grace of a fish gliding through water. The air seemed to be infused with the essence of spring, as if it sought to dispel the chill of the north. The 2 royal guards exchanged a silent glance before quietly leaving the castle hall. They thoughtfully closed the grand door behind them and stationed themselves outside. Chapter 16. Parting ways outside the Black Castle, 2 figures walked silently along the King's Road, which traversed the expanse of Westeros from north to south. The King's Road, a thoroughfare connecting the majority of cities and castles across Westeros, was now shrouded in darkness, save for the luminous full moon that hung high in the sky. Under its silvery glow, the faces of the 2 men appeared ethereal. The man in the lead donned the customary furs of the north, a steel longsword hanging at his side. He bore a youthful visage, his striking features tinged with a subtle melancholy, as if burdened by countless worries and helplessness. "Jon, perhaps we should have a serious conversation." A deep voice resonated from behind him. He was a man whose height measured merely half that of an ordinary person. and his face was strikingly abstract, suggesting that his attractiveness had surely plummeted to negative values. Jon, walking ahead, did not utter a word, seemingly oblivious to the remarks made by the individual trailing behind him. Observing Jon's persistent silence, Tyrion could not help but press his lips together. Throughout their journey from Winterfell to the Black Castle, their relationship had been rather amicable. To be precise, Tyrion had felt a sense of camaraderie with Jon. Recognizing their shared struggles, this budding friendship might have flourished further had it not been for a piece of news that abruptly shattered its foundation. As they had traveled a considerable distance from the Black Castle, Tyrion could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Hey, regardless of the circumstances, I believe we must have a serious conversation." No sooner had Tyrion's words escaped his lips than Jon finally halted his stride. For the duration of their journey, Jon had kept his head bowed, as if wishing to conceal the turmoil within. The moment he turned to face Tyrion, a chill coursed through Tyrion's heart. He realized that this towering young man now harbored murderous intent towards him. This transformation in Jon's demeanor was evidently a consequence of the shocking news they had both received earlier. "What is it you wish to say, Lord Tyrion?" Jon's voice, unexpectedly low and hoarse, startled both men. Jon had not anticipated that his tone would adopt such a somber timbre. As for Tyrion, his mind raced, seeking a means to navigate the precarious situation. In an effort to buy time for contemplation, he lifted his gaze to meet Jon's slightly reddened eyes with sincerity. "Remain calm." What that fellow said was merely incitement. It was well known that the Targaryen bloodline had dwindled to a solitary pair of siblings, who had long since fled to the city of Pintos across the narrow sea. Upon hearing Tyrion's words, Jon maintained his silence. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Jon finally spoke. "Then, Lord Tyrion, what was it you muttered to yourself before?" Although Jon endeavored to appear indifferent, the tension and anticipation in his expression betrayed his true thoughts. Gazing at this young man before him, Tyrion understood that he had no alternative. He recognized Jon's keen observational skills, realizing that deception would not easily prevail. To conceal his true identity and preserve his own life, Jon evidently possessed compelling reasons to eliminate Tyrion. Of course, all of this hinged on the premise that Jon was indeed of Targaryen lineage. After a moment's reflection, Tyrion spoke with a reminiscent air. "I once perused numerous tomes, among which one detailed the twilight of the Targaryen reign. At that time, the sovereign of the continent of Westeros was the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen. His son, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, was beloved by the people, and all this transpired during what has been termed the False Spring. A grand tournament was held at Harrenhal, where Prince Rhaegar emerged victorious, bestowing the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty upon Lyanna Stark, rather than upon his wife who had already borne him 2 children. From Lyanna's surname, one might surmise her identity. Indeed, she was the sister of Eddard Stark. At that moment, her betrothed, Robert Baratheon, sat beside her with a countenance darkened by fury. Subsequently, King Robert alleged that Prince Rhaegar had abducted Lyanna and violated her. However, there were whispers suggesting that Rhaegar and Lyanna were genuinely in love and had privately wed. Gradually, Tyrion's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible even to himself. Yet, Jon, who had been attentively listening, absorbed every word. According to Tyrion's assertions, he was the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. Jon realized that Tyrion's final statement was predicated upon the revelations of another. At that moment, memories began to replay in Jon's mind. He finally comprehended why Ned had consistently refrained from divulging the identity of his mother. For he might not be Ned Stark's bastard at all, but rather the son of his sister, Lyanna. Observing Jon's countenance shifting with tumultuous emotions, Tyrion understood that he was engulfed in a whirlwind of feelings. Logically, at that juncture, Tyrion ought to seize the opportunity to flee. Yet, as a clever man lacking in martial prowess, he chose to remain still and wait. After a considerable pause, Jon suddenly burst into laughter, his smile imbued with an air of relief and ease. "Lord Tyrion, why did you not take the chance to escape just now?" Jon inquired with a grin, appearing significantly lighter, as if he had shed the burden of being a scorned bastard. Witnessing Jon's eyes regain their clarity, Tyrion felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Congratulations, you have finally liberated yourself from the stigma of bastardy." They exchanged glances for a fleeting moment before erupting into hearty laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating with their mirth. Suddenly, Jon ceased his laughter, fixing a serious gaze upon Tyrion. "You should leave, Tyrion. If you do not depart now, I fear I may come to regret it." Upon hearing these words, Tyrion realized that he had finally passed this hurdle and instinctively inquired, "Where precisely will you go next? Winterfell, or the distant continent of Essos across the narrow sea?" However, Tyrion ultimately did not receive a response from Jon. He noticed that Jon had, at some point, turned away and was now walking step by step. Observing the somewhat fragile silhouette before him, Tyrion felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Everything had irrevocably changed. The once naive boy with a gaze full of innocent foolishness had vanished. A profound premonition surged within Tyrion, foretelling that the future of Westeros would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil due to this boy's lineage. Chapter 17. Gaining strength as effortlessly as breathing at times, time truly flies. Unbeknownst to him, it had already been 6 days since the conquest of the Black Castle. Gazing at the 2 unclaimed gift packages in the system, Qi Xuan's smile radiated like the sun. Gift package, Fief gift package awaiting collection X1. Noble title gift package, royal level, awaiting collection X1. It must be said that Qi Xuan had begun to develop a fondness for his system. Although this world appeared to be a low magic realm, even legendary dragons could be slain by men. The original narrative explicitly stated that gods existed in this world, and they seemed to resurrect mortals with remarkable ease. A man nicknamed the Lightning King was said to have been resurrected 7 times by the Lord of Light, only perishing after fulfilling his purpose. In such a world, how could mortals break free from their predetermined fates? Even those with extraordinary wisdom or unparalleled martial prowess could ultimately change nothing. If the Lord of Light's actions involve continually resurrecting his pawns until his goals are achieved, then the entity resembling the old gods of the North is even more egregious. It bestowed upon its messenger, the three-eyed raven, the ability to perceive all memories of others' pasts, and even to prophesy, were it not for various reasons that seemingly prevented the gods from intervening directly. This world would undoubtedly pose an infernal challenge for countless transmigrators. Claim the gift package, Qi Xuan silently chanted to himself, casually opting to open it. Obtained Fief gift package X1. Obtained light infantry X50. Obtained 1,000 pounds of white bread. Obtained a full set of steel knight armor. Obtained noble title gift package Royal X1. Obtained 1,000 soldiers. Obtained 10 royal longbowmen. Obtained 10 crossbows. Obtained 10,000 bags of wheat. 100 pounds per bag. Obtained bloodline purification potion X1. As the incessant notifications echoed in his ears, Qi Xuan's emotions surged with exhilaration. Setting aside other matters, the addition of 1,060 new soldiers alone has doubled his army's strength. Naturally, the emergence of 10 new troop types raised his eyebrows. It appears that the 10 royal longbowmen are a unique class, akin to the royal guards. However, their prowess remains uncertain. With this thought in mind, Qi Xuan hastily began to examine the attributes of the royal longbowman. Name, Wang Yin. Loyalty, devoted, permanently fixed. Age, 25. Gender, male. Occupation, royal longbowman. Strength, C. Agility, C. Skill, C. Constitution, C. Perception, D. Spirit, D. Equipment. Fine longbow, white. Fine short sword, white. Fine leather armor, white. Skills, cold weapons LV5, archery LV5, basic footwork LV5. The naming convention appears to be randomly generated by the system. Yet the longbowmen seem formidable. Qi Xuan surmised that, if positioned advantageously, the longbowman's effectiveness could surpass that of an equal number of royal guards. His speculation stemmed from the evident enhancements in the longbowman's capabilities, which are an upgraded version of traditional archers. It is well known that archers wield considerable influence on the battlefield. While ordinary archers rain arrows upon their foes, elite archers target key adversaries, such as enemy commanders. In contemporary terms, longbowmen resemble snipers. During the era of cold weapons, many commanders opted to engage directly in battle, as this act significantly bolstered the morale of their troops. High morale often enabled soldiers to achieve victories against overwhelming odds. Qi Xuan's mind wandered to a tale from the ancient world, where the renowned Xiongyu, the hegemon king of Chu, sank his boats and led 60,000 troops to defeat an army of 400,000. Undoubtedly, Xiangyu's unparalleled personal strength played a crucial role in this triumph. In truth, Qi Xuan harbored dreams of invincibility, as every man has moments of fervor. However, upon recognizing that his personal attributes were scarcely superior to those of light infantry, he couldn't help but shake his head. Rather than becoming a burden on the battlefield, he deemed it wiser to command from a distance. Yet, when his strength reached a sufficient level, he would not hesitate to showcase his prowess on the battlefield. For Qi Xuan, these enhanced archers serve an even greater purpose: slaying dragons. In this world, dragons grow larger with age, ultimately reaching lengths of several hundred meters. Moreover, they possess wings that allow them to soar and can unleash formidable flames from their mouths. The dragon's exterior is adorned with scales of formidable defensive capabilities, which only enhance with the passage of time. Yet, were these the sole attributes of the dragon? It would surely reign supreme in this world. However, these magnificent creatures possess vulnerabilities, with their eyes being their most significant weakness. An arrow or crossbow bolt striking a dragon's eye often leads to a fatal fall. The original text recounts numerous dragons that met their demise due to such an injury. Although dragons are currently absent from the lands of Westeros, the existence of dragons and dragon eggs remains. The Targaryens, known for their ancient prowess in breeding and taming dragons, continue to hold this legacy. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan resolved to momentarily set aside thoughts of dragons. Uncertain if the mother of dragons would, like in the original tale, hatch 3 dragon eggs and bring 3 fully grown dragons across the sea to Westeros, he recognized that such matters felt too distant for him at present. His immediate concern was to carve out a reputation in the impending war. In this savage world, only formidable strength commands the awe and respect of the nobility. Moreover, such power can inspire admiration and allegiance from others, while also enhancing the loyalty of his subjects. In contrast to the unwavering loyalty of his system soldiers, Qi Xuan harbored deep-seated skepticism towards the inhabitants of this world. After all, while many profess loyalty and righteousness, they can easily and naturally betray in times of peril or temptation. It is not surprising when anyone turns their back. If there is one lesson Qi Xuan has gleaned from the original tale, it is to never fully trust anyone in this world. Growing stronger is as effortless as breathing, he mused with a smile, feigning exasperation. Chapter 18. Bloodline. In this realm, certain families possess bloodlines endowed with extraordinary abilities. For instance, the Stark family of the North, emblematic of the dire wolf, is affectionately referred to as the Wolf House by the audience. Throughout history, members of House Stark have consistently exhibited remarkable talents. The miraculous wall, a bastion of the North, was forged by Brandon Stark, an ancestor of the Starks, who is known as the Builder. Many scholars of Westeros speculate that the magical enhancements attributed to the wall may very well have originated from this illustrious builder. Additionally, Bran Stark, who effortlessly ascended to kingship in the original narrative, also awakened his family's bloodline abilities. Initially, he possessed the power of warg, enabling him to control the bodies of wolves and share their visions. After inheriting the legacy of the three-eyed raven, he gained the ability to exert control over others' bodies to a certain extent. Coupled with his capacity to traverse the past and glimpse into the memories of others, as well as foresee the future, it is perhaps justified that he emerged as the ultimate beneficiary in the original narrative. Fortuitously, or perhaps due to the excessive advantages he wielded, he was cast down from the heights of the tower early on. Consequently, Bran Stark, who aspired to become a member of the Kingsguard, found himself confined to a wheelchair. Of course, it is plausible that this disability was orchestrated by a mysterious hand. After all, if Bran had genuinely joined the Kingsguard, which swore to forego land and marriage, how could he ultimately ascend to the throne? Moreover, the Stark family is not the only one with extraordinary abilities. The Targaryens also possess remarkable powers. As a member of the ancient Valyrian Dragon Lords, this family seems particularly favored by the divine. Those bearing the Targaryen bloodline have a significant likelihood of gaining the recognition of dragons, granting them their own formidable dragon. Additionally, some members of this lineage have acquired the abilities of the Unburnt and the Dreamer. The Unburnt are impervious to flames, while the Dreamers are those who consistently dream prophetic visions, allowing the Targaryens to evade the cataclysmic eruption of the volcano that devastated Valyria and countless Dragonlord families, ultimately paving the way for the rise of House Targaryen. Initially, House Targaryen held a modest position among the 40 Dragonlord families of Valyria. Once, the Dragonlords executed a breathtaking feat, uniting over 300 dragons to assault their foes. It is worth noting that the gift of bloodline abilities is not exclusive to the Targaryens and Starks. Had he not previously watched the original television series, Qi Xuan would find it difficult to believe in the existence of such extraordinary powers within bloodlines. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, his heart began to embrace this newfound belief. In the world from which Qi Xuan originated, a realm steeped in pure technology, there were no superpowers or magic among humanity's known phenomena. As an ordinary human transported into this world, he possessed no extraordinary abilities. Of course, this is without considering the system. Now, gazing at the radiant vial of bloodline purification elixir in his hand, a cryptic smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Name: Bloodline Purification Elixir. Quality: Gold. Effect: consuming this elixir enhances the purity of one's bloodline, with a certain probability of bestowing extraordinary abilities. Note: the bloodline abilities acquired can be inherited by the host's descendants. Without further hesitation, Qi Xuan chose to consume the potion in his hand in one swift motion. It must be said, this golden quality elixir was truly remarkable. The exquisite flavor alone made Qi Xuan unable to resist closing his eyes in savoring delight. As he reveled in the taste, he became aware of the transformation occurring within him, with the potion coursing through his veins. He felt as though he were engulfed in a furnace. At that moment, a profound heat enveloped him, compelling him to yearn for a plunge into cold water. Although the events had transpired rapidly, the 3 royal guards stationed behind Qi Xuan had taken notice. Yet, as steadfast soldiers, they refrained from unnecessary actions. Instead, they shifted their positions, forming a protective barrier around Qi Xuan. Despite experiencing the effects of the bloodline purification potion, he remained attuned to the commotion around him. He slightly opened his eyes and gestured reassuringly to the 3 royal guards. Witnessing this, their anxious hearts were considerably eased. As his most trusted subordinates, Qi Xuan had confided some of the world's intricacies to them. Although the guards harbored doubts about the seemingly extraordinary powers of the 3-eyed crow, their loyalty compelled them to suppress their questions. Suddenly, a loud and orderly sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Accompanying this sound was the appearance of an army of over 1,000 soldiers near the Black Fortress. Standing atop the castle walls, Qi Xuan immediately noticed their arrival. Observing the uniform features of the soldiers, he recognized them as the troops summoned from the system's gift. "Open the gates, and welcome our reinforcements and comrades," Qi Xuan shouted exuberantly. As his voice resonated, the soldiers guarding the gates began to slowly open them. In just a month, Qi Xuan realized his army had doubled in size. If this trend continued, he firmly believed that one day he would conquer the land of Westeros. No, this world, encompassing all 4 known continents, would be his. Qi Xuan's ambition was to claim them all. The commotion created by the newly arrived army did not go unnoticed by others within the Black Fortress. Observing the same complexion and features as the soldiers within the fortress, the logistics staff, comprised of former freemen, felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, they were filled with renewed optimism regarding the impending war. To comprehend the prowess of the 2,000 professional soldiers in the desolate expanse of the north, one might conclude that they rival the Stark family. At this moment, Qi Xuan's system presented him with new notifications. Utilizing the bloodline purification elixir significantly enhances the host's attributes. The host acquires a new ability, Xian Huang, the dragon battles in the wilderness. It's blood Xian Huang. Chapter 19. I have grown stronger at this instant. Qi Xuan felt a transformation within his body, as if he were brimming with newfound strength. An intense restlessness surged within him, compelling him to test the extent of his current capabilities. Naturally, before conducting any trials, Qi Xuan instinctively reviewed his personal attributes. Name: Qi Xuan. Strength: C. Agility, C. Skill, D. Constitution, C. Perception, B. Spirit, B. Skills. Faith barrier bloodline. Unknown, unnamed, bloodline ability, Xian Huang, the dragon battles in the wilderness. It's blood Xian Huang. Gasp. Upon observing his latest attributes, Qi Xuan could not help but inhale sharply. If one considers E as the average value for ordinary individuals, then his current attributes are several tiers above that of the common man. If memory serves, the highest attributes of the royal guards and royal archers hover around C. Absent combat experience, Qi Xuan could potentially overwhelm these elite soldiers based solely on his personal attributes. However, Qi Xuan was acutely aware of his most significant shortcoming. In comparison to those seasoned soldiers who had undergone rigorous training, his practical combat experience was woefully inadequate. While professional soldiers engage in battle with finesse and fluidity, Qi Xuan's approach resembled that of a lumbering beast. After all, he had not undergone extensive military training. His fighting style was primarily characterized by haphazard strikes and brute force. Moreover, he had only participated in a fleeting conflict. Perhaps it is challenging for someone accustomed to a peaceful and prosperous era to fathom the difficulty of taking a life. Furthermore, this act of killing was not executed with firearms or modern weaponry, but rather in face-to-face confrontations with cold steel. When the frigid blade cleaved through an enemy's flesh, the ensuing spurt of blood would inevitably splatter upon oneself. With keen observation, one could even discern the look of resentment and unwillingness in the eyes of a dying foe. Nevertheless, one must learn to adapt to their environment. In this world, the act of killing has seemingly become a commonplace occurrence for all, with many losing their lives over mere trivialities such as money or food. Qi Xuan acknowledged that he had never been one to indulge in excessive pity for the plight of others. Perhaps the reason for his contemplative thoughts was the substantial enhancement of his perception and spirit. At this moment, Qi Xuan realized that his thoughts transcended those of the past. A myriad of ideas flashed through his mind. Shaking his head, he continued to examine the bloodline abilities he had acquired. Bloodline ability, Xian Huang. The dragon battles in the wild, its blood Xian Huang. Effect, significantly reduces bodily pain during combat, greatly enhances the upper limit of willpower, and substantially increases resistance to toxins, curses, and other negative states. By the heavens! Gazing at the description of his bloodline ability, Qi Xuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although, on the surface, the effects of his bloodline appeared rather ordinary, merely a significant reduction in pain, an elevation of willpower, and an enhancement of resistance to adverse conditions. When compared to the dazzling skills often depicted in anime and film, his ability seemed somewhat mundane. However, if one set aside the visual effects and sheer power, it was not as inadequate as one might imagine. Even seasoned veterans, having endured countless battles, often grapple with an uncontainable aversion and fear of warfare. Once on the battlefield, the specters of injury and death swiftly follow. If the injuries were merely superficial, it would be manageable, but severe wounds such as amputations inevitably lead to dire consequences. For Qi Xuan, the reduction of pain proved to be extraordinarily useful. While he held a firm belief in his own tenacity, that conviction was largely a psychological self-deception. Few can maintain composure and rationality in the face of excruciating pain. And at that moment, Qi Xuan found it particularly challenging to do so. Moreover, he recalled the resurrection ability he had initially received. Previously, he had harbored concerns about whether his willpower would suffice to pass the necessary judgments, but now his confidence burgeoned significantly. Of course, confidence does not equate to hubris. If the battlefield represented overt combat, then the assassination tactics employed by nobility were a commonplace stratagem, compared to the substantial costs often incurred in battle. Dispatching assassins to eliminate an enemy leader proved to be a far more cost-effective endeavor. The assassination techniques in this world, having evolved over countless years, surpassed the common imagination. Without delving into the myriad poisons capable of delivering lethal blows, the mere existence of faceless ones, masters of disguise, presented an insurmountable challenge. Although their headquarters lay across the narrow sea in the Bravos of Essos, there were no branches on the continent of Westeros. However, should the price be deemed sufficiently high, these assassins might well be tempted. Suddenly, Qi Xuan broke into a smile. "Come, let us practice." He swiftly descended from the city walls and made his way to an open space outside the city, addressing the royal guards beside him. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the 5 royal guards exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, positioning himself directly opposite Qi Xuan. The two locked eyes, their hands instinctively resting upon the hilts of their swords. Suddenly, with the unmistakable sound of blades being unsheathed, Qi Xuan drew his sword. The weapon he wielded was not a legendary blade, but rather an ordinary longsword. Yet, Qi Xuan was confident that soon he would acquire a formidable weapon, perhaps one of the coveted Valyrian steel weapons that everyone yearned for in this world. At that moment, the royal guard across from him also slowly unsheathed his longsword. "Come, attack!" Qi Xuan exclaimed, a thrill of excitement illuminating his face. "Yes," came the response, and the royal guard lunged at Qi Xuan. Naturally, this strike was not executed with full force. The guard held back, ensuring he could stop short to avoid injuring Qi Xuan. Nevertheless, to the multitude of spectators, the attack appeared remarkably swift. As the one facing the strike, Qi Xuan could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Despite his significantly enhanced physical attributes and remarkable observational skills, he perceived that the attack, while not particularly fast, was executed with an exquisite angle. The finesse of the attack and the subsequent potential for a follow-up were undeniably smooth. Why did Qi Xuan harbor such thoughts? He felt perplexed, as he had possessed little combat experience prior. Yet, inexplicably, he could discern the attacker's approach and the likely trajectory of a follow-up strike. When Qi Xuan instinctively swung his sword in accordance with his intuition, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Upon impact with the opponent's blade, the royal guard's sword was suddenly dislodged from his grasp, as if it had been forcefully wrenched away. A gasp of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Those who had witnessed the royal guard's prowess understood the sheer magnitude of their strength. Not to mention their unparalleled swordsmanship, their extraordinary power and speed were awe-inspiring. It was unexpected that Qi Xuan, seemingly slender in stature, could disarm his opponent with a single strike. Indeed, it seemed that his current abilities had ascended to a truly formidable level. Though Qi Xuan maintained a facade of composure, his heart swelled with joy at this newfound prowess. Chapter 20. The unexpected adversary. As the sword wielded by the royal guard was sent flying, A serene stillness enveloped the arena. Though he acknowledged internally that this moment was a consequence of his own momentary lapse, the royal guard remained steadfastly rooted in place, silent in the absence of Qi Xuan's command. At this juncture, he neither retrieved his fallen sword nor chose to withdraw. Clearly, despite his unwavering loyalty to Qi Xuan, he was reluctant to allow this contest to conclude so hastily. Naturally, Qi Xuan had no intention of permitting the battle to end in such a manner. In the current world, the majority of individuals are inclined to follow those who exhibit strength. But what constitutes strength? In the eyes of the populace, the so-called strong are typically categorized into a few distinct types. Either they hail from noble lineage, possessing titles and lands, or they possess remarkable prowess, capable of effortlessly vanquishing multiple opponents. As for those who may not excel in physical combat, but are renowned for their extraordinary intellect, it seems, inexplicably, that this world venerates raw power far more than exceptional wisdom. Compared to the valiant warriors, scholars endowed with vast knowledge are often looked down upon by many. Perhaps this disdain stems from the exceedingly low levels of education in this realm, leading the masses to believe that knowledge holds little value. This perspective is not confined to the common folk. Even many nobles harbor similar sentiments, firmly convinced of their validity. However, should Qi Xuan overhear such opinions, he would likely find them utterly amusing. Countless historical instances from his past life have irrefutably demonstrated the astonishing feats that a clever mind can achieve. Proceed, Qi Xuan suddenly commanded. Upon hearing his words, the royal guard bent down to retrieve the sword from the ground. Do not hold back. I, too, wish to gauge my current strength. After Qi Xuan's pronouncement, the guard nodded and launched himself at Qi Xuan with all his might. Though it was the same sword, the strike he delivered now far surpassed the previous one. Despite the angle of attack remaining unchanged, the force and speed of this thrust had increased dramatically. Gasp! The onlookers surrounding the scene collectively inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting astonishment. At this moment, the crowd gathered outside the city gates had expanded beyond Qi Xuan's soldiers. Countless free citizens from within the castle had also arrived to witness the spectacle. Although they were termed free citizens, their combat prowess was not inferior to that of most soldiers on the continent, despite their rudimentary equipment. After all, surviving in the frigid, food-scarce wilderness beyond the Great Wall was an achievement worthy of commendation. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Qi Xuan wore a confident smile throughout. Though the speed of this strike has significantly increased and its force appears to have intensified, it remains, in the eyes of the current Qi Xuan, a matter of little consequence. Qi Xuan is acutely aware of his strength, yet remains oblivious to its true extent. With a swift motion, Qi Xuan unleashed his sword once more. While this strike lacked finesse, its velocity was astonishingly rapid. In this moment, he chose to exert his full strength. Witnesses to this strike displayed expressions of disbelief, as if they had encountered something utterly extraordinary. A resounding clash echoed through the air, signaling the collision of weapons. As Qi Xuan's opponent, a royal guard, felt an overwhelming force coursing through his weapon, he nearly lost his grip. Indeed, had Qi Xuan possessed a clearer understanding of his strength and the technique of exerting force, this strike might have sent his adversary flying. Having confirmed his power, Qi Xuan proceeded to test his agility. After exerting himself to the fullest, his sword reached an astonishing velocity. Amidst the interference of air resistance, the blade seemed to leave trails of afterimages. Observers were momentarily rendered speechless by this incredible spectacle. Suddenly, their spirits surged. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their voices rising and falling like the tide, creating a cacophony of excitement. The faces of the spectators were alight with exhilaration, as if a fire had been ignited deep within their souls. They waved their arms and leaped in joyous abandon, expressing their fervor and passion. Amidst this vibrant scene stood a figure that commanded attention, Qi Xuan. He stood tall in the sunlight, his posture as straight as a pine, exuding an air of gallantry. The sun cast a golden radiance upon him, enveloping him in a brilliant glow that illuminated his entire being. His gaze was resolute and confident, revealing a fearless courage and determination. Every movement, every expression was imbued with strength and charm, rendering him impossible to ignore. His presence resembled that of a dazzling star, illuminating the battlefield and captivating the attention of all. The crowd could not help but be enamored, cheering and losing themselves in madness. As he observed his current opponent rendered powerless by his onslaught, Qi Xuan turned his gaze toward four additional royal guards not far away. Upon catching his eye, the four exchanged glances and drew their swords, joining the fray. Qi Xuan now found himself facing a daunting 5 adversaries, yet the advantage remained firmly in his grasp. It is worth noting that these 5 royal guards were no ordinary soldiers. It would be no exaggeration to assert that their prowess rivaled that of renowned knights and warriors. At this moment, as Qi Xuan faced the onslaught of 5 formidable warriors, his mind unexpectedly drifted to a character from the original tale. It is said that on this continent there once existed a valiant knight named Arthur Dane, revered by many as the Dawn's Sword. His prowess was lauded by countless admirers, with some even regarding him as the pinnacle of human strength in this realm. His disciple, Jaime Lannister of House Lannister, held an unwavering admiration for his mentor, viewing him with profound reverence. Sir Arthur Dane was reputed to wield such extraordinary skill that he could relieve himself with one hand while effortlessly dispatching 5 competent knights with the other. This assertion was often recounted by Jaime Lannister, who used it repeatedly to extol his mentor's extraordinary abilities. Of course, for the multitude of viewers familiar with the original series, he is more commonly referred to as the Sword of the Morning. In the present, Qi Xuan could be said to mirror the legendary figure Jaime spoke of, save for the absence of a free hand. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of resounding strikes, Qi Xuan sent the swords of his 5 assailants flying. The atmosphere in the arena fell silent, only to be shattered moments later by thunderous cheers. In that instant, the gaze of every soldier under Qi Xuan's command, as well as the previously reluctant free folk who had been compelled to join, transformed into fervent admiration. To them, Qi Xuan now embodied an almost superhuman existence, akin to the deities of myth and legend. Enemy attack. A large force has been spotted north of the wall. They seem poised to assault the Wall of Despair. Suddenly, a rider galloped toward them, shouting at the top of his lungs. Chapter 21. 2 choices. As Qi Xuan ascended the ramparts of the Wall of Despair, he finally beheld the foes the messenger had spoken of. Not far beyond the wall, a multitude of enemies stood gathered. They were densely packed, resembling a vast black ocean at first glance. Although Qi Xuan had anticipated this, the sight of tens of thousands amassed together still stirred a flicker of astonishment within him. However, this feeling quickly dissipated, for he recognized that these adversaries were hardly a cause for concern. Setting aside the tattered garments they wore, the sheer absurdity of the weapons they wielded was enough to elicit laughter. When did tree stumps and wooden sticks become viable arms? Could one realistically expect such implements to vanquish foes on the battlefield? Furthermore, Qi Xuan and his compatriots held a significant geographical advantage. The Wall of Despair towered over 100 meters high, making it an arduous task for the enemy below to scale its heights. Of course, given that the wall was constructed of ice, the adversaries might possess methods to ascend. Yet, one could only speculate how much time they would require to succeed in such an endeavor. However, the archers under Qi Xuan's command stationed atop the city walls were not to be trifled with. They were prepared to let their remarkably sharp arrows taste the flesh of their foes. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's gaze froze. Among the enemy ranks, he spotted several towering giants, each exceeding 3 meters in height, wielding stout tree trunks as makeshift weapons. While these behemoths appeared fearsome to the common soldier, Qi Xuan could not help but shake his head in silent lament. If only these mighty giants were clad in armor forged of steel and wielding similarly formidable weapons, they would undoubtedly transform into harbingers of death upon the battlefield. Alas, they were merely garbed in ordinary leather attire, evidently lacking in robust defense. This reality signified a dire predicament. Before the multitude of archers, these giants resembled living targets. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a bird pierced the air. Qi Xuan looked up to behold a magnificent eagle, its gaze intensely fixed upon him and the soldiers upon the walls. Notably, the eagle's stare bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human. Qi Xuan's brow furrowed, and he commanded, "Shoot down that eagle." The impetus for his sudden desire to eliminate the bird stemmed from a recollection of a plot point from the original television series. If memory served him correctly, there existed a free man outside the walls capable of controlling eagles and sharing their vision. It was imperative to thwart any schemes the enemy might undertake. No sooner had Qi Xuan uttered his command than the eagle seemed to sense the chill of his intent. Yet, before its master could command it to flee, a deluge of arrows was unleashed towards the sky. Although the eagle evaded most of the projectiles, it ultimately succumbed to its fate. With a mournful cry, the eagle, pierced by several arrows, plummeted from the heavens. There was no doubt that its fate was to be reduced to a mere splatter upon impact. Qi Xuan's decisive action stirred agitation among the enemy outside the walls, and a group of figures, seemingly leaders among them, quickly encircled. While their words remained unintelligible from his vantage point, Qi Xuan could not suppress a smirk. He was acutely aware of the identities and intentions of these adversaries in the wild. Though a measure of sympathy for their desperate plight lingered in his heart, It did not compel him to extend selfless aid. Often, virtuous deeds do not yield just rewards, especially in a world where moral standards are more malleable. I am the king of free men, Munderez, one of the figures declared. I have urgent matters to discuss with your leader. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from below the city, evidently seeking to engage in discourse with Qi Xuan. Casting a glance at the chaotic throngs of adversaries below, Qi Xuan proclaimed with a commanding tone, I am the lord of the abyssal wall. State your intentions. In the next moment, the voice resounded once more from beneath the walls. We have encountered the terrifying others. Their numbers are suffocating. We implore to be permitted entry into the southern side of the wall. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan scoffed derisively, nonchalantly retorting, Is that so? I do not believe you. I present you with two choices. Either submit to me, in which case I shall allow you passage into the wall, or return whence you came. Upon Qi Xuan's declaration, the ranks of enemies below erupted into a cacophony. Clearly, many of the free folk found his proposition quite enticing. For those living in the frigid expanse beyond the wall, where sustenance was scarce, the land south of the wall appeared to be the epitome of their aspirations. Throughout history, countless free folk had stealthily scaled the walls, yearning for a life of prosperity. Alas, the fates of these individuals frequently ended in demise. For those accustomed to freedom, the prospect of toiling like beasts for noble lords was a fate worse than death itself. Perhaps due to their accustomed life beyond the wall, they often eschewed honest labor in favor of bloodshed and plunder. Consequently, the northern nobles and commoners, having suffered from unprovoked calamities, harbored an intense disdain for these free folk. Conversely, the free folk, perpetually confined north of the abyssal wall, had borne the brunt of the northern lords and the Night's Watch, who had claimed countless lives over the years. The animosity between them had become irreparable. Had it not been for the threat of the others as depicted in the original series, such hatred might only have been resolved through the complete annihilation of one side. Naturally, while some were swayed by Qi Xuan's words, others seethed with anger. For leaders among the free folk, acquiescing to Qi Xuan's proposition often implied the potential loss of their current standing. Indeed, the more ruthless nobles frequently opted to execute certain leaders and commanders after integrating the free folk's forces. However, Qi Xuan was no longer encumbered by such dilemmas. Shortly after his proclamation, the unrest among the enemies was swiftly quelled. A man suddenly pointed towards the abyssal wall where Qi Xuan stood, fervently articulating something. Accompanied by his words, the poorly equipped free folk seemed to undergo a significant transformation. It appeared that a rallying speech was underway. Charge! With a thunderous battle cry, the enemies surged forth like a tidal wave towards Qi Xuan and his compatriots atop the abyssal wall. Chapter 22. Slaughter. Observing the enemy charging forward, Qi Xuan smiled nonchalantly. Mayflies shaking a tree, they seek their own demise. Although the enemy appeared to number nearly 100,000, a staggering 40 times more than his own forces, Qi Xuan's heart brimmed with confidence despite the daunting numerical disparity. The reasons for his unwavering assurance lay in his astute analysis of the current situation. Though the enemy's ranks seemed formidable, the majority consisted of the elderly, the weak, and women, with able-bodied men numbering less than half. Thus, when one considers these factors, the enemy's actual combat strength dwindled to a mere 50,000. Moreover, their equipment was laughably inadequate. Qi Xuan estimated that no more than 30% of the enemy wielded iron weapons, perhaps even fewer. Most were armed with wooden or bone implements, their leather armor serving little purpose beyond warmth. Furthermore, Qi Xuan and his men occupied a wall nearly 100 meters high, while the enemy could only ascend slowly. Fire at will. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's voice rang out, imbued with confidence and resolve, restoring the morale of his soldiers, who had momentarily been daunted by the sheer size of the enemy forces. In the next instant, hundreds of archers under Qi Xuan's command knocked their arrows in unison, taking aim at the advancing foe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of arrows sliced through the air, delivering a deadly symphony to the enemy. The sound of arrows being released was music to the ears of those on the wall, intoxicating them with its melody. However, for the enemies charging forward, these sounds served as the death knell. Perhaps some were fortunate enough to evade lethal strikes, but their relief was premature. In comparison to those felled by arrows, their struggles were but a few moments of agony. While the hundreds of archers might seem a modest number, the relentless hail of arrows they unleashed was terrifyingly effective, a truth only understood by those who faced it directly. Human endurance has its limits, especially for the ordinary souls gathered below the wall. Even the colossal giants among the enemy could not withstand the onslaught of arrows, let alone the smaller humans. Despite the enemy's preparations of wooden shields, those defenses could scarcely withstand a handful of arrows. As rows of enemies fell, Qi Xuan felt no pity or regret. This was a war of survival, and in such a context, notions of cruelty held no weight. Should Qi Xuan fall to the enemy, he could scarcely fathom the torturous fate that awaited him at their hands. Regarding the moral bottom line of humanity in this world, Qi Xuan has never harbored even a flicker of hope. Naturally, as a person from an era of peace, Qi Xuan generally abhors the mistreatment of captives. Unless the adversary has committed heinous acts or has thoroughly provoked his ire, few can maintain their composure when confronted with death, particularly in circumstances devoid of any glimmer of hope. Witnessing comrades being slaughtered like mere vegetables, many of the free citizens experienced a collapse of their psychological defenses. However, as these individuals turned to flee the battlefield, they were met with death at the hands of their own commanders, who were ever vigilant of the war's tides. In the era of cold weaponry, morale serves as a significant determinant of victory or defeat in warfare. Of course, in addition to morale, factors such as the strength of both sides, their armaments, provisions, and tactical maneuvers hold equal importance. For the free citizens besieged at the city gates, retreat is no longer an option. Having initiated this conflict, their sole choice is victory. At this moment, not only the various commanders among the free citizens, but even the current king, Munderez, dares not suggest a retreat, for the wrathful soldiers would undoubtedly execute their leaders without hesitation should they face defeat or choose to withdraw. War has always been a matter of utmost significance. Victory in battle brings glory, prestige, and profit to the generals, while soldiers secure their very lives. Conversely, defeat leads to a catastrophic fall from grace for the generals, who may even suffer retaliation from their own troops. However, for Qi Xuan, there is no need to fear backlash from his soldiers in the event of failure. Nonetheless, he is not a cold-hearted individual, at least not towards his own. How could he possibly regard those who trust and cherish him as mere pawns or expendable resources? Although his current forces are rewards from the system, over time, he has come to see them as his own people. Thus, Qi Xuan is naturally reluctant to allow their lives to be squandered in vain. Perhaps this is why he has not hastily launched a campaign of conquest, for the losses incurred in defense are significantly lighter than those in offense. Yet, Qi Xuan's strategies are not immutable. Should he possess a considerable advantage, he would not shy away from attacking the enemy. Indeed, he harbors a preference for offense over defense. As he gazed upon the still assaulting adversaries below the city, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps he could recruit a substantial number of soldiers from among these free citizens, albeit their numbers must remain within limits that his core troops could effectively suppress. While Qi Xuan's mind raced with possibilities, he understood that the paramount task at hand was to secure victory in this war. Only by winning this war can these freemen be compelled to accept his enlistment. As he gazed at the numerous freemen who had ascended the walls to a considerable height, a ripple of emotion stirred within Qi Xuan. It must be said that these adversaries are indeed commendable. Although they are currently marching to their demise under the onslaught of arrows, their bravery is worthy of admiration. Perhaps they believe that by merely reaching the top of the walls, they can seize the fortress of despair. But Qi Xuan will make them aware that this is merely a figment of their imagination. It is important to note that Qi Xuan currently commands over 2,000 soldiers. Aside from 300 archers, the remainder are all infantry skilled in close combat. Excluding the 500 infantry stationed at the Black Castle, there are now 1,500 soldiers atop the walls, including archers. Suddenly, Qi Xuan caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. He understood that far too many had perished beneath the walls, their blood soon to form a river. Peering down from the ramparts, he observed that the bodies of the fallen enemies had already accumulated into towering mounds, an unsettling sight indeed. Abruptly, the sound of arrows slicing through the air reached his ears. His keen eyes discerned that the projectiles aimed at him were launched from below. However, before he could intercept them, several royal guards stationed beside him had already raised their shields in defense. The next moment, the arrows struck the shields with a series of sharp clinks. Capture the thief by seizing the king? I share that very intention. Qi Xuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the direction of the enemy leaders. Chapter 23. A cannonade against them. Had Qi Xuan's forces possessed more than 500 cavalry at this moment, he would have undoubtedly charged out to break the enemy lines without hesitation. With his current strength, he was confident in playing the role of the legendary one-man army that could single-handedly rout thousands. Alas, the horses he had previously captured from the night watch amounted to but a mere handful, and at least a third of them had been assigned to his scouts, who vigilantly monitored the movements of the enemy south of the Black Castle. In addition to the insufficient number of cavalry, another hindrance to Qi Xuan's solo charge was his lack of a formidable steed. To traverse through tens of thousands of encircling soldiers on foot would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Though Qi Xuan's prowess had reached superhuman levels, his stamina was ultimately finite. Of course, contemplating such matters now was premature. The most pressing concern was to repel the enemy's assault until they were vanquished. Qi Xuan glanced at the enemy commanders standing a considerable distance away and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. These fellows were far too cautious, maintaining such a distance. Otherwise, with so many archers at his disposal, wouldn't they be able to engage them effectively? Regrettably, the attacking distance was too great. Qi Xuan mused silently, a sense of disappointment washing over him. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. He had inadvertently stumbled upon some remarkable treasures within his system space, which instantly uplifted his spirits. Indeed, Qi Xuan had unexpectedly discovered 10 crossbows. The formidable power and range of these crossbows could easily be imagined by the sheer size of their massive bolts. A single bolt, when released with full force, could effortlessly pierce through more than 10 adversaries, truly a terrifying prospect. As for their range, in Qi Xuan's memory, large crossbows could shoot arrows over distances ranging from several hundred meters to over 1,000. However, he was uncertain of the exact range of the crossbows he possessed. But there was no need for haste. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. As instruments of warfare, the current conflict was indeed the perfect opportunity to validate their might. Suddenly, a crossbow materialized before Qi Xuan. The soldiers atop the city walls displayed expressions of astonishment at this miraculous sight. However, it was not long before the soldiers nearby reacted, swiftly gathering around to position the crossbow atop the wall. "Stand back, I shall fire upon them," Qi Xuan exclaimed, a radiant smile spreading across his face at the sight of the formidable crossbow before him. Perhaps it is an unspoken affection for weaponry that resides in the hearts of most men, be it firearms or other armaments. Although Qi Xuan had yet to experience the touch of modern firearms, the crossbow before him appeared sufficiently enticing. He was on the verge of unleashing its first bolt, which seemed particularly menacing, towering even above an adult. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's command, several soldiers dutifully placed a bolt onto the string of the crossbow. Qi Xuan declined their assistance, determined to test his strength by drawing the string, which typically required the effort of at least a dozen men. With a series of creaks and groans, the string of the crossbow was drawn into a crescent shape. Yet, for Qi Xuan, this was merely the beginning. He still had ample strength to exert. As he continued to pull, the string approached a full moon shape before he reluctantly ceased, fearing it might snap if he continued. He then adjusted the angle of the bolt with great care, aligning it towards the location of the enemy leaders before gradually halting. With a resounding twang, the moment arrived. Qi Xuan released his grip on the string, launching the first bolt into the air. The sound of the bolt's release seemed to eclipse the cacophony of battle cries, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. Though this quietude lasted but a fleeting moment, every eye was drawn to the massive bolt soaring through the sky. Its speed was so astonishingly swift that it left the enemy with no time to react. Within mere seconds of the crossbow bolt being released, it had already made intimate contact with the ground. In the course of this, several bodies in the distance were pierced by the projectile, creating gaping wounds the size of a thigh. As for their fate, it goes without saying. Meanwhile, the fortunate enemy commanders nearby, who had narrowly escaped being struck, were all taken aback. No one had anticipated that Qi Xuan possessed such a formidable weapon. Certainly, in the context of large-scale warfare, crossbows were primarily utilized against siege engines rather than targeting the soldiers manning them. Engaging the enemy soldiers directly was not deemed a tactically sound strategy. Most large crossbows required at least 5 men, and sometimes even 10, to draw the string. Yet, even a fully loosed bolt would inflict casualties of no more than 10 men. After just a few shots, the soldiers tasked with drawing the bow would find their strength nearly depleted. Even if their stamina was not entirely exhausted, their arms would be rendered weary. From a cost-to-casualty perspective, the crossbow appeared somewhat mediocre. However, in the era of cold weapons, morale played a significant role in determining the outcome of battles. One must ponder how many soldiers could remain unperturbed in the face of a towering crossbow bolt. After all, no one wishes to be skewered like livestock by a single shot. With a deep breath, Qi Xuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Glancing around, he soon beheld the fruits of his labor. He had indeed struck well, as his aim had not been overly off-mark. The morale of the soldiers besieging the city plummeted, clearly shaken by the might of the crossbow. Yet among the enemy commanders were those well-versed in warfare, and one of them suddenly shouted out, "Though the enemy's crossbow bolts are powerful, the loading process is exceptionally time-consuming. There is no need for concern. We have a full 100,000 men here. Even if we stand still, It would take them a year to shoot us all. Charge with me. Perhaps realizing the necessity of bolstering morale, more and more enemy officers joined the charge. Upon witnessing this scene, the free soldiers on the ground raised a collective cheer, their spirits visibly lifted. The speed and ferocity of the enemy's charge became markedly more pronounced. However, seeing this, Qi Xuan's smile grew even more radiant. While he was confident in his ability to defeat the enemy, he did not wish to slay too many. After all, in his heart, he envisioned these individuals below as future soldiers and subjects. Yet, for the free men accustomed to their liberties, subjugation would necessitate a display of overwhelming force. As the saying goes, the art of commanding people lies in the application of both kindness and severity. Yet, with free citizens, one must first establish authority before showing benevolence. In the blink of an eye, 3 crossbows manifested near Qi Xuan. Pointing at them, he instructed the soldiers, "Take these 3 crossbows to the foot of the city walls," positioning them not far behind. Surely, when the enemy finally breaches the city gate, they shall be confronted by these formidable crossbows aimed directly at them. One can only wonder what emotions will stir within them at that moment. Naturally, behind the walls, there are numerous infantry and archers. As for why we do not seal the gate completely with stones, it is simply unnecessary. Chapter 24, Victory Swish. 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 During the ensuing moments, Qi Xuan, akin to a spirited child weighing 140 pounds, reveled in manipulating the crossbows atop the city walls. Although, for various reasons, the firing rate of the crossbows was not particularly rapid, the psychological pressure they exerted upon the besieging enemy far surpassed any other. After all, even a giant wielding a shield would find it impossible to withstand such projectiles. Unreservedly, at this moment, Qi Xuan and the crossbows in his hands stood as the most captivating figures on the battlefield. Naturally, the morale of Qi Xuan's soldiers surged, their fighting spirit ignited. To Qi Xuan's adversaries, amidst the relentless assaults and scaling of the walls by the free citizens, he and his crossbows appeared exceedingly conspicuous. At this moment, countless enemies were fixated on the awe-inspiring crossbows and the figure of Qi Xuan operating them. An increasing number of free citizens surged towards Qi Xuan's position. Their intentions unclear. Were they aiming to dismantle the crossbows on the walls, or to eliminate the ostentatious Qi Xuan? Regardless of how noble their aspirations might be, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Although Qi Xuan presently resembled a handsome dandy, adorned only in opulent silks of minimal defense, the enemy might have perceived him as an easy target for a swift strike. Yet, often, the eyes can deceive, especially in times of uncertain intelligence. For instance, after an arduous passage of time, a fortunate few from the enemy finally managed to scale the walls of the seemingly insurmountable fortress. Having evaded the soldiers' attacks, these enemies hastened towards Qi Xuan's position. However, in the next instant, these valiant fortunate souls were met with the astonishing and despair-inducing might of the royal guards. Of course, the number of royal guards beside Qi Xuan was limited. Nevertheless, some still fought valiantly to reach him. Just as these individuals, their faces twisted with malice, prepared to slay Qi Xuan, they were met with yet another shock. As Qi Xuan unsheathed the long sword from his waist and began to wield it, the enemies were granted their first glimpse of his formidable prowess. If it could be said that Qi Xuan previously lacked in combat experience, the fighting skills he now exhibited were by no means inferior to those of most elite soldiers. Guided by an inexplicable intuition and instinct, Qi Xuan's attacks were executed with precision and grace, infused with an artistic beauty. If that were all, it would suffice, but when paired with his extraordinary physical attributes, there was but one word to describe Qi Xuan: invincible. Indeed, at this moment, Qi Xuan demonstrated strength that surpassed even that of the royal guards. Though the long sword in his hand was merely an ordinary weapon, not a single enemy could withstand his strike. His seemingly slender frame now unleashed a power rivaling that of giants. In truth, Qi Xuan's strength had already surpassed 3 meters, nearing that of 4-meter-tall giants. Whiz. Not far away, a fiery-haired archer named Yi Guruete suddenly loosed an arrow. As a woman of freeborn heritage, she was far more than just a pretty face. Her archery skills had already surpassed those of the majority of archers. Her participation in this battle stemmed not only from her role as Qi Xuan's maid, but also from the deeper bond that had formed between them recently. As for any notion that she was betraying her kin, that could not be further from the truth. The freeborn forces in the region comprised multiple tribes. Due to the scarcity of food and the competition for women and territory, these tribes had long been embroiled in conflict. The effort it took for the current king of freeborn, Redmonds, to unite them was beyond measure. Of course, his remarkable personal charisma and strategic acumen played a crucial role. Yet, the most pressing reason for their alliance was the looming threat posed by the others and the endless corpses. The others possessed intelligence that rivaled that of humans. And in addition to their formidable strength, their only vital point was their heads. As for the king of the others, this figure could effortlessly slay dragons, instilling sheer terror. The corpses, known as wights, were beings killed by the others, and their bodies could be transformed into mindless wights. Bang, bang, bang. At the city gate, the freeborn forces were relentlessly ramming their siege equipment against the gates. After a prolonged assault, the gates finally yielded to their might. Just as the enemy soldiers wore expressions of triumph, the giants and freeborn outside the gates suddenly changed their demeanor. For at that very moment, as the gates splintered open, a massive bolt had already been launched towards them. In an instant, a line of bodies was skewered by the colossal projectile. Even the gigantic giants could not escape the fate of being struck down by the bolt. The enemy's moment of relief was short-lived, for behind the city gates lay 3 enormous crossbows. 3 ballistae simultaneously released their bolts, causing the enemy forces outside the city gates to lose their fervor for assault. In addition to this, dozens of archers nearby relentlessly unleashed their arrows. In an instant, the area around the city gates fell into a stalemate. Realizing that a breach was temporarily unattainable, the enemy placed all their hopes upon the city walls. Although these free men were not physically inferior to most soldiers of Qi Xuan, the disparity in equipment was glaring. Nevertheless, despite these advantages, Qi Xuan's soldiers continued to fall, for the enemy undeniably held a significant numerical advantage. Yet, the geographical advantage of Qi Xuan was formidable. Even if the enemy fortuitously managed to ascend the walls amidst countless arrows and falling stones, their stamina would surely be depleted. However, one must never underestimate the latent potential and fighting spirit that humans can muster for survival. Many miracles that ordinary people cannot fathom are often born from such tenacity. Observing comrades atop the walls, some of whom had been alive mere moments ago, now forever ensnared in eternal slumber, Qi Xuan felt a suffocating sensation in his heart, an emotion he could not comprehend amidst the enemy's demise. This war must come to an end. Qi Xuan glanced around, suddenly murmuring to himself. In the next moment, he charged toward the direction of the Freeman King, Redmond's. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy had already scaled the walls. However, they were cunning and did not rush towards Qi Xuan as the others had. After all, the prowess of Qi Xuan and the royal guards was terrifying. Simply witnessing them dispatch enemies with the ease of slicing through melons instilled dread in the hearts of most foes. The glances exchanged among Redmond's and the other enemy leaders revealed their intention to exhaust Qi Xuan and his allies. Perhaps they awaited the final opportunity to strike, aiming to slay Qi Xuan for their own glory. Yet, their chances had evaporated, as Qi Xuan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the Freeman King, now floundering atop the wall. With no escape in sight, Redmond's bellowed in fury and charged toward Qi Xuan. Humph! Qi Xuan scoffed coldly, brandishing his longsword. With a resounding thud, Redmond's abruptly halted. It was evident that he had much to express, but at that moment, his life had reached its conclusion. Redmond's lay slain. The enemy surrendered without further bloodshed. In the next moment, a thunderous shout erupted on the battlefield. At Qi Xuan's signal, a royal guard severed the head of the Freeman King and raised it high. In that moment, Qi Xuan knew he had triumphed in this war. After all, the enemy forces were originally a coalition, and with the demise of their leader, it is likely they will soon descend into chaos. Indeed, as he anticipated, witnessing the death of their commander plunged the opposing army into turmoil. Countless free folk began to flee, while others succumbed to frenzied violence. Yet, the majority chose to lay down their arms and surrender. Chapter 25. An epic victory in the sky not far from the Great Wall, a black crow appeared. Its presence unknown until now. The crow's gaze was fixed intently upon the battlefield, observing the war nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Qi Xuan felt a profound sensation of being watched. Perhaps his heightened perception and mental acuity were at play, for he found his senses remarkably sharp, particularly his intuition. Following that instinct, his gaze turned toward the source. A seemingly ordinary black crow was calmly observing him, as if trying to discern something. However, in the face of this seemingly mundane creature, Qi Xuan could not help but furrow his brow. If memory served him right, these crows in the original narrative were the spies of the three-eyed raven. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the crows throughout the continent of Westeros acted as the eyes for the opposing side. Perhaps it was precisely this knowledge that allowed him to maintain control of the situation and ultimately place his heir, Bran Stark, upon the throne. Caw! As if sensing the malice in Qi Xuan's gaze, the crow suddenly cried out and took flight. The three-eyed raven? Could this be a ploy orchestrated by him in the recent attack by the free folk? Qi Xuan mused silently. After all, in the original tale, the large-scale assault on the wall by the free folk occurred far later and was not nearly as extensive. Could it be that they sensed some shift in the future? Or perhaps they believed he would become an obstacle to their goals. In truth, while watching the original series, Qi Xuan had often pondered, why did all the other humans appear so ordinary, while this individual possessed powers that seemed almost inhuman? He wondered if he might be a messenger of some deity, or perhaps a resurrected god himself. Of course, these remained mere speculations in Qi Xuan's mind. With these thoughts, the joy he felt from the recent victory quickly diminished. To truly achieve his ambitions, this war was but a trivial matter. After all, when Daenerys Targaryen arrived on the shores of Westeros, she would bring with her 3 young dragons. Although these dragons had not yet hatched for long, the largest among them would already measure several dozen meters in length. Fortunately, the dragons of this world were not invincible. To maximize their potential, each dragon would require a dragon rider. Yet, these riders remained mere mortals, devoid of any extraordinary powers. An epic victory has been achieved, and congratulations to the host for receiving a substantial war package. Suddenly, the sound of the system's notification resonated in Qi Xuan's ears. In that moment, its melody was exceptionally pleasing to hear, at least to Qi Xuan's ears. Upon opening the package, he received 1 life elixir, 1 source power, 1 soul crystal. Upon hearing the names of the items received, Qi Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of the life elixir, for it could extend one's lifespan by a decade. As for the other 2 items, this was his first encounter with them. Although he was eager to examine the details of the acquired items, the timing was not appropriate. With that thought, Qi Xuan began to survey the entire battlefield. The figures of the fleeing enemies were receding further into the distance, soon to vanish from view entirely. Behind them, Qi Xuan chose not to dispatch pursuers. After all, the task of pursuit was best suited for light cavalry. Could a person's 2 legs outrun a horse S4? However, the current situation was such that Qi Xuan had a limited number of horses at his disposal, most of which were inferior or aged, as the condition of the night watchmen had been dire. After all, the news of the White Walkers had faded for thousands of years, and the majority of the populace considered them mere myth. Strangely enough, this world is quite marvelous. Magic exists for most of the time, but its presence ebbs and flows like the tides. When the concentration of magic was high, gods were born, and countless dragons and magical beings emerged. Conversely, when the concentration diminished, magical creatures like dragons largely vanished, and those wielding magic, such as sorcerers and witches, lost their powers. While many in the original tale claimed that the return of magic was brought about by dragons, Qi Xuan did not subscribe to this belief. After all, even in the absence of dragons, the land of eternal winter beyond the wall had always been home to the White Walkers and their king. Of course, these uncertain matters were of little concern to Qi Xuan at present. The most pressing issue was how to manage the aftermath of the battle. Fortunately, the soldiers under his command seemed to possess experience, as they began to busily and methodically attend to their tasks. Some soldiers were engaged in the integration and control of captives, others were searching for and tending to the wounded among their ranks, while still others vigilantly observed the surrendered freedmen. It must be said that, following this victory, Qi Xuan's forces were not lacking in manpower. If he could successfully assimilate these surrendered freedmen, his ranks would swell to over 10,000. While the influx of a large population may lead to numerous subsequent challenges, such as logistical support and security issues, these hurdles are inevitable for those who aspire to conquer the world. After all, it is implausible for Qi Xuan to rely solely on system soldiers to dominate this realm, in contrast to those who would eradicate the indigenous people to seize territory. Qi Xuan favors a method of cultural integration. Although this approach may appear to demand considerable time, spanning decades or even generations, Qi Xuan is confident that he possesses sufficient time. The notion of exterminating an entire continent's native population, only to shamelessly declare that the land rightfully belongs to one's own ethnicity, is undeniably barbaric and cold-hearted. If Qi Xuan's memory serves him correctly, the continent of Westeros has previously endured such horrific and bloody events. It is said that this land was initially inhabited by giants and the children of the forest, alongside the invasions of the first men, the Undulls, and the Roiner. The giants and the children of the forest have been nearly driven to extinction, perhaps only finding refuge in the icy realms beyond the wall. The motive for these invasions of Westeros was the overwhelming power of the Valyrians from another continent. At the zenith of House Valyria's might, They once deployed 300 dragons in a single campaign against their foes. However, as with all things, glory is followed by desolation, and they soon faced obliteration. Only the Targaryens, a noble family of Valyria, managed to escape this calamity. Observing that the soldiers were proceeding with their tasks in an orderly fashion, Qi Xuan refrained from uttering further words. Although his garments were stained with blood, he had no intention of vacating the battlefield immediately. Despite feeling utterly uncomfortable and yearning for a bath and a change of clothes, he remained steadfast. Chapter 26. A change in narrative suddenly. Qi Xuan turned his gaze towards Ygritte and the royal guards nearby, perhaps due to the formidable defense of their armor or their own exceptional strength. The royal guards appeared to be in good condition. In contrast, Ygritte, whose physical attributes paled in comparison to the royal guards, was visibly struggling. Her breath came in quick gasps, and her limbs trembled slightly. Clearly, the previous battle had nearly exhausted her stamina. Ygritte, you should return and rest, Qi Xuan advised. Upon hearing his words, Ygritte's eyes instinctively sought his. At that moment, Qi Xuan wore a warm smile, instantly warming her heart. Gazing at his undeniably handsome visage, particularly his ever-confident gaze, Ygritte's cheeks flushed with color. All right. The once boisterous and boyish Ygritte now radiated a gentle femininity. After a gentle acknowledgement, Yi Guruete reluctantly departed from the city wall. You all should take your rest. Your protection is no longer required for the time being. Qi Xuan addressed the royal guards who had been shielding him. Upon hearing his words, the guards exchanged glances, nodded in understanding, and then bowed slightly to Qi Xuan before making their exit. Their confidence in leaving stemmed not only from the numerous soldiers surrounding Qi Xuan at that moment, but also from their awareness of his formidable personal strength. In the presence of such overwhelming power, who could possibly harm him? However, it is undeniable that the world would soon witness an increasing number of formidable beings. Beyond the three-headed dragon and the crimson-robed which featured in the original narrative, many powerful entities remained absent from the television adaptation. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan resolved to inspect the details of the items he had recently acquired. Name, source power, quality, golden, quantity, 1 drop, effect, upon use. It significantly enhances the user's perception of magical and other special energies, while also augmenting physical potential. Description, an exceedingly rare energy in the universe. Its value far exceeds your imagination. Name, soul crystal, quality, golden, quantity, 1 effect, can be infused into a weapon, resulting in the weapon gaining sentience and an enhancement in quality. Description, do you desire a mightier weapon? Gasp. Upon examining the detailed information of these 2 items, Qi Xuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. Logically, after opening so many gift packs, he should not have been so taken aback. However, he silently apologized to his system, realizing that its power surpassed his expectations. Each time he presumed he had reached its limits, it would surprise him anew. It is worth noting that his current life-saving skill held merely a golden quality. Now, these 2 newly acquired items also possessed the same golden standard, truly astonishing. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Qi Xuan unhesitatingly retrieved the source power from his system space. The moment the shimmering source power appeared in his hand, an intense yearning surged within him. His entire being seemed to cry out in desperation, "Consume it! Quickly consume it!" Even the soldiers nearby found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the droplet of source power. Suddenly, Qi Xuan sensed an inexplicable danger. It felt as if something dreadful would occur if he did not secure this droplet immediately. It was as though a terrifying entity were being lured by the source power. Gulp. Trusting his instincts, Qi Xuan decisively tossed the droplet into his mouth without hesitation. In the next moment, he sensed a transformation within his body. What is this? Qi Xuan discovered that his physique seemed to have become significantly more acute. He could perceive a force flowing through the air of this world. Although this force appeared to be quite tenuous at present, Qi Xuan nonetheless felt its immense potential. Perhaps this was the magic of this world? He pondered silently. If I can sense this power, does it imply that I might also wield it? As this thought crossed his mind, he was astonished to see a flicker of flame suddenly manifest upon his fingertips. Though this flame seemed minuscule, Qi Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this what they refer to as magic and mystique? Perhaps due to his extensive experience with games, Qi Xuan had always regarded mages as more formidable than warriors. After all, why would so many people exalt magical professions with titles such as Lord of Magic? While Qi Xuan reveled in the joy of victory, the continent itself was far from tranquil. Accompanying King Robert in his southern expedition was Ned Stark, who had received the latest news conveyed by ravens. As the Guardian of the North, he was profoundly enraged by Qi Xuan's unauthorized assault on the Night's Watch and the occupation of the Wall and Black Castle. To everyone, this was a blatant affront to him and the Stark lineage. If he could not vanquish Qi Xuan and his cohorts, which noble in the north would still hold him in reverence as their lord? Although Ned longed to return to his stronghold of Winterfell, reality dictated otherwise. King Robert vehemently opposed his return, insisting that their adversaries numbered only in the thousands. Moreover, various other factors silently conspired to hinder his departure. After all, it had taken considerable effort to persuade the Wolf, Stark, Duke to head south, and the ensuing drama would be incomplete without his participation. Although barely a decade had passed since the last Usurpers' War, peace had graced the continent for far too long. The sons of great nobles remained great nobles. The sons of lesser nobles remained lesser nobles, and the sons of commoners remained commoners. In such a climate, an increasing number of individuals found themselves dissatisfied with their circumstances, yearning for the arrival of war. Chaos is the ladder to progress. To the north of the Wall, in an unknown realm, an elderly man with white hair, fused with a fish-like tree, was deep in contemplation, as if grappling with a perplexing dilemma. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. How intriguing! Yet, all outcomes are preordained. The struggles of mortals are destined to be in vain. Nearby, a dozen peculiar-looking young women surrounded the limping elder. They were referred to as maidens, as their appearances were remarkably youthful, and their statures were not particularly tall. Go, return with that boy from House Stark, the old man with white hair suddenly spoke. Chapter 27. The military merit system. It must be said that indulging in a warm bath when one's body is weary is a splendid delight. Observing that the aftermath of the war was proceeding without issues, Qi Xuan ultimately returned to his residence. As a man with a slight obsession for cleanliness, he could no longer endure the stench of blood that clung to him. At this moment, Qi Xuan tightly closed his eyes, quietly soaking in the warm bath. Only during such a time could he savor a tranquility that was uniquely his own. However, peaceful moments are always fleeting. Splash! The sound of water splashing reached Qi Xuan's ears, yet he did not open his eyes, for he was deep in thought about some profoundly significant matters. With the continuous growth of his forces, numerous considerations required attention. Should he manage his troops according to the existing systems of this continent, or draw inspiration from historical precedents of his previous life? As for why he would not adopt the modern societal structures from his former existence, the implementation of systems must align with the rhythm of the times. Applying democratic principles in a feudal era is evidently not suitable. After all, setting aside the current era's lagging social productivity, the general populace's level of education is alarmingly low. When the granaries are full, the people will understand etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, they will recognize honor and shame. Upon reflecting on this, Qi Xuan involuntarily exhaled a deep breath. Perhaps it was the soothing warmth of the water that revitalized his weary body, for at this moment, his mind felt remarkably clear. Countless pieces of information from history textbooks flickered through his mind until he suddenly recalled the four great dynasties of ancient China: Qin, Han, Tang, and Ming. To truly conquer this continent, or even the entire world, perhaps I require a method or policy capable of uniting the vast majority of people. This policy must incite soldiers to rejoice at the prospect of battle, fostering a fervent desire for war in order to achieve great deeds. Furthermore, the common folk must also be able to partake in this endeavor and reap its benefits. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's eyes flew open. An idea surged forth in his mind, reminiscent of a very famous event from his previous life, the reforms of Xiangyang. The reason the Qin state was able to unify the land, aside from the diligent governance of various Qin kings before Emperor Qin Shi Huang, was largely due to Xiangyang's reforms. It was the encouragement of agriculture and warfare within these reforms that thoroughly ignited the fervor and fighting spirit of the Qin's military and populace. Its emergence provided countless commoners with the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of nobility and officials. In this era of rigid class structures, where the common folk find themselves bereft of any opportunity to ascend to nobility, one cannot help but ponder the allure of Xiangyang's reform policies. Indeed, for the lower strata of society, the prospects appear utterly bleak, as they perceive no glimmer of hope for elevating their status throughout their lives. Not only the commoners, but even the illegitimate offspring and younger sons of nobility find themselves legally barred from inheriting titles and lands. Perhaps this very predicament is why, throughout the centuries, uprisings and turmoil have incessantly erupted in this world. The populace yearns for the outbreak of war, aspiring to achieve glory and, albeit with a minuscule probability, attain noble titles and estates. Beyond the sovereign perched atop the power hierarchy, do not the other nobles and lords also harbor ambitions of climbing the social ladder? As these contemplations deepened, Qi Xuan's gaze gradually became vacant. He leaned gently against the edge of the bath, his eyes turned towards the sky above at an angle. In this moment of mental detachment, his enchanting eyes appeared somewhat lost. When Qi Xuan finally emerged from his reverie, he realized that the twilight had descended outside. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had elapsed during his bathing. Fortunately, the water in the bath remained at a comfortable temperature, suggesting that someone had been diligently replenishing it with hot water. At this juncture, Qi Xuan suddenly felt a twinge of hunger. As he rose from the water, he was startled to discover that his legs felt somewhat feeble. This perplexed him greatly, for his physical condition had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. How could a mere few hours in a hot bath lead to such a sensation of weakness? After a moment's thought, Qi Xuan resolved to abandon the inquiry into the cause. The paramount task at hand was to record the thoughts he had pondered for hours and subsequently revise and augment them in light of the current era. With a swift motion, he dried himself off with a cloth and adorned himself in a new silk hanfu. Upon entering the dining hall, he noticed a royal guard holding a stack of parchment. Was this the report of the battle? Qi Xuan cast a cursory glance at the guard before taking his seat at the head of the table. He then lifted a bowl of rice with his left hand and, with his right, deftly picked up some vegetables with chopsticks. Compared to the culinary offerings of this world, Qi Xuan found himself more inclined towards Chinese cuisine, perhaps due to years of accustomed taste. Yes, my lord, the royal guard with the battle report began. The conflict erupted at the Great Wall of Despair, and ultimately, we achieved a resounding victory. A rough estimate indicates that approximately 3,000 enemy soldiers have perished, over 1,000 have sustained injuries, more than 60,000 have surrendered, and over 30,000 have fled. Among those who surrendered, more than half possessed little combat capability, comprising the elderly, women, and children. Currently, all captives have been accommodated in a cleared area within the Great Wall of Despair. This arrangement is necessitated by our limited capacity to confine them in prisons. After providing a brief explanation, the individual proceeded to read aloud the battle report. Our own casualties in this skirmish amounted to 32 fatalities, 615 injuries, and 53 individuals missing. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan cast a puzzled glance at him. My lord, the missing count is due to the fact that we have yet to locate the bodies of our opponents. After all, the sheer number of corpses on the battlefield is overwhelming. The reader, having noticed Qi Xuan's gaze, offered this clarification. Qi Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. We expended a considerable number of arrows, suffered damage to various weapons and armor, and seized countless pieces of enemy equipment, though most of it consisted of ordinary leather armor. Soon, as the reader concluded the report, Qi Xuan found himself satisfied after his meal. Although the entertainment options in this world appear scarce compared to modern society, he felt fortunate to at least enjoy a proper meal. Relishing Chinese cuisine rather than the dark culinary experiments akin to gazing at the stars or bread as hard as rock. Chapter 28. The military merit system. Observing the royal guards beside him, Qi Xuan abruptly realized that he had overlooked a significant matter. Beyond their formidable personal prowess, these royal guards also possessed commendable military acumen. Although he had yet to witness their battle achievements, it was evident that leading troops would pose no challenge for them. Thus, keeping them by his side seemed a considerable waste. If his own strength were lacking, it would be understandable. However, Qi Xuan was confident that his personal abilities had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of humanity in this world. Of course, even someone as formidable as Arthur Dayne, the Dawn Sword among the Iron Guards, could not escape the fate of death. Qi Xuan's confidence in facing assassination stemmed from his unique ability to resurrect himself. Otherwise, could the pinnacle of humanity truly confront 1,000 foes or vanquish a fully grown dragon? Heaven, earth, profound, yellow, universe, chaos, literature, and martial arts. These are the names of the 10 royal guards, all sharing the surname Wang. It is undeniable that their names alone distinguish them from ordinary soldiers, whose names often consist of random surnames and numbers, resembling mass-produced beings. Royal guards, heed my command, Qi Xuan suddenly proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the 5 royal guards in the hall responded in unison. I have resolved to implement reforms within the military. 5 men shall form a unit, led by a unit leader. 2 units shall constitute a squad, overseen by a squad leader. 10 squads shall form 100, commanded by a captain, and 10 hundreds shall create 1,000, led by 1,000 commander. Henceforth, I appoint each of you as 1,000 commander, and you are permitted to select 100 soldiers from our original ranks, while the remaining 900 shall be chosen from our captives. I am indifferent to how you train your respective forces. My sole requirement is that they adhere to my commands. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the 5 royal guards exchanged glances, each visage adorned with an uncontrollable smile. It was evident that they wholeheartedly endorsed Qi Xuan's directive, even to the point of unreserved satisfaction. After all, despite their unwavering loyalty, they were not dissimilar to other mortals, possessing their own emotions, desires, and aspirations. When faced with the allure of power, how many can genuinely resist? Compared to their current roles as guards, the position of 1,000 commander is undoubtedly far more alluring. The most significant factor, however, lies in their awareness that, given Qi Xuan's formidable strength, the presence or absence of guards would matter little. This realization is what piqued their interest. Who would not be tempted by fame and fortune, even upon this unfamiliar land? They yearn for the opportunity to achieve renown. Not only they, but Qi Xuan himself is also unable to resist the allure of glory and wealth. Otherwise, he would not so fervently desire to conquer more territory. With the defeat of countless formidable foes, he would seize greater dominions, and his name would resonate throughout the world. In that moment, multitudes aspiring for greatness would flock to his side, and countless beauties would yearn for his affection. Most importantly, the extent of territory directly influences the quality of the fiefdom bestowed. Indeed, the 5 royal guards chorused in unison. The radiant smiles upon their faces revealed their profound delight. Very well, Qi Xuan nodded, continuing, I shall dictate, and you shall record. Furthermore, from this moment forth, a meritocratic system shall be instituted within the military. Any soldier who vanquishes an enemy shall be eligible for promotion. A soldier who slays one foe shall be elevated to unit leader. A unit leader who defeats 3 shall ascend to squad leader. A squad leader who conquers 10 shall become a captain, and a captain shall advance to 1,000 commander, contingent upon specific assessments in addition to their kills. Moreover, soldiers may accumulate military merits not only for promotions, but also to exchange for wealth, weaponry, and various goods. Conditions for the acquisition of nobility shall be announced subsequently, granting titles to those who meet the criteria. Next, I shall outline the military edicts. 1. Obey the military commands. Violators shall face public execution. 2. Upon capturing castles and towns, looting, killing, or violating civilians is strictly forbidden. Offenders shall be executed publicly. 3. Rewards for merit and punishments for faults. At this point, Qi Xuan abruptly paused. His gaze fell upon the 5 individuals who were diligently recording his words, and he continued. As for the military matters, this shall suffice for the time being. Further discussions will follow for supplementation and adjustment. After some contemplation, Qi Xuan resolved to articulate all that he had in mind at once. Among our captives, there are numerous women, and I fundamentally encourage the soldiers to establish families. Remember, women must not be coerced. Their consent is paramount. Those captives who do not wish to serve in the military must engage in labor without compensation for a specified duration to earn their freedom. As for the civilians who are either unsuitable for military service or unwilling to enlist, they must contribute to logistical construction, for which they will receive a monetary reward. After careful consideration, Qi Xuan deemed these provisions adequate for the moment. After all, even if his mind brimmed with countless measures, one must take things step by step, as haste yields no fruitful results. In contrast to the intricate and convoluted civil matters, the immediate priority remains to bolster the strength of his military. For in any realm, without power, one possesses no voice. No matter how prosperous and abundant a territory may be, it merely becomes a cash cow in the eyes of others. Only with a formidable army can one safeguard all possessions and personal security. Mere wealth without strength is insufficient. Who can guarantee what is given when it can easily be seized? Very well, that will be all. You may leave now, and kindly inform the other 5 as well. Suddenly, Qi Xuan spoke. Yes, the 5 royal guards responded in unison, rising to their feet. As he watched them bow and depart, Qi Xuan suddenly realized he had overlooked something. He glanced around and inquired, Where is Yi Guruete? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's question, a maid in the hall replied, My lord, this afternoon, Yi Guruete suddenly expressed her fatigue and retired early to rest. Qi Xuan looked at the young and beautiful maid and couldn't help but smile. In truth, prior to conquering the Great Wall of Despair, he had commanded his soldiers to select several young and attractive maids from the surrendered free folk. After all, his daily needs required someone to manage them. As for why he chose only the young and beautiful, Qi Xuan admitted to being visually impaired when it came to faces. He could hardly discern beauty, and all such selections were the unilateral actions of his subordinates. Qi Xuan suddenly rose and made his way to his chamber. Upon entering, he discovered that the maid from earlier had followed him inside. Chapter 29. The enemy approaches sometimes. Time truly flies. Today marks the 5th day since the Free Folk army besieged the city. Over the past 5 days, Qi Xuan's daily routine has been remarkably fulfilling. Each day has been devoted not only to the practice of martial arts and the pursuit of literature, but, more frequently, to the meticulous study of maps. With a significant enhancement in both perception and mental acuity, Qi Xuan has discovered that his memory has vastly improved, and his capacity to learn has also strengthened. Although the training regimen of these few days may not have dramatically augmented his strength, any progress, however gradual, is still progress. As for the maps, they are meticulously crafted based on the original depictions recalled from his past life. It is undeniable that the land in this world is vast. Westeros, the continent where the primary narrative unfolds, constitutes merely one of 4 major land masses. Within the confines of the map, the territory currently under Qi Xuan's control appears rather insignificant on the expanse of Westeros. In truth, the land he occupies holds little value, as the north is known for its harsh and frigid climate. While the north occupies approximately half the area of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, it is characterized by its cold weather and sparse population, resulting in widespread poverty among both the local lords and their subjects. It is worth noting that the poverty of these lords is relative, measured against their counterparts in the other 6 kingdoms. Curiously, despite the vastness of the north, the Stark family, as the Dukes of the North, possesses only one stronghold, Winterfell. This reality raises a pressing concern. Aside from Ned Stark's eldest son, Robb Stark, who is entitled to inherit the title and the estate of Winterfell, his brothers may be destined to become landless knights upon reaching adulthood. As for Ned Stark's acknowledged illegitimate son, Jon Snow, it is difficult to believe that Ned would be unaware of Jon's conscription into the Night's Watch at the Wall. It may well have been tacitly endorsed by him. Logically, one would expect that the sons of the Duke of the North could each be granted a domain within such a vast territory. Yet, the stark truth is that they cannot. In fact, the Karstark family, currently a branch of the Stark lineage, has its origins in a distant past. Although the Stark family appears to dominate the North, wielding unparalleled power, several other families within the North are equally formidable. Despite being compelled to yield to the Starks for various reasons, they harbor ambitions for the title of the North's ruler. For Qi Xuan, this presents a highly advantageous prospect. It suggests that once he dismantles the Stark family's hold, those powerful vassals will likely be disinclined to heed his commands. Nevertheless, these dynamics will not alter the ultimate outcome. The only distinction lies in the potential impact on the duration of Qi Xuan's conquest of the North. Sir, a substantial enemy force has been discovered in the south, currently stationed not far from us in Hope End Town. This is the intelligence we have gathered. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qi Xuan's ear. Upon turning, he recognized the scout responsible for intelligence. Very well, place the information on the table. You may take your leave to rest. I shall not forget your contributions, Qi Xuan replied with a sudden smile. Yes, my lord, the scout affirmed. Placing the documents on the table before turning to depart, Qi Xuan then perused the contents of the letter, and moments later called out. Inform Wang Tian and the others to convene. Before long, Wang Tian and his 10 companions arrived at the council hall. Initially, these 10 were members of Qi Xuan's royal guard, tasked with ensuring his safety. Just days prior, Qi Xuan had appointed them as captains, each commanding 1,000 men. Of course, among their ranks, only 100 were system soldiers, with the remaining 900 positions needing to be filled from among the captives. Although the recruitment of these captives posed various challenges, Qi Xuan was confident that the freedmen had little choice. After all, having been trapped north of the Great Wall, they harbored deep envy and resentment towards the humans south of it. For the free men who dared to cross southward, the lords of the northern territories had only one response: execution. In truth, this sentiment extended beyond the north. Even the lords of the other 6 nations outside the northern realm exhibited a similarly harsh attitude towards freedmen. While there may be myriad complex reasons behind this, it signified that coexistence between the freedmen and the lords south of the wall was unattainable. The land of this continent is finite, and the nobles who currently hold fiefs have long since divided all territories south of the Great Wall. Many aspiring nobles possess only a title, with no lands to their name. It must be said that the pace of civilization's development on this continent is exceedingly slow. Even after millennia, they remain entrenched in a feudal medieval era. Is there a lack of intelligent minds in this world? Clearly not. Is there a dearth of understanding regarding the significance of technology and knowledge? Perhaps. As an interest group, the nobility knows precisely how to sustain a system that favors their own interests. Only by stifling the dissemination of knowledge and the advancement of technology can they ensure their benefits remain intact. Perhaps this explains why individuals in this world often scorn scholars, deeming them cowards. After all, it is pure martial prowess that commands respect, while scholars are often seen as incapable of defending themselves. Yet, the true great nobles are well aware of the capabilities and significance of scholars. How many soldiers do you currently command? Qi Xuan inquired suddenly. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's inquiry, Wang Tian and his companions exchanged glances before one of them spoke up. My lord, for the sake of prudence, over the past 5 days we have recruited approximately 5,000 individuals from the captives and have provided them with basic training. Although the duration of the training was rather limited, their prior foundations were commendable. Once properly equipped, their capabilities should prove satisfactory. Thanks to the military merit system previously announced by you, the soldiers are currently brimming with enthusiasm, each eager to achieve great deeds. Upon hearing Wang Tian's words, Qi Xuan nodded in satisfaction. It is important to note that the reforms of Xiangyang have had a profound impact in history, particularly the system of farming and warfare. As a crucial component of this system, the military merit system's formidable nature is beyond mere description. In a world where the vast majority of the lower populace sees no hope for advancement, it shines like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Often, the reason individuals choose to remain apathetic or complacent is not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because the paths to elevation have been completely obstructed. When both striving and passivity yield no progress, why should one toil like a beast of burden? This understanding is not lost on the inhabitants of this land. Rather, many feign ignorance for their own benefit. For Qi Xuan, the only way to effortlessly achieve his path of conquest is to unite all available forces. Chapter 30. The Army at the Gates. Excellent. Here is the intelligence regarding the enemy forces. Please take a look, Qi Xuan instructed, gesturing towards the information on the table. Following his words, one individual picked up the report and began to read. The enemy army has arrived at our southwestern rear at Huguan town and will reach the outskirts of Black Castle within a few hours. Their numbers are approximately 8,000 strong, led by the Stark family sigil of the Dire Wolf, with an increasing number of lords joining their ranks. Currently, the enemy's cavalry consists of around 2,000 men. As Wang Tian and his companions perused the enemy intelligence, Qi Xuan's mind began to reflect and ponder. If memory serves, during the original narrative, Robb Stark gathered an army of about 20,000 when marching south. Of course, that was because he faced the allied forces of the Warden and the West, and even to deter other neutral lords and nobles. I did not anticipate that so many vassals and troops would gather against me. It seems they wish to showcase the Stark family's renown. Contemplating Robb Stark, the young wolf lord from the original tale, Qi Xuan could not help but shake his head. While the opponent was indeed a military genius, his allies were lamentably inept. Furthermore, Robb's somewhat naive nature destined him to fall short of being a competent ruler. The tragic event of the Red Wedding in the original narrative can be attributed not only to the cunning of the enemies, but also significantly to the protagonist's betrayal of his own vows. Despite having committed to a marriage alliance, he foolishly weds another woman in a trivial manner. Did he truly believe that allowing his uncle to marry the intended bride would resolve the situation? One must ponder for the deceived nobles. Does such humiliation not deserve to be cleansed by blood? The most naive of all is that Robb, in his folly, led his vassals into the very castle of the lord he had deceived. Although the concept of guest right exists in this world of nobility, one must never overestimate the moral thresholds of others. As for the so-called guest right, it is a sacred privilege on the continent of Westeros, activated when a guest arrives at the host's abode, receiving bread and salt. During the guest's stay, neither party may harm the other. Violating guest right is a transgression of divine law, intolerable by the gods. Correspondingly, there are established customs to deny or terminate guest right. Yet, such beliefs in guest right are naively held. After all, it is often said that in battles, envoys should not be slain, but throughout history, countless messengers have met their doom at the hands of their hosts. Suddenly, Qi Xuan was startled by a series of thunderous sounds from outside. Before he could investigate, a soldier entered the council hall. My lord, the enemy's main force has arrived outside the Black Castle. Upon hearing the soldier's report, Qi Xuan rose instinctively and proceeded outside. Those who were previously engaged in gathering intelligence, including Wang Tian, halted and followed closely behind him. Soon, Qi Xuan and his companions reached the walls of the Black Castle. As they gazed outward, a sea of black-clad figures had amassed outside, numbering nearly 10,000. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the previous onslaught by the free folk, the threat they posed to Qi Xuan was far greater. In contrast to the struggling free folk, the northern lords undoubtedly enjoyed a life of luxury. This was evident not only in their lavish lifestyles, but also in the equipment of their armies. While the majority of northern soldiers donned leather armor, a considerable number of knights were clad in full iron armor. Furthermore, their weapons were all forged from iron. Notably, the presence of over 2,000 light cavalry was particularly striking. It is well known how formidable cavalry can be in open battle. Additionally, as the assailants, the northern forces faced the relatively defenseless Black Castle, while the free folk confronted towering ice walls exceeding 200 meters in height. The Black Castle is, in truth, not a genuine castle. Its eastern, western, and southern sides are devoid of protective walls, with only the towering wall of despair guarding its rear. The primary defensive structures of this castle consist of several stone towers and wooden fortifications, interconnected by a series of subterranean passages. The walls upon which Qi Xuan and his companions stand today were constructed from timber by the free folk under orders from the passage of time. This wooden wall reaches a height of no more than 20 meters, and its defensive capabilities are even less commendable. In fact, Qi Xuan would have preferred walls made of cement, but alas, he was ignorant of the method of its creation. As for the establishment of stone walls, beyond the constraints of time, the significant costs involved also posed a formidable obstacle. At that moment, among the enemy forces below, one individual suddenly pointed at Qi Xuan atop the battlements, proclaiming something. Beside him stood a dozen lords clad in full armor, one of whom was Robb Stark. Was that man the leader of the forces that attacked the Night's Watch? His appearance was indeed peculiar. A noble, observing Qi Xuan's distinctly different visage, remarked, "Indeed, the inhabitants of this continent bore a striking resemblance to Western Caucasians, while the Eastern appearance of Qi Xuan and his companions struck them as exceedingly odd." Naturally, Qi Xuan found these individuals equally strange in their looks. "I am Robb Stark, son of Ned Stark, the protector of the North. Your shameless assault on the Night's Watch and the occupation of the Wall of Despair and Black Castle constitutes an unforgivable transgression. Should you lay down your arms and surrender, I, in the name of House Stark, vow to punish only the instigator." Suddenly, one man on horseback advanced a few paces and shouted towards Qi Xuan and his companions atop the wall. Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Qi Xuan was instantly consumed by a surge of rage. How could they possess such audacity to belittle him, assuming a stance of land ownership? Did they not realize that they, too, were once invaders of this very land? Of course, history has always been penned by the victors. After slaughtering the indigenous people, they seized the territory, thus allowing them to dictate the narrative of history as they saw fit. After all, those who knew the truth had largely turned to dust, and those who survived lacked the strength to rise in rebellion. In truth, it was not only Qi Xuan who felt this indignation. His soldiers were equally incensed. Though their hearts brimmed with fury, Qi Xuan maintained his composure. His forces were not insignificant in number, yet their cavalry was markedly sparse, a consequence of a lack of horses. Indeed, Qi Xuan harbored confidence in engaging the enemy in open battle. However, he was compelled to contemplate a starkly pragmatic concern: the magnitude of his potential losses. After all, his soldiers are merely flesh and blood, and it is difficult to ascertain the extent of casualties they would suffer against the charge of 2,000 cavalry. Furthermore, those 2,000 steeds had long been regarded by Qi Xuan as his own possessions. Thus, a strategy must be devised to seize these war horses. As for the enemy forces numbering over 10,000, it is not mere boastfulness on Qi Xuan's part. He perceives these foes as utterly vulnerable to his might. In Chapter 31, A Trap for the Inviter, one must ponder how Qi Xuan could capture the 2,000 warhorses of the Northern Army under the current circumstances. Despite being outnumbered, with only a handful of steeds compared to the enemy's more than 2,000 light cavalry, the odds appear grim when viewed strictly from numerical data. However, warfare is not solely determined by the size of the armies. Myriad factors influence the outcome. In this age of cold weapons, the morale of soldiers is paramount in determining a unit's combat efficacy. Should the commander of one side fall, the troops would instantly lose their fighting spirit. Unlike Qi Xuan's singular leadership, the Northern Army comprises a coalition led by the Stark family. As a coalition, there are bound to be significant vulnerabilities in the soldiers' coordination. Each lord within the alliance represents a potential weakness. In this world, most soldiers pledge their loyalty only to their immediate lord. Once their lord is slain, their instinct is to retreat to their territory. It is evident that the majority of common soldiers harbor no desire to engage in brutal warfare. The death of their lord provides them with justification to flee. Now, in the Northern Coalition, the Stark family directs the entire army through their vassals. Gazing upon the 2,000 steeds outside the city, A gleam of brilliance flickered in Qi Xuan's eyes. In moments, a brilliant plan formed in his mind. Since it had been merely days since I had recruited the Free Folk army, it is highly likely that the enemy remains unaware of our current strength. Whether through the previous Raven's messages or the emissary Alyssa Thorne, the enemy must presume our numbers to be at most 1 or 2,000. With over 10,000 troops outside the city and distant nobles from the north hastening their forces, an assault on the city is imminent. In light of this, let us employ the strategy of a trap for the inviter. With this thought, Qi Xuan began issuing commands. Everyone, heed my orders. Wang Tian, I want you to lead the townspeople to the northern gate beyond the Wall of Despair. Our garrison here requires only about 1,000 soldiers. The remaining troops should disperse and conceal themselves within the castle, taking advantageous positions. As the enemy army advances to besiege the city, we shall initially defend our position for a time, before feigning weakness, allowing the enemy forces to penetrate the city. At that moment, we shall encircle and trap the invaders within the walls. With this thought, Qi Xuan clenched his fist tightly. In this battle, I aim to annihilate the enemy completely and seize their valuable warhorses. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's command, Wang Tian and the others immediately broke into radiant smiles. In truth, they were equally confident in their ability to defeat the foes outside the city. Nevertheless, the 2,000 light cavalry of the enemy posed a significant threat, and the 2,000 warhorses they rode were an enticing prize. For Qi Xuan, capturing these steeds would enable him to assemble a formidable cavalry force, heralding a time for aggressive campaigns in the northern territories. After all, cavalry not only possesses remarkable combat prowess, but also boasts a speed of movement far surpassing that of ordinary infantry. Observing that Wang Tian and the others understood his strategy and began to execute it, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the young man outside the city, who was calling out from horseback. If his memory served him well, this was Robb Stark, the eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark. The lands of this world have always been claimed by the strong, and clearly, I am that strength. Let us cease this idle chatter. If you desire battle, then let us engage. As Qi Xuan's voice rang out, the atmosphere in the field fell into a profound silence. Even Robb and the other nobles, despite being his adversaries, could not help but acknowledge the charisma and resolve displayed by Qi Xuan at that moment. Alas, Robb Stark shook his head, the meaning of his lamentation unclear. In the next instant, he drew his long sword from his side and shouted, "Attack the city!" No sooner had Robb Stark's words echoed than the Northern Alliance surged forward against the walls where Qi Xuan and his men awaited. Of course, few would choose to employ their precious cavalry for a siege. In such engagements, both attackers and defenders predominantly rely on infantry and archers. As for cavalry, they are usually deployed in open, flat terrain. Watching the throng of charging figures below, Qi Xuan remained remarkably composed. He calmly commanded, "Archers, prepare." Following his orders, the archers atop the city walls drew their bows, aiming at the enemy forces below. As the enemy drew nearer, entering the range of fire, Qi Xuan called out once more, "Fire at will." With a flurry of arrows raining down, waves of projectiles descended from the walls, claiming the lives of many enemy soldiers. In retaliation, the enemy below unleashed a torrent of arrows toward Qi Xuan and his men atop the city walls. In contrast to the resource-deprived Free Folk army beyond the wall, the lords of the north, while not particularly affluent, possess a sufficient quantity of bows and arrows. The exorbitantly priced full armor is a luxury reserved for the wealthy lords and nobles. As for the troops under these lords, it is evident that the common soldiers, who toil in peace and are hastily summoned in times of war, are not afforded such privileges. Most of these soldiers are equipped with their own weapons and armor, valiantly risking their lives at the behest of their lords. Suddenly, the anguished cries of soldiers reached Qi Xuan's ears, revealing that his men had been struck by the enemy's arrows. Compared to the previous effortless defense of the city, this battle proved to be significantly more challenging. Perhaps the only advantage at this moment was that Qi Xuan's archers occupied higher ground, while the enemy's archers were forced to shoot upwards. It is well known that the range of most inferior bows is quite short, and their accuracy is often disappointingly low. Consequently, the likelihood of hitting a soldier atop the city walls is remarkably slim. Yet, even the slightest probability is never zero. A sudden, thunderous noise erupted from above. The wooden walls and gate, where Qi Xuan and his men stood, were rammed by the enemy's siege engines. Thud, thud, thud. Below, a throng of enemies relentlessly pushed a wooden battering ram against the walls and gate. Despite the archers on the walls raining arrows upon them, countless foes continued their fierce assault. Qi Xuan knew that the rudimentary walls beneath his feet would not withstand the enemy for long. However, He did not intend to keep the enemy at bay indefinitely. Truthfully, he had anticipated this battle countless times in his mind. In a world where might trumps virtue, only formidable strength commands obedience and respect. For Qi Xuan, defeating the Northern Alliance would be the moment to establish his renown. Soon, nearly an hour had passed since the battle commenced. The wooden walls bore numerous cracks, signaling their imminent collapse. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, Qi Xuan retained a confident smile. All troops, heed my command. Fall back from the walls and retreat to the castle. Chapter 32. Closing the gates with Qi Xuan's command issued, the soldiers on the walls began their withdrawal. The enemy lords, keenly observing the unfolding battle, noted the plight of the defenders. Witnessing the enemy crumble and flee in such a short span of time, they erupted into laughter. While Robb Stark joined in the mockery of Qi Xuan and his men, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. After all, whether it was the missives conveyed by the crows or the tidings brought by the messenger Alyssa Thorne, the enemy's strength was far from as feeble as it is now. Nevertheless, Robb Stark found himself inevitably ensnared by the elation of impending victory. At this moment, it appeared to them that the forces of the Northern Alliance vastly outnumbered those of Qi Xuan and his companions, nearly tenfold. Had Qi Xuan and his allies remained steadfast within their walls, they might have stood a chance. However, once they relinquished the fortifications of their city and gates, their prospects of triumph dwindled to naught. Of course, the accuracy of intelligence in warfare often proves to be a paramount factor. Perhaps to Robb Stark and the other northern lords, Qi Xuan currently commanded a mere 1,000 soldiers. Yet, that perception was a relic of the past. Qi Xuan now boasted over 6,000 troops. Admittedly, among these 6,000, only a little over 1,000 were Qi Xuan's steadfast loyalists, while the remaining 5,000 were newly recruited freemen. However, few could fathom the fervent desire for battle that burned within these free soldiers. They harbored deep-seated enmity towards the northern lords, exacerbated by Qi Xuan's previously instituted military meritocracy. Strictly speaking, Qi Xuan was not particularly affluent at this moment. Yet that did not hinder him from crafting grand visions. In this era of rigid social stratification, who would not yearn to ascend to the ranks of nobility? However, this land had long been parceled out to countless nobles and lords. Not only the Stark family of the north, but even King Robert Baratheon had little territory to bestow upon those commoners who distinguished themselves in battle. In this world, to gain a title and lands, one must either win the heart of a noble's sole female heir or inherit their father's position. As for achieving nobility through valor on the battlefield, perhaps, amidst a clash of thousands, one or two might be fortunate enough to receive such honor, or perhaps not a single soul at all. Ultimately, such matters pivot on the whims of the lords. After all, nobles regard their bloodlines as supremely noble, far beyond the reach of common folk. Yet, is not the purity of blood merely a means to differentiate the worth of cats and dogs? Indeed, many understand this. The essence of various realms is strikingly similar. Just as Robb Stark and the other northern lords reveled in laughter, the Northern Alliance surged into the Black Castle. One must concede that the interior of the Black Castle was sufficiently expansive to accommodate countless souls. At that moment, the Black Castle resembled a mysterious black hole, voraciously engulfing the advancing northern forces. Soon, the influx of the northern army encountered Qi Xuan's soldiers lying in ambush within the city. The clash between the two sides erupted instantaneously, plunging into the brutal phase of urban warfare. If there is anything more harrowing in the theater of war, it must undoubtedly be the street combat. At this moment, the alleys within the Black Castle resembled a gruesome meat grinder, churning the lives and corpses of soldiers from both factions. Nevertheless, the forces of Qi Xuan held a significant advantage, owing to their prior ambush and occupation of strategic positions. The stone towers scattered throughout the city had transformed into colossal spikes, mercilessly impaling the enemy's vital points. Charge, perhaps influenced by the northern climate and customs, the nobles and lords of this region often preferred to lead their troops into battle. Numerous lords now surged forward alongside their soldiers, charging towards Qi Xuan's ranks. Their participation did bolster the morale of their own troops to some extent, yet it also presented a considerable vulnerability, should they fall in battle. Their directly subordinate soldiers would likely flee in disarray. At this moment, Qi Xuan observed a few lords clad in cloaked armor not far away, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, a set of scattered silver armor appeared beside him. He turned to a nearby soldier and commanded, "Army." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, several soldiers hurriedly gathered the fallen armor and began to don it upon him. This splendid suit of silver armor had been obtained from an earlier gift package, and now Qi Xuan was ready to wear it. Tactically, he dismissed the enemy forces. Yet strategically, he acknowledged their significance. Although he had acquired the ability to resurrect and possessed attributes that transcended human limits, the adage rings true: the more critical the moment, the more cautious one must be. Particularly on this battlefield teeming with adversaries, Qi Xuan needed to exercise utmost prudence. Compared to continuing in silk attire, he deemed the iron armor far more fitting. As for sentiment, it was well known that such matters were far removed from Qi Xuan's considerations. In no time, the gleaming silver armor was clad upon him. Charge! Qi Xuan bellowed, leading the charge against the enemy. The lords opposing him quickly noticed the distinction of Qi Xuan, his armor too resplendent and conspicuous to ignore. Thus, they rallied their troops and charged towards him. However, it would not be long before they grasped the true essence of terror. With effortless grace, Qi Xuan swung his longsword, effortlessly severing the lives of these lords. In that moment, he dispatched formidable knights with the ease of slicing through vegetables, becoming the most resplendent figure on the battlefield. It is a well-established fact that those who are most brazen and conspicuous in war often find themselves the target of their foes. Even though Qi Xuan effortlessly slew one enemy after another, more adversaries charged toward him in the next moment. Yet, at this juncture, Qi Xuan was not fighting alone. Behind him stood a legion of his loyal soldiers, their spirits uplifted by the formidable prowess exhibited by their leader. Charge! As the morale of Qi Xuan's forces surged, the North's coalition, bereft of their numerous lords, plummeted into despair. Among the Northmen rushing toward Qi Xuan, those who had lost their direct lords began to flee. After all, legally speaking, upon the death of their immediate commanders, they bore no obligation to continue in the conflict. As for the potential defeat of their own army, such concerns were of little consequence to them. Their sole desire was to survive. Seeing the tide turn against them, outside the castle, Robb Stark gritted his teeth and dispatched 2,000 light cavalrymen. At this moment, he found himself devoid of options. For retreat would deal a devastating blow to the Stark family's honor. Only by risking everything could he hope to secure a final victory. As Robb Stark led his last 2,000 cavalry into the castle, Qi Xuan's ambushed soldiers promptly sealed the gates of the Black Castle. This was the moment to close the door on the Hound. Chapter 33. Unmatched with a resounding thud, Qi Xuan cleaved the weapon from an enemy's grasp, and the foe himself fell to the ground lifeless. In his hand, Qi Xuan wielded a long sword, half-sword, its hilt adorned with a bear's head. This blade, a Valyrian weapon, originated from House Mormont of Bear Island. Originally, it had been passed from Lord Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch to his son, Jorah Mormont, who ultimately fled Westeros due to his involvement in the slave trade. Before his departure, he left the sword behind on Bear Island, which was later returned to Lord Commander Jeor Mormont. Eventually, this sword found its rightful owner, Qi Xuan. When Qi Xuan besieged the Black Castle and captured the Night's Watch led by Jeor Mormont, he immediately thought of this renowned Valyrian weapon. The half-sword, longer than a short sword yet shorter than a two-handed greatsword, proved somewhat unwieldy. Qi Xuan had initially intended to wait until he could locate a skilled blacksmith to have the weapon reforged. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a craftsman who met his exacting standards. Regarding Valyrian weapons, it is said that they are forged from a magical steel imbued with sorcery by the Valyrians. The unique crafting techniques and enchantments render Valyrian weapons not only indestructible, but also resistant to damage of any kind. It is said that no ordinary fire, not even dragon flames, can harm weapons forged from Valyrian steel. Of course, there exist a few blacksmiths in this world who possess the knowledge to reforge Valyrian weapons, and Qi Xuan has been contemplating the pursuit of these artisans. He eagerly anticipates the day when the soul crystal he previously acquired will be melded into a new Valyrian weapon. As these memories fade, Qi Xuan now revels in the sheer exhilaration of wielding a formidable weapon. Unlike ordinary arms, he need not fear that it might suddenly shatter or that the blade might bear unsightly nicks. Although he does not wield the sword with complete finesse, he manages to adapt. With his physical attributes already reaching the pinnacle of human capability, combined with the indomitable Valyrian weapon in his grasp, the outcome is terrifying. No adversary present can withstand even a single strike from him. Additionally, the full suit of armor he dons provides him with comprehensive protection. What feelings must the soldiers facing an enemy devoid of any glimmer of hope for victory experience? If the soldiers on Qi Xuan's side witness him dominating the battlefield, their morale would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Conversely, the Northern Alliance, as his foes, brims with dread, whether they be common soldiers or well-equipped knights and nobles. In battle, courage is paramount. A single surge of momentum can lead to a swift decline. At this moment, the morale of the soldiers within the castle has likely diminished into a state of decline. Despite it being his first time commanding troops in battle, Robb Stark, a prodigy endowed with exceptional strategic prowess, discerns the situation unfolding on the battlefield. Thus, with no avenue for retreat, he is compelled to make a final stand. Suddenly, the urgent sound of galloping hooves reaches Qi Xuan and his companions. A large contingent of light cavalry emerges from the rear of the Northern Alliance, charging towards them. Stand aside. With Robb Stark's command, the soldiers in the front hastily create a path. Although the streets within the castle are sufficiently wide, they still do not provide enough space for the cavalry to unleash their full potential. Observing the elongated formation of light cavalry ahead, Qi Xuan cannot help but smile. Were they in an open terrain, he might find it challenging to contend with these cavalrymen. However, the current battlefield environment is decidedly unfavorable for them, whereas it greatly benefits Qi Xuan's side. Initially, Robb Stark and his allies presumed that Qi Xuan, as the enemy leader, would choose to evade the charging cavalry. To their astonishment, Qi Xuan not only refrains from evading, but boldly charges forward into the fray. Crush him. At this moment, countless northern warriors found themselves unable to suppress their cries, their eyes brimming with anticipation and cruelty. It was not only the lowly soldiers, but even the noble lords of the north who gazed upon the scene with envy and expectation. One must acknowledge that nothing is more daunting than comparison. Initially, they were all valiant combatants, unafraid to engage in battle. Yet, just moments ago, confronted by the terrifying might of Qi Xuan, they instinctively recoiled and sought to evade. This spectacle did not escape the watchful eyes of the countless soldiers present. Despite the earlier choice to flee, both the common soldiers and the noble lords were engulfed in profound humiliation and rage. Often, reality and truth are merciless, persistently lingering even when one is reluctant to confront them. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves drew nearer and nearer. Soon, under the gaze of innumerable soldiers on the battlefield, the cavalry collided with the advancing Qi Xuan. Bang! In the next moment, Qi Xuan demonstrated to his foes what true power entailed. Witnessing the scene, he merely swung his weapon, cleaving both horse and rider in two. Despite the enemy cavalry surging forth, they faltered and fell before Qi Xuan. Of course, this was also due to the terrain, as he faced no more than 2 or 3 cavalrymen at a time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As effortlessly as slicing vegetables, Qi Xuan dispatched the charging cavalrymen. With the mounting pile of bodies, the remaining cavalrymen were soon compelled to halt their assault. Unbelievable. Is this fellow even human? Even if someone were to claim he is a hero from myth or perhaps a deity, I would harbor no doubt. A demon. How could we possibly triumph over such a fearsome adversary? The scene before them resembled the legends, provoking awe among the soldiers of both sides. Their hearts filled with indescribable emotions. On Qi Xuan's side, whether they were system soldiers or conscripted freemen, their morale surged once more. As for the northern soldiers opposing Qi Xuan, at this moment, both the noble lords and the common soldiers largely lost the courage and will to continue fighting. With a clatter, as weapons fell to the ground, countless northern soldiers involuntarily relinquished their arms. In this moment, faced with Qi Xuan's extraordinary power, they found no desire to persist in battle. Qi Xuan stood as an unparalleled force, akin to a divine being. Chapter 34. Manipulation and provocation. Although many, including Robb Stark, were reluctant to surrender, the outcome of the war clearly did not rest in their hands. From the moment the vast majority of northern soldiers laid down their arms and surrendered, it became evident that the war had reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Robb Stark, the commander of the Allied forces, was left with no choice but to relinquish his weapon in resignation. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. At that moment, the voice of Qi Xuan resonated across the battlefield. In the next instant, the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." As the call for surrender reverberated, the last contingent of northern soldiers also relinquished their weapons. Naturally, there will always be those stubborn individuals who refuse to yield. For the enemies who swore to fight to the death, Qi Xuan's soldiers graciously extended a final farewell in the form of death. Soon, Qi Xuan's soldiers adeptly began organizing the captives. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the freedmen responsible for logistics, Qi Xuan had an ample supply of ropes and other materials. As the surrendered enemies were bound hand and foot, the atmosphere on the battlefield lightened considerably. "Oh, we are victorious." Suddenly, the soldiers on Qi Xuan's side could no longer contain their jubilation. An increasing number of soldiers joined in the exclamation, their faces radiating with bright smiles. Logically, war is brutal. Both death and injury instill fear and trepidation in countless hearts. However, perhaps due to the allure of military merit, the soldiers under Qi Xuan displayed an extraordinary zeal for battle. Whether they were seasoned soldiers or newly recruited freedmen, their hearts brimmed with a fervent desire for warfare. In the course of human existence, who can truly escape the driving force of desire? Compared to the majority of this continent's militia, who toil without compensation and rely on their own weapons and provisions, Qi Xuan's policies appeared particularly enticing. After all, for the lower-class citizens, the prospect of tangible advancement and opportunity could ignite an unparalleled fervor. Of course, this was also due to Qi Xuan's intention not to engage in any predetermined arrangements. From the individual to the nation, trust is of paramount importance. If one were to have secretly selected candidates while feigning a public recruitment process, it would undoubtedly tarnish their credibility. After all, the world is not devoid of astute individuals. Such deceptions might work once or twice, but eventually, even the most naive would discern the underlying truths. Once an individual or a state suffers a loss of credibility, belief in them dissipates. While a personal loss of trust may render one merely a defaulter or a debtor, the consequences for a larger organization or even a nation could be dire. For Qi Xuan, ensuring the effective implementation of the military merit system is crucial for his future endeavors. In contrast to the noble lords who have dominated for countless years in this world, Qi Xuan does not hold an advantageous position in terms of legal principles. Even the vast majority of commoners in this world hold far less recognition for Qi Xuan than for the lords they are familiar with. However, all of this shall turn to dust under the military meritocratic system and the forthcoming agricultural warfare regime. I could endure the darkness had I never beheld the light. For the countless commoners living at the bottom of this world, their lives are rife with despair and helplessness. Yet, when Qi Xuan brings a glimmer of hope before them, they shall unleash a force capable of astonishing the world. Soon, the lords of the Northern Alliance were bound and brought before Qi Xuan. Gazing at the armored lords before him, Qi Xuan wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. His gaze traversed the ranks of northern lords as he pondered how best to deal with them. Robb Stark, the eldest son of the North's Duke Ned Stark, was also the heir to the Stark legacy. Although Qi Xuan did not harbor any animosity towards him, and even felt a profound sense of sorrow for his tragic demise at the Red Wedding, the two had nonetheless become adversaries. To the countless lords on this continent, the deaths of the common militia may seem trivial, yet Qi Xuan perceived it differently. He believed that every life is precious. There exists no hierarchy of worth in life itself. Even those of noble stature, such as dukes and kings, after death, are subject to the whims of their enemies regarding their remains. How many noble heads have been displayed upon city walls? They are no different from those of the common folk. While he did not intend to kill Robb Stark, Qi Xuan harbored no desire to release him either. At times, the future heir of Winterfell could become an invaluable asset. Then, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the man bearing the flayed man as his family crest, Roose Bolton. In the north, the Stark and Bolton families have historically harbored deep-seated animosities. In terms of familial strength, the two houses are nearly equal, with the Boltons equally yearning for the title of Duke of the North. Over countless years, wars have erupted between them, with numerous family members falling at the hands of the other. It is said that within the Bolton stronghold lies a collection of the skins of many Stark lords, with the flayed man as their emblem and flaying as their tradition. The Bolton family is steeped in a rich narrative within the original tale. Although Qi Xuan disdained this family's customs, it did not hinder his forthcoming plans. Roose Bolton? Suddenly, Qi Xuan inquired of the balding middle-aged man before him. Yes, my lord. Roose Bolton answered sincerely, though puzzled as to why Qi Xuan would first address him. Before the battle, if he had held an air of utter contempt for House Stark, the prowess demonstrated by Qi Xuan in the heat of conflict had restored his clarity. As the patriarch of House Bolton, who constantly harbored aspirations to betray the Stark family and usurp the title of Duke of the North, Roose Bolton was undeniably unwilling to let his life slip away so easily. After all, no one could ascertain the temperament of Qi Xuan. He did not wish to lose his head merely due to a perceived lack of deference. Furthermore, an important consideration was that Roose Bolton currently lacked a legitimate heir. As for the notably talented Ramsay, he was but an illegitimate son, despite Roose's promise to name him his successor and grant him the inheritance of the Dreadfort. It was evident that this was merely a ruse. In this world, noble lords typically preferred to bequeath their lands and titles to their firstborn sons, with the younger sons inheriting only in the unfortunate event of the elder's demise. As for the much-despised bastards, their exclusion from the family name spoke volumes about their fate. You are free now, Lord Bolton. With Qi Xuan's words, the ropes binding Roose Bolton were undone. Roose gazed at Qi Xuan in astonishment, his mind swirling with confusion. Qi Xuan merely smiled and remarked, "Compared to the stubborn and obstinate Stark family, I find the Bolton family somewhat more palatable. With such a vast north, why not divide it between us?" Chapter 35. A bountiful harvest. A united north did not serve Qi Xuan's interests. Thus, he was contemplating ways to fracture it. As one of the most formidable families in the north, House Bolton had long harbored resentment towards Stark's dominion. Before Aegon Targaryen, the Conqueror, embarked on his campaign to conquer Westeros, House Bolton was one of the oldest, most powerful, and notorious aristocracies in the north. At that time, they were royalty. Known as the Red Kings, while House Stark was referred to as the Kings of the North and stood as the principal adversary to the Red Kings. Ultimately, the last king of House Stark knelt before the Conqueror, and thus, House Stark was designated as the Dukes of the North, entrusted with governing the entire region. Unfortunately, House Bolton, which had once been on equal footing with House Stark, became their vassals. Although they outwardly maintained loyalty to House Stark, their ambitions had never waned. This, indeed, was the primary reason why Qi Xuan chose to grant them their freedom. At this moment, House Stark had just suffered a significant defeat, and their prestige had taken a severe blow. Moreover, the Duke of the North, Ned Stark, has likely just arrived in the southern capital of King's Landing and is evidently unable to return to the north in the short term. His eldest son, Robb Stark, has also been captured by the Boltons. Is this not an exceedingly advantageous situation for House Bolton? Tyrion is convinced that, even if House Bolton does not overtly usurp the Stark family's position, they will undoubtedly indulge in various covert maneuvers. When House Bolton seeks to win over the noble lords of the North, whether publicly or privately, it signifies a division among the Northern lords. While it is true that the majority of Northern lords have long cherished the straightforward nature of the Stark family and have remained loyal to them for countless years, there are still those, much like House Bolton, who harbor disdain or indifference toward the Starks. Furthermore, should the majority of Northern lords be decisively vanquished by Tyrion, it is highly probable that the royal family in King's Landing would summon armies from other regions. The continent of Westeros, aside from the north, encompasses the Riverlands, Vale, Stormlands, Iron Islands, Westerlands, Dorne, and more. Of course, due to the vast expanse of Westeros, it would take a considerable amount of time for these allied forces from various regions to converge and march toward the north. By that time, Tyrion's own forces would have undoubtedly grown even stronger. Thus, he harbors no fear of his adversaries. However, if given the choice, Tyrion prefers a more methodical approach to expansion. After all, as evidenced by the original narrative, simply observing the ensuing chaos from a distance will likely lead to a complete upheaval across Westeros in due time. In light of this, why should Tyrion place himself in a position of undue risk? As for the prior conquest of the Black Castle and the Wall, that was purely a matter of necessity. The dangers beyond the Wall are far too great. One misstep could lead to awakening amidst a horde of the undead. Naturally, one might wonder why not fell trees to construct ships and circumvent the Wall by sea. Tyrion has considered this option, but ultimately chose to abandon it. The oceans on both the eastern and western flanks of the Wall are patrolled by numerous noble naval fleets, and encountering them could result in complete disaster. In terms of land combat, both Tyrion and his soldiers possess a measure of confidence. But what of naval battles? Setting aside whether Tyrion's soldiers could adapt to naval warfare, the disparity in the vessels used by both sides is monumental. Can Tyrion's forces truly rely on fishing boats to engage in maritime conflict, as opposed to the well-crafted warships designed by professional shipwrights? It is widely acknowledged that fishing boats are more suited for catching fish than for naval engagements. Moreover, Tyrion's greatest weakness remains the ever-looming threat of succumbing to the depths of the sea or the perils of a volcano. As he watches the swiftly departing Roose Bolton, the captured Northern lords exhibit a complex array of emotions. As the saying goes, nothing is more daunting than comparison. While everyone else languishes as captives, you alone have been set free. Is this truly fitting? Certainly. The noble lords who have been captured gaze longingly at Qi Xuan, evidently yearning for their own release. Yet, can such a hope be realized? It is patently impossible. These noble captives are exceedingly valuable, whether for ransom or as hostages. The notion of ransom is merely a facade. The crux of the matter is that Qi Xuan seeks to secure a period for development. Beyond the 2 monthly gift packages, the individuals under his command can generate substantial wealth through hunting, fishing, logging, mining, and producing various military and non-military goods. For Qi Xuan, every endeavor serves to enhance his overall strength. Why, one may wonder, is agriculture not mentioned? Clearly, The harsh climate of the north is ill-suited for crop cultivation. Otherwise, the lords of the north would not be impoverished. If one were to identify the most prosperous regions of Westeros, they would undoubtedly be the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Reach. The Westerlands thrive due to abundant gold mines, while the Riverlands and the Reach benefit from favorable geography and climate, yielding bountiful resources. Suddenly, Qi Xuan was interrupted by the clamoring voices of the captured noble lords, as if they were attempting to convey something. However, at that moment, Qi Xuan had little inclination to heed their words. With a swift gesture, he signaled to his soldiers, who promptly escorted the captured northern nobles away. Qi Xuan had no intention of executing them or releasing them. He planned to detain them temporarily. Once chaos erupted in the south, their fates would become inconsequential. For now, he remained focused on awaiting the system's notification and the battle report. Soon, the system's voice resonated, a glorious victory. Congratulations, host, on receiving a war gift package. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Qi Xuan silently chose to claim and open it. You have received a life elixir. Is that all? Hard to believe. After a lengthy wait, a profound sense of disappointment washed over him. Compared to the previous war gift package, this one felt rather meager. Yet, the value of the life elixir is undeniably priceless. Who could resist the allure of an additional 10 years of life? Naturally, Qi Xuan would never share such a treasure with others. For him, the more, the better. Not merely a century or two, his ultimate desire is to achieve immortality. Gazing at the multitude of subdued warhorses nearby, Qi Xuan could only continue to console himself. The harvest this time is substantial. At least 2,000 horses would enable me to assemble a formidable cavalry. Chapter 36. The changing situation as Lew Spoten departed from the Black Castle. He couldn't help but glance back at the fortress behind him. His gaze was profound and somewhat dazed, clearly struggling to believe the events that had just transpired. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Lew Spoten resolutely turned and made his way back toward the Black Castle. King's Landing. Since the sudden demise of the former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, King Robert Baratheon hastily took his family and guard to Winterfell in the north. Following the completion of Arryn's funeral, the urgency of King Robert's journey to Winterfell was to enlist the aid of his dear friend, Eddard Stark, to assume the role of the new hand of the king and manage state affairs on his behalf. As a monarch, Robert Baratheon was evidently ill-suited for his role. In truth, he never harbored intentions of claiming the throne. However, many circumstances are beyond one's control. Confronted with the abduction of his betrothed and the alleged violation, as Robert himself claimed, by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, he ultimately resolved to rebel. Subsequently, his loyal companions, Duke Eddard Stark of the North and Jon Arryn, rallied to his cause. In the end, Robert Baratheon triumphed over Rhaegar Targaryen in their fateful encounter at the Trident, thus avenging the disgrace he had suffered. Of course, the victory over the former ruling Targaryen family was also attributed to their loss of the last dragon. The Targaryens, as outsiders, had conquered 6 of the kingdoms on the continent of Westeros, excluding Dorne, primarily due to their formidable dragons. Yet, dragons are not invincible, otherwise the unconquerable kingdom of Dorne would not exist. In his youth, Robert was tall and robust, known for his boisterous nature and martial prowess. He was once a handsome man with a clean visage and captivating gaze, akin to the dream lover of many young maidens. However, upon ascending to the throne, his indulgence in feasting and revelry caused his physique to swell alarmingly, ultimately rendering him as corpulent as a full-grown wild boar. Enough! I am the king, Robert suddenly bellowed. Upon hearing this, Eddard Stark fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Robert, the North is currently under enemy siege, and my son, along with the noble lords of the North, has been captured. I must rescue them. I need to return to Winterfell immediately. At this juncture, Eddard Stark regarded King Robert with a serious expression. The king's gaze remained fixed on his steadfast friend, and after a resigned sigh, he replied, Very well. As Ned Stark turned away, Peter Baelish, the master of coin, suddenly broke into a sinister grin. His smile was laced with malice, though he cleverly concealed it beneath a facade of composure. I have orchestrated my plans, and can you truly escape? For various reasons. Baelish harbored a profound disdain for House Stark, particularly for Ned Stark and his long-deceased brother. The former had wed the woman he cherished above all, while the latter had subjected him to endless humiliation, though it had been his own folly to challenge him to single combat, resulting in his defeat. He had been willing to risk everything for his beloved. How utterly vexing. Suddenly, King Robert bellowed in frustration and stormed out of the council chamber. At that moment, the king was in a foul mood, seeking solace in the hunt to alleviate his restless spirit. Unbeknownst to him, this would be his final expedition into the wild. Observing the corpulent king, who could scarcely don his armor, Ser Lannister's servant revealed a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, as Robert Stark departed the palace, he was unexpectedly detained. A shocking revelation interrupted his return, plunging him into a quandary. Resilient by nature, gazing at the genealogy of the Seven Kingdoms, Ned Stark suddenly perceived an unsettling truth about the king's progeny. Logically, Robert's 3 children should bear the dark brown hair of House Baratheon, the stag, rather than the golden locks of House Lannister, the lion. Ultimately, he resolved to inform his dear friend, King Robert, of this troubling news before leaving King's Landing. If one were to designate the most perilous locale south of the Wall in Westeros, King's Landing, the very capital of the realm, would undoubtedly rank among the foremost. The city teems with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, rife with schemes and betrayals. It serves as the epicenter of power across the continent, drawing countless ambitious souls into its midst. In the Riverlands, situated closest to the north, the Tully family, tasked with its guardianship, chose to remain indifferent to the turmoil and conflicts that had befallen the north. In fact, the current Duchess of the North is the eldest daughter of House Tully. Yet she has grown frail with age and is afflicted with a grave illness. The man poised to inherit her legacy is none other than Edmure Tully, known in the original tale as the Three Rivers Archer. It is well known that many of the nicknames in the Game of Thrones often starkly contrast with reality. For instance, the illustrious Emperor Joffrey and the god of arrows Edmure. Naturally, the nobility of the Riverlands have never held the Tully family in high regard, which is a significant reason for their apathy in the current crisis. In the Westerlands, the Vale, and Stormlands, numerous dukes and lords have chosen to observe the unfolding events in the north from a distance. This is largely due to the fact that House Bolton, ranked among the top 3 powers in the north, has raised the banner against the faction of Qyburn. Moreover, the Bolton family has publicly declared that matters concerning the north should be resolved by the lords of the north themselves. This is also the primary reason for Ned Stark's urgent return to Winterfell. Turning our attention to Jon Snow, the protagonist of the original television series. He finds himself in a state of profound emotional turmoil. He is both exhilarated by the revelation of his identity as the son of a former prince and apprehensive about being pursued and apprehended by the current king, Robert. To be candid, he feels a surge of excitement at the news delivered by Qi Xuan. After all, in this realm, the status of a bastard generally signifies a life estranged from nobility and lordship. In the north, it is not uncommon for bastards to be forcibly dispatched to the wall to serve as Night's Watchmen. The Night's Watchmen must vow to forswear lands, marriage, and progeny. For a living soul, such a fate is profoundly cruel. In contrast, the sworn brothers of the Kingsguard, who take a similar vow, consider their inclusion among their ranks the highest honor of knighthood. At this moment, Jon is reluctant to return to the home he has known for over a decade. For within that abode, he has always been the awkwardly positioned bastard. He reflects on his aunt, who is wed to the king beyond the wall, and wonders if he might find protection and support there. Chapter 37. Rewarding meritorious service. War is undeniably brutal. However, the post-war reward ceremony is sufficient to inspire the hearts of many. 2 days have passed since the victory over the Northern Coalition, and much of the subsequent work has been diligently completed, whether it involves gathering spoils, tending to the wounded, or dealing with the fallen on the battlefield. Each task demands considerable time. Additionally, the compilation of various statistics also requires significant effort. Unlike the previous 2 wars, this time there is an added step to verify the achievements of the soldiers, which undoubtedly necessitates extensive time and scrutiny to prevent any deceitful claims for undeserved honors. The process of counting and verifying has been executed with utmost rigor and seriousness. Ultimately, all records converge into a single tome, which finds its way into Qi Xuan's hands. As he flips through the parchment, every movement stirs the hearts of the soldiers nearby. Upon hearing that Qi Xuan intends to generously reward the valiant soldiers from the recent battles, their spirits soar with excitement. They have gathered in an open space outside the castle, facing Qi Xuan directly. To the astonishment of all, the first name called is that of an ordinary free soldier rather than one of the prominent generals under Qi Xuan's command. This unexpected recognition ignites even greater fervor among the free soldiers, who had anticipated being treated differently, and further fuels their anticipation for the war. Upon hearing the accolades bestowed by Soros, disbelief enveloped both Soros himself and the soldiers present. Perhaps in their hearts, they anticipated that this grand recognition would merely translate into a monetary reward to placate them. No one expected Qi Xuan to be so magnanimous. There exists an inherent fondness for a generous superior among subordinates, as it signifies an opportunity for a better life. Before the murmurs could commence, Qi Xuan's voice resonated once more. Trump, for this battle, has slain 3 foes and is promoted to squad leader, receiving a reward of 30 acres of land and 30 military merits. Zhao Si, for this battle, has also slain 3 foes and is promoted to squad leader, receiving a reward of 30 acres of land and 30 military merits. Wang Tian, for this battle, has vanquished 13 enemies and is awarded 130 acres of land and 100 military merits. Wang Di, for this battle, has defeated 11 foes, receiving 110 acres of land and 101 military merits. With each soldier's accomplishments and rewards announced, spontaneous cheers erupted among the attendees. However, not all soldiers present had earned military merits. This disparity arose from the swift conclusion of the battle, leaving many stationed further away without the opportunity to engage in combat. The earlier relief at their advantageous positions now transformed into profound regret. In this tumultuous era, rife with warfare and bloodshed, the majority have come to view death with a peculiar nonchalance, for there is little utility in dwelling on it. Whether virtuous or nefarious, individuals often find themselves devoid of choices in this world. While noble lords might wield the power to decide their involvement in battle, the vast majority of commoners remain passively awaiting the whims of fate. Many commoners may not wish to tread the battlefield, yet their sentiments hold little significance in the eyes of the aristocracy. Frequently, in the throes of conflict, the defeated lords may find themselves captured, yet they often retain the opportunity to ransom their freedom. As for the soldiers of the vanquished side, those who flee swiftly may escape, but the majority who are captured face execution. Logically, one would expect Qi Xuan to bestow greater rewards upon loyal commanders like Wang Tian. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan chose to treat everyone equally. At least in this instance, he opted for impartiality, demonstrating a particular emphasis on the inaugural implementation of the military merit system. Qi Xuan sought to ensure its transparency. Perhaps privately, he might occasionally bestow gifts upon Wang Tian and others, yet in matters of military merit, he resolutely refused to show favoritism. He wished to prevent any future instances of deceit or misrepresentation concerning military achievements within his ranks. While absolute fairness may be a rarity in any realm, Qi Xuan aspired to establish equity in the distribution of military honors within his army. In the distance, many free citizens gazed longingly at this spectacle. These individuals were previously captured by Qi Xuan's forces. Ultimately, they chose not to enlist in the military, instead becoming laborers responsible for various logistical tasks. At this moment, many individuals exhibited glimmers of envy and anticipation in their eyes. In comparison to the laborious tasks of farming, hunting, or fishing, enlisting in the military undoubtedly promised a brighter future and greater financial prospects. Even the freeborn women, who previously held little interest in the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command, now gazed at them with sparkling eyes. For these women, marrying a soldier seemed a viable escape from hunger, leading them towards a more comfortable existence. It is noteworthy that, in this world, the majority of people do not place a high value on a woman's fidelity. Even widows, provided they are not unattractive, often find suitors eager to wed them. Thus, whether for young maidens or mature women, the prospect of marriage is generally met with indifference. Observing the bustling commoners nearby, a radiant smile illuminated Qi Xuan's face. The decision to publicly reward the soldiers in this location stemmed from this very consideration. He had come across a notion that individuals become more grounded and appreciative of their current possessions once they establish families. This, in turn, fosters greater stability within organizations and nations. Regardless of the scientific validity of this statement, it holds a semblance of truth. As for relying on the natural proliferation of his subjects to bolster their numbers, well, by the time the next generation reaches adulthood, Qi Xuan suspected his territory would have expanded beyond recognition. Nonetheless, he hoped his soldiers would leave behind a legacy, at least before their demise. Setting aside the uncertain loyalty of the freeborn soldiers, the system's soldiers certainly merited such rewards. Qi Xuan has never hesitated to reward those who remain loyal to him. As the fervor of the soldiers gradually subsided, Qi Xuan suddenly proclaimed, "In the coming period, I intend to form a cavalry unit of approximately 2,000 men. All soldiers present have the opportunity to join the cavalry through a selection process. Additionally, those wishing to enlist can continue to sign up." As his words echoed in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. The next moment, a deafening cheer erupted. "Oh, I want to enlist. I wish to join the cavalry and earn greater military achievements. I aspire to gain more accolades and then marry women of ample proportions." Chapter 38. 4 prongs of attack. The advantage is mine. Following the public rewards, the morale of everyone on Qi Xuan's side surged, except for the elderly, infirm, and women and children unsuitable for military service. All others fervently sought to enlist or marry the rewarded soldiers. Merely 2 days after the commendations, the soldiers' fervent calls for battle echoed louder than ever. In truth, it was not only them. Even the likes of Wang Tian and other centurions harbored a deep yearning for war. Although they are now capable of commanding thousands and have been richly rewarded, they still yearn for greater military achievements. Despite the fact that slaying a single enemy yields merely 10 merit points, the value of these points is undeniably significant. To avert any undesirable tendencies, the transfer of merit points is strictly prohibited. Moreover, possessing merit points allows one to exchange them for a myriad of items, such as superior weapons, armor, or even wealth, food, spices, and luxury goods. Essentially, anything that Qi Xuan's faction possesses can be acquired through merit points. Interestingly, countless individuals within the castle have recently tied the knot. Those once brimming with vigor have largely savored the exquisite pleasures of domestic life. Even Wang Tian and his companions have followed suit, seeking the company of several women. Naturally, due to the stark imbalance between the number of adult males and females in the Black Castle, many remain unable to marry. Witnessing their comrades explore the origins of humanity each night has left them envious, their eyes tinged with longing. However, what they fail to realize is that while those who have settled down revel in their newfound happiness, they also harbor their own troubles. Although having a wife alleviates many aspects of daily life, it also means their wallets will soon be emptied. This is particularly true for soldiers who have married women with families, intensifying their desire for more merit points and rewards. This is precisely what Qi Xuan hopes for. While he too harbors an immense longing for war and territorial expansion, he prefers that his soldiers embrace battle with enthusiasm rather than disdain. If Qi Xuan were to relentlessly pressure his soldiers into constant warfare, it is likely that the free men would soon develop resentment. Conversely, by allowing them to first enjoy the sweetness of a comfortable life, they would come to realize that all indulgences are founded upon wealth. Thereafter, they would crave the arrival of war even more fervently than Qi Xuan himself. After several days of recuperation, Qi Xuan is now prepared to embark on the expansion of his territory. Previously, he had reached a verbal agreement with the returning Luspen, delineating the Long Lake as a boundary, with both parties dividing the entirety of the north from the south and north. On the map, it is evident that this arrangement heavily favors Luspen, as the territory allocated to him far exceeds that of Qi Xuan. Yet, the formidable fortress owned by the Borton family lies not far southeast of Long Lake. As a condition for the larger share, Qi Xuan demanded that Luspen publicly declare that the matter of Qi Xuan's campaign should be resolved by the noble lords of the north themselves. This way, the lords from other regions of Westeros would have no justification to intervene militarily. Naturally, the cunning Luspen can easily discern Qi Xuan's intentions. However, he harbors his own ulterior motives. Qi Xuan does not seem overly concerned about whether Luspen will uphold the agreement. Ultimately, the agreement between the two parties is merely a weak verbal understanding, and even a written accord bears little binding power. It is well known that many written treaties are often destined to be torn asunder. Regardless, expansion has become an urgent matter. Beyond the desire for greater territory and population, the expanse of land directly influences the quality of the monthly territorial rewards bestowed upon Qi Xuan. After experiencing numerous surprises, Qi Xuan is convinced that the current rewards are far from the system's ultimate potential. He yearns for more formidable items or skills. This thought leads him to ponder the enigmatic world around him. Given that this realm has once birthed numerous deities and witnessed heroes of extraordinary prowess, does this not imply that such beings may one day emerge as adversaries? To overcome them, Qi Xuan and his soldiers alone would be woefully insufficient. In the theater of war, thousands of troops are but a trifling number when faced with an adult dragon. With this in mind, Qi Xuan's resolve solidifies further. Wang Tian, Wang Di, I command you to lead 2,000 soldiers westward, conquering everything in your path until you reach Ice Bay. Remember, do not engage in senseless slaughter or violate the peace of the civilians. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's orders, both Wang Tian and Wang Di clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Qi Xuan nodded and continued. Wang Xian, Wang Huang, I want you to lead 2,000 soldiers eastward, seizing all in your way until you reach Seal Bay. Wang Yu, Wang Zhou, you shall command 2,000 soldiers southward, capturing Mole Village, Crown Town, and all the lands along the way. Wang Hong, Wang Huang, I need you to take 2,000 soldiers northward to recruit the free folk beyond the Great Wall, but remember, do not cross the Deerhorn River. Wang Wen. Wang Wu, you are tasked with training the soldiers within the castle and maintaining order. As Qi Xuan's commands were issued, the 8 individuals summoned responded affirmatively. Yes, my lord. Although Wang Wen and Wang Wu appeared somewhat disheartened compared to the others tasked with offense, they refrained from voicing any complaints. After all, in military endeavors, there must be a force to safeguard the base alongside those who strike. Qi Xuan would ensure ample provisions and weaponry for the army's logistical needs, while the specifics of deployment would be entrusted to Wang Tian and his peers. It is worth noting that Qi Xuan's forces include a dedicated supply corps responsible for the troops' sustenance and logistical support. As for employing laborers to transport supplies, Qi Xuan deemed it unnecessary, for he had no desire to experience the burdensome role of a transport captain. Excellent. This time the advantage is mine, Qi Xuan declared with a beaming smile, filled with confidence. Seeing that Qi Xuan had no further commands, Wang Tian and the others collected the issued maps before turning to depart. Soon, Wang Tian and his companions gathered the soldiers and departed from the Black Castle. Observing the soldiers involved in the expansion efforts, the ones left behind were filled with envy. If given the choice, they too would prefer to partake in the expedition rather than remain in their posts. Of course, compared to the despondent city guards, those selected for the mission wore smiles on their faces. Although this endeavor could very well cost them their lives in this world, the lives of ordinary people are scarcely valued. Whether one deems their life precious or not, the inescapable edict of conscription for battle looms over all. It must be acknowledged that this helplessness is a universal plight that no realm can alter. It encapsulates the sorrow and resignation of the lower classes. Nonetheless, war also represents the most significant opportunity for common individuals to transcend their social strata. Chapter 39. Audacious thoughts after dispatching 4 armies. Qi Xuan found himself at a loss as to what to do next. He possessed a clear understanding of his current state. Despite his formidable strength due to the system, he could not claim invincibility. When it came to managing political affairs, he had merely perused some theoretical texts and lacked practical experience. This was precisely why he chose to remain at the Black Castle rather than lead the troops into battle. In days gone by, he would have either turned to books or practiced martial arts at this juncture. At that moment, the maid Yegerite approached Qi Xuan, bearing a cup of freshly brewed coffee. My lord, please enjoy, she said, placing the coffee before him. In the act of setting it down, her gaze held a hint of allure and invitation. How could Qi Xuan remain indifferent to such a captivating presence? However, his heart was not lightened by her charm, for he was preoccupied with a grave and contemplative matter. Seeing Qi Xuan appear as an earnest and innocent man, Yegerite's face momentarily broke into an enigmatic smile. Their previous exchanges had been profound, and she was well aware of his wild and formidable nature. Suddenly, Qi Xuan inquired, Yegerite, how are captured lords typically dealt with? For some reason, he felt compelled to confirm certain speculations in his mind. My lord, it is common for ordinary captured soldiers to be executed, Yegerite replied after a brief pause. Providing him with this widely known information, Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise at her answer and subsequently asked, do you know why they do this? In response to his inquiry, Yegerite answered matter-of-factly, if those captives are not executed, they would require a substantial amount of food daily. Moreover, if not watched closely, they might escape. As for releasing captives, they would simply return to the enemy's ranks and re-engage in battle against us. Moreover, the lives of commoners in this world are utterly undervalued. Ultimately, Yegerite's expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy, as she recalled how those from south of the Great Wall had derogatorily referred to her previous identity as a savage. Before her encounter with Qi Xuan, she had come across the patrolling night watchmen and had clashed with them. At that time, her greatest aspiration was to one day escape the frigid northern lands and reach the warm, vibrant southern world. Fortunately, she met Qi Xuan. Though initially reluctant to serve as his maid, viewing him as a delicate, fragile figure, she soon realized how misguided her perceptions were. As he displayed remarkable prowess on the battlefield, he transformed into a figure of reverence in her heart. Perhaps it is the nature of women to be drawn to strength, favoring men who surpass them in power. Remembering the beautiful moments shared with Qi Xuan, Yegerite quickly dispelled her sorrow, her cheeks blooming with a captivating blush. In that instant, her already exquisite beauty was further enhanced by the enchanting light that sparkled in her expressive eyes. Alas, Qi Xuan remained oblivious to her changing demeanor. While he was lost in contemplation, Yegerite's gaze was suddenly drawn to a crumb on the ground. She slowly bent down to retrieve the fragment. At that moment, Qi Xuan's eyes snapped shut, and his mind began to race with thoughts. Were the lords of this world truly foolish? Why did the majority of captured prisoners face execution? Had they never considered utilizing these captives for unpaid labor, thereby generating additional value? No, no, one cannot assume all are dim-witted. This world is not devoid of clever minds. What could possibly drive them to such decisions? Qi Xuan's expression tightened, his whole being resembling a coiled spring. After a long pause, he exhaled a heavy sigh. At last, he arrived at a conclusion, though it remained merely his personal theory. Given the current feudal system, the loyalty of commoners and soldiers is directed solely to the lord of their own territory, their immediate lord. To enlist the captives for unpaid labor would necessitate granting them a degree of freedom. In addition to loosening their restraints, they might even be provided with lethal tools. Under such circumstances, it is likely that many captives would choose rebellion and escape. With this realization, Qi Xuan's eyes widened. Furthermore, as slavery is prohibited in Westeros, the lords cannot sell captives to slave traders as is done on the continent of Essos. Qi Xuan aspired to be the pioneer in a novel endeavor, contemplating the implementation of a system of unpaid labor for captives. Naturally, having resolved not to provide them with wages, he deemed it essential to instill within them a semblance of hope. Otherwise, it was likely that, despite knowing the futility of resistance, most would still choose to defy him. Yegerite, he inquired, what are your thoughts on allowing our captives to work without compensation? Does this notion not strike you as audacious? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's question, Yegerite's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. She instinctively wiped her lips and, with a smile, replied, "My lord, your idea has left me utterly astounded." After a brief pause, she swallowed hard and continued, "However, I fear that those captives who have yet to submit are rather obstinate. Their desire to escape and resist is likely to be exceedingly strong." Upon hearing the maid's response, a contemplative look crossed Qi Xuan's face. Despite the likelihood of failure in this audacious attempt, he remained undeterred in his courage to experiment. Hailing from an era of peace, he harbored an innate reluctance to indiscriminately slaughter the captured foes, as that would weigh heavily on his conscience. As for the notion of releasing these captives without compensation, it was evidently not a prudent idea, for throughout history, men have often feared authority more than virtue. In this world, kindness is frequently misconstrued as weakness. There is a saying that good people are easily bullied, and gentle horses are ridden. One must never act in a manner that suggests weakness, even if it stems from benevolence. What if I promised them freedom after a year of unpaid labor? How do you perceive this temptation? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Yegerite's gaze toward him grew peculiar. Yet, Qi Xuan seemed oblivious to her strange look and continued to muse. Providing them with sustenance means their labor cannot be deemed entirely unpaid. Thus, it is, in essence, a form of equitable exchange. Beyond this point, terms like 2 shifts and 996 were lost on Yegerite. Chapter 40. Caitlin delivered to our doorstep since the institution of the unpaid labor system for captives. The surroundings of the Black Castle had once again become lively. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, numerous captives diligently wielded the axes they were issued, obediently felling trees. Although there were various logistical tasks available, Qi Xuan initially directed the captives to acclimate themselves by starting with tree cutting. In the frigid northern realm, timber was undoubtedly the finest resource. When ignited, it would provide warmth to many. Besides heating, fire was essential for cooking and blacksmithing. In a world where the availability of coal remained uncertain, most individuals opted for wood as their fuel source. Of course, to ensure their resignation. The site designated for their lumbering activities was located north of the Great Wall of Despair, amidst the White Woods. From the perspective of the map, there lay an immensely vast forest. Although, according to the previous agreements in Westeros, these woods were supposed to belong to the children of the forest, that pact was not signed by Qi Xuan. Thus, why should he abide by it? Moreover, it is evident from the original series that the children of the forest predominantly serve the three-eyed raven. The three-eyed raven, a seemingly omnipotent figure in the original narrative, possesses the ability to delve into the minds of others and traverse back in time to witness any individual's past memories. Furthermore, this enigmatic being appears capable of foreseeing the future. Even the Night King, the most formidable antagonist in the original saga, who effortlessly slays dragons, regards him as a significant adversary. Many viewers of the series have speculated that Bran Stark, who ultimately ascended to the throne, was perhaps overtaken by this entity. In fact, Qi Xuan suspects that the previous attack by the free folk on the wall is linked to the three-eyed raven. The reasons? In addition to the raven that appeared on the battlefield, it is due to the raven's unparalleled proficiency in manipulating hearts and minds. Nonetheless, all of this remains mere conjecture. Despite this, Qi Xuan desires to fell the trees north of the wall, ideally clearing all of them to compel the three-eyed raven to confront the Night King sooner. While Qi Xuan leisurely perused his book, a familiar voice abruptly interrupted his solitude. "My lord, a woman claiming to be the mother of Robb Stark has appeared outside the Black Castle. She seeks an audience with you." Upon hearing Ygritte's words, a flurry of details regarding the woman flashed through Qi Xuan's mind. Catelyn Tully, born into the noble house Tully of the Riverlands, was originally destined to wed Brandon Stark, the elder brother of Ned Stark. However, following the tragic deaths of both Brandon and his father at the hands of the former king, Catelyn ultimately married Ned Stark and bore him 3 sons and 2 daughters, affectionately referred to as Lady Cat by the audience. She performed a series of perplexing actions in the original series that left many bewildered. With this in mind, Qi Xuan found himself suddenly intrigued by this remarkable woman and resolved to meet her. "Ygritte, instruct the soldiers to bring her before me." Yes. Soon, Catelyn Tully arrived before Qi Xuan, accompanied by several soldiers. "My lord, I greet you." Upon meeting Qi Xuan, Catelyn was quick to extend her greetings. As the saying goes, when things appear unusual, there is often something amiss. Qi Xuan discerned a hint of something peculiar in her demeanor. Given her status as the daughter of the Duke of the Riverlands and the wife of the Warden of the North, her demeanor should have been one of considerable pride. Yet, before him stood a woman exhibiting such humility. Clearly, this prolific duchess was grappling with an immense dilemma. Even with his eyes closed, Qi Xuan could surmise her purpose for visiting. It was undoubtedly to negotiate for the release of the captured Robb Stark. It is important to acknowledge that the two parties had previously engaged in a fierce conflict, with Qi Xuan and the Stark family firmly established as adversaries. Under what circumstances, then, would the lady of this rival family seek an audience with Qi Xuan? Surely her husband, the Duke of the North, Ned Stark, must find himself ensnared in a predicament akin to that in the original tale, rendering him unable to return to Winterfell. While Qi Xuan's mind raced with various thoughts, only mere seconds had elapsed. He regarded Lady Catelyn Tully from a distance with a smile, then spoke. "It is a pleasure to encounter you on this occasion. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Although Qi Xuan had already surmised her intentions, he feigned ignorance in his words. In truth, both parties were well aware of the underlying motives. Yet, the one who spoke first often inadvertently revealed their vulnerabilities. As Qi Xuan's youthful and handsome visage met her gaze, Catelyn found herself momentarily disoriented. This boy, scarcely more than a child and akin in age to her eldest son, had forged a formidable reputation. Despite his appearance being markedly different from the people of this continent, his renown had spread throughout the north and beyond. Thus, Catelyn repeatedly reminded herself not to underestimate him due to his youth. "My lord, I wish to secure the release of my eldest son, Robb Stark. Naturally, if possible, I would also seek the liberation of the other lords." Upon hearing Catelyn's words, a knowing smirk appeared on Qi Xuan's face. He snapped his fingers and inquired, "Then, my lady, should I acquiesce to your request, how might you repay me?" His gaze bore into Catelyn, as though he sought to discern her true intentions. Yet, perhaps due to the intensity of his stare, Catelyn misconstrued his words. Her breathing quickened, her expression grew icy, yet beneath that frost lay a tempest of unspoken emotions. Whether fueled by anger or a deep-seated humiliation, her face flushed crimson. Reflecting on her husband's uncertain fate and her son Robb's captivity, Catelyn abruptly closed her eyes. Her demeanor resigned. With a low growl, she asserted, "If you can release my son and the other lords, then I shall acquiesce to your demands." Observing Catelyn gripping her fists tightly, her entire body trembling, Qi Xuan realized that she had misunderstood his intentions. What degree of hunger would compel him to entertain thoughts of a middle-aged woman who had borne 5 children? Although the ambition of Mengda is a noble ideal, in a world devoid of caesarean births, one can merely conclude that those who understand. Suddenly, Qi Xuan gazed at Lady Catelyn before him, his expression one of bewilderment, and he inquired with a hint of confusion, "My lady, I have yet to articulate my request. Have you misconstrued my intentions?" Chapter 41. Candor. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Lady Catelyn's countenance transformed into a tapestry of remarkable emotions. Relief, embarrassment, anger, and disappointment surged within her heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. Despite being steadfastly loyal to her husband, unlike many noble women in this world, it remained uncertain whether she harbored any daring thoughts in her mind. Physically, however, she had never strayed. Observing the woman before him, whose beauty had faded with the passage of time, Qi Xuan felt a twinge of admiration. In his previous life, his interest in the series Game of Thrones stemmed from its audacious and progressive narrative. To what extent was the plot audacious? It was a notion he found difficult to articulate. For instance, in the prequel, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, renowned as the Light of the Realm, bore 3 sons from an extramarital affair. While the primary reason was her husband's lack of interest in women and their mutual agreement to pursue their own pleasures post-marriage, it was nonetheless astonishing. Furthermore, it was rumored that she maintained a close relationship with a member of the Kingsguard. If even a princess could be so open and audacious in her private life, one could only imagine the liberties taken by other noble women in this world. It is essential to acknowledge that we do not reside in an era of gender equality and greater acceptance towards women, as seen in modern society. As a man of conservative disposition, Qi Xuan recognized that he might never comprehend such behaviors, let alone endorse them. Perhaps this was why he did not share the same fervent admiration for noble daughters as most men of this realm did. After a prolonged silence, Lady Catelyn finally composed herself. With a serious expression, she turned to Qi Xuan and inquired, "My lord, what must be done to secure the release of my son and the other captured noble lords? And what of the fate awaiting the common soldiers who have been taken prisoner?" It was evident that Lady Catelyn had no intention of seeking redemption for them. To her family and the other noble lords, Lady Catelyn may have been perceived as a loyal and gentle noblewoman. However, to the commoners, she bore little distinction from the other noble lords. The lives of the common people were deemed inconsequential, a sentiment shared by the vast majority of noble lords in this world. Even if some lords professed their love for their subjects for various reasons, deep down, they remained indifferent to the welfare and mortality of these individuals. With a smile, Qi Xuan gazed at Lady Catelyn before speaking. "I have 3 conditions. Should you agree to any one of them, I shall consent to release your son and the other noble lords who have been captured." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Catelyn stifled her inner joy and replied, "Please, go on, my lord." In truth, she felt no fear regarding Qi Xuan's audacious demands, as they implied a chance to rescue her son and the other imprisoned lords. Had Qi Xuan not made any demands, she would have been considerably troubled, for that would suggest he had no intention of releasing Robb Stark and the other captured lords of the North. A glimmer of anticipation and curiosity suddenly appeared in Qi Xuan's eyes as he continued with a smile. "First, the ransom for Robb Stark is 10,000 golden dragons. Each great noble's ransom is 5,000 golden dragons, while that of lesser nobles is 1,000 golden dragons each." Upon hearing this first condition, Catelyn pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Clearly, she perceived Qi Xuan's price as exorbitant, or perhaps she was calculating the wealth that Winterfell currently possessed. When merely considering the figures, some might assume Qi Xuan's demands were not excessively high. However, a true understanding of the prices on the continent of Westeros would lead one to a different conclusion. In Westeros, currency is primarily divided into golden dragons, silver stags, and copper stars. 1 golden dragon equates to 210 silver stags, and 1,470 copper stars. A single copper star can purchase 8 sausages and 8 pints of ale, while a suit of armor costs approximately 800 silver stags, or about 4 golden dragons. The armor here includes high-quality chainmail, gorgets, greaves, and full helms, all crafted from steel. Naturally, prices for goods are often influenced by various factors. In times of peace and war, for instance, the cost of food can differ drastically. If one were to consider only the aforementioned prices, they might deem Qi Xuan's demands as excessive. Yet, when juxtaposed with another matter, they appear rather trivial. During King Robert Baratheon's 20-year reign over Westeros, the crown has amassed a debt of 6 million golden dragons, primarily attributable to King Robert himself. Each time he hosted a tournament in the capital, King's Landing, vast sums of money were spent. In addition to the 5,000 golden dragons awarded to the champion of each event, the expenses incurred by the participating noble lords were also covered by the crown. Naturally, the wealthy are the king and those noble lords, while the common folk, well, they often suffer from hunger. As he stated his second condition, "I demand 50 warships." Lady Catelyn bit her lips even tighter, clearly troubled by this latest request. Observing that the other party remained silent, Qi Xuan smiled and articulated his final and most significant condition. "The third condition is that I require you and Robb Stark, in the name of House Stark's honor, to publicly acknowledge my royal status and legally grant me ownership of all lands north of Long Lake." This is impossible, to everyone's surprise. The moment Qi Xuan uttered his third condition, Lady Catelyn promptly voiced her refusal without hesitation. Clearly, even though her actions in the original narrative might suggest a lack of intelligence, it is perhaps merely a reflection of her deep concern for her family, which has led her emotions to override her reason. In truth, as the daughter of a duke, she has received a certain degree of education and possesses an understanding of many matters. compared to the first two conditions. The third condition essentially amounts to a treaty of territorial concession. Not to mention that the Stark family lacks the authority to cede the numerous noble lordships north of Long Lake to Qi Xuan. Even if they had such authority, they would not dare to do so. After all, this world is still in a feudal system, not the era of centralized monarchical power. For all the noble lords, their hereditary lands and titles are their lifeblood. Who would dare to concede their territory? Not even a minor duke from the north could do so, let alone a king. Any major noble who dared to consider such an act, even in mere words, would inevitably face rebellion and retribution from their vassals. No, to be precise, all the lords in this world would rise against that treacherous noble. Chapter 42. The abandoned Theon. Your conditions are excessively unreasonable. We simply cannot acquiesce to this demand. My lord, I hope that the conditions you propose can be more reasonable and grounded in reality. Although Catelyn was thoroughly incensed by Qi Xuan's three conditions, particularly the third, she managed to suppress her anger and indignation. Her husband was already in a predicament, and the Stark family urgently required an adult man to support the household. While there were still two sons of Ned Stark in Winterfell, their youth rendered them incapable of shouldering the burdens of the family and the North. This was precisely why she risked everything to seek out Qi Xuan, her adversary, for negotiation. It is well known that in times of conflict, messengers are often slain, and one cannot predict how many would perish. Had it not been for her sincere intent and the dire circumstances, Lady Catelyn would clearly not have willingly risked her life to meet with Qi Xuan. Upon hearing Lady Catelyn's plea, Qi Xuan chuckled. Although the northern nobles are relatively impoverished compared to those of other regions, he did not believe that House Stark could not muster even a few tens of thousands of gold dragons. Certainly, it is plausible that they are genuinely unable to procure the necessary funds. However, what relevance does this have to Qi Xuan? For the enemies who have been defeated and captured, his decision not to execute them is already an act of mercy. Could one truly expect him to release them without hesitation? Such a notion is simply unfathomable. Otherwise, would not the soldiers who perished in battle be deemed to have died in vain? In truth, the ransom proposed by Qi Xuan is not exorbitant. Generally, the ransom for a knight on the continent of Westeros hovers around 300 golden dragons, whereas the bounties for higher-ranking noble lords are considerably greater. It is essential to recognize that even within the knightly rank, there exists a vast disparity. Knights possessing fiefs hold a status far superior to those without. Above the knightly echelon, and aside from the king, there are 5 noble titles: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. When calculated accordingly, Qi Xuan even perceives his ransom price as somewhat modest. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan suddenly called out, "Bring forth Robb Stark and the other captured noble lords from the north. Inform them that Lady Catelyn wishes to secure their release." Shortly thereafter, Robb Stark and his compatriots were escorted before Qi Xuan and Lady Catelyn. Overcome with emotion at the sight of her long-lost eldest son, Lady Catelyn embraced him tightly. Though she had previously exhibited remarkable strength, the helplessness and sorrow within her were burdens she bore alone. Just as Robb Stark felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion at his mother's display, he heard her whisper softly, "Robb, King Robert is dead. Ned has been falsely accused of murdering the king and is currently imprisoned in the dungeons of King's Landing, facing imminent trial. The new king, Joffrey, has dispatched a letter demanding our allegiance in King's Landing." Having swiftly conveyed the dire situation confronting House Stark, Lady Catelyn released her son. The initial thrill of seeing his mother and the prospect of regaining his freedom filled Robb Stark with elation. Yet, he was taken aback by the harsh reality his mother presented. Fresh from a defeat at the hands of the enemy, he learned that his father was imprisoned, accused of regicide, and on the brink of judgment and retribution. Truly, it was as if the rain fell relentlessly upon a leaky roof. Robb's emotions were beyond articulation. Moreover, although his mother did not mention it, his 2 sisters had accompanied their father to King's Landing. Surely, at this moment, they too must have been captured by the enemy? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Robb Stark understood that the most critical task at hand was to secure his own freedom. Only by returning to Winterfell could he summon the bannermen of House Stark and lead an army southward to rescue his father. As for the idea of pledging allegiance to the new king in King's Landing alone, I fear that he will be captured immediately upon his arrival, and subsequently face public trial alongside his father. By then, the Stark family will be left with only 2 young brothers and their mother. Mother, what are the conditions from the other party? After a moment of contemplation, Robb Stark turned to Lady Catelyn and inquired. Upon hearing this, the other captured lords of the north also directed their gaze toward Lady Catelyn. As Lady Catelyn recounted the 3 conditions previously set forth by Qi Xuan, A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly of nobles. Although the northern lords were largely impoverished, they could still muster the resolve to pay the ransom. Robb Stark mentally assessed his family's assets and then focused intently on Qi Xuan, his expression solemn as he declared, "I agree to your first condition. The ransom for all noble lords, including myself, shall be borne by House Stark." Despite the anguish bleeding within his heart, Robb gritted his teeth and voiced his decision. He understood that House Stark had precariously teetered on the edge of an abyss. If this was merely the aftermath of a defeat in battle, it would only tarnish the family's reputation. However, now his father faced accusations of murdering the former king, which would undoubtedly sow doubt among the vassals of House Stark. The longer time stretched on, the more likely it was that additional northern lords would gravitate toward the king or choose to remain neutral. This was the most disadvantageous news for House Stark, which sought to rescue Ned Stark. Excellent. A remarkably decisive and astute choice. Robb, I am beginning to appreciate you, Qi Xuan praised, noting Robb Stark's swift acceptance of his first demand. Observing the excitement of those before him, Qi Xuan's lips curled into a peculiar smile. However, I must remind you that as the son and currently the only heir of the Duke of the Iron Islands, Theon Greyjoy's ransom is set at a staggering 30,000 golden dragons. Upon hearing that his ransom surpassed the combined total of all the noble lords present, including Robb, Theon initially felt a surge of joy, only to be swiftly engulfed by a weighty despair. His gaze instinctively fell upon his childhood friend Robb. Yet this time Robb averted his eyes. This instinctive action cast a shadow over Theon's heart. Although Robb quickly regained his composure and intended to speak, Lady Catelyn suddenly grasped his hand tightly and shook it vigorously. Consequently, the words that were on the verge of escaping Robb's lips transformed in that final moment. No, we shall not pay Theon's ransom. Despite having anticipated it, when his close brother voiced the words, Theon felt an immediate chill enveloping him. In that moment, he experienced the profound agony of betrayal by a loved one. Having lived in Winterfell for many years, he had come to regard the Stark family as his own kin. Yet, reality often proves to be starkly cruel, regardless of one's willingness to accept it. Chapter 43. Theon's descent into darkness and loyalty. Though Theon Greyjoy was aware that the Stark family was not affluent and faced considerable financial strain, his heart felt heavy. Almost suffocatingly so. What a painful betrayal it was. He had once believed that, despite not being a trueborn Stark, his years of shared life had made Winterfell his second home. Sometimes, he mused that he might spend his entire life in the cold north, fighting for the Stark family's cause. Although his heart ached to the point of near suffocation, Theon did not shed tears. For these past years, due to Eddard Stark's equitable treatment, he had lived quite well among the Starks. Compared to Jon Snow, the acknowledged bastard of Eddard, he had fared better. After all, Lady Catelyn harbored disdain for Jon, even refusing to accept him as her husband's illegitimate son, yet she had not subjected Theon to such scrutiny. Observing Theon's sudden silence, Robb Stark felt a flicker of guilt. Through their years of camaraderie, Robb had come to regard Theon as a true friend and a potential loyal vassal knight. Though it was calculated that the Stark family's wealth could sufficiently ransom everyone, including Theon, Robb ultimately had to make the heart-wrenching decision to forsake him. At that moment, his father was facing malicious accusations in King's Landing, his life hanging by a thread. The most effective means to rescue him was to lead an army to the gates of the capital, compelling the enemies to release his father. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be secured. Preparing for war requires immense financial resources, particularly for food, not to mention weapons, armor, and other essential supplies. Even though a previous defeat had cost many northern soldiers, Robb knew he needed to muster at least 15,000 men. In truth, 15,000 was a precarious number. Falling below that threshold could jeopardize their ability to even reach the Crownlands. After casting a deep glance at Theon, who had become expressionless, Robb turned and departed first. In response to this, the soldiers, seeing that Qi Xuan did not give any indication, naturally chose not to intervene. Thus, Robb Stark exited the conference room, followed closely by Lady Catelyn and the captured northern lords, who also turned to leave. Qi Xuan observed that as Lady Catelyn departed, Theon discreetly gazed at her for an extended period, as if harboring some lingering fantasy. Unfortunately, Lady Catelyn did not even glance in his direction and hurried away. It was unclear whether she feared Qi Xuan might suddenly change his mind, or was simply too anxious about the safety of her husband and daughters. Soon, with the sound of hurried footsteps fading away, Theon found himself the sole captive remaining in the chamber. His gaze remained emotionless as he looked towards Qi Xuan. Noticing the seemingly all-knowing Theon, who appeared to comprehend everything, even matters of life and death. Qi Xuan suddenly erupted into laughter. How amusing! As he chuckled, memories of Theon's storyline from the original narrative flooded his mind. Theon Greyjoy, the son of the Lord of the Iron Islands, had a penchant for revelry and ridiculing Jon Snow. Years prior, his father, Balon Greyjoy, audaciously declared himself king, which led to a brutal suppression by King Robert and Ned Stark. Ultimately, the Greyjoy family faced defeat. Theon's two brothers perished in that rebellion, leaving him as the sole survivor, held as a hostage by the Northern Lord, Ned Stark. Subsequently, incited by his father and sister, he betrayed his dear friend Robb Stark and seized Winterfell. It was then that Theon encountered the unforgettable Ramsay Bolton, the illegitimate son of House Bolton. Under Ramsay's cruel hand, Theon endured a myriad of tortures, including the horrific punishment of mutilation. Although the Ironborn venerate the drowned god and adhere to the ancient rites of drowning, the two ceremonies, while similar in name, are fundamentally distinct in nature. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan felt a surge of empathy. Would Theon be able to escape the clutches of his dreadful fate this time? As curiosity and pity flickered in Qi Xuan's eyes, Theon's already dismal mood deteriorated further. With Robb Stark having relinquished the hope of his redemption, Theon knew that Qi Xuan's next inquiry would undoubtedly concern his father, the Duke Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Yet, in Theon's mind, the lords of the Iron Islands were even poorer than their northern counterparts. Not only would his father lack the means to ransom him, but even if he were wealthy, it was unlikely he would wish to pay for a son. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands, self-proclaimed as Ironborn, believe that strength prevails over toil, subsisting through raiding and considering those who dwell on the continent of Westeros to be excessively feeble. In comparison to purchasing goods with money, they prefer to seize them directly, bearing no distinction from the so-called pirates. As Theon Greyjoy anxiously awaited his fate while gazing at Qi Xuan, he suddenly found himself under the gaze of Qi Xuan, who appeared to smile enigmatically. Theon Greyjoy, Qi Xuan remarked, I am well aware of the Iron Islands. I presume your father would be reluctant to pay your ransom. What do you intend to do next? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, a flurry of thoughts raced through Theon's mind. He understood that it was impossible to continue living off the bounty of others without labor, as the previous leniency he experienced was solely due to the expectation of a substantial ransom for his release. Thus, during their incarceration, Theon and the other noble lords had enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence, with ample provisions each day, in stark contrast to the civilian captives, for whom no one would spend money to secure their freedom. They could afford to work for a year and thereby regain their liberty. If Theon were to adopt a similar approach, the prospect of earning 30,000 golden dragons would likely elude him for a lifetime. Realizing this, Theon understood that he had but a single option remaining. He solemnly knelt before Qi Xuan, one knee touching the ground, and proclaimed, In the name of the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, I, Theon Greyjoy, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you in exchange for my life and freedom. I shall remain loyal until your mercy is granted or until the end of my days. After uttering his oath of fealty, Theon bowed his head deeply. In that moment, he appeared desolate, stripped of the pride and honor befitting the son of a duke. Qi Xuan silently regarded this nobleman, the first to willingly pledge allegiance to him, and then rose with a smile. He swiftly approached Theon and unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. With the sound of the blade being drawn, Theon's heart raced. Just as anxiety gripped him, the sword was laid upon his shoulder. Very well, Theon. I accept your loyalty. Chapter 44. The Southern Journey. Although Qi Xuan accepted Theon's pledge, it did not signify complete trust. In truth, Qi Xuan's willingness to accept was rooted in Theon's current status. As the last surviving son of Balon Greyjoy, Duke of the Iron Islands, he would serve as a valuable asset in Qi Xuan's quest to govern the Ironborn. While the Ironborn were notorious for their treachery and lack of loyalty, they were presently under the banner of the Greyjoy family. Qi Xuan believed that, with his assistance, Theon could ultimately attain the title of Duke of the Iron Islands, thereby winning the allegiance of the Ironborn. In the eyes of Qi Xuan, although his army currently shows no fear of land battles, naval warfare remains an immense void. Besides the lack of warships requisite for maritime combat, there is a scarcity of captains and sailors, and perhaps even soldiers familiar with the water. Having come from a peaceful era in a past life, Qi Xuan is acutely aware of the significance of a naval force, far more so than most individuals in this world. A formidable navy can not only contend with enemy fleets, but also provide protection for future maritime trade vessels. The advantages of maritime transport over land conveyance are self-evident. Furthermore, across the sea lies the vast continent of Essos, which harbors a tremendous market. Whether procuring various supplies or selling an array of goods, such endeavors promise staggering profits. Presently, Qi Xuan's adversaries consist solely of the northern noble lords, specifically those led by the Stark family. Yet, who can guarantee that noble lords from other regions will not lend support to the north or, for various reasons, seek to oppose Qi Xuan? While he is indifferent to mere skirmishes on the battlefield, the increasing population under his command presents a formidable challenge regarding food supply. Additionally, to enhance the recognition and well-being of his subjects, it is imperative that essentials such as clothing, food, and shelter are not perpetually in short supply. Should the lords of Tesla's continent impose a blockade on resources entering the north, specifically the territories ruled by Qi Xuan, it is certain that he and all his followers would endure a protracted period of arduous struggle. In truth, Qi Xuan has never been one to relish hardship, nor does he consider suffering something to be glorified. Life is but a fleeting span of decades. If enjoyment is attainable, why choose a path of hardship? Is it because only through trials of suffering can one attain a higher spiritual realm, thus finding joy in adversity? Or is it that a sufficient number of individuals must endure hardship throughout their lives to ensure that a select few experience joy? Shaking his head, Qi Xuan resolved not to ponder this perhaps unanswerable question. Gazing upon the 200 cavalrymen behind him and the distant black castle, a surge of emotion welled within him. It has been over 2 months since he traversed into this world, and he has remained in the frigid north all this time. In stark contrast to the vibrant and colorful south, the north appears rather dull. The cold weather, sparse population, low agricultural yield, and a lifestyle reliant on hunting and fishing define existence in the north. Adjacent to the southernmost tip of the north lies the fertile and temperate riverlands. True to its name, the region is replete with rivers and plains, evidently a land of abundance. The inhabitants here enjoy a considerably happier existence compared to those from the impoverished regions like the north. Certainly, the tranquility and abundance of this region have led to a rather natural phenomenon. The military prowess of the lords of Riverrun is worrisome. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that so many lords within the original narrative have taken to leading their armies to ravage Riverrun. Imagine, if the enemy is not only feeble but also exceedingly wealthy, who would not be tempted? Not to mention the noble lords. Even Qi Xuan would unhesitatingly choose to plunder the riches and provisions of Riverrun. However, in contrast to the majority of the cold-hearted lords in this world, Qi Xuan has always retained a semblance of conscience and compassion. Even if he were to pillage Riverrun, he would not bring things to utter ruin. For the common folk at the bottom rungs of society, he would ensure they are left with enough sustenance to survive for a considerable time. This notion may appear somewhat hypocritical to many, yet Qi Xuan believes one should possess certain moral boundaries. Even if the total amount of food he leaves behind is substantial, he does not lack for that little bit of sustenance. Whether procuring provisions from the lands of Westeros or from Essos, solutions abound where there are challenges. After subduing the Iron Islands, Qi Xuan suddenly realized that he lacked a considerable pool of talent. If his ambition were merely to govern the Wall and Black Castle, his current cadre would suffice. However, to rule over the vast territories north of the river, and indeed the entire continent of Westeros in the future, he would require a far greater number of capable individuals. It has been said, conquering a realm is difficult, but governing it is even more so. If his sole objective were to seize control of this land known as Tesla, it would be an effortless task for one equipped with a system like Qi Xuan. Even without lifting a finger, time would inevitably allow him to sweep across the entirety of Westeros. Yet, to govern the lands he has conquered, a sufficient number of able people is essential. Otherwise, he may soon face a series of insurrections rising in succession. Reflecting on the entirety of the narrative, Qi Xuan has already contemplated some individuals he wishes to recruit. Beyond seeking talent, he also intends to visit Winterfell to reclaim the promised 25,000 golden dragons from House Stark. Upon acquiring his rightful funds, Qi Xuan plans to procure ample provisions and armor. It is worth mentioning that the casualty rate among his soldiers during the preceding battles has been alarmingly high, far exceeding his expectations. In Qi Xuan's view, the primary reason for such a staggering loss of life is the inadequacy of his soldiers' armor. By typical market standards, a complete suit of steel plate armor costs approximately 4 golden dragons. Should Qi Xuan purchase 1,000 or even several thousand suits of armor, the strength of his army would be significantly enhanced. In the era of cold weaponry, a well-crafted suit of armor significantly enhances a soldier's combat prowess and survival odds. Beyond weapons forged from Valyrian steel or penetrating the gaps in armor, a fully armored soldier becomes a veritable reaper on the battlefield. In addition to infantry, Qi Xuan aspired to assemble a formidable cavalry regiment. Suddenly, a cold breath escaped his lips. To realize his ambitions, a sum of 25,000 golden dragons would scarcely suffice. It appeared that this southern expedition would necessitate considerable plunder. With one last glance at the Black Castle, Qi Xuan urged his horse southward. Following closely behind him were Ygritte, Xian, and over 200 light cavalrymen. Chapter 45. The Big Figures in the North. Winterfell stands as the current capital, the stronghold of House Stark. This castle is indeed extraordinary. It is said that Winterfell was constructed over 8,000 years ago by the builder Brandon Stark with the assistance of giants, strategically located at the heart of the north, connected to King's Landing and the Wall by the King's Road. Unlike other castles or towns in the north, Winterfell sprawls over several acres, encircled by an ancient sacred grove and built atop a natural hot spring. Warm water is channeled through pipes within the walls, ensuring that Winterfell remains as warm as spring even during the frigid northern winters. It must be said that the Stark family knows how to savor life. On this day, 2 cavalrymen on war horses arrived not far from the gates of Winterfell. Observing the motionless pair, the soldiers and civilians within the castle bore expressions of astonishment. These 2 riders possessed features markedly distinct from the humans of Westeros. Their skin tone was a pale shade, and their features appeared more harmonious. Their facial hair was sparse. Perhaps their body hair did not grow as freely as that of the inhabitants of this continent, clad in leather armor rather than full plate. It was evident why they were perceived as cavalrymen and not knights. The emblem displayed on their banner appeared unfamiliar. "Do you recognize the crest of any noble house?" One of the castle guards inquired of his comrades. "It resembles a type of bird, but I have not seen such a design on the banners of other northern nobles. I have never encountered this emblem before." The Stark guards began to converse animatedly about the 2 unfamiliar riders in the distance. Naturally, some astute individuals rushed to inform Robb Stark and his companions, who had just returned days prior. Since Robb Stark rejoined his mother, Lady Catelyn, in Winterfell, he had promptly dispatched ravens to the bannermen of House Stark. The Stark family currently teeters on the precipice, precariously close to plummeting into an abyss of despair. While their previous defeat at the hands of Qi Xuan merely inflicted a slight blow to their reputation, the accusation against Eddard Stark of conspiring to assassinate the former king represents a far more grievous affront. To the majority of noble lords in the north, or indeed across the continent of Westeros, Eddard Stark is esteemed as a man of honor, one who would never stoop to such ignoble acts that tarnish noble lineage. Yet, the missives emanating from King's Landing assert unequivocally that Eddard's culpability is indisputable, awaiting only the formality of a trial. Compounding their plight is the Boltons, who have long harbored grievances against House Stark and are covertly orchestrating schemes to rally other northern lords. These pressing issues weigh heavily upon Robb Stark and his companions, stirring a tumult of anger and unease within them. Were it not for House Stark's recent agreement to ransom the captured noble lords, their current predicament might have been even more dire. Upon hearing of the imminent arrival of new noble allies, Robb Stark hastened toward the city gates, accompanied by Lady Catelyn. Behind them trailed several knights of House Stark. As for the other lords previously ransomed by Robb and Catelyn, they had taken their leave, citing the need to return to their lands to muster their forces, though they pledged their unwavering support for House Stark. When Robb Stark and his retinue neared the gates, they beheld approximately 200 horsemen awaiting beyond. Among them, Robb's gaze was immediately drawn to Qi Xuan, the very adversary who had bested him. Observing the banners unfurled by the soldiers, Robb noted with intrigue the unfamiliar bird depicted upon them. It appeared to be a species he had never encountered before, its tail feathers both numerous and elongated. In addition to the emblem, there was an enigmatic symbol that seemed equally foreign. As Robb silently scrutinized Qi Xuan and his entourage beyond the gates, he overheard the murmurs of soldiers and townsfolk within Winterfell. They speculated on the significance of the nobleman outside, remarking that the last king's visit to Winterfell had been accompanied by a mere 200 or 300 horsemen. Could this unfamiliar lord be a duke, akin to the Stark family of the north? Observations arose regarding the formidable presence of the horsemen, their gazes inducing a palpable sense of dread, akin to having a blade poised at one's throat. "Do you not feel it?" one remarked, echoing a sentiment of unease. "I thought it was merely my imagination. Might this be the very aura of death spoken of by the minstrels?" Listening to the discourse, Robb Stark's expression fluctuated between shadows of worry and resolve. As his inaugural adversary in battle, Qi Xuan imparted upon him the bitter taste of defeat, a sensation akin to that of a prisoner in chains, truly disheartening. Despite the considerable loss of life on both sides, Robb Stark did not harbor animosity towards Qi Xuan and his faction. While he was certainly displeased by their unauthorized assault on the Night's Watch and their occupation of the Wall and Black Castle, he perceived that enmity was not an inevitable path in the current circumstance. With this thought in mind, Robb Stark made his way towards Qi Xuan and his company. Upon arriving at the city gate, Robb's gaze fell upon the leader Qi Xuan and the figure of Theon Greyjoy behind him. "You have arrived. Is it for the ransom previously discussed?" Robb Stark inquired, addressing Qi Xuan with a natural demeanor, perhaps influenced by the teachings of Ned Stark. The Stark family held values of honor and integrity in high regard. Thus, without awaiting a response from Qi Xuan, Robb proactively broached the subject. "Indeed, we have come for that very matter," Qi Xuan replied, equally at ease. Although it appeared that he commanded merely over 200 cavalrymen, and the combined forces of Winterfell's soldiers and civilians were likely fewer than 1,000, the numerical advantage of Winterfell was undeniable. However, disregarding the combat efficacy of the common folk, cavalry typically boasted superior fighting capability compared to ordinary infantry. Moreover, Qi Xuan's formidable and almost inhuman prowess dissuaded Robb Stark from contemplating an ambush. Casting a deep glance at Qi Xuan, Robb Stark instructed the knight beside him, "Sir Roderick, please fetch the agreed-upon ransom." "Yes, my lord." Sir Roderick hesitated momentarily as he glanced between Robb Stark and Lady Catelyn, but ultimately acquiesced. As he watched the group depart to retrieve the funds, a flicker of delight surged within Qi Xuan. Truth be told, he held little interest in wealth. Although he was on the verge of acquiring a fortune of 25,000 gold dragons, what significance did it hold? He recalled that his happiest moments were shortly after his arrival in this world, when he possessed naught but the bare essentials. Despite lacking in gold, the mere access to ample food brought him great joy. In contrast, upon hearing of the 25,000 gold dragons, he realized that the elation he anticipated was far less potent than he had imagined. At that moment, memories flooded Qi Xuan's mind. It had been more than 10 days since he departed from Black Castle, and the end of the month was fast approaching. Soon, the arrival of the next month filled him with anticipation and desire for the new rewards that awaited him. In comparison to the invaluable treasures acquired through the system's gift packs, almost everything in this world can be procured with mere currency. Not to mention the ordinary sustenance and various resources, even lives, in truth, possess a price. Perhaps for just a handful of silver deer, a commoner might willingly sacrifice themselves to serve you in battle. If one were to consider the items of exorbitant value in this realm, the foremost would undoubtedly be weapons forged from Valyrian steel, along with the legendary dragon eggs. Since the near extinction of the Valyrians, weapons crafted from this rare steel have become exceedingly rare and treasured artifacts. Many noble lords would even forsake their family's honor and reputation, engaging in shameful acts for a single Valyrian weapon. It is said that the Lannister family, the Duke of the West, who has lost their ancestral legacy, is willing to spend a fortune to acquire such a weapon. Nevertheless, those families who possess Valyrian arms, even if they have fallen into dire straits, regard them with indifference. As for the dragon eggs, it is rumored that numerous Valyrian dragon lord families, including the Targaryens, once held the secret to controlling dragons. Beyond the training and riding of these magnificent beasts, the crucial knowledge lies in hatching the eggs. In that era, the worth of a dragon egg could be deemed the highest in the world. However, it has been around 2 centuries since the last living dragon of the Targaryen lineage, indicating that even they may have lost the means to hatch these eggs. Despite this, the world has never lacked individuals who possess an unwavering belief in their uniqueness and potential for success. Thus, even though countless souls cannot bring forth dragons from their eggs, their worth remains astronomical. Should one inquire if Qi Xuan yearns for a dragon, he would undoubtedly express profound desire. Although he lacks the bloodline of the Targaryens, or any other dragon lord family of Valyria, it stands to reason that he would be unable to hatch a dragon, nor earn its recognition. Yet, Qi Xuan's heart still longs for a few dragon eggs, yearning for a dragon of his own. His desire for dragons stems not only from their formidable power, but also from their ability to serve as airborne mounts. Having traversed this land for nearly 3 months, Qi Xuan's greatest lament is the excessive time consumed in travel. Merely crossing the north seems to take an eternity. As this thought crossed his mind, a notion suddenly sparked within him. At that moment, Sir Roderick had arrived with several wooden crates. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dull thuds, the crates landed on the ground. "Open them," Robb Stark commanded, gazing at the boxes before him. Upon hearing Robb's command, several soldiers by the wooden chest promptly lifted its lid. In the next moment, the eyes of all present were captivated by the treasures within. Gazing upon the chests brimming with golden dragons, an overwhelming sense of greed and desire surged within countless hearts. "Let us count this," It is the ransom promised earlier. Though he felt an immense reluctance, Robb Stark feigned indifference as he spoke. If only he and Qi Xuan were privy to the existence of this ransom, he could have easily chosen to disregard it. However, it was unfortunate that the northern lords who had also gained their freedom were aware of this matter. Thus, for the sake of House Stark's honor, Robb Stark felt compelled to deliver this sum, and it must be done with great fanfare, under the watchful eyes of many. Although this world may lack tales of integrity, many noble lords understood the paramount importance of reputation to a family. Qi Xuan glanced at the gold coins within the chest, and then declared, "Excellent. Send a few to retrieve the gold from the chest." As his words fell, several cavalrymen dismounted and hurried towards the chest filled with golden dragons. Thus, several chests of gold were moved into Qi Xuan's entourage under the scrutiny of countless spectators. With that, the matter of the ransom was resolved. Should any family in the north wish to oppose me, I am more than willing to engage. Qi Xuan smiled confidently, exuding an air that suggested there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated Robb Stark's face. At that moment, he found himself less burdened by the weight of his previous defeat. Just as Qi Xuan was preparing to mount his horse and depart, a voice resonated from behind him. "Hey, if you are willing to lead your forces to help me conquer King's Landing, then I swear by the name of House Stark that I shall share the north with you." As Robb Stark's words echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. The soldiers and common folk, who had been mere spectators until now, stood with mouths agape, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Not only they, but even Lady Catelyn and the loyal knights of House Stark gazed at Robb in disbelief. How could he dare propose such an arrangement? To willingly share the north with his adversary? While a tempest of anger and confusion brewed within her, Lady Catelyn prepared to intervene, wishing to dissuade Robb from his reckless proclamation. However, as she began to speak, Robb's gesture halted her. At that moment, not just Robb Stark, but all those near Winterfell turned their gazes towards Qi Xuan, who sat upon his white steed. However, in the face of such an astounding proposition, Qi Xuan merely chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. "How amusing. Alas, I find myself quite disinterested in your suggestion." With these words, Qi Xuan mounted his steed and galloped away. Chapter 47. Confusion. Casting a lingering glance at Robb Stark and the others, as well as the Winterfell he had called home for nearly a decade, Theon ultimately departed without looking back. After loading several chests of golden dragons provided by House Stark onto one of the wagons in their convoy, Qi Xuan's cavalry began their departure from the site. Observing the retreat of the 200 horsemen, Robb Stark's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. To be candid, his earlier proposal had sounded exceedingly enticing, yet Qi Xuan had chosen to reject it without a moment's hesitation. Furthermore, what surprised him was Qi Xuan's utter lack of intention to enter Winterfell. Of course, his cautious approach was indeed prudent. Had Qi Xuan truly desired to invade Winterfell, Robb could not guarantee that he would refrain from launching a counterattack. Despite Qi Xuan's formidable prowess, Robb doubted that anyone could breach an army of over 1,000. However, Robb's clandestine ambitions were quashed before they could even materialize. Nevertheless, House Stark still possessed numerous aces up their sleeve. The head of House Tully, the Duke of Riverrun, was none other than Lady Catelyn's father, signifying that House Stark could garner support from the noble lords of Riverrun. Though the late Duke of the Vale had passed, his widow, Lady Lisa Tully, was Catelyn's sister, and they had a son of tender years. While the strength of these alliances might be questionable, they could still provide a measure of military assistance. Along the way, Qi Xuan suddenly halted. He rode over to the wagon containing the chests of gold, dismounted, and lifted the curtain of the wagon. Just as Theon and the others anticipated that Qi Xuan intended to rest within, he promptly emerged once more. Concealed behind the curtain, none noticed what Qi Xuan had done inside the wagon. In truth, his purpose for entering was to store the entire batch of golden dragons within his system space. It was worth noting that not all of the 200 horsemen he brought were system soldiers. Some were free folk who had previously sworn loyalty to him. As Qi Xuan prepared to mount his white steed again, Theon, with a face full of confusion, rode closer. "My lord, Robb Stark's earlier proposition was exceedingly tempting." Why? Perhaps in an effort to demonstrate his worth, or perhaps genuinely perplexed, Theon could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Yet, in the end, he hesitated, seemingly pondering the appropriate words to convey his humility and loyalty. Upon hearing Xiao's inquiry, Qi Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the side, resting on Yegerite. "And you? What is your perspective on this matter?" As soon as Qi Xuan's words fell, Yegerite answered without hesitation, "Though I cannot conceive of an answer, I am assured that my lord must have his own plans." Regardless, I steadfastly believe in my lord. Upon hearing Yegorite's response, a look of astonishment spread across Xiao's face. He had not anticipated that this woman, previously regarded merely as Qi Xuan's maid, would display such unwavering loyalty. It seemed he had underestimated her all along. Although Qi Xuan was aware that Yegorite's words contained an element of performance, a smile involuntarily graced his features. Indeed, she was a woman with whom he had shared profound conversations. It appeared she truly understood his heart. Under Yegorite's expectant gaze, Qi Xuan could only shake his head helplessly and spoke, "As far as I know. The Duke of Hujian is Lady Caitlyn's father, and the Duchess of the Valley is Lady Caitlyn's sister. If we were to agree to the terms proposed, then upon invading King's Landing, we would face a grave dilemma. The number of troops under Rob, bolstered by the supporting noble lords, would likely far exceed our own forces. At that juncture, our fate would rest entirely in their hands. Moreover, with the backing of 2 additional dukes, the Stark family would evidently have a chance to ascend the Iron Throne." Though Qi Xuan did not elaborate further, Xiao and the others could naturally surmise the implications. "I see," Xiao exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment, filled with admiration and respect for Qi Xuan. Though uncertain of the authenticity of Xiao's current demeanor, Qi Xuan was still somewhat uncomfortable with a man's gaze fixed upon him so intently. As for the gaze of a beautiful woman, he naturally welcomed such attention and expression. Gazing at the silhouette of Winterfell as it faded from view, Qi Xuan suddenly began issuing commands. "Wang Yin, Wang Yu." Qi Xuan first called out the names of 10 individuals in succession before continuing. "I want you to set forth southward, traveling via the merchant ships in White Harbor to the Essos continent, and execute the orders I previously entrusted to you." "Yes, my lord," the 10 responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Subsequently, they mounted their steeds and departed southward from the ranks. Watching the 10 retreating figures, an expression of anticipation emerged on Qi Xuan's face. These 10 were the royal longbowmen he had previously acquired. In terms of attributes, each one was on par with the royal guards. Were it not for the critical nature of this mission, Qi Xuan would have been reluctant to part with them, even temporarily. As the expressions of those present varied, Qi Xuan spoke once more. "Soren and Soros are merely 10 names, all of whom previously allied with Qi Xuan as free folk, resembling the inhabitants of the north. I require you to masquerade as ordinary citizens and infiltrate Winterfell. There is no need for you to commit acts of violence. Merely gather intelligence in your daily lives." "Yes, my lord," the 10 responded without hesitation upon hearing Qi Xuan's command. Among them were individuals who had previously distinguished themselves in battle, having attained ranks of sergeant and captain. Thus their loyalty could be reasonably trusted. Furthermore, they had established families and acquired land in Black Castle. Qi Xuan was confident that, barring immense temptation, these individuals would be disinclined to betray him after weighing the consequences. Of course, human nature is the most unpredictable of all. In addition to these 10, Qi Xuan planned to dispatch others to Winterfell as undercover agents. Watching the figures of the 10 fade into the distance, Qi Xuan refrained from speaking further. As someone accustomed to the deluge of information in modern life, he was acutely aware of the significance of intelligence work. However, he recognized that his current efforts were merely trivial pursuits. To truly establish a formidable intelligence organization, Qi Xuan believed he required more specialized talents among his ranks. Soon, he resumed issuing commands, and ultimately, less than 100 remained in the original group. Observing the dwindled numbers, Yi Gu-rut could not help but voice her concern. "My lord, our numbers are rather sparse. This poses a significant threat to your safety." Upon hearing Yi Gu-rut's worry, Qi Xuan could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Ha! Little do they know, the reason I dare to venture forth with so few is quite different. Were it not for his ability to resurrect, Qi Xuan would never have dared to be so audacious. Yet, the secret of resurrection was his trump card, one he intended to keep hidden from everyone." Chapter 48. White Harbor, my lord, why do you laugh? Faced with Qi Xuan's sudden mirth, Shi En and the others were left utterly bewildered. Thus, Yi Gu-rut could not resist inquiring again. Qi Xuan merely shook his head and casually replied, "It's nothing. I believe there is no one in this world who can take my life." Though Shi En and the others perceived a hint of arrogance in Qi Xuan's words, none were foolish enough to provoke him at such a moment. "Come, follow me to White Harbor." With that, Qi Xuan spurred his horse into a gallop. After all, how could one resist the temptation to indulge after acquiring a substantial fortune? And White Harbor was undoubtedly the ideal destination for such indulgence. By the time they neared White Harbor, it was already the beginning of the following month. At this moment, Qi Xuan once again acquired 2 system gift packs, yet ultimately, he chose to refrain from opening them for the time being. Based on past experiences, it was highly probable that these packages contained over 1,000 system soldiers. Although the addition of such soldiers would undoubtedly bolster his forces, it would also bring forth numerous logistical challenges and complications regarding travel speed. It is essential to note that Qi Xuan and his companions were currently mounted troops, and with each person riding 2 horses, their pace remained sufficiently swift. However, the introduction of over 1,000 infantry would severely hinder their mobility, despite having laid several contingencies for his stronghold, the Black Castle, and the Abyssal Wall before his departure. The prospect of being away from his base for an extended period still filled him with unease and apprehension, though the potential loss of his stronghold would not be catastrophic. Qi Xuan detested the very notion of it. Nevertheless, his journey possessed a distinctly purposeful intent. If recovering the ransom was merely a matter of convenience, then proceeding to White Harbor for shopping constituted his primary objective. In stark contrast to the glimmering golden dragons, Qi Xuan found himself more inclined to exchange them for a plethora of various supplies. As he continued to incorporate free folk and commoners from the north into his ranks, the pressure on his food resources would inevitably escalate. Despite having previously acquired a substantial amount of food through the system, Qi Xuan had no intention of relying solely on those reserves. As for procuring food through hunting and fishing, such methods were limited, especially as the weather grew increasingly frigid. At this juncture, Qi Xuan favored the idea of having his people engage in logging over foraging for food. While Qi Xuan pondered these matters, he caught sight of a massive port city not far in the distance. White Harbor, an extensive port city situated southeast of Winterfell, was the domain of House Manderly. Although it was the smallest among the 5 great cities of Westeros, it stood as the largest settlement in the north. As a port city with exceptionally advantageous geographical conditions, the docks of White Harbor welcomed a multitude of merchant ships daily, arriving and departing. These vessels hailed from various cities and castles to the south, including King's Landing, as well as from the continent of Essos. Its status as an ice-free port ensured accessibility even during the harshest winters. All these factors naturally contributed to the immense wealth of House Manderly, which ruled over this port city. In stark contrast to the impoverished northern noble lords, the Manderlys were exceedingly affluent. However, to assume that this was the extent of their riches would be a grave misconception, for the lands of White Harbor also harbored numerous silver mines. As Qi Xuan recalled the records pertaining to White Harbor, his eyes glimmered with fervor. In that moment, he yearned to transform into a bandit, intent on plundering the affluent city of White Harbor. Nonetheless, the paramount target remained House Manderly. Despite the insatiable longing within Qi Xuan's heart, he managed to restrain his greed. As a well-known and bountiful target, the Manderly family was acutely aware of the numerous noble lords eager to plunder White Harbor. To safeguard their wealth and protect their fiefdom of White Harbor, the Manderlys had expended an immense fortune. When considering the Manderly family of White Harbor, one cannot overlook not only their astonishing wealth, but also their formidable and illustrious fleet, renowned throughout Westeros. Regrettably for Qi Xuan, the last northern coalition led by Robb Stark did not include any noble lords from the Manderly family. Otherwise, he would have certainly demanded a ransom that would satisfy him. In addition to their powerful naval fleet, the army stationed at White Harbor should not be underestimated. Without even mentioning the actual combat prowess of the soldiers, the sheer quality of their equipment was enough to make one salivate. While a full suit of plate armor priced at 4 gold dragons might seem exorbitant to other lords, for the Manderly family, it was utterly insignificant. It is reasonable to assume that Manderly soldiers were extensively outfitted with full plate armor, complemented by superior weaponry and siege machinery, instilling dread in any would-be attackers. Notably, White Harbor was fortified with numerous crossbows, fire catapults, and ballistae, evidently designed to defend against the mythical dragons that could soar and spew flames. Although dragons had vanished from the lands of Westeros for over 2 centuries, their power and terror still lingered in the minds of countless individuals. As Qi Xuan approached, he beheld the towering stone walls of White Harbor, reaching an impressive height of 30 meters, prompting him to reflect wistfully how he longed to capture this city. However, considering he had brought only a limited number of soldiers, and that his stronghold remained at the northernmost tip of the north, Qi Xuan ultimately relinquished the notion of seizing White Harbor. Of course, his primary purpose for this visit was to procure a sufficient supply of food, armor, weapons, and various other resources. Qi Xuan firmly believed that equipping his soldiers with an ample quantity of full plate armor would significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. At that point, it would be time for him to continue his campaign of conquest. Though Qi Xuan's mind brimmed with countless schemes, he understood that often, not all matters unfold as one wishes. As the Manderley family had sworn eternal allegiance to House Stark, he pondered whether they might take issue with his presence this time. After all, strictly speaking, Qi Xuan's faction was currently engaged in conflict with the noble lords of the north. Even if Robb Stark and other captured northern nobles were returned, a ceasefire had not been declared between the parties. Presently, due to Ned Stark being accused of causing the death of the late King Robert, House Stark found itself in a dire predicament. Although Qi Xuan felt a lingering anger toward the group encroaching upon the lands north of the Changhe River, he found himself momentarily preoccupied with other matters. His hope was that the Manderley family would refrain from causing any trouble, as he merely wished to accomplish his predetermined procurement goals in peace. Chapter 49. The Unexpected Clams. Clams, fresh salmon. Come and take a look. As Qi Xuan stepped into the bustling White Harbor, the cries of street vendors filled his ears. Perhaps due to its proximity to the ocean, the streets of White Harbor were lined with merchants selling a myriad of seafood. Along with the vendors' shouts came the strong scent of fish, wafting into Qi Xuan's nostrils. As he ventured deeper into the city, the goods offered by the merchants evolved. In addition to a growing assortment of food such as wheat, bread, and sugar, Qi Xuan also encountered gold and silver jewelry, weapons, and armor. Amidst the throng of vendors, he noticed soldiers clad in armor patrolling the area. Occasionally, these soldiers would approach the stalls where transactions had just been completed, collecting taxes from the vendors. One cannot help but admire how prosperous the noble lords of White Harbor must feel, reaping rewards with such ease. As a large port city with advantageous geographical conditions, White Harbor attracted individuals from all corners of the world. The populace exhibited a diverse array of hair colors, while their appearances largely resembled those of Westerners, akin to the predominant ethnicities of the present-day continent of Westeros. However, Qi Xuan also observed some individuals with softer features, bearing a striking resemblance to himself as an Easterner. Encountering these individuals, who bore a resemblance to those of East Asian descent, elicited a sense of kinship within Qi Xuan. Shaking his head, he acknowledged a certain superficiality in his current mindset. Such reflections felt distant. Only by uniting all possible forces could he hasten the realization of his ambitions. Though Qi Xuan's primary objective for visiting White Harbor was to procure food, armor, and other essential supplies, he did not intend to act immediately. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar city, the first task was to gather intelligence. When considering how to obtain such information, the image of a tavern immediately sprang to mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted a tavern not far ahead. "Let us go," Qi Xuan called out, leading the way toward the tavern. Behind him, Xian and a dozen of Qi Xuan's followers followed closely. As for the remaining 90 individuals, including Yejerit, Qi Xuan had instructed them to remain about a mile outside White Harbor for reasons of discretion. Had Qi Xuan entered White Harbor with all 10 of his cavalrymen, it would have merely elicited mild surprise from the guards and townsfolk. Beyond that, surely, no one genuinely believes that a mere 10 individuals could conquer a port city with a population exceeding 100,000, even disregarding the civilians within. The defending soldiers must number at least 2,000. However, should a contingent of 100 cavalry approach White Harbor simultaneously, it would undoubtedly raise the alarm among the city's defenders. While it is not presumed that 100 horsemen could seize White Harbor, there exists a tangible probability of successfully raiding the stronghold of the local lords. Although Qi Xuan harbors no fear of the Mandrell family seeking retribution, he prefers to procure his necessities first. If an army of 1,000 were to approach White Harbor, the gates would likely be sealed without delay. Subsequently, formidable crossbows would be mounted upon the walls, accompanied by an unknown multitude of archers, rendering entry into the city exceedingly challenging. Upon Qi Xuan's entrance into the tavern with Xian and the others, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The air was thick with an indescribable melange of aromas, an amalgamation of the scent of alcohol, the fishy odor, the stench of vomit, and various bodily fluids. Akin to a noxious gas, had Qi Xuan not been mentally prepared, he might have succumbed to the urge to retch. In contrast, Xian and the other soldiers appeared remarkably unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar scent permeating the tavern. Before long, the scene within the tavern unfolded before Qi Xuan's eyes. The few tables scattered throughout were already occupied, with patrons consuming rum and simple fare. These drunken revelers, dressed as sailors, engaged in raucous conversation, each boasting of their past exploits. "Let me tell you, on my last voyage, our merchant ship encountered pirates. Thanks to me, Jack, I single-handedly dispatched 5 of them." Nonsense. You might as well believe a sow can climb a tree. If we're talking about prowess at sea, it's got to be Blackbeard. I took down 12 pirates all by myself. Perhaps fueled by drink, The tavern's patrons grew increasingly outrageous in their tales, with one even claiming to have slain a dragon. Naturally, such a declaration was met with ridicule, for who could forget that the last dragon in Westeros had vanished over 2 centuries ago? Given the average human lifespan in this world, 200 years have seen generations pass, and most have relegated dragons to the realm of myth. Listening to the drunken boasts of these braggarts left Qi Xuan somewhat speechless. If their martial prowess were truly as formidable as they claimed, they would not be found in a tavern boasting over their cups. Yet, not all discussions were devoid of substance, at the very least. Qi Xuan caught wind of matters that piqued his interest. Do you know? It is said that the Duke of the North has been accused of plotting the assassination of the former king and is now imprisoned in the dungeons of King's Landing. I had heard of this matter long ago, and I am aware that he is soon to face trial before the new king. By the way, does anyone know the name of the new king? I believe it is Joffrey Baratheon. I have also heard that the new king is not the son of the former king, but rather the offspring of the queen and her brother. Rumor has it that the 2 brothers of the late King Robert have already raised their banners, preparing to march on King's Landing. Upon hearing these familiar tidings, a contemplative expression crossed Qi Xuan's face. It was unexpected that his current actions had not altered the original narrative of the tale. No, to be precise, it has indeed shifted the circumstances of the North. Had it been the original story, Robb Stark would have already led nearly 20,000 soldiers from the north southward by now. The thought of Ned Stark, who was about to face trial, suddenly conjured 2 figures in Qi Xuan's mind. One was Peter Baelish, the master of chaos and a consummate schemer and ambitious player. The other was the so-called King Joffrey the Great, whose cruel beauty emanated an unsettling allure. Suddenly, as Qi Xuan pondered, the sound of waves crashing, reminiscent of the ocean's ebb and flow, resonated from outside the tavern. Bang! In the next instant, the tavern's door was forcefully kicked open. A throng of soldiers clad in full-plate armor surged in, swiftly encircling Qi Xuan and his companions. Following them was a man in full armor, draped in a cloak, who stepped forward. The nobleman regarded Qi Xuan's group with a grave expression and bellowed, "Traitors! In the name of House Mandalar, I hereby declare your arrest." Chapter 50. A sudden rebellion outside. Countless soldiers had fully surrounded them, and the city gates had long since been shut. You can either surrender meekly and await your impending trial, or if you resist, you shall be met with deadly force. As the nobleman's declaration echoed, the unmistakable sound of swords being drawn filled the air. Both the soldiers of House Mandalar encircling Qi Xuan and his own men, such as Scene, could not help but unsheath their swords in response. Hearing the nobleman's words, coupled with the throng of soldiers surrounding them, Scene nervously swallowed. As for Qi Xuan, at that moment, he appeared remarkably composed, yet the slight furrow of his brow seemed to betray his dissatisfaction. He had intended to cultivate a cordial relationship with the Mandalar family of White Harbor, but how could the local noble lords be so discourteous? He had only recently entered the city, and they welcomed him in such a manner? It seems his prior reputation was not sufficiently formidable, otherwise, how could the Mandalar family have dared to act so presumptuously? Was it merely because he had entered the city with a mere 10 or so individuals that they felt emboldened? The boisterous, drunken patrons of the tavern, who had previously been boasting, suddenly regained their senses and fled in terror. Fortunately, the assailants encircling Qi Xuan seemed disinterested in these inebriated souls, allowing them to escape unscathed. Before Qi Xuan could utter a word, however, he noticed the gaze of a stranger, a nobleman, abruptly shift to his companion, Theon. Theon? When did this adopted son of House Stark become a lackey for the enemies of the North? Indeed, pirates are pirates. And the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands is no different. TSK. Upon hearing the enemy's mockery, Theon was instantly consumed by rage. His eyes locked onto the man who had spoken. Before Theon could retort, the stranger's attention returned to Qi Xuan. Yet this time, Qi Xuan was determined to deny him the opportunity to speak again. It was clear that the forthcoming words from this unfamiliar noble would not be pleasant. Although insults were trivial, Qi Xuan had no intention of listening. In the next moment, Qi Xuan swiftly unsheathed the Valyrian steel dagger Longclaw from his waist, charging towards the distant nobleman. With a swift motion, the crowd barely registered the sound of the blade being drawn before witnessing the head of the Mandel family noble tumble to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as the severed head soared into the air. Naturally, Qi Xuan, not wishing to soil his attire, had already sidestepped the fallen body. While the onlookers were momentarily stunned, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon 2 treasure chests within the system's space, and he silently intoned, "Open the chests." Opening territory chest X1, acquired 500 light infantry, acquired skill, thunderous might, purple, Acquired weapon, halberd blue. Opening title chest X1. Acquired 1,000 soldiers. Acquired 10 Phoenix Knights. Acquired 10 sets of Phoenix armor. Acquired 10,000 bags of corn, 100 pounds each. Acquired skill, unparalleled gold. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Qi Xuan's actions remained undeterred. With swift precision, he felled the soldiers of the Mandel family one by one. The surrounding crowd finally snapped back to reality. Witnessing this turn of events, Theon and others wasted no time in engaging the nearby foes. As for the soldiers encircling Qi Xuan's group, faced with his terrifying and inhuman strength, they were already paralyzed with fear. Had it not been for the countless Mandel soldiers waiting outside the tavern, they would have surely abandoned their posts and fled in disarray. Kill. Boom. Perhaps the commotion from the fierce battle inside the tavern had attracted the attention of the enemy forces outside, as they began to pour into the tavern relentlessly. Despite the rapid pace at which Qi Xuan and his comrades dispatched their foes, it paled in comparison to the relentless tide of enemies surging forth. As the number of corpses on the ground multiplied, the movement of the group became increasingly arduous. Observing the dire turn of events, Qi Xuan swiftly retrieved the recently acquired Fong Tianhua halberd from the depths of his system space. Although he was unaware of the materials from which this weapon was forged, its blue quality suggested it was of considerable caliber. Furthermore, in contrast to the shorter sword and claw he wielded, the halberd's extended length promised a broader range of attack. With a swift motion, Qi Xuan swept through the ranks of adversaries, vanquishing several foes in close proximity. He then brandished the Fong Tianhua halberd and charged forth from the tavern's entrance. Once outside, his keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. The area surrounding the tavern was densely populated with armored enemies, numbering at least in the hundreds. In the distance, adversaries clad in the same armor as the White Harbor defenders were engaged in combat with approximately 1,500 soldiers he had recently acquired. Despite the superior equipment of the Mandel family soldiers, a striking formation of 10 cavalry clad in resplendent crimson armor caught his attention. Mounted on their equally red steeds, they brandished swords and shields with exuberance. With just a glance, Qi Xuan recognized these 10 riders as the Phoenix Knights he had recently obtained. Although he lacked the time to examine their attributes, their striking armor captivated him. He found himself enamored with their splendid guise. Had circumstances permitted, he would have eagerly donned the Phoenix armor from his system space. Returning his gaze to the encircling enemies, Qi Xuan noticed a few noblemen adorned in finery at the outermost layer of the encirclement. Charge. A bounty of 100 gold dragons for the head of that man. A middle-aged noble, perhaps realizing that a fellow noble had perished within the tavern, suddenly bellowed. As his words echoed, Qi Xuan observed the soldiers encircling him draw in sharp breaths, their eyes gleaming with a fervor that hinted at their desire to rend him apart. A wave of displeasure washed over Qi Xuan's countenance as he contemplated the need to demonstrate what true power entailed. Though he wished to conserve some trump cards for future confrontations, the intense irritation welling within him compelled him to act without hesitation. With a resounding roar, he thrust the Fong Tianhua halberd skyward. In the next instant, a torrent of lightning erupted from the weapon's tip, unleashing a storm of electric fury upon the advancing enemies from all directions. As they beheld the moment when Qi Xuan commanded the lightning, everyone present felt as though their minds had been abruptly shattered. Chapter 51. As the unmatched unleashes, transformed into Azura. Boom. Crackle. What does it feel like to be struck by lightning? At this moment, the soldiers of White Harbor surrounding Qi Xuan experienced this sensation firsthand. The full-body armor that once provided them with protection had now become the most significant conductor of electricity. Strangely, those soldiers who had been electrified stared wide-eyed, seemingly rendered speechless. Thud. In the next instant, the afflicted soldiers collapsed to the ground, their bodies issuing the sound of heavy objects hitting the earth. In the air, an intense aroma of roasted meat suddenly wafted, yet this scent evoked no appetite. Hiss. Witnessing this horrifying scene, countless onlookers could not help but gasp in shock. Earlier, under the allure of the unfamiliar noble's bounty, the soldiers of White Harbor had been blinded by greed, but now their minds were abruptly cleared, giving rise to an uncontrollable fear within. Although Qi Xuan's strike had claimed only 2 or 3 dozen lives, the shock it instilled in all present was beyond verbal description. Perhaps none in attendance had encountered the legendary deities, yet Qi Xuan, who had just displayed such divine might, seemed terrifyingly otherworldly, as if he were a god descended upon the earthly realm. Truth be told, while Qi Xuan was not one to revel in bloodshed, he understood that mercy had no place in war. To show kindness to one's enemies was to be cruel to one's own, and thus, He chose to reserve his ruthlessness for the adversaries rather than his comrades. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps out of sheer terror, some soldiers found their spears slipping from their grasp, ultimately clattering to the ground. Following a herd mentality, more and more soldiers succumbed to the urge to relinquish their weapons. Upon witnessing this, a slight smile crept across Qi Xuan's lips, just as he believed he could conquer without a fight. The noble lords of the enemy's side began to regain their composure from the shock. Observing the growing number of soldiers discarding their weapons in a bid to surrender, the nobles of the Mandrell family realized that they could not let this continue. Suddenly, several noblemen standing outside the encirclement, in a show of uncanny synchronicity, executed the soldiers beside them who had laid down their arms. Traitors perish. The heads of the defeated would fetch a reward of 10,000 gold dragons, along with titles and lands. As the furious shouts of the nobles echoed, the spirits of the White Harbor defenders were reignited. When the temptation is sufficiently great, humanity often unleashes an unimaginable fervor and valor. At this moment, for the soldiers of Baigang present, it was not merely the formidable magic that Qi Xuan might unleash, but even if he were indeed a deity, it could not deter their fervent desire for advancement. Mortals are destined for death, yet mortals can also slay gods. Observing the renewed fighting spirit of the Baigang soldiers around him, Qi Xuan couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Why must they seek their own demise? Indeed, greed can empower one to conquer all fears. Just as Qi Xuan pondered this internally, the Baigang soldiers surged toward him once more. This time, a desperate determination radiated from these warriors. Qi Xuan had intended to reward these valiant foes with bolts of lightning, yet upon sensing the diminishing magical energy surrounding him, he could not help but furrow his brow. It seemed that the world was indeed in a period of severe magical decline, rendering the potency and sustainability of spells a significant challenge. One could only imagine how vibrant the magical energies were at the dawn of the gods. Perhaps it was this profound decline in magic that transformed the deities of this world into mere legends? What secrets lie within the divine? How did they ascend to godhood? Despite having a system at his disposal, Qi Xuan remained deeply curious about the mysteries of becoming a god. After all, who among mortals does not yearn to become an immortal being? Shaking his head, Qi Xuan resolved to set aside this complex question for the time being. The immediate priority was to deal with the enemies before him. Though it felt lengthy, the events that transpired were but a fleeting moment. Glancing at the blue-quality halberd in his hand, a cruel smile suddenly graced Qi Xuan's lips. The next instant, he silently invoked Wushuang. In an instant, an extraordinary and potent energy coursed through every corner of Qi Xuan's being. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming power unlike any he had previously known, as if he could shatter the heavens. To him, the charging enemies appeared as mere moths drawn to a flame. Thus, Qi Xuan sprang into action. A seemingly simple, sweeping motion effortlessly sent the struck foes flying several meters away. Bang, 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 with the resounding clashes echoing. Countless enemies tumbled through the air like broken toys. Though clad in costly iron armor, they now felt as fragile as paper. Witnessing the scene unfold like a game of dominoes, the multitude of onlookers in the distance were left utterly astounded. While the magic Qi Xuan had unleashed earlier was within their realm of comprehension, the immense power he displayed now was utterly beyond their understanding. Indeed, magic still exists in this world. Even in this time when magic has seemingly waned, there exist male and female sorcerers in certain corners of the world capable of wielding arcane powers. Many inhabitants of Westeros may dismiss magic as mere tales for children, believing it to be non-existent. Yet, within the once thriving port city of White Harbor, a multitude of humanity from distant lands congregates. While the majority may have never witnessed magic, a few have indeed beheld its wonders. As countless onlookers were taken aback by the formidable power displayed by Qi Xuan, he remained undeterred in his advance. His gaze fixated on a group of nobles encircled in a state of sheer panic, and he began to stride purposefully towards them. Despite the reckless soldiers of White Harbor attempting to confront him, they were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With each step Qi Xuan took, adversaries were sent sprawling through the air, their bodies sailing far from him. Those struck down hardly had a moment to breathe before succumbing to silence. Devil. He is a devil. Oh God. Vanquish this demon. I want to go home. Mother. The realization of Qi Xuan's overwhelming might drove some soldiers to the brink of despair. Many quaked in fear, their legs trembling as they uttered incoherent murmurs. Of course, a greater number chose to flee in terror. As the nobles targeted by Qi Xuan attempted their escape, they were swiftly met with the grim fate of losing their heads. Without pause, Qi Xuan turned his attention to the distant enemy forces clashing with his own troops. In the next moment, He charged towards them. In the midst of his charge, a fleeting thought of a once popular mowing game crossed his mind, and he prepared to reap his own harvest. Chapter 52. Lord of White Harbor. On that fateful day, the Lord descended as though a deity from the heavens, and all enemies standing in his path were extinguished like flickering candles in the wind stirred by his advance. Faced with this formidable figure, his foes unleashed terrifying crossbows upon him. Yet, an even more fearsome spectacle ensued. The Lord merely waved his weapon, effortlessly deflecting the multitude of bolts aimed at him. The patrons of the tavern, entranced by the bard's tales, found themselves captivated. In their minds, they envisioned themselves as the heroes within the singer's narrative. As spectators of the prior conflict, admiration shone on the faces of nearly all present. However, for those unacquainted with the events, the bard's words echoed like mythic lore. That esteemed lord was none other than the new master of White Harbor. It is said that the banners currently fluttering within White Harbor bear the insignia of a noble family, known as the Phoenix. Accompanying the final verses of the bard's song, the tavern's patrons erupted in admiration, as if they were venerating the Lord of White Harbor, a figure seemingly descended from the divine, or perhaps merely emerging from their own reverie. In the next moment, a flurry of copper coins cascaded from all corners of the tavern towards the bard, interspersed with a few shimmering silver deer. Upon spotting a golden dragon among the coins, a radiant smile illuminated the bard's face. "Let us go," exclaimed a man who had been quietly listening to the bard, suddenly rising to address those beside him. The speaker, adorned in resplendent attire, appeared to be a person of considerable status, his collar embellished with a small ornament resembling a bird perched upon a branch. Remarkably, just days prior, White Harbor had endured a dreadful war, yet the city's order had remarkably restored itself with great swiftness. It is worth noting that the streets had once been strewn with hundreds of corpses, blood pooling as if it were a small river. In retaliation for the silent war waged against the former lord of White Harbor, the Mandel family, Qi Xuan had publicly executed all heirs of the Mandel lineage. Although Qi Xuan, having traversed from a modern society, did not hold the belief in the nobility of bloodlines, it did not preclude the common folk, often misled by the aristocracy, from harboring such beliefs. To eradicate any future threats, Qi Xuan resolutely made his decision. The formidable power displayed on the battlefield, coupled with his decisive and ruthless execution of all rival noble lords, instilled a profound sense of fear among the populace. Subsequently, as Qi Xuan's soldiers took over the city's defenses and training, the residents of White Harbor gradually accepted their new reality. While it remained uncertain how many hearts still yearned for the Mandel family after their centuries of rule, as long as dissenters did not openly oppose or criticize Qi Xuan, he remained indifferent to their sentiments. However, any clandestine attempts to conspire against his authority over White Harbor were strictly forbidden. Should such individuals be apprehended by Qi Xuan's soldiers, they would face immediate public execution without hesitation. At this moment, within the castle that once belonged to the Mandel family, Qi Xuan sat comfortably at the head of the hall. A group of beautiful women filled the hall with song and dance, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and liveliness. Surrounding the hall were numerous tables, at which sat Shuren and others. Indeed, Qi Xuan was hosting a banquet. After seizing control of the harbor, his first course of action was to scour the castle for the wealth hidden away by the Mandel family. It must be said that the family that once held dominion over White Harbor is indeed exceedingly wealthy. Even after expending countless gold pieces on the military and fleet, Qi Xuan still discovered treasures exceeding 2 million golden dragons within the castle. As for provisions, weaponry, armor, and various other supplies, there was no need to elaborate further. With this bounty, Qi Xuan could unequivocally declare himself prosperous. The acquisition of these resources greatly uplifted Qi Xuan's spirits, which had previously been dampened by the disruption of his plans. In truth, despite his initial longing to seize White Harbor, Qi Xuan had not intended to act immediately. The reason was simply the considerable distance between White Harbor and the Black Castle. Initially, Qi Xuan had intended to purchase provisions and armor before promptly returning to the Black Castle to equip his soldiers, thereby launching a southern campaign. He envisioned a strategy akin to slicing a cake, advancing step by step from the farthest reaches of the north. Although such tactics may appear mundane, it is precisely this ordinariness that renders them more stable. Only through a dignified approach, exerting overwhelming strength to crush the enemy, can one instill greater fear within them. This, in turn, would facilitate the easier winning of the hearts of the northern populace. However, all of these plans were ultimately thwarted by the foolish Mandrell family. Reflecting on the immense wealth acquired from this war, Qi Xuan could only console himself inwardly. From an optimistic perspective, at this moment, His forces occupying the areas surrounding the Black Castle were poised in a horn-like formation, confronting the capital of the north, Winterfell. Moreover, it remains a substantial question how many northern noble lords the Stark family can still rally. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan called out to the dancers in the hall, who had inexplicably ceased their movements. Continue the music, let the dance resume. With his command, the performances in the hall resumed once more. Qi Xuan's gaze shifted to his system panel. Skill, thunderous might, quality, purple, effect, summons lightning to strike enemies within a 20-meter radius. The intensity and quantity of lightning depend on the host's perception and spirit. Note, left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me. Equipment, square heaven painting halberd. Quality, blue. Length, 12 feet, 4 meters. Effect, sturdy, sharp, causes bleeding. Note, among horses, the red hair. Among men, Lu-Bu. Skill, peerless. Quality, gold. Effect, greatly enhances the user's attributes. After defeating a certain number of enemies, it triggers a special state known as Peerless Rampage. Note, Peerless Grass Cutting. In addition to the newly acquired skills and equipment, this war also granted Qi Xuan a war package. Unsurprisingly, this was an epic victory. Ultimately, Qi Xuan once again obtained 3 vials of elixirs that could extend his lifespan by 10 years each. It must be said that he felt an immense joy within his heart regarding this boon. Regarding the concept of lifespan, Qi Xuan never finds it excessive, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 53. The intent of Littlefinger in the Lord S. Hall of White Harbor, a lavish banquet, is underway. Celebrating the successful conquest of this port city. Lobsters, squids, shark fins, and eels, varieties of seafood typically rare, are now laid out as if they were commonplace on the dining tables. In the center of the hall, several exquisite women dance gracefully to enchanting music. Qi Xuan watches the dancers with a smile, his gaze as clear as water. In contrast, his subordinates at the banquet are already breathing heavily with excitement. Which man can resist the allure of wealth, fine food, and beautiful women? This is precisely why Qi Xuan intends to ignite a desire for ambition within his men. As the saying goes, if I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. When one realizes that life can be so vibrant and colorful, it is hard to believe that anyone would remain unmoved, especially when they understand that with effort, they too can achieve such aspirations. In fact, after capturing White Harbor, Qi Xuan managed to recruit 3,000 individuals from the city to join his ranks. While he is untroubled by the soldiers rewarded by the system, he knows that these newly recruited men require a blend of benevolence and authority. The show of authority was demonstrated during the conquest. Today's banquet serves as the act of benevolence. Of course, Qi Xuan's offerings are not without price. He intends to lead these men in further campaigns against the northern territories the following day. Just as he ponders these matters, a soldier hastens to his side. My lord, there is a man outside the castle who claims to be Sir Baelish and wishes to meet with you. He says he comes on behalf of the royal family of King's Landing and has very important matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Qi Xuan contemplates briefly before responding. Let Sir Baelish enter. Yes, my lord. As the soldier rushes toward the door, Qi Xuan calls out. Let today's music and dance come to a close. Everyone may disperse. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's command, the attendees respond in unison. Despite many casting lingering glances filled with reluctance and sorrow, none dare to voice a dissenting opinion. Their obedience stems from the extraordinary prowess Qi Xuan demonstrated just days prior. When Littlefinger, Sir Baelish, arrives at the Lord's Hall accompanied by the soldier, only Qi Xuan remains within the chamber. My lord, I am Peter Baelish. Upon their first meeting, Sir Baelish humbly bows and extends his greetings. Gazing at the seemingly frail middle-aged man before him, Qi Xuan could not help but display a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Simultaneously, his mind began to recall the intelligence regarding this individual known as Peter Baelish, or Littlefinger. Hailing from the Baelish family on the Fingers Peninsula, he earned his moniker due to the peculiar shape of his family's land on the map, resembling a diminutive finger. Despite being born into a family of modest noble standing, Baelish's ambitions were anything but trivial. Throughout the original narrative, he played a pivotal role, directly or indirectly, in significant events such as the demise of King Robert, the conflict between the Lannisters and the Starks, and the War of the Five Kings. Had it not been for Bran Stark's unexpected and unorthodox intervention, it is likely that the ultimate victor would have been this very Peter Baelish. Regrettably, the tale of a minor noble's rise to kingship was thwarted by the intervention of a power wielder. It is essential to note that the original series is titled A Game of Thrones, and as the name implies, it involves players. If the Lannisters, Starks, and Tyrells are akin to esteemed dukes commanding their respective domains, then Baelish's family is clearly one of those lesser nobles who scarcely merit mention. While Qi Xuan contemplated Peter Baelish, the latter was diligently scrutinizing every expression on Qi Xuan's face. As one of the most astute minds on the continent of Westeros, Baelish took immense pride in his intellect. After all, how else could a mere son of a minor noble ascend to the esteemed position of Master of Coin? Peter Baelish, your name is known to me. As Baelish internally analyzed Qi Xuan, his voice resonated unexpectedly. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's remark, a smile graced Littlefinger's face. In that smile, Qi Xuan discerned a blend of honor, pride, and an underlying sense of concealed arrogance. How intriguing! Observing Baelish's remarkable performance, Qi Xuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Yet, in response to Qi Xuan's exclamation, Baelish's demeanor remained unchanged, as if few things could truly stir him. My lord, I presume you are aware that I am the current master of coin for the royal court. I have come to discuss matters pertaining to House Stark of the North. Noticing Qi Xuan's indifferent expression, he continued, regarding the treachery of the late King Ned Stark, His Majesty King Joffrey holds considerable dissatisfaction. Before my departure, the Duke of the North was publicly executed. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan's eyes glimmered, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. To my astonishment, even after altering the narrative of the North, King Joffrey, who professes to care for his subjects, still ordered the execution of Ned Stark. Although the Stark family had lost much of its former influence and power due to my ties with the Bolton family, it was inconceivable that they could rally forces to march south and unite with House Tully of the Riverlands to confront King S. Landing. Even if they wished to leave the North, it would depend on my consent. As for House Tully, despite their marital alliance with the Starks, the current Stark family evidently lacked the merit to inspire such loyalty and sacrifice from them. The implications were clear. Qi Xuan gazed at Peter Baelish in the distance and spoke calmly. If this were the only matter at hand, I would naturally acquiesce. However, I have a query for you. Sir Peter, might you enlighten me? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, a familiar smile graced Peter Baelish's face. I am curious, my lord, what is your question? As a cunning individual, Peter Baelish had mastered the art of appearing harmless while being exceedingly valuable. This way, he would neither be perceived as a mere pawn to be sacrificed at will nor would he reveal his schemes, remaining shrouded in the shadows. Chapter 54. The current situation. It is said that Sir Peter operates numerous brothels and excels in the realm of intelligence. You see, for various reasons, I find myself quite uninformed about the current state of affairs on the continent of Westeros. I wonder if you would be so kind as to provide me with an overview? Qi Xuan inquired with genuine interest, glancing at Peter Baelish. He spoke the truth. Though he had once read the original storyline, it was evident that many events had shifted dramatically due to his recent actions. In the original tale, following King Joffrey's capture of Ned Stark, Robb Stark rallied the vassals of the North and marched south. In response, the Old Lion, Tywin Lannister, led the forces of the Westerlands to intercept them in the Riverlands. A letter from Ned Stark, identifying Joffrey as not the trueborn son of the late King Robert Baratheon, had incited Robert's two brothers to raise armies against the new king's rule. It seemed that the Old Lion aimed to stymie the Stark family's advance while observing the Tully family's response. After pondering Qi Xuan's question for a moment, Peter Baelish began to respond with a smile. My lord, I pride myself on my honesty, and thus I shall not deceive you. The Stark family of the North is currently rallying their vassals, seemingly intent on vanquishing the current lord who has taken residence in the North. The Bolton family of the North appears to be adopting a wait-and-see approach, perhaps biding their time until the tides of fortune become clearer before aligning themselves with the victors. Moreover, the Riverrun, connected to the North, is currently in disarray, as the Duke of Riverrun is elderly and bedridden, leaving the noble lords of the region fragmented and disunited. While the Tully family may wish to support the Stark family of the North, the extent of their available strength remains a significant uncertainty. At this juncture, Peter Baelish paused briefly before continuing. The Arryn family of the Vale is presently embroiled in internal strife, as the new duke is but a child, prompting the major nobles of the Vale to engage in covert power struggles. Meanwhile, the two brothers of the late king, Stannis and Renly Baratheon, have raised their banners against the newly crowned King Joffrey and the Lannister family of the Westerlands. In response, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands, has summoned the Western armies, and coupled with the royal forces in King S. Landing, a grand battle looms on the horizon. Duke Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands seems poised to declare himself king once more, intending to raid the bountiful Riverrun and the weakened North. As Peter Baelish's voice gradually faded, Qi Xuan began to grasp the current state of affairs on the continent of Westeros. Although he was acutely aware that Baelish's words were laden with omissions, such nuances were of little consequence. Having watched the original series, Qi Xuan would not underestimate Petyr Baelish's cunning as many of the nobles in Westeros might. It is known that in the original tale, the Lannisters, lions, Starks, wolves, Tullis, fish, and other noble families exhausted much of their strength in their respective conflicts. The forces that Baelish has managed to amass from the Vale remain remarkably intact. Just as he is on the verge of securing the title of Duke of the North and commanding its armies, he encounters Bran Stark, who possesses a godlike perspective. In facing the coalition of the Westerlands and the Crownlands, it remains to be seen whether the Baratheon brothers will repeat their former discord. Will Stannis once again employ the services of the Red Priestess to assassinate his brother Renly? Regardless, these individuals will inevitably become adversaries, and their mutual depletion of resources aligns perfectly with Qi Xuan's interests. Contemplating this, a radiant smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Excellent. I am delighted that Lord Baelish could enlighten me. In return, allow me to share a rather intriguing piece of news with you. At this point, Qi Xuan's gaze turned toward Petyr Baelish, who, upon noticing Qi Xuan's attention, responded with a smile. My lord, I am most eager to hear any intriguing news. Upon hearing this, a mischievous grin emerged on Qi Xuan's face as he began to speak. As far as I know, somewhere north of the wall, there resides a man known as the Three-Eyed Raven. When speaking of the Three-Eyed Raven, one cannot help but mention the fabled children of the forest. For various reasons, this man, aided by the children of the forest, possesses a multitude of extraordinary abilities. When he employs these powers, he can perceive everything that has transpired in the lives of others. At this juncture, Qi Xuan cast a knowing glance towards Petyr Baelish, who was not far away, and remarked, Imagine, Petyr Baelish, how it would feel to have all your secrets laid bare before another. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Petyr Baelish's eyes. To fulfill his ambitions, he had orchestrated countless schemes, leading to the demise of innumerable nobles and lords. Should these deeds be exposed, it would not merely spell doom on the continent of Westeros. He would find no refuge even at the ends of the earth. In this world, governed by bloodlines, who would dare believe that a mere scion of a minor noble could aspire to ascend to the throne? It is well known that for countless years in Westeros, the eldest son of the king becomes king, the eldest son of a great noble becomes a great noble, and the eldest son of a minor noble becomes a minor noble. There exists an insurmountable chasm between the various tiers of nobility and the common folk. Anyone who dares to breach such taboos is destined to face horrific repercussions. With a faint smile, Petyr Baelish tentatively responded, Surely, my lord, you jest? How could such a person exist in this world? If such were the case, the throne would undoubtedly have long since been claimed by him. Observing Petyr Baelish's somewhat insincere demeanor, Qi Xuan chuckled softly. Before the Targaryens conquered Westeros, who would have dared believe in the existence of dragons? Though it has been over 2 centuries since the last dragon of House Targaryen vanished, who knows if their dragons might yet return? By the way, here is an additional tidbit. The Three-Eyed Raven appears to have set his sights on Bran Stark's body. I suspect he may be capable of fully transferring his consciousness into the child, thereby usurping him. Chapter 55. The Loyalty of Littlefinger in This World. The greatest hypothetical adversary for Qi Xuan has always been the legendary gods. Although, for various reasons, these deities seem to possess little presence, it is undeniable that they do indeed exist. If Qi Xuan's conjectures are correct, the Three-Eyed Raven north of the wall seems to be connected to the old gods. As a deity once revered for countless years on the continent of Westeros, and still worshipped by the vast majority in the north, Qi Xuan believes that his power may rival that of the Lord of Light, who has resurrected humanity on multiple occasions. Thus, it was only natural for Qi Xuan to seek individuals to test these deities. The diminutive Petyr Baelish nearby would neither be the first nor the last. As for whether they would face death as a consequence, regrettably, they were not Qi Xuan's loyal subordinates, so why should he be concerned? As Qi Xuan pondered silently, an indescribable complexity manifested upon Petyr's countenance. Through his gaze, Qi Xuan discerned a tumult of emotions, murderous intent, desire, greed, and perhaps even more that remained hidden from view. Thank you for your enlightening words, my lord. Petyr suddenly offered a slight bow to Qi Xuan, continuing, Might I inquire what your intentions are? Upon hearing Petyr's query, Qi Xuan felt no surprise. After all, the man was among the most astute minds in this realm. Should his plans falter, Qi Xuan would undoubtedly feel a tinge of disappointment. His eyes fixed upon Petyr, he spoke in a measured tone. All mortals must meet their end. However, the divine does not. I am utterly convinced that numerous gods inhabit this world. The downfall of the Valyrian people was likely orchestrated by these very deities. Sir Baelish, are you aware? It is said that the King of Light was once a mere mortal before ascending to divinity. Ultimately, whether he uncovered the secret of godhood remains uncertain. Yet he transformed into an immortal being. Though Qi Xuan's tone remained remarkably calm, it stirred tumultuous thoughts within Peter's mind. While his grandest ambition was to become the king of Westeros, the notion of achieving eternal life as a god was not altogether unappealing. Over countless years, this continent had witnessed a myriad of kings, some wise, some foolish, some inept, and others tyrannical. Regardless, all eventually succumbed to the relentless passage of time, reduced to bones and ashes. As one of the brightest minds in this world, Peter was not only imbued with confidence, but also possessed keen observational skills. Throughout Qi Xuan's discourse, he meticulously scrutinized every subtle shift in Qi Xuan's expressions. Ultimately, Peter arrived at a startling realization. Qi Xuan spoke the truth. All he had articulated was indeed genuine. Accustomed to the art of deception, Peter was confident that no one could elude his keen perception. Thus, with a serious demeanor, Peter regarded Qi Xuan and inquired, "Despite the incredibility of your assertions, I find myself inclined to believe you, my lord. However, your words have ignited a profound question within me." At this juncture, Sir Baelish feigned a bashful expression, hesitating as he spoke. "My lord, I once heard rumors in the taverns of White Harbor that you possess magical abilities. Is this true?" Upon hearing Sir Peter's inquiry, Qi Xuan displayed no surprise. After all, the recent war, though swiftly concluded, had left countless residents of White Harbor in proximity to the battlefield. As long as their vision was unimpaired, they undoubtedly witnessed Qi Xuan conjuring magic. Beyond mere sorcery, Qi Xuan exhibited a power that transcended the ordinary, reminiscent of a deity gracing the mortal realm. While the soldiers of House Manderley had been temporarily detained, the citizens of the city were afforded the freedom to express their thoughts. Naturally, the concept of free speech is a fallacy in any world. Qi Xuan welcomed laudatory remarks, yet he made it clear that any insults or rebellious sentiments would be met with the might of his soldiers. Observing Sir Peter's eager gaze from a short distance, Qi Xuan suddenly smiled. Was this what Sir Peter wished to witness? As Qi Xuan spoke, a tangible aura of lightning coiled around his arm. In the next instant, before Sir Peter's watchful eyes, the lightning surged forth. Thunderous roars echoed as numerous bolts danced through the air, striking nearby tables and chairs. With a resounding explosion, countless pieces of furniture shattered and soared into the sky. Was this truly the legendary magic? Its formidable power was indeed frightening. Sir Peter's eyes gleamed as he beheld the splintered remnants of the furniture, his expression shifting like a character in a tale of transformation. Simultaneously, a tumult of emotions surged within Peter: desire, greed, fear, urgency, and a hint of murderous intent intermingled, nearly pushing him to the brink of losing his composure. Inhale, exhale. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, Peter's mind began to race. Moments later, he suddenly knelt before Qi Xuan, earnestly declaring, "My lord, I, Peter Baelish, hereby pledge my loyalty to you. Only you are worthy of sitting upon the Iron Throne." Observing Sir Peter's solemn vow, Qi Xuan's expression remained notably calm. He was acutely aware that this gesture concealed many ulterior motives. The ambition harbored within this knight, once voiced, would likely astonish many across the continent of Westeros. While the populace of Qi Xuan's eastern realm might regard the titles of nobility with disdain, not believing in the significance of noble lineage, the majority of the inhabitants in the currently regressive Westeros firmly held that aristocracy was synonymous with noble blood. Only those of sufficiently noble blood possessed the right to ascend to kingship or any other rank of nobility. As for those who scoff at the doctrine of bloodlines, such individuals are largely regarded as heretics, either banished to the lands beyond the wall to live as free folk, or executed by the noble lords through various means. Perhaps some may argue that the continent of Essos is different, that its myriad free city-states embody greater democracy and liberty. Yet, can a continent where slavery prevails not signify something profound? Rise, Sir Peter. I accept your fealty. Chapter 56. The proposal of Littlefinger. Despite accepting the oath of loyalty from Sir Peter Baelish, the level of trust that Qi Xuan harbored for him could be described as exceedingly low. If the chivalric ideals revered by countless noble lords across this continent embody loyalty and honor, it is evident that such virtues are alien to one who holds himself in higher regard than others. Of course, anyone can chant slogans. When faced with the specter of death, how many noble lords would truly choose to die for loyalty rather than strive for survival? Clearly, This is a question that requires no deep contemplation. For Qi Xuan, the primary utility of Ser Peter lies not in the vast fortune he has amassed through royal corruption, nor in the readily available forces of the Vale. As one of the greatest puppeteers behind the scenes in the realm of a Game of Thrones, Qi Xuan possesses immense confidence in his ability to stir the winds of change, relative to the immense population of Westeros. The number of soldiers he has acquired from the system remains woefully inadequate, compared to the sparsely populated lands of Westeros. Qi Xuan would prefer that the casualties among his system soldiers be as minimal as possible. It is well understood that war is no mere child's play. It often entails the demise of countless souls. Given this reality, why not seek to diminish the strength of one's enemies as much as possible? Whether they be present foes or future adversaries, overt enemies or those lurking in the shadows, Qi Xuan firmly believes that only the dead adversary is the best adversary. Contemplating this, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated Qi Xuan's face as he strode purposefully towards Ser Peter, who, upon rising, was met with the sight of Qi Xuan approaching with an eager expression. I have long heard numerous accolades regarding your talents, Ser Peter. With your loyalty, I am emboldened in my aspirations to conquer the continent of Westeros. Qi Xuan grasped Ser Peter's hand with fervor, showering him with effusive praise. Although Qi Xuan's performance was rather clumsy, Peter chose not to dismantle the facade. Perhaps this is what it means to see through yet remain silent. In the eyes of the pragmatic Peter, every emotion in this world is suspect. Only self-interest remains eternally steadfast. In his youth, he once harbored an intense love for a woman, so profound that he was willing to risk his very life to duel her betrothed. Regrettably, the woman ultimately disregarded his affections. Defeated in the duel, Petyr, having triumphed over the trials of death, finally attained a profound understanding of his existence. I am grateful for your esteemed acknowledgement. I pledge to devote the last drop of my blood to your grand enterprise. Such eloquent words. It is hard to believe they were uttered by the so-called Ser Petyr, known for his fanciful utterances. Yet, perhaps this nobleman has uttered similar sentiments countless times before. Although Qi Xuan was acutely aware of this, he remained unfazed. In his eyes, Ser Petyr was fundamentally akin to himself. Even in the absence of a system, Qi Xuan would never willingly submit to inferiority. After all, he had traversed to another realm. Would he then cheerfully serve as another's pawn? One must either aspire to be the mightiest in this world or perish in the pursuit of ambition. There exists no other choice. After a prolonged moment, Qi Xuan finally released Petyr's hand and turned to return to his previous seat. Although his back was to Petyr, there was not a shred of concern in Qi Xuan's heart. Setting aside the assurance provided by the blood-red phoenix armor he donned, his resurrection ability was no mere jest. Perhaps in the future, those assassins who sought his life would confront a disheartening reality. How does one kill a man who cannot be poisoned, cannot be slain, and continually resurrects? Of course, resurrection did not imply that Qi Xuan was invincible. Ser Petyr, do you have any sage advice regarding the current predicament? Qi Xuan inquired as he settled into his seat, turning to face Petyr. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's question, Petyr contemplated momentarily, his expression soon brimming with confidence. My lord, at this juncture, you can send missives in the name of the royal family and our allies in the Western Territories to all the noble lords of the North. Demand they eradicate the treacherous Stark family. I shall lend my support as the kingdom's Minister of Finance. This approach will further divide the numerous lords of the North. To the Bolton family, we can promise the titles of Duke of Riverrun or Duke of Storms and to win their allegiance. By leveraging them to deplete the Stark family's forces and the subsequent war efforts in the South, ultimately, whether the Boltons are drained of their strength or reassigned to other regions, my lord shall secure a cleansed North. Rest assured, I will also persuade the Bolton family on your behalf, under the auspices of the royal family and the Lannister envoy. Once you, my lord, have secured the entirety of the North, I believe the great nobles to the south will have expended much of their strength. At that time, you may seize the opportunity to conquer further, ultimately claiming King's Landing and declaring yourself king. It must be said that Petyr Baelish's suggestion, while seemingly straightforward, possesses considerable feasibility. In the envisioned blueprint presented by him, a cleansed North undoubtedly piques the interest of Qi Xuan. As an individual who has traversed from a modern society, Qi Xuan does not aspire to instantaneously usher this world into democracy or republicanism. After all, even setting aside the discussion of social productivity, one must consider the current realities of this world. In Qi Xuan's perspective, the feudal system prevalent in this world is rather antiquated. Once he unifies the continent of Westeros, he will unhesitatingly implement a unified feudal system. Currently, The nobles possess not only their fiefs, but can also mobilize substantial armies at will, which is quite concerning. It is feared that should he incite dissatisfaction among these nobles, they may easily instigate rebellion. While Qi Xuan is not afraid of insurrection, the notion of quelling such uprisings is inherently disconcerting. Of course, the introduction of a unified feudal system does not guarantee the absence of rebellion. But is it not prudent to act rather than refrain? Excellent. Sir Peter's suggestion is indeed commendable, and I am pleased. I would appreciate it if you could draft the letters for the surrender of the northern lords, Sir Peter. Qi Xuan smiled at Peter, who had just pledged his loyalty not far away, and unreservedly began issuing commands. Peter smiled, bowed, and replied, "At your service, your majesty." Chapter 57. The sword points at Hornwood, if possible. Would Qi Xuan not prefer to be a commander directing the war from the base rather than engaging in the melee on the battlefield? However, the human values in this world differ significantly from those of the ancient Eastern dynasties of his previous life. During the era of the Eastern Ancient Dynasty, people often revered strategists who could maneuver and secure victory from afar over those who excelled in martial prowess on the battlefield. Yet, in this world, it seems that nearly everyone idolizes individuals with formidable personal strength rather than astute scholars. For the soldiers, their direct lords may be foolish, cruel, or debauched, but they must never exhibit cowardice. Nobles who shy away from the battlefield are often ridiculed by countless individuals in this world and may bear the stigma of cowardice for a lifetime. If Qi Xuan were still that powerless individual who had traversed time, he would not frequently engage in battle himself. However, he now possesses the ability to resurrect and far exceeds the peak of human capability, so what is there to fear? Does one not face death simply by avoiding the battlefield? If this is indeed the case, then countless innocent souls, unwittingly ensnared in the quagmire of war, surely have their grievances to voice. With this thought, Qi Xuan's gaze hardened with determination. Although the recent days spent in White Harbor had ensnared him in a spell of bliss, more pressing matters demanded his attention. He was acutely aware that the splendid life he currently enjoyed was a direct result of his formidable strength. Were he merely an ordinary peasant, he would likely have spent his days toiling in fields and on battlefields, perhaps fortunate enough to survive a little longer, or, in a stroke of misfortune, meeting his end the moment he was forcibly thrust into the fray. To the noble lords of Westeros, who pride themselves on their noble bloodlines, the commoners of their domains are akin to weeds in a field, multiplying rapidly, yet their lives hold little value. Onward, he called out, casting a glance back at his legion of soldiers, mounted upon his new warhorse. Soon, Qi Xuan's command was relayed in layers throughout his ranks. Giddy up. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Xuan resolutely spurred his horse forward. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, tap, tap, tap. Following closely behind were 1,000 light cavalrymen, each mounted on 2 steeds, accompanied by 2,500 heavily armored infantry. The ultimate destination of this expedition was, of course, Winterfell, located at the heart of the north. However, the immediate objective lay in the northeastern direction, at Hoot Castle. For Qi Xuan, who aspired to unify the North, the Stark family, currently holding the title of Duke of the North, represented the most significant obstacle. Despite having harbored fondness for the Stark family while watching the series, the path of conquest allows no room for compassion. The reason Qi Xuan had previously consented to allow Lady Catelyn to ransom back Robb Stark and others was, in fact, rooted in his admiration for the Stark lineage garnered from the show. Otherwise, would the ransom for a duke merely amount to 10,000 gold dragons? Although at that time Ned Stark had not yet met his fate, and Robb Stark had not ascended to the ducal title, it did not imply that his ransom would be so trivial, especially when compared to the spoils expected after conquering White Harbor. Leaving aside the millions of gold dragons within the Mandalar family's castle, the sheer volume of weapons and equipment seized during this conflict constituted a staggering fortune. Naturally, Qi Xuan prioritized the distribution of the exquisite full-plate armor to his immensely loyal system soldiers. The remaining equipment was allocated to the soldiers he had recruited from White Harbor over the past few days. In total, Qi Xuan had enlisted 3,000 soldiers from White Harbor, complemented by 500 system soldiers he had previously acquired, thus bringing a total of 3,500 men to embark on this campaign. Qi Xuan was certainly reluctant to part with the prosperous port city of White Harbor. Thus, he deliberately left behind approximately 1,000 well-equipped system soldiers and subsequently recruited around 1,000 more from the city to defend this rare port city in the northern region. For the impregnable White Harbor, capturing a city guarded by 2,000 soldiers would likely require at least tens of thousands of siege troops. In truth, had it not been for the sudden appearance of Qi Xuan and his 15 system soldiers within White Harbor. Seizing this fief of the Mandalay family would have proven exceedingly challenging. As a port city, the Mandalay family had established countless arrow towers and defensive walls along the docks, complemented by a formidable naval fleet. Attempting to conquer the docks of White Harbor from the sea posed an equally daunting challenge. As for the city defenses connecting White Harbor to the land, countless siege devices would render any attacking enemy utterly despondent. In comparison to the impoverished noble lords of the Northern Territories, the Mandalay family, possessing White Harbor, could be deemed exceedingly wealthy. With sufficient funds, what in this world is beyond purchase? For Qi Xuan, capturing White Harbor was an unequivocal triumph. Aside from the immense wealth, the numerous pieces of exquisite full-plate armor represented an epic enhancement for his soldiers. Furthermore, this port city would enable him to procure a myriad of essential supplies. For profit-driven merchants, boundaries were never a concern. Provided Qi Xuan offered substantial incentives, they would not hesitate to transport or sell locally prohibited military supplies, even to the extent of treason. Recognizing the significance of White Harbor to him, Qi Xuan naturally ensured the presence of sufficiently loyal commanders. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan examined the attributes of the 10 Phoenix Knights stationed in White Harbor. Name: Feng Ri loyalty, devoted, constantly unchanging. Age: 22. Gender: male. Profession: Phoenix Knight. Strength: B agility, B skill, C constitution, C perception, D spirit, D equipment. Phoenix heavy plate armor, blue. Phoenix Knight open face helmet, blue. Phoenix war shield, blue. Phoenix longsword, blue. Mount: Phoenix iron hoof, blue. Skills: horsemanship LV7, cold weapons LV7, iron will LV5. Power strike LV5. It must be said that, in comparison to all previous system soldiers, the attributes of the Phoenix Knights could only be described as resplendent, powerful, and invincible. Their entire set of blue quality plate armor is noteworthy, as is their blue quality warhorse, alongside their impressive B-level strength and agility. Qi Xuan seriously suspected that, setting aside their skills, he might not be able to contend one-on-one with a Phoenix Knight. Of course, Qi Xuan did not attempt to test this theory. For him, the primary purpose of the 10 Phoenix Knights was not to join the battlefield and vanquish a multitude of foes, but rather to serve as singular leaders of their respective armies, defending their territories and cities. Hence, Qi Xuan retained all 10 within White Harbor, allowing them to continuously recruit soldiers from there. As for the newly sworn Ser Barrackfingers, Qi Xuan harbored doubts regarding his loyalty and thus assigned him the task of persuading the Bolton family in the north. Additionally, concerning the first to pledge allegiance, Theon Greyjoy, Qi Xuan dispatched him to the Iron Islands to negotiate with his father, Balon Greyjoy. Whether these two would accomplish their missions was of little concern to Qi Xuan, who felt that keeping them by his side served no significant purpose. Chapter 58. A lone rider breaches the city after approximately 2 days of travel. Qi Xuan and his army arrived before the gates of Hood Castle. Anticipating their arrival, the defenders of Hood Castle had already fortified their defenses. The castle gates were securely shut, possibly barricaded with heavy stones behind them. Upon the castle walls stood the fully armed defenders of Hood, prepared for battle. At that moment, the banner of House Hood, featuring a black-brown moose on an orange field, fluttered above. Gazing at the distant Hood Castle, Qi Xuan recalled the history of the Hood family. For centuries, they had remained loyal to House Stark. In the original tale, the head of the Hood family, Count Harris, alongside his only son, Daelin, had joined Robb Stark's forces during the Southern Campaign. Tragically, both noblemen perished in the War of the Five Kings, leaving the Hood family on the brink of extinction. Subsequently, the lands fell into the hands of the Count's wife, Lady Donella. Coveting this territory, Lady Donella was abducted by Ramsay Snow, the bastard son of the Bolton family, who compelled her into marriage. After securing the inheritance of Hood Castle, the insatiable Ramsay chose to starve Lady Donella to death. It must be said that humanity in this world often shatters Qi Xuan's perceptions of morality. While he felt a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate Lady Donella, he was also aware that she hailed from the Manderley family of White Harbor. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan firmly believed that a married daughter is akin to spilled water. If she possessed the wisdom, she would surely know how to navigate her circumstances. Of course, Qi Xuan had no interest in Lady Donella. He remained a rather traditional and conservative man. Moreover, unlike many in this world, he did not consider it a cause for excitement to marry a noblewoman, regardless of her beauty or lack thereof. In truth, for the present-day Qi Xuan, the pursuit of women naturally gravitates towards those who are youthful, beautiful, and pure. This elucidates why he did not hastily venture to Essos in search of the Mother of Dragons upon his arrival. Chronologically, by the time he would have sought her out, she had likely been married to the King of the Mountain for quite some time. Previously, Qi Xuan had dispatched 10 royal archers to Essos, not with the intent of locating the Mother of Dragons, but rather driven by an insatiable curiosity for the dragons that inhabit this world. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no yearning for them. Thus, the primary objective of these 10 was to seek dragon eggs, Valyrian weapons, and the legendary Horn of Dragons, said to possess the power to control these magnificent beasts. Indeed, even the mere discovery of relevant clues would suffice for Qi Xuan at this juncture. After all, possessing such leads would enable him to deploy a larger contingent for further exploration. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan's gaze returned to the fortified Hood castle, which was braced for any eventuality. Suddenly, he spurred his fiery steed, Phoenix, into a gallop towards the castle. As he approached the outer range of the archers, he abruptly pulled on the reins, halting the horse. Raising his halberd high, he pointed its blade towards the multitude of foes atop the battlements, bellowing, "Hood Castle, shall it be battle or surrender today?" The audacity of his solitary presence incited fury among the soldiers on the walls, igniting a fierce discussion among them. However, the decision of whether to fight or capitulate was never in the hands of these foot soldiers. The true authority lay with the head of the Hood family. Regrettably, the figure of the family patriarch and his sole heir were conspicuously absent from the ramparts. One could only speculate whether they had departed for Winterfell in response to the Stark family summons, or perished in the recent assault on Black Castle. Atop the walls, a noblewoman, adorned in finery, glared down at Qi Xuan, her expression marred with animosity, suggesting a deep-seated grudge. This lady appeared to be in her 30s, her looks moderately satisfactory, albeit somewhat disappointing. If Qi Xuan's conjecture were correct, she was none other than Lady Donalla, full name Donalla Mandeller. Shoot him, kill him. Perhaps oblivious to the effective range of the archers, or perhaps fueled by her hatred for Qi Xuan, who had slain members of the Mandeller family in White Harbor. Lady Donalla suddenly erupted with fury. Upon hearing her command, the soldiers on the battlements swiftly notched their arrows, unleashing a barrage towards Qi Xuan below. Yet, in the face of the countless arrows raining down, not a trace of panic or fear marred Qi Xuan's countenance. He was well aware that he was positioned just beyond the typical range of their bows. "Ah, what a pity. It seems you have made a grave error in your choice," Qi Xuan suddenly murmured to himself. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, akin to a keen dagger. Charge the entire army. He bellowed to the soldiers stationed not far behind him, before galloping towards the city gates. In that instant of launching the assault, Qi Xuan silently activated the formidable skill known as Wuxuan. A cataclysmic force surged through his being, instilling him with an unwavering confidence that there was nothing in this world beyond his reach. However, this sentiment was merely an emotional response to his newfound strength, not an indication of invincibility. At that moment, he certainly did not believe he could confront, let alone vanquish, the deities of this realm. Although countless arrows rained down upon the charging Qi Xuan, they appeared trivial in his eyes. Under the influence of the Wuxuan skill, he felt a significant enhancement to all his attributes. Beyond mere strength and agility, Qi Xuan discerned that his perceptiveness had become astonishingly acute. His already formidable intuition was now amplified, rendering the unfolding scene before him as vivid and clear as a slow-motion film. With a mere flick of his hand holding the Fang Tian Huaji, he effortlessly deflected all arrows aimed at him. Behind him, the legion of armored elite soldiers also surged forward, heightening the tension among the defenders atop the city walls. The battlefield was filled with the crisp sound of galloping hooves, resonating in the ears of all present. Qi Xuan, charging forth, resembled a hero from ancient myths or a deity, effortlessly navigating through the deluge of arrows. Much to the astonishment of onlookers, suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. The gates of the Howard Castle were shattered by Qi Xuan's spear. Chapter 59. The name of the war god. With the destruction of the city gates, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Although the sight of Qi Xuan traversing a storm of arrows had already left the crowd in awe, the feat of breaching the gates was equally unimaginable. Oh, war god. The soldiers behind Qi Xuan erupted into cheers, with an unknown voice first proclaiming the title of war god. Soon, more voices joined in the chorus. War god, war god, war god. As 3,500 soldiers chanted in unison, Qi Xuan felt a momentary disorientation. Suddenly, he perceived a peculiar vision of an even grander battlefield in an unknown realm. Realizing he was amidst a perilous battlefield, Qi Xuan vigorously shook his head. In the blink of an eye, The previous illusions seemed to evaporate before him. At this moment, his eyes beheld the quaking soldiers guarding the city gate. Evidently shaken by the impact of his assault on the gate, far exceeding his expectations. A sudden smile graced Qi Xuan's face as he galloped unhesitatingly towards the defenders behind the open gate. With the crisp sound of hooves resonating, he began to wield his Fang Tian Hua Ji with fervor. Faced with the oncoming wave of enemy soldiers, Qi Xuan's strikes were as effortless as slicing through cake, claiming the lives of his adversaries one by one. Before long, he had surged into the city beyond the gate. Surveying the scene, he observed that most of the enemy troops were trembling, exuding an aura of fear. In the presence of such a formidable warrior as Qi Xuan, who seemed capable of single-handedly vanquishing thousands, who could remain unafraid? Yet, this world has never lacked for the audacious, or perhaps the ambitious and brave. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the enemy ranks. This man is but human. A single blow can wound him, and he too cannot escape death. Slay him, and a splendid future awaits us. With the incitement of this unfamiliar figure, the formerly timid guards transformed, their spirits ignited. Indeed, if this man is so powerful, then slaying him must yield immense rewards, perhaps even titles and lands. In that instant, the eyes of the enemy soldiers blazed with fervor. Gasping for breath, they fixated intently on Qi Xuan atop his steed. In the face of such fervent adversaries, Qi Xuan remained unperturbed, resembling a warrior in a game of mowing down grass. To him, the multitude of ordinary soldiers appeared no different from mere weeds awaiting harvest. Charge! Witnessing the indifference etched on Qi Xuan's face, the enemy troops seemed to erupt into a frenzy. In the next moment, they launched a collective charge towards him. As these spirited adversaries surged forward, a flicker of admiration crossed Qi Xuan's gaze, though his expression bore a tinge of lament. How unfortunate! Kill! Just as Qi Xuan was poised to demonstrate the true essence of power, a thunderous battle cry erupted from behind him. It was his battalion of 2,500 heavily armored infantry, who had arrived at the city gate and were now charging inward. Simultaneously, the sounds of clashing steel filled the air. With the formal engagement of soldiers from both sides, attacks were incessantly exchanged. Qi Xuan surveyed the battlefield, noting that those who lay fallen were predominantly the enemy soldiers. After all, the infantry of our side is clad in full plate armor, providing an unparalleled level of defense. Although this armor may not be of the highest quality, it certainly meets the average standard of plate armor. To put it bluntly, many impoverished knights on the continent of Westeros likely possess armor inferior to that worn by the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command. Observing his soldiers valiantly engaging the enemy, Qi Xuan paused. While he could hasten the resolution of this battle by personally intervening, for countless soldiers, each confrontation represents a pivotal moment to alter their fates. Even though his status is merely that of an ordinary commoner, the potential for earning significant merit could lead to the acquisition of nobility and land. Historically, astute rulers have refrained from entirely obstructing the avenues for advancement. Otherwise, the countless desperate commoners may one day rise up and overthrow their rulers. For instance, the likes of Huang Chao, who once penned verses about turning the treasury into embroidered ashes and stepping over the bones of nobles in the heavenly streets, may have emerged from such circumstances. For Qi Xuan, it is even less prudent to close off the paths to his subordinates' advancement. As long as he administers both rewards and punishments judiciously, ensuring that merit is duly rewarded and transgressions are appropriately penalized, he need not fear losing the loyalty of his men. How could Qi Xuan be reluctant to part with mere land and wealth for those who fight fiercely for their ambitions? Although he does not mind granting his subordinates greater rewards, such generosity must be predicated on their achievements in battle. Suddenly, amidst his contemplations, the cacophony of battle cries and anguish screams filled his ears. Despite the majority of the fallen being enemy soldiers, Qi Xuan began to hear the labored breaths of his own men. Perhaps it was the weight of their heavy armor or the intensity of the recent skirmish that had drained much of their stamina. It may also be due to the fact that many of these soldiers had recently been recruited from White Harbor. Their previous identities may have been fishermen, sailors, or so-called mercenaries. Although their physical attributes may not be inferior to those of professional soldiers, they are, after all, not seasoned warriors. Fortunately, at this moment, they are protected by exceptionally robust full-plate armor. While this armor does not completely cover their bodies, it provides over 90% coverage. Only the vital areas of their faces and the joints of their hands and feet remain unarmored for various practical reasons, such as ease of donning and doffing the gear. This battle should come to an end, Qi Xuan suddenly murmured to himself. In the next moment, he spurred his horse forward once more. His objective was none other than the noblemen of Hawud Castle, who had fled to a nearby location within the city at an unknown time. In response to Qi Xuan's charge, the soldiers guarding the nobles surged forth. Perhaps they aimed to facilitate the nobles' escape, or perhaps they believed Qi Xuan was on the brink of exhaustion. After all, following the recent fierce battle, Qi Xuan had halted not long after breaching the city's defenses, appearing as though he had completely depleted his strength. Clearly, those present had underestimated the situation. Qi Xuan's pause was not due to fatigue, but rather a strategic decision to afford his soldiers the opportunity to distinguish themselves. Thus, a splendid misunderstanding ensued. With a series of resounding thuds, countless enemy soldiers blocking Qi Xuan's path were sent sprawling through the air as though they were mere broken toys. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers around could not help but erupt in fervent shouts. War God! War God! War God! Chapter 60. The invitation of the gods. The previous sensation of disorientation resurfaced before Qi Xuan, causing the halberd he had aimed at Lady Daenerys to narrowly miss her. In the next moment, as he galloped to her side, Qi Xuan instinctively seized her and laid her across his horse's back. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Those who resist will be met with no mercy. Do not disturb the civilians within the city. After hastily uttering these final 3 commands, Qi Xuan, who had been charging forward, realized that the scene before him had drastically transformed. What was this? At that moment, Qi Xuan sensed he had entered an unfamiliar realm, confronted by 3 unfamiliar figures. Though their identities eluded him, the aura they exuded quickened his breath. He felt an unsettling impression that each one of them could effortlessly extinguish his life. This sensation was one he had not encountered since acquiring the system. It exacerbated his already troubled mood due to the unexpected circumstances. However, as he recalled his resurrection ability, his expression gradually returned to tranquility. Remarkably, all of this transpired within mere seconds. Noticing Qi Xuan's swift return to composure, the 3 strangers finally broke their silence. A strikingly handsome and youthful man suddenly smiled at Qi Xuan and spoke. Welcome to the realm of the gods, Qi Xuan. I am Rollo, the King of Light, also known as the Red God, and currently the leader of the deities within this space. Since you have returned here, it is evident that you possess the potential to become a god. Join us in our battle against formidable and malevolent foes. Despite the impassioned rhetoric from the man who proclaimed himself the King of Light, Qi Xuan's countenance remained remarkably serene. For a man who has traversed countless online novels, television shows, and anime in a previous life, could he truly be swayed by the mere proclamations of others? Perhaps the individual before him is indeed the fabled god of light. But what relevance does that hold for him? For Qi Xuan, who aspires to conquer the entire world, it is conceivable that one day they may become adversaries. His ambition to dominate the world, including the continent of Westeros, is undoubtedly fueled by the desire to acquire more bountiful rewards from the system. Of course, the ever-expanding ambition within Qi Xuan also plays a significant role. Noticing Qi Xuan's apparent indifference, the 3 deities of light exchanged glances. Subsequently, one cloaked figure spoke. I am the god of 1,000 faces. The faceless ones of the continent of Essos are my devotees. As his words faded, a flamboyantly dressed man beside him chimed in. I am the drowned god, revered by the pirates of the Iron Islands. After the trio introduced themselves, Qi Xuan decided to respond without hesitation. I am Qi Xuan, a lord in present-day Westeros. Upon hearing this introduction, the god of 1,000 faces remarked, War God Qi Xuan, from the moment you first entered the realm of the gods, we have been aware of all your deeds in Westeros. While we do not comprehend your fervent attachment to mortal power, know that it is but a fleeting illusion. A mortal's life lasts only a few fleeting decades, after which they become naught but bones. However, should you agree to join us, you may ascend to the status of a new deity, enjoying the privileges of immortality. It must be said that the words of the god of 1,000 faces present an immense temptation for anyone. Yet, Qi Xuan remained steadfastly aware of the adage, when does a pie fall from the sky? Either the pie is a fabrication, or it is laced with poison. Would one inquire if Qi Xuan desires immortality? Unquestionably, he yearns for it, dreaming of it day and night. Yet, if the cost is excessively steep, he may prefer to forego such immortality. After some contemplation, Qi Xuan could not restrain himself and posed the question, what is the price? Upon hearing his inquiry, the 3 deities of light exchanged glances once more, engaging in silent communication. Soon, it appeared they reached a consensus. The god of light stepped forward, proclaiming, the price is to exist eternally within this divine realm, severing all ties with the mortal world. Furthermore, you must join us in the battle against the invading foes of this world. At the mention of the first part of the price, Qi Xuan remained impassive. However, when the god of light uttered the final words, a look of confusion crossed Qi Xuan's face. To be candid, although he had previously watched the original play, the introduction of the gods was rather cursory. The only deities capable of performing miracles were the King of Light, the Old God, and the God of Many Faces. The miracle attributed to the King of Light was the resurrection of the Thunder King, Baratheon, 7 times, and the revival of Jon Snow once. The miracles wrought by the Old God were embodied in the three-eyed raven, which possessed remarkable powers within the original narrative. As for the God of Many Faces, those faceless beings could completely disguise themselves as their enemies by peeling off their faces. Surely, such an ability must derive from divine power? Pondering this, Qi Xuan regarded the 3 deities before him with a serious demeanor and spoke. I currently harbor 2 significant inquiries, and I wonder if you might enlighten me? Upon hearing this, the god of drowning immediately responded, what are the 2 inquiries? Noting the approving expressions of the King of Light and the God of Many Faces towards the God of Drowning's question, Qi Xuan continued. First, what is the current status of the legendary Old God? Second, what exactly is this so-called external enemy? In response to Qi Xuan's 2 questions, the 3 gods exchanged glances once more and nodded in unison. The King of Light then spoke, since you have asked, we shall not conceal the truth from you. The Old God perished in a previous conflict with the external enemy. However, they will return to this realm in the near future. As for the external enemy, allow yourself to witness it firsthand. As the King of Light's words faded, a colossal image suddenly materialized before Qi Xuan and the others. The scene revealed an expansive battlefield, where soldiers from both sides clashed in what seemed an interminable struggle, evoking a profound sense of awe. Countless dragons soared through the skies, unleashing torrents of searing flames upon their foes below. Gasping at this epic spectacle, Qi Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to the warfare depicted in the image, the skirmishes among mortal nobles appeared trivial. Yet, rather than instilling fear, this sight ignited an even greater fervor within his heart. Then join us, future god of war, Qi Xuan. We shall also reveal to you the path to divinity. Chapter 61. Yet I declined seeing the excitement etched on Qi Xuan's face. The 3 gods extended their invitation once more. However, despite the longing evident in Qi Xuan's expression, his emotions had settled into a state of calm. If given the choice, who would not desire to become an immortal deity? Yet, when weighed against the potential loss of his future freedom, Qi Xuan's anticipation diminished considerably. Moreover, knowing one's appearance does not equate to knowing one's heart. Who could ascertain that the methods presented by these 3 beings were devoid of treachery? It cannot be blamed on Qi Xuan's excessive caution. After all, he has endured numerous experiences of fraudulent schemes during the peaceful era of his past life, coupled with the grandiose rhetoric of various ambitious entrepreneurs. This has shaped his prudent and suspicious nature. Perhaps this means he often misses opportunities, yet at least he will not be left destitute. Furthermore, since these 3 have ascended to divinity, it may imply that information regarding the path to godhood exists in the mortal realm. Nevertheless, the most significant reason remains Qi Xuan's unwavering belief in the strength of his own system. Upon reflecting on this, a smile unexpectedly graced Qi Xuan's face, and he remarked, what you have just said sounds exceedingly enticing. To be honest, I am quite tempted. However, I must decline. Initially, upon hearing Qi Xuan's first statement, the 3 divine beings of light displayed smiles, as if their spirits had lifted. Yet, when Qi Xuan uttered his subsequent words, the smiles on their faces abruptly froze. Do you realize you are forsaking an extraordinary opportunity to ascend in one fell swoop? Miss it, and decades from now, you shall be nothing but a pile of bones. Perhaps out of anger, or perhaps due to his straightforward nature, the god of the abyss could not help but question Qi Xuan. Meanwhile, the expressions of the god of light and the god of many faces appeared rather grim. Notably, the visage of the god of many faces was completely obscured by his hood, rendering his features and expressions indiscernible. As the god of the abyss's ire surged, a formidable aura instantly enveloped Qi Xuan. Under this overwhelming pressure, Qi Xuan felt as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, as if he might be extinguished at any moment. Yet, in the presence of these gods, who seemed capable of snuffing him out with a mere breath, Qi Xuan maintained an air of tranquility. He calmly fixed his gaze upon the 3 deities and spoke in measured tones. I have never subscribed to the notion that fortune falls from the heavens, especially in a situation where we are mere acquaintances. Of course, I harbor no doubts regarding your identities. Setting aside everything else, the immense aura emanating from you serves as the finest testament. At this juncture, Qi Xuan deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. However, it is difficult for me to unconditionally trust the words of a powerful deity solely based on their status. After all, compared to you, the information at my disposal remains woefully inadequate. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's remarks, the initially grim expressions of the three divine beings of light softened significantly, their emotions visibly easing. This was evident as the god of the abyss retracted the formidable aura he had just unleashed. The three gods exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Moments later, they nodded in agreement, and the god of light addressed Qi Xuan, saying, "Since our proposal has left you feeling perplexed and apprehensive, we shall not compel you against your will. We shall grant you ample time to verify the veracity of our words. Indeed, we may even dispatch earthly messengers to assist you." At this juncture, the King of Light took a deep breath and, after a prolonged pause, spoke earnestly. "However, we wish for you to comprehend one crucial matter. Our time is running short. With the relentless onslaught of our adversaries growing ever stronger, we can scarcely endure much longer. Once the realm of the gods is breached, it will herald their descent into the mortal world. At that moment, our existence will be fraught with peril, and you, my friend, are the beacon of hope for our world, destined to become a true hero. We require your strength. Countless souls in this world also yearn for your power. Do not keep us waiting for too long. We can hold out for no more than 2.5 years." Upon hearing the King of Light's impassioned address, a look of deep contemplation crossed Qi Xuan's face, as if he were on the verge of being swayed. Yet, despite the king's earnest entreaties, Qi Xuan did not utter words of agreement. Thus, all present understood that this conversation had come to a close. Just then, Qi Xuan heard a familiar call echoing in his ears, prompting him to fix his serious gaze upon the three deities before him. Then, with unwavering resolve, he spoke. "I understand. I will hasten to resolve all doubts within my heart, but for now, I must return to the mortal realm." With that, before the King of Light and the three gods could respond, Qi Xuan's figure vanished from sight. In truth, it was the realization that he could depart from the realm of the gods at any moment that emboldened Qi Xuan to reject their invitation without hesitation. Otherwise, how could he have appeared so reckless and naive? Of course, it is also possible that this understanding was precisely why the King of Light and the three gods refrained from coercing Qi Xuan to accept their invitation. At Woodburg, within the fortress, upon regaining consciousness, Qi Xuan found himself still astride the same warhorse as before. Before him, the captive Lady Donalaf was writhing incessantly. Meanwhile, her voice echoed with pleas for release. "Let me go? Let me go?" However, Qi Xuan paid little heed to her words. For a captive ought to embody the essence of captivity. Yet, perhaps considering her current discomfort, he adjusted her position, shifting her from lying across the horse's back to sitting upright. This gesture caused the previously struggling and shouting woman to momentarily cease her commotion. Strangely, Lady Donalaf, seated before him, inexplicably scooted back slightly. Faced with this unexpected maneuver, Qi Xuan's countenance displayed a look of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set aside such trivial matters for the time being. At present, the most pressing matter is to swiftly take control of Howd Fortress, after which there will be ample time to contemplate the events that have just transpired. With this thought in mind, Qi Xuan cast his gaze around. It wasn't long before he noticed a group of surrendered soldiers from Howd Fortress awaiting their fate. As for Qi Xuan's own troops, they were presently engaged in various post-battle tasks under the guidance of their commanding officers. It is worth noting that Qi Xuan had previously opted to disperse the 500 system soldiers, appointing them as officers within this formidable army of 3,500. Naturally, he would also offer opportunities for promotion and salary increases to the non-system soldiers. However, human nature tends to favor familiarity. Qi Xuan was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, his allegiance would always lean towards those system soldiers who remained eternally loyal. Chapter 62. System Upgrade. As Qi Xuan allowed his thoughts to wander while awaiting the results of the battle, the sudden voice of the system broke through his reverie, delivering news that left him momentarily stunned. Detected that the host has encountered a deity, false, and the forces of the abyss. To better serve the host, system upgrade initiated. Upgrading, 6 hours. Inhale. The prospect of a system upgrade potentially enhancing his powers caused Qi Xuan to draw in a sharp breath. Almost immediately, he exhaled a deep sigh. In that moment, a wave of elation washed over him, prompting a radiant smile to grace his face. Even the initially intended target, Lady Donera, was now spared from death. Thus, Qi Xuan approached Lady Donera, who was seated before him, and spoke reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall grant you your life." Despite his promise, He had no intention of releasing her. Instead, he would have her serve as his maid. While her beauty may not have been exceptional, her noble status added an undeniable allure to her presence. It seemed rather fitting for a noblewoman to take on the role of a maid. Perhaps only those of the highest rank, the kings, could indulge in such luxurious arrangements. Yet, Qi Xuan's aspirations extended far beyond mere kingship. He envisioned himself as the emperor who would unify this world. With this thought, he suddenly recalled the titles available for self-appointment within the system. Why had he not traversed the full spectrum of titles, from the lowest to the highest, back then? Perhaps he could have exploited a loophole and garnered additional rewards. Moreover, could titles such as Emperor, Great Sage, Jade Emperor, and Celestial Venerable also be self-appointed? Regret washed over Qi Xuan, as he felt he had missed out on a monumental opportunity. Nevertheless, having missed that chance, he realized that dwelling on it would yield no benefits. The paramount concern now was to observe the outcomes of this system update. Never before had 6 hours felt like an interminably long duration. Never. Suddenly, Qi Xuan began to breathe heavily, his heart surging with an urgent anticipation akin to a boiling wave. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to vent his pent-up emotions, directing his gaze towards the encampment beyond the city walls. With a decisive flick of the reins, he urged his steed forward, charging towards the camp. He recalled vividly that on this expedition, he had brought along Jägerite and several pure, beautiful maidens he had discovered in White Harbor. Qi Xuan had never denied his innate proclivity for base pleasures. His ambition to conquer more territories stemmed from a yearning for a more exquisite existence. Greater power, abundant wealth, superior food and water, finer garments, and more enchanting women. These were the aspirations that fueled his endeavors. Yet, in any realm, one cannot escape the cyclical nature of drought and deluge. Perhaps one day, Qi Xuan would grow weary of such trivial pursuits, but that day was certainly not today. Upon entering his main tent in the encampment, Qi Xuan found Jägerite and the other maidens gazing at him with eager eyes. Without hesitation, he strode confidently towards them. As night descended, he realized that much time had elapsed. The outside world had plunged into darkness, yet the thoughtful maidens had lit several candles within the tent. It must be noted that Qi Xuan was not typically a man of wavering resolve. The recent notification of a system upgrade had taken him by surprise, compounded by the 6-hour wait for its completion. No one could fathom the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him upon receiving the system upgrade alert. While he eagerly anticipated the enhancements the upgrade might bring, he also harbored concerns that it might diminish the rewards of the gift package. This emotional turmoil inevitably cast him into a state of agitation. Fortunately, after an exhilarating battle, Qi Xuan discovered that his spirits had returned to a state of tranquility. At that moment, he seemed to transcend joy and sorrow, embodying the serenity of a sage untouched by external matters. Thus, he emptied his mind, becoming impervious to all that might disturb him. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, second by second. Suddenly, the system's notification resounded in his ears once more. System upgrade complete. The sound of the system felt to Qi Xuan like the most exquisite music in the world. Instantly, he turned his gaze towards the system interface. Lord System Host, Qi Xuan age, 24 years gender, male race, human nation, not yet established title, king, self-proclaimed, based on title. A certain amount of power points can be earned monthly, power, slight. Monthly power points are earned based on power development, power points. 0, monthly points are earned based on the previous month's power situation, which can be used to purchase system packages, packages available for purchase. Population package, 1,000 points. Army package, 1,000 points. Resource package, 1,000 points. Treasure package, 10,000 points. Personal attributes, folded. Expandable system space, 1 million cubic meters. Gazing at the new system panel, Qi Xuan found himself lost in contemplation. It must be said that compared to the previous system, this upgrade seems to have rendered its functionalities considerably more refined. Previously, the system packages and war packages received each month offered rewards largely dictated by chance. Now, the system packages have diversified into several distinct categories, affording Qi Xuan a broader array of options. For Qi Xuan, the primary motivation behind his desire to assimilate and win over the indigenous inhabitants of this world was the stark insufficiency of system soldiers under his command. Even with 2,000 system soldiers each month, he would only amass 12,000 in half a year and a mere 24,000 in a year. To achieve a total of 100,000, or even 1,000,000 system soldiers, or to increase the population of those sharing his complexion, would still require an arduous passage of time. Moreover, in a world prone to the outbreak of wars, the soldiers under Qi Xuan's banner were at risk of suffering casualties in these conflicts. This reality further complicated his aspirations to accumulate a population. Now, however, the system has introduced a population package. Presumably, this package would yield a greater quantity compared to the system soldiers, wouldn't it? As for the army package, it likely pertains to the summoning of soldiers. Qi Xuan had already formed some conjectures regarding the subsequent resource and treasure packages. Regrettably, he currently possessed no points to exchange for these packages for verification. With this thought, Qi Xuan's mood suddenly soured. He then turned his gaze to the several maidens beside him. Chapter 63. The Heart of the People. The following morning, as Qi Xuan rode into the recently captured Howud fortress, he observed that most of the castle's residents had emerged from their homes. They stood in various corners of the fortress, quietly watching Qi Xuan and his entourage. It was undeniable that Qi Xuan's presence had left a profound impression on them. In stark contrast to the majority of noble lords in this world, who, upon capturing enemy fortresses or cities, often allowed their soldiers to indulge in plunder and violence. Some brutal lords would even lead such atrocities themselves. Under the command of Qi Xuan, all soldiers refrained from harming the citizens within the castle, a feat that would be deemed unimaginable by anyone in this world. After all, it is entirely natural for soldiers who have endured the brutality of war to seek an outlet for their emotions following victory. Even their lord often finds it challenging to avert such occurrences, as the pent-up frustrations of soldiers can lead to catastrophic actions, potentially resulting in the very real possibility of them turning against their lord. In this world, most lords maintain only a small contingent of professional soldiers, resorting to the conscription of militia when conflict arises. For these untrained individuals, the mere opportunity to heed the call to battle is a rarity. As for military discipline, clearly, one cannot expect militia members, who arrive armed and provisioned, to taste no reward for their efforts. The soldiers under Qi Xuan's command could uphold their restraint towards the castle's civilians for several reasons. Firstly, these warriors enjoyed the privileges of professional soldiers, evident in their splendid armaments, monthly stipends, and rewards for their valor. In such circumstances, the risk of facing execution for breaching military law seems hardly worth the gamble. Secondly, the clearly defined system of rewards and punishments established by Qi Xuan earlier served as a motivational force. They were well aware of the accolades awaiting those who distinguished themselves in battle, which ignited their fervor. Likewise, the consequences for transgressing military law were equally known, bolstered by numerous vivid examples witnessed by the soldiers. Lastly, the formidable prowess displayed by Qi Xuan played a pivotal role. The human psyche in this world often reveres strength, far surpassing the sentiments of a more peaceful era. After witnessing Qi Xuan's astonishing capabilities firsthand, not a single soldier recruited from White Harbor doubted his invincibility. All who served under Qi Xuan believed in the boundless opportunities for glory that awaited them, with aspirations of one day ascending to the ranks of noble lords appearing entirely achievable. Thus, the meager gains from plundering the common folk held little allure for them. Of course, Qi Xuan was never a man devoid of reason. While he forbade his soldiers from harassing the townsfolk, he did not prohibit them from seeking enjoyment in brothels. The only stipulation was that they must exercise caution and pay for their pleasures. With empathy, Qi Xuan understood that after enduring life-and-death battles, one's emotions often require an outlet. In light of this, he deemed it far more prudent to guide such inclinations constructively. Certainly, while he does not prohibit the matter, he also does not advocate for it. He hopes that the soldiers under his command can marry early and enjoy a harmonious family life during peacetime. With this thought, Qi Xuan cast his gaze upon the 3 system soldiers he had appointed as centurions. Were there any soldiers who harassed the townsfolk yesterday? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's inquiry, the 3 pondered momentarily before responding. My lord, under your orders, no soldier would dare to violate military law. Satisfied with this answer, Qi Xuan nodded and continued. What were the results of yesterday's battle? As soon as Qi Xuan's words fell, one of the centurions presented him with a prepared battle report. Qi Xuan accepted the report and began to peruse its contents. In this siege, we suffered 5 fatalities and 23 injuries. We killed 323 enemies, wounded 32, and captured 512. We seized several pieces of equipment, food, and a total of approximately 2,312 golden dragons. As he gazed at the report before him, Qi Xuan could not help but reflect. Firstly, in terms of spoils, the 2,312 golden dragons were indeed far inferior to the millions garnered from the previous conquest of Whiteport. In comparison to the number of enemies slain, the casualties and injuries among his soldiers were undoubtedly low. One cannot deny that a full suit of armor significantly enhances the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. At the very least, it ensures their survival rate. Moreover, The number of enemies killed this time provided Qi Xuan with a revelation. Perhaps nothing in this world is ever perfect, much like the military merit system he is currently implementing. While it ignites a fervent desire among soldiers to achieve military exploits, it also implies that his soldiers are often more inclined to kill the enemy rather than wound or capture them. This is evident from the casualty and capture figures of the enemy forces. Naturally, Qi Xuan finds this outcome pleasing. Although he prefers to have his captives perform unpaid labor in exchange for their freedom, this does not imply that such measures are devoid of risk. When the number of captives is small, they may comply willingly with their tasks. However, should their numbers swell to exceed those of the guards, there is a considerable risk of rebellion among them. As for the notion of executing captured enemy soldiers, though Qi Xuan has grown considerably strong, he believes one must maintain certain ethical boundaries. Just because nearly all noble lords in this world engage in such acts does not mean he should follow suit. Human emotions are exceedingly complex, and violence cannot resolve every issue, unless one resorts to the brutality of massacring tens of thousands, or even millions, of indigenous people. He firmly believes that one must remain true to one's passionate heart. Of course, when it comes to his foes and those who have committed crimes, Qi Xuan will not show them mercy. Upon contemplating this, Qi Xuan suddenly spoke up. He proposed to grant the captives an opportunity for choice. Those who wished to surrender would be placed in a prisoner of war camp, and after fighting for us once, they could be integrated into the regular army. Those unwilling to surrender, particularly those guilty of heinous crimes such as murder and rape, would be publicly executed to serve as a warning to all within the castle. For those who neither wished to surrender nor had committed serious offenses, they would be required to work without remuneration for a year in exchange for their freedom. This approach was undoubtedly a strategy by Qi Xuan to win the hearts of the people. He aimed to achieve multiple objectives in one stroke. Chapter 64. Unexpected news. It must be said that the previous plan had indeed yielded the anticipated results. For the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command, the treatment of the surrendered prisoners in the camp was undoubtedly a source of secret satisfaction. After all, comparisons often breed discontent. It was the disparity that elicited varied emotions. The captives assigned to the prisoner of war camp naturally aspired to join the ranks of the regular army. Consequently, they would strive with all their might in the next battle. As for the citizens of the town, if the prior restraint on soldiers to avoid disturbing the residents was a display of his mercy and benevolence, then executing the criminal captives served to establish authority. Historically, people have tended to fear power more than virtue, though excessive harshness cannot endure indefinitely. Only through a combination of benevolence and authority can the populace be made to both respect their leaders and not harbor excessive hatred towards them. Of course, it is unclear where Qi Xuan gleaned these insights. He was uncertain of their validity. However, he was not averse to experimentation. After all, what did it matter if a trial failed? As long as he maintained a formidable army capable of suppressing any dissent, chaos would be averted. As the saying goes, if problems cannot be resolved, one should simply eliminate those who create them. This maxim was particularly fitting for a world that still revered strength while lagging in civilizational thought. Today marked the day Qi Xuan planned to depart from Howood Castle. Compared to the immensely valuable city of White Harbor, the significance of Howood Castle appeared somewhat trivial. Thus, Qi Xuan had no intention of lingering in this fortress. His next step was to lead his forces directly to Winterfell in the north. Once he defeated the Stark family's coalition and captured Winterfell, the entire north would virtually fall into his grasp. Despite the numerous noble lords in the north, this frigid land was sparsely populated. Compared to other southern regions, the north, while expansive, yielded very little in terms of agricultural output. In essence, the north often struggled to sustain a large population due to its insufficient food production. It is said that during the era of the Blood Dragon's frenzy, a duke from the Stark family of the north led many soldiers southward to engage in battle. However, upon his return to Winterfell, he did not bring these northern soldiers back with him. Instead, he left them all in the affluent capital of King's Landing. Perhaps this decision stemmed from the North's inability to sustain these soldiers. Should he succeed in vanquishing the Stark family's coalition once more, the North would undoubtedly lack the strength to resist his path of conquest. At this thought, Qi Xuan suddenly chuckled, recalling some letters he had previously received. One must concede that it is unwise to overestimate the moral integrity of noble lords. One should not merely heed their words, but rather observe their actions. For instance, despite the public proclamations of unwavering loyalty to the Stark family by the northern lords, there were still some who discreetly sent Qi Xuan letters of allegiance. Some might argue that nearly all noble lords of the north have pledged their fealty to the Stark family for at least a millennium. Such enduring loyalty, they may contend, cannot be so easily shattered. Yet, the truth remains that human hearts are ever-changing. Perhaps the lords originally ennobled by the Stark family were immensely grateful, and their descendants would carry that gratitude forward. But as generations passed, the extent of that gratitude may well dwindle to an indeterminate measure. If the Stark family remained in a position of strength, perhaps this loyalty would persist. However, should the once mighty Stark family descend into decline, unable to protect their vassals, everything would inevitably shift. Though Qi Xuan had only captured the cities of White Harbor and Horwood during his campaign southward, the forces from Black Castle had relentlessly continued their offensive. As soldiers of unwavering loyalty, they executed Qi Xuan's commands flawlessly. In the face of the four-pronged assault from within Black Castle, it is worth noting that, for the northern lords, it was effectively three fronts. Countless letters of plea for aid had been dispatched to the Stark family, yet they were powerless to send reinforcements to their beleaguered vassals. On the map, Qi Xuan's forces now formed a pincer movement, constricting Winterfell from both the north and south. Additionally, one must consider the Boltons, who had long harbored treachery, and the correspondence and rhetoric from the king's messenger, Peter Baelish. Indeed, the Stark family had been denounced by the crown as traitors, a fate all sought to bring upon them. Thus, in light of the many northern lords who had sent letters of allegiance, Qi Xuan felt no surprise. He had not been particularly eager to resolve the Stark issue, especially as the war between the royal coalition and the Baratheon brothers raged with fervor. With each passing day of their conflict, the future confrontation with them would become increasingly manageable. Who would have imagined that someone would endeavor to save House Stark in the north? With this thought, Qi Xuan retrieved the letter he had previously received. The guardian of the Riverlands, Edmure Tully, under the counsel of his uncle Brynden Tully and sister Catelyn Tully, was leading a coalition of noble houses from the Riverlands northward. Presently, this coalition had traversed the crucial passage of the Neck at the Bay of Crabs and was making its way toward Winterfell. One cannot deny that upon receiving this letter from Littlefinger, Qi Xuan was taken aback. He never anticipated that the once fragmented and beleaguered Riverlands, so ruthlessly trampled by House Lannister, would exude such confidence. Perhaps the lords of the Riverlands were indeed affluent, but did they truly possess a clear understanding of the capabilities of their soldiers? For the common folk of the Riverlands, accustomed to a life of ease and comfort, it was evident that fighting on the battlefield as mere fodder was not the life they desired. If it were a matter of safeguarding their own homeland, perhaps they could muster some resolve. However, to protect noble families in the north, with whom they had no connection, it could be assumed that, even if unspoken, these soldiers harbored considerable reluctance. Consider this: if a commoner enjoys a relatively comfortable life, with ample food and leisure, how many among them would willingly enlist to join the perils of war? In contrast, the north presents a different reality. This is a harsh land, with a meager agricultural yield. For the common folk of the north, who often teeter on the brink of starvation, the notion of taking up arms may not seem so daunting. After all, at least they need not worry about dying of hunger. And there lies the possibility of achieving glory and becoming a respected nobleman. Chapter 65. The target is Winterfell. Gazing at the map of the north, Qi Xuan began to contemplate. Soon after, he determined the course of the campaign. Qi Xuan planned to march northward, circumventing the rugged mountains to the west of Hornwood. Subsequently, he would turn westward, advancing until he reached the White Knife River, which flows into the Long Lake. Upon crossing the White Knife, he would make a direct assault on Winterfell, situated at the heart of the north. Although Qi Xuan's proposed route may appear rather ordinary, lacking in intricate tactics, he felt no trepidation regarding the enemy uncovering his strategy. It was not due to any disdain for the intelligence of the people in this world. Rather, it was the simplicity of their so-called strategies that concerned him. Compared to the myriad of cunning generals and strategists from the ancient East, the leaders of this world seemed rather dull-witted. The celebrated maneuver of Robb Stark, where he divided his forces to lure the enemy and ultimately defeated and captured Jaime Lannister's army, would pale in comparison to the rich tapestry of warfare strategies woven throughout Eastern history. Moreover, although the battle was won by the Northern Alliance led by Robb Stark, the casualties were significant. Naturally, this victory allowed the northern nobles to temporarily overlook the prevailing circumstances of the war. Subsequently, Catelyn Tully, driven by personal motives, released Jaime Lannister, which heralded the impending doom of the Northern Alliance. Contemplating this, a confident smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Let us depart. With Qi Xuan's command, the approximately 3,500 troops commenced their march once more. Indeed, after incorporating over 200 captives into his ranks, Qi Xuan had equally left behind a contingent of the same number of soldiers to guard Hood Fortress, should the enemy presume Hood Fortress to be vulnerable and launch an attack. they would surely be met with an unwelcome surprise from Qi Xuan's defenders. At this moment, 10 Phoenix Knights were tirelessly recruiting and training soldiers in White Harbor. The journey from White Harbor to Hood Fortress would not take long. The primary objective of the forces being assembled by these 10 knights was to subsequently clear the enemy territories surrounding White Harbor, such as the Old Town to the southwest and Langman Fortress to the northwest. Qi Xuan understood that many under his command might find some of his previous decisions perplexing, such as his willingness to easily agree to release Robb Stark and his choice not to launch an immediate assault on Winterfell after recovering the ransom. Had he acted differently, the tumultuous battle for Winterfell might not have unfolded as it did. In truth, his willingness to accept a modest ransom in exchange for the release of Robb Stark and other northern lords stemmed not only from his still-growing strength, but also from the uncertain circumstances at the time. Before Ned Stark was declared a traitor, aggressively seizing northern territories could have easily incited a united front among the other regional nobles against him. If Qi Xuan's actions appeared overly forceful, figures like Peter Baelish might have altered their plans, complicating matters further. At that moment, Qi Xuan had no desire to provoke the myriad powers of Westeros. Even a victory in such a scenario would likely be a Pyrrhic one. In fact, during the ransom recovery, Qi Xuan secretly hoped for Robb Stark and his allies to breach their agreement. If they had done so, he would have seized the opportunity to launch a direct assault on Winterfell without hesitation. After all, how many vassals would remain loyal to a duke unwilling to fulfill even a promised ransom? Furthermore, the sum in question was hardly exorbitant. It was well within the Stark family's means. As for why Qi Xuan now sought to attack Winterfell, it was simply because he believed the time had come. He was eager to conquer the entire north. It must be said that since his arrival in this realm, Qi Xuan's greatest realization was that the majority of time spent in military campaigns was devoted to traversing vast distances. What appeared to be a short distance between two locations on the map often translated into many arduous days of travel, especially given that his forces now included a significant number of infantry alongside cavalry. Despite the fact that Qi Xuan had made extensive arrangements for a multitude of carriages to transport the soldiers' plate armor, the soldiers typically donned only leather armor to ward off the cold. However, the pace of their journey left much to be desired. It appeared that the coalition from Hujian would arrive at Winterfell before his own forces. Gazing at the map of the north, Qi Xuan found himself muttering to himself. In contrast to his own faction, the Hujian coalition could swiftly reach Winterfell via the King's Road, which directly connected King's Landing to Winterfell. Consequently, Qi Xuan's earlier strategy of defeating the enemy in detail had been rendered temporarily futile. Nonetheless, he felt little disappointment within. His heart brimmed with confidence regarding the impending conflict. Especially after witnessing the grandiose scenes of warfare within the realm of the gods, the current conflict seemed trivial in comparison. Not to mention the prospect of commanding thousands of adult dragons. Even with just a few, he was confident in swiftly conquering the continent of Westeros. At this juncture, Qi Xuan realized that the most significant obstacle to his conquest was, regrettably, the time taken to travel. It was undeniably a rather vexing predicament. As the monotony of the journey began to set in, Qi Xuan turned his attention to his troop. Most of the soldiers bore resolute expressions, their eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. This fervor for battle only served to amplify the smile on Qi Xuan's face. Surrounding the formation, light cavalry sporadically departed and returned, serving as scouts for reconnaissance and vigilance. Despite his confidence that the enemy would choose to rest on their laurels, exhausting themselves by besieging Winterfell, Qi Xuan still dispatched a considerable number of light cavalry as scouts. Perhaps this exemplifies the adage of underestimating the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. After several days of travel, Qi Xuan and his entourage arrived at the White Blade River, which delineated the eastern and western parts of the north. Upon beholding this lengthy river, which flowed from north to south, Qi Xuan suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Hearing his boisterous laughter, Yegarite, who was in a carriage beside him, couldn't help but peek out. Her face was adorned with confusion and curiosity as she earnestly inquired, "Why does the king laugh so heartily?" Observing her performance, Qi Xuan felt a surge of amusement. Pointing at the White Blade River, he exclaimed with mirth, "I laugh at the enemy's folly for squandering such a superior ambush position. Were it I would undoubtedly choose to strike midway across." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, admiration and adoration flickered in the eyes of Yegarite and her companions. It must be said that perhaps most women are naturally gifted performers. Even though it was evident that the expressions of the maidens before him were feigned, Qi Xuan still felt a wave of exhilaration within. Indeed, power is an irresistibly alluring entity. Chapter 66. using barbarians to control barbarians. As anticipated by Qi Xuan, the enemy did not launch an ambush as his forces crossed the river. This was likely due to the numerous cavalry scouts he had dispatched, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to conceal the movements of their main force. Should they merely send a small contingent to execute an ambush, the potential gains would be minimal, while the greater likelihood would be inciting the wrath of Qi Xuan's troops. Upon crossing the Blade River, as Qi Xuan's army drew ever closer to the city of Lintong, they encountered not only a multitude of enemy scouts, but also the relentless advance of the northern noble armies. Naturally, these noble lords, leading their troops, had written letters pledging their loyalty to Qi Xuan. Otherwise, he would not have allowed them to gather in such numbers. Concurrently, Qi Xuan commanded his infantry to don the full-plate armor that had previously been stored in the wagons. Before long, Qi Xuan beheld the banner of the Bolton family from the north. Among their ranks, he also noticed the flags of several minor, northern noble lords, which elicited an unusual smile from his face. Previously, he had harbored a reluctance to acquire a population ravaged by warfare. However, following the recent system upgrade, the influx of population packages had significantly altered his perspective. Compared to the indigenous inhabitants of this world, Qi Xuan found himself placing greater trust in the loyal system soldiers. His initial desire to win over the local nobles stemmed from a severe deficiency in the production of system soldiers. While it may seem that 2,000 soldiers a month is substantial, over 6 months this amounts to merely 12,000, and only 24,000 after a year. Although these professional soldiers undeniably represent a formidable force in terms of combat capability, one cannot solely focus on military strength without considering economic development and logistical support. From a demographic standpoint, achieving a population of 100,000, several hundred thousand, or even millions would likely take an inordinate number of years. However, Qi Xuan now looked forward with great anticipation to next month's population package. With this thought, a cruel smile appeared on Qi Xuan's face. At that moment, under the leadership of Ser Beric of the Fingers, the northern nobles, including the Boltons who had pledged allegiance to Qi Xuan, approached him. Perhaps out of fear that Qi Xuan would act without honor, or perhaps due to the lack of sufficient trust between the parties. These nobles were accompanied by many of their soldiers. In response, Qi Xuan signaled to his own troops to refrain from obstructing them. Soon, Ser Beric and his cadre reached Qi Xuan, and it seemed that if they harbored malicious intent and launched a surprise attack, they might inflict significant damage upon his forces. To many, it seemed that seizing the thief and capturing the king, Qi Xuan, was an immediate possibility. As this thought crossed their minds, the expressions of those surrounding Qi Xuan transformed into a dangerous glare. However, Qi Xuan's countenance revealed a hint of disdain. He now possessed unwavering confidence, believing that only adult dragons and deities could inflict any truly lethal harm upon him. Moreover, his greatest trump card was the ability to resurrect continuously. Given this, what was there to fear? Furthermore, was his strength not formidable enough, even without considering these factors? Should anyone dare to attempt a risky challenge, Qi Xuan would ensure they understood the essence of true power. Of course, perhaps influenced by the tales of Qi Xuan's prior display of might in White Harbor, the individuals before him ultimately restrained their impulses. Although most had previously dismissed his assertions as mere folly, in a world where dragons existed, what significance did this matter hold? Certainly, should they witness a genuine deity, they might realize that the once dominant three-headed dragons wreaking havoc upon the continent of Westeros were, in fact, insignificant in comparison. Before the divine, dragons were merely slightly more powerful than mere ants. Meeting the gazes of Lus Bolton and others, Qi Xuan's demeanor suddenly grew earnest. Simultaneously, he silently intoned, unmatched. With the activation of his skill, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Under the pressure of this force, Lus Bolton and the others felt their own insignificance and fragility. In that moment, a single glance from Qi Xuan instilled in them a suffocating fear. Consequently, those who had initially seemed eager to voice their thoughts found their expressions transformed to solemnity and humility. Observing this shift, Qi Xuan erupted into laughter. Ha! Excellent. I relish the look in your eyes. I have no desire for superfluous words. You shall now be responsible for the assault on Winterfell. Count Lus Bolton, you will serve as their commander. As Qi Xuan's voice resonated, an abrupt silence enveloped the gathering. Witnessing the apparent reluctance among the crowd, Qi Xuan's gaze sharpened. Concurrently, as his aura intensified, Lus Bolton and the others felt the chilling presence of death more acutely than ever before. Never had they sensed death so close at hand. Thus, the words that had nearly escaped their lips transformed quietly. Yes, your majesty. Suddenly, Ser Baelish spoke up. With his utterance, an increasing number of northern lords began to echo the sentiment. Ultimately, Lus Bolton joined in their affirmation, as he beheld everything aligning with his expectations. A brilliant smile once again graced Qi Xuan's face. Simultaneously, the formidable aura he exuded gradually receded. It was only at this moment that Lus Bolton and his companions realized that perhaps the rumors they had heard were not mere tales. "Your Majesty, may we take our leave to prepare for the siege?" Lus Bolton humbly inquired, gazing up at Qi Xuan. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan responded with a simple, nonchalant hum. With the acknowledgement of Qi Xuan's approval, Lus Bolton and the others turned to mobilize their troops. At this juncture, only Sir Barry, with a small stature, remained before Qi Xuan, seemingly wishing to report something. Qi Xuan, however, felt no objection to this. Observing the Northern Noble Coalition spring into action, Qi Xuan maintained an air of tranquility. Though he was confident that, should he personally breach the city gates, this war might swiftly conclude, he harbored other intentions. This time, he resolved to experiment with the strategy of using one enemy against another, while also seeking to deplete the strength of both sides. After all, he regarded the lives of his own soldiers as exceedingly precious. Chapter 67. Watching the battle despite the overwhelming aura that Qi Xuan had just radiated, which astonished Lus Bolton and his companions and made them aware of his formidable strength. They could not envision him vanquishing 1,000 foes on the battlefield or claiming victory amidst a sea of adversaries. This perception stemmed from a historical understanding that, throughout the ages, even the mightiest warriors have struggled to survive when besieged by dozens or hundreds of fully armored soldiers. Of course, this pertains to ordinary humans. Creatures like dragons, upon reaching maturity, can effortlessly decimate armies of thousands. If this were the sole consideration, Lus Bolton and his allies might not have been so compliant with Qi Xuan's commands. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qi Xuan commanded a force of just over 3,000 soldiers. Yet the full-plate armor they donned served as a significant deterrent. There is a marked distinction between types of armor. For instance, how could leather armor compete with the defensive capabilities of iron plate armor? In the annals of ancient Eastern history, it has always been the case that prohibitions were placed on armor rather than weapons, illustrating the paramount importance of armor. It is no exaggeration to assert that the 3,000 fully armored soldiers under Qi Xuan's command could easily triumph over tens of thousands clad in leather armor. Furthermore, one must not overlook that at the Great Wall of Despair and Black Castle, Qi Xuan possessed tens of thousands of soldiers. It is widely recognized that while the northern region is vast, it is also sparsely populated, characterized by remote and impoverished areas. Consequently, the majority of northern soldiers are clad in leather armor. As for the more robust full-plate armor, perhaps only the noble lords or their select elite troops could enjoy such treatment. As Qi Xuan contemplatively gazed at the coalition of northern nobles not far ahead, they began to set their plans into motion. Qi Xuan observed that numerous craftsmen were diligently constructing and assembling various siege engines at the rear of their ranks, aimed at besieging the formidable Winterfell before them. Earl Luspin, leading a cadre of northern noble lords, advanced to the forefront of the assembly. Whether to assess the fortifications of Winterfell or to deliver a proclamation remained uncertain. Suddenly, Luspin called out to Robb Stark and his comrades atop the walls of Winterfell. "I am Earl Luspin of the Dreadfort in the north, and beside me stands the royal treasurer from King's Landing. Not long ago, Ned Stark of House Stark was executed for treason, having conspired against the late king. If the Stark family possesses any sense of prudence, they might consider surrendering. Perhaps they could secure a more lenient fate. However, should they remain obstinate, they must not blame us for vanquishing traitors." Regardless of Luspin's true sentiments, he resolved to seize the high ground of public opinion. As for his betrayal of his liege, House Stark, in favor of the enemy Qi Xuan, although a stark reality, even a traitor must uphold some semblance of dignity. Unsurprisingly, Luspin's declarations incited a stir among the soldiers defending Winterfell. Those lords and soldiers still loyal to House Stark would remain resolute in their allegiance. But for the coalition forces from the Riverlands who had journeyed great distances to aid Winterfell, this revelation sowed seeds of discontent among them. They had initially approached this mission with reluctance, only to discover that the family they were endeavoring to rescue were, in fact, traitors to the crown. What a predicament! Should the royal forces and the Western coalition emerge victorious, it was feared that the entire Riverlands would endure a thorough cleansing. The once prosperous Riverlands had long been a source of envy for countless noble lords, and now with such a compelling pretext, the situation seemed dire. Not to mention the grim expressions that darkened the faces of the Stark family upon hearing Luspin's words. As the leader of the Riverlands coalition, Edmure Tully, The eldest son of the old lord of the Riverlands began to feel regret. Once indulgent in the lavish life of nobility, his resolve was not particularly steadfast. Although he had impulsively marched north to aid House Stark under the persuasion of his uncle and sister, he had started to harbor doubts even on the journey northward. His determination to reach Winterfell was fueled not only by the lofty encouragement from his relatives, but also by a desire to prove his own capabilities. As the Duke of Hujien lay bedridden, the noble lords of Hujien began to stir restlessly, seemingly eager to defy the loyal Tully family who safeguarded the region. Aspiring to seize this opportunity to showcase his capabilities and instill fear in the disobedient nobles, Edmure Tully remained silent, despite the pallor on his face. In stark contrast, Robb Stark, filled with fury, began to retort against the likes of Roose Bolton below the castle walls. Is this how you pledge your loyalty to your lord? Where has your noble honor gone? How can you shamelessly shout such things without feeling any shame? Upon hearing Robb's words, some of the more sensitive northern lords grew visibly tense. However, for the astute Roose Bolton, Robb's remarks seemed rather naive. History has always favored the victors. Once victory is secured, who is to say the chronicles will not be penned by those who triumph? In that moment, Roose Bolton's lips curled into a disdainful smile. After uttering a final taunt towards the nobles on the castle walls, he turned and departed. The lords of Hujien were left to ponder whether they would support the rebellious Stark family. It was imperative they reflect seriously on their decision. As they watched Roose Bolton and his companions retreat, the expressions of the nobles atop the walls began to shift. Though no one openly declared their surrender, it was clear that should the tides of war turn unfavorably for the defenders, they might very well be among the first to switch allegiances. After a period of preparation, Roose Bolton and his men had assembled the necessary siege equipment. Observing that the allied forces of Hujien showed no signs of retreat, they hesitated no longer. To the assault. With that commanding shout, the soldiers of the Northern Coalition pushed forward their siege apparatus to commence the attack. As for the Qi Xuan faction, which was meant to be at the forefront, they remained stationed in the rear, observing the battle. Of course, in addition to watching, they also took on the role of overseeing the operation. Chapter 68. Indifferent. I shall intervene, it must be said, as Qi Xuan observed the ongoing siege. He felt a significant sense of personal growth. Although the soldiers led by Roose Bolton were clad predominantly in armor of modest defense, their execution of the siege displayed commendable skill. First and foremost, credit must be given to Roose Bolton, who, at least in terms of troop deployment, demonstrated a level of tactical acumen far superior to the inexperienced Qi Xuan. While Qi Xuan recognized that leading troops into battle was a profound endeavor, his prior knowledge was largely derived from novels and television dramas. As for practical experience, Qi Xuan believed that he might be slightly superior to the master of micromanagement. Observing the soldiers besieging the city, one cannot help but acknowledge that the harsh and frigid northern lands indeed hone a person's will. Despite the countless arrows raining down from the battlements and the colossal stones crashing upon them, their momentum remained fierce. Though the casualties appeared severe, the rhythm of the assault showed no signs of waning. It may be precisely due to the constant threat of freezing or starving to death that they held a rather indifferent view towards their own mortality. After all, whether one dies in battle or succumbs to hunger or cold, what distinction is there in the end? In contrast to the battles fought outside the city, the siege warfare proved to be profoundly brutal. Both the assailants and defenders found themselves ensnared in a merciless struggle for the city walls. While the defenses of Winterfell might seem unimpressive when compared to those of White Harbor, in the broader context of the North, this fortress undoubtedly stood as a rare stronghold. Had Qi Xuan not been positioned within White Harbor previously, the toll of soldiers lost in an attempt to capture it from the outside would have been staggering. Indeed, even the once moderately defended Hout fortress would have required a significant cost in lives had Qi Xuan not swiftly breached its gates. Despite most of his soldiers being clad in full plate armor, the geographical advantage enjoyed by the defenders in a siege was overwhelmingly significant. The battlefield echoed with the thunderous cries of combatants. Kill. Under the looming threat of death, every individual unleashed their full strength. Even if they did not perish in battle, these militiamen faced the grim possibility of freezing or starving to death on any given day. Yet, if even the lowliest creature strives to survive, how much more should a human? To prolong one's existence, if only for a while, is inherently valuable. Conversely, the performance of the coalition forces from the Riverlands left Robb Stark and his companions greatly disheartened. Although the soldiers from the affluent Riverlands donned superior armor, their fighting spirit was conspicuously feeble. Despite suffering few casualties, apprehension was evident in their eyes. Nevertheless, one must adopt a dialectical perspective. In the current world, soldiers' morale tends to be low in cross-border conflicts unless there are substantial rewards at stake, promising them a chance for profit. This might explain why the noble lords in the original narrative continued to ravage the Riverlands, plundering every coin from this bountiful land. It is well known that the North is characterized not only by its coldness, but also by its poverty. In an away game, even if victory is achieved, the lack of substantial rewards raises a pertinent question. How can the soldiers from the Riverlands maintain high morale under such circumstances? As for lavishly rewarding their troops, that is a possibility that eludes most noble lords in this world. Rather than squander those funds on the mercenaries, it would be far more prudent to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. This perspective arises from the reality that, on this continent, the serfs bound to the lands of noble lords are regarded as mere personal property. One must ponder who would waste additional resources on their own possessions, even if those possessions are living, breathing humans. Although Qi Xuan may not possess extensive knowledge of warfare, he can discern the prevailing circumstances on the battlefield. As the attacking force, despite the numerical superiority of the soldiers under the command of Lu Si Bo Dun, the casualty rate has risen significantly. Conversely, the defenders, bolstered by the coalition from He Jiandi, find their numbers not significantly inferior to those of the attackers. Alas, the soldiers from He Jiandi, who constitute the majority, exhibit a lack of fervor. As for the spirited northern defenders, regrettably, their numbers remain woefully insufficient. Following a series of recent events, the Stark family finds itself in a predicament of inadequate manpower. Observing the brutal clash ahead, the soldiers on Qi Xuan's side reveal little fear or trepidation in their eyes. On the contrary, their gazes are filled with a yearning to partake in the conflict at the earliest opportunity. Under the compelling allure of military merit, they resemble ravenous wolves, eager to hunt. To these soldiers, Qi Xuan, astride his warhorse, appears akin to a radiant sun, exuding a dazzling brilliance. Having witnessed Qi Xuan's formidable and astonishing prowess, they are already enraptured and fervently devoted to him. Beside Qi Xuan, Ser Jorah Mormont, known as Littlefinger, raised an eyebrow at the tense situation on the battlefield. Your Majesty, I fear that relying solely on the forces of Count Lu Si Bo Dun may prolong the siege of Winterfell considerably. Suddenly, Ser Jorah Mormont addressed Qi Xuan. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Qi Xuan's face, and he confidently replied, "It matters not. I shall intervene." Indeed, Qi Xuan is prepared to take action, but not at this moment. For him, both the Stark family, currently defending, and the attacking forces of Lu Si Bo Dun represent unstable elements. Given this, why not allow them to bleed a little first? If previously he needed to win over the indigenous inhabitants of this world, it now seems less imperative. After all, when compared to the eternally loyal system soldiers, the loyalty of the human populace in this world is quite disconcerting. The sudden betrayals depicted in the original narrative serve as a poignant testament to the Schrödinger-like loyalty of humanity in this realm. Whether facing the army of whites beyond the Great Wall or engaging in the forthcoming southern campaigns, these indigenous people can readily be employed as expendable fodder. However, for Qi Xuan, who now possesses the bustling and immense port city of Baigang, the notion of cannon fodder seems rather abundant. As long as the remuneration he offers is sufficiently generous, he need not worry about the lack of recruits for his army. Even if the denizens of Westeros show little enthusiasm towards him, there are still those from Essos. Through Baigang, Qi Xuan can effortlessly enlist a multitude of native cannon fodder from this world. Naturally, the treatment afforded to soldiers who sincerely pledge their allegiance to him will be markedly superior to that of the current besieging troops. Chapter 69. Intimidation unbeknownst to all. The siege had been underway for several hours. Although the attacking soldiers maintained a commendable spirit, the staggering casualties inevitably sowed seeds of trepidation. Consequently, many of the assailants began to adopt a more cautious approach in their assaults. Thanks to some siege engines prepared in advance, as well as the shields in their possession, the casualty figures among the attackers began to plummet significantly. In contrast, the originally perilous defenders found their task increasingly manageable. Witnessing this, Qi Xuan remained remarkably composed, his expression far from the dismal countenance anticipated by many. If even ants strive for survival, how much more so for humans? Qi Xuan understood that the present siege soldiers, under the formidable pressure from himself and the likes of Lu Si Bo Dun, were compelled to risk their lives in the attack. Yet, seeing over 3,000 of Qi Xuan's soldiers standing idly in the rear, the besieging troops could not help but feel a pang of discontent. Even if they were aware that their direct lord, Lu Si Bo Dun, had already allied with Qi Xuan, it was one thing for noble lords to refrain from joining the fray. Why, then, did so many of their own comrades remain absent. Moreover, these individuals were clad in robust armor, far superior to the tattered leather garb of the militia. Observing the increasingly steady advance of the assaulting soldiers, a flicker of satisfaction danced in the eyes of Lu Sibo Dun and his compatriots. However, they purposefully donned grim expressions. Indeed, some noble lords even began to vocally admonish the beleaguered soldiers, seemingly to warn these obedient yet desperate individuals. All of this was keenly observed by Qi Xuan. He recognized that depleting the strength of these northern noble lords was no longer a feasible endeavor. Nevertheless, he had essentially achieved his primary objective. With the month drawing to a close, time was becoming increasingly pressing for Qi Xuan, who sought greater rewards. Thus, he suddenly turned to face the 2,500 heavily armored infantry behind him. Under the piercing gaze of Qi Xuan, the eyes of these soldiers ignited with fervor. Simultaneously, their yearning for power and wealth stirred their blood to a fervent boil. All troops, heed my command. The first to ascend the city walls in this battle shall be rewarded with 100 gold dragons. And those who slay generals and seize flags shall be promoted a rank. Infantry advance. Capture Winterfell. As Qi Xian's voice echoed, the soldiers before him began to breathe rapidly. In the next moment, they erupted in a unified roar. Charge! Seize Winterfell! Accompanied by their battle cry, the heavily armored infantry commenced their charge towards the city. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with the thunderous sound of marching footsteps, capturing the attention of all present. The defenders atop the walls, witnessing this sight, experienced an immediate change in expression. Some overly anxious archers, unable to contain their nerves, released their arrows before the enemy soldiers were even within range. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Qi Xian's soldiers began to encroach upon the archers' range, signifying their proximity to the walls. Fire! With the commander's bellow from atop the walls, countless defenders let loose their arrows. However, whether due to the prior exertion of the defenders' archers by soldiers such as Lusborton, or the exceptional quality of the armor worn by Qi Xian's men, the onslaught suffered little impact, save for a few unfortunate souls struck in the gaps of their armor. Observing the armored siege soldiers below, shields raised high, the defenders felt an overwhelming pressure. As their ironclad comrades finally began their assault, the previously steadfast siege soldiers found their resolve wavering. The primary catalyst for this shift was undoubtedly the commands issued by the noble lords behind them. Boom, boom, boom. The battering ram, propelled by a throng of heavy infantry, struck the gates of Winterfell with relentless ferocity. Though the gates had once been formidable, they had already endured significant punishment. Now, with the intensified and more forceful impacts from the armored soldiers, the gates began to tremble precariously. Simultaneously, lined up in formation, the siege ladders, led by the charging heavy soldiers, were drawing near to breaching the walls. Confronted with the relentless assault akin to a surging tide, the defenders' thoughts began to stir. Unlike Robb Stark and his allies, these reinforcements from the Riverlands had no intention of sacrificing themselves to protect Winterfell. Their original motive in arriving was merely to seek profit. For these affluent lords of the Riverlands, both fame and fortune were acceptable. To them, contributing resources was feasible, but sacrificing their lives was not. Just as the minds of the Riverland lords began to waver, a thunderous sound erupted from below. Boom! Immediately, the soldiers on both sides could no longer contain their shouts. The city has fallen. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the besieging soldiers, the defenders began to feel a rising tide of dread. It is well known that once the city gates are breached, the fall of the city is imminent. Moreover, with an increasing number of assailants scaling the walls, the attackers were beginning to secure their foothold atop the battlements. As more soldiers ascended the walls, it was evident that the capture of the entire fortification was drawing near. Not far below, Qi Xian observed the unfolding scene with a smile. It must be said that he was exceedingly pleased with his soldiers' performance in this battle. Perhaps, in terms of individual prowess, these soldiers were not exceptionally remarkable. However, bolstered by their lavish armor and fueled by an intense fighting spirit, they exhibited astonishing combat prowess, resembling a pack of ferocious wolves. Beside Qi Xian, the northern noble lords stood in stunned silence, witnessing the formidable strength of his army. Those who had previously hesitated in their allegiance were now utterly captivated. Concurrently, they realized that a new sovereign had indeed risen in the north, a revelation they witnessed with their own eyes. Consequently, these northern lords cast reverent glances towards Qi Xian. Upon seeing their expressions, Qi Xian displayed neither joy nor sorrow. It seemed everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Indeed, his intention was deliberate. to instill fear in these fickle northern nobles through the display of his powerful army. As it appeared, the effect was quite favorable. Chapter 70. Betrayal and speculation. Soon after the gates and walls were lost, the enemy began a steady retreat. Robb Stark, who had previously vowed to defend Winterfell to the death, found himself compelled to abandon the walls upon realizing the dire situation. Unlike his father, Ned Stark, this young wolf lord possessed a more agile mind. He understood that defeat was inevitable. Consequently, he resolved to withdraw from Winterfell at any moment. As for sharing the fate of Winterfell, clearly, this young wolf lord harbored no such intentions. Otherwise, in the original tale, Robb Stark would not have employed the strategy of feigned retreats, sacrificing 2,000 cavalry as bait to lead his forces to victory against the 15,000 soldiers of Jaime Lannister. Of course, this battle was considered the zenith of warfare in the Game of Thrones saga. In the context of ancient Eastern warfare, it might have barely reached the passing mark. As the saying goes, the courage of a general is paramount, and it has been said that defeat in battle can be as swift as a collapsing mountain. In the age of cold weapons, morale plays a significant role in determining the outcome of a war. The inherent disadvantage of the defenders in the city already had a significant impact on morale, and with the retreat of noble lords such as Robb Stark, what should have been a fierce urban battle transformed into a relentless pursuit. The outcome was all but determined. Observing the sudden acceleration of the besieging soldiers' advance, Qi Xuan remarked with a calm demeanor, "This battle practically seals the fate of the North." Following this conflict, little resistance to Qi Xuan's reign remained in the entire North. As for the northern lords who had temporarily aligned themselves with Qi Xuan but might betray him at any moment, eliminating them would undoubtedly be an excellent course of action. However, Qi Xuan was not one to squander resources. He would ensure that every grain of rice in his bowl was consumed, understanding that even a scrap of paper holds its value, let alone these individuals. The forthcoming southern campaign would still require them to expend their final vestiges of strength. Did he believe they would dare refuse his commands? Qi Xuan held no such illusions. Yet, should anyone truly have the audacity to defy him, he would calmly accept their refusal and deal with them accordingly. Cavalry, heed my command. Form squads of 10 and commence reconnaissance and pursuit around Winterfell, he ordered. Upon the issuance of Qi Xuan's command, 1,000 light cavalrymen swiftly mounted 2 horses each, dispersing into groups of 10. They would diligently execute Qi Xuan's orders, hunting down the fleeing enemy soldiers and noble lords within the city. This was essential to prevent the enemy from escaping through any secret passages that Winterfell might conceal. As the saying goes, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Stark family had ruled Winterfell for countless years, making it hard to believe that no hidden routes existed within the fortress. Of course, even if Robb Stark and the others managed to escape, it wouldn't be a catastrophic loss. Although the Stark family claimed dominion over the North, what of it? Qi Xuan would not subscribe to the belief, so prevalent among the indigenous nobility of this world, that noble lineage holds any intrinsic value or that certain territories belong to specific families by right. Nobility and power, are they not all mere constructs? Qi Xuan contemplated the necessity of dismantling the superstition surrounding bloodlines in the future. As Qi Xuan delved into his thoughts, his companions, including Lisa Bolton, engaged in silent communication. The events of this battle had left their emotions in disarray. Setting aside the equipment worn by the infantry under Qi Xuan's command, the fierce desire for battle emanating from them astonished Lisa Bolton and the others. Even their own elite forces, though few in number, did not exhibit such an intense yearning for war as these soldiers did. As for those militia who typically serve the people but are conscripted as cannon fodder during times of war, their primary function seems to be merely to expend the enemy's arrows and stamina. Among the noble lords of Westeros, there exists a consensus regarding the militia. In favorable circumstances, their strength is promising. However, in adversity, they epitomize the disarray of a rabble that scatters at the first sign of trouble. While Qi Xuan and his companions waited silently outside the city, a messenger soon arrived bearing new tidings. Your Majesty, the enemy has begun to turn upon itself. The noble lords of the Riverlands, along with their soldiers, are fleeing in all directions, seeking to escape Winterfell. Robb Stark of Winterfell has been betrayed and slain by the soldiers of the Riverlands, his body left within the city. Lady Catelyn and Rickon Stark have been captured by our forces. Upon hearing the messenger's report, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Had he been transported to this world at the outset, he might have cared for Robb Stark, a character with substantial presence in the original narrative. However, after encountering the 3 deities of this realm, Qi Xuan realized that these characters were no different from pawns in the hands of the gods. During his previous viewings of the series, a small suspicion lingered in his mind. Initially, the primary belief system across Westeros was centered on the old gods. But with the successive invasions of the First Men, the Undulls, and the Rhoynar, the predominant faith transitioned to the Seven, leaving the North as the sole bastion of old god worship. The repeated resurrections of humanity by the Lord of Light suggest the existence of divine entities within this world. Thus, does the diminishing influence of the old gods imply a failing on their part? Might the prevalent belief in the Lord of Light on Essos indicate a reflection of its formidable power? Ultimately, it was the Stark, Wolf, family that triumphed in the original tale. Jon Snow delivered a treacherous blow to the Mother of Dragons, who had been securely seated on the Iron Throne, while Bran Stark ascended as the new king and Sansa Stark became the new Duchess of the North. The three-eyed raven, endowed with seemingly omnipotent abilities such as clairvoyance and the capacity to traverse past histories, undoubtedly bears a connection to the legendary old gods. Whether a fallen deity or merely an envoy of the old gods, the emergence of Bran Stark as the new three-eyed raven upon the Iron Throne raises the question of whether the faith in the old gods might once again become the dominant belief in Westeros. What secrets regarding the old gods lie hidden within this development? For some inexplicable reason, this thought suddenly surfaced in Qi Xuan's mind. This contemplation arose from his enduring recollection of the three deities he had previously encountered. Although they sought to recruit him, Qi Xuan had always maintained a mindset of regarding them as hypothetical adversaries. After all, if this world is indeed inhabited by divine beings, one would suffice. If Qi Xuan harbors no intention of becoming the singular deity, it would be preferable for this world to remain devoid of gods. Chapter 71. The banquet following the triumphant battle. It is undoubtedly essential to host a celebratory feast. Although in Qi Xuan's mind, capturing Winterfell in the north was a rather effortless endeavor, for the inhabitants of this world, it carries significant implications. In a certain sense, this conflict marks the decline of the old king of the north, heralding the emergence of a new sovereign. However, to Qi Xuan, the title of King of the North lacks any sense of grandeur. Indeed, for the majority of individuals across Westeros, the so-called King of the North often bears little distinction from the Duke of the North. The only apparent difference might be the act of self-proclamation. As the saying goes, without a proper name, one cannot expect to wield authority. Qi Xuan intends to seize this opportunity to formally declare himself king. As for a more ceremonious coronation, Qi Xuan plans to secure at least half of Westeros before undertaking such a rite. By that time, he shall ascend as emperor. With this thought, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Sipping gently from his goblet of wine, his gaze fell upon the assembly of northern nobles seated below. After a rigorous selection process, those noble lords who remained before Qi Xuan had all formally pledged their allegiance to him. Yet, Qi Xuan harbored little trust for these individuals, perhaps due to having perused the original tale multiple times prior to his arrival. His initial impression of humanity in this world was that their loyalty seemed perpetually in a state of quantum uncertainty. To put it bluntly, these noble lords were not dissimilar to reeds swaying in the wind. Once their side finds itself at a disadvantage, their speed in capitulation is nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps due to the cultural differences between East and West, the people of this world often prioritize their own interests over any notions of national righteousness. Although the Grand Hall's doors had long been shut, Qi Xuan could still hear the lively sounds emanating from outside. There, soldiers from both sides were indulging in fine food and drink. Qi Xuan was exceedingly generous towards these soldiers who had fought for him, ensuring that both his own troops and those led by the likes of Roose Bolton were well supplied with ample provisions. In the face of a veritable buffet laid out across numerous tables, upon learning that they could partake freely as long as they wasted nothing, the soldiers were swept into a fervor of celebration. Perhaps in the affluent regions of the Riverlands, the Westerlands, or the Stormlands, soldiers might exhibit restraint. However, for the impoverished folk of the North, most of their lives were spent teetering on the brink of cold and hunger. When discussing this matter, one cannot help but mention the peculiar phenomena of this world. It appears that this realm experiences only summer and winter, devoid of the spring and autumn that characterize a typical world, coupled with either prolonged summers lasting several years or extended nights of equal duration. This alternating cycle gives rise to a rather natural occurrence. Once the long night descends, the inhabitants of the northern territories, already suffering from a scarcity of sustenance, often find themselves on the brink of starvation, with the specter of death looming ever closer. As for other regions, even though the yield of crops diminishes drastically during the long night, rendering agricultural production nearly impossible, the preceding long summer has endowed the local populace with sufficient grain, which, under normal circumstances, would enable them to endure the protracted darkness. Perhaps it sounds somewhat exaggerated, yet for the people of the North, the quest for food and drink remains their paramount concern. Moreover, it is noteworthy that nearly everyone in this world is susceptible to bribery. Should a buyer present a sufficiently lucrative offer, those tempted by the prospect will unhesitatingly forsake their lord or superior, often pledging their very lives as a testament to their betrayal. Aware of the inevitability of such treachery, Qi Xuan naturally opts to elevate the cost of betrayal. If the rewards he provides are ample enough, then any adversary wishing to seduce these non-system soldiers would have to pay a price that would also cause them distress. One can only imagine what a sum several times greater than the military merit system might entail, perhaps nobility, land grants, or a substantial amount of gold dragons. As the gathered noble lords, including Lu Sibodon, pondered these thoughts, Qi Xuan suddenly proclaimed, "From this day forth, there shall be but one king in the north. And that is I, Qi Xuan. I demand that you relinquish command of the armies, allowing my appointed individuals to take charge." Having delivered his edict, he inquired, "Who is in favor, and who is opposed?" As soon as his words echoed through the hall, the noble lords exhibited a variety of expressions. It was evident that Qi Xuan's declaration had left them profoundly shaken. "I object." Suddenly, a nobleman sprang to his feet, shouting vehemently. It was unclear whether he was intoxicated or simply discontented with Qi Xuan's decision. Observing this scene, Qi Xuan did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled and turned his gaze toward the other nobles. "And what of you? What are your thoughts?" Perhaps Qi Xuan's demeanor instilled in them a false sense of importance regarding their opinions on his impending rule over the north. One by one, several nobles rose, their eyes flickering as they shouted, "We oppose as well." At this moment, the multitude of noble lords turned their attention to Lu Sibodun, their current leader, who had remained silent thus far. It was clear that Lu Sibodun was keenly attuned to the subtle shifts in Qi Xuan's expression, ultimately catching a fleeting glimpse of a sardonic smile that crossed Qi Xuan's face. Therefore, Lu Sibodun chose to remain silent in response. Perhaps he harbored a silent disapproval of Qi Xuan's earlier decision, yet he had no intention of openly opposing it. Noticing the absence of dissenters, Qi Xuan's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of gravity. In the next moment, he raised his right hand with startling intensity. Thunderous and potent, Qi Xuan silently chanted within, and instantaneously, bolts of lightning surged forth from his hand. In an instant, those who had risen in opposition were struck by the fierce arcs of electricity. A sizzle echoed through the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, as the rebellious nobles were swiftly ushered into the embrace of death. Witnessing this unforeseen spectacle, the assembly was engulfed in terror. Even Sir Barry, who had previously observed such scenes with an impassive countenance, found it difficult to maintain his composure at this moment. As for the other nobles, including Lord Rusburton, they were simultaneously astonished by Qi Xuan's inexplicable ability to conjure lightning and mourn the swift demise of their fellow aristocrats. Perhaps they had naively believed that Qi Xuan would adhere to the aristocratic games played by the lords of this realm. Yet, the truth was that Qi Xuan cared little for the so-called nobility. For one who intended to implement a county system, the current feudal structure appeared antiquated. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. At the borders, all subjects are the king's ministers. This was the vision he yearned to realize. Chapter 72. The powerful treasure. It must be said that people are often driven by necessity. Under the looming threat of death, the once rebellious northern nobles found themselves subdued. Although they were deeply discontent with Qi Xuan's decisions, they could only harbor their grievances in silence. Following a peculiar version of a toast to relinquish military power, Qi Xuan refrained from further bloodshed. However, the personal freedoms of these noble lords were now curtailed, as the groundwork was not yet fully laid. Qi Xuan had no intention of overtly abolishing the feudal system of this world. Otherwise, he would truly become a king in the literal sense, facing the wrath of all vested interests under the current regime. Subsequently, Qi Xuan dispatched his commands to both Black Castle and White Harbor via Raven. This northern territory, which belonged to him, needed to be thoroughly cleansed. The noble lords still lingering in the north appeared increasingly irksome. Thus, it was imperative for his generals to lead their armies in a meticulous purge. Ultimately, once the area was secured, they would converge at Winterfell to join him. Qi Xuan firmly believed that one must exert full force against adversaries, leaving them no opportunity for resistance. As for employing a strategy of incremental probing with small contingents, clearly, such a notion was not within Qi Xuan's plans. It is noteworthy that the previously captured Lady Catelyn and her son, Rickon Stark, chose not to execute their captors but instead confined them within the military encampment. Furthermore, the The bodies of the soldiers who perished in the Battle of Winterfell were all cremated. Such measures were necessary, for who could ignore the threat posed by the whites beyond the wall, capable of transforming corpses into undead? Unbeknownst to him, Rickon had remained in Winterfell until the first day of the following month. While Winterfell may not possess the same grandeur as White Harbor, it boasts a significant advantage. Perched above a natural hot spring, Winterfell offers a warmth that belies the frigid northern climate. The hot water circulates through hollow pipes embedded in the walls, permeating every corner of the castle. Who could resist the allure of soaking in a hot spring during the biting cold of winter? Even for Rickon, the chill of the north had lost its bite. Yet, he could not help but indulge in the comfort provided by the spring. Before he knew it, the second month had arrived. The primary reason for his prolonged stay was, of course, his anticipation of the soldiers under his command reorganizing the northern forces. As he prepared for his southern campaign, he aimed to gather all his strength for a decisive strike. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. The total territory occupied last month has yielded 7,200 power points. Total war contributions amount to 4,400 power points. With the title of King, approval rating 22. An additional 100 points are awarded. Total power points acquired, 23200. As Rickon contemplated the information presented by the system, he found himself in a state of reflection. While he could not claim to be entirely satisfied with the points accrued, neither did he feel a deep sense of disappointment. Although the gap between his current total and his aspirations was considerable, the expanse of unclaimed land in this world remained vast. The north alone comprised nearly half of Westeros. Yet he had yet to conquer the other half. Moreover, when considering land area, Essos was significantly larger than Westeros. Despite the presence of extensive deserts on Essos that appeared to offer little value, the potential for acquiring further system rewards rendered such barren lands inconsequential. Furthermore, Rickon's future plans included exchanging for more system humans, aiming to establish them as the predominant race in this world. After all, compared to the unwavering loyalty of system humans, the loyalty of the world's inhabitants was decidedly unreliable. While there may indeed be a few who would prove steadfastly loyal, such individuals represented a mere fraction of the whole. Nevertheless, Rickon would provide them with the opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. Immersed in the warm springs, Qi Xuan suddenly waved his hand, signaling the surrounding maidens to depart. Though these maidens were not only youthful and beautiful, but also remarkably obedient and skilled in various delightful arts, the allure of their beauty could not sway Qi Xuan's heart. As he contemplated the 4 available packages for purchase, he found himself pondering their necessity. It must be said that he deemed all 4 packages worthy of acquisition. However, when it came to determining which package held greater significance, Qi Xuan found himself at a loss. Before long, Qi Xuan made his decision. In contrast to the other 3 packages priced at 1,000 points each, the treasure package, priced at a striking 10,000 points, stood out prominently. Thus, it was only natural for Qi Xuan to opt for the most expensive package first. I shall purchase 1 treasure package, Qi Xuan silently declared. Purchase 1 treasure package, 10,000 points, consuming 10,000 points, remaining 13,200 points. Opening it, he was greeted with the message, obtain treasure, Haotian mirror, replica. Upon hearing the name of the treasure, Qi Xuan felt his heart nearly cease. What a familiar name. It conjured memories of the various mythical tales from his past life. If it were indeed the true Haotian mirror, Qi Xuan believed he could single-handedly confront the deities of this world. Alas, the superfluous word replica was rather disheartening. Despite his disappointment, curiosity compelled Qi Xuan to examine the treasure's details. Treasure, Haotian mirror, replica, quality, first tier, effect, insight, secrecy, description. Do you know about game maps? Indeed, it is precisely as you envision. Gasp. As he read the description, Qi Xuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. Heaven knows how envious he was of the 3-eyed crow capable of perceiving this world. He had longed for such a godlike perspective. At the very least, he would be privy to the movements of other factions. With such an advantage, how could Qi Xuan possibly lose? The only method by which his enemies could hope to defeat him would perhaps involve the Dragon Queen's dragons. Of course, relying solely on those 3 newly hatched dragons would prove futile. Even if they matured to their youth stage as depicted in the original narrative, they would still be no match for the current Qi Xuan. It may be blunt to say, but the dragons of this world appear to lack strength compared to those in many fantastical realms. Whether this is due to the overall power scale of this world being comparatively low, or because the dragons here are indeed creatures birthed from blood magic, remains a mystery that Qi Xuan is yet to unravel. Legends abound regarding the existence of dragons, Yet the truth remains elusive to Qi Xuan at this moment. He retrieved the recently acquired Haotian mirror, replica, from the system space and began to admire it slowly. Chapter 73. The dramatic transformation before long. Qi Xuan began to explore the capabilities of the imitation Haotian mirror in his possession. As his gaze fell upon the mirror's surface, he discovered a multitude of images emerging before him. What is this? Observing the familiar scenes depicted within, Qi Xuan recognized that he was gazing upon the city of Winterfell, where he currently resided. Noticing the discontent among the northern lords, a subtle smile graced his features. The reason he refrained from eliminating these individuals was entirely to extract the last remnants of their value. Although Qi Xuan perceived the feudal system as a profoundly antiquated institution, one could not deny its formidable influence under certain circumstances. It was precisely because these lords held dominion over the north that they served as Qi Xuan's most effective banners for propaganda. By treating the surrendered noble lords with kindness, he aimed to diminish the resistance that other nobles might harbor in the future. Of course, it was not that Qi Xuan feared a coalition of noble lords gathering armies against him. Rather, he desired a more stable territory, at least until he could implement measures to replace these lords. Perhaps the power of these nobles was not particularly formidable, yet one must never underestimate the destruction they could unleash. As illustrated in the original narrative, Aegon I Targaryen, the Conqueror, embarked on his campaign to conquer Westeros with 3 mighty dragons. Even the smallest of his dragons surpassed the largest of Daenerys Targaryen's dragons in size. Aegon I's most formidable dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, aided him in conquering all of Westeros, save for Dorne. Was it because Dorne possessed overwhelming strength that Aegon I could not subdue it? Clearly, that was not the case. Under the leadership of House Martell, Dorne, with its unyielding spirit, ultimately compelled Aegon I to acknowledge its independence. How did the nobles of Dorne achieve victory against Aegon I's 3 dragons and the coalition of lords from other regions of Westeros? In a land predominantly characterized by desert, the Dornish employed a scorched earth strategy, effectively crippling the enemy's supply lines. When faced with the sudden onslaught of fire from the dragons, the Dornish calmly retreated into their tunnels and other concealed areas. At that time, Aegon I's coalition had seized every castle and city across Dorne. Yet, just as Aegon I was preparing to distribute Dorne's territories among various lords, he flew back to King's Landing on his dragon. The Dornish, who had remained hidden, emerged once more, ruthlessly slaying the noble lords who had taken control of Dorne's castles and cities. In addition, various adversarial noble lords, including the esteemed Euron Greyjoy, have been assassinated through means such as poisoning. Reflecting upon this, Qi Xuan realized that even in his current state, should his enemies resort to such methods, he would undoubtedly be plagued with considerable distress. Of course, that was in the past. Presently, he possesses the seemingly satellite-like surveillance of the Haotian mirror, albeit a counterfeit. As Qi Xuan's thoughts transformed, the images within the mirror began to evolve correspondingly. Soon, a city, marked by the words King's Landing, appeared within the reflective surface. It must be said, the current state of King's Landing appears rather dire. The citizens within seem to have long been deprived of sufficient sustenance, their bodies thin as if merely skin stretched over bone. It appears that the grain supply to this port city has been severely restricted. The walls of King's Landing are teeming with the golden-robed city watch, who have been colloquially dubbed the Golden Cloaks. At this moment, the small demon Tyrion Lannister, who had previously encountered Qi Xuan, is patrolling the walls, seemingly serving as the city's current commander. As for his father, the Duke of the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister, his presence is notably absent from the royal palace within the city. Qi Xuan took a moment to observe King Joffrey, often hailed for his benevolence towards the populace in the original narrative. It must be noted that this newly ascended monarch possesses a rather distinct character. He seems disinterested in matters of romantic entanglements, instead fervently intent on asserting his royal authority. Perhaps it is this very caprice that renders him less beloved by the people? Turning his gaze beyond the city walls, he discerned nearly 100,000 soldiers encircling King's Landing. Unlike the impoverished lords of the north, this formidable army outside the city exhibits a remarkable armor coverage rate of at least 70%, with iron plating that appears to envelop their bodies entirely. It seems that the Tyrell family of the Reach has indeed pledged their support to House Baratheon's third son, Gendry Baratheon. The former king, Robert Baratheon, had granted the desolate Dragonstone Island to his less favored younger brother, Stannis Baratheon. Meanwhile, the ancestral stronghold of House Baratheon, Storm's End, was awarded to his third brother, Gendry Baratheon, who possesses an unconventional disposition. Just as Qi Xuan was about to witness an unsightly scene, he hastily redirected his focus, only to find Stannis Baratheon imprisoned within a cage. It remains uncertain whether the assassination attempt by the Red Priestess in the original narrative against Gendry had failed or if it had not occurred at all. Before long, Qi Xuan identified the forces stationed not far from King's Landing, led by none other than Tywin Lannister himself, at the helm of a coalition of noble lords from the Westerlands. It is evident that the tensions between the two sides have escalated beyond mere standoff, having already endured a protracted period of conflict. As for who will emerge victorious this time, Qi Xuan was filled with curiosity. Subsequently, after a cursory examination of the circumstances in other regions of Westeros, his gaze turned towards the distant continent of Essos. He merely glanced at the 9 free cities located on the westernmost edge of Essos, not devoting much time to them. Following the narrative of the original story, Qi Xuan began to seek out the whereabouts of Daenerys Targaryen and her companions. After marrying the chieftain of a large Dothraki tribe, known as the Khal, this Dothraki horde was traditionally heading towards the Dothraki temple located in the northeastern part of Essos. As Qi Xuan continued along this route, he soon discovered the trail of Daenerys and her entourage. It must be said that some events are, at times, immutable. Daenerys' husband, Khal Drogo, appeared to have met the same fate as in the original narrative, and the tribe he once led had fragmented in accordance with Dothraki customs. At this moment, Daenerys was traversing the vast Dothraki Sea with her newly hatched dragons, and those who remained loyal to her in the original story, accompanied now by an additional nephew, Jon Snow. Of course, he could also be referred to as Jon Targaryen or Aegon Targaryen. Chapter 74. The Sword of the Griffin. It remains uncertain whether, with Jon now in her company, Daenerys will continue to liberate slaves in the slave-dominated continent of Essos, as she did in the original tale. Undeniably, her intention to free the enslaved is commendable. However, it is regrettable that merely emancipating slaves without addressing their future livelihoods will likely lead to an inevitable failure. One must understand that those who have lived under the yoke of slavery for many years have minds that have been profoundly altered by the relentless indoctrination of their masters. Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult for individuals to emerge from familiar environments. Of course, this bears little relevance to Qi Xuan. In the future, he undoubtedly intends to abolish the institution of slavery on the continent of Essos, but that will occur only after he has embarked on his conquest of the land. This is not due to any lofty ideals Qi Xuan may hold, but rather because the institution of slavery has become an anachronism in the face of the world's progress. To foster greater productivity among his subjects, it is clear that one cannot rely on the apathetic slaves to exhibit much enthusiasm. After a period of observation, Qi Xuan found himself in remarkably good spirits. He could not deny his satisfaction with the heavenly mirror he possessed, despite the fact that this artifact had not augmented his actual strength. As the saying goes, intelligence is also a form of power, and such indirect enhancement could indeed be considered an increase in strength. Although he yearned to further experience this godlike perspective, Qi Xuan ultimately chose to refrain for the time being. Presently, he had 200 points available to purchase packages, and he would feel quite unsettled if he did not exhaust them. Although last month after the system upgrade, Qi Xuan originally intended to allocate all his points to purchase the population gift packs, thus significantly increasing the number of loyal subjects under his command. However, he now found himself in a quandary, setting aside the considerable amount of food that would be required for the influx of a large population. The logistical challenges of providing for their basic needs were already enough to induce a headache. Moreover, this region was still the frigid north. As for the idea of settling these summoned individuals in the pleasantly warm Winterfell, regrettably, the former capital of the north was merely a castle, not a bustling city. After dismissing the option of acquiring numerous population gift packs, Qi Xuan's attention shifted to the military and resource gift packs. To be frank, Qi Xuan was confident that with the army he currently commanded, he could conquer the entirety of Westeros. Perhaps there was a numerical disparity compared to the combined forces of the Lannisters and Tyrells outside King's Landing. However, not all wars hinge solely on the number of soldiers. Otherwise, would there even be a need for battle? As for the resource gift pack, after some contemplation, Qi Xuan decided to forego that purchase for the time being. Given the advantageous geographical position of White Harbor, coupled with the 1,000,000 golden dragons at his disposal, one might wonder what in this world he could not procure. Thus, he was left with but one final option, the treasure gift pack. Despite its cost being tenfold that of the previous 3 gift packs, it certainly appeared to be worth the investment. With this thought, Qi Xuan resolved not to hesitate any longer. He purchased the treasure gift pack and proceeded to open it. As he silently intoned his wish, the system's voice echoed once more. Purchased 1 treasure gift pack, 10,000 points. expending 10,000 points, remaining 200 points. Acquired a first-tier treasure, Sword of the Griffin. Qi Xuan casually retrieved the newly acquired Sword of the Griffin from the system S space and began to examine it. Treasure, Sword of the Griffin. Tier, first, bound to, Qi Xuan. Effect, for griffins can be acquired each week. Description, please call me the Griffin Lord. Oh. Upon observing the effects of the Sword of the Griffin, Qi Xuan could not help but feel astonished. He had certainly encountered numerous descriptions of griffins in novels, television, and games in his previous life. However, he had never had the experience of actually seeing a griffin. Even the dragons of this world, he had only glimpsed from afar through the imitation treasure, the mirror of Hao Yin, and even then, it had been merely 3 newly hatched dragonlings. While he was uncertain of the strength of the griffins obtained through the sword, and whether they could rival the adult dragons of this realm, even if their power fell short, it would hardly be a matter of great concern. In comparison to the combat prowess of the griffins, Qi Xuan places greater emphasis on their aerial capabilities. The significance of air superiority is well understood by those in the know. Once Qi Xuan commands an air force, the strength of his army will undoubtedly become increasingly formidable. Naturally, relying on griffins for the transportation of troops is clearly unfeasible, as their production capacity simply does not allow for such an outcome. Rather than ferrying soldiers, Qi Xuan values their potential to serve as bombers. Perhaps once a griffin carries a human, it can no longer bear substantial weight. Otherwise, endurance may pose a problem. However, this world possesses a remarkably powerful element known as wildfire. Its name may sound unremarkable, yet its effects are akin to modern incendiary devices. This flame, crafted by alchemists, is notoriously difficult to extinguish, making it an ideal complement to future aerial assaults. As for deploying precious air forces to engage in ground combat, the lives of griffins are far too valuable to squander in such a manner. Gazing at the exquisitely ornate one-handed sword, the Sword of the Griffin, in his hand, Qi Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. As he pondered how the griffins would arrive, a series of sharp bird calls suddenly pierced the air outside. Could it be my griffins? Qi Xuan mused to himself. In the next moment, he sprang from his seat and hastened towards the grand door. As he emerged, he was greeted by the sight of 4 griffins soaring gracefully above the city of Winterfell. It must be said, these majestic creatures truly appeared splendid in flight. Perhaps noticing Qi Xuan's presence, the 4 griffins suddenly swooped down towards the ground, eventually landing not far from him. The entire scene unfolded with such swiftness that the inhabitants of the castle seemed momentarily bewildered. It wasn't until the griffins had truly settled before Qi Xuan that the onlookers gradually regained their composure. Observing the 4 griffins before him, which resembled those from his memories, a radiant smile illuminated Qi Xuan's face. For now, he possessed his aerial mounts. Henceforth, long journeys would no longer trouble him as they once did. While Qi Xuan relished the sensation of commanding an army, leading troops on foot was undeniably tedious and mundane. Yet, despite having acquired an air force, his heart still yearned for the mighty dragons of this world. If he were to encapsulate his desire in one phrase, it would be, I wish to possess all the finest treasures this world has to offer. Chapter 75. The Scarlet Robed, which gazing at the 4 griffins that had landed nearby, Qi Xuan's spirits soared even higher. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the side of one of the griffins. As Qi Xuan approached, the 4 griffins on the ground remained utterly still, their sharp, lively eyes fixated on his figure. When Qi Xuan gently caressed one of the griffins, it squinted its eyes in sheer delight. The other 3 griffins watched enviously, their gazes brimming with longing. Suddenly, one griffin let out a loud cry. It turned out that someone else, apart from Qi Xuan, sought to approach these magnificent creatures. Perhaps, due to Qi Xuan's possession of the Sword of the Griffin, the 4 griffins displayed an unusually docile demeanor. However, it is essential to remember that griffins are often depicted in tales as formidable and fierce predators. Beyond their unwavering loyalty to their master, they are also characterized by their ferocity and fearlessness in battle. Halt! Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon several soldiers encroaching upon the griffins, and his expression turned icy. These soldiers, recently recruited from the ranks of Lustburton's followers, had initially prided themselves on their bravery. Yet, under Qi Xuan's piercing glance, they felt as though their breaths were caught in their throats. Although they had only recently joined Qi Xuan's forces, they had heard numerous tales of his fearsome prowess. Previously, they had dismissed these accounts as mere exaggerations from his direct subordinates. However, at this moment, they realized that even a single glance from Qi Xuan was enough to instill dread, awakening them to the possibility that the rumors they had heard were not mere myths. Seeing them frozen in place, Qi Xuan swiftly scanned the crowd. Upon perceiving the chill in his expression, even the most curious among them dared not approach the griffins recklessly. Witnessing this, a faint smile reappeared on Qi Xuan's face. In the next instant, he unexpectedly leaped onto the back of one of the griffins. "Take flight," he commanded. At once, the griffin understood his intent, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, with the sound of flapping wings echoing around. Qi Xuan ascended into the air atop the griffin. Oh wow! Even with his steady demeanor, Qi Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in joy. The experience of flying. How many humans dream of such a thing? He never anticipated that he would taste the exhilaration of flight today. Though he had boarded planes in his previous life, this flight relied on the griffin's prowess. Yet, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Surely, the experience of flying on a plane could not compare to riding a griffin. In that moment, Qi Xuan could proudly declare himself the foremost griffin rider in this world. Although the griffin knights may not exude the same grandeur as the dragon riders, Qi Xuan is indeed the first to mount a griffin endowed with the ability to soar through the skies. As for the dragon riders, before the cataclysmic end that befell the Valyrian dragon lord families, their numbers were rather abundant. Despite the formidable strength of the dragons, the proliferation of dragon riders diminishes their awe. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan's aspiration to become a dragon rider remains fervently alive within him. Although the dragons in this world are relatively weak, often classified as lesser draconic beings akin to bipedal wyverns in many fantastical realms, there is no need for Qi Xuan to correct humanity's nomenclature, as they refer to them as dragons. As Qi Xuan's thoughts soared, so too did his griffin, ascending higher into the vast expanse. In mere seconds, he found himself several hundred meters above the ground. Thanks to the enhancements to his physical attributes, Qi Xuan noticed that his vision had sharpened remarkably. Akin to that of an eagle, gazing down from the heavens, everything below appeared diminutive. He gently patted the griffin beneath him, and it instantly understood his intent, ceasing its ascent. Suddenly, an amusing saying crossed Qi Xuan's mind. It is said that a familiar pat on a woman's posterior can convey one's intentions instantaneously. However, if one were to do the same to an innocent young girl, she would likely react with indignation, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing?" Of course, this notion lacks scientific merit. It is merely hearsay. Perhaps it was the exhilarating sensation of flight that invigorated Qi Xuan's thoughts. In truth, had it not been for the monthly rewards tied to his dominion, he would have preferred to roam the world as a wandering traveler. After all, in this realm where technology and productivity are rather underdeveloped, even entertainment options are severely lacking. Even the noble lords at the pinnacle of society seem to have little beyond gourmet food, fine wine, and alluring companions, with hunting and jousting being their primary pastimes. Naturally, the so-called gourmet offerings here pale in comparison to the vast array of modern culinary delights. With the support of countless hex-tech advancements, contemporary gastronomy has reached unparalleled heights in terms of flavor. For someone like Qi Xuan, who has savored the myriad entertainments of modern life, the absence of novels, television, cola, fried chicken, and games renders existence exceedingly dull. Were it not for the hope of acquiring means to traverse other worlds through the system one day, Qi Xuan might have already succumbed to the urge to advance technology. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a woman in a red cloak, riding a horse outside Winterfell. Recognizing her familiar visage, a contemplative expression graced Qi Xuan's face. If his memory served him correctly, the woman clad in the crimson robe was indeed the Red Priestess from the original play. In that narrative, the Red Priestess served as an envoy of the Lord of Light. She traversed vast distances to the faraway continent of Westeros in search of the prophesied child destined to save the world. Initially, she mistakenly believed this individual to be Stannis Baratheon, the younger son of the Baratheon family. To assist Stannis, she employed her magical prowess to assassinate Renly Baratheon, the commander of a formidable army. Following Renly's demise, the predominantly Stormlands and Reach noble-led army fragmented almost instantly. Despite Stannis' efforts to rally his forces, the number of noble lords willing to align with him was disappointingly scant. This reluctance could largely be attributed to Stannis' excessively dogmatic nature, which earned him the disdain of many nobles. It seemed that with her presence, the Red Priestess's objective had unexpectedly shifted to revolve around him. Was it possible that the Lord of Light had indeed dispatched one of his envoys to aid him? Fascinating. At this thought, Qi Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 76. The Path to Divinity. With the sound of powerful wing beats echoing, the griffin beneath Qi Xuan began its descent towards the ground. The Red Priestess, galloping below, had long since noticed the figure riding the great beast, albeit she remained oblivious to the griffin's name. Although she could not discern the individual's features clearly, She had already formed her suspicions regarding his identity. Not far ahead lay her destination, Winterfell. Based on the information she had gathered along her journey, the current Lord of Winterfell was none other than Qi Xuan. Remembering the divine revelation she had witnessed in the flames, her gaze ignited with fervor. Her history was intricate. She had originally been a shadowbinder from the enigmatic realm of shadows, mastering the sinister and malevolent art of shadow magic. Following a series of transformative experiences, she ultimately became a devoted Red Priestess of the Lord of Light. Under the influence of the Lord's power, she appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. Despite being at least several centuries old, many men might struggle to comprehend why so many women place such immense value on their appearance, often prioritizing it above their very lives. Perhaps it was the desire to maintain eternal youth or the strength bestowed by the Lord of Light that rendered the Red Priestess one of his most fervent followers. As the Red Priestess pondered how to persuade Qi Xuan, he had already maneuvered his griffin to land before her. This person appeared remarkably youthful. Upon seeing Qi Xuan's visage, the Red Priestess thought to herself, perhaps due to the differences between Eastern and Western ethnicities, individuals from the West appear to age more rapidly in terms of facial features, while their Eastern counterparts seem to do so at a slower pace. Of course, although Westerners may show signs of aging sooner, they also tend to mature physically at a much faster rate than Easterners. The emissary of the King of Light surveyed the red-robed witch before him. Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow and spoke in a tone that, while ostensibly a question, was imbued with a sense of certainty. Although surprised that Qi Xuan had so quickly discerned her identity, the red-robed witch believed it possible that the King of Light had informed him of this. "My lord, I am the emissary of the King of Light, and my name is Melisandre." The red-robed witch, Melisandre, dismounted gracefully and offered a respectful bow to Qi Xuan before continuing. Observing Melisandre's courteous demeanor, a faint smile emerged on Qi Xuan's face. Despite harboring skepticism and wariness towards the King of Light and the other deities, this did not equate to genuine fear of them. If he was unafraid of the gods themselves, how could he possibly fear one of their emissaries? Nonetheless, he found satisfaction in the attitude of the red-robed witch. Remaining atop the griffin, Qi Xuan gazed down at Melisandre and remarked, "If I recall correctly, were you not previously assisting Stannis Baratheon?" At that moment, the younger son of House Baratheon was imprisoned by his brother, Renly Baratheon. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Melisandre displayed an unconcerned expression and respectfully explained, "My lord, he is not the prophesied child of legend, which is why I departed from him in pursuit of the King of Light's mission. You, however, are the true prophesied child." Melisandre looked at Qi Xuan with fervent eagerness, her tone growing increasingly impassioned. Initially, Melisandre had much more to convey, but as she noticed Qi Xuan's furrowed brow, she immediately ceased speaking. The sudden silence from Melisandre allowed Qi Xuan's brow to relax. To those in this world, being chosen by the fabled gods as the prophesied savior might seem a joyous honor. However, for Qi Xuan, who possessed a system of his own, the distinction between a prophesied child and a mere pawn of the gods was negligible. While he might begrudgingly accept comparisons to the deities themselves, equating him with their pawns or toys was decidedly unwelcome. "What, then, is the purpose of your visit on behalf of the King of Light?" Qi Xuan asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Melisandre. In response to his inquiry, Melisandre, her face alight with fervor, replied, "In obedience to the divine will of the King of Light, I have come to assist you in ascending to divinity." As the conversation progressed, even Melisandre, one of the most fervent devotees of the Lord of Light, could not help but feel a surge of intense envy and jealousy. She prided herself on being the most devout follower of the Lord of Light, dedicating centuries to the promotion of his faith, pouring forth immeasurable effort and sweat. The accolades she had earned were countless, and the burden of her labor over these hundreds of years was no trifling matter. Yet, despite her unwavering dedication, the Lord of Light's demeanor towards her remained one of near indifference. However, this seemingly youthful man before her had prompted the long-hidden Lord of Light to bestow a divine oracle. Consequently, responding to this divine command, she had unhesitatingly departed from Stannis Baratheon, traversing a great distance alone to arrive at Winterfell. Could it be that this young man was a progeny of the Lord of Light? Although such a thought might seem irreverent towards the deity, it nonetheless surged uncontrollably in Melisandre's mind. Fortunately, Qi Xuan possessed no mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, had he heard her unspoken thoughts, he might have been compelled to discipline her severely. Observing the glimmer of envy and jealousy in Melisandre's gaze, Qi Xuan remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as a still pond. If ascending to divinity in this world were truly a flawless endeavor, the gods, including the Lord of Light, would surely be reluctant to share divine power with others. As for the encroaching forces from the abyss, though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, it appeared that the armies under the gods' command could sustain themselves for several decades. Qi Xuan held not a shred of belief in the claim that they could endure for merely another 2.5 years. At this juncture, he found himself curious about the purported method of becoming a god. Thus, with a smile, he inquired, "What then is the method to attain divinity?" Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Melisandre suppressed her tumultuous emotions, forcing a smile as she replied, "According to the oracle of the Lord of Light, to become a deity, one must possess not only the requisite qualities, but also acquire sufficient power of faith. My lord, the Lord of Light has declared that your qualities are sufficient for divinity. As for the power of faith, you may cultivate followers in this world under the name of the god of war, Qi Xuan, thereby garnering the necessary power of faith. When you have amassed enough, it will be the moment you ascend as the god of war." Chapter 77. The Poisoned Pie. One cannot deny that the words of the Red Priestess, Melisandre, were exceedingly enticing. Were it not for Qi Xuan's possession of a system, even as a transmigrator, he would have found it difficult to resist the allure of her vivid descriptions. To become an immortal deity. What an immense temptation this was. Although many astute individuals might perceive numerous flaws in Melisandre's and the Lord of Light's assertions, how many could truly withstand the seductive pull of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Certainly, aside from possessing a formidable system, Qi Xuan also harbors the mindset of a time traveler. Unlike nearly everyone else in this realm, Qi Xuan perceives the so-called deities as merely beings of superior strength, having been influenced by countless web novels, games, and films. Furthermore, the definition of a god varies across different worlds. Regarding the three deities known as the Kings of Light, although Qi Xuan has never witnessed their might firsthand, he does not regard them as particularly powerful. In the original narrative, the King of Light has resurrected the recently deceased Lightning King Baratheon multiple times, as well as the protagonist Jon Snow, who was slain by his own subordinates. However, this does not serve as definitive proof of their strength. After all, Qi Xuan claims he too can resurrect himself indefinitely without harm. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the red-robed sorceress Melisandre, who was desperately trying to conceal the emotions flickering in her eyes. Noticing the envy and jealousy she could not entirely mask, Qi Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. What an irresistible temptation it was. At this moment, Qi Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, feigning reluctance towards becoming a deity. Although he appeared quite nonchalant, Melisandre perceived this handsome young man as someone she wished to strike in frustration. How infuriating! To display such unwillingness in the face of divinity? If he does not desire it, perhaps he should relinquish this opportunity to me. I have spent countless sleepless nights yearning for the chance to ascend to godhood. Unbeknownst to Melisandre, who was internally lamenting Qi Xuan's attitude, there exists a term known as Versailles, but perhaps this was precisely her unspoken sentiment. Observing Melisandre's expression shift rapidly within mere seconds, Qi Xuan couldn't suppress a silent laugh. To be candid, he does not entirely reject the notion of becoming a god. However, the prerequisite is that this seemingly fortuitous opportunity be devoid of any hidden dangers. Ever since his consciousness inexplicably arrived in the realm of the gods, where he encountered the legendary Kings of Light, Qi Xuan felt no joy akin to that of the other inhabitants of this world upon meeting deities. Instead, he harbored a profound unease. Perhaps the gods of this realm, when compared to those in myriad worlds, are but the weakest, having ascended to their divine status merely by chance. The term god is generally used to describe beings whose power far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. Whether this is due to the abyssal forces invading the realm of the gods, preventing the Kings of Light from extricating themselves, or because once one ascends to godhood in this world, they invariably enter the realm of the gods and can only influence the mortal realm through divine revelations and miracles, remains uncertain. However, regardless of the circumstances, this underscores a significant truth. As long as Qi Xuan remains in the mortal realm, the Light King and his companions cannot personally intervene against him. As for utilizing their followers in the mortal world to confront Qi Xuan, should that be the case, Qi Xuan asserts that no matter how numerous such individuals may be, they would merely serve as fodder. Conversely, if Qi Xuan were to ascend to divinity and enter the realm of the gods, the Light King and his allies, should they harbor ill intentions, would likely leave Qi Xuan without an avenue for escape. It is essential to note that Qi Xuan, having traversed from another world, conceals immense secrets due to the nature of the system he possesses. For instance, the ability to summon countless soldiers from thin air. Does this not pique one's curiosity? Were he situated in modern society, the readers, seasoned by various web novels, would likely deduce Qi Xuan's secret in an instant. Although Qi Xuan possesses the skill of resurrection, this does not render him invincible. It is crucial to understand that many beings deemed immortal can still be dealt with. Sealing is a notably simple method. While it remains uncertain whether the Light King and his deities can perceive events on the ground through the eyes of their followers or through prayer, Qi Xuan is inclined to believe they possess such awareness. Therefore, the most pressing matter at hand is to bide his time. For Qi Xuan, time has always been on his side. As time progresses, conquering more territories will undoubtedly yield a more substantial accumulation of points from the system. Qi Xuan is confident that one day he shall acquire power formidable enough to instill fear in the gods. Whether through weapons capable of slaying deities or artifacts that can contend with them, all possibilities remain open. Thus, under the watchful gaze filled with negativity from Melisandre, Qi Xuan smiled and declared, "Every mortal must face death. Naturally, I harbor a profound fear of it. While I am confident that, with my current strength, no one can take my life, I am nonetheless aware that when my lifespan reaches its zenith, I too cannot escape humanity's ultimate fate. Although I do not comprehend why the Light King and his cohorts place such importance on me, I am indeed eager to embrace the prospect of transcending mortality and becoming a deity. However, at present, I have many pursuits in this mortal world that I wish to undertake. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, once I have savored the myriad joys of humanity, I shall strive earnestly for ascension." Remarkably, Qi Xuan shared these heartfelt words with Melisandre. It must be said that his words bore fruit, as the animosity in Melisandre's gaze towards Qi Xuan noticeably diminished. Of course, Qi Xuan's remarks were also intended for the Light King and his ilk, who may be covertly observing from the realm of the gods. After a prolonged silence following Qi Xuan's statement, Melisandre suddenly smiled alluringly and said, "My lord, it is an honor to hear you speak so candidly. I wonder if I shall be able to serve you in the future? To be candid, I have heard numerous tales of your exploits along the way, which have filled my heart with curiosity and admiration for you. It must be said that perhaps, in any world, the vast majority of women are innate performers, possessing an extraordinary talent for acting that surpasses the imagination of ordinary folk. Even if one were to observe the expression of the woman in the crimson robe before me with utmost scrutiny, it would be impossible to discern the veracity of her words. However, this is of little consequence." Chapter 78. The eve of departure southward. After accepting the allegiance of the crimson-robed sorceress Melisandre, the ensuing days unfolded much like those of the past. Initially, I had over 3,000 points on the system panel intended for expenditure, yet I ultimately chose to retain them. Compared to the 10,000 points required to acquire a treasure, both soldiers and other resources seemed rather trivial. Even the elixir of life, which could enhance longevity, appeared to lose its significance. Of course, the elixir remains vital. Nevertheless, for the vibrant and flourishing Qi Xuan, concerns about longevity seem less pressing. Rather than prolonging his life, what he truly desires now is to enhance his personal prowess. Whether he saves the points to amass 10,000 for a treasure package or reserves them for 3 soldier packages in times of peril, Qi Xuan has no intention of exhausting his remaining points. Although Qi Xuan harbors a degree of wariness towards Melisandre, the devotee of the Light King, he does not allow such apprehension to hinder his actions. His daily pursuits remain unchanged since her arrival, whether reading, practicing martial arts, or indulging in the service of youthful and beautiful maidens. He relishes each moment. After all, he has never considered himself a stoic ascetic. Why refuse the pleasures of life when they are within reach? At this juncture, one cannot neglect to mention Melisandre, the crimson-robed sorceress loyal to Qi Xuan. It remains unclear whether it is the will of the Light King or if this woman has her own designs to cling to Qi Xuan's favor. Regardless, since her acceptance into Qi Xuan's fold, she has diligently engaged in the promotion of faith under his banner. Naturally, had her advocacy been for the Light King or another deity, the results might not have been as impactful. Intriguingly, this devotee of the Light King is fervently advocating for the war god Qi Xuan himself. It is undeniable that many have been drawn to this sect since witnessing Qi Xuan's extraordinary prowess that far exceeds the norm. Qi Xuan is fully aware of this development, yet he maintains a stance of neither support nor opposition. His sole stipulation for the crimson-robed sorceress Melisandre is that she must not resort to illicit means to coerce others into her faith. The reasons for this are twofold. Not only does he wish to numb the King of Light and his deities to buy more time, but he is also genuinely curious whether this path could indeed lead to divinity. Of course, once he believes he has amassed sufficient power through the system to slay a god, he would not hesitate to personally confront the deities of this realm in their celestial domain. Surely, by then, the loyal denizens of the divine realm would be poised to welcome the arrival of Qi Xuan. Although Qi Xuan appears to address little statecraft daily, these matters seem inconsequential to his burgeoning influence. The North, characterized by its vast expanse, sparse population, and inhospitable terrain, necessitates a prolonged endeavor for development. The concept of reputation is indeed fascinating, and Qi Xuan has recently come to appreciate its advantages, perhaps due to his conquests of White Harbor, Winterfell, and the majority of the northern territories. His name has spread far and wide, while many lords of Westeros disdain Qi Xuan's reputation and deeds. Viewing him merely as a cunning thief pilfering noble glory, the vast majority of the lower-class populace sees in him a ladder to progress. Benefiting from the expansive and prosperous port city of White Harbor, the military meritocracy he instituted has propagated throughout much of the world with his tacit approval. In a land where the feudal system thrives, and even amidst the rampant slavery of Essos, numerous individuals are eager to align themselves with Qi Xuan. This attraction, however, does not stem from any extraordinary charisma on his part, but rather from his remarkable generosity. One might ask, among those joining armies or mercenary bands, how many factions can offer the enticing reward of 10 acres for each foe slain? This is merely the most basic reward within the military meritocracy. As for the concern over a lack of land to bestow as rewards, it is worth noting that the expanse of Westeros is not significantly smaller than that of a large state in his previous life. Even if all land were to be distributed, it could still be converted into equivalent monetary value. Qi Xuan had once grappled with a perplexing observation while watching dramas. The economy of this world appears deeply fragmented. For many lower-class militia members, a single silver stag represents a considerable fortune, while the promise of a golden dragon would undoubtedly inspire countless individuals to risk their lives. Conversely, for the opulent lords of Westeros, their daily expenditures are measured in golden dragons. A striking example is the former King Robert Baratheon, who, during his less than 20-year reign, incurred a debt of 8 million golden dragons for the crown. This does not even account for the wealth he squandered from the treasury of the deposed Targaryen dynasty or the coffers of the Stormlands House Baratheon. It is noteworthy that during the 2 decades of King Robert Baratheon's reign over the continent of Westeros, significant rebellions were scarce, with the only notable insurrection being the prior independence revolt of the Iron Islands. This illustrates the extravagant indulgences enjoyed by the numerous noble lords across Westeros. However, these matters held little relevance to Qi Xuan. While he did not shy away from the pleasures of life, he diligently sought to avoid excessive opulence. Consequently, he was naturally more generous towards those under his command than the noble lords of Westeros. For the myriad individuals who flocked to Winterfell seeking his allegiance, Qi Xuan predominantly accepted their oaths of fealty. Interestingly, among these new followers, he encountered several minor characters from the original narrative, such as the learned Maester Coben, who, after being expelled from the Citadel, had aligned himself with Queen Cersei Lannister. There was also the mercenary Boar, who had represented the imp Tyrion Lannister during his trial by combat, and subsequently rose through the ranks alongside him. Indeed, compared to the few characters who appeared in the original tale, a greater number of those who pledged loyalty to Qi Xuan had not even been granted names in the narrative. Notably, the renowned mercenary company, the Golden Company, had also sent envoys to converse with Qi Xuan. Ultimately, he declined their offer of allegiance. For while the strength of this mercenary band was formidable, their demands were rather excessive, seeking a fief of an earldom. It was not that Qi Xuan was unwilling, but rather that he deemed such a concession unnecessary. Most of the time, he did not wish to contravene his commitments. However, he was not averse to breaking his word when the benefits were substantial enough. Chapter 79. The army advances south at the southernmost tip of the north. Where it borders the riverlands, lies an expansive marshland known as the Neck. This mysterious and perilous swamp has garnered its name from the inhabitants of Westeros. Within this vast area connecting the north and the riverlands stand 2 castles. The first is Carhold, a fortress that serves as the throat of the north, strategically positioned on the King's Road within the Neck, effectively blocking the sole terrestrial passage into the north. Although the name Carhold may seem ordinary, it is, in fact, a stronghold of considerable fortification, rivaling that of Winterfell. However, due to prolonged neglect, the state of its defenses raises significant questions. While the southern gate remains intact, the northern and western fortifications leave much to be desired. Thus, for Qi Xuan's forces aiming to advance south into the riverlands, Carhold is of little consequence. Even with a multitude of enemies stationed within, the situation would not differ significantly from a field battle. perhaps within the annals of Westeros, aside from Aegon I, the conqueror who, with his 3 colossal dragons, heralded the subjugation of the continent, and the Targaryen lineage, renowned for their dragons. The noble lords of the south who aspire to invade the north must reckon with the formidable barrier that is the Bay of Crabs. The second significant fortress of the Neck is Greywater Watch, ruled by the Reed family of the north. It is said that Greywater Watch is established upon a floating isle within a marsh, elusive even to the crows. This castle boasts neither scholars nor knights nor masters of arms. Countless noble lords who have sought to conquer it have found themselves utterly lost. The original narrative offers scant details regarding the Reed family, yet their presence is certainly notable. Among those saved by the three-eyed raven was Jojen Reed, who, alongside his sister Mira, followed the raven's guidance to rescue Bran Stark from peril and escort him to the three-eyed raven north of the wall. Their father, Howland Reed, now the head of the Reed family, was among the 7 knights, including himself, who ventured to the Tower of Joy in Dorne years ago under the leadership of Ned Stark. There, in a bid to rescue his sister, Lyanna Stark, the 7 faced 3 Kingsguard, including the illustrious Sword of the Dawn, Arthur Dayne. Despite the acclaim lavished upon Dayne by Jaime Lannister in the original tale, he was ultimately vanquished with Howland's assistance by the otherwise outmatched Ned Stark. It is noteworthy that Arthur Dayne was considered one of the mightiest knights of his time, with numerous noble knights across Westeros admiring his formidable prowess. As Qi Xuan led his army southward, memories of the original plot began to surface in his mind as he neared the Neck. While the Reed and Stark families might seem inconsequential to someone like Qi Xuan, who has encountered this world and the 3 gods, including the Lord of Light, it must be acknowledged that these 2 northern houses possess a certain depth. The Stark family, with its rich history, appears to harbor extraordinary abilities within its bloodline. The current Bran Stark, capable of entering the consciousness of living beings to exert control over their actions, is but a manifestation of the unique traits that have emerged from the Stark lineage throughout history. Qi Xuan speculated that perhaps the Stark family has ties to the old gods of Westeros, or that their ancestors may have once been divine or semi-divine beings. As for the Reed family, the original narrative hints at their intricate connections with the children of the forest who wield magic. Many viewers of the original tale even conjecture that Howland Reed, who aided Ned Stark in vanquishing the Sword of the Dawn, may possess magical abilities. In truth, the use of magic in this world is not an extraordinary phenomenon, considering even creatures such as dragons exist, and at the zenith of Valyria, there were more than 2,000 dragons. The issue at hand is that, at this particular juncture, magical energy has reached its nadir, bearing little distinction from the age of magic's decline. Many who once wielded the arcane arts have now dwindled to mere illusionists. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan cast his gaze toward the red-robed sorceress Melisandre, who stood not far behind him. Aside from the striking moment when she assassinated Robert Baratheon, her displayed magic did not seem to surpass that of an ordinary practitioner. If even the devotees of the mainstream faith of the light, worshipping the King of Light, are so diminished, one must question the potency of magic in this era. Nevertheless, for Qi Xuan, this is precisely what he desires. In this realm of low magic, or nearly devoid of it, his system soldiers find an opportune moment to flourish. He firmly believes that perhaps one day in the future, he will acquire fantastical powers, such as mastering magic, through his system. After all, he already commands griffins, so how far could the likes of wizards, dragons, or even angels be? It must be said that despite having flying mounts, Qi Xuan still finds the act of leading troops rather monotonous. Following the conquest of Winterfell, he retained a sufficient number of soldiers to guard the wall and White Harbor, while also mobilizing a significant force of newly recruited soldiers from White Harbor in the north. Of course, Qi Xuan did not immediately equip these newly enlisted soldiers with high-quality full-plate armor. Although he possesses over 1 million gold dragons and has discovered a wealth of armor from the family treasury that once held White Harbor, he opted instead to provide these new recruits with leather armor. This differentiation in treatment between the 2 groups serves to foster loyalty among the earlier defectors and to inspire the latter recruits to strive for glory in battle. Observing the tens of thousands of troops behind him, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's features. Originally, he had intended to expend these northerners as mere fodder in the war, which, to be precise, included most of the adult males in this world. As for the women and children, they would naturally be integrated into the policy of amalgamation. However, upon his previous encounter in the realm of the gods, witnessing the legendary 3 deities of the King of Light and the vastness of the battlefield, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. Perhaps those who fought for the King of Light, along with the dragons, were once the deceased beings of this world? If that were the case, Qi Xuan was certainly not inclined to send forth more supporters to the King of Light. After all, the current stalemate aligns perfectly with his interests. Chapter 80. The fiery destruction of the city. After nearly 2 weeks of arduous marching, Qi Xuan and his companions finally arrived at Carlin Bay, the sole vital passage on the surface of the neck. Perhaps no world is devoid of unexpected events, as evidenced by the scene before them. In Qi Xuan's memory, the northern city defenses at Carlin Bay had been largely rendered obsolete. Yet, at this moment, the northern walls had been meticulously restored. Moreover, this singular route southward from the northern borders was now fortified with a considerable number of troops. Observing the noble banners fluttering over Carlin Bay, Qi Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Among them, he recognized several familiar insignias: the sturgeon banner of the Duke's family from the bustling city of Hejian, the twin towers of the Marquis Folii family from Shuanghe City, the soaring silver eagle of the Milasai family from Haijiang City, and the black crocodile emblem of the Lade family from the northern frontier. It was undeniable that the sudden appearance of these noble armies at Carlin Bay took Qi Xuan by surprise. He pondered whether his own prominence in the northern territories had instilled a sense of crisis in these lords, compelling them to gather here to thwart his advance southward. Regardless of the myriad reasons behind their convergence, they bore little significance to Qi Xuan at this moment. What mattered most to him was the correlation between the expanse of his territory and the monthly gains he derived from the system. What stirs the human heart more than anything else? Beyond a myriad of emotions, it is undoubtedly the allure of profit. For Qi Xuan, anyone obstructing his interests was unequivocally deemed an adversary. In confronting enemies, his thoughts were singularly focused on annihilation. As for why he had refrained from directly executing numerous northern lords, including Robb Stark, in the past, it was simply because he had yet to solidify his position and was unwilling to awaken the sentiments of despair among the noble houses of Westeros. But what of the present? Although his forces were still insufficient to utterly crush all the noble lords of Westeros, what adversaries could now impede his progress? The outcome of war hinges not only on the aggregate military strength of both sides, but also significantly on morale. As long as Qi Xuan's forces could eliminate the enemy lords, the remaining soldiers would inevitably scatter like birds and beasts. It is worth noting that during his time in Winterfell, he had meticulously prepared for this confrontation. As Qi Xuan and his companions drew ever closer to the walls of Carlin Bay, the enemy soldiers stationed above began to knock their arrows, aiming menacingly at him and his party. Observing the poised adversaries, Qi Xuan smiled. Contemplating his next move, he chose not to speak, but instead cast his gaze toward the nearby Lus Bolton. Upon noticing the subtle signal from Qi Xuan, Lus Bolton's expression momentarily stiffened before swiftly returning to a semblance of composure as his gaze shifted towards the multitude of noble lords atop the city walls. "I am Lus Bolton of the Bolton family from the terrifying fortress of the north, who commands the forces at Carlin Bay." Despite his reluctance, Lus Bolton began addressing the assembly on the walls. As his voice echoed, the nobles above turned their attention towards Lus Bolton and the other northern lords gathered below. "Ahem. I am Duke Horst Tully of Riverrun, the very one whose son, Edmure Tully, you have captured. And what of the noble lords of Riverrun who previously came to the aid of House Stark in Winterfell?" A low, gravelly voice suddenly resonated from the walls, accompanied by a series of coughs, revealing the speaker's frail condition. This individual was the current Duke of Riverrun, who in the original tale had already succumbed to illness by the time of his appearance, with his heir, Edmure Tully, showcasing remarkable archery skills at his funeral, earning the admiration of the crowd as the god of arrows. Glimpsing at Qi Xuan, who seemed disinclined to speak, Lus Bolton pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, the defeated Edmure Tully and his companions are presently our captives, held within our ranks." Upon hearing Lus Bolton's declaration, the once stern visages of the noble lords atop the walls transformed into expressions of delight. "Very well. If you agree to release the captives, including Edmure Tully and his fellow nobles, we shall not only concede this very Carlin Bay, but also offer a substantial ransom." The aged and ailing Duke of Riverrun, upon learning that his heir was still alive, exclaimed thrice in affirmation, directly presenting his terms. As for the potential ease with which Qi Xuan's forces might subsequently traverse into Riverrun from the north, the nobles on the walls had certainly considered this. Yet, was it not possible to navigate by sea if the land routes were obstructed? Given that Qi Xuan now commanded the vast port city of White Harbor, his ranks were not lacking in ships or sailors. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan harbored reservations about sailing across the ocean. Although he was adept at swimming and did not suffer from seasickness, his caution regarding the ocean and volcanoes remained ever present. Just as Lus Bolton and the multitude of nobles cast their gazes towards Qi Xuan, Another voice rang out from the walls. Moreover, Lady Catelyn Stark of House Stark and her son, Robb Stark, must also be released. A fleeting smirk crossed Qi Xuan's face at this demand. He had no intention of acquiescing to the requests of his adversaries, and now they dared to push their luck in light of his silence. It was, to say the least, a rather fanciful expectation. Since these individuals are oblivious to their own shortcomings, Qi Xuan felt compelled to impart a lesson in humility. With a sharp whistle escaping his lips, a griffin, soaring above Qi Xuan and his companions, suddenly descended before him. Calmly, Qi Xuan dismounted his steed and leaped onto the back of the griffin. In an instant, the griffin, with powerful flaps of its wings, ascended rapidly into the sky, carrying Qi Xuan aloft. Before long, they reached an altitude of 1,000 meters. At Qi Xuan's signal, the griffin hovered directly above Carlin Bay. Observing the minuscule adversaries below, a smile crept across Qi Xuan's face. Have you ever heard of flames descending from the heavens? I too am curious about what such a scene would entail. As his musings echoed, a jar materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he released the jars, which plummeted straight down from his system space. Boom. Moments after the jars struck the ground, a fearsome green flame erupted in every corner of Carlin Bay. Chapter 81. The Significance of Air Power upon the Continent of Westeros. There exists a terrifying green flame known as wildfire. This highly combustible liquid was concocted by alchemists, inspired by the dreadful fires spewed from the mouths of dragons. If one were to inquire about the potency of wildfire, it is not only capable of burning upon water, but can even ignite steel. As a viewer well-versed in the original narrative, Qi Xuan held a profound impression of wildfire. In the original series, during Stannis Baratheon's assault on King's Landing at the Battle of Blackwater, the clever Tyrion Lannister utilized wildfire to nearly annihilate Stannis' fleet and soldiers. Moreover, Queen Cersei Lannister employed wildfire to eliminate her foes entirely. It is no exaggeration to assert that, aside from dragons and wondrous magic, wildfire possesses immense strategic value in this world. However, due to its highly flammable nature, the transportation and storage of wildfire have proven to be formidable challenges. Perhaps this difficulty accounts for its limited use in large-scale warfare. Now, in the throes of Carlin Bay, a critical stronghold guarding the northern throat, Qi Xuan's enemies were experiencing the terror of wildfire. How to describe the scene unfolding in Carlin Bay at this moment? From his vantage point high above, Qi Xuan perceived that what was once a formidable military fortress had transformed into a verdant inferno. Even at a height of 1,000 meters atop the griffin, he could still hear the anguished cries of his foes resonating from within Carlin Bay. It has been said that death by fire is an excruciating fate, and the scene within Carlin Bay seemed to validate this assertion. In stark contrast to Qi Xuan, the individuals gathered nearby at Carlin Bay were experiencing a more profound sense of dread. As the canisters plummeted from the sky, a sudden inferno erupted, and the flames nearly engulfed the front line, including Lu Sibo Dun and his companions. Within Carlin Bay, the anguished cries of those tormented by the relentless fire were heart-wrenching and steeped in despair, their faces reflecting a terror that was almost unbearable to witness. As they gazed upon their adversaries, who had transformed into living torches, everyone on Qi Xuan's side could not help but draw a sharp breath. If previously Qi Xuan was perceived as benevolent and generous, possessing a compassion that set him apart from other noble lords, in this moment they witnessed his ruthless side. There is a saying that good people are often taken advantage of, much like a noble steed is ridden by others. Frequently, it is the virtuous who bear the brunt of misfortune. For rulers, it is acceptable to lack many things. Yet they must never allow their subordinates to perceive them as weak or overly kind-hearted. When reverence is lost, it signifies the erosion of power. The raging fire, which cast a heavy silence over Qi Xuan's entourage, rekindled within them a sense of awe that had begun to wane. The northern lords, such as Lu Sibo Dun, who had pledged allegiance to Qi Xuan only to have their military power stripped away and be placed under house arrest, felt their previous misgivings dissipate. To them, it was evident that this spectacle served as a warning, a demonstration intended to remind them of their place. In contrast to these lords, Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of the Boltons and known as Little Skinner, gazed intently at the flames consuming Carlin Bay. This character, notorious for his brutality in the original tale, was captivated by the vivid green fire before him. In that moment, he felt that even the Bolton family's traditional art of skinning paled in comparison to the exhilaration of this inferno. Though Qi Xuan was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those below, lacking any ability to read minds, he understood that to govern effectively, one must instill a constant sense of reverence in others. After all, why have rulers throughout history been inclined to categorize people into rigid hierarchies, prescribing what each rank could or could not do? However, for Qi Xuan, who commanded fiercely loyal soldiers, the submission of the native populace held little significance. Still, he aspired to be regarded as a wise sovereign rather than a tyrant. Yet, if anyone were to obstinately seek their own demise, he would not shy away from embracing the role of a tyrant. As he observed the dazzling green flames below, his thoughts drifted further and further into the abyss. In truth, the griffin acquired this time significantly complements a considerable shortcoming on his side. The importance of an air force is undoubtedly understood by everyone in modern society. However, in this world, where technology has yet to flourish, the significance of a powerful navy is paramount. Possessing a formidable fleet not only ensures a continuous influx of wealth, but also facilitates the effortless transportation of troops to the vast majority of coastal regions. In a certain period of history, a nation once ascended to global dominance through its formidable navy, earning the title of the empire on which the sun never sets. Today, although the forces in the world surpass him in naval power, Qi Xuan undoubtedly stands unrivaled in the realm of air power. As for Daenerys, the mother of dragons, it is difficult for Qi Xuan to fathom anyone daring to provoke him in the presence of his griffins. Should anyone possess such audacity, Qi Xuan would ensure they witness what true invincibility entails. Although in terms of size and impact in warfare, an adult dragon surpasses a group of griffins. The latter possesses unique advantages. Compared to the towering adult dragons, griffins are considerably smaller, making them less detectable by ground enemies while soaring at high altitudes. The primary combat method of dragons in this world involves unleashing their fiery breath to incinerate foes. However, this necessitates their descent to a sufficiently low altitude to effectively engage ground targets. It is well known that dragons are not invincible. The most formidable weapons against them are various siege engines, and even a common arrow, if it strikes a dragon's eye, can inflict significant harm. In contrast, Qi Xuan, who commands griffins, would never allow his precious aerial forces to engage in close combat with enemies on the ground. For him, the primary role of these griffins is to serve as platforms for bombardment. As long as he can store enough canisters of wildfire within the system space, there is nothing in this world that Qi Xuan cannot incinerate. Of course, this does not imply that Qi Xuan would indiscriminately burn innocent civilians. However, against the armies that stand as his adversaries on the battlefield, he can act without mercy. For Qi Xuan, possessing an air force means he can strike at any enemy in this world at any time and place. Chapter 82. The Emptiness of Hejian for Qi Xuan. The Great Fire at Karlan Bay holds profound significance as it further undermines the noble lords of Hejian. While it may seem that this victory only eradicated a few thousand enemies, its deeper meaning lies in the fact that it has deprived the majority of noble families in Hejian of their heirs with rightful claims to inheritance. It is imperative to clarify that in the realm of Westeros, bastards are deemed ineligible to inherit noble titles and lands. In truth, this restriction extends not only to illegitimate offspring, but even legitimate heirs must adhere to the established order of succession to rightfully claim noble titles and territories. It is noteworthy that Westeros has perhaps sustained its feudal system for centuries, if not millennia. Consequently, a rather intriguing phenomenon has emerged on this continent. Peasant uprisings are met not only with the iron-fisted repression of noble lords, but also tend to fragment internally. Moreover, the commoners, accustomed to the dominion of their noble overlords, often fail to recognize the leadership of these insurrectionists. For Qi Xuan's faction, this translates to the present situation in the Riverlands resembling a bountiful and unguarded virgin territory, ripe for manipulation and intrusion. After the flames of the fire in Cape Karlan finally subsided, what had once regained a semblance of its former glory through initial repairs was once again reduced to ruins. Qi Xuan, however, had no intention of restoring or maintaining this crucial stronghold of the North and Riverlands. For him, the presence or absence of this bastion was of little consequence. After all, with the ability to traverse mountains and lakes effortlessly aboard a griffin, the need for such fortifications seemed trivial. Thanks to the King's Road linking the north and south, Qi Xuan and his entourage swiftly crossed the vast neck. Had the Leda family's forces from Greywater Watch not been consumed in the recent conflagration, they might have ambushed Qi Xuan's army along this passage. Yet, a splendid inferno had eradicated those potentially troublesome foes, as Qi Xuan led his grand army out of the north and into the Riverlands. The eyes of many soldiers within the ranks sparkled with newfound hope. Unlike the harsh climate of the north, the Riverlands offered a temperate climate, fertile soil, and abundant rivers and lakes. This indicated that the Riverlands, often referred to as the land of fish and rice, were undeniably prosperous. It is no wonder that even the free folk accustomed to grimmer conditions and the barely surviving northerners were captivated by the sights they beheld in the riverlands. As far as the eye could see, vast fields of ripening wheat beckoned, appearing irresistibly tempting. Just imagine the quantity of grain. How many loaves of bread could be made from such a harvest? As they surveyed their surroundings, some soldiers were unable to suppress their excitement, murmuring to themselves. Compared to the harsh existence in the north, the riverlands were nothing short of paradise. Fortunately, perhaps due to the recent terrifying and brutal fire, or perhaps due to Qi Xuan's strict military discipline, many soldiers, despite their insatiable yearning, ultimately refrained from straying from the ranks. However, the gazes directed towards Qi Xuan unmistakably revealed the fervent desire within their hearts, a longing to plunder the prosperous land of Hejian before them. Qi Xuan, fully aware of the yearning in the eyes of his soldiers, had no intention of allowing them to ravage the land. Destruction often requires but a fleeting moment, whereas the act of construction demands an interminable span of time. With regard to the affluent Hejian territory, Qi Xuan aimed to preserve as much of its wealth and stability as possible. If he could resolve the issue of the numerous noble lords entrenched in Hejian peacefully, then this land would undoubtedly fall into his possession. As for the method of peacefully acquiring the many castles and cities of Hejian, Qi Xuan's gaze shifted towards the captured noble lords, including Edmund Tully, who had previously fallen into his hands. Compared to the second group of noble lords who perished in the wildfire, Edmund and his companions were undeniably fortunate. Of course, Qi Xuan refrained from executing these potential sources of instability for his own strategic reasons. He intended to learn from history, compelling these captured noble lords to open the gates of their fiefs. Gentlemen, the moment for you to prove yourselves has arrived. Suddenly, Qi Xuan turned to address the restrained Edmund Tully and the others, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the initially terrified Edmund and his companions felt an immediate sense of relief. Although the recent inferno at Carlin Bay had claimed nearly all their brothers and fathers, their animosity towards Qi Xuan was eclipsed by a profound fear of him. The agony endured by those who perished in the wildfire was mirrored in the terror of those who bore witness to it. Perhaps many among them did not fear death itself, but they dreaded the prospect of suffering such a painful demise. At your command, your majesty. Perhaps having heard of Qi Xuan's ascension to kingship, Edmund and the others began to respond, albeit with trembling voices. Observing these quaking captives, who dared not raise their voices, Qi Xuan's smile deepened. Excellent. I greatly appreciate your current demeanor. For me, as long as you obediently comply, I might yet spare your lives. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the eyes of Edmund Tully and his companions widened in astonishment, their hearts struck by a sudden surge of hope. Could it be true? Despite their lingering disbelief, they preferred to accept Qi Xuan's assurances as genuine. While many among them did not fear death, who would refuse the chance to survive? Qi Xuan nodded, his gaze shifting to the 5 Phoenix Knights he had summoned to his side. Upon receiving a signal from Qi Xuan, the 5 Phoenix Knights, who had already been summoned by him, promptly chose 2 or 3 captured noblemen from the Hejian region before turning to depart. Following each of these 5 knights were approximately 500 soldiers. This time, the 5 would lead the captured Edmure Tully and others to persuade the lords of their respective family territories to surrender. Naturally, it would be ideal to acquire these noble lands without bloodshed. However, it is to be expected that in any realm, there will always be obstinate individuals, and the Hejian region would likely not be devoid of families unwilling to submit. Qi Xuan considered the fate of these individuals suitable for serving as a warning to others. Chapter 83. The Fry family's voluntary surrender. In the original narrative, the mention of the Hejian region would likely conjure the names of 2 families in the audience's minds. The first, of course, is the Tully family, the Duke of Hejian, which is renowned for its remarkable individuals, such as Lady Caitlin, affectionately known as Cat, the Arrow of the Trident, Edmure Tully, and the valiant Blackfish, Brynden Tully. While the first 2 are famous for their enigmatic actions, the latter is known for different reasons. It is only natural that a duke from a significant territory would attract such attention. The second family well known to the audience is the Fry family of Hejian. It must be said that the current Lord Walder Fry perhaps ought to have been born into the Tully family of the Riverlands rather than the Freys of Hejian. Why? You may ask. This is simply because Lord Walder Fry epitomizes the Tully family motto of family, duty, honor with his prolific lineage. At the age of 90, he has fathered 23 legitimate sons and 7 legitimate daughters. As for the number of illegitimate offspring, while the original narrative does not specify, it is likely that the count is even greater. In the original tale, Walder Fry orchestrated a bloody wedding to eliminate Robb Stark and the Northern Alliance. retaliating against the humiliation brought upon the Fry family by Robb Stark's broken engagement. Ultimately, however, the Fry family met its downfall at the hands of Arya Stark, who had returned as a faceless man. Initially, while watching the series, Qi Xuan, like many others, perceived Walder Frey as exceedingly wicked and foolish. However, after recently acquiring further information about the Fry family, his perspective on Walder Frey shifted dramatically. Compared to the Stark family, whose bloodline has endured for 8,000 years, and the histories of the Dane and Hightower families, which can be traced back millennia, the relatively youthful Fry family, founded only 600 years ago, stands out. Upon receiving his fief, the founder of the Fry family resolved to construct a grand bridge over the Green Fork, a project that would only be completed by his grandchildren. The territory of the Fry family, located at the Twin Rivers City, is strategically positioned at both ends of a grand bridge, making it an invaluable stronghold in the defenseless riverine region. The river crossing undoubtedly serves as a significant strategic asset, allowing the Fry family to amass wealth through taxation. It can be asserted that they have become exceedingly affluent, arguably the richest among the already opulent noble lords of the Riverlands. It is no exaggeration to claim that the Fry family, if they continue to thrive, could very well contend for the Iron Throne. Viewed through this lens, the obsession of Walder Frey from the original tale with producing heirs becomes rather evident. Should any of his descendants emerge as a remarkable individual, the old Lord Frey would likely spare no effort in facilitating their ascension to the Iron Throne. Regrettably, despite the multitude of Frey descendants, none possess extraordinary talent or the regal bearing befitting a ruler. One might ponder if it is truly pleasurable for a man of 90 to persist in seeking a youthful bride, ardently desiring her to bear him offspring. Furthermore, he placed considerable emphasis on the renowned Robb Stark, striking a deal with Lady Catelyn to exchange control of the river crossing and troops for marriages between the Fry offspring and Robb Stark and Arya Stark, sending the two children to Winterfell as wards under Catelyn's care, while also dispatching a young Fry to serve Robb. This would enable the Fry family to fully support House Stark. For the oft-criticized Lord Walder Frey, known for his hesitant stance during conflicts, this promise was undoubtedly significant. Alas, due to Robb Stark's sudden change of heart, marrying another woman instead, he ultimately faced the repercussions of his broken engagement. As Qi Xuan contemplated the Fry family's history, he rode forth, leading his formidable army toward the Twin Rivers City. In truth, when one disregards the title of Duke of the Riverlands held by the Tully family and the more prominently featured Tully characters from the original narrative, their value pales in comparison to that of the Fry family, who possessed the crucial Twin Rivers City. Of course, the true treasure lies in the strategically important Twin Rivers City and the bridge that connects it. As for the Fry family, reputed to be the wealthiest in Westeros, regrettably, in Qi Xuan's perception, this family seems to lack any particularly outstanding individuals at present. Regarding the shrewd and long-reigning Lord Walder Frey, who successfully retained the family's power and lands for decades. Regrettably, his advanced age has diminished his value. Naturally, for Qi Xuan, who has access to longevity elixirs, extending others' lifespans is not out of the question. However, it is clear that this Lord Frey does not meet the necessary qualifications. Indeed, even those closest to Qi Xuan are unable to sway his resolute determination concerning matters that could potentially prolong one's life, no matter how abundant they may be. Qi Xuan would invariably feel a lingering inadequacy rather than a surplus to share. Just as the army led by Qi Xuan was nearing Wana City, a contingent bearing the banner of the Fulay family materialized not far ahead. Upon sighting Qi Xuan's formidable force, the Fulay troops came to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, a man who appeared to be a messenger galloped towards Qi Xuan and his retinue. "Your Majesty, I am the envoy of the Fulay family, and we wish to submit to your Majesty." From a distance, the Fulay messenger raised a letter high above his head, calling out loudly. It was unclear whether he sought to prevent any misunderstanding from Qi Xuan's soldiers or if he was genuinely earnest in his intent to surrender. Upon hearing the man's call, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Undoubtedly, his perception of the Fulay family had improved significantly. Regardless of whether the Fulay family was feigning surrender or had genuinely recognized the strength of Qi Xuan's faction, their willingness to acknowledge the situation was quite commendable. Moreover, this was the first noble from Hujian to proactively express allegiance to him. With this thought in mind, Qi Xuan raised his hand to signal his soldiers to allow the messenger to approach. Observing Qi Xuan's gesture, his soldiers lowered their weapons and permitted the previously obstructed envoy to advance to Qi Xuan's presence. "Your Majesty, I am the envoy of the Fulay family, and here is our letter of submission." The messenger dismounted swiftly, kneeling on one knee while holding the letter aloft. Witnessing such a devout display from the envoy, Qi Xuan's smile radiated even more brightly. Without hesitation, he rode forward a couple of paces and accepted the letter from the man's outstretched hands. As for the possibility that the Fulay family might have laced the letter with poison or attempted an assassination, Qi Xuan harbored no concerns whatsoever. After all, while he might not be able to contend with the gods of the Light King, he was undeniably invincible beneath the pantheon of deities. Chapter 84. The Sincerity of Wade Fulay. Before long, Qi Xuan perused the letter of submission from the Fulay family, finding himself increasingly satisfied. Although he understood that the flattering phrases within might not stem from genuine sentiment, but rather an attempt to curry favor. It was a universally acknowledged truth that everyone enjoys pleasant words and shuns unflattering ones. Otherwise, why would so many sycophants easily ascend the ranks? Of course, genuine assent still requires a modicum of talent. Rise, Qi Xuan said calmly to the kneeling messenger before him. I accept your loyalty. Although Qi Xuan harbored intentions to entirely abolish the prevalent feudal system in the continent of Westeros and implement a county system akin to that of the Qin dynasty from his previous life, he felt no urgency regarding this matter. At present, the most crucial task for him was to swiftly conquer more territories, thereby accruing greater reward points each month. As for how to deal with the old nobility after conquering Westeros, Qi Xuan believed that implementing the Edict of Enfeoffment along with promoting education and establishing a civil service examination system would suffice. By that time, it would be adequate to win over the vast majority of the populace on the continent through various official positions. Naturally, during the dissemination of knowledge, he intended to unify the official language of this world to Mandarin. Although he had learned foreign languages from many teachers and could comprehend a language similar to English spoken in this realm, he still preferred Mandarin. While it may seem like a long time, all these thoughts flitted through Qi Xuan's mind in mere seconds. At that moment, the kneeling messenger, upon hearing Qi Xuan's response, finally rose to his feet. He bowed once more to Qi Xuan and then spoke. In that case, Your Majesty, allow me to take my leave. After his words, the messenger's gaze returned to Qi Xuan, who remained mounted. Upon receiving a nod of confirmation from Qi Xuan, the messenger mounted his horse and turned to depart. Soon after the messenger returned to the Fry family's ranks, the group made its way back to the Fry stronghold of the Riverlands. Watching the departing figures, Qi Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Was he preparing for a welcoming ceremony? Or perhaps contemplating a blood-red banquet for himself? Qi Xuan mused inwardly. Yet his demeanor betrayed no concern. In truth, for Qi Xuan at this juncture, the conquest of Westeros was akin to a gentle push. Despite the fact that Balon Greyjoy still commanded an army of 100,000 in the Stormlands and the Riverlands, and Tywin Lannister held over 50,000 in the Westerlands and King's Landing, even an alliance between these two factions posed little threat to Qi Xuan. If the outcome of a war were merely determined by the number of soldiers on each side, would there even be a need for battle? In both field and siege warfare, the number of soldiers that could engage in actual combat was inherently limited. With his substantial stock of wildfire and alchemists continuously producing more, Qi Xuan could very well set ablaze the enemy's encampments in this foreign land. Though such an act might seem exceedingly brutal, war has always been an inherently cruel affair. Victory and defeat have been the age-old dichotomy. The victors can seize everything they desire from the conflict, while the vanquished are left to humbly accept the judgment of fate. On the following morning, as the army led by Qi Xuan approached the outskirts of Wano City, they were promptly detected by the prepared members of the Fulay family. The city gates swung wide open, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a number of youthful figures advancing towards Qi Xuan and his entourage. If one were to hazard a guess, the venerable elder at the forefront was none other than Marquis Wade Fulay. The group of men and women trailing behind him were likely his children and grandchildren. As Qi Xuan and his companions observed the approaching Fulay family, the latter were equally scrutinizing Qi Xuan's contingent. Unsurprisingly, the northern nobles who had surrendered to Qi Xuan, including Lusborton, were immediately recognized by Wade Fulay and his kin. In that moment, an awkward tension hung in the air as both parties exchanged glances, perhaps feeling a mutual sense of discomfort. Despite being in his 90s, Wade Fulay, the current head of the Fulay family, retained a youthful spirit. His gaze briefly swept over Lusborton and the others, but remained primarily fixed on the remarkably handsome young man leading the group. Observing the distinct features of Qi Xuan, unlike any on the continent of Westeros, Wade Fulay displayed no signs of astonishment. While many noble lords in Westeros may appear foolish and avaricious on the surface, a competent noble leader would invariably be attentive to matters of intelligence. Perhaps Qi Xuan was unaware that much about him had long been common knowledge among various lords of Westeros. Their awareness extended beyond mere recognition of his name and visage, encompassing nearly all of his notable deeds since the conquest of the Wall. As he regarded the composed Qi Xuan in the distance, Wade Foley's resolve solidified. Your Majesty, I am the head of the Foley family, and I implore you to accept our loyalty and sincerity. Suddenly, the 90-year-old Marquis knelt before Qi Xuan. Though taken aback by this unexpected display, Qi Xuan managed to smile and nodded. His upbringing had instilled in him a respect for the elderly, yet the circumstances at hand did not lend themselves to such traditions. Moreover, Qi Xuan had no intention of immediately assisting the kneeling Wade Foley. After a deliberate pause, Qi Xuan spoke. Rise, Marquis Wade Foley. I have begun to sense the sincerity of the Foley family. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Wade Foley obediently stood, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he replied, Your Majesty, the sincerity of the Foley family extends far beyond this. With that, Wade Foley clapped his hands, directing his gaze toward those behind him. Accompanied by his signal, a cohort of soldiers from the Foley family approached, bearing numerous chests in the direction of Qi Xuan and his companions. With a thud, they set the chests down beside Wade Foley. Your Majesty, behold. This is the first token of our sincerity from the Foley family. As he spoke, Wade began to lift the lids of the chests. In an instant, a plethora of golden dragons and exquisite jewelry emerged before the eyes of those present, all contained within the dozens of chests. Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Observing Qi Xuan's lack of enthusiasm, Wade Foley's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety. Without hesitation, he continued, Your Majesty, these women represent our second gesture of goodwill. Should Your Majesty desire, they may all be taken as handmaidens. In Chapter 85, titled A Warning, Qi Xuan merely breathed out a light scoff, seemingly indifferent to Wade Foley's proposition. Perhaps in the early days of his journey through time, Qi Xuan, like many others, held a significant regard for feminine allure. Otherwise, he would not have recruited several young, beautiful, and innocent girls as handmaidens after enlisting the army of free men. Yet, people inevitably change. For the current Qi Xuan, the allure of beauty seemed to have diminished in importance. As the saying goes, too much of anything can lead to weariness. Although such pursuits did not require much of his physical strength, nor did they leave him fatigued, they had undoubtedly fortified his resistance and resolve in this regard. As Qi Xuan's voice fell, the expressions of those present transformed dramatically. His followers wore expressions of schadenfreude, while the newly allied Foley family members grew visibly distressed upon realizing that Qi Xuan had taken no interest in any of them. Even the astute Marquis Wade Foley could not conceal his unease. His intentions were transparent. He sought to bridge the gap between himself and Qi Xuan by offering handmaidens. Despite being the first noble from Hujin to pledge allegiance to Qi Xuan, many northern lords had already done so prior. For the calculating Wade Foley, having meticulously studied Qi Xuan's credentials, he swiftly recognized the formidable nature of his counterpart. The astonishing strength of Qi Xuan not only ensured his dominance on the battlefield, but also rendered any attempts at assassination futile. Moreover, the presence of the fiercely loyal soldiers under Qi Xuan's command, characterized by their distinct Eastern countenances, signifies that his followers will invariably maintain a formidable and devoted army at their disposal. As a competent nobleman, Ward Fry is acutely aware of the art of winning hearts, thereby cultivating a cadre of loyal assassins. However, the exorbitant costs associated with training such assassins, coupled with their dismally low success rates, culminate in even the wealthiest of nobles possessing but a scant number of these deadly followers. As for those soldiers and commoners who pledge their allegiance to the nobility for various reasons, it suffices to say that those who understand. Just as Ward Fry and his companions were engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, the situation took an unexpected turn. Although Qi Xuan was not particularly perturbed by Ward Fry's gesture of offering a woman from his family, he ultimately decided against a direct refusal. After all, having made the offer, how could he allow those loyal to him to feel disheartened? Thus, Qi Xuan reluctantly chose to accept the gift. With this in mind, Qi Xuan's gaze leisurely swept over the women standing behind Ward Fry. He swiftly dismissed those who were too aged or appeared overly mature, until his eyes settled upon a young and beautiful girl. This one would suffice. Suddenly, Qi Xuan pointed at one of the Fry girls and spoke. If memory served him correctly, this young lady was the one originally destined to wed Robb Stark, only to end up marrying his uncle, Edmure Tully. The infamous Red Wedding, led by Robb Stark, resulted in the annihilation of the Northern Coalition, while the groom, Edmure Tully, found himself caged. Subsequently, the Lannister family, Jaime Lannister, used Edmure Tully the Lord of the Riverlands, to gain entry to the gates of Riverrun. Upon hearing that Qi Xuan had ultimately chosen a woman from the Fry family, Ward Fry immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. This reaction stemmed from the realization that the Fry family had finally secured their position. Setting aside the emotional turmoil that flickered through Ward Frey's mind in those fleeting seconds, the chosen girl stood wide-eyed, her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed at Qi Xuan. Naturally, she was overwhelmed with joy at being selected by him. After all, for the numerous offspring of the Fry family, life under Ward Fry had not been particularly comfortable, despite the 90-year-old Ward Fry showing no signs of mortality. The heirs of the Fry lineage had long been engaged in a clandestine struggle for the title of Marquess of Riverrun. Were it not for the old Fry's remarkable cunning, it is likely that Riverrun would have witnessed a tragic tale of filial betrayal. For the Fry family, with its multitude of legitimate heirs, even those who harbored no ambitions for the old Marquis's position could not escape the machinations and envy of their siblings. As she gazed at the young man, whose demeanor was remarkably composed as he pointed at himself, Rosalind Fleury could not conceal the smile that blossomed upon her innocent visage. Countless times had she daydreamed about the nature of her future husband. Would he be a youthful man or an elderly gentleman? Would he possess striking good looks or be of an unattractive countenance? If the man before her, a dashing youth exuding an undeniable aura of strength, were to be the one she would marry, her heart would undoubtedly swell with joy. The thought of a beautiful future ignited a flush upon Rosalind's cheeks, and her gaze turned shy and demure. However, the sentiments of the other women from the Fleury family standing beside her were starkly different, verging on the dire. Why was it that the chosen one was merely a golden-haired girl? Her perpetually helpless expression was utterly distasteful. Did she even understand the art of pleasing others? Clearly, she was oblivious. Why not choose me? I could grant you unimaginable joy. Though the emotions of the other women surged like tumultuous waves, they stifled their feelings with great effort. Yet, despite their attempts at restraint, their expressions betrayed a ghastly countenance, as if they were ravenous. The intense and fearsome gazes of her peers sent a chill down Rosalind's spine, snapping her from her reverie. The shift in the women's emotions did not escape the attention of Qi Xuan, nor of nearly everyone present. Yet, Qi Xuan remained unfazed by the unfolding drama, as did Marquis Ward Fleury, who was preoccupied with thoughts of encouraging Rosalind to ascend to Qi Xuan's bedchamber, thereby ensuring the birth of a male heir. Suddenly, Qi Xuan turned his gaze towards Marquis Ward Fleury, a faint smile gracing his lips. Marquis Ward Fleury, I find myself quite pleased with all that you have done. I hope that the Fleury family will maintain this attitude moving forward, for I can assure you that it will thrive like an evergreen. There are many matters I can overlook, but betrayal is one I shall never forgive. With these words, Qi Xuan's eyes swept over everyone present, emphasizing, I will not tolerate betrayal. Chapter 86. The current situation, it must be said, Qi Xuan's proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Many, who had harbored various ulterior motives, could not help but rein in their emotions once again. As he surveyed the faces that reflected unwavering loyalty, a semblance of a smile danced upon Qi Xuan's features. He understood that, despite showcasing an invincible prowess and commanding formidable soldiers, the world was rife with opportunists. In this moment, with his faction holding the upper hand, loyalty appeared to abound. Once at a disadvantage, one cannot help but wonder how many would be inclined to switch sides. To claim that Qi Xuan remains indifferent to this reality would be disingenuous. Such is the nature of humanity. After all, it is easy to add embellishments to a flourishing situation, but providing support in times of hardship is far more challenging. Should Qi Xuan choose to take matters too seriously, he would inadvertently fall into a lower position. Thus, the gathered crowd, each harboring their own thoughts, entered the city of Wanha. That evening, to celebrate their formal allegiance to Qi Xuan, the Folii family hosted a grand banquet. Qi Xuan and his esteemed companions naturally occupied the hall within the castle, while the soldiers from both sides were accommodated in the plaza outside. Nevertheless, the feast prepared for the soldiers was remarkably lavish. Although it consisted primarily of copious roasted meats and beverages, for these former commoners, it was an occasion worthy of jubilation. As for the noble lords within the castle hall, their repast included not only a variety of delectable meats, but also desserts and vegetables, not to mention fine wines. Although to Qi Xuan, accustomed to modern culinary delights, this banquet appeared rather ordinary, it still represented a considerable luxury for the northern noble lords of yore. It goes without saying that the expenses incurred for this banquet were staggering. However, for the Folii family, who had already presented Qi Xuan with numerous chests of golden dragons, such costs were of little concern. Observing the merriment unfolding in the hall, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the two maids standing beside him, Yegarite, who had joined him earliest, and Rosalind Folii, who had just recently become part of his retinue. Their surnames clearly indicated their noble lineage, for in the realm of Westeros, only nobles possess family names. Even illegitimate offspring are bestowed with the local surname. Commoners, on the other hand, typically have only their given names. At this moment, it seemed these two maids were engaged in a subtle rivalry, perhaps fueled by Qi Xuan's continued bachelorhood, fostering their desires and aspirations to become his official consorts. Thus, their relationship was destined to remain tumultuous. Qi Xuan, keenly aware of this dynamic, had no intention of intervening. Allowing these maids to compete amongst themselves would serve to redirect their energies away from pestering him, undoubtedly a strategic advantage. Of course, he intended to ensure that their rivalry remained within reasonable bounds. Casting another glance at the lively hall, Qi Xuan felt a tinge of boredom creeping in. Thus, he habitually retrieved from his pocket the treasure known as the Haotian mirror replica. Ever since acquiring this artifact, which bore functionalities akin to those of a satellite, Qi Xuan had developed a penchant for inspecting it daily. Accompanied by a series of actions upon his arrival in this realm, he found it hard to believe that the narrative of this world would unfold in a manner akin to the original tale. Naturally for him, the significance of narrative advantages seemed trivial at this juncture. One might wonder, for someone as formidable as Qi Xuan, what adversary could withstand the might he wielded, especially with the ever-accessible map feature at his disposal? It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, aside from the gods whose depths remained unknown to him, the current world lay entirely within his grasp. Regrettably, it appeared that the system was rigidly reliant on tangible metrics. The monthly rewards were primarily contingent upon the expanse of territory he commanded and the victories he secured in warfare. Could it be that the system derived some form of energy from the lands he occupied within this world? Reflecting upon the myriad web novels he had perused in his previous life, Qi Xuan found himself pondering this possibility. Although he remained oblivious to the intricacies of the system, he was unfazed. After all, before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary worker in modern society. His current existence was 1,000 times more exhilarating than the predictable life he once led. Given such circumstances, what purpose would it serve to delve deeper into the potential conspiracies of the system? Surely, if given the choice, countless individuals would yearn for the life he now enjoyed. Would they not? Just as Qi Xuan's thoughts began to drift, the imagery on the screen of the Haotian mirror replica shifted. King's Landing. As the capital of the continent of Westeros, this grand port city had become the focal point of storms ever since Aegon I the Conqueror subdued the land. It seemed that no claim to the Iron Throne could be deemed successful without first securing King's Landing. Perhaps this was the reason why individuals such as Renly Baratheon and Tywin Lannister remained ensnared in a bloody struggle surrounding this city. Although Renly commanded a coalition of 100,000 troops from the Stormlands and the Reach, the prospect of capturing King's Landing appeared a distant dream. Setting aside the immense wartime potential of a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, its formidable walls alone could negate a significant portion of their numerical advantage. Furthermore, with 2,000 defenders within the city and Tywin Lannister's 30,000 soldiers stationed at Harrenhal, the weight of this reality bore heavily upon Renly Baratheon and his allies. Unlike the original narrative, where the imp Tyrion Lannister seemed to conspire against Daenerys, the current Tyrion was diligently strategizing for the defense of King's Landing. With the collaborative efforts of Tyrion and his brother Jaime Lannister, Renly's faction could hardly perceive a glimmer of hope for breaching the city's defenses. However, perhaps with the arrival of the army led by Qi Xuan and Hujian, the situation in Junlin City seems to have undergone some subtle changes. The previously confrontational forces have now eased their aggressive postures, and it appears that both sides have begun to dispatch messengers with greater frequency. As for whom they are guarding against, that requires no further contemplation. Turning to the continent of Essos, despite the addition of Jon Snow as a protagonist, the circumstances surrounding Daenerys and her companions seem largely unchanged. The newly hatched three-headed dragons, still no larger than puppies, require time to grow and thus cannot yet provide substantial combat prowess. For various reasons, the factions that coveted these dragons in the original narrative have begun to establish contact with Daenerys and her allies. Chapter 87. Daenerys' curiosity after marrying the Khal Drogo. Daenerys Targaryen and her brother Viserys Targaryen enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. Previously, the siblings had been evading assassins sent by noble lords on the continent of Westeros. Discontented with the Targaryen family, although they found refuge and protection under the governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, This life of dependency caused considerable agitation for Viserys, a fallen royal scion. Such a life was not what he had envisioned. Ultimately, to secure the support of Khal Drogo and reclaim the Iron Throne for the Targaryen family, Daenerys was wed to Khal Drogo, who commanded over 40,000 Dothraki horsemen, under the counsel and scheming of the governor of Pentos. Following their marriage, according to Dothraki tradition, Khal Drogo led Daenerys and his followers to the Dothraki temple located in the northeastern part of Essos. After a series of events, Khal Drogo resolved to embark eastward, pillaging and burning to gather sufficient funds for an expedition to the western continent of Westeros. Of course, in the original tale, the brutality of the Dothraki ultimately led to his demise at the hands of a vengeful sorceress who used her healing arts to bring about his death. The loss of their chieftain caused the Khal's tribe to fragment, leaving only a handful of loyal Dothraki by Daenerys' side, although she was Khal Drogo's Khaleesi. Once the chieftain perished, the Dothraki would scarcely regard the deceased Khal's widow. Qarth, a port city located in the southeasternmost reaches of Essos, witnessed Daenerys and her remaining loyal followers after enduring various trials. Thanks to the assurances of the wealthy merchant Zoan Daxos among the 13, Daenerys and her companions were granted entry into the city for respite. In the realm of Essos, the reputation of the Dothraki is far from favorable. Their formidable and marauding nature instills considerable distress among the various factions on the continent, evoking a profound disdain. Indeed, aside from the rampant institution of slavery, the inhabitants of many city-states on Essos prefer to amass wealth through trade. Perhaps it is this thriving commerce that has led to the majority of these city-states being strategically located along the coast, boasting powerful naval fleets. Awakening from her reverie, a petite and resplendent young woman, possessing the quintessential Valyrian silver-gold hair and violet eyes, observed the scene before her with keen interest. She was none other than Daenerys Targaryen, the protagonist of the original saga, bearing an impressively lengthy title akin to a dish's name. At that moment, she was captivated by a theatrical performance unfolding nearby, featuring the character of the Conqueror of the North, Qyron. "I am the god of war reborn. The entirety of Westeros shall be conquered by me," exclaimed an actor clad in resplendent garb reminiscent of Han attire, portraying Qyron. "I am the rightful king of Westeros, and I shall execute all you traitors," cried a golden-haired dwarf actor, evidently embodying a certain king of Westeros. If Daenerys Targaryen's memory served her correctly, this king was named Joffrey Baratheon. The mere thought of this name caused her smile to wane. With the arrivals of Jorah Mormont and Jon Snow, Daenerys gained a broader understanding of the affairs in Westeros. If her recollections were accurate, it was Joffrey's father, Robert Baratheon, who had slain her elder brother and usurped the Targaryen throne. Moreover, rumors circulated that Joffrey was not Robert's son, but rather the offspring of Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime. Furthermore, it was evident that the numerous assassination attempts her brother and she had faced over the years were orchestrated by the late King Robert Baratheon. At that moment, a third actor, adorned with a golden stag crown, suddenly proclaimed, "Only I, Renly Baratheon, am the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. As for the two of you, one is a thief who has usurped noble lands, and the other a bastard of House Lannister." Following the pivotal lines delivered by the three actors portraying kings, they promptly engaged in a fierce battle. The actor embodying Qyron appeared as an invincible deity of war, swiftly dispatching the other two kings with ease. "Ha! In the face of my unparalleled might, who dares to oppose me?" Though merely a simple stage play, Daenerys Targaryen discerned deeper meanings within the performance. Perhaps it is due to the vast ocean that separates the continent of Westeros from Essos, that the inhabitants of Essos hold little reverence for the kings and noble lords of Westeros. This sentiment is evident in the various parodies of the noble lords of Westeros depicted in theatrical performances. The current troupe as protagonists are predominantly dwarves. However, curiously, the actor portraying King Qi Xuan is an exceptionally handsome man of average stature. As for the other two kings, they are both portrayed by dwarves. After pondering for a moment, Daenerys Targaryen turned her head towards Jon Snow, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired, "Jon, how much do you know about the current King Qi Xuan of the North?" Perhaps it was Jon Snow's consistently clear gaze, or perhaps it was because he did not, like other men, desire her body, that Daenerys found herself intrigued by him. After all, despite her youthful age, a certain maturity had graced her already beautiful visage through the trials of life. Upon hearing Daenerys' question, Jon Snow appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of reminiscence. After a brief pause, he answered seriously, with a profound tone, "Though he has taken the North, which rightfully belongs to House Stark, I do not harbor much hatred towards him. This is not merely because he granted me my freedom, but because he is not a senseless killer. Rather, he is a man of great depth. The last time I encountered him, I was left with the impression of a youthful and handsome lord, seemingly lacking in personal strength. Clearly, that was a mere illusion. The recent whispers circulating in Essos about him suggest that he is indeed a man of formidable power. Upon hearing Jon Snow's response, Daenerys Targaryen wore a contemplative expression. Perhaps it is human nature to be inherently fascinated by the powerful. Although Daenerys now commands 3 dragons, these newly hatched creatures are still smaller than an adult hound. To assert the full might of dragons would be a challenge, to say the least. Naturally, as magical beings, the growth of dragons will accelerate rapidly alongside their development. According to historical records, within a mere month or two, a newborn dragon can reach a size of over 10 or 20 meters. Moreover, in this world, dragons hold a symbolic significance. Their emergence heralds the resurgence of waning magical tides, allowing the legendary magics to be wielded once more. Conversely, the extinction of the last dragon signifies the near depletion of magic in the world. Indeed, many remain oblivious to these matters, with only the most powerful families and factions possessing true knowledge. For Daenerys, whose experiences have been relatively straightforward, the strongest man in her recollection is her deceased husband, called Drogo. The Dothraki have always revered individual strength. Without formidable prowess, one cannot ascend to the leadership of a Dothraki tribe, known as a Khal. If memory serves Daenerys correctly, Drogo has never tasted defeat in personal combat, nor has his long braid ever been severed. Although he has passed, her love for him and admiration for his strength have not waned with the passage of time. Contemplating this, Daenerys Targaryen turned her gaze towards those seated nearby and inquired, "What do you believe is the extent of the personal strength of this new king in the north?" Upon hearing her question, those surrounding her fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, a young man clad in a cloak, possessing striking features, spoke up, suggesting that perhaps aside from the legendary gods, the current king in the north possesses the greatest personal strength in the realm. Surprised expressions crossed the faces of Daenerys and her companions upon hearing his response. The depth of the speaker's strength and his formidable skills of disguise inspired awe and respect among all present. Unlike the original narrative, the faceless man leader, Jaqen, for reasons unknown, ultimately joined Daenerys' ranks. He is known for referring to himself as someone. From him, Daenerys learned of his identity and the reasons for his allegiance. The Faceless Men are an organization of assassins who worship the many-faced god, with their headquarters located in Braavos, on the northwestern coast of Essos, in a structure known as the House of Black and White. Perhaps due to the divine power of the many-faced god or the remarkable skills of the Faceless Men, it is said that every individual they kill has their skin removed, allowing these assassins to don the faces and perfectly impersonate their victims. To say they are adept at disguise is an understatement. In the original tale, they truly appeared as the very individuals whose faces they wore. Though the Faceless Man leader has only recently allied with Daenerys, he has already aided her in resolving a significant predicament. Much like in the original tale, the wealthy Zero, who attempted to deceive Daenerys once more, was unmasked by Jaqen, ultimately inciting the ire of Daenerys and her companions, who dealt with him accordingly. Just as Daenerys and her companions were enveloped in shock, a man clad in a red robe approached. This figure, adorned in the attire of a devoted follower of the Lord of Light, or perhaps a monk, gazed at Daenerys and her company with profound significance, proclaiming, "All mortals must face death." Under the prophecy of the Lord of Light, the future king of the north is destined to become the god of war and ascend to the divine throne. As soon as the words were uttered, before Daenerys and the others could respond, the follower of the Lord of Light had already turned to depart. When Qi Xuan of Twin Rivers City observed this, a slight frown creased his brow. It might have been merely his imagination, but he sensed that the deities of the Lord of Light seemed to eagerly anticipate his swift emergence as a new god. Indeed, in their words, the pantheon was ensnared in crisis, requiring Qi Xuan to become the god of war to aid them in the world. However, for Qi Xuan, the vast expanse of unclaimed land still lay before him, and the system's rewards offered ample room for advancement. In such circumstances, would he truly wish to suddenly plunge into the unknown realm of the gods? As Qi Xuan fell into contemplation, events unfolded on the continent of Essos. Observing the retreating figure of the red-robed monk, Daenerys and the others adopted a more solemn demeanor. If the faceless leader, Jaqen, represented the god of many faces, then the red-robed monk epitomized the legendary Lord of Light. Though they harbored doubts regarding the existence of those mythical deities, the presence of dragons seemed to validate some truth. Even though Daenerys had become the new ruler of the city of Qarth, her fervent longing for the continent of Westeros remained unchanged. Perhaps it was due to a lifetime of experiences or the persistent ideas instilled by her brother, Viserys Targaryen. In any case, Daenerys was resolute in her desire to reclaim the Iron Throne that rightfully belonged to House Targaryen. If the conflict between the factions of Renly Baratheon and Tywin Lannister stirred feelings of anticipation and schadenfreude within her, the growing renown of Qi Xuan might soon present a significant obstacle to her quest for the Iron Throne. However, as her gaze fell upon her 3 young dragons, all her worries dissipated. If the records were not erroneous, under the overwhelming might of the dragons, no individual or faction would stand a chance of resistance. Grow swiftly, my sons, Daenerys murmured to her 3 hatchlings. Yet, she remained oblivious to the profound gaze with which Jaqen regarded the young dragons. Of course, Jaqen had no intention of slaying these 3 dragons. Had he wished to do so, his strength and cunning would have sufficed long ago. However, gleaning insight from the god of many faces, he pondered whether even fully mature dragons could withstand the might of Qi Xuan, the future god of war. What a formidable being he is. In this age of waning magic, how could such a powerful entity emerge? If I could unravel the secrets behind this, might it not imply that I too could ascend as a new deity? As he pondered this, even the usually calm and composed Jaqen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Chapter 89, An Unexpected Visitor. Naturally, Qi Xuan could not discern the thoughts swirling in the minds of Daenerys and her companions, as he lacked the ability to read minds. However, as long as Daenerys clung to her ambition for the Iron Throne, it was inevitable that one day she would lead her forces to Westeros to confront Qi Xuan's faction. Indeed, many powers in this world would likely feel immense trepidation and fear in the presence of Daenerys, who commanded 3 mighty dragons. Although it would take at least a year, if not several, for these dragons to truly mature due to the passage of time. What did these so-called dragons mean to Qi Xuan? At times, he did not mind taking on the role of a dragon slayer. Regarding the affairs of the 2 protagonists from the original narrative, Qi Xuan did not intend to invest too much of his attention. In fact, with the possession of a griffin as an aerial mount, eliminating opposing forces would become exceedingly convenient for him. A simple aerial assault, followed by a fiery baptism, would suffice. Nevertheless, despite Qi Xuan's formidable prowess, which could be deemed invincible, he still required a considerable number of soldiers to truly govern his territory. Only by expanding the ranks of loyal soldiers could he ensure genuine dominion over the lands that rightfully belonged to him. Unfortunately, for various reasons, the movement of his soldiers remained relatively sluggish. Just as Qi Xuan was lost in thought, the door to the castle hall was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Bang! The sound of the door reverberated, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. A middle-aged man strode in, his face etched with the lines of time, faint brows, and eyes as dark as a serpent's, reminiscent of eternal night. It was evident that in his youth, this man must have possessed striking good looks. Although no longer youthful, he exuded a certain charm characteristic of a mature man. Undoubtedly, he would stir the hearts of most women. Unfortunately, the hall was almost entirely filled with adult men. Observing the uninvited guest, a playful expression crossed Qi Xuan's face. I believe this banquet did not extend an invitation to you? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the man, who had been gazing at him since entering, smiled and replied, I apologize for my audacity in coming here without the host's permission. The man first offered a graceful bow and then continued at a measured pace. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oberyn Martell, the Prince of Dorne. Along my journey, I have heard many remarkable tales about you, which sounded almost like the myths of legends. Might I inquire if you could elucidate some of these matters for me? No one expected Oberyn Martell to take the initiative and question the matters concerning Qi Xuan. In truth, only those who have witnessed Qi Xuan's prowess firsthand might reluctantly believe in the existence of such incredible feats. For the vast majority who have merely heard tales of these exploits, convincing them of their veracity is evidently impossible. Upon hearing Oberyn Martell's skeptical remarks, Qi Xuan remained unperturbed, while his followers instantly rose, casting furious glares at the seemingly arrogant figure. Meanwhile, the members of the Florent family in the hall turned their attention towards Qi Xuan, seemingly intrigued by the veracity of the story. Even the astute Lord Florent, with his murky eyes, fixed his gaze upon Qi Xuan. However, faced with the curiosity of the Florent family and Oberyn Martell, Qi Xuan had no intention of putting on a display. After all, for one who has ascended to kingship, to perform would be the height of irony. Qi Xuan's calm gaze rested on the man below who had dared to provoke him, and he replied coolly, How curious are you? If you are truly interested, why not come and test it yourself? The Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. Qi Xuan recognized the identity of this man at once. He was indeed the brother of Prince Doran from the original tale. The moniker Red Viper not only stemmed from his adeptness with poison, but also from his habit of applying venom to his weapons during duels. Despite possessing formidable martial skills, this Red Viper seemed to take great pleasure in the use of toxins, showing no semblance of the honor that other noble lords might uphold. In the original narrative, the Red Viper triumphed effortlessly over the seemingly invincible knight, the Mountain. Of course, this rebellious character ultimately met a tragic end. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the smile on Oberyn Martell's face abruptly faltered, his snake-like dark eyes fixed intently on Qi Xuan above. Although Qi Xuan's demeanor was remarkably serene, Oberyn Martell could discern the seriousness within his gaze. Despite failing to identify any tangible threat from Qi Xuan, an unsettling feeling lingered in Oberyn's heart. Perhaps it was an instinct honed through years of navigating danger, or some other reason. Regardless, Oberyn Martell resolved to trust his instincts. Thus, a polite smile graced his face as he bowed once more, stating, "I apologize. Perhaps my words have led to a misunderstanding. I did not intend to offend you. I have come on behalf of Dorne to discuss the matter of an alliance with your majesty." At this juncture, a fierce hatred ignited in Oberyn's eyes as he earnestly declared, "We share a common enemy, the Lannister family of the Westerlands." Upon hearing the words of Oberyn Martell, a faint smile appeared on Qi Xuan's face as he replied, "An alliance? No. For me, it is either submission or enmity. This land of Westeros is destined to have but one master, and that is I, Qi Xuan. In light of your status as an envoy, I shall forgive your previous insolence. Now, what shall be the choice of Dorne?" At Qi Xuan's proclamation, Oberyn Martell's pupils constricted in an instant. He had not anticipated such audacious arrogance from Qi Xuan. In truth, his arrival here was sparked by the belief, shared with his brother, Prince Doran Martell, that Qi Xuan might possess the capability to vanquish Tywin Lannister and Renly Baratheon. Although, in terms of sheer numbers, Qi Xuan's forces were undeniably the smallest among the three factions. History has shown that victory in war is not solely determined by the size of one's army. Otherwise, what would be the essence of warfare? When Aegon I, the Conqueror, first embarked on his campaign to subjugate Westeros, his forces numbered no more than a few thousand. It was the might of his 3 dragons that enabled him to defeat the various kings of the realm. This was precisely why the Red Viper had chosen to test Qi Xuan's mettle from the onset. He sought to discern the hidden strengths of this enigmatic figure. As for the legendary tales he had heard, well, he found it exceedingly difficult to believe that such feats were within the realm of human capability. Chapter 90. A strike. It was not only Oberyn Martell who found Qi Xuan's words excessively arrogant and ignorant. Even the members of House Frey, who had just submitted to him, harbored similar sentiments. Undeniably, Qi Xuan commanded a formidable army, consistently proving victorious in battle. Throughout history, Westeros has never lacked for powerful armies or exceptionally talented noble lords. However, such attributes alone do not render the conquest of the entire continent a feasible endeavor. In truth, had it not been for Aegon I Targaryen's possession of 3 adult dragons, his aspirations to conquer the old kings of Westeros would have been nothing short of a fool's errand. Even with the formidable and terrifying aerial might of the dragons, the Targaryens have repeatedly faltered before Dorne. This is not to suggest that the noble lords of Dorne are exceptionally powerful, but rather that the geography of Dorne poses significant challenges for any would-be conqueror. The vast majority of Dorne's territory is arid desert, which means that the logistical strain on invading forces is immense. Furthermore, the local noble lords can leverage their geographical advantages to easily play a game of cat and mouse with the attacking armies. Of course, these are merely superficial reasons. The feudal system of nobility on the continent of Westeros has endured for at least 10 millennia. Its remarkable longevity speaks to its inherent significance and necessity. Throughout this extensive period, there have undoubtedly been kings who aspired to achieve comprehensive unification, yet historical records indicate that they seemingly met with failure. Unexpectedly, a mad king with such aspirations has emerged in our midst today. Are you serious? Oberyn Martell suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Qi Xuan and inquired. This question was not merely his own, but echoed the sentiments of many noble lords present. In response to the inquiry, Qi Xuan rose calmly and confidently declared, "From the moment I set foot on the continent of Westeros, my destiny to conquer this land was sealed. Any who dare obstruct my path will be thoroughly eradicated." As he continued, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon Oberyn Martell below, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do you wish to witness the veracity of those tales? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate." With his words, he slowly raised his right hand, which suddenly crackled with blue lightning. In the next instant, Countless arcs of electricity surged forth from his hand, striking Oberyn Martell below. Although the latter quickly sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. The swiftness of the lightning was not something he could escape. A crackling sound accompanied the electricity coursing through Oberyn's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite the fact that this Prince of Dorne had weathered countless battles and possessed formidable strength, he appeared woefully weak in the face of Qi Xuan's casual strike. The sound of Oberyn's body hitting the ground rendered the atmosphere in the castle hall eerily silent. Whether those who had witnessed Qi Xuan's prowess before or those experiencing it for the first time, all were filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Fortunately, Qi Xuan had no intention of taking the life of this Dornish prince. Observing Oberyn lying prostrate on the ground, Qi Xuan remarked nonchalantly, "Are you not going to rise? I only exerted a fraction of my strength. Had I wished for your demise, a mere additional ounce of power would have sufficed." As Qi Xuan's words echoed through the hall, the seemingly lifeless Oberyn Martell appeared to revive from the brink of death. With a smile, he struggled to his feet, showing no signs of embarrassment or shame. His already deep-set eyes now blazed with fervor, fixated intently upon Qi Xuan in the distance. The Prince of Dorne, Oberyn Martell, possesses not only a distinguished lineage but also remarkable talents. In addition to honing formidable martial skills, he once attended the Citadel, where he remarkably earned 6 chains of a maester's collar in a remarkably short span of time. This undoubtedly attests to his exceptionally astute intellect, achieving 6 degrees in such a brief period. Furthermore, he has served in the Second Son's mercenary company on the continent of Essos, eventually establishing his own band of mercenaries. It is not an exaggeration to say that Prince Oberyn's life experiences resemble those of a protagonist in a captivating tale, though he has encountered the enigmatic art of magic. The spells he recalls seem to be characterized by their bizarre nature, leading one to question whether they are indeed magic or mere illusion. Your Majesty, your prowess instills in me a profound respect. I shall confer with my brother, Prince Doran, the current ruler of Dorne, regarding your proposal and requests. If you would permit, I shall take my leave for now. It must be said that strength is perhaps one of the most revered qualities in the world, as it teaches humility to others. Just like the present Oberyn Martell, who, despite not exhibiting ostentatious displays upon his introduction, could not conceal the arrogance and pride reflected in his gaze. Even in the presence of Qi Xuan, who has conquered the north and commenced campaigns in the Riverlands, his demeanor remains notably composed. This is attributed not only to his own formidable capabilities, but also to his status as a Prince of Dorne. However, following Qi Xuan's effortless display of power, Prince Oberyn swiftly grasped the concept of humility and sincerity. Perhaps his words were merely a means to ensure his safe departure from this place, leaving the question of their genuine execution shrouded in uncertainty. It is likely that most present, including Qi Xuan, could discern the underlying intricacies of the situation. Yet, for Qi Xuan, these matters are trivial. The fate of the Red Viper bears little significance in the grand scheme. For as long as Qi Xuan's ambition to conquer the continent of Westeros remains intact, the entrenched interests, namely, the nobility, are destined to challenge him. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, humility is a virtue, especially when faced with overwhelming strength. Such virtue can bring one fortune." With the departure of the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, the festivities held in the city of Riverrun began to lose their luster. Following Qi Xuan's seemingly effortless act, the hearts of those present were filled with a palpable sense of fear. One must ponder, in the presence of a figure as formidable and extraordinary as Qi Xuan, who among us does not feel diminutive, akin to mere ants? It is essential to recognize that even those noble lords of Westeros who have yielded to Qi Xuan's command harbor their own sense of pride. In their eyes they, as noble lords, are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the ruling class in Westeros, forever gazing down upon the common folk below. Though there exists a hierarchy among the nobility, both great and small, they ultimately occupy the same echelon in the grand scheme. Regardless of who ascends the throne as the new king of Westeros, they shall remain the powerful noble lords they have always been. Yet, on this fateful night, Qi Xuan's actions seem to convey to all assembled nobles that, in his presence, they are not so dissimilar from the lowly commoners. Those with keen intellect appear to sense an impending tide, while the slower to react seem ensnared in the centuries-old feudal system that has long prevailed in Westeros. This night feels exceptionally protracted, as countless souls within Riverrun find themselves unable to embrace slumber. When dawn breaks anew, however, it seems as if all that transpired the previous night has vanished without a trace. The soldiers and civilians remaining in Riverrun resume their lives as if nothing had occurred. Naturally, The soldiers of House Fry have also gleaned some rather useful techniques from Qi Xuan's troops, perhaps due to the prevalence of treachery in this world. Where many resort to poison, Qi Xuan has imposed a particular requirement upon his soldiers. Prior to any meal, they must first offer a portion of their food to small creatures, such as mice. As for Qi Xuan himself, despite possessing the ability to resurrect and harboring no fear of the myriad poisons or assassination methods that abound in this realm, he firmly believes it prudent to keep certain cards close to his chest, allowing for a potential reversal in dire circumstances. In the realm of Game of Thrones, when audiences conjure images of House Fry and River Run, the first recollection that may surface is the infamous Red Wedding, where Robb Stark and his northern allies met their demise. Additionally, there is the return of the faceless man, Arya Stark, who exacted vengeance upon House Fry, avenging the bloodshed of the Red Wedding for House Stark in the north. Having watched the original series numerous times, Qi Xuan is well aware of the intricacies surrounding House Fry. It has been said that rules and boundaries are meant to be shattered. Much like House Fry's blatant disregard for the long-standing custom of guest rights in Westeros. Once a guest has partaken of the bread and salt provided by their host, they are deemed to have enjoyed the protection of guest rights, thus shielded from persecution and death at the hands of their host, even amidst deep-seated enmity. One ought not to strike at a guest during a feast. In truth, often the rules and laws established by the rulers serve not only to constrain the power and actions of the noble lords, but also to safeguard their vested interests. Thus, upholding the rules and laws equates to preserving the legitimacy and authority of the current ruling class, contrary to the soldiers' beliefs. Upon learning that they would test the poison on small creatures before their meals, the members of the Fry family were engulfed by a wave of trepidation. At that moment, they were profoundly thankful that their allegiance was genuine and not a mere ruse to betray and massacre Qi Xuan and his entourage. Otherwise, one could only dread that the city of Wanha would have been consumed by flames by nightfall, while Qi Xuan's thoughts drifted into an abyss of uncertainty. The scholar responsible for the ravens from Wanha City arrived with unsettling news and a letter sent by Raven to Wanha City. Upon reading the letter, Qi Xuan's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to covet his possessions. Their audacity was staggering. Did they not comprehend that all within the realm of Hujian belonged to him? How could they presume to send emissaries to Hujian to pillage and commit atrocities? Was it due to his previous acts of mercy that they had developed such a ludicrous misconception? After setting down the letter, Qi Xuan could not help but rise and speak to himself. Whether out of envy for the prosperity of Hujian or the sight of its current state of vulnerability, or perhaps a desire to probe Qi Xuan, Duke Tywin Lannister of House Lannister, akin to the original narrative, dispatched the brutal knight known as the Mountain, accompanied by a small force, to ravage Hujian. Although the areas being pillaged had yet to fall under Qi Xuan's command, he already regarded the entirety of Hujian as his own. Observing Qi Xuan's countenance grow somber, the assembly of noble lords below fell into a hushed silence. They could assure themselves that even when faced with the former Targaryen royalty, who commanded dragons, they would not exhibit such palpable anxiety. It is well known that even the mightiest dragons possess vulnerabilities. Aside from siege weaponry like crossbows that pose a lethal threat to dragons, mastering a dragon necessitates the presence of a dragon rider who has earned the creature's recognition. Despite being termed dragon riders, these individuals remain mere mortals. Even the strongest among them would struggle against a throng of fully armed soldiers. Every human harbors weaknesses. Even a dragon rider with a dragon remains exceedingly fragile compared to the formidable beast. In the original narrative, when confronted with the aerial assaults of the Targaryens riding dragons, Dorne had dispatched countless assassins to eliminate royal members and numerous noble lords. As they gazed at Qi Xuan before them, the atmosphere in the room became overwhelmingly heavy. Even the formidable Targaryen family, with their dragons, possesses numerous vulnerabilities ripe for exploitation. At the very least, one could obliterate all the dragon riders. However, in the face of the enigmatic Qi Xuan, shrouded in mystery, the assembled nobles found themselves at a loss as to how to vanquish or balance him. The notion of leveraging the lives of his few maidens to coerce Qi Xuan seemed futile. After all, even the life of a wife would hold little weight in the hearts of the many noble lords present. Perhaps, a more cunning strategy would be to facilitate his progeny, thereby indirectly influencing him through his own bloodline. As Qi Xuan raged over the Lannisters' looting of the Riverlands, he remained oblivious to the fact that the lords below were preoccupied with entirely unrelated thoughts. The customs of Westeros dictate that even a king may possess only one legitimate wife. Nevertheless, most noble lords, including kings, often maintain numerous mistresses and illegitimate offspring. It is unclear whether Qi Xuan's lack of heirs, even illegitimate ones, has influenced the noble's subconscious desire to offer their daughters to him, hoping he might take one as his wife. Yet, indications suggest that Qi Xuan may not currently harbor thoughts of matrimony. To the southeast of Harrenhal lies the coastal town of Niaquan, a domain of House Mouton in the Riverlands. Niaquan boasts a bustling port, where fishermen in small boats ply their trade, while others gather clams. Apart from its port, Niaquan's geographical advantages are significant, surrounded by several castles and noble lands belonging to the crown on its southern and eastern flanks, and its proximity to the capital, King's Landing, further enhances its prosperity. Consequently, the residents of this southeastern castle in the Riverlands generally enjoy a comfortable existence. However, this tranquility was shattered today. Under the command of Duke Tywin Lannister, his vassal, the mountain Gregor Clegane, led an elite contingent of several hundred men to assault the prosperous town of Niaquan. It is essential to mention the infamous mountain, a figure characterized not only by his brutal nature, but also by his formidable strength. In terms of sheer size, he is arguably the most astonishing human in the original tale. This knight towers at nearly 8 feet, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as tree trunks, thus earning him the moniker of the mountain. Certainly, although this individual possesses remarkable talent and an inherently robust physique, his prowess cannot be deemed invincible. In the original narrative, the mountain, a knight of formidable stature, was unceremoniously toppled in a duel by Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, who skewered him with a spear. Once the venom from the Red Viper's lance infiltrated the mountain's body, his life entered a countdown to demise. Ultimately, desiring a confession of his past brutalities from the mountain, Oberyn Martell refrained from delivering the final blow, only to fall victim to the mountain's desperate retaliation in his dying moments. Despite vanquishing his foe, Oberyn Martell, the mountain succumbed to the lethal toxins coursing through his veins. Following his death, his severed head was presented to Prince Doran Martell of Dorne by the Lannisters, an attempt to assuage the Martell family's wrath. However, this demise did not signify the end of the mountain. Under the transformation by the learned scientist Qyburn, he was resurrected as a bioengineered monstrosity. Witnessing the mountain wreak havoc in the mirror, Qi Xuan felt a profound disdain arise within him. Perhaps due to memories of a past life, Qi Xuan realized that, despite the numerous tribulations he had faced, there were certain transgressions he could not abide. In a typical battlefield confrontation between rival factions, he would remain indifferent to the loss of soldiers, for in the pursuit of victory, honor, and gain, most would sacrifice everything. Yet, the merciless slaughter of innocent civilians was an atrocity that crossed a line. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan recalled events from the original narrative regarding the mountain. According to his brother Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, their childhood was marred by an incident where the mountain, having caught Sandor stealing his toys, pressed his face into the flames as punishment. Consequently, the Hound bore a face scorched by fire, enduring years of fear and ridicule from countless souls. Furthermore, the mountain appeared to delight in practicing swordsmanship on living victims, cleaving them in twain with his two-handed sword. As these memories faded, Qi Xuan recognized that the mountain had evidently forged his own path to death. Thus, he resolved to be the one to extinguish this malevolent being's life. To all, I shall not tolerate provocation from my enemies. The war is far from over. Prepare yourselves, for in 2 days, we shall march southward once more. This time, my sights are set on King's Landing. Only one ruler shall prevail on the continent of Westeros, and that shall be I. With a sudden surge of determination, Qi Xuan rose, uttering a few parting words before hastily exiting the castle hall. Soon, with the sharp cry of a bird echoing, Qi Xuan soared aloft on the back of a griffin, departing from the city of the twins. Shortly thereafter, as the griffin carrying Qi Xuan approached the skies over the town of the Water Gardens, he was met with the haunting sounds of wails and screams. Gazing downward, one could see that the once thriving town of Niaquan had now transformed into a blazing inferno, with countless structures reduced to mere ashes by the consuming flames. Accompanying the fierce blaze, the townsfolk were gripped by a profound terror as the followers of the Demon Mountain reveled in their unleashed desires. Unlike the sadistic enjoyment of slaughter that their leader embraced, his subordinates appeared more inclined toward plundering wealth and violating the women of the town. In truth, war is seldom as glorious as some may envision. Rather, it is marked by brutality and bloodshed. Within the realm of Westeros, perhaps due to the nature of the noble lord's soldiers, who were largely conscripted militias equipped with their own provisions, once a territory was captured, they would, with the tacit approval or even encouragement of their commanders, vent their pent-up frustrations without restraint. As the saying goes, between life and death lies great terror. Following a harrowing conflict, The soldier's emotions are akin to a tightly wound string that, if not adequately released, is bound to snap. Many historical instances of rebellion may have arisen from commanders inadvertently breaking the taut heartstrings of their troops. When Qi Xuan, riding his griffin, descended before the Demon Mountain and his entourage, he witnessed the latter cruelly cleaving a civilian in two. In that moment, Qi Xuan felt no inclination to engage in conversation with this character from the original narrative. With a thunderous roar, Qi Xuan unleashed the full might of his formidable skill for the first time. In the next instant, a multitude of electric sparks erupted from his being, striking outwards. The first to bear the brunt was the Demon Mountain, a knight of unparalleled prowess in the original tale, who was instantaneously reduced to a charred husk. Chapter 93. The declaration is also a declaration of war. No one could have anticipated that the famed Demon Mountain, renowned across the Seven Kingdoms, would meet such a humble and insignificant end. In the presence of this unfamiliar man, even the notorious and powerful knight appeared as fragile as an ant. As all present felt a jolt of shock, they were engulfed in a myriad of complex emotions. Naturally, some were filled with dread at Qi Xuan's display of power, others with envy, while still others experienced a sense of salvation. When Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon the soldiers of House Lannister who had previously stood beside the Demon Mountain, he noted their trembling forms, utterly paralyzed by fear. However, faced with these adversaries, who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, Qi Xuan harbored no thoughts of mercy. Currently, he held the advantage, which rendered these foes docile like a flock of sheep. Were the roles reversed, he could only imagine the cruel and terrifying punishments he would endure at their hands. If Qi Xuan recalled correctly, there was a particularly lengthy scene in the original narrative where a group of Lannister soldiers engaged in the frenzied torment of captured civilians and enemy combatants. As for the savagery of their methods, they would fill a wooden barrel with mice, placing it atop the bellies of captives, subsequently roasting it from the back and with fire. Under the duress of survival, the mice would frantically claw and bite at the prisoners' abdomens. Throughout history, in any world, there have always been those who could conjure myriad forms of torture. Please spare us. At that moment, as Qi Xuan began to reminisce, a soldier from House Lannister looked at him with a face full of desperation, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing his comrade's words, the other Lannister soldiers began to awaken from their stupor. In this moment, the complexity and diversity of humanity were starkly revealed. Some soldiers, driven by fear of Qi Xuan's formidable and enigmatic power, hastily discarded their weapons and fled. Perhaps they believed that if they ran fast enough, faster than their comrades, they might salvage their lives. While some sought to escape, others were eager to charge forward. Perhaps Qi Xuan's cessation of lightning magic led them to harbor a delusion that this man could only wield his magic once in a short span. Regardless of whether their assumptions were true or false, they all hoped for events to unfold as they envisioned. Among the soldiers, besides those fleeing and those charging at Qi Xuan, a few remained steadfastly in place. It remains uncertain whether these individuals were simply stunned or genuinely wise. A flicker of indifference crossed Qi Xuan's gaze, accompanied by a faint smile. Ah, the mayfly shakes the tree, a path to self-destruction. As he murmured this to himself, a surge of lightning erupted from him once more, knocking the onlookers to the ground. Whether they sought to escape or to slay Qi Xuan, they all fell silent beneath his tempestuous power. At this moment, the sole survivors were the townsfolk of the village of Nookwen and a few soldiers who remained rooted in place. Of course, Qi Xuan's two displays of power did not entirely eradicate the Lannister soldiers ravaging the town. However, should he choose to act, it would not take long to resolve the situation. Observing the compliant Lannister soldiers standing nearby, Qi Xuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. I am Qi Xuan, the current king of the North and the Riverlands, as well as the future sovereign of the continent of Westeros. Rejoice. Your choice has granted you a reprieve. I command you to return and deliver a message to Tywin Lannister. The Riverlands are my domain, and I shall not permit anyone to stir trouble without my consent. Should anyone dare to disrupt the peace, I will demonstrate to them the true meaning of humility through my power. As Qi Xuan's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The recently rescued townsfolk of Nookwen and the soldiers of the Lannister family, having narrowly escaped death, stared in awe at the striking figure of the man atop a majestic bird. Unbeknownst to them, they were witnessing a creature of immense power, the Griffin, a being that had never before graced their world. Even amidst the long history of dragons on the continent of Westeros, many still questioned their existence, pondering whether they were mere figments of fanciful tales. Your Majesty, we shall faithfully convey your words. Although the commoners lacked the means and opportunities to acquire literacy and knowledge, the world is never devoid of innate intellect and agile minds. Upon realizing that Qi Xuan intended to grant them a chance at survival, the Lannister soldiers present responded with respectful acquiescence. Meanwhile, the surviving townsfolk of Nookwen cast resentful glances at the soldiers who had escaped death's grasp. Yet the latter remained indifferent to the scorn of these perceived weaklings. For, in the face of death and slaughter, even a multitude of such weak souls could do little but behave like lambs led to the slaughter, unable to alter their fate. As the soldiers turned to depart, the survivors of Nookwen glared at them with fury, their eyes betraying a desire to rend these men asunder. Witnessing Qi Xuan allow these recently malevolent soldiers to leave unscathed, a townsman could no longer contain his bitterness and turned to Qi Xuan, exclaiming, "Why do you not slay them? They are vile murderers and rapists. Why permit their return?" It is perhaps a coincidence that many individuals across various realms often resort to the manipulative tactic of moral coercion. Yet, ironically, they seldom dare to wield such tactics against the truly wicked or their rulers. Instead, they reserve it for the honest and well-meaning. Regrettably, Qi Xuan had no intention of being a naive fool destined to suffer. After all, countless vivid examples in modern society reveal a grim truth. Being virtuous does not guarantee reward. Moreover, Qi Xuan sensed that some among the crowd still failed to grasp the current predicament. Did they truly believe that by vanquishing their foes, he would emerge as the legendary savior of the world, a paragon of altruism? With that thought, Qi Xuan's gaze grew cold. Before speaking, he felt it imperative for them to understand one fundamental truth. When confronting an insurmountable foe, the first lesson is to learn the art of humility. Chapter 94. New troops and treasures. After unleashing a ferocious storm of lightning upon some misguided individuals, Qi Xuan suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Although he never considered himself a particularly noble or great individual, he occasionally found himself willing to lend a hand in matters within his reach. Unfortunately, many seem oblivious to the truth that one must rely on oneself. Qi Xuan was no world savior. Could anyone truly expect him to devote his days to rescuing the world? Thus, after dealing with a group of boastful individuals, Qi Xuan mounted the back of a griffin. With the sound of its wings beating, the duo gradually receded from view, until they vanished entirely from the sight of everyone in Nookwen Town. After departing, Qi Xuan ceased to pay attention to the happenings in Nookwen Town, for they had long ceased to warrant his concern. How could he care for a populace that lacked the courage to resist external threats, only to shamelessly demand or even command his assistance after he had saved them? Nevertheless, even without explicit instruction from Qi Xuan, his subordinates brought him the latest intelligence from Nookwen Town the following day. It was reported that the Lannister soldiers, who had previously ravaged the town, were gripped by panic upon hearing of the swift demise of the Mountain of Magic. As they prepared to flee, they caught sight of Qi Xuan riding away on his griffin. In that moment, rather than retreat, the Lannister soldiers resolved to hasten their efforts to completely pillage Nookwen Town. After all, with riches in hand, they could either return to their ranks or escape to the continent of Essos. There were always more ways than difficulties. Though Qi Xuan remained silent on the matter, a faint smile graced his lips, suggesting an unspoken understanding. This incident was but a trivial affair. The more significant matter was that the message he had relayed had indeed reached the ears of Tywin Lannister and his ilk. Although to Qi Xuan, these figures represented nothing more than remnants of a bygone era, a touch of caution was never unwarranted. Thus, in the days following his return from Nookwen Town, Qi Xuan utilized the Haotian mirror, a mere imitation, to discreetly observe the movements of Tywin and his cohorts. Of course, monitoring them was merely a matter of convenience. His primary concern lay with the mobilization of his troops. In addition to retaining around 3,000 soldiers to continue the cleansing of the riverlands, Qi Xuan also commanded the compliant noble lords of the region to summon a contingent of militia from their territories. While the combat prowess of these militia was not particularly promising, they still served a purpose. By gathering these moderately capable fighters under his command, it signified that the riverlands would become increasingly weakened and vulnerable. Consequently, this would facilitate the efforts of Qi Xuan's 3,000 soldiers in eradicating the remaining stubborn elements in the region. Furthermore, even when Qi Xuan led his coalition southward, he need not worry about anyone stirring trouble in the riverlands. Even if some individuals harbor intentions of causing unrest, without a sufficient number of soldiers, their efforts would be rendered futile. After all, most of the healthy adult males in Hejin have been conscripted by Qi Xuan, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Time is indeed a most intricate entity. Before he realized it, Qi Xuan found that it was already the first of the following month. Reflecting on his previous life as a laborer before his transmigration, each workday felt interminably long. with every minute stretching out like an eternity. Yet, when the holidays arrived, time would slip away as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. Several months have passed since Qi Xuan's arrival in this world, yet he felt that these days had been exceptionally fulfilling and delightful. Perhaps it was due to the richness of his daily experiences that he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next month. As he was lost in thought, the system's notification suddenly broke through his reverie, bringing him back to the present. Last month's conquest yielded a total of 300 power points, with an additional 700 points from all wars. With the title of King, recognition level 35, a bonus of 100 points is granted. Total power points gained, 28,000. Upon observing the figures in the system notification, Qi Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If memory serves, last month's total was 23,200 points. Although he remained uncertain about how the system calculated these values, as long as the numbers continued to exhibit a commendable rate of growth, Qi Xuan was content. Adding the remaining 200 points from the previous month, he now had a total of 31,200 points at his disposal. After contemplating this figure, Qi Xuan resolved to expend all his points in one go, acquiring 3 treasure packs and 1 troop pack. As for why he opted for 3 treasure packs instead of 10 troop packs or other variations, it was because, at this juncture, the number of system soldiers he possessed was already sufficient. Moreover, compared to the external force of soldiers, Qi Xuan preferred to enhance his personal strength in a more tangible manner. While many might argue that power often encompasses influence, given the choice, how many would opt for an invincible army over unparalleled personal prowess? The likes of the god of light within the divine realm continue to lurk in the shadows, and the encroaching abyssal forces pose a significant threat that cannot be overlooked. Although the true strength of these invading abyssal entities remains unknown, the very term abyss tends to evoke a sense of foreboding. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan decided to set aside such thoughts for the moment. The most pressing matter at hand was to purchase the packs and enhance his strength. He proceeded to acquire a troop pack. As Qi Xuan silently recited a phrase in his heart, the points displayed on the system interface suddenly diminished by 1,000, and simultaneously, a new gift package materialized within the system space. Upon opening it, he was greeted with the announcement, acquired 10 yellow turban sorcerers. For a moment, Qi Xuan found himself questioning whether he had misheard. If his ears had not deceived him, it seemed he had indeed heard the term sorcerer. The mere thought of sorcerers conjured images of magic-wielding professions in his mind. With no time to peruse the details of the newly acquired troop type, Qi Xuan resolved to seize this moment of fortune and indulge in another purchase. He acquired a treasure package and opened it. Consumed 10,000 points. Acquired 1 treasure package. Remaining points, 2,200. Treasure package opened. Acquired an infinite paradise invitation. Temporary worker, X1. Chapter 95. A larger world. Upon hearing the term infinite paradise, a myriad of novels he had read before his transmigration suddenly flashed through Qi Xuan's mind. If everything unfolded as he imagined, the future might indeed be more intriguing. With this thought, Qi Xuan set aside all other concerns and eagerly began to examine the treasure he had just obtained. Name: Infinite Paradise Invitation, Temporary Worker. Category: One-time treasure. Quality: Effect: Upon use, one may become a temporary worker at Infinite Paradise, gaining the qualification to explore countless worlds. Description: Create joy with heart and reward employees with love by joining us. Whether it be eternal life or treating planets like glass marbles, everything is possible. Remark: This great system of temporary workers was established to enhance the performance of the park's formal employees. Gazing at the system's description, Qi Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Although the text was brief, it evoked memories of numerous infinite flow novels he had previously encountered. It must be said that even for him now, the prospect of traversing various worlds was an immense temptation. Setting aside the unique customs and characteristics of each world, the mere possibility of growing stronger through adventure was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. As for the eternal life mentioned in the description, Qi Xuan harbored a skeptical attitude towards this claim. While he was uncertain of the organization behind the invitation and whether they exploited their employees or fostered a mutually beneficial relationship, what concerned him more was the potential loss of his freedom. Had this invitation been presented to him before his transmigration, or at a time when the system had yet to activate, he would have undoubtedly chosen to accept it without hesitation. However, for Qi Xuan in his current state, making a hasty decision felt daunting. Perhaps this was what people often referred to as the barefoot being unafraid of shoes, while the one in shoes feared losing them. Despite Qi Xuan's profound curiosity about the legendary infinite world, he ultimately restrained the restlessness and anticipation within him. After all, the realm was fraught with uncertainty. Who could say whether it might be a trap? Yet, if a crisis were to arise, it could perhaps become a viable option for him. Thus, after casting one last glance at the invitation letter resting within the system's space, Qi Xuan decided against retrieving it for examination. Soon, his attention shifted to the newly acquired military unit, the Yellow Turban Sorcerer. Name: Huang Tian. Loyalty: unwavering, permanently fixed. Age: 28. Gender: male. Occupation: Yellow Turban Sorcerer. Strength: E. Agility, E. Skill, E. Constitution, E. Perception, C. Spirit, C. Equipment. Yellow Turban Staff: green. Yellow Turban Robe: green. Skills: Yellow Turban Warrior. LV3 transforms humanoid beings into Yellow Turban Warriors. Healing spell: heals wounds. Fireball spell: conjures a fireball the size of a fist. Upon reviewing the information about the Yellow Turban Sorcerer, a broad smile spread across Qi Xuan's face. It must be said that he was quite pleased with this military unit. After all, the role of mages in warfare is well understood by those who are aware. While modern artillery, with its superior power and scale, might present advantages over the limited magical capabilities of sorcerers, Qi Xuan knew that developing modern firearms from scratch would require an indeterminate span of years. Perhaps it could take decades, or even centuries, if not longer. Though he had studied some historical texts and had a general understanding of the past transformations in weaponry and technology within modern society, knowledge did not exempt him from the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Furthermore, Qi Xuan was not particularly eager to witness this world hasten into the era of firearms. The emergence of guns and ammunition would undoubtedly complicate matters significantly. As Qi Xuan pondered these thoughts, a knock resounded from outside. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Qi Xuan's thoughts refocused, and he called out to the door, "Come in." Upon his invitation, the door swung open to reveal 10 men clad in bright yellow robes, their heads adorned with yellow turbans, entering before Qi Xuan. If his assumptions were correct, these unfamiliar figures were the 10 yellow turban sorcerers recently bestowed upon him by the system. "Your Majesty," the 10 sorcerers exclaimed, bowing without hesitation upon seeing Qi Xuan. In that moment, he could not help but commend the system in his heart. Despite the apparent lack of formidable strength among the soldiers acquired through the system over time, their unwavering loyalty undoubtedly pleased him even more. He would much prefer to have a few subordinates who, although not particularly powerful, exhibited a humble attitude, rather than those who, with their arrogance, acted as if they were the masters and he merely a decorative figure. Undoubtedly, the current subordinates were far more satisfying. As for the issue of the soldier's limited strength, Qi Xuan found himself rather indifferent. Was it not paramount that his personal prowess continued to grow? Even if, in the near future, those light infantry with attributes hovering around, he could not keep pace with his team, strength itself is divided into intrinsic and extrinsic. It is worth noting that, if ordinary citizens were equipped with firearms, their displayed capabilities might rival those of several well-trained soldiers wielding cold weapons. Although technological advancements, even with the guidance of the wise, would inevitably take time, Qi Xuan was not concerned about the insufficiency of his lifespan. The previous several vials of life-enhancing elixirs served as the best assurance. Observing the yellow turban sorcerers who maintained a respectful demeanor during his contemplation, Qi Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Given your current strength, how many yellow turban warriors can each of you transform in a day?" Qi Xuan, it must be said, held a certain curiosity about these so-called yellow turban warriors. Their name resonated with many, whether in games, online novels, or films. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's inquiry, one of the yellow turban sorcerers looked at him with utmost reverence and replied, "Your Majesty, our current strength is equivalent to that of newly promoted yellow turban sorcerers. Each of us can transform at most 1 yellow turban warrior per day. However, in about half a month, we should be able to transform 3 yellow turban warriors each day." Upon hearing this response, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Qi Xuan's eyes. Although he was uncertain of the strength of the yellow turban warriors, it was reasonable to assume they would surpass that of ordinary light infantry. Whether it was the previous invitation to the infinite paradise, the present yellow turban sorcerers, or the soon-to-emerge yellow turban warriors, all of these elements made Qi Xuan feel that the future world might be grander and more splendid. Chapter 96. The Yellow Turban Warriors. Shortly thereafter, Qi Xuan's study welcomed 3 men resembling natives of Hejian. As for their identities, they were, of course, prisoners from the dungeon. Although Qi Xuan was eagerly anticipating the transformation of individuals into yellow turban warriors, he decided to first seek out a few test subjects. After all, who could ascertain the success rate of such endeavors? Would failure result in the immediate death of those being transformed? Of course, Qi Xuan was not worried about the potential demise of the soldiers from the north and Hejian under his command. However, for the steadfastly loyal soldiers of the system, Qi Xuan could not help but care. Although for him, the strength of 1,000 system light infantry no longer seemed formidable. It was precisely their contributions that secured the vast territories he now possessed. As for the indigenous soldiers who have submitted to him in this world, those who have watched the original play would possess a clear understanding. One must never trust their loyalty, lest one be betrayed in the next moment. Whether it be the common folk or the so-called noble lords of this world, treachery is often regarded as a commonplace occurrence, an expectation. For instance, in the original series, a father and daughter in the Riverlands kindly sheltered the Hound and Arya Stark. Yet, upon their departure, the Hound callously seized all their possessions. It is worth noting that although the sum was not significant, it represented their entire hope. They intended to escape the war-torn Riverlands with this money, seeking refuge in the frigid north. Not to mention, the Hound, despite this act, is considered one of the rare good souls in the story. Moreover, take Daenerys Targaryen, who arrived in Westeros with an army and 3 mighty dragons from Essos. The noble lords of Westeros provided her with many vivid lessons. Initially, the astute and extraordinary Tyrion Lannister, after fleeing to Essos to seek refuge with Daenerys, was appointed by her as Hand of the Queen, akin to a prime minister. How did he repay her? He proposed a strategy to launch a simultaneous assault with 3 armies, which ultimately led to the near annihilation of Daenerys' forces that could have easily conquered Westeros. Out of his affection for Jon Snow and to combat the greatest threat to humanity, the White Walkers, Daenerys ultimately lost one of her dragons in a desperate battle beyond the wall, saving Jon Snow and others. And what was Jon Snow's repayment to Daenerys? Indeed, in the series finale, it was Jon Snow's treacherous strike that took the life of Daenerys Targaryen, the Dragon Queen. Instances like these abound in the original work. While some claim that the adult world is rife with lies and deceit, the notion of ingratitude still evokes discomfort. Perhaps it may seem hypocritical to say, but even at this juncture, Qi Xuan finds himself occasionally striving to restrain certain principles. Though for him, this world, apart from the likes of the Light King and the enigmatic abyssal forces, offers him the liberty to act as he pleases. He has repeatedly quelled the chaotic thoughts within, recognizing that they do little to enhance his strength. Although Qi Xuan did not outwardly express it, his heart has been perpetually filled with unease and a sense of urgency since his arrival in this new realm. Perhaps this anxiety stemmed from the realization that his own strength fell far short of his expectations. It might only be when he could toss planets about like marbles that he would possess even a modicum of self-preservation. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan cast his gaze upon a yellow-turbaned sorcerer in front of him. Upon receiving the unspoken signal from Qi Xuan, the sorcerer approached a bound prisoner without hesitation, placing his hand firmly on the man's back. Even though the 3 criminals standing before them were guilty of heinous crimes such as murder and rape, and often prided themselves on their audacity, the sudden confrontation with Qi Xuan and his companions instilled a palpable fear within them. Despite their desire to vocalize their thoughts, their mouths were effectively sealed. After all, none wished to provoke Qi Xuan's ire with their foul utterances. As an unfamiliar man placed his hand on the back of one of the restrained prisoners, the captive could not help but emit a muffled whimper. Observing the man's struggles and his apparent desire to speak, those present remained indifferent. Neither Qi Xuan nor the 10 yellow-turbaned sorcerers cared to hear what the 3 criminals wished to convey. Just as the prisoner braced himself for an unspeakable ordeal, he discovered that the stranger behind him made no further moves. As relief washed over him, his expression abruptly shifted. Qi Xuan watched the transformation ritual unfold with the prisoner below, noting the tormented expression that contorted the man's features, indicative of the agony and suffering involved. Witnessing this, the 2 other criminals grew increasingly anxious. Although they were indeed murderers and rapists, could their fate truly be sealed without consideration of their circumstances? If they had the chance to speak, surely they would plead for their lives in desperation. Alas, the opportunity to voice their thoughts eluded them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by, and more than 10 minutes had elapsed. The man undergoing the transformation had undergone a staggering metamorphosis. Originally around 1.75 meters and somewhat slender, he now loomed as a nearly 3-meter-tall giant. Were it not for the sight before one's eyes, it would be difficult to believe this individual was a mere human and not a giant from the land of Westeros. Notably, giants and the children of the forest were once the indigenous inhabitants of Westeros. However, following the invasions by the First Men, the Roiner, and the Undulls, Those towering giants have become a rare species on the brink of extinction, even without considering the attributes of the other party. The formidable physique before him undoubtedly suggested that its strength and constitution were remarkably high. Furthermore, Qi Xuan noticed that the converted yellow turban warrior appeared to have a vacant expression, as if it had lost all semblance of consciousness. While this might render them akin to puppets or marionettes, possessing considerable strength could, in certain respects, be deemed advantageous. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan began to examine the suddenly revealed panel information of the yellow turban warrior within the system. Chapter 97. The Magic Mirror and Skill Crystal Name. Advanced Loyalty. Unwavering, permanently fixed. Age, 28. Gender, male. Occupation, yellow turban warrior. Strength, C. Agility. D. Skill, D. Constitution, C. Perception, E. Spirit, E. Equipment, prison garb, gray. Skills, tough skin. LV3, slightly reduces physical damage and pain. Robust, slightly enhances strength and constitution. Gazing at the attributes of the yellow turban warrior before him, Qi Xuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Setting aside the perception and spirit attributes, the warrior's strength and constitution had reached an astonishing grade of C. It is worth noting that even after several enhancements through the system, Qi Xuan's highest attributes in a regular state hovered around the B grade. Of course, should he activate his ultimate abilities, he could temporarily achieve an A grade. As for whether there existed an S grade or higher beyond the A grade, Qi Xuan was uncertain at this moment. However, recalling the three divine beings he had encountered, the Kings of Light, he was confident that their highest attributes must surpass the A grade. In fact, Qi Xuan had long harbored his own conjectures regarding the attribute classifications established by the system. Perhaps, the average person's attributes generally fall within the E range, while those who undergo specialized training for a period may reach E as well. Conversely, the elderly or those weakened by illness likely linger around the E mark. If an individual, aside from perception and spirit, achieves attributes of D grade, they could undoubtedly be regarded as elite within military ranks or various factions. Attributes reaching C grade could signify that one's prowess might rival that of top-tier warriors such as Mo Shan or James Lannister. As for attaining a B grade, in the context of this world, it would likely only be possible for those who are naturally endowed with exceptional potential, or during an era characterized by higher and more vibrant magical concentrations. It is no exaggeration to assert that such individuals could be termed the pinnacle of humanity. As for a grade, or even higher, even Qi Xuan himself had only managed to barely attain a grade through his own efforts and the meager enhancements provided by the system. Observing the towering yellow turban warrior before him, Qi Xuan suddenly felt that the forthcoming events were destined to become increasingly intriguing. Upon contemplating this, Qi Xuan cast his gaze upon the 10 yellow turban sorcerers who were attentively observing him, and then smiled. Excellent. I am quite pleased with your accomplishments. In the forthcoming days, I shall arrange for death row inmates to be delivered to you. Your primary task will be to transform them into yellow turban warriors. As for your daily living arrangements, I will assign several soldiers to cater to your needs. While he was intrigued by the sorcerer's additional 2 skills, be it healing or fireball, he surmised they would likely align with his expectations. Therefore, he deemed it more prudent to conceal them as an additional trump card. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the yellow turban sorcerers responded with unwavering loyalty. It must be said that the fiercely devoted system soldiers proved to be exceptionally manageable. If he were to summon a few powerful yet unruly individuals, Qi Xuan would be apprehensive about the potential urge to eliminate them first. After all, in the realm of gaming, it was somewhat acceptable for NPCs to disobey. Perhaps these AIs possessed their own thoughts, which Qi Xuan could comprehend and forgive. However, in the real game world, such behavior would undoubtedly be the most exasperating and infuriating. As Qi Xuan pondered these thoughts, the yellow turban sorcerers respectfully turned to leave the room. Before their departure, they took with them the newly transformed yellow turban warrior along with 2 criminals from the floor. Moreover, the door was gently closed behind them. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan suddenly recalled that he still had 200 points remaining to spend. Although he was curious about the possibility of drawing other formidable troop types, he ultimately relinquished that option. Perhaps he could summon units stronger than the yellow turban sorcerers, but it was more likely that he would only draw the most commonplace light infantry. Nevertheless, these considerations were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Qi Xuan believed his current strength was sufficient to conquer the remaining territories of Westeros. Hence, troop types were not an immediate concern. Additionally, it seemed that population and resources were not as urgently required as he had initially thought, although Qi Xuan longed for a life-extending elixir or something akin to it. He knew that lottery draws were a game of chance, and purchasing gift packs was quite similar to drawing lots. He decided to purchase 2 treasure gift packs and then open them. As he silently chanted within his mind, the system balance settled at the delicate figure of 200. Consume 20,000 points. Obtain treasure gift pack X2. Remaining points 200. Acquire treasure magic mirror X1. Acquire treasure skill crystal X1. Listening to the system's notification. 3 large question marks emerged in Qi Xuan's mind. Somehow, he felt as though he were playing a game from a certain well-known company. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination? Raising an eyebrow, Qi Xuan began to examine the information regarding the 2 newly acquired treasures. Name, Magic Mirror. Category, Treasure. Grade, First Tier. Binding, Qi Xuan. Effect, Inquiry Magic Mirror. Equivalent exchange. The user may pose questions to the mirror, which must provide correct answers if it possesses the knowledge. As a price, the questioner must fulfill one of the mirror's requirements for each inquiry. Secrets revealed, due to its unique capabilities. This mirror can uncover all secrets and information within its range of power. Note: only the host may choose not to pay the price themselves. Instead, the mirror may pay on their behalf. Name, Skill Crystal. Category, One-time treasure. Grade, First Tier. Effect, upon use, grants an automatic acquisition of a skill. Note: the skill crystal is a commonly utilized means among various cosmic powers, with its value largely determined by the strength of the skill sealed within the crystal. Oh, how intriguing! Gazing at the information within the system, a radiant smile blossomed on Qi Xuan's face. Every time he thought he had unraveled all the intricacies of the system, it would unexpectedly present him with a delightful surprise. Naturally, he felt quite satisfied with the 2 treasures he had just obtained. Although they were not the cataclysmic artifacts he had envisioned, capable of easily slaying gods, the sensation of gradual empowerment was undeniably appealing. Compared to an abrupt ascension to power, this steady pace offered Qi Xuan a greater sense of security. After all, if all his abilities stemmed from the system, then should the system ever depart, everything he possessed might vanish like a mirage, easily shattered. Conversely, if he could, with the system's assistance and through his own relentless efforts, amass his own strength, the eventual achievements would bring a deeper sense of fulfillment. Furthermore, even if the system were to leave unexpectedly, the power he had earned through his own diligence would remain untouchable. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. For some reason, Qi Xuan found himself unable to suppress a gentle sigh. Chapter 98. The unbeatable me grows stronger again after a brief moment of contemplation. Qi Xuan's spirits revived once more. Regarding the magic mirror, his first association was with a fairy tale from his previous life. Although his mirror appeared somewhat distinct from the Queen's mirror in the story, the differences did not seem significant. A big data search satellite monitoring artificial intelligence? While Qi Xuan was curious about the secrets he might uncover from the mirror, the skill crystal undoubtedly piqued his interest even more. At times, he could not help but wonder. Perhaps this was merely the novice phase? The system, fearing he might falter or even fail, was diligently providing him with resources to enhance his strength? Once the novice period had passed, the system, much like a technician who has completed their service, departed without a trace. Upon extracting the skill crystal from the system's space, Qi Xuan could not resist placing it before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. It must be said that the design of the skill crystal was exceedingly captivating, resembling a dazzling and exquisite gem, its surface intermittently shimmering with light, imbued with an air of enigma. After thoroughly admiring the skill crystal in his hand, Qi Xuan softly murmured the word use. As his voice faded, the skill crystal instantly shattered into countless fragments, a beam of light shooting forth from within and entering Qi Xuan's body. Once the light penetrated him, a multitude of scenes suddenly flashed through his mind, as if revealing various pieces of information about the skill he had acquired. After a considerable pause, when Qi Xuan opened his eyes, a radiant smile unavoidably graced his face. Skill, Holy Light Protection Level. 1 effect, summons a sphere of holy light that continually protects the user, rendering them immune to physical and magical attacks. Note: this skill cannot withstand attacks exceeding the user's tier, and both the casting and maintenance of the skill consume the user's energy. Excellent. With this move akin to a paladin's invincibility, coupled with his current strength, how many individuals in this world could truly challenge him? Although Qi Xuan had previously obtained a skill that allowed for continuous resurrection, the ability to revive did not imply invulnerability. Should an adversary be of the type that cannot be vanquished, he would unhesitatingly seal them away after defeating them. As for how to seal them, the simplest method would be to bind them with shackles they cannot escape or destroy. thereby rendering them at his mercy. What if they cannot be killed? What if they can revive endlessly? As long as they are controlled, they remain subject to manipulation. Furthermore, should they fall into the depths of the ocean or into magma, they would likely endure a relentless cycle of painful deaths and resurrections. However, if one possesses a life-saving skill that could be deemed invincible to a certain extent, then Qi Xuan could transform into a being capable of traversing wherever he desired. Invincible me, I have grown stronger. Gazing at his resplendent personal panel, Qi Xuan could not help but indulge in self-admiration. The achievements and strength I have attained today are solely the fruits of my own labor. With yet another leap in power, Qi Xuan felt a long-lost sense of relief and joy. It must be acknowledged that the sudden appearance of the three deities of light had indeed imposed a significant pressure and urgency upon him. Although he had yet to devise a means to confront them effectively, at least if their true forms were to appear before him now, he felt little trepidation within his heart. With the immediate concerns regarding strength alleviated, Qi Xuan's thoughts once again turned to the conquest of the continent of Westeros. Although armed with his current capabilities, he could easily employ a decapitation strategy, thereby ascending to the throne at an unprecedented pace. Qi Xuan harbored no fear of a direct confrontation with the noble lords of Westeros. Rather, it would be the refusal of his adversaries to engage him in open battle, resorting instead to covert assassination and subterfuge that would truly vex him. Regarding the numerous noble lords who had pledged their allegiance to him, including Petyr Baelish, their fates weighed not heavily on his heart. However, he held a modicum of concern for the handmaidens who had faithfully accompanied him from the outset, including Ygritte. As for the system soldiers, despite their relentless campaigns in service of Qi Xuan's ambitions, the distinction between dying on the battlefield and being assassinated was not lost on him. Even for his most devoted subordinates, should they perish due to a lack of strength in battle, Qi Xuan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet, he would not direct his ire toward the enemies who had vanquished them. After all, death is an inevitable companion in the theater of war. Is it not a given that Qi Xuan's soldiers may slay their foes while their enemies are equally entitled to resist with ferocity? Contemplating Petyr Baelish, who had willingly sworn fealty, yet whose loyalty remained questionable, a faint smirk graced Qi Xuan's lips. The array of machinations this individual had orchestrated to disrupt the political landscape of Westeros, all in pursuit of his own ascension to the Iron Throne, was evident from the original narrative. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan resolved not to harbor prejudice against Baelish solely based on past events. After all, he was, regardless of circumstances, a noble who had voluntarily pledged allegiance to him. Even with the knowledge that Lady Lisa Tully, the current ruler of the Vale and Baelish's former lover, would go to any lengths for him, including poisoning her own husband, the late Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, it was clear that her ambitions would not stop at mere loyalty. It was precisely because Baelish married Lisa Tully, the widow of the previous Lord of the Vale, that he was able to command the military forces of the region. In his desire for the throne, Baelish schemed to weaken the established powers of the north, represented by House Stark, the west, under House Lannister, and the Riverlands, governed by House Tully, while also seeking to gain a foothold in the north. Ultimately, this astute schemer of Westeros fell victim to the extraordinary Bran Stark, who, despite appearing frail and often lost in thought while confined to a wheelchair, proved to be a formidable adversary. Although he seemingly accomplished little in the original narrative, ultimately, he fortuitously acquired the position of the new king. Yet, who could deny that his training under the Three-Eyed Crow has bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities? Regardless of the past or the future, he possesses the uncanny ability to perceive nearly everything about the denizens of Westeros. As for whether he can discern all that transpires in Essos, that remains uncertain. However, in the present day, can the Three-Eyed Crow truly overwhelm him? If such were the case, he would willingly consume the table before him. Chapter 99. A perilous world. It must be said that the treasure chest, valued at a staggering 10,000 points, consistently yields invaluable items. After exhausting the use of the skill crystals, only the effect of the sunglasses remains untested. For Qi Xuan, he considers himself quite knowledgeable about the world of Game of Thrones. Although he merely watched the original series a few times in his past life, the events depicted in the show have become vividly clear to him with the enhancement of his perception and mental attributes. Despite the fact that many plot lines have undergone significant alteration due to Qi Xuan's actions over the past few months since his transmigration, it suffices for him to remain aware of the movements of the principal characters from the original series. For Qi Xuan, who possesses the best surveillance treasure, the Haotian mirror replica, this task is hardly daunting. The only aspect that leaves him somewhat perplexed may be the gods of this world, who did not make a formal appearance in the original narrative. With this thought, Qi Xuan retrieved the recently acquired treasure, the magic mirror, from his system space. The mirror was approximately the size of a human head, its surface a shimmering silver, seemingly crafted from either silver or mercury. The frame, also composed of silvery metal, was intricately engraved with ornate patterns, adorned with several brilliant gemstones. After admiring the magic mirror in his hand, Qi Xuan's gaze shifted to its reflective surface. There, he beheld the visage of a remarkably beautiful woman, who addressed him with utmost respect. "Master, I am the magic mirror. It is my pleasure to serve you. Do you have any inquiries you wish to make?" Though somewhat astonished by this extraordinary scene, Qi Xuan maintained a demeanor as calm as still water. After all, in the world he hailed from, such scenarios were commonplace in various novels, television shows, and games. Contemplating for a moment, Qi Xuan resolved to pose a question to the magic mirror. "What is your perspective on the current state of this world?" Upon hearing Qi Xuan's inquiry, the magic mirror paused momentarily, then regarded him with a grave expression. "Master, this world is perilous." Surprised by the mirror's response, Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow, urging it to continue. "On the surface, this realm appears to be a low magic world, one where magical energy has dwindled to its nadir, perhaps even rendered non-existent. Yet the truth remains that this is, at the very least, a world that meets the standards of moderate magical potency. While the plethora of books and materials from this realm indicates a cyclical rise and fall of magical energy, it is evident that the concentration of magic should be on a continual ascent. Despite this planet's ongoing assimilation and capture by the forces of the abyss, which may soon lead to its complete integration into that dark realm, the opportunities for the beings inhabiting this world are equally significant amid such crises. As they undergo relentless assimilation, the magic from the abyss continuously seeps into this world of comparatively lower magical levels. Should the creatures of this realm seize this opportunity, they could potentially ascend to unimaginable heights of strength. However, the pressing issue lies in the apparent obstruction of the magical pathways by several indigenous deities, resulting in a persistent state of magical scarcity upon the surface of this world. As the mirror of magic continues to narrate its tale, Qi Xuan's expression gradually transforms into one of solemnity. Despite his attempts to overestimate the local deities, particularly the King of Light, it becomes increasingly clear that he has grossly underestimated their power. Although the original narrative granted him a considerable advantage, the deities, including the King of Light, scarcely engaged in direct conflict throughout the story. The King of Light's few interventions were limited to resurrecting the recently slain Thunder King and the original protagonist, Jon Snow. Disregarding the King of Light for a moment, the most memorable deity for the audience is perhaps the infamous three-eyed crow associated with him. According to the original plot, or the recorded accounts of humanity within this world, the King of Light was once a mortal himself before attaining divinity. If one were to extrapolate from this, could it be possible that, aside from the mysterious and ancient old gods, the drowning god and the faceless god were also once human? Perhaps, during the peak of magical potency in this realm, these individuals transcended their humanity to become divine for various reasons. Since their ascension, it seems there have been no reports of any new gods emerging for thousands of years. Given that the King of Light and his compatriots managed to evolve from mortals to deities, it implies that a method for achieving divinity exists within this world. The prolonged absence of new gods may stem from numerous factors. Yet it is reasonable to believe that the King of Light and his fellow deities would be reluctant to share their dominion, or perhaps their divine essence, with newcomers. This raises questions about their earlier eagerness to invite him to ascend to godhood, suggesting a substantial underlying conspiracy. Is it truly for the sake of acquiring additional strength to save this world besieged by the abyss? Observing the prior scenes of warfare, it is evident that determining a victor would require more than a century. Of course, it is possible that the decisive factors lie not on the grander battlefield, but rather in confrontations of a higher order. For instance, consider the deities representing the apex of power in this world, alongside the formidable entities from the abyssal forces that have invaded. Your Majesty, this realm is presently fraught with peril. It appears that the King of Light and his allies are intent on merging with the abyssal forces, seeking to acquire even greater strength in a more expansive domain. The encroachment of the abyss upon our world has reached a delicate juncture, with the complete subjugation into the abyssal realm looming not far ahead. Within the ruins of Valeria lies a passage to deeper realms of our world, which concurrently serves as a primary battlefield for both worlds. As the words of the magic mirror resonated, Qi Xuan noticed that the mirror's surface had suddenly dulled significantly, its diminished luster seemingly indicating that the magic mirror itself had sustained harm. Is this an equitable exchange? Qi Xuan mused silently, then resolved to allow the magic mirror a period of recuperation, for in a sense, the cost of their previous dialogue had been borne by the mirror itself. Rest for a while. I too require time to reflect on what you have just articulated. Qi Xuan spoke to the magic mirror before returning it to the confines of the system space. Truly, one cannot underestimate those who ascend to divinity among countless individuals. Even if their power is not particularly remarkable amidst the myriad realms, their cunning and depth of strategy are forever beyond doubt. Despite the medieval veneer of the world of power struggles, the human lineage here has existed far longer than many presume. Over millennia, the magnitude of humanity's birth and demise is staggering. Yet, the instances of mortals attaining divinity that are widely recognized seem to be limited to a mere few, such as the King of Light, the Drowning God, and the God of 1,000 Faces. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan's expression grew solemn. It appears my plans must now accelerate. Chapter 100. The anxious Littlefinger summoned Littlefinger Baelish to my presence. Within the chamber, Qi Xuan's voice suddenly echoed. The soldiers stationed at the door exchanged glances before one turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, Littlefinger Baelish arrived before Qi Xuan, having received the summons. The abrupt call from Qi Xuan filled Littlefinger Baelish with trepidation, although he was an early supporter of Qi Xuan among the nobility. To claim unwavering loyalty and admiration for him would be a fabrication. His initial, unhesitating pledge of allegiance was primarily to unearth the secrets that surrounded Qi Xuan. To assert that he did not yearn for the power to wield lightning would be utterly disingenuous. As a seasoned schemer and astute individual, Littlefinger Baelish was well-versed in the art of subtlety and cunning development. Were it not for the knowledge gleaned from the original play, one might find it hard to believe that this seemingly frail individual has long coveted the Iron Throne of Westeros. In stark contrast to the offspring of dukes and earls, Peter Baelish hails from a desolate and impoverished knightly lineage. In the bloodline-obsessed realm of Westeros, only the likes of dukes and earls possess even a modicum of legitimacy to ascend the throne. As for lesser nobles aspiring to kingship, they might as well indulge in fanciful dreams. Observing the man before him, who has been visibly anxious since entering the room, Qi Xuan could not help but chuckle softly. "Ah, Lord Baelish, I realize now that I have underestimated you all along." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's somewhat ambiguous remark, Peter's anxiety intensified. Even when faced with the impetuous King Joffrey Baratheon, his emotions had never been so easily unraveled. Although Qi Xuan's past exploits reveal that he is neither cruel nor foolish, one undeniable truth instills trepidation in countless noble lords, including Peter. Unlike the nobles who have been steeped in the aristocratic traditions of Westeros for generations, Qi Xuan perceives the so-called noble lords as not significantly different from ordinary commoners. This engenders a chilling reality. Qi Xuan could, with remarkable nonchalance, bring about the demise of a high-ranking noble. If Qi Xuan merely commanded a formidable army, there might be means to contend with him. In this world, there exists a cadre of elite assassins known as the Faceless Men. Their exorbitant fees might cause even the wealthiest of nobles to wince. Yet the outcomes they deliver often leave their employers thoroughly satisfied. Were one to inquire whether Peter harbored thoughts of hiring Faceless Men to eliminate Qi Xuan, his answer would surely be affirmative. Not only other noble lords, but even Peter himself has entertained the notion of engaging these assassins against Qi Xuan on numerous occasions. However, the stark reality remains. The prospect of assassinating Qi Xuan is virtually non-existent. His unparalleled prowess signifies that the only feasible method of assassination is through poison. Regrettably, Qi Xuan habitually employs small animals as test subjects before his meals. Consequently, few nobles dare to hire assassins for such a venture. Moreover, most of the noble lords who harbor animosity towards Qi Xuan have met their demise, and those who remain have had their estates thoroughly plundered. This has led to an awkward predicament. The noble lords who despise Qi Xuan lack the funds to engage Faceless Men for his assassination, while the affluent ones either do not harbor such resentment or are unwilling to part with the steep costs of assassination. Observing Peter, who, upon hearing his words, suddenly fell to the ground in fright, Qi Xuan's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. He understood that everything before him was merely a facade orchestrated by the other party, intended solely to render him contemptuous of them. Although fate had not bestowed upon him a formidable physique or a noble lineage, within his frail frame resided a commendable ambition. "Your Majesty, your words instill in me a profound trepidation. I cannot help but wonder if someone has spoken ill of me to you," he fervently explained, his eyes diligently scanning every nuance of expression on Qi Xuan's face. For the diminutive figure, who intended to bide his time and develop furtively under Qi Xuan's aegis, The recent remarks had stirred an unsettling disquiet within him, leaving him to ponder where he might have inadvertently revealed his true intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that perhaps there was nothing amiss with his disguise. Instead, it was possible that someone had betrayed him. Within those fleeting seconds, several familiar faces flitted through his mind. Upon hearing his response, Qi Xuan maintained a faint smile and remarked, "What a pity." At the utterance of these words, a sudden weight settled heavily upon Littlefinger's heart. Gazing into Qi Xuan's clear, penetrating eyes, which seemed capable of discerning all truths, his mind raced with thoughts. As Qi Xuan rose slowly, preparing to speak further, no one could fathom the tumultuous whirl of Littlefinger's thoughts. "Your Majesty, I confess my sins," he suddenly proclaimed, his visage imbued with humility. Qi Xuan's expression momentarily transformed, revealing an appropriate semblance of surprise at this unexpected proclamation. Yet, witnessing Qi Xuan's astonishment, Littlefinger felt an immense relief wash over him. He recognized that the situation had reached a perilous climax. Should Qi Xuan continue with his next words, his demise would be imminent. Although he remained unaware of who had informed on him, Littlefinger dared not gamble with his life to test Qi Xuan's mercy. With this realization, a bitter smile graced his lips as he declared, "Your Majesty, I should not have concealed my relationship with Littlefinger. The widow of the Duke of the Valley is my former lover. If your Majesty trusts my word, I can persuade her to lead the nobility and military of the Valley in submission to your Majesty. I assure you." It must be said that some individuals are naturally adept at performance, even surpassing professional actors in their craft. Were it not for Qi Xuan's awareness of Littlefinger's true nature, he might well have been swayed by the latter's heartfelt declarations. Regrettably, Littlefinger seemed oblivious to the concept of the original narrative and the advantages of plot progression. Nevertheless, given that the other party had candidly divulged a portion of their secrets, Qi Xuan resolved to grant him a temporary reprieve. After all, even a scrap of toilet paper possesses its utility, let alone someone as astute and capable as Littlefinger within the original tale. Everything has not yet reached the point of the cunning rabbit's demise and the cooking of the hunting dog. With this thought, Qi Xuan displayed a cryptic smile on his face and continued, "Excellent. I greatly appreciate your current candor and humility, and I hope you can maintain this demeanor. The veil is now entrusted to you, Count Baratheon. I trust you will not disappoint me." Chapter 101. You will regret this. As he watched Xiaozida turn and depart, Qi Xuan's expression once again became inscrutable. Regardless of the outcome of Xiaozida's endeavor to persuade the Lords of the Vale, Qi Xuan found himself indifferent to the success or failure of the endeavor. The reason he insisted on aligning the noble Lords of the Vale was simply for the thrill of observing the conflict from a distance. It was unsatisfactory when others did the same. Iron Islands, Pike. Geographically, the Iron Islands constitute a group of 31 islands located to the west of the Riverlands. Among these, 7 principal islands stand out: Pike, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw, Saltcliffe, Black Tide, and Oakenshield. Despite the seemingly numerous islands, the total land area of the Iron Islands is lamentably small. The barren land of the Iron Islands has given rise to a harsh reality. The islanders, unable to cultivate crops for sustenance, have resorted to piracy, plundering others for survival. Perhaps this reflects the adage that the land shapes its people. Those who dwell in impoverished and harsh environments often become acutely aware of the need to seize resources. After all, if they do not resort to theft, their fate could very well be starvation. As for the question of why they do not purchase food and water, if they truly possessed wealth, they would not have descended into piracy. Looking at the map of Westeros, the Iron Islands occupy a minuscule area, far less than that of the Riverlands. Though the pirates of the Iron Islands may appear inept, their ancestors once enjoyed prosperity. Before the conqueror Aegon I subjugated the continent of Westeros. The Iron Islands were an independent nation, encompassing the Iron Islands, the Riverlands, and a significant portion of the western coast of Westeros. However, all of this was ultimately reduced to ashes in the wake of the War of Conquest. Today, the ruling family of the Iron Islands is the Greyjoy family, who governs Pike. Curiously, the pirates of the Iron Islands, often deemed ignorant and brutal, elect their leaders through a kingsmoot. In contrast, on the continent of Westeros, the king seated upon the Iron Throne in King's Landing either inherits the position through bloodline or seizes it through warfare. Following King Robert Baratheon's recent victory over the former Targaryen dynasty, a rebellion was incited among the pirates of the Iron Islands under the leadership of Balon Greyjoy. Balon Greyjoy relinquished his former title of Duke and embarked on a relentless campaign of plunder across the lands of Westeros under the moniker of King of the Iron Islands. The outcome of this Iron Islands rebellion was, of course, one of failure. As a consequence of his defeat, Balon Greyjoy, who had lost 2 sons in battle, was compelled to send his remaining young son to Ned Stark, both as a ward and, in a sense, as a hostage. It has been some time since Theon Greyjoy returned to Pike, and his purpose for this visit was clear: to persuade his father to join the ranks of King Robb Stark. However, the state of Theon Greyjoy's affairs was evident, as he found himself confined like a caged bird by his own father. For reasons unknown, Theon Greyjoy's mind often wandered back to memories of the past. In comparison to the few fleeting encounters with his biological father, it was his former guardian, Ned Stark, who left a more profound impression on him. Perhaps it was the years spent in the north at Winterfell that had ingrained in him a sense of belonging, making him feel, deep within, as if he were a part of House Stark. Yet, despite Ned Stark's equitable treatment towards him, akin to that of Robb Stark and the others, every inhabitant of Winterfell seemed to incessantly remind him, "You are not a Stark. You are merely a hostage." Life under another's roof was far from easy. Yet Theon found solace in the company of one who shared an even more dire circumstance: Ned Stark's illegitimate son, Jon Snow. As Theon Greyjoy lost himself in contemplation, the sound of measured footsteps broke through his reverie. Turning to the source of the sound, he beheld his father, Balon Greyjoy, alongside his sister, Asha Greyjoy. The sight of the approaching pair stirred excitement within Theon, prompting him to exclaim, "Father, I have come bearing a mission from King Robb. Have you given it any thought?" The realization that his first words were not an acknowledgement of his father's disdain, but rather an attempt to persuade him to yield to an unfamiliar sovereign, darkened Balon Greyjoy's mood considerably. Silence. "I did not anticipate that you, a mere wretch, would not only dress like the whores of the Reach, but also exhibit such cowardice." Balon Greyjoy's ire was palpable. For the Ironborn, the ability to fight was one thing, but lacking the courage to engage in battle was an entirely different disgrace. Indeed, when viewed in the grand scheme of power, the pirates of the Iron Islands were the weakest faction on the continent of Westeros. Theon Greyjoy's countenance fell at his father's scorn, rendering him momentarily speechless. His gaze shifted to his sister, Asha Greyjoy, whom their father regarded as his heir. Theon had expected to see pride and mockery reflected in her eyes, yet he found himself at a loss. However, in reality, the other party did not behave as such. The atmosphere in the room became momentarily tense until, after a long pause, the spirited voice of Asha Greyjoy finally broke the silence. "Theon, how much do you know about that individual who occupies the north and stands poised to assault the Riverlands, known as Qi Xuan?" Upon hearing his sister's inquiry, a reflective expression crossed Theon Greyjoy's face. To be honest, although he had pledged his loyalty to Qi Xuan long ago, his understanding of the man was rather limited. Nevertheless, recalling certain memories, Theon's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "As for His Majesty, I can only describe him with one word: terrifying. Both his formidable personal strength and the seemingly endless soldiers at his command are truly alarming." Theon Greyjoy had anticipated that his words would alter the attitudes of his father and sister, perhaps even leading to his release as an envoy of Qi Xuan. To his dismay, however, disappointment was the only expression on the faces of Balon Greyjoy and his sister. It was unclear whether their disappointment stemmed from not hearing any secrets of Qi Xuan from Theon or from his current state of utter fear. "It seems you have not reflected long enough. For the time being, you shall remain in this cage until you have come to your senses," Balon Greyjoy declared coldly, turning away in disappointment without a glance at his only son confined within the cage. Witnessing this scene, Asha Greyjoy could only offer a resigned smile to Theon before also turning away. "You will regret this." Theon's shout echoed behind them, yet it only deepened Balon Greyjoy's disappointment. Chapter 102. A spectacle had he not confirmed that Theon Greyjoy was indeed his biological son. Balon would have found it hard to restrain himself from dealing with him harshly. In truth, Theon was not Balon's only surviving son, though the others were all bastards. Perhaps it was due to the long-standing tradition of primogeniture. The noble lords of Westeros placed great importance on this system. Typically, as long as the firstborn son was not utterly inept, he would inherit the family's title and lands. Should the firstborn die, the line of succession would simply advance. In any case, noble titles and lands were wholly disconnected from bastards. In fact, apart from Dorne, where, due to historical reasons, both genders enjoyed inheritance rights, the rest of Westeros generally adhered to the principle that only males inherited titles and lands. The rationale? In the words of the nobility of Westeros, it is all for the sake of family legacy. Despite his irritation that Theon Greyjoy bears no resemblance to the true Ironborn of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy finds himself unwilling to relinquish hope for him. even though he frequently asserts before Theon that Asha Greyjoy will inherit all that he possesses. Both Balon and Asha are acutely aware that the true heir in Balon's heart has always been Theon. Observing the image in the mirror of the heavens, a faint smile graces Qi Xuan's face. One cannot deny that Theon's recent display has earned him a modicum of respect. Initially, Qi Xuan had anticipated that this individual would betray him as he did Robb Stark in the original narrative. Yet, to his surprise, Theon exhibited unwavering loyalty. However, it would be misleading to say that betrayal of Robb Stark would not lead to death. Betrayal of Qi Xuan, on the other hand, would render one unable to escape their fate, even if they fled to the ends of the earth. For one as formidable as Qi Xuan, even a defeat could allow for survival, leaving the noble lords of Westeros to bear the brunt of concern. In truth, should Qi Xuan resort to assassination against these noble lords, victory would come swifter and more effortlessly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan exited his study. Shortly thereafter, a melodious bird call resonated through the city of Twin Rivers. With the sound of the bird's song, Qi Xuan's presence vanished from Twin Rivers. On Pike Island, within Pike Castle, a man of distinctly Eastern features suddenly materialized, commanding attention as if he were the center of the world, captivating the gaze of countless pirates in the city. At first glance, he appeared merely as a handsome, fair-skinned, slender scholar, yet an aura enveloped him, a presence typically associated with those who wield great power. As he surveyed the lively atmosphere of Pike Castle, Qi Xuan noted that although he had previously witnessed it through the mirror of the heavens, experiencing it firsthand invoked an entirely different sensation. If memory served him correctly, it seemed that the leaders of the Iron Islands had gathered within the Greyjoy family's stronghold in Pike Castle. Such a congregation of pirates undoubtedly pertained to matters of plunder. Qi Xuan found himself intrigued by the prospect of whether they would raid the north as in the original tale, or perhaps the Riverlands, currently under his siege, or other regions of Westeros. However, before indulging in this spectacle, Qi Xuan had a minor matter to address. In light of Theon's demonstrated loyalty, Qi Xuan felt compelled to reward him, which constituted the primary reason for his arrival. Thus, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Qi Xuan steadily advanced toward the Greyjoy family castle. Before the unparalleled might of Qi Xuan, none could impede his advance. It was not until he arrived at the chamber where Xi'an was confined that the atmosphere shifted. The steady cadence of footsteps echoed, drawing Xi'an's gaze. "Your Majesty?" Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Qi Xuan, a mixture of surprise and joy surged within Xi'an Greyjoy. In truth, even he could not discern whether he was more astonished or elated. As he regarded the cage that held him captive, a disdainful smile graced Qi Xuan's countenance. In the next moment, with a mere flick of his sword, the pillars of the cage were severed instantaneously. With a series of resounding crashes, Xi'an Greyjoy was finally liberated from his constraints. "Come, I shall take you to witness a splendid spectacle." Qi Xuan's face bore a subtle smile, his words imbued with an irresistible firmness. As Xi'an observed Qi Xuan's retreating figure, a myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. Though Qi Xuan remained oblivious to this internal tumult, he was unconcerned. When confronted with individuals whose prowess paled in comparison to his own, Qi Xuan felt no trepidation, even when turning his back. Conversely, he would not be so foolish as to expose himself to those of comparable strength. Once Xi'an had composed himself, he followed in Qi Xuan's wake, the familiar sounds of voices reaching his ears. If he was not mistaken, it was his father and sister who spoke, along with the lords of the other islands of the Iron Islands. "We should raid the Riverlands. It resembles an undefended harlot." Another voice chimed in. "The Westerlands are far more prosperous, abundant with gold mines." Suddenly, the cacophony of bickering among the pirate leaders in the council chamber was interrupted by a forceful crash of the door, plunging the hall into silence. The pirate lords, including Balon Greyjoy, turned their attention towards the uninvited guest who had appeared at the threshold. Meeting the fierce, ruthless gazes of the pirates, Qi Xuan entered with an air of nonchalance. "Such a lively gathering. Are we performing a play? Why was I not invited to witness it?" His teasing words ignited the ire of the room's occupants. Though they fancied themselves as pirate lords, they were keenly aware of their status in relation to the myriad noble lords of Westeros. Despite their recent discussions resembling the chaos of a marketplace, it did not imply that any random individual could presume to act with impunity. Noticing Qi Xuan's strikingly unique appearance, many of the island lords exchanged furtive glances. As seasoned pirates, they understood the paramount importance of intelligence, whether to seize lucrative opportunities or to sidestep formidable adversaries. Possessing reliable channels of information was essential. Unlike the others present, Asha Greyjoy gazed with curiosity at the pale-faced man before her. She had heard the legendary tales surrounding him countless times and was eager to discern the truth woven within those stories. Chapter 103. Support. Observing the sudden silence that enveloped the assembly, a pronounced disdain surfaced on Qi Xuan's face. Regardless of the world in which one resides, it seems there will always be those who prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Even the so-called iron-born pirates, who pride themselves on their fearlessness, could not escape the innate terror of death. Perhaps they were bewildered, pondering how Qi Xuan had audaciously infiltrated their chamber. Did this imply that the guards stationed outside had been dispatched by him? Alternatively, it could signify that he had led an army to launch a surprise assault on the defenses of Pike. However, the notion of him single-handedly breaching their stronghold was an unsettling truth they were reluctant to accept. They fancied themselves formidable. Yet when faced with an onslaught of 10 or more adversaries, defeat was an inevitable outcome. Even the mightiest knights of Westeros would likely falter against the simultaneous assault of 30 foes. This understanding fosters skepticism among those who hear the tales of Qi Xuan's exploits. The once ferocious expressions of the pirate leaders shifted like the phases of the moon, evoking silent admiration from onlookers. In this moment, Qi Xuan remained composed, while the pirates sought to prolong the standoff, keen to analyze and strategize for the impending confrontation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Theon's figure entered the room. His sudden arrival captured the attention of all, and under the piercing gazes of the pirate leaders, Theon felt a tightening in his chest. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the relatively peaceful Winterfell, Theon's demeanor remained rather naive and innocent. This was evident from the original narrative, where he was easily swayed by his father and sister, leading him to betray Robb Stark. Following his conquest of Winterfell, his temporary subordinates further manipulated him with ease. In truth, after seizing Winterfell, there was no necessity for bloodshed. Otherwise, Robb Stark and others would not harbor such animosity towards him. It is crucial to recognize that Theon and Robb Stark had been companions for over a decade, and it would be implausible for the Stark family, sworn enemies of the Flayers, to remain ignorant of the cruelty and terror associated with such a lineage. It was this very misconception, that Theon had burned his two younger brothers, that led Robb Stark to tacitly endorse Ramsay Snow's pursuit of Theon. Subsequently, Xian found himself ensnared in the greatest nightmare of his life, becoming a wretched figure under the dual torment of both body and spirit. The piercing gazes of his father and others compelled Xian to swallow hard, his heart brimming with anxiety. Upon realizing that this newcomer was a novice, the pirate leaders, who had initially felt tense and apprehensive, experienced a sudden wave of relief. Their eyes shifted as they regarded Qi Xuan. The earlier fear and uncertainty appeared to have been mere illusions, replaced instead by an unmistakable glimmer of cruelty and cunning. Xian, who allowed you to slip away? Baron Greyjoy's reprimanding voice echoed, and before Xian could display any semblance of embarrassment, laughter erupted on the faces of the pirate leaders within the room. What is this? He merely mingled in with the Greyjoys? I thought he had come here with a band of warriors to slay us. You nearly startled me. The pirate leaders began to murmur among themselves, seemingly eager to justify that their prior hesitation was merely a product of contemplation rather than fear. Amidst the shifting emotions of the crowd, Qi Xuan maintained an air of indifference, a serene smile gracing his features. No matter how fierce or brutal the faces around him appeared, to Qi Xuan, they were merely a collection of paper tigers. What fueled Qi Xuan's unwavering confidence? His formidable personal prowess bestowed upon him extraordinary self-assurance. Suddenly, Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow, noticing that Asha Greyjoy, Xian's sister, was fixated on him, as though she held some monumental secret. For the first time, Qi Xuan's gaze met Asha Greyjoy's eyes, and upon realizing his scrutiny, she defiantly returned his stare. Intriguing. After a moment of shared gazes, Qi Xuan let out a light chuckle. Despite Asha Greyjoy's impressive portrayal in the original narrative, she did not particularly pique Qi Xuan's interest. After all, he adhered to a principle of choosing only the most suitable maidservants. As a pirate and captain of a pirate ship, Asha likely had her own longtime paramours. Those who dwell on the precipice of life and death often bear immense psychological burdens, which are frequently alleviated through romantic entanglements. Though he had no intention of taking her as a maid, perhaps she could serve as a female guard? After all, her formidable strength and spirited, decisive demeanor seemed quite appealing. This fleeting thought barely took root when the atmosphere in the room shifted once more. For reasons unknown, the pirate leader's gazes toward Qi Xuan suddenly turned vicious. Yet, in the face of it all, Qi Xuan remained utterly unfazed. At present, he has nearly exhausted his desire for the performances, and it is time to conclude. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's expression turned grave as he declared aloud, Sean, I am greatly pleased with the loyalty you have exhibited thus far. As a reward, I have come here today to assist you in ascending to the position of ruler of the Iron Islands. As for Balon Greyjoy, he is far too old and ought to enjoy his retirement sooner rather than later. Upon finishing his statement, he inquired, who is in favor? Who is opposed? As Qi Xuan's words echoed, the room fell into a momentary silence. Soon, laughter erupted among the crowd. Ha! This is too rich. Where did this young upstart come from? Clearly not matured yet. Little one, have you weaned? Faced with such crude mockery, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Qi Xuan's face. Being a magnanimous individual, he resolved to forgive their ignorance and insolence. However, he believed that these foul-mouthed individuals required a cleansing of their sullied souls. With a crackle, countless bolts of lightning erupted from Qi Xuan's form, striking precisely at the insolent individuals who had just spoken, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Those who had spoken disrespectfully crumpled to the ground, their final breaths escaping them. Seeing this astonishing spectacle, the remaining onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. Among those fortunate enough to survive, a wave of fear mingled with relief coursed through their veins. Unlike the others, Asha Greyjoy's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, devoid of any trace of fear or trepidation. Activate the dominant genes. Even Sean, who had previously witnessed similar scenes, found himself trembling involuntarily at this moment. In the face of Qi Xuan's terrifying prowess, everything else seemed utterly trivial. As a natural phenomenon, lightning undoubtedly held an inexplicable power over humanity, particularly in eras devoid of advanced technology. Thus, those who wielded the power of lightning appeared to many as deities walking amongst mortals. In fact, to those who had witnessed Qi Xuan in action, he was indeed viewed as a divine being traversing the earthly realm. If one were to inquire how to instill calmness in others, fear, or the presence of lightning, would undoubtedly serve as effective methods. It is said that in a certain modern world, a technique known as electrotherapy was once employed to treat various human ailments. Observing the individuals before him who had suddenly regained their composure and rationality, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's lips. Indeed, often words alone do not restore clarity. It is the force of one's fist that proves most effective. Thus, regarding my earlier proposal, who is now in favor and who is opposed? Be aware that I do not intend to repeat the same words a third time. In response to Qi Xuan's inquiry, the previously disdainful pirate leaders now appeared as docile as quails. In truth, they had survived countless life-and-death battles to attain their current positions as pirate chieftains. If they harbored a profound fear of death, it was certainly not overt. However, the manner of death they faced in the present circumstance instilled a palpable dread within them. As renowned pirate lords and island rulers, to meet such a humble demise was undeniably tragic. They believed that perishing in combat would be a far more acceptable fate. I concur. A particularly rational pirate lord within the chamber proclaimed with fervor, perhaps encouraged by this lead. The remaining pirate leaders exhaled a collective sigh of relief and began to echo his sentiments. I agree. We concur. Often, the first to venture an opinion requires considerable courage. Yet for those who follow, the psychological burden is significantly alleviated. The current situation undoubtedly validated this notion. Amidst the rapidly shifting dynamics, a look of incredulity crossed Qi Xuan's face. He might have thought that these ferocious pirate lords should not so easily concede. In truth, such a belief only reflected Qi Xuan's naivete. Frequently, those in positions of power become increasingly preoccupied with their own survival, making them more susceptible to compromise and submission. Conversely, the soldiers and common folk at the bottom, often with no choice, fight desperately for their lives. Of course, humanity is the most forgetful of creatures. As the saying goes, the sole lesson humanity learns from history is that it learns nothing from history. Qi Xuan's formidable methods could only temporarily intimidate these pirate leaders. Given time, their fear would recede like the tide, giving rise to rebellious sentiments. Nevertheless, for Qi Xuan, these individuals were largely expendable. His purpose in subduing these pirate chieftains was not only to reward the loyalty exhibited by Qi Xuan, but also to prepare for an imminent expedition to the continent of Essos. To embark on a transoceanic campaign to Essos, one required not only a sufficiently powerful fleet, but also a substantial number of sailors and captains. Although Qi Xuan had already established the vast port city of White Harbor and was in the process of expanding his naval fleet, he understood the principle that the more, the better. Unlike the conquest of Westeros, the initial pressure to invade Essos would be considerably greater. Despite the apparent similarities between the various city-states of Essos and a mere fish, which serve primarily as a backdrop in the narrative, Qi Xuan was certain that should his army set foot on the continent of Essos, the city-states would unite against him with unwavering resolve. It is widely acknowledged that most of these city-states are positioned near the coast and favor maritime trade, resulting in a natural phenomenon where they possess formidable naval fleets. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan resolved to temporarily set aside these considerations. The most pressing matter at hand was to subdue the other factions on the continent of Westeros, such as House Lannister and King's Landing and the combined forces of the Stormlands and the Riverlands under the leadership of Renly. Ultimately, the most challenging conquest would be the region of Dorne. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's gaze shifted to Theon beside him, and he spoke, "Theon, in the presence of these island lords, I hereby appoint you as the Earl of the Iron Islands, tasked with governing the entirety of the Iron Islands." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's proclamation, Theon was instantly uplifted. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I vow my unwavering loyalty to you." He instinctively knelt before Qi Xuan, reiterating his allegiance. Observing Theon's display of loyalty, the others in attendance paused momentarily before also kneeling before Qi Xuan. Notably, the only individual remaining standing was Balon Greyjoy. Even Theon's sister, Asha Greyjoy, blushed and, overcome with emotion, knelt before Qi Xuan. Witnessing this scene, Qi Xuan's emotions wavered slightly before he regained his composure. Had it been his first encounter with such a spectacle, he might have felt a surge of excitement. However, after experiencing it multiple times, it had become a rather mundane affair. Casting a glance at the visibly irate Balon Greyjoy, Qi Xuan chose to generously overlook his obstinacy. "Theon, the Iron Islands are now entrusted to you. What I grant you is yours. What I withhold is not to be taken. I trust that neither you nor anyone present will let me down. As for the price of disappointment, you have just witnessed it." After imparting these words, Qi Xuan abruptly turned and exited the room. As the others collectively exhaled in relief, Asha Greyjoy felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. However, just as Qi Xuan reached the threshold, he turned to the assembly and addressed Asha. "Asha Greyjoy, come with me." Though his tone was nonchalant, Asha felt her heart race at his words. This sensation had eluded her for years since her first foray into piracy. She suddenly perceived an ineffable radiance emanating from the man before her, compelling her to draw closer to him. Chapter 105: A remarkable beginning. As the formidable contender Asha Greyjoy was taken away by Qi Xuan, the atmosphere in the arena underwent a subtle transformation. For Theon, a deep-seated belief resided within him that the ancestral seat of House Greyjoy, Pike, would inevitably fall into his hands. After all, his two elder brothers had perished in the wars of years past, leaving him as the sole surviving legitimate son of their father, Balon Greyjoy. When Qi Xuan had dispatched him to persuade the current ruler of the Iron Islands, his own father Balon Greyjoy, Theon had set forth brimming with confidence. However, upon meeting his father, a thunderous revelation struck his ears. He had a sister, and she held considerable esteem within the Iron Islands. In comparison to him, the young lord who had been fostered in Winterfell for many years, Asha Greyjoy's prospects of inheriting Pike appeared considerably more promising. Observing the decisive departure of his sister Asha, Theon felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, his expression underwent a quiet transformation, initially marked by trepidation and unease, particularly after failing the task entrusted to him by Qi Xuan. Theon's demeanor shifted upon hearing that Qi Xuan not only forgave his misstep, but also rewarded him with the leadership of the Iron Islands. Such a splendid beginning. The smile on Theon's face could no longer be contained, and he found himself unable to suppress his admiration. Watching Theon, who was now brimming with joy, the expressions of the pirate chiefs, once grim, softened considerably. Logically, they ought to submit to the strong rather than this seemingly foolish youth. Yet, facing a formidable figure like Qi Xuan consistently would likely leave their hearts ensnared in perpetual fear. Even if Qi Xuan did nothing, his mere existence instilled dread in countless souls. For those who had clawed their way to prominence, believing themselves to be significant figures, the realization that they remained but insignificant insects was often more difficult to accept than death itself. In contrast to the quiet sigh of relief shared by the other pirate chiefs, Balon Greyjoy, who had initially appeared furious, his face flushed as if he might bleed at any moment, gradually regained his composure. Casting a glance at his exuberant son below, Balon's expression bore a profound, bittersweet smile. Perhaps having spent too long with the forthright Lord Eddard Stark had influenced his son, who now displayed a similarly earnest and naive demeanor. While simplicity can sometimes be a virtue, for certain individuals, it undoubtedly carries a pejorative connotation. Sighing deeply, Balon Greyjoy suddenly relinquished his previous intentions, regardless of the circumstances. The legacy of one's family ultimately resides in the hands of one's own flesh and blood, and that alone suffices. Theon, suddenly, Balon rose to his feet and called out. Upon hearing his father's summons, Theon turned to face him. He beheld Balon Greyjoy, already grizzled with age and etched with wrinkles, leaving his seat of authority and gesturing for Theon to take his place. Observing the flicker of recognition and expectation in his father's gaze, Theon felt his eyes moisten. Life beneath the patronage of others had been far from easy, particularly with this state of affairs enduring for over a decade. Despite appearing jovial and carefree in Winterfell, even indulging in leisure activities, if he were not so deeply troubled, would he truly act in such a manner? Although his foster father, Lord Ned, had treated him with fairness, the attitudes of others did not mirror that kindness, whether intentionally or not. All in the north incessantly reminded Theon that he was merely a hostage. Thus, amidst the varied expressions of those around him, Theon rose with fervor and ultimately claimed the seat of authority within the chamber. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged within him. Cheer for me. Applaud for me. Theon fervently shouted within his heart. Not far above, in the sky, Qi Xuan and Asha Greyjoy rode together, observing the vivid scenes reflected in the mirror of the heavens. As Asha beheld the lifelike images within, she gasped in astonishment. If she had once felt merely fear, admiration, and awe towards Qi Xuan's formidable and incredible prowess, this method of surveillance left her utterly astounded. She could not fathom what kind of adversary could possibly defeat such a combination as Qi Xuan presented. Perhaps only time or the legendary deities could vanquish this terrifying man before her. Strangely, as her respect for Qi Xuan escalated significantly, Asha's gaze towards him grew increasingly fervent. Pirates are inherently drawn to strength, and moreover, it is within the very nature of women, or indeed all beings, to harbor an instinctive admiration for the powerful. It seemed that, at this moment, a mere glance from Qi Xuan would compel Asha Greyjoy to approach willingly. Alas, Qi Xuan showed no interest in such matters. As the saying goes, the full do not understand the hungry. Perhaps this encapsulates the notion of the satiated being oblivious to the needs of the starving. As he gazed into the mirror at Theon, a cryptic smile appeared on Qi Xuan's face. With Theon now seated upon the throne that rightfully belonged to his father, it signified that he had officially assumed the role of the ruler of the Iron Islands, the Lord of Pike. Henceforth, he would be known as Count Theon. Although he stood one rank below the future Duke of the North, the esteemed Robb Stark, whose body long since turned to ash, the importance of choices is indeed paramount. At this moment, Scene could not help but feel a surge of admiration for himself, quietly applauding his previous performances in Pike City. Although he was uncertain how Qi Xuan had come to know of the events that transpired there, Scene had already attributed it to some form of unknown magical means. However, as he contemplated this, the pride and joy he felt suddenly gave way to a jolt of realization. Loyalty. One must be absolutely loyal to Qi Xuan. Even Scene, who usually held himself in high regard, had to concede that a being like Qi Xuan was beyond the grasp of mere mortals. In the face of such an unimaginably powerful entity, loyalty was the only appropriate response. As for those daring to oppose Qi Xuan, the images of various nobles from the north and the Riverlands flashed through Scene's mind, and these individuals had long since met their demise. To be precise, their corpses had long been incinerated. After all, it was said that beyond the wall lay countless terrifying entities known as the Others. Chapter 106. I am the king. After observing Scene's subsequent actions, Qi Xuan nodded in satisfaction. For him, it was not a lack of ability in his subordinates that concerned him, but rather a deficiency in their loyalty. He would never recruit a figure like the imp Tyrion Lannister, no matter how skilled he was. Although Tyrion had his grievances with his father and sister, he still cared deeply for his brother and the Lannister family. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated the downfall of Daenerys' Grand Army during their campaign to Westeros. The army could have easily swept through the continent, but Tyrion's suggestion of splitting it into 3 forces ultimately led to their piecemeal defeat. For Daenerys, who possessed 3 mighty dragons, she would always find herself trailing behind the main army on her dragon. As for the other 2 armies without dragons, they were easily dealt with by the prepared lords of Westeros. As for figures like Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, and Varys, Qi Xuan did not share the original fan sentiments regarding these exceptionally talented individuals. In a real world, there was an abundance of talent when it came to governing the nation later. If there was a shortage of capable individuals, implementing a system akin to the imperial examination would not be out of the question. As for the current noble inheritance and the closed-circle elections among the aristocracy, such systems were far too antiquated, primarily because Qi Xuan despised a stagnant and lifeless world. He favored a realm teeming with vitality and competition. King's Landing. Since Aegon I, the Conqueror, subdued all regions of Westeros except Dorne, King's Landing had been established as the capital of the continent. It is worth noting that this capital was not only home to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, but also served as a bustling port city by the sea. Through maritime trade and land transportation, a vast array of goods has been delivered to King's Landing, rendering this capital city a realm replete with both opportunities and challenges for countless individuals. Those unwilling to resign themselves to a life of toiling in the fields often harbor aspirations that compel them to venture into this royal city in pursuit of their fortunes. Alas, it seems that most capitals are inevitably fated to endure sieges. Once a premier port city on the continent of Westeros, King's Landing now finds its common folk ravaged by hunger after enduring a prolonged siege. The encirclement by enemy forces has precipitated a dire shortage of resources within the city, particularly the most vital of all, sustenance. The powerful and influential are seldom deprived of food, while the affluent can often procure provisions at exorbitant prices. As for the impoverished populace, while countless citizens within the city are on the brink of starvation, what is the newly crowned King Joffrey doing? Indulging in revelry within the palace, he soon grows weary of his monotony and decides to orchestrate a parade through King's Landing. His frivolous disposition is, of course, buoyed by recent joyous news. In response to the threats posed by the forces of Chiron, Joffrey's faction has reached a temporary truce with the likes of Lannister. However, to deceive Chiron, the siege remains in effect, albeit with a slight reduction in its intensity. One cannot deny that the king's presence is indeed commanding. Hundreds of guards clad in golden robes line the streets, clearing a path in the center while isolating the destitute citizens on either side. Riding a magnificent steed, King Joffrey strides confidently down the thoroughfare, his expression one of delight. Glancing at the filthy, emaciated commoners, a flicker of disdain and contempt crosses his gaze. Some are born to privilege, while others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. A person's fate is often irrevocably shaped by the circumstances into which they are born, rendering the acquisition of unattainable aspirations nearly impossible. Consider me, Joffrey. From the moment of my birth, it was foretold that I would ascend to the throne. Meanwhile, the deluded King Joffrey remains oblivious to a rapidly approaching object overhead, until, bang, at the instant the object strikes him, disbelief floods his mind. I am the king. How dare they? He bellows. Guards, slay these audacious miscreants. In this moment of rage, King Joffrey, consumed by fury, unhesitatingly issues a decree for bloodshed. Upon hearing their sovereign's command, the loyal guards of the capital brandish their weapons toward the citizens lining the streets. With the sound of blades unsheathing and the chaos that ensues, the famished populace of King's Landing finds themselves collapsing into pools of blood. Yet, these once docile individuals erupt into defiance at this very moment. In the days when King's Landing was besieged, countless commoners perished from starvation, all due to the incompetence of the king before them. For the majority of the lower-class citizens, the legitimacy of the current king was of little concern. Their primary focus was on whether they would face hunger each day. Had the king possessed any semblance of capability, the capital would not have remained under siege for so long. Initially, the populace intended only to express their discontent towards King Joffrey by throwing refuse at him. But his acts of brutality instead incited their wrath, further enraging the starving masses. In stark contrast to the heavily guarded palace, King Joffrey, protected by merely a few hundred soldiers, found himself in a precarious situation, experiencing a thrill of danger. Despite the valiant efforts of the gold-cloaked guards, a relentless tide of desperate citizens surged forward, intent on seizing the king. Amidst the chaos, Sansa Stark, the daughter of the former Warden of the North, was abducted by a group of civilians and nearly subjected to public humiliation. Fortunately, the ever-watchful Sandor Clegane, the Hound, rescued the unfortunate noblewoman. Once the tumult subsided, an emergency meeting of the King's Council was convened. Present were King Joffrey, his hand, Tyrion Lannister, the Queen Regent Cersei, Grand Maester Pycelle, the Master of Ships Kevin Lannister, and the Spymaster, Varys, the Spider. Suddenly, King Joffrey rose, pacing angrily. I am the king. How dare these wretches defy me? I shall have them all slain. Every last one. His furious outburst elicited varied reactions from those in the council chamber. Varys, seated beside Joffrey, wore a look of profound dismay, seemingly at a loss for words in response to the king's proclamations. Tyrion Lannister and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of incredulity at the king's naivete and cruelty. As king, Joffrey's rage clouded his judgment, and the more pressing matter remained: how to address the aftermath of the upheaval. It was evident that he lacked understanding of the situation at hand and showed little concern for it. His sole fixation was on the affront to his regal authority, and he was determined to mete out punishment to those he deemed audacious. Chapter 107. The most pressing matter despite the absurdity of the king's candor. This farce had to come to an end. Therefore, Tyrion Lannister, in his capacity as Hand of the King, could no longer restrain himself. Do you have any idea how many days King's Landing has been under siege? How many lives have been lost to starvation during this time? While your majesty revels in the luxuries of the palace, how many have perished in the city? The corpses being transported by cart are nearly forming a mountain. These people are merely starving. Is it too much to allow them a moment to express their fear and despair? But who is truly responsible for all of this? Had it not been for your majesty's resolute decision to execute Lord Eddard Stark of the North, the dukes from various regions of the kingdom would not have been put on high alert, nor would we have been compelled to face the armies of the Stormlands and the Riverlands alone. As Tyrion Lannister eloquently articulated these truths, King Joffrey's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallid, as if he were on the verge of erupting with fury. "I am the king," he bellowed, dismissing reality. "Do any of you present here believe yourselves to be without fault? If it were not for your incompetence, how could King's Landing have endured such a prolonged siege? A disgrace." One cannot help but acknowledge that the wise and benevolent King Robert's sudden outburst left all in attendance in stunned silence. Those who had initially come to spectate found their smiles frozen, appearing utterly ludicrous. After a prolonged silence, Queen Cersei finally spoke. "Guards, the king is weary. Assist him in returning to rest." However, upon hearing his mother's words, Joffrey, rather than seizing the opportunity to escape this awkward moment, grew even more incensed, shouting, "I am not weary. I am the king." In his attempt to assert his authority and prestige through this furious declaration, he failed to recognize that the outcome would be entirely contrary to his expectations. The courtiers present were not intimidated by the king's outburst. Rather, they harbored even greater disdain for him. In truth, Joffrey was oblivious to a crucial fact. Power often emanates from the might of one's army. To put it simply, the strength of the military dictates authority. As for the other so-called titles, qualifications, and representations, they are merely paper tigers in the face of military power. Once, King Joffrey had commanded an army, namely the loyal Kingsguard and its several thousand gilded soldiers. Regrettably, through the machinations of Tyrion Lannister, the leader of the Kingsguard had been replaced with one of Tyrion's own confidants. Although not the mercenary brawn from the original tale, the Lannisters, with their vast wealth, find it hard to believe that anyone could remain unbribed. Aside from losing his direct military command, King Joffrey's position was, as in the original narrative, subject to scrutiny by many noble lords across Westeros. This predicament stemmed from a letter questioning Joffrey's legitimacy as the biological son of the previous king. Whether this letter originated from Lord Eddard Stark, as in the original story, is of little consequence. Countless noble lords dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in Westeros could no longer restrain their actions. Ultimately, and most significantly, the reason the numerous noble lords within King's Landing still acknowledged Joffrey's claim to the throne was solely due to their trust and reverence for the Lannister family of the Westerlands. Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands, once held the esteemed position of Hand of the King in King's Landing for many years, during which he utterly obliterated several noble families that disdained their feudal lords. The song The Reign of Castamere serves as a magnificent testament to the imposing stature of this Lion of the West. Witnessing the king's unwillingness to depart, the assembled company found themselves at a loss. Even Tyrion Lannister, dispatched by Duke Tywin to oversee the king and queen, fell into a profound silence. Before Joffrey ascended to the throne, his nephew would still exhibit a degree of apprehension towards this uncle, known for his swift retribution. However, once Joffrey became the king, Tyrion often felt constrained. After all, it was impossible to predict the erratic behavior of a monarch who acted with reckless abandon. If the king's grandfather, Duke Tywin, were present, he might have been able to temper the impulses of this seemingly unstable ruler. Alas, he was not. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Hand Tyrion Lannister chose to temporarily set aside the furious king, as there was a matter of utmost importance that required discussion. "My lords, what do you know of the newly enthroned king of the North, who now lays siege to the Riverlands?" Upon hearing Tyrion's sudden inquiry, the members of the royal council fell into contemplation. Even the previously irate King Joffrey displayed a glimmer of interest. Could this individual truly be as described in tales, standing 3 feet tall and 8 inches long? Upon hearing the king's query, and particularly noting the fervent curiosity in his gaze, an involuntary chuckle arose among the assembly. "Your Majesty, how could such a being possibly exist? Unless he were a giant." Laughter erupted among the attendees, but it was abruptly interrupted by Varys, the master of whisperers. My informants suggest that the legends surrounding this new king of the north may indeed hold truth. Seeing the serious demeanor of the typically formidable Varys, the smiles of those present faded. Could magic, as spoken of in legends, truly exist in this world? Following Varys' confirmation, the amusement in King Joffrey's eyes intensified. Capture him. I wish to unravel all his secrets. What boy could resist the allure of wielding legendary magic? Even grown men cannot suppress their yearning for such wonders, as the spirit of youth lingers within them until death. After hearing the king's jest, Tyrion Lannister cast an inscrutable glance at his nephew. If only matters were so simple. The greatest threat we face is no longer the formidable Balon Greyjoy, who commands an army of 100,000, but rather this king of the north, Qi Xuan. Even with a formidable army at his disposal, I could devise countless strategies to eliminate Lannister. The troops under Lannister's command comprise countless soldiers loyal to the nobles of two realms, whether inciting discord among them or employing assassins to eliminate Lannister. The probability of success remains significantly high. As for Qi Xuan, at this point, Tyrion Lannister fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the scene of their first encounter. Although Qi Xuan appeared rather youthful in Tyrion's eyes at the time, the penetrating gaze that seemed to perceive all truths left an indelible impression on him. Chapter 108. Undercurrents, only one word can encapsulate the impression he left on me. Enigmatic. Indeed, despite Qi Xuan's youthful countenance during our initial meeting, his eyes exuded an aura of formidable insight. If the circulating tales about him are not overly exaggerated, even a hint of embellishment signifies the presence of a truly fearsome adversary. Thus, upon recognizing the threat he posed, Lannister and his allies consented to a temporary truce with us. Tyrion Lannister spoke with a measured tone, yet his words seemed imbued with a power that rendered the room silent. Witnessing the gathered individuals grasp the gravity of Qi Xuan's threat, Tyrion suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes reflecting a cryptic meaning. Alas, a tree that stands too tall shall be brought low by the winds. Over time, even the legendary dragons have faded into myth, let alone humans who wield magic. Long ago, the continent of Westeros was home to beings who possessed magic, the children of the forest and the mighty giants. Now, these entities have become mere anecdotes in the annals of storybooks. Should this formidable individual ascend as the new king of Westeros, what would the esteemed nobles present amount to? Mere ants? Upon hearing Tyrion's metaphor, the assembly surprisingly did not react with anger. Instead, expressions of realization spread across their faces. In any world, those who are a step ahead may be embraced, yet those who are leagues ahead often incur the malice of all. This is not dictated by notions of morality or legality, but rather by the inherent nature of humanity. In truth, even so-called geniuses, while basking in applause and attention, often attract even greater envious gazes from the shadows. As the atmosphere lightened, Tyrion continued his narrative. Not long ago, the Martell family of Dorne had sent a missive proposing an alliance, expressing their willingness to set aside past grievances and unite against the terrifying monstrosity that is Qi Xuan. Indeed, the power he wields is aptly described as monstrous, a true aberration. Even some nobles believe that this individual, who first appeared north of the Wall in dire circumstances, bears many resemblances to the legendary Night King. Aside from Dorne, numerous noble lords of the north, now under his command, have covertly established connections with us, ever ready to betray him. Just as everyone assumed that these were the sole adversaries of House Qi Xuan, the smile lingering on Tyrion's lips remained undiminished as he continued. Across the sea in Essos, the followers of the mainstream faith, the Lightbringer, suddenly began to extol this king of the north, dubbing him the destined conqueror of the world, an invincible god of war. The governors of the major city-states in Essos have also remained vigilant, even harboring malice towards this formidable and ambitious new king of the north. Thus, in the face of this adversarial landscape, even if King Qi Xuan possesses great power, he is doomed to fail. After all, human strength can sometimes wane, whereas collective power is boundless, capable of obliterating everything. Therefore, the most pressing matter at hand is to seize an opportunity to amass all forces and eliminate this god of war in one fell swoop, leaving him no chance of escape. As the cunning Tyrion Lannister concluded, an image of a solitary warrior standing against the world emerged vividly in the minds of the assembly. Contemplating this scene, their fears regarding Qi Xuan's might were swiftly dispelled, replaced by uproarious laughter. However, these overconfident individuals failed to realize that a certain force known as map hacking exists in this world. The three-eyed raven draws upon powers associated with the old gods, enabling him to traverse the maps of Westeros and glimpse the history of the past and future. Similarly, Qi Xuan, wielding his treasures, can also navigate such maps. Observing the events portrayed in the imagery, Qi Xuan felt no trepidation. Rather, a long-buried excitement surged within him. How lonely it is to be invincible. Since traversing into this realm, he had long forgotten the sensation of such solitude. Although the feeling of looking upon a world filled with mediocrity was undeniably exhilarating, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Over time, it became akin to playing a game with cheats. As the saying goes, a cheat brings momentary joy. However, prolonged indulgence can lead to monotony. Come, let the storm rage even fiercer. Indeed, compared to the occasional disturbances caused by the flea, I yearn to crush these struggling adversaries once and for all. Witnessing Qi Xuan, who appeared not a trace afraid, but rather more exhilarated, Asha Greyjoy's eyes flickered with disbelief. Moments later, Asha found that her initial anxiety and fear upon hearing this news had transformed entirely into excitement. A tremor coursed through her body, as if the thrill had permeated every corner of her being. Before her stood a man who seemed to radiate a dazzling and resplendent light. In that moment, Asha secretly resolved to follow this man, eager to witness the grand momentum that was about to unfold. Nothing else mattered. Even if she were to perish in the next instant, it would be worth it. Observing the woman before him, whose gaze appeared to shimmer with admiration, Qi Xuan revealed a faint smile. Despite not fully understanding the source of her reverence, it held little significance for him. After all, he commanded legions of loyal followers, numbering in the thousands or more. Nevertheless, Qi Xuan felt compelled to reward this woman who had so openly displayed her allegiance. As for the nature of the reward, at that moment, he was uncertain of what she truly desired. Perhaps he would defer this small gift for the time being. How intriguing. Hurry now. Your struggles and resistance only heighten my excitement. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will unveil next. With the sound of his raucous laughter ringing out, a surge of urgency welled up within Qi Xuan. He could no longer suppress his anticipation. As if attuned to his emotions, the griffin beneath him suddenly accelerated in its flight. With a crisp bird call, the griffin soared towards the twin rivers of Hejian city of Lianghe. Chapter 109. Only betrayal is unforgivable. Qi Xuan had always considered himself a remarkably tolerant individual, not overly fixating on the moral shortcomings of his subordinates. After all, no one is without flaw. Who among us is truly pure and free of all imperfections? As long as one is human, or rather, a living being, existence inevitably brings with it desires and demands. Some are enamored with wealth, others with beauty, and some are greedy for power. Even Qi Xuan himself could not escape such inherent instincts. However, as long as they remained genuinely loyal to him, he was willing to bestow upon them whatever they sought. There was but one transgression Qi Xuan could not forgive: betrayal. Betrayal is akin to infidelity. It is a matter of either zero or countless occurrences. Once the threshold of zero is crossed, the consequences often spiral into the unpredictable. Qi Xuan could patiently await those who sought to oppose him, such as the petty demons in Junlin City or other factions. To him, their actions merely served as targets for his authority. However, those subordinates who had already turned against him were beyond redemption. In Hejian, within the city of Lianghe, as the griffin carried Qi Xuan and Asha back to the city, darkness enveloped the sky. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the depths of night. In contemporary society, dusk often heralds the onset of revelry. Yet, in this world, reminiscent of the medieval era, nightfall signifies the conclusion of daily endeavors, a time to rest. Indeed, even the most powerful nobles find their opportunities for amusement rather limited throughout the year. Perhaps this explains their fervent enthusiasm for hunting. Aside from their indulgence in beauty and gourmet feasts, beyond that, their options dwindle to attending theatrical performances and tournaments. Just as the majority of the townsfolk drift into slumber, the arrival of Qi Xuan shatters the tranquility. "Convey my command. Summon all the nobles of the city to this place," he stated, his expression impassive as he issued his orders to the soldiers under his command within the Fry family castle. "Yes, your majesty," the soldiers quickly responded, promptly turning to execute his bidding. At the side, Asha Greyjoy observed the scene quietly, her keen eyes revealing the rapid workings of her mind. Before long, an increasing number of nobles were gathered before Qi Xuan, summoned by the guards. Alongside these lords, several maidens brought by Qi Xuan hastened to his side upon receiving the news. As Qi Xuan's influence expanded, the initial hesitance of these maidens transformed into profound respect and attachment. For them, their roles as attendants had evolved from a source of shame to one of unparalleled honor. This status bestowed upon them a sense of importance in the eyes of the noble lords. Should they lose this identity, they would revert to the ranks of the lowly commoners once more. Perhaps this is why so many are relentlessly eager to serve as sycophants to the powerful. After all, to be a lackey of the influential allows one to tread upon the heads of countless lesser beings with impunity. Within the courtyard of the Fry Castle, as more individuals arrived, the number of torch-bearing soldiers steadily increased. Though the evening had already descended into darkness, the square remained as bright as dawn under the illumination of countless torches. With all the loyal noble lords assembled before him, a semblance of a smile flickered across Qi Xuan's face. His gaze, both tranquil and piercing, swept over his subordinates, as if attempting to penetrate their very souls. Under the weight of Qi Xuan's captivating stare, those with guilty consciences felt their hearts race, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Even those innocent of treachery began to experience unease, pondering whether they had erred in any regard. In a matter of seconds, many in the crowd were drenched in cold sweat, gripped by fear. Observing the panicked faces before him, Qi Xuan could not help but wear a faint smile of satisfaction. Throughout history, mankind has often shown a greater reverence for power than for virtue. Rather than fostering affection among his subordinates, Qi Xuan believed that instilling fear would be far more advantageous. The essence of power lies in the ability to compel others, through violent means, to act against their will, regardless of the potential loss of life, dignity, or honor. Since his arrival in this world, Qi Xuan's journey had seemingly been smooth, as if guided by fate itself. Yet, he never lost sight of a profound truth. He was a conqueror and an adversary to the vested interests of Westeros. The rise and fall of dynasties throughout history are fundamentally a mere transfer of power, a reshuffling of the old and the new beneficiaries. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, a splendid mirror suddenly materialized in Qi Xuan's right hand. Magic mirror, reveal to me who among us has betrayed me and conspired with my enemies. As his calm voice resonated, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Just as the assembly's collective anxiety deepened, the mirror illuminated with a sudden brilliance. Your Majesty, among those present, only a select few have not covertly contacted your adversaries. Some who have corresponded with other factions genuinely intend to betray you, while others aim to hedge their bets. The mirror continued, confirming the identity of one confirmed traitor, Luz Bolton. As the mirror divulged its revelations, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Initially, the noblemen accused of treachery sought to defend themselves. Yet when the mirror displayed their acts of betrayal, all explanations seemed futile. Nevertheless, one must never underestimate humanity's instinct for survival. In that moment of irrefutable evidence, some still fervently attempted to justify their actions. Your Majesty, you know well my loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon. One noble pleaded. In truth, the events depicted were part of my plan to feign allegiance to your enemies to gain their trust. Indeed, we were doing the same. Others quickly chimed in, inspired by the first speaker's defense. While such justifications might elicit temporary forgiveness from most sovereigns, Qi Xuan's perspective diverged significantly from that of other rulers. To him, these noble lords were not indispensable. No matter how exceptional their talents might be, what significance did it hold? The world is vast, and even if the proportion of exceptional individuals is small, their numbers remain substantial when one gazes upon the globe. Thus, the fate of these individuals was sealed. With a cold sneer, Qi Xuan spoke with an icy demeanor, declaring, "Only betrayal shall not be forgiven. All troops, heed my command. Seize every traitor. And those who dare to resist shall be executed without mercy." Chapter 110. The execution the following morning dawned with a chilling atmosphere, the very winds howling as if in anticipation. In the city of Twin Rivers, the atmosphere mirrored the ominous weather, bustling with an unsettling fervor. Early in the day, the citizens received orders from the guards of the Lord's mansion. All inhabitants were to gather at a designated open space outside the city to witness a solemn event. Indeed, although many nobles had chosen to resist during last night's apprehension, there were still those who clung to a glimmer of hope. The fate of the defiant was sealed, as they were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. As for those who surrendered, their choice merely postponed the inevitability of their demise. Now, in an open area just outside Twin Rivers, an execution platform had been hastily erected overnight. The purpose of this platform was unmistakable. It was to carry out the execution of those who dared to betray. As the citizens, under the soldiers' orders, arrived at the designated site, they were soon confronted with a shocking sight. The once revered nobles, whom they had idolized, were now bound in ropes, their faces pale and ashen. In addition to the townsfolk, the gathering also included the soldiers stationed in Twin Rivers, loyal system soldiers under Qi Xuan's command, as well as soldiers from the Northern Territories and Hujian. Regardless of their previous affiliations, these soldiers shared a common bond, they now served under Qi Xuan. Many soldiers who had previously sworn allegiance to their noble lords found themselves liberated from the shackles of loyalty upon witnessing the current state of their rulers. A faint crack echoed, unheard yet palpable, as if something had shattered. Even the most esteemed nobles could experience such a humbling moment. Perhaps I could take their place. The execution platform and the nobles, resembling nothing more than dead dogs, left little doubt as to the events that would soon unfold. This might be the first instance in this continent's history of such a grand public execution of noble figures, instilling a sense of disbelief among the spectators. Just as the audience pondered the surreal nature of the events, Qi Xuan and his companions arrived. Despite having witnessed a massacre the previous night and preparing to execute a group of traitors today, it was astonishing to note that Qi Xuan had slept soundly and peacefully. Perhaps the environment profoundly influences individuals. Before his journey through time, Qi Xuan was merely an ordinary worker in modern society, often referred to as a corporate drone. The thought of taking a life, even that of a chicken, was an arduous task for him. Yet now, the act of slaughter seems almost commonplace. Such is the harsh reality. In a world where humanity devours humanity, compassion and mercy are merely paths to self-destruction. One might surmise that those living amidst the turmoil of war-torn nations in his previous life harbored similar sentiments. Reflecting on this, Qi Xuan felt a surge of gratitude towards Dongda, for it was the might of Dongda that allowed him to reside in a realm of peace and stability. However, all of that had faded into the past with his transition to this new world. If presented with the opportunity to choose anew, Qi Xuan mused that he would likely choose the same path without hesitation. In a fleeting moment, Qi Xuan's thoughts returned to the present. Standing on the execution platform, he gazed calmly at the scene before him. His eyes settled on the traitors awaiting their fate, their faces twisted in expressions that seemed to yearn to consume him alive. Unfortunately for them, their mouths were silenced, preventing any cries of defiance. Though dispatching them felt no different than squashing an ant, their betrayal held little sway over him. Yet, the mere notion that traitors still drew breath beneath him weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a boulder lodged within. To preserve his own peace of mind, he deemed it best to eliminate all traitors swiftly. Although Qi Xuan's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of most present. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. This man was undeniably domineering. Simply because it affected his mood, he intended to execute these nobles? How terrifying! It seemed inconceivable to the commoners, soldiers, and even the loyal nobles present that such a rationale could justify such brutality. Yet, for Qi Xuan, the truth was undeniable. Allowing traitors to persist without consequence would only lead to an ever-growing threat, culminating in a catastrophic disaster. Despite possessing a system that granted him immense power, rendering the opposition irrelevant to his conquest of this world, he recognized the peril of excessive bloodshed. Although he had claimed the lives of countless enemies, most of them had fallen in the chaos of battle. The battlefield confrontation is inherently a matter of life and death, allowing no room for mercy. As for the large-scale slaughter and humiliation of innocent civilians following victory, such actions are no different from those of beasts. Let it commence. With the nonchalant voice of Qi Xuan resounding, the execution began. Observing once noble aristocrats forced to kneel and subsequently beheaded by executioners, the audience felt a certain thought taking root and blossoming within them. The existence of nobles, when faced with death, proved to be as insignificant as that of common folk. Indeed, Qi Xuan understood that this execution might topple the aristocracy from its pedestal, but this was precisely his intent. The feudal system was antiquated, having persisted on this continent for at least 10 millennia. Although modern democratic republics represent the trend of history, a transitional feudal structure is still required. As for the duration of this transition, Qi Xuan deemed it suitable to align it with his own lifespan. With each swing of the blade, the heads of prominent figures flew forth. This day was destined to be one that would be etched in memory. Chapter 111. Preparation for the Southern Campaign. Once, Qi Xuan found it perplexing why even emperors hailed as wise rulers could exhibit such ruthlessness. It was only upon reaching his current position that he began to grasp certain truths. As the saying goes, compassion does not lead armies, righteousness does not nurture wealth, benevolence does not govern, and sentiment does not establish affairs. Those in power must often display their authority and decisiveness to instill fear in those beneath them. How many hearts yearn to ascend in rank, to reach lofty heights? Yet, regardless of one's aspirations, positions are finite. The historical emergence of systems such as the examination system, the 9-rank system, or various aristocratic gatekeeping methods ultimately serve to prevent the external flow of power. Even at the pinnacle, It is challenging to extinguish the ambitions of those below who seek to usurp authority. Thus, the use of thunderous measures, both as a deterrent and a warning, becomes essential. After witnessing the public execution of nobles, all within the city of Lianhe transformed into docility, whether among the surviving noble lords or the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command, as well as the vast populace of commoners. A sense of reverence toward Qi Xuan arose in their hearts. Naturally, Qi Xuan understood the principle of balancing grace with authority. However, he was in no rush to extend favors, as he intended to implement them only after conquering the entirety of the continent of Westeros. After all, to speak plainly, his fervor for conquest and territorial expansion was ultimately driven by a desire to reap greater benefits from the system. The development of the territories under his command appears, at present, to have little impact on the accumulation of reward points. Given this, one may ponder the necessity of actively engaging in governance. With this thought, Qi Xuan's mind returned to a state of tranquility. He began to contemplate the current situation and strategize his next moves. It seems that, due to the formidable threat he has demonstrated, the remaining factions on the continent of Westeros have united against him. Although the strength of the adversaries has increased, the silver lining is that their elimination has become more straightforward. Considering the combined forces nearing 200,000 soldiers, Qi Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. To say nothing of 200,000 soldiers, even 200,000 bound pigs would consume an inordinate amount of time to slaughter. Additionally, he had to contemplate whether the enemy would send troops to harass his rear territories. After some deep reflection, Qi Xuan concluded that the most suitable course of action was to charge forward decisively. Although numerous strategies from ancient times flooded his mind, he realized that their implementation seemed unnecessary. After all, from his perspective, the current situation was decidedly in his favor. How could he possibly lose with dragons at his command? Bring forth all officers and prepare for the expedition, Qi Xuan suddenly proclaimed from his study. Yes, your majesty. The messenger departed, and Qi Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Despite his eagerness to march, he recognized the myriad logistical considerations that accompanied such an endeavor, not to mention the complexities involved in gathering and transporting essential supplies like food and water. Although Qi Xuan's spatial resources were sufficiently vast, it would be impractical to rely solely on this space for logistical support in warfare. The crucial issue was that distributing supplies to every single soldier in the army would consume a considerable amount of time that Qi Xuan was loath to waste. Ideally, he aspired to be a hands-off manager, expanding his territory through deft maneuvering of his forces. Regrettably, this ambition seemed distant at present. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qi Xuan found himself envying the numerous masters of strategy from his previous life. Their daily existence, balancing power and prowess, epitomized true living. Suddenly, he became aware of the three women in the room, all gazing intently at him: Ygritte, Asha Greyjoy, and the Red Priestess Melisandre. The first two required no introduction. One was his earliest handmaiden, the other a newly appointed female guard. As for the last, the Red Priestess, whose narrative was replete with intrigue, brought to Qi Xuan's mind memories of the Lord of Light and his three deities. Even though Qi Xuan now considers himself invincible, he finds the presence of these three deities, who were not featured in the original narrative, quite troublesome. If possible, he would prefer to eliminate these colossal threats rather than passively wait for circumstances to unfold. Regrettably, the equation for victory has yet to be revealed, necessitating further patience. As for the abyssal forces currently invading this world, hope lies either above the system or within the temporary invitation he previously acquired. Compared to the uncertainties of the invitation, Qi Xuan is more inclined to trust his own system. Suddenly, an air of restlessness envelopes him. The existence of the Light King and his ilk invariably leaves a thorn in his throat. After all, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when Qi Xuan desires to claim all the benefits of this world for himself. In the next moment, a mirror materializes in Qi Xuan's hand, the Haotian mirror imitation. As a thought crosses his mind, the reflections within the mirror begin to shift. In the north, the wall of despair looms. Having witnessed the original tale, Qi Xuan is acutely aware of the threat posed by the White Walkers. Thus, despite strained military resources, he has stationed approximately 10,000 soldiers at the Wall of Despair. Among them are loyal system soldiers and a mix of free folk and northerners. As for the deep-seated animosities between the free folk and the northerners, in the face of death and self-interest, these grievances quickly diminish in significance. After all, history is replete with traitors and turncoats, even in the direst of circumstances. In the original narrative, To prove the existence of the White Walkers, specifically to demonstrate this reality to the powerful noble lords of the continent, the Night's Watch dispatched elite forces to capture White Walkers alive beyond the Wall of Despair. It is well known that capturing living foes is often exponentially more challenging than slaying them outright. Subsequently, to rescue the exposed Jon Snow and his companions, Daenerys Targaryen intervened with her dragon. As for the outcome, without a doubt, the individuals were saved, albeit at the cost of a young dragon, which was slain by the Night King with a spear. It was through the transformation of that fallen dragon into an ice dragon that the walls of the Wall of Despair were reduced to ashes under the ice dragon's flames. Once the lakes of the north freeze over, the army of the dead can traverse southward along the frozen surface, circumventing the Wall of Despair. It seems more preparations for wildfire are imperative, and the acquisition of dragon crystals must commence. With this thought, Qi Xuan's gaze sharpens instantly. Chapter 112. Airdrop at Dragonstone. The army of the dead comprises a vast number of whites, along with a scarce few White Walkers. The whites, numerous and devoid of intellect, are feeble beings akin to the zombies depicted in films. As for the White Walkers, in stark contrast to the whites, the White Walkers appear as a wholly different species. If one were to draw a comparison, the relationship between whites and White Walkers is akin to that of commoners and nobles in the realm of Westeros. The White Walkers not only possess intellect comparable to that of humans, but also wield power that far surpasses that of ordinary human warriors. Moreover, they are armed with weapons capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Yet, these formidable beings are not without their fatal vulnerabilities. Any strike from dragonfire, Valyrian steel, or dragonglass will reduce a White Walker to mere ashes. As for the Night King, the leader of the White Walkers, he commands formidable ice magic, capable of transforming deceased beings into whites and White Walkers, rendering dragonfire utterly ineffective against him. The army of White Walkers seems reminiscent of a nightmarish version of a zombie apocalypse, intent on annihilating humanity. Consequently, Qi Xuan's stance positions them as inevitable adversaries. Unlike the noble figures from the original narrative, Qi Xuan will not underestimate such a powerful foe. Thus, on that day, he departed from the city of Riverrun. Dragonstone, though modest in size and scarce in resources, holds significant standing in Westeros. Long before the Targaryens commenced their conquest of the continent, they had resided on this island for an extensive period. Following their triumph and ascension to the throne, Dragonstone was typically bestowed upon the royal heir, earning the title of Prince of Dragonstone. However, a shift occurred under the reign of the former king, Robert Baratheon, perhaps out of disdain for Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, who had abducted his betrothed, or perhaps to assert his legitimacy as a ruler rather than a usurper. Robert often deliberately defied the Targaryen traditions. For instance, upon claiming the Iron Throne, he granted the ancestral lands of House Targaryen, Dragonstone, to his younger brother, Renly Baratheon, while the lands viewed by many as the rightful inheritance of the heir were awarded to his less favored younger brother, Stannis Baratheon. Just as Robert harbored no fondness for Stannis, the latter reciprocated the sentiment towards his elder brother. As he articulated in the original tale, he did not perceive Dragonstone as a reward, just as he believed Robert had no intention of passing the throne to him upon his death. Following Stannis' defeat and capture, Dragonstone fell into the hands of his brother Renly. Indifferent to this desolate isle, Renly merely dispatched a few soldiers to take possession of Dragonstone. While Renly's troops languished in boredom as usual on the island, suddenly, the air was pierced by the sharp, melodious cries of birds. Above Dragonstone, a sudden manifestation of colossal avian creatures emerged in the sky. These magnificent birds were none other than the griffins under the command of Qi Xuan, each bearing a soldier upon its back. As the rhythmic sound of flapping wings resonated, the griffins began their graceful descent. The sight of these majestic, rider-bearing creatures instilled a palpable tension among the watchful guards. What manner of beings are these? Soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, querying their comrades beside them. Yet, in response to this inquiry, the others were equally uninformed. Although Dragonstone guarded the vital strait of Blackwater Bay, the recent blockade during the War of the Crown had compelled merchant vessels to circumvent the area. Consequently, the soldiers stationed on the island were woefully deprived of information. As they gazed upon Qi Xuan's striking visage, so distinct from the denizens of Westeros, some guards felt a surge of anxiety. The tales of Qi Xuan's extraordinary exploits had spread throughout the realm, his name echoing across the lands. The exotic features of an Eastern man, coupled with his striking countenance and godlike prowess, had become synonymous with his persona. While many remained skeptical upon hearing the stories, could it be that, deep down, they harbored even a flicker of belief? Who approaches? This is the domain of House Baratheon. Suddenly, a guard of Dragonstone, gripping his spear tightly, inquired with a voice that, though resolute, betrayed a slight tremor of fear. Observing the steadfast demeanor of the enemy soldiers, Qi Xuan offered a faint smile. From this moment forth, Dragonstone shall be my domain. As for my name, I am Qi Xuan, the current ruler of the North and the Riverlands. Though his voice was not raised, it resonated clearly within the ears of the guards at Dragonstone. Upon realizing that they stood before a king who wielded dominion over 2 realms, the guards' tension escalated. Their orders were unequivocal: to defend Dragonstone. Should Qi Xuan's forces prove sufficiently numerous, the guards might consider retreating without hesitation. Yet, faced with merely a dozen foes, the thought of retreat began to dissipate. Suddenly, the leader of the guards adopted a cold demeanor and shouted, "Everyone, obey my command. Subdue these intruders. Spare no one who resists." It was uncertain whether he underestimated Qi Xuan's formidable strength or sought to capture him as a means of advancement. Regardless, the commander issued the order to capture. Upon hearing their superior's command, even those guards who felt a tinge of doubt ultimately aimed their spears at Qi Xuan and his entourage. Upon witnessing the scene, Qi Xuan shook his head helplessly and sighed, expressing regret over what he deemed a misguided choice. No sooner had he spoken than countless bolts of lightning erupted from his being, instantly transforming the soldiers before him into lifeless corpses under the relentless strikes. The soldiers accompanying Qi Xuan remained remarkably composed, having witnessed such events on multiple occasions prior. Despite their calm demeanor, their gazes toward Qi Xuan grew increasingly fervent. For the instinctual admiration for strength is deeply ingrained in their very essence. Qi Xuan, accustomed to such reactions, declared, "Let us prepare to extract dragon crystals." These fragile black gems held great potential. Chapter 113. A plea for aid. Although Qi Xuan's current prowess rendered the army of White Walkers from the original narrative seemingly insignificant, this was a tangible reality, and one could not ascertain whether their numbers were indeed confined to those depicted in the tale. It is worth noting that, according to the source material, the existence of the White Walkers spans thousands of years. To eradicate this threat, it was imperative to eliminate the Night King. In the original story, the demise of the Night King led to the dissolution of the White Walker army into ash. However, what if this time the Night King chose to retreat rather than confront? Furthermore, should Qi Xuan engage in a fierce battle against his southern adversaries? What would happen if the White Walkers launched a surprise attack on the wall? Thus, Qi Xuan felt compelled to amass a significant quantity of dragon crystals. These fragile black crystals, rumored to be connected to dragonfire, held little intrinsic value beyond their capacity to counter the White Walkers. Yet, if ground into powder and affixed to arrows using a sticky substance, or injected into specially designed projectiles, then the Night King and his minions would become nothing more than paper tigers. Was the Night King truly formidable, capable of slaying a young dragon with a single spear? Let him experience the onslaught of 1,000 arrows and see if he could still rise again. Contemplating such an image, a smile of anticipation crept across Qi Xuan's face. Despite his considerable strength, he could never forget the trepidation he felt upon realizing his arrival in the world of Game of Thrones, just north of the wall. In contrast to the now dwindled Night's Watch, the coalition of White Walkers was indeed terrifying. Although the map suggested a potential route south by sea from the eastern coast, circumventing the wall, that direction was patrolled by northern fleets. Rather than entrust his fate to others, Qi Xuan preferred to seize control of his destiny, which was precisely why he chose to forego the advantages of the narrative. Certainly, this time the descent upon Dragonstone Island was solely to eliminate the enemies present and to conduct an advanced search for the location of the dragon crystals. In a few days, a fleet belonging to Qi Xuan will also arrive at Dragonstone Island. As for the origin of this fleet, naturally, it hails from White Harbor, as Qi Xuan had arranged for a fleet to head south even before entering the realm of Hejian. The following morning, as Qi Xuan leisurely strolled upon Dragonstone Island, savoring the air imbued with the essence of the sea, an unexpected letter of distress shattered his tranquility. "Your Majesty, since receiving your mandate to venture to the continent of Essos in search of the legendary dragon eggs and Valyrian weapons, we have toiled diligently to gather intelligence on this land." Initially, all seemed to proceed smoothly. However, recent developments have taken a turn for the worse. Whether it is due to an awareness of your formidable presence or our discovery of the dragon eggs' whereabouts, certain factions on the continent of Essos have commenced the pursuit of your subordinates, us. After enduring numerous skirmishes and narrow escapes, we find ourselves compelled to send you this plea for assistance. Yours faithfully, your most loyal subordinate. Upon reading the urgent letter delivered into his hands, A flash of fury crossed Qi Xuan's countenance. How dare they? Who bestowed upon them the audacity to pursue his dispatched subordinates? Very well. Did they think that being far away on the continent of Essos rendered him powerless against them? Qi Xuan was taken aback. Despite his illustrious reputation, there were still those who dared to challenge him. Yet, in the next moment, his anger dissipated, replaced by a contemplative expression. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Perhaps humanity tends to harbor skepticism towards matters not witnessed firsthand. This mirrors a common tactic employed by many, exaggeration. For the powerful and influential, the possession of genuine talent is trivial. What truly matters is the perception of others. As long as one is willing to invest in self-promotion, they may appear as the inherently noble and omnipotent figures in the eyes of the vast majority of the lower strata. But why not everyone? This method primarily targets those with limited access to information, while peers of equal standing are unlikely to be deceived. Indeed, there exists a significant drawback to such exaggeration. Ultimately, not only do the listeners come to believe in it, but even the originators may start to convince themselves of their own invincibility. Perhaps these individuals assume that the rumors circulating across the world are merely the fruits of his financial endeavors and self-promotion. As for the purpose behind such actions, is it to secure legitimacy for his ascent to the throne, or to sway the overwhelming majority of the lower classes? After a period of reflection, Qi Xuan found that his anger had considerably subsided. After all, the myriad examples of so-called celebrities from past lives fervently promoting themselves and their families are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Is it merely because the development of the current world is still rooted in a feudal system that one believes the wielders of power are oblivious to the influence of public opinion? Take Westeros, for instance, where a group known as the nobility once dominated the continent. In comparison to the vastly larger population of commoners, the nobility is undeniably minuscule, a number so small it is almost absurd. Yet, they possess the means to govern the greater populace while ensuring that the latter harbors little inclination for rebellion. To achieve this objective, does it not require astute strategies? Perhaps. Wise individuals of your conceive the concept of nobility, promoting it so that all would inherently believe that only the noble class possesses the legitimacy to rule this world. However, if one were to strip away the superficiality of it all, are not the so-called nobles fundamentally the same as ordinary commoners? Thus, regardless of the titles bestowed upon the rulers, it ultimately holds little significance, as they are merely variations of the same essence. Lost in thought, Qi Xuan suddenly realized he had drifted too far afield. He would certainly not overlook the plea for help presented before him. Setting aside the possibility that the writer of the letter might be one of his dispatched soldiers, even if they were soldiers who had defected to his side, they nonetheless represented him. However, the foremost priority was to ascertain whether this letter was indeed penned by his subordinates. Although the intellect of humanity in this world remains underdeveloped when compared to the strategists of ancient Eastern civilizations, one must not dismiss them as being akin to primitive apes. After all, within any group, there are bound to be intelligent individuals, even if their numbers are few. Essos, Qi Xuan murmured to himself as a mirror appeared in his hand. Chapter 114, Turning the Tables. Compared to its initial state, the magic mirror now appeared to be in a rather poor condition. Gazing at the mirror's ashen surface, Qi Xuan's brow furrowed. Equivalent exchange? It was precisely because it had borne the cost of his inquiries that the magic mirror had taken on its current form. Yet, if he were to personally bear the cost, his heart would undoubtedly resist. After all, who knows what such a cost might extract from a person? Is it ephemeral luck, lifespan, essence, or potential? It seems that after this inquiry, he would need to devise a way to repair and enhance the magic mirror. Furthermore, he must consider finding someone to pose questions to the mirror on his behalf. Before long, Qi Xuan set the magic mirror aside. He had unraveled the truth of the matter. Indeed, it was a trap laid by his enemies. Nonetheless, despite being aware that this letter was a ruse, Qi Xuan still intended to play along. After all, setting aside other considerations, these factions would ultimately become his adversaries. As long as Qi Xuan's ambition to conquer this world remains unquenched, he will stand as an adversary to the entrenched interests of the current world. The relationship between the two factions often culminates in the complete downfall of one side. But how many can truly relinquish the power they wield and bow to another, entrusting their very existence to the choices of their superior? It is not merely the lords of power who resist such submission. Even the common people likely harbor reluctance in their hearts. As for the conscripted militia serving under the noble lords, do they willingly risk their lives for their direct overlords? It is merely a matter of having no alternative. In the continent of Essos lies Bravos, a port city situated at the northwestern tip of the realm. its prosperity and strength drawing countless souls to its shores. If the dominant faith of Westeros once revered the old gods, and now acknowledges both the Seven and the old gods, then Essos has long embraced the worship of the Lord of Light. Indeed, this is the same deity who has resurrected humanity multiple times within the original narrative. It is no exaggeration to assert that temples and rites dedicated to the Lord of Light abound in the city-states of Essos. However, Braavos stands as an exception. The headquarters of the world's most renowned assassins, the Faceless Men, is nestled within Braavos, specifically at the House of Black and White. It is said that the cost of hiring a faceless man for a single task is so exorbitant that even kings would feel the sting. Thanks to the formidable intimidation wielded by these assassins, a particular initiative in Braavos has flourished. The Iron Bank of Braavos, acknowledged as the largest bank in the world, lends out an unfathomable sum of wealth each year. In the original story, King Robert Baratheon's royal family is burdened with a debt of 8 million golden dragons. A portion owed to the Lannister family of the Westerlands, but the vast majority is owed to the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank boasts a motto reminiscent of the Lannisters: "No one dares default on a loan from the Iron Bank." The sudden appearance of the Faceless Men's leader, Jaqen H'ghar, in King's Landing raises questions. Was he sent by Peter Baelish to assassinate the then Hand of the King, Ned Stark? Or was he there to collect debts for the Iron Bank from Robert Baratheon? As for how these killers collect their dues, perhaps when monetary payment eludes them, they opt to take the lives of the debtors instead. Clams. Fresh clams. Sir, would you care for some clams? At the docks of Braavos, a girl who appears to be a tomboy hawks clams and other seafood from her cart. Suddenly, her gaze freezes, transfixed by the sight of a strikingly handsome man, so distinct from those of Westeros, and a glimmer of lethal intent flashes in her eyes. Clams, fresh clams. Sir, would you care for some clams? Moments later, the girl's expression regained its composure as she disregarded the other customers inquiring about prices, instead making her way towards the handsome man. At that moment, Qi Xuan had just arrived at the port of Braavos, his ears catching the call of a vendor. Upon realizing that the vendor seemed to be addressing him, Qi Xuan turned in the direction of the voice. In the next instant, a faint smile graced his face. Behold, whom did he encounter today? Though the girl before him donned a tomboyish guise, many could easily discern her femininity. As for Qi Xuan, a mere glance at her throat allowed him to identify her gender. Furthermore, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Arya Stark from the original narrative. It seemed that despite Qi Xuan's numerous alterations to events, this little Arya had still arrived in Braavos to hone her craft, ultimately becoming a proficient faceless man. Despite her efforts to conceal it, the murderous intent in her gaze was not lost on Qi Xuan. Just as he prepared to speak, a multitude of fully armed soldiers appeared in the vicinity. The soldiers' menacing demeanor instantly drew the attention of the surrounding civilians. Amidst a chorus of screams, countless individuals scattered in a desperate bid to escape. The soldiers, however, remained oblivious to the chaos, their focus unwaveringly fixated on Qi Xuan. Yet, he paid no heed to their scrutiny, for he had anticipated this very scenario before embarking on his journey. Alas, a man may harbor no ill will toward a tiger, but a tiger may possess a heart to harm. Suddenly, Qi Xuan let out a sigh. In the next moment, his gaze returned to the seemingly dazed girl before him. Arya Stark? Then, what choice shall you make today? To be honest, Qi Xuan held a certain admiration for this character from the original tale. Whether it was avenging her family by annihilating House Frey or siding with her brother Jon Snow during disputes with her sister, she had consistently chosen to stand with the one who cared for her most. Ultimately, it was this seemingly ordinary girl who would deal the final blow to the Night King in the original narrative. However, even with admiration in his heart, should she choose to oppose him, Qi Xuan's response would be singular: to kill. Despite being encircled by a multitude of soldiers, Qi Xuan's demeanor radiated an air of indifference. Even though Arya Stark was an adversary of his family, she could not deny the captivating aura and resolve exuded by the man before her. After pondering for a moment, Arya Stark suddenly turned and fled. However, after departing, she could not help but glance back at the man surrounded by others. Chapter 115. Who encloses whom? Regardless of the fleeing civilians and merchants, or the girl who had just left, the soldiers present paid them no heed. At this moment, their gaze was entirely fixed upon the strikingly handsome man who stood out among the crowd. Through the tales of wandering merchants, the story of Qi Xuan had become widely known across the world. In fact, the narrative circulated even more broadly on the continent of Essos, where slavery was rampant. Compared to Westeros, unlike those who dismissed the stories as mere jokes, countless slaves suffering under the yoke of servitude viewed them as the last flicker of hope in their hearts. Perhaps, in many instances, when faced with adversity, the majority yearn for someone to rescue and assist them. Rather than rebelling against insurmountable slave masters, the anticipation of a savior seems far more promising. Although many on the continent of Essos regarded the legends of Qi Xuan as mere fabrications, repeated exposure to falsehoods can lead one to believe them. Even those who outwardly scoffed at the tales might harbor a mixture of belief and skepticism within. Articulating such sentiments would prove challenging. Is this truly the god of war spoken of in the stories? He appears much like us, with two shoulders bearing a single head. His height does not match the tales that describe him as towering 3 zhang. As the number of soldiers enclosing Qi Xuan swelled, some could not help but begin to whisper among themselves. The reason they had not launched an immediate attack was primarily to await the arrival of their commanding superiors. Contrary to the expectations of the soldiers present, Qi Xuan displayed neither panic nor fear in the face of the ever-growing throng. He did not seize the opportunity to break free while the numbers were still manageable. Although it was Qi Xuan who was encircled by thousands, the sight of that man, exuding an indescribable nonchalance and artistry, filled the hearts of those present with incredulity. Were the soldiers of Braavos surrounding Qi Xuan? Or was it Qi Xuan who ensnared these soldiers? Unbelievable. Am I still under the influence of last night's revelry? Such absurd thoughts invade my mind. From a distance, a patron in a brothel watching the spectacle suddenly began to speak to himself. This sentiment was not unique to him. It could be said that many shared such thoughts. Though Qi Xuan had merely arrived at the continent of Essos for the first time, his mere presence exerted immense psychological pressure on the inhabitants of the city. If one were to ponder why this was the case, perhaps the continuously recited tales served as a subtle form of indoctrination. Even if upon first, second, or even many listens, the audience found the story to be absurd yet well-crafted, when the retelling reached a certain frequency, those with weaker wills could easily succumb to the narrative's influence. Before long, the moment arrived when Qi Xuan found himself encircled by thousands of soldiers. At that very instant, a man clad in resplendent garments emerged from outside the circle. Are you Qi Xuan, the so-called god of war mentioned in that absurd tale? I am the current Sea King, Firego Italian, the ruler of Braavos. As he spoke, the Sea King deliberately paused, seemingly eager to witness the astonishment and disbelief on Qi Xuan's face. However, to his chagrin, he was met with an unwavering calmness instead. To Qi Xuan, the self-proclaimed ruler of Braavos appeared no different from an ordinary individual. Upon realizing this, an inexplicable fury ignited within Sea King Firego. Despite having anticipated this encounter, the reality of it left him unsettled. Consequently, his gaze towards Qi Xuan turned icy. Although Essos boasted numerous city-states, the ruler of a single city-state seemed hardly significant, comparable at most to a lord on the continent of Westeros. Yet, one must remember that this was Braavos. As the wealthiest, most powerful, and self-proclaimed freest city-state in the world, Braavos not only possessed the largest bank, the Iron Bank, but also boasted one of the foremost naval fleets. While the position of Sea King was not hereditary, but elected by the citizens every few years, how many in this world could afford to disregard a sitting Sea King? Even the Targaryen dynasty, once possessing multiple dragons, could not overlook the authority of the Sea King of that time. So, what gave this young man the audacity to exude such arrogance? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, replaced only by the increasingly rapid breaths of those present. It was not solely the Sea King who felt humiliated. An inexplicable discomfort also permeated the hearts of the onlookers. The rulers of Braavos and their Sea King appeared to be insignificant in the eyes of that man. What, then, did that make the people of Braavos? Suddenly, Qi Xuan let out a light chuckle. Ah, a Sea King? I've never heard of you. You wished for me to come here, did you not? Now that I am here, let your tricks unfold. However, I shall demonstrate with absolute power that all resistance and struggle before me are but futile endeavors. Though Qi Xuan's voice was not particularly loud, in the profound silence, his words resonated clearly for all to hear. Each individual who caught his utterance was initially overwhelmed with countless questions, doubting their own comprehension. Yet, upon observing the incredulous expressions of those nearby, they swiftly realized they had not misheard. How dare he? His appearance suggested he weighed no more than 200 pounds. Yet how dare he utter such audacious words? This fellow has yet to fully mature, it seems. His arrogant demeanor incited within me an overwhelming desire to deliver him a sound thrashing. Soon, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It appeared that no one could fathom how this man, confronted with such dire circumstances, could still voice such reckless proclamations. Witnessing Qi Xuan's brazen foolishness, the once furious Sea King found himself oddly composed. He gazed at the encircled Qi Xuan with a look of pity. shaking his head and sighing. I had genuinely believed you to be a clever individual. Who would have thought you would turn out to be such an arrogant and ignorant madman? What a pity. I had intended to consider a partnership with you, given your control over the northern realm and the river frontier, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Truly regrettable. A creature such as yourself is already on the path to self-destruction. Chapter 116. One man governs a city. As soon as the Sea King's words fell, Qi Xuan, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly turned cold. Did you just utter the words path to self-destruction? Excellent. Today, I shall see who truly walks that path. With Qi Xuan's statement, the negotiations came to an abrupt end. The already impatient soldiers of Blafos, upon receiving the Sea King's signal, surged toward Qi Xuan. In addition to the enemy soldiers rushing in from all directions like a tidal wave, Qi Xuan also noticed that some soldiers were deploying gleaming crossbows. Yet, in the face of all this, confidence radiated from Qi Xuan's eyes. One must ask, with such formidable power at his disposal, what could a multitude of foes signify? Today, Qi Xuan resolved to showcase his strength in one of Essos' premier city-states. I shall make you aware of why I am regarded as a deity incarnate. With a deep voice, Qi Xuan felt a surge of even greater power within him. If his physical attributes had reached the pinnacle of humanity at the B level, then the A level transcended mortal limits. Should one seek to define this level of strength, Qi Xuan would consider legendary or demigod to be fitting titles. Of course, such designations apply solely within this world. In realms of greater power, Qi Xuan's current prowess would not stand out. Nevertheless, he was fully aware of this reality. Yet, at this moment, such considerations were trivial. What mattered was to crush the enemies before him. Upon unlocking his unparalleled strength, a grand halberd manifested in Qi Xuan's hands. With a cold smile gracing his face, he surveyed the oncoming tide of enemy soldiers. Mayflies shaking a tree. With a roar, Qi Xuan swung the halberd in his hand. Though he may not be particularly adept with the weapon he wields, he still possesses the ability to wield it with a simple flourish. In that moment, Qi Xuan's halberd effortlessly shattered the enemy's weapon, sending it, and its wielder, flying several meters away. Clearly, Qi Xuan's techniques were not particularly sophisticated, yet the sheer force he displayed sent a chill down the spines of all who bore witness, even the soldiers charging towards him. Upon observing their comrades being struck down like mere playthings, could not conceal the flicker of fear in their eyes. Perhaps, with thousands on their side, they believed they could ultimately wear down this man, and so, out of fear, their fighting spirit surged even more fiercely. Is this what they call the boundless potential of humanity? Yet, what could these men truly change, even if they unleashed their full capabilities? After all, even in a fantastical realm, certain fundamental laws still apply. Just as the formidable Qi Xuan could not soar through the skies nor resurrect the fallen. As they watched the man move through the battlefield with effortless grace, akin to mowing down grass, a profound sense of shock and helplessness welled up within all who beheld him. What kind of formidable power could achieve such feats? Could it be that this man was no mere mortal, but rather a divine being descended upon this world? Strangely, a particular thought began to waver in the minds of countless onlookers. Initially, they had believed that the so-called deities were merely constructs of religious figures, designed to deceive their followers. Yet, the spectacle before them seemed to mock their ignorance. Perhaps there truly are gods in this world? Might the legendary King of Light and the God of 1,000 Faces actually exist? As the throng of spectators lost themselves in contemplation, in just a fleeting moment, Qi Xuan found himself surrounded by a multitude of fallen soldiers. Observing the crimson stains of enemy blood upon his garments, a frown suddenly creased his brow. In truth, Qi Xuan had always harbored a slight aversion to filth. This was evident from the time he first arrived in this world, where he, clad only in a pair of shorts, had rejected the garments offered by his subordinates. The pungent scent of blood in the air elicited a sense of impatience from him. It was time to bring this to a swift conclusion. After all, he was not a butcher by nature, reveling in slaughter. With this thought, a myriad of electric sparks erupted from Qi Xuan's form. Thunderous might. As his furious shout echoed, a torrent of lightning burst forth from him. In that instant, the soldiers encircling Qi Xuan experienced the true power of thunder and lightning. With a crackle, bodies fell, dozens, even hundreds, tumbling to the ground. The terror etched upon the faces of the soldiers could no longer be concealed. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed once more. Suddenly, a multitude of weapons clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, the usually composed King of the Sea revealed flickers of fear and panic in his eyes. He understood that if the soldiers were to defect, the only fate awaiting him would be death. With no retreat available, He abruptly commanded the soldiers beside him, "Shoot. Everyone, aim at that monster. Also, notify the crossbowmen to immediately activate the ballista. No one is permitted to cease without my command." Despite the presence of several soldiers from Bravos nearby, the troops dared not disobey the frantic and deranged orders of their king. Although it was evident to any observer that the balance of victory had tipped in favor of Qi Xuan, a daunting dilemma loomed before him: how to contend with the line of ballistae arrayed against him. Unbeknownst to the spectators of this battle, a surge of exhilaration washed over them. It was as if a glimmer of brilliance had suddenly pierced through an otherwise mundane and tedious world. This brilliance before them shone ever more resplendently. Even Elia Stark, who harbored a personal vendetta against Qi Xuan, found herself momentarily entranced by his overwhelming presence. Was this formidable force something she could contend with? Such immense and terrifying power. It radiated an astonishing brilliance. Suddenly, a familiar male voice resonated in Elia Stark's ear. She turned to find Jaqen Hagar, the faceless man leader, standing beside her, his gaze shimmering with an ineffable light, as if he were the true embodiment of a fearsome assassin king. His eyes were fixed intently on the proud figure standing in the arena. Chapter 117. Easier to move mountains than to move me. Upon hearing her mentor's words, Elia Stark's dazed eyes turned towards him. Previously, Jaqen had been the most enigmatic and powerful figure in her mind. However, the scene before them shattered that perception. The psychological suggestions he had instilled in her through various means began to dissipate. Observing the shift in his apprentice's gaze, Jaqen did not feel anger. Instead, he smiled. His fervent efforts to teach Elia the myriad skills of the faceless men were primarily driven by a prophecy from the many-faced god. The oracle had revealed to Jaqen that this seemingly boyish girl would ultimately be the one to save the world, while the truth remained elusive. As a devout follower of the many-faced god, Jaqen was compelled to do everything in his power to bring this prophecy to fruition. However, with the emergence of the man named Qi Xuan in the distance, the deity, who had previously seldom responded to its followers, began to frequently bestow divine revelations. Yet, gazing upon the overwhelming power exhibited by Qi Xuan in the arena, Jaqen suddenly pondered whether this might be the essence of divine strength. Perhaps, after countless years, this world was once again witnessing the ascension of a mortal to godhood, and that individual was none other than the man named Qi Xuan in the distance. A fervent contemplation stirred within Jaqen, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fervor. After all, when compared to the seemingly infinite lifespan of deities, the fleeting existence of mortals appeared woefully brief. If a pathway to divinity truly existed, why could it not encompass himself as well? This notion elucidated why the leaders of various city-states on the continent of Essos had abruptly conspired to ambush and capture Qi Xuan. What was unexpectedly intriguing was that Qi Xuan had not set forth with his naval fleet. Rather, he had appeared alone in Bravos. It is important to note that ever since the city-states of Essos covertly allied, they had been surreptitiously amassing troops in several coastal cities along the western coast of the continent. How did Jaqen come to know such information? For the world's most formidable assassin organization, which also served as an intelligence network, few secrets remained hidden from their gaze. Now, as he beheld the Bravos soldiers poised to unleash a barrage of arrows, Jaqen's expression was a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Perhaps his heart too yearned to witness an impossible miracle? After all, even the mightiest creatures of the mortal realm, the dragons, could not escape death when struck by a crossbow bolt. Could this being, revered as the god of war, transcend such understanding? In the midst of the turmoil, facing adversaries who showed no regard for their comrades and were ready to unleash a volley of arrows, Qi Xuan remained unperturbed, his countenance betraying not a hint of anxiety, save for a faint smile that seemed to convey a deeper narrative. As the archers released their synchronized shot, a dense rain of arrows filled the air. This vast deluge of projectiles enveloped a radius of several dozen meters around Qi Xuan. Under such a terrifying onslaught, it was difficult to conceive how one might evade certain death. Notably, this was merely the first wave of arrows. It appeared the archers intended to continue until their arms grew weary and they could no longer draw their bows. Had it been just a few waves of arrows, there might have been means to withstand the assault, whether by using fallen bodies as shields or raising a discarded shield overhead. Unfortunately, accompanying the volley of arrows was a row of fearsome crossbows, typically employed as siege weapons, originally intended to thwart dragon assaults on cities. However, as the Valyrians gradually waned, the last appearance of dragons had occurred over 2 centuries ago, rendering these weapons more commonly utilized for city defense. In stark contrast to the densely packed, slender rain of arrows, The bolts from the crossbows appeared particularly ominous. Its mere size exceeds 1 meter, with thickness comparable to a human arm. A single arrow could create a gaping, transparent wound upon impact. As the arrows and crossbow bolts drew nearer, even Qi Xuan, despite possessing a resurrection skill, could not help but feel an overwhelming wave of trepidation wash over him. Though the ability to resurrect and mitigate pain meant he could physically withstand such attacks, the thought of his body being riddled with gaping holes filled him with aversion. It was prudent to preserve such a trump card for future dire circumstances, for it might one day offer a glimmer of hope in his darkest hour. As this resolve solidified in his heart, Qi Xuan's gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. In the next moment, 5 enormous iron shields, resembling door panels, materialized before him. With a swift motion, he plunged 4 of the shields into the earth surrounding him, forming a protective wall akin to a shelter. He raised the remaining shield high above his head, prepared to deflect the rain of arrows descending from the sky. While this spectacle was awe-inspiring to onlookers, a profound sense of regret welled within Qi Xuan. Alas, if only he possessed more skills. If he could wield protective spells like the Mage's Ice Shield or the Earthen Wall, not only would it be more visually impressive, but it would also offer superior defense. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Qi Xuan's dissatisfaction lingered, the air was filled with the crisp sounds of metal colliding. He felt a deep confidence in the defensive capabilities of his iron shields. Long ago, he had contemplated scenarios such as this, ensuring the shields were sufficiently thick, at least half a finger's breadth. Not only would the arrows and crossbow bolts struggle to breach their defenses, but even the conventional firearms and artillery of the modern world would likely find them formidable. Seizing this brief moment of tranquility, Qi Xuan took the opportunity to recuperate, regaining some of the energy expended earlier. After all, no matter how powerful he appeared at this moment, he remained a mortal being, susceptible to hunger and fatigue. The sudden emergence of these colossal shields around him elicited expressions of panic among both the Sea King and the soldiers of Blavros. Although Qi Xuan did not manifest the miraculous feat of shattering crossbow bolts as depicted in the tales, the very act of conjuring such formidable barriers left the onlookers astonished and incredulous. As for the notion of storage spaces or similar devices, clearly, the vast majority of individuals in this world could not fathom such concepts. When the cacophony of arrows ceased, Qi Xuan pushed aside one of the shield barriers and stepped out. However, what lay before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Not only had the figure of the Sea King vanished, but the number of Blavros soldiers who had been firing moments ago had also dwindled significantly. As for those soldiers who remained in place, as Qi Xuan cast his gaze upon them, he observed these individuals kneeling before him. Chapter 118, The Ceremony and the Reversal. Witnessing the submission of the Bravos soldiers, Qi Xuan's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he ultimately resolved to accept them. Firstly, this was due to the fact that his own soldiers were far away on the Essos continent, and it was uncertain how long it would take for them to reach Bravos. Secondly, Qi Xuan considered himself not particularly fond of bloodshed. Thus, he was inclined to offer an opportunity to those willing to submit to him. However, much like his aversion to repeating the same phrase thrice, he would never choose to forgive a betrayal, no matter how singular it might be. If one were to inquire why he lacked a forgiving heart, it would undoubtedly be attributed to the existence of the system, which imbued him with the confidence to act as he pleased. Upon contemplating this, Qi Xuan's gaze deepened once more. He had long harbored a suspicion regarding his system. When he heard the 3 gods of the Light King mention that the abyssal forces were encroaching upon this world, he had once doubted whether his system was a tool crafted by those very forces. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, reasoning that if that were the case, the cost they had paid for him was rather exorbitant. In Qi Xuan's perception, even the value of this world, this planet, could hardly compare to any of the first-tier treasures he possessed. Although his doubts had nearly dissipated, his inherently suspicious nature compelled him to conduct one final test. This was, in fact, the primary reason he had deliberately ventured into this trap. Now, it seemed as though this trap was nothing more than a facade, and everything had reached its conclusion? No, the grand performance was just beginning. With this realization, Qi Xuan's eyes took on a profound depth. While Qi Xuan engaged in the integration of the surrendering soldiers from afar, Jia Kuan's gaze regained its clarity. Suddenly, a smile graced Jia Kuan's lips as he turned to Alia beside him and spoke. Well, the show has concluded. It is time to resume training. Come, girl, let us follow someone, for I shall take you to see something intriguing. As his words fell, Jia Kuan had already turned away, heading in the direction of the Black and White Academy. Observing his departing figure, Alia's eyes reflected hesitation and contemplation. To be honest, having been away from home for so long, she perpetually yearned for her family. She missed her father, Duke Ned, her mother, Lady Catelyn, as well as her elder brother, Jon Snow, who had always taken great care of her. Although her brother bore the status of a bastard, in terms of their sibling bond, Arya felt closer to him than to others. After all, unlike many who dismissed her aspirations of becoming a knight, this brother consistently supported and encouraged her. Even before embarking on her journey to the perilous Great Wall, Jon, her brother, had crafted a dagger for her, reflecting on her deceased father and brother Robb, her captured mother and brother, and the whereabouts of her missing brother Jon Snow. Arya suddenly realized that she had long since become homeless. Given this reality, she resolved to diligently master the skills of the faceless men so that she might one day seek vengeance. With this thought in mind, Arya cast one last lingering glance at the distant figure before resolutely turning away. Although she harbored no hope of slaying Cersei, Joffrey, and other enemies remained within her grasp. On this very day, Cersei had accomplished a remarkable feat in the world. With nothing but his own strength, he had taken the formidable Braavos. It is worth noting that while Essos boasts numerous city-states, Braavos holds a particularly illustrious reputation. How could a city-state renowned for possessing one of the world's foremost naval fleets, the largest bank, and the most potent assassins and intelligence networks possibly be a soft target? Yet, this city-state, which many believed rivaled the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, was dramatically conquered by Cersei alone. One could only imagine the disbelief of the citizens, whether they heard the news or not, even if the story spread. It would be hard for anyone to accept such a legendary tale. Alas, the affairs of the world are often filled with surprises. After accepting the surrender of the soldiers, Cersei commanded them to seal off Braavos. He was eager to see the current demeanor of the once arrogant Sea King. Would this king retain his pride when faced with the specter of death? Having read countless web novels, Cersei held on to a piece of wisdom. When confronted by an insurmountable adversary, one must learn to be humble, for when one's strength surpasses that of the opponent, it is the latter who must adopt humility. Just as Cersei ordered the sealing of Braavos and the capture of the former Sea King, strange phenomena erupted across the many temples on the continent of Essos. Witnessing this, even the most devout followers of their faith, as well as the leaders of the city-states, wore expressions of bewilderment. It was astonishing that an individual they had never even seen could provoke the gods, long hidden from sight, to frequently communicate with their followers and deliver divine messages. Regardless of gender, the rulers of the various city-states were filled with curiosity about this mysterious man. Could it be true, as the tale suggested, that he possessed godlike strength? In Meereen, Daenerys, who had recently abolished slavery without implementing an effective alternative, found herself in a peculiar situation today. Previously, there had been relentless assaults upon herself and her subordinates, the children of the female demons, yet today was unusually tranquil. It seemed as though there was something of greater significance than reclaiming Meereen at stake. Contemplating this, Daenerys turned her gaze towards her intelligence chief, Jaqen. Although Jaqen had already appeared in the distant Braavos, his figure simultaneously manifested in the far-off Meereen. Could it be that he possessed the legendary art of duplication? Perhaps he truly wielded the magic of splitting oneself, or it was possible that one of those figures was merely a shadow of his. For the faceless men, who excelled in disguise, such feats were hardly insurmountable. Nightfall descended upon the myriad city-states of Essos, where countless local inhabitants, under the guidance of temple priests, partook in a grand ceremony. The war god has been declared. The war god has been declared. The war god has been declared. In the presence of the world's will, and at the behest of the Lightbringer and other deities, a new war god was on the verge of being born. Amidst the monumental ceremony, which encompassed a substantial portion of the Essos continent, Qi Xuan suddenly became aware of the cacophony of voices and chants surrounding him. Simultaneously, the space before him seemed to distort, as if it were about to fold into some enigmatic realm. Chapter 119. Truth and Conspiracy. As he beheld the three native deities of the Lightbringer standing before him, Qi Xuan felt little astonishment, though he lacked prophetic abilities. This very scene had unfolded in his dreams countless times before. One might question how conspicuous a pawn Qi Xuan, suddenly emerging in the divine chessboard of the gods, truly was. After all, the entire narrative had long been orchestrated by the Lightbringer and his kin. If anyone could alter the outcomes they had predetermined, it would likely be the ancient gods, their counterparts. As for the other deities in the original tale, whose names remained unspoken, clearly, this reflected their levels of power to some extent. Though uncertain of the significance of divine faith in relation to the gods, the prevalence of worship for any god in the mortal realm undoubtedly conveyed certain truths. This marked Qi Xuan's second encounter with the three deities of the Lightbringer. Unlike their previous meeting, the demeanor of the three had undergone a profound transformation. If their first impression had been that of amiable and approachable benefactors, this time they emanated an aura of formidable and untouchable divinity. It was evident that this was the true visage of the three. As for their previous guise, it was clear that their intent had been to deceive Qi Xuan to fulfill their ulterior motives. Furthermore, it was likely that during their initial meeting, Qi Xuan could have departed at any moment, leaving them powerless against him. In contrast to the imposing presence of the King of Light and his divine companions, Qi Xuan appeared remarkably ordinary. Had one not witnessed Qi Xuan's prowess firsthand, it would be nearly impossible to conceive that he was an unparalleled force among mortals. After a prolonged silence, the King of Light suddenly broke into a smile, regarding the composed Qi Xuan with keen interest. To be honest, your current expression surprises me. I had anticipated you would display a countenance filled with terror upon our meeting. As the King of Light spoke, the God of 1,000 Faces and the God of Drowning, standing behind him, turned their attention to Qi Xuan as well. The features of the God of 1,000 Faces were obscured by a veil, rendering any change in his expression imperceptible. As for the God of Drowning, the previously boisterous man now wore a countenance that suggested profound cunning. Although the timing of this meeting arrived much earlier than I had anticipated, I was not taken aback. After all, you three are deities of this realm, and tales of your exploits are well known even to those who are illiterate. Thus, how could I have been deceived by your prior performance? Qi Xuan smiled, then spoke with measured calmness. As he concluded his words, the King of Light could not help but applaud. Were it a mere human from this world standing before divine beings, that individual might immediately transform into a fervent devotee, whether out of genuine reverence or as a facade for self-preservation. However, Qi Xuan was not of this world. He hailed from a modern society characterized by an explosion of information. Although he had not encountered any extraordinary events prior to his transmigration, the vast array of scenarios depicted in online novels had prepared him for this moment. Logically, given the King of Light and his companions had exerted considerable effort to bring Qi Xuan into the realm of the gods, one might expect them to swiftly subdue him and seize what they desired. Yet, for reasons unknown, the King of Light and his divine brethren did not hasten to act. Perhaps their millennia of existence had cultivated an abundance of patience, or perhaps they were uncertain of the true nature of Qi Xuan's secrets and wished to unravel them first. As for Qi Xuan's prior inexplicable summoning of countless living beings every month, or the sudden appearance of an array of exotic delicacies incongruous with this world, the King of Light and his companions had witnessed these phenomena through some means. Yet, for beings of their caliber, how significant were these abilities? Could they truly hope to summon a legion of mediocre mortal soldiers to aid them in battle? Or was it merely a quest to satiate their curiosity for novel culinary delights? Clearly, none of these were their true intentions. After sharing a moment of laughter, the demeanor of the King of Light shifted back to seriousness as he spoke. Let us exchange questions. We shall take turns asking, and the respondent must answer truthfully. Upon hearing the king's words, Qi Xuan's expression grew serious as he began to grasp the intentions of his counterpart. After a moment's thought, Qi Xuan readily replied, "Very well. As a gesture of goodwill, may I pose the first question?" Without hesitation, the King of Light acquiesced, "Certainly." As soon as the King of Light's words fell, Qi Xuan inquired about a question that had already formed in his mind. "During our last encounter, you mentioned that this world is under siege by the Abyss. I wish to know the full truth concerning this matter." In response to Qi Xuan's inquiry, the three gods exchanged glances before seemingly reaching a consensus. The King of Light took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, replied, "This question pertains to one of the greatest secrets of our world. However, in the spirit of sincerity, we shall divulge it to you. Long ago, an entity claiming to be the Lord of the Abyss invaded this realm, the Divine Realm. As the last line of defense for our world, was the first to confront the foe's army. Ultimately, we paid a heavy price, with many gods falling. But we managed to vanquish that so-called Lord of the Abyss. Yet, upon acquiring his memories through certain means, we realized that we had been deceived. It turned out that he was not the true Lord of the Abyss, but merely a scion from a minor family within its depths, who stumbled upon our world by mere chance. Nevertheless, at the moment of his defeat, he resorted to desperate measures. At this juncture, an enigmatic expression crossed the King of Light's face as he continued. The scene you witnessed previously was indeed authentic, depicting the battle that transpired. Although we triumphed over the invading forces of the Abyss, their assimilation into the Abyss is an irreversible reality. Yet for us, this represents not only an unforeseen calamity, but also a tremendous opportunity. I have answered your question. Now it is our turn to inquire. Our question is, How did you suddenly appear in this world? Chapter 120. The unveiling of truth. Upon hearing the king's question, a smile suddenly graced Qi Xuan's face. Initially, he had anticipated that they would directly inquire about his most profound secret. Instead, it seemed they were opting to lower their guard first. Qi Xuan welcomed this development. Although he had watched the original series of the Game of Thrones, the trio before him had received little introduction in that narrative. Only the King of Light's few instances of resurrecting humans served as a glimpse into his formidable power. As for the God of Many Faces, his followers constitute the most formidable assassin organization in the world, the Faceless Men of the Intelligence Agency. Even the Night King from the original narrative was effortlessly slain by a faceless man, Arya Stark. One must recognize that even the young dragon, in the presence of the Night King, bears little distinction from an ant. Does this not convey a significant message? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan began to respond. I find myself equally perplexed as to why I have manifested in this world. Perhaps it is the mere whim of some powerful entity that has brought us here? Or could it be an unknown spatial disturbance that has transported me to this realm? In any case, I can only assert that I have been in pursuit of the truth surrounding this matter. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's response, the three gods of light did not dismiss his words. Instead, they displayed expressions of deep contemplation. In truth, they had been attentively observing Qi Xuan. The sudden arrival in their world. For beings of their stature, acquiring knowledge of mortal affairs is a trivial endeavor whenever they desire it. Much like the three-eyed raven from the original tale, whose abilities to perceive the past and future of humanity are undoubtedly intertwined with the old gods. As fellow deities, the gods of light have no reason to be incapable of such feats. After some time, seeing the three gods of light nod in agreement, Qi Xuan proceeded to voice another query that lingered in his mind. What is the connection between the three-eyed raven and the old gods? To this question, the gods of light responded with remarkable candor. The old gods have fallen, yet within this world, we deities possess the opportunity for resurgence. By gathering a certain amount of belief power, a revived deity can restore their strength and return to the realm of the gods. As for the three-eyed raven, have you never pondered why his abilities are so extraordinary? Indeed, he is an old god resurrected from his fall. We welcome his presence with open arms. Upon hearing this revelation, Qi Xuan found himself unperturbed by the answer. After all, in the original narrative, the three-eyed raven had seemingly possessed Bran Stark with ease. Coupled with the various formidable abilities he exhibited, it is hardly surprising to classify him as an old god. It is worth noting that even the Red Priestess, one of the most devout followers of the God of Light, displayed power that paled in comparison to that of the three-eyed raven. Despite having lived for at least several centuries under the blessings of the God of Light, Qi Xuan cast a glance at the God of Light, signaling for him to proceed with his inquiries. Is your ability in any way related to the territory you occupy? Suddenly, the God of Light posed an unexpected question. Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Qi Xuan momentarily faltered. However, he quickly regained his composure and firmly declared, "No, it is not related." However, merely observing the expressions of the three gods of light at this moment reveals that they have acquired the answers they sought. The God of Light gazes at Qi Xuan with a face full of regret and remarks, "Alas, your subconscious reaction has betrayed your thoughts. Since that is the case, we have no further inquiries to make. Though I remain perplexed as to the source of your confidence, which leads you to believe we are powerless against you. Soon all your territories will be seized. What will you do then? It is uncertain whether it is due to their inability to discern Qi Xuan's hidden cards, or the aftermath of the cataclysmic battle that claimed countless deities, but the three gods of light give Qi Xuan an impression of unwavering composure. If one were to follow the conventional narrative, these three antagonists should have rushed forward without hesitation, eager to capture Qi Xuan and unveil all his secrets. Yet, here they remain, inactive. Can one truly expect Qi Xuan to take the initiative to slay gods in the absence of their aggression? Just as they are unable to fathom Qi Xuan's hidden strategies, he too is equally in the dark regarding their own. Though Qi Xuan possesses the ability to resurrect indefinitely, this does not guarantee his ability to vanquish the deities of this realm. It is one thing to ponder whether the gods of light are as mortal as humans, susceptible to fatal wounds. What if ordinary weapons prove ineffective against them? In such a scenario, everything would descend into a stalemate. Moreover, would these divine beings allow themselves to be easily struck by Qi Xuan's assaults? Silence envelopes the atmosphere, stretching into a prolonged stillness. For the three gods of light, who have existed for countless years, patience is a virtue they possess in abundance. Even if Qi Xuan harbors the power to slay deities, what does it matter? Ultimately, he remains merely a mortal endowed with formidable strength. With the passage of time, he too shall become nothing more than a heap of mortal bones. For the gods of light, a span of decades may merely be a fleeting moment. The cage before them serves as the most effective means of dealing with Qi Xuan. As for direct confrontation, what a monumental folly it would be if he were to turn the tables and slay them. As precious beings, how could they risk their lives against a mere mortal? Naturally, should they choose to engage, it must be with the intent to ensure total annihilation. Any territories potentially linked to Qi Xuan's abilities must be eradicated entirely. And how shall this be achieved? In the world of mortals, the various city-states within the continent of Essos now find their rulers stirred into a frenzy by a divine oracle. Eliminate the forces under Qi Xuan's command, and you shall ascend to godhood. Those who achieve this feat shall live once more. The cycle of life and death. A conundrum that has eluded the understanding of both commoners and nobility alike since time immemorial. One might wonder, for those who have indulged in all the exquisite pleasures this world has to offer, what could possibly stir their hearts more than the concept of longevity? Clearly, there exists nothing that holds such allure. After all, they can effortlessly possess all that is deemed splendid: power, wealth, beauty, and all the treasures of existence. Chapter 121. Unexpected developments. Upon hearing that his influence was poised to suffer a cataclysmic blow, Qi Xuan found an unexpected tranquility enveloping his heart. Perhaps it was because he had always regarded this existence as a mere game. The fantastical experiences of the past few months far surpassed the mundane 20 years preceding his transmigration. Though the civilization of his previous life was undeniably more advanced, those in the know understand the nuances. In contrast, this world, seemingly mired in the regressions of a medieval era, bestowed upon Qi Xuan a sense of freedom. His formidable strength granted him the liberty to choose and reject, as well as the authority to command others. Indeed, his lack of concern for the forces he left behind in the mortal realm stemmed solely from his unwavering confidence in them. Aside from the loyal system soldiers and generals, the daily conversion of the yellow turban warriors constituted a formidable trump card. Should these towering 3-meter yellow turban warriors be clad in heavy armor and wield formidable weaponry, who on the battlefield could withstand their might? They would transform into the most fearsome engines of destruction. Moreover, Qi Xuan did not feel the necessity to be present at all times for the expansion of his influence. Prior to his departure for the Essos continent and Bravos, he had already entrusted his system generals with explicit orders: expand with utmost vigor. What should have been a tense standoff found Qi Xuan unexpectedly drifting into a reverie. Perhaps it was a skill learned long ago in the classroom? Suddenly, he instinctively sensed a twinge of danger, but it was too late. In that fleeting moment, a blade pierced through his heart from behind. Despite possessing a skill to dull pain, Qi Xuan was engulfed by a wave of intense agony that coursed through his entire being. Gasping in shock, he could not help but turn to see the assailant, a figure he had long perceived as a mere phantom, the god of many faces. Yet, upon gazing forward, there was no trace of the god of many faces beside the king of light and the drowning god. Truly, this was the deity revered by the continent's most formidable assassin group, the Faceless Ones, and their prowess in the art of assassination was indeed awe-inspiring. In the original narrative, the Faceless One, Arya Stark, dramatically eliminated the Night King, and one could scarcely deny the influence of this god of many faces in that deed. Yet, as Qi Xuan's gaze bore into him, the god of many faces did not hasten to retreat. Instead, he twisted the dagger in his hand with deliberate force. Though the obscurity of his features was shrouded by a veil, Qi Xuan could sense the mirth that danced upon his countenance. How regrettable! Initially, we harbored no objections to the addition of another companion, especially with the myriad of unknown opportunities and dangers that the new world soon promises. Alas, your pace of growth has been astonishingly rapid, instilling in us a sense of trepidation. Therefore, let your bitter resentment and hatred accompany you in death. As for the secrets you bear, once you have perished, we shall meticulously examine your remains. Perhaps, sensing that Qi Xuan was on the brink of complete demise, the King of Light smiled broadly and spoke. Glancing at the nearby abyssal deity, this seemingly flamboyant individual now wore a broad grin as well. Perhaps, even those considered divine in the eyes of mortals are not so different from ordinary beings. Yet, at this moment, Qi Xuan paid no heed to their words, for his entire focus was ensnared by the excruciating pain coursing through him. This was the first time Qi Xuan regretted possessing such formidable vitality. Typically, a mortal struck at the heart would swiftly succumb. Moreover, the one who had betrayed Qi Xuan was none other than the enigmatic god of 1,000 faces. After a prolonged silence, observing Qi Xuan, who should have long since collapsed, the King of Light raised an eyebrow. Thousand Faces, has your prowess diminished? That last strike was delivered with my most potent poison, and I shattered his heart with divine force. Upon hearing the King of Light's skepticism, the God of 1,000 Faces promptly retorted. In the next moment, their gazes shifted toward Qi Xuan, who remained steadfast in place. Although that previous blow appeared ordinary, even a deity would have met their end, or at least sustained grave injuries. Yet, here stood Qi Xuan, this mortal, still alive. Incredulous. Once you are dead, I shall methodically dissect your body, uncovering the secrets you possess. As he beheld Qi Xuan's pallid visage, ravaged by toxins and agony, the God of 1,000 Faces suddenly spoke. However, upon hearing these words, Qi Xuan was consumed by a profound rage. This fury even momentarily restored his clarity amidst the torment. It must be said that the recent events imparted a valuable lesson. Who would have thought that those adorned in resplendent attire would engage in treachery? For instance, betraying others? Even these three, who could be deemed the chosen ones of this world throughout the ages, capable of ascending from mere mortals to divine beings, were not exempt from such actions. It was precisely because Qi Xuan had not anticipated their treachery that he had lowered his guard in response to their deceptive words, leading to his downfall. It is crucial to note that Qi Xuan's initial instinct upon arriving in this place had been to confront them, armed with the skill of resurrection. He believed he possessed a reasonable chance of victory. As for why he ventured into Bravothos, fully aware it was a trap, because he understood that evasion would not resolve the issue at hand. As long as there are those who wish to scheme against you, unless you eliminate them, their machinations will inevitably catch up to you, sooner or later. However, this is not the primary concern. The main issue lies in the fact that, with an almost supernatural pace of expansion, Qi Xuan often feels a profound sense of loss. It is akin to the exhilaration of playing a game with cheats. Once the thrill subsides, all that remains is emptiness. How delightful! I have not experienced this exhilarating tension for quite some time. In gratitude for rekindling this feeling, I shall engage you with all my might. Suddenly, the twisted visage of Qi Xuan blossomed into an indescribable smile, one suffused with an impending aura of murderous intent. Contrary to his solemn words, the vitality radiating from Qi Xuan at that moment resembled a flickering candle in the wind. His body began to sway uncontrollably, as though a mere breeze could topple him. Blood flowed profusely from his heart, staining the ground beneath him. Not even a mere mortal, nor the gods of this realm, could escape the fate of demise under such grievous injuries. Yet, in stark contrast, Qi Xuan's eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of two resplendent suns, piercing the very souls of the three divine beings present. Chapter 122. The Dragon Battles in the Wild, its blood dark yellow. Ultimately, even the strongest will cannot defy the laws of nature. At the moment of total bodily demise, Qi Xuan's form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. As his corporeal existence faded, so too did his consciousness begin to dissolve. Despite being overwhelmed with infinite reluctance, it seemed nothing could alter his fate. While time outside may have passed in an instant, perhaps a second or a few seconds, Qi Xuan's consciousness traversed what felt like millennia in the abyss of darkness. Over the course of this prolonged existence, all memories and perceptions were obliterated, just as the last vestiges of his awareness were on the verge of vanishing. Suddenly, a light appeared before his consciousness. Who am I? I am Qi Xuan. Am I not already dead? No, with the blessing of the resurrection skill, I have come back to life. This time, I shall prevail. The three divine entities of the Light King initially sighed in relief, followed by a surge of indignation. Even beings as noble and powerful as they were momentarily disoriented by Qi Xuan's final words. Just as the God of 1,000 Faces prepared to approach Qi Xuan's body for dissection, Qi Xuan's eyes snapped open. In the next instant, he seized the arm of the God of 1,000 Faces with a fierce grip. Thunderous might, thunderous might, thunderous might. Instinctively, Qi Xuan began to unleash the thunderous might skill with reckless abandon. Thanks to the extraordinary concentration of magical energy in this place, the already fearsome thunder now resembles the cataclysmic wrath of the heavens. Not only the God of 1,000 Faces, currently ensnared by Qi Xuan, but even the King of Light and the God of Drowning, standing not far away, found themselves jolted by the electric tempest. The scene transformed into an ocean of crackling lightning. As the wielder of this formidable skill, Qi Xuan, recently resurrected and at full strength, could not withstand the onslaught for more than 3 seconds. Though his will was indomitable, his physical form inevitably had its limits. Moments later, all was abruptly extinguished. The three gods, who had maintained an air of elegance and composure, now appeared remarkably disheveled. Their once glorious garments, possibly artifacts of divine origin, unraveled into wisps and threads. In that instant, the three esteemed, powerful, and terrifying deities of this realm bore an uncanny resemblance to ragged beggars. What a pitiful sight. It has been years since I have experienced such a state, the god of drowning remarked, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Upon hearing his words, the god of 1,000 faces became momentarily lost in thought. They both recalled the harrowing memories of a past invasion counteroffensive. In contrast, the King of Light's gaze remained fixated on Qi Xuan's battered corpse, struck by lightning. As an expert in resurrection within this world, the King of Light undoubtedly held the most authority regarding the revival of deceased mortals. In the original saga, he had repeatedly resurrected the fallen Thunder King and Jon Snow, slain by treacherous subordinates. What is it? The god of 1,000 faces and the god of drowning could not help but inquire. Noticing the King of Light's intense focus, perhaps it would be best to reduce his body to ashes. The King of Light hesitated in response. Were it not for their covetousness regarding the secrets Qi Xuan harbored, they would have swiftly scattered his ashes at the first sign of resurrection. However, the allure of the secrets concealed within Qi Xuan was far too enticing. Thus, even as the King of Light sensed something amiss, he found himself unable to resolve his indecision. The three gods exchanged glances, swiftly reaching a consensus. Should Qi Xuan manage to return to life once more, they would capture him and bind him completely. Just as the King of Light and his companions silently resolved their course of action, the seemingly lifeless Qi Xuan opened his eyes once more. The instant he awoke, he beheld the three gods of light erupting with resplendent waves of energy, surging toward him. Thunderous might! Thunderous might! Thunderous might! Instinctively, the newly resurrected Qi Xuan unleashed his singular, extensive magical skill with wild abandon. As for engaging the King of Light and his companions in close combat, merely observing the radiant energy waves emanating from the trio, Qi Xuan realized that such aspirations were far from feasible. Indeed, it was evident that he was not the only one harboring hidden strengths. As the three sovereigns of light, having ascended to divinity and survived countless years, they could not be so easily underestimated. Clearly, what had initially been unveiled to him was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding their true capabilities. Thus, an almost cyclical scene unfolded before him. Qi Xuan found himself caught in a relentless cycle of resurrection and demise, each revival culminating in the release of thunderous might. As for the three sovereigns of light, if the initial waves of lightning merely provoked a fleeting discomfort, once their divine powers were depleted, those very bolts could inflict genuine harm. Initially, they suffered a multitude of minor wounds, which gradually escalated into moderate injuries. Stop. Let us negotiate. After enduring countless rounds of lightning's wrath, the sovereigns could no longer contain their plea for parley. Yet, in that moment, Qi Xuan, whose consciousness had begun to wane, paid them no heed. All that lingered in his mind was the resolute determination to obliterate the three adversaries before him. He had long sensed their malice. Initially, they had sent forth the red-robed witch Melisandre under the guise of assistance, but in truth, she served as a means for the sovereigns to surveil him. Subsequently, through their followers in the continent of Essos, they had fervently promoted Qi Xuan, heralding him as the destined war god poised to conquer the world and ascend to divinity. Beyond this, Qi Xuan remained unaware of any ulterior plots. However, he was acutely aware of one thing. Given the sovereign's historical tendencies, their decision to send followers to approach him boded ill. In the original narrative, the repeated resurrection of the fallen Storm King was ultimately a means to fulfill their own ambitions. Once their objectives were met, the sovereigns ceased to revive the Storm King. Furthermore, Jon Snow, the male protagonist of the original tale, perhaps was resurrected merely to deliver a fatal blow to Daenerys, the female protagonist. The so-called Game of Thrones was, at its core, nothing more than a tedious pastime for the deities of this world. As he oscillated between death and life, Qi Xuan's will was incessantly refined, culminating in a profound transcendence. The dragon fights in the field, its blood a deep crimson. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated within Qi Xuan's mind, an overwhelming sound that was beyond articulation. In that moment, an ineffable vision materialized in his consciousness, so grand and extraordinary that it defied description. In the boundless cosmos, colossal dragons, their forms magnificent beyond comprehension, engaged in fierce battle against their foes. With but a glance, Qi Xuan was engulfed by an indescribable awe. Compared to the fierce battle unfolding before him, Qi Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of weakness in his current abilities. An inexplicable intuition whispered to him that even the most diminutive creature within the fray could effortlessly extinguish his life. Yet, despite this stark realization, Qi Xuan found himself devoid of despair or distress. After all, not every being is born at the pinnacle of power. There are those who ascend from the depths. Although he had acquired a formidable system, he firmly believed that true strength is built through steady, incremental progress. The notion of soaring from a mere mortal to an unparalleled powerhouse was undoubtedly tempting, but to claim he lacked such aspirations would be utterly disingenuous. Nonetheless, embracing a more optimistic perspective could very well serve as a beneficial mindset. At that moment, a magnificent dragon's gaze abruptly shifted towards Qi Xuan. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of light surged forth towards him. As the radiance enveloped him, the visions within his mind dissipated entirely. Strangely, instead of feeling joy from this newfound advantage, Qi Xuan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of loss. Having glimpsed a higher echelon of power, he suddenly perceived the world around him as rather mundane. The so-called King of Light and the trio of transcendent deities seemed utterly insignificant amidst the vast multitude of realms, or in comparison to worlds with even greater limits of strength. What merit was there in the power he currently wielded? It was merely a trivial step on the arduous path of becoming a true champion. Cough. Gasp. The sound of labored breathing and heavy coughing reached Qi Xuan's ears, prompting him to glance over. To his astonishment, the once mighty trio of deities now lay prostrate upon the ground, appearing near the brink of death. Witnessing the three struggling gods, a phrase involuntarily flashed through Qi Xuan's mind: the flickering candle of life. Indeed, these three beings, who once represented the zenith of power in this world, had been reduced to such an inconceivable state of frailty. Perhaps the King of Light and his compatriots should feel fortunate that Qi Xuan had refrained from unleashing the devastating technique of mutual destruction. Otherwise, in their current condition, they would scarcely withstand another round of assault. Suddenly, Qi Xuan, who had also been on the ground, executed a swift maneuver, springing back to his feet. He gazed down at the fallen deities with an air of calmness and profundity. Initially, he had harbored feelings of animosity and rage towards the King of Light and his companions, for in his view, they sought to harm him without cause. It is feared that, aside from creatures with a penchant for masochism, normal beings, when subjected to persecution, cannot help but harbor thoughts of rebellion. Moreover, the current Qi Xuan is fortified by the dual blessings of a transmigrator and a system. However, upon glimpsing a broader world, the ire Qi Xuan once felt towards the King of Light and his ilk has suddenly dissipated. Empathizing with his own situation, he realizes that, were he in their position, he too would likely seize the opportunity to strive for strength. Yet, although his animosity towards these three deities has lessened, that does not imply Qi Xuan would choose to spare them. After all, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. Mortals are destined to die? Observing the three lifeless bodies on the ground, a faint smile crept upon Qi Xuan's lips. In the realm of mortals, the subsequent phrase would suggest that mortals must serve. Unfortunately, Qi Xuan harbored no affection for the original conclusion. Deities can also perish. As Qi Xuan's cold voice reverberated, terrifying lightning erupted once more in this place. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, perhaps minutes, or even half an hour, or longer. At last, the tempest of lightning receded. The three deities, once sprawled lifeless on the ground, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only heaps of blackened ashes, as if narrating the remnants of their existence. As for Qi Xuan, although his personal strength has yet to reach the level of the King of Light, he remains quite active. One must admit, the ability of resurrection is truly remarkable, especially since Qi Xuan's resurrection skill could be deemed flawless. Nevertheless, this does not signify that Qi Xuan is invulnerable to death. Should his subconscious perceive his demise as genuine at the moment of death, he might indeed meet his end. Furthermore, who can say whether higher-tiered beings possess other means to obliterate an existence such as his? Initially, Qi Xuan believed that vanquishing his greatest subconscious adversary would fill him with relief and joy. Yet, the reality is that he finds himself remarkably calm and composed. Perhaps it is due to having read too many web novels in his past life, that he perceives the most formidable deities in this world as mere foot soldiers in his subconscious. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passes, and Qi Xuan realizes he remains in the same spot. Undoubtedly, the worst-case scenario has manifested. Despite having slain the three deities who brought him here, he remains unable to alter the undeniable truth of his confinement. Gazing around, he sees nothing, rather than a paradise inhabited by deities. Qi Xuan feels this place should be more aptly termed a prison. Even if residing here grants him eternal life, what does it matter? The vast majority of humanity, after all, remains a social species. To confine an individual to a desolate place devoid of any stimuli would likely lead to madness or even a regression into a primal state, stripped of language and reason. However, the predicament faced by Qi Xuan is far more dire. Firstly, he harbors doubts regarding the notion that mere existence in this space would grant him the eternal life enjoyed by the likes of the King of Light. Secondly, he has little affection for this prison-like environment. Although he is not oppressed or exploited by any entity stronger than himself, he finds no one weaker to command. Qi Xuan often reflects that the so-called scarcity of power is but a fleeting illusion. Only true personal strength can be relied upon. Yet, this does not imply that he shuns a life of luxury and indulgence. After all, who is inherently inclined to embrace hardship over pleasure? Chapter 124, The Invincible Me. Growing ever stronger suddenly, amidst his previously grim demeanor, Qi Xuan burst into laughter. Normally, one would expect an individual in his near-captive situation to be overwhelmed with irritation and fury. Yet, having endured numerous trials, Qi Xuan is far from an ordinary person. Even in this void, where neither humans nor animals exist, let alone food or water, what does it truly signify? Within his system space lies an abundance of sustenance and hydration. Enough provisions to sustain him for decades, perhaps even centuries. Since starvation or dehydration is not a concern, what is there to fear? Moreover, his system space is replete with various tomes from this world. Although, having perused countless web novels in his past life, Qi Xuan finds most of these texts rather tedious. They do serve to alleviate his boredom. As for the people and events of Westeros and Essos, while he does harbor some concern, it is not overwhelming. The lives of those outside a select few with whom he has deeply interacted are of little consequence to him. Nevertheless, he holds a profound regard for the system soldiers. Without their selfless sacrifices, Qi Xuan's journey would not have been so smooth or swift. Perhaps due to his past frustrations with powerlessness, Qi Xuan has discovered a fervent desire to enhance his personal strength after his transmigration. As he pondered this, his gaze suddenly faltered. If memory serves, had he not observed a divine dragon casting a beam of light towards him in a previous vision? Thus, Qi Xuan turned his attention to his system interface. Host, Qi Xuan, Strength Evaluation, First Level, Pseudo, Power, S, Skill Boost Active. Agility, S, Skill Boost Active. Technique, S, Skill Boost Active. Constitution, S, Skill Boost Active. Perception, S, Skill Boost Active. Mentality, S, Skill Boost Active. Equipment, slightly mentioned, skills, Faith Barrier. Unmatched, Thunderous Might. Bloodline, Xian Huang. Ability Elevated, Preliminary Awakening. Although Qi Xuan had perused his personal attributes countless times, he could not suppress the urge to voice his grievances. Despite the enhancement of the unmatched skill, his strength evaluation remained at a mere first level, compounded by the parentheses and the word pseudo. Perhaps only when attributes reach an S level under normal circumstances can one be deemed a true first-level strength. He pondered how many attributes must achieve S level. Would one suffice? Or must there be more? Qi Xuan was uncertain. Naturally, he speculated that the strength of the Light Kings must also reside within the first level, not yet reaching the second, for otherwise, they would not have been so effortlessly subdued by him. Strictly speaking, Qi Xuan's triumph was achieved through countless revivals and mutual destruction skills. However, from another perspective, Qi Xuan bore no injuries at that moment. In all modesty, he could assert that he had effortlessly vanquished the three gods without a scratch. The question of the upper limit of strength in this universe intrigued him profoundly. What tier did the strongest beings of the abyss occupy? Qi Xuan could not help but exclaim, his fighting spirit ignited. After the fervor subsided, Qi Xuan turned his gaze to the altered aspects before him. Bloodline, Xian Huang. Ability Elevated, Preliminary Awakening. Effects. 1. Significantly reduces physical pain during combat. Greatly enhances the limits of will and substantially increases resistance to toxins, curses, and magical negative states. 2. Blessing of the Dragon God. Lifespan capped at 500 years. Greatly enhances physical aptitude, and beings below 7th tier cannot usurp the host. Behold, upon viewing the latest description of his bloodline, even the composed Qi Xuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. While he anticipated the previous radiance's effects, he realized he had underestimated its potency. Setting aside other matters, the mere increase of a 500-year lifespan was sufficient to elate him. For ordinary mortals, 500 years is an immensely lengthy span. It is worth noting that even the powerful in the mundane world would go to great lengths, sacrificing much just to extend their lives by a year, or even a few months, let alone Qi Xuan, who had secured a full 500 years. Although Qi Xuan had previously acquired several longevity elixirs through the purchase of system packages, each of those merely extended his life by a decade. Such increments pale in comparison to the exhilarating prospect of a 500-year enhancement. Furthermore, following the system's upgrade, the randomness associated with lifespan has significantly increased, diminishing the probability of obtaining such elixirs to an infinitesimal degree. After a hearty laugh, Qi Xuan's spirits gradually settled. What significance does an abundance of lifespan hold? An infinite lifespan does not guarantee one's survival. Ultimately, lifespan merely ensures that a being can reach its maximum potential under normal circumstances. However, countless factors, including accidents and illnesses, can lead to untimely demise. With this realization, Qi Xuan's initial excitement subsided entirely, compared to the prospect of 500 years. The other two benefits bestowed by the dragon god's blessing are far more gratifying. Although he was uncertain about the cultivation aptitude of his current body, even if he possessed an ordinary talent, a significant enhancement would likely elevate him to the level of an average person, or perhaps even a budding genius. While Qi Xuan currently lacks any methods for cultivation and enhancement, he holds steadfast in his belief that such means will eventually come to him. Finally, upon witnessing the effect that prohibits entities below the 7th tier from seizing control, a radiant smile once again graced Qi Xuan's face. The concept of possession may be foreign to the beings of this world, yet it is undeniably familiar to the denizens of a realm rich in online literature. Qi Xuan had indeed harbored concerns regarding possession. For instance, in the famed series Game of Thrones, Bran Stark was seemingly subjected to possession by the three-eyed raven, Brynden Rivers. In the original narrative, this enigmatic figure resided in the haunted woods north of the Wall. Perhaps even Qi Xuan must concede that one of the primary motivations for his urgent assault on the Wall was to momentarily distance himself from this three-eyed raven. Although this character faced relentless pursuit from the Night King and the army of the dead, leading to his abrupt demise, a deeper contemplation of the details evokes a chilling sense of dread. The invincible me has grown even stronger. Ultimately, Qi Xuan could not resist the urge to indulge in a moment of self-satisfaction. Chapter 125, The Change in Braavos and Essos. Although the majority of the original story unfolds on the western continent of Westeros, the significance of Essos is undeniable. Geographically, Essos is vastly larger than Westeros. On this expansive continent, while there is currently no singular powerful and unified nation, many independent city-states possess strength comparable to that of entire nations. Undoubtedly, Braavos is one such entity. The unique geographical position of Braavos endows it with an inherent advantage for development. It is essential to recognize that many thriving port cities owe their prosperity not solely to the brilliance of their inhabitants. The harsh reality is that the most significant factor often lies in the city's location on land. Braavos, situated at the northwestern tip of Essos, gazes across the sea at the continent of Westeros. Through its flourishing maritime trade and established banking sector, this fortress has attracted countless individuals eager to amass wealth. Thus, it can be said that Braavos is a veritable cradle of hidden talents. Even the rulers of Braavos must be elected, with each term lasting merely a few years. Undoubtedly, it is hard to believe that historically, there have been no would-be tyrants among the Sea Lords, the title of the mayor of Braavos. However, the long-standing tradition of elections and term changes reveals a glimmer of this notion. Alas, this deep-rooted historical custom has recently faced disruption. An unparalleled powerhouse named Qi Xuan has decisively vanquished the guardians of Braavos and seized the position of the city-state's mayor. Although the provocation from the former Sea Lord and other factions incited Qi Xuan's assault on Braavos, it does not imply that the inhabitants of the city-state would wholly submit to his rule. From the commoners at the city's base to the affluent and powerful elites, accustomed to freedom, they find it intolerable to suddenly have an emperor above them. Yet, in the face of Qi Xuan's seemingly divine might, their resentment and anger ebb away like a receding tide, leaving only fear and longing for such power. 5 days have elapsed since Qi Xuan's conquest of Braavos, and similarly, nearly 5 days since his disappearance from the city. His absence has begun to stir restlessness among certain individuals. As the saying goes, humanity's sole lesson from history is that it learns nothing from history. This also implies that the majority of humankind possesses a tendency to forget. Remarkably, only days have passed since Qi Xuan displayed his might, yet many appear to have already forgotten everything that transpired. The pivotal reason for this amnesia is a widely circulated rumor. The war god Qi Xuan has departed from the realm of mortals, returning to the world of the gods from which he cannot escape. Within a concealed chamber in Braavos, several days have passed, and that individual has yet to make an appearance. It seems that perhaps the rumors hold some truth. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. If one wishes to know, why not test the waters? In this world, there exists an abundance of desperate souls willing to undertake any task for monetary gain. Fortunately, we are not lacking in wealth. A leisurely yet relaxed voice emerged, laced with a hint of disdain. Laughter echoed within the chamber, resonating with the earlier utterance. Indeed, Bravos is our Bravos. Here, we require neither rulers nor tyrants. The system of the Iron Bank is quite satisfactory. Within our small circle, we can take turns to sit and select our leaders. Although Qi Xuan had enlisted the surrendered soldiers of Bravos following its conquest and temporarily appointed several individuals to oversee various affairs within the city, he had also summoned a fleet to Bravos through a message via the Griffins before his departure. However, everything unfolded with undue haste. Qi Xuan did not anticipate that before his naval fleet could officially take control of Bravos, he would be brought before the triumvirate of the Lord of Light in a most perplexing manner. At that moment, his fleet was en route to Bravos, with a considerable distance yet to cover. Bravos, having recently regained its former prosperity, suddenly found its streets teeming with figures clad in armor and wielding weapons. Although the gear worn by these individuals was largely substandard and not the official equipment of Bravos guards, it nonetheless captured the attention of the patrolling sentinels. The city's residents soon became acutely aware of the rising tension within their midst. Gradually, the figures on the streets began to dwindle. The majority of vigilant citizens hastily returned to their homes, securing their doors and concealing themselves within. The heightened alertness of these citizens can be attributed to a particular group on this continent. While Essos is home to numerous powerful city-states, the rulers of these states often lack cohesion. Dependent on maritime trade, these city-states typically boast formidable naval fleets, yet their land forces are markedly inferior. Cities like Bravos and Liss, renowned for their naval prowess, also possess formidable armies. In contrast, the military capabilities of smaller city-states are negligible. Furthermore, on the continent of Essos exists a notorious yet undeniably powerful group, the Dothraki. Though many inhabitants of the city-states regard them as barbaric and primitive, even those who disdain and detest the Dothraki cannot deny one fact: their strength is formidable. The Dothraki can be said to embody a populace of warriors, with each individual being a natural horseman. Moreover, each Dothraki tribe often possesses a considerable number of horses, which has led to a terrifying consequence. Imagine the sheer dread instilled by a cavalry force of tens of thousands. It is well understood that during the age of cold weapons, the might of cavalry on the battlefield far surpassed that of ordinary infantry and archers. Frequently, a mere few thousand cavalry could effortlessly sweep aside forces of 10,000 or even more. This is precisely why the Dothraki tribes, with their formidable and vast cavalry units, coupled with an inherent penchant for raiding cities and villages, instill a profound sense of crisis and vigilance among the inhabitants of Essos. With a signal sounding, countless mercenaries adorned in battle attire surged towards the city as defenders. Chapter 126, A Change of Hands. Bravos, a city-state renowned throughout Essos for its formidable reputation. Following the massacre orchestrated by Qi Xuan days prior, the city once again faced the specter of bloodshed. The only distinction this time was the identity of the perpetrators. The targets of the assault remained the city's previous garrison. The cries of anguish, the wails of despair, and the battle cries echoed once more in this city, which had only recently enjoyed a brief respite from violence. Although the current garrison had largely borne witness to Qi Xuan's inhuman prowess and had submitted to his might, such loyalty proved tragically fragile in the face of death. Unlike the soldiers of Westeros who had long since bowed to Qi Xuan's command, the defenders of Bravos had only a fleeting acquaintance with him. Even after Bravos fell, Qi Xuan had shown mercy, embracing former foes and generously bestowing riches upon them. However, this benevolence hinged entirely upon Qi Xuan's presence. Once he vanished, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Faced with a greater number of adversaries, the looming threat of death, and the allure of treachery, the already disunited garrison fragmented almost instantaneously. In the end, some soldiers were slain, while many others either fled or surrendered to the enemy. When the chaos subsided, only remnants of severed limbs, crumbling structures, and pools of blood remained scattered throughout the city. News of Bravos changing hands spread rapidly. Days later, a fleet adorned with the banner of a phoenix, comprising approximately 3,000 men, was en route to Bravos. With a sharp cry, a griffin, larger than any ordinary bird, descended upon the deck of the flagship. Shortly thereafter, a soldierly figure dismounted from the griffin's back. "General, The latest reports indicate that Braavos has fallen to an unknown enemy within the city. The king's remaining forces have either surrendered, fled, or perished. As the words fell, silence enveloped the air, a prolonged stillness that was shattered by a man clad in a blood-red cloak and plate armor. Excellent. It has been far too long since anyone dared to provoke us, he declared. Only through bloodshed and slaughter can they learn what it means to be humble and to fear. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted. Blood for Braavos! Blood for Braavos! Blood for Braavos! Perhaps Qi Xuan himself was unaware that, in tandem with his unparalleled victories, his soldiers and commanders had become prideful warriors. Only in the presence of Qi Xuan did these system soldiers and the soldiers of this world maintain their humility and loyalty in the face of others. Their hearts swelled with pride. Despite the rampant rumors circulating throughout the world regarding Qi Xuan's ascension to godhood and disappearance, a narrative that intensified with the shifting tides of Braavos, it seemed that even among the once submissive soldiers and nobles of this realm, doubt had begun to creep in. Yet, anyone who had witnessed Qi Xuan's might would not entertain the notion that he had simply vanished. Even in the divine realm, where entry was forbidden, countless souls believed that Qi Xuan would return to the mortal world with vengeance. The leader of this fleet was a phoenix knight summoned by Qi Xuan, a figure whose prowess could rival the greatest knights in the annals of this world's history. Although his strength paled in comparison to Qi Xuan's current might, he surpassed Qi Xuan in matters of military strategy and warfare. After all, before his transcendence, Qi Xuan was merely an ordinary citizen of a peaceful kingdom. The soldiers he summoned through the system, whether common or elite, the latter being commanders, all possessed remarkable wartime experience. However, their brilliance had hitherto been overshadowed by Qi Xuan. Now, with the missive issued prior to Qi Xuan's departure, the beasts were poised to be unleashed. Turning to the continent of Westeros. Despite the considerable expanse of ocean separating it from Essos, significant news traveled with remarkable swiftness. Though this world lacked carrier pigeons, it was not without its ravens. Thus, various factions on the continent of Westeros gradually received tidings regarding Braavos. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, the substantial threat posed by Qi Xuan had compelled even those who were at odds over the throne to secretly conspire. Led by the new king Robert Baratheon, the old lion Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands and his coalition of noble supporters could be deemed the faction of the new king. Conversely, the coalition of nobles from the Stormlands and the Riverlands, led by Renly Baratheon, could be classified as the faction opposed to the king. As the divine ascension of Qi Xuan unfolded, his disappearance left Braavos in turmoil, heightening tensions between the factions of the new king and the anti-king. The crux of their discord lay, naturally, within the Iron Throne of the Red Keep. Yet, the throne is singular, and both factions covet that exalted seat. With no room for retreat, neither the new king nor the anti-king party could afford to waver. While it is conceivable that some subordinates might shift allegiances, the leaders of both sides unequivocally lack such an option. The path to kingship is stark. One either claims the throne or becomes but a corpse, a harbinger of a king's ascent. Consequently, the siege of King's Landing, which had seen a gradual decline in fervor, reignited with fervor. Although the anti-king faction boasted superior forces and far better provisions and equipment, the siege remained unbroken. As long as King's Landing stood, the numerous noble lords under the anti-king's banner risked being swayed by the new king's emissaries. Moreover, their confidence in the coalition leader, Lannister Baelish, waned with each passing day. On the defensive, the new king's faction enjoyed the advantage of fortifications, but the pressure was palpable for both sides. As the de facto capital of Westeros, the size of this city is immense, with a substantial resident population. Historically, the bustling port city facilitated a continuous influx of goods from across the globe. Coupled with land transport, King's Landing was never in want of food or supplies, unless, of course, there was a lack of coin. However, should the city endure a protracted siege, it could swiftly transform into a veritable hell on earth. While monarchs, nobles, and the wealthy would not suffer from hunger, the overwhelming majority of the populace would face dire straits. The exorbitant prices of grain could render even the affluent unable to procure sustenance, leading to untold starvation by the war's end. If the defenders emerged victorious, they would breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, should the besiegers prevail, the city would likely face a brutal pillaging and massacre, driven by the insatiable desire for its wealth. In the midst of the turmoil surrounding Qi Xuan's disappearance, the protagonist himself remained active, though he found himself, in a sense, ensnared within the void of divine space. A cage devoid of all, he experienced neither panic nor urgency. In an environment where food, water, clothing, and literature were abundant, what discomfort could arise from being in unfamiliar surroundings? Even an ordinary person, let alone the extraordinary Qi Xuan, who possessed the power to revive, would likely remain untroubled in such circumstances. Of course, while his safety was not a concern, he remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. However, the thoughts swirling within Qi Xuan's mind were more vibrant than ever before. Simultaneously, he began to ponder questions that had previously eluded his contemplation. According to the original narrative, the deities in this realm should extend beyond just the three kings of light. Where, then, have the other gods vanished? What significance does the original storyline hold, to the extent that the King of Light would willingly resurrect two inconsequential mortals multiple times? How were the Kings of Light able to transcend from humanity to divinity, while in the original tale, no mortal could ascend to godhood again? Despite having viewed the original story numerous times, Qi Xuan found himself devoid of precise answers to many inquiries. At this juncture, his contemplation of such matters was merely a means to stave off boredom. Ordinarily, he could have quietly awaited the passage of time for a solution to present itself. Yet, Qi Xuan discovered an unwillingness within himself towards such a choice. Perhaps it was a subconscious recognition of his profound dependency on the system. However, without the system, he would not be who he is today. Though reality felt stark, Qi Xuan harbored a fervent desire to effectuate change. Thus, shortly after vanquishing the three kings of light, he commenced his exploration of this enigmatic locale. Although the landscape stretched endlessly before him, resembling a vast expanse where one could seemingly glimpse the world's edge, it was merely an illusion. As an ancient saying aptly puts it, the mountain appears to be a distance away, yet it exhausts the horse. At that moment, Qi Xuan felt this sentiment deeply. Despite his physical attributes far exceeding those of an ordinary human, prolonged walking still left him weary. This fatigue, however, stemmed not from his physical state, but rather from a profound existential weariness. How vexing! If only he had access to an airplane, a car, or even a motorcycle. At that moment, Qi Xuan found himself nostalgically yearning for modern modes of transportation, which had rendered travel a remarkably simple endeavor. Sighing deeply, he halted his progress. Surveying the surroundings, he was once again met with an expanse of emptiness. Were there but a few blades of grass on the ground? This place would resemble a vast prairie beyond the borders. The absence of the typical windswept sands of a desert contributed to the lack of a desert-like atmosphere. Previously, whenever Qi Xuan heard tales of individuals driven to madness or suicide due to profound loneliness, he dismissed them as mere fabrications. Yet now, after merely a few days of solitary existence, he faintly grasped a semblance of that very feeling. Perhaps, for the vast majority, immortality is indeed the greatest curse of all. If one repeatedly observes the familiar faces of loved ones aging and passing away, ultimately finding oneself alone, could this be the price of immortality? Upon realizing this, Qi Xuan's expression suddenly fell into a state of unsettling tranquility. The strikingly handsome visage that had once captivated many now bore an eerily calm demeanor. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a solitary figure in a world devoid of companionship? Suddenly, a self-deprecating smile graced Qi Xuan's lips. Whereas he had previously maintained a mindset akin to that of an ordinary modern individual, he now found himself grasping the psychological landscape of ancient emperors. This realization brought about an intrinsic discomfort, akin to recognizing that such thoughts are a necessary virtue for success, yet feeling subconsciously as though he was veering towards moral depravity. "Shall we converse?" A sudden unfamiliar voice echoed in Qi Xuan's ear. Surprisingly, he exhibited neither shock nor alarm at the unexpected sound. After all, the world he inhabited was no longer the technologically driven realm of his past life, devoid of any supernatural beings or phenomena. Given that divine entities like the King of Light had manifested, it was hardly astonishing for even more absurd occurrences to unfold. The King of Light had previously mentioned that this world had once been besieged by the Abyss, and they had even vanquished a being who claimed to be a lord of the Abyss. Nonetheless, Qi Xuan remained skeptical of such assertions. While the various realms across the multiverse may possess differing degrees of depth and significance, the notion that a mere power struggle in the Game of Thrones universe could defeat an invading Lord of the Abyss was difficult to accept. Perhaps there were hidden truths yet to be uncovered? Contemplating this, Qi Xuan smiled and inquired, "Very well. Before we engage in a proper dialogue, might you introduce yourself?" After a prolonged silence, the stranger's voice resonated once more. "You may find it hard to believe, but I am the consciousness of this world. In other words, all beings within this realm are my children. The King of Light and his companions became deities of this world with my assistance. As for you, should you wish, You may call me your adoptive father. Silence lingered, a profound silence. What? Are you attempting to make me laugh to death and inherit my fortune? If we are to converse, let us dispense with such absurd jesting. Qi Xuan remarked. I surmise that your appearance signifies a matter requiring my assistance, does it not? Although Qi Xuan was well versed in the tale of the Annihilator and held a profound admiration for all things related to the Three Kingdoms, books, television, and film, accepting an adoptive father in such a manner felt like an affront to his dignity. However, should Qi Xuan's system align with that of the adoptive father archetype, he would not object to such an acknowledgement. Regrettably, his system does not belong to that category. It appears that Qi Xuan, either out of surprise or disbelief, failed to grasp the implications woven into his words, or perhaps he found it hard to accept that Qi Xuan was utterly indifferent to the prospect of becoming a deity. The previously serene tone finally bore a hint of human emotion. Is not the aspiration to attain eternal life as a divine being the most profound desire harbored within the hearts of humanity? Listening to this seemingly introspective murmur, Qi Xuan merely chuckled disdainfully and retorted, Is the deity you speak of one that can be slain? Chapter 128. The might of the yellow turban warriors at the moment when Qi Xuan was engaged in dialogue with the entity claiming to be the consciousness of this world. The realm of mortals was far from tranquil. Although Qi Xuan commanded a formidable army of valiant warriors, many of whom he had appointed as generals, some leading troops in a battle, others safeguarding particular territories, these individuals' former brilliance had been overshadowed by Qi Xuan himself. If these warriors were akin to radiant stars, then Qi Xuan's presence resembled a sun that outshone them all. Despite the majority of the indigenous populace being unaware of Qi Xuan and his followers' origins or backgrounds, the series of astounding deeds attributed to Qi Xuan since his emergence was enough to leave an indelible mark on the hearts of the people. While it may seem that even now, the strength of Qi Xuan's forces pales in comparison to that of the Targaryen family, who once conquered the continent of Westeros, it is essential to recognize that the Targaryens were a branch of the Valyrian dragon lords, wielding dragons of unimaginable power. In this present era, although technological advancements have generally progressed compared to the past, humankind remains firmly entrenched in the age of cold weaponry. A dragon, measuring at least several dozen meters in length, nearly impervious to blades and firearms, capable of unleashing torrents of fire, possesses a destructive force on the battlefield that could rival thousands of ordinary soldiers. However, despite the formidable strength of these dragons, they are not without significant vulnerabilities. Firstly, when faced with siege engines such as crossbows, a dragon struck could suffer grievous injuries or even death. Secondly, to effectively control and ride a dragon, one must find a dragon rider. Without this, the dragon cannot be compelled to engage in combat. Lastly, and most crucially, a dragon can have only one rider. A new rider can only be appointed upon the death of the current one. Once a dragon rider has bonded with their dragon, even if the dragon perishes, the rider cannot tame another. In a sense, dragons stand as near invincible entities in this world, yet the dragon riders remain merely mortal beings. This explains why, in the past, so many noble lords of Westeros dared to oppose the Targaryen dynasty, which possessed dragons. In stark contrast, Qi Xuan stands out as a formidable presence. Akin to a humanoid dragon, it is precisely this overwhelming might that instills both fear and desire among numerous factions. They fear his extraordinary strength while yearning to possess such immense power. Braavos, the resplendent jewel of the Essos continent, is poised to once again face the baptism of war. Off the port of Braavos, numerous warships adorned with the Phoenix banner drift upon the sea. Undoubtedly, as Qi Xuan's influence ascends, the emblem on the flag has become well known among various powers in this world. To the untrained eye, this fleet of approximately 3,000 is indeed an impressive sight. Yet, for the dominant factions within Braavos, this armada is of little consequence. What value holds anything in this world for those who possess wealth beyond counting? It may sound harsh, but human life is, in reality, not highly valued here. After all, the technological advancement has yet to reach a modern level. Otherwise, the emergence of organ transplantation might render lives, to a certain extent, as commodities of considerable worth. To put it bluntly, the price of a fine suit of armor could easily equate to the lives of countless individuals. This very reason explains how Braavos changed hands so effortlessly in the past. Faced with the tactic of massed assaults, combined with deceptive stratagems, how many could withstand such trials? As the Qi Xuan fleet drew closer to the port, the inhabitants of Braavos began to implement their defensive measures. As the city's most vulnerable citizens, the majority of those who valued their lives had already sought refuge in their homes. Otherwise, whether by the misfortune of stray arrows or by forced conscription as cannon fodder. Their deaths would be in vain. Creaking sounds echoed as crossbows near the port were readied with bolts, seemingly poised for immediate action. Behind them, more catapults and soldiers responsible for the machinery awaited. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated as countless soldiers rushed toward the warships docked in the port. In truth, the factions within Braavos had long been aware of the enemy fleet's presence. Thus, the notion of a lightning strike to directly assault the Braavos port fleet was utterly implausible. Observing the enemy's array of responses, the commander of the Qi Xuan fleet exhibited no trace of anxiety or concern. His confidence stemmed from possessing the formula for victory. All units, heed the command. Board the enemy ships. With the issuance of the order, the flag-bearer aboard the flagship began to wave the banner, signaling to the other vessels. In the next moment, the warships flying the Phoenix standard surged toward the enemy ships docked in the port. In light of the unfolding situation, the naval commanders of Braavos could not suppress their laughter. To strike a rock with an egg. Charge. Overturn them. The oarsmen exerted themselves, propelling their vessels forward. As the opposing ships began a headlong clash, the previously tranquil sea surface was gradually stirred into a tumult as warships surged forth. Perhaps the Braavosi navy believed that in terms of both the number of ships and personnel, they vastly outnumbered their adversaries. However, could the outcome of war be solely determined by numerical superiority? If that were the case, how could the captain of my transport fleet have ever faced defeat? Soon enough, the Braavosi sailors would come to understand the rationale behind their enemy's decision to engage in close-quarters combat. Thud, 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 with the sound of colliding vessels. Countless warships pressed tightly against one another. Naturally, many unfortunate ships sustained severe damage, some even capsizing entirely. Just as the Braavosi navy prepared to leap aboard the enemy ships to engage in combat, towering figures, approximately 3 meters tall and clad in heavy iron armor, emerged before them. Upon seeing the massive and fearsome spiked clubs wielded by these behemoths, many could not help but draw a sharp breath. Before long, they would experience the brutal force of those clubs firsthand. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of the spiked clubs, an untold number of Braavosi sailors were reduced to mere crumbs. As for the yellow turban warriors wielding these weapons, their extraordinary attributes and size, coupled with the specially crafted armor and weaponry, rendered them exceedingly difficult to fell. Despite numerous Braavosi soldiers valiantly attempting to strike the yellow turban warriors, their efforts proved utterly negligible. It is no exaggeration to say that this contingent of heavily armored infantry, comprised of dozens of yellow turban warriors, was an invincible force upon the battlefield. Chapter 129. The enemy's collapse. Even as each yellow turban warrior demonstrated their terrifying might, this did not intimidate the enemy commanders. After all, a simple truth remained. Flesh and blood humans are inherently limited. As for Qi Xuan, well, in the eyes of the world, he had transcended the realm of mortals, becoming something akin to a deity. Although the armor obscured the full visage of the yellow turban warriors, one might speculate that these figures were the giants spoken of in ancient tales. Yet, the accounts and descriptions of giants have never claimed that they were invincible. Even if these beings surpassed ordinary humans in size, strength, and endurance, what of it? At this moment, there existed a significant disparity in numbers between the two sides engaged in combat. A rough estimate suggested that Qi Xuan's forces numbered around 3,000, while the Braavosi navy exceeded 10,000. The situation arose primarily from the unforeseen emergence of the yellow turban warriors, leading many to believe that a force more than 3 times their number would effortlessly overpower the enemy. As for acquiring prior knowledge of the Qi Xuan fleet's objectives and estimating the number of combatants aboard, such endeavors were trivial for the affluent and powerful factions of Braavos. After all, amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, countless merchant vessels traversed the waters. To conceal the whereabouts of one's fleet, one would need to either seize control of all encountered ships and personnel along the route or eliminate them entirely. Otherwise, information would inevitably be divulged. A bounty of 1,000 golden dragons was placed on the heads of those who could slay an enemy giant. As many within the Braavos navy quaked in trepidation at the might of the yellow turban warriors, the voices of their commanders began to resonate across the vessels. A collective gasp arose as the chilling words echoed, and the soldiers' gazes fixated intently on the formidable adversaries aboard the enemy ships. In their eyes, these once easily slaughtered beasts transformed into mountains of gold. Particularly in Essos, a land driven by the pursuit of wealth, the contrast with Westeros, which remained entrenched in a feudal aristocracy, was stark. Essos boasted a more diverse array of socioeconomic structures. likely due to the concentration of powerful and prosperous city-states along its coasts. This environment fostered the emergence of two prevalent professions, merchants and mercenaries. Merchants ranged from those operating humble street stalls to those commanding their own fleets. As for mercenaries, they were predominantly individuals willing to undertake any task for monetary gain. Presently, the majority of Bravo's naval soldiers could be classified as mercenaries motivated by profit, despite having received a handsome sum before the battle. How could it compare to the staggering bounty of 1,000 golden dragons? Naturally, this bounty was aimed at ordinary mercenary groups. In contrast, the elite Golden Company, one of the most prestigious mercenary bands in Essos, demanded an astronomical fee for their services, reflective of their illustrious reputation and proven prowess. On average, each member of the Golden Company commanded a price of several hundred golden dragons. The disparity in costs between them and other common mercenary groups stemmed from the Golden Company's established track record of success. However, this distinction bore little relevance to the current conflict unfolding in Braavos. It was rumored that a contingent of the Golden Company, numbering in the thousands, had previously reached out to Qi Xuan, willing to pledge their allegiance in exchange for the title of Earl and a grant of land. However, such demands were naturally and unequivocally rejected by Qi Xuan. Meanwhile, where was the Golden Company at this moment? This formidable mercenary group had been employed by the slave masters of Yuan Kai, their purpose being to confront the formidable Daenerys Targaryen, who had brazenly abolished the institution of slavery. Now, let us turn our attention to the naval battle taking place in the port of Braavos. The Braavosi Navy, intoxicated by their avarice, transformed into reckless warriors, akin to cockroaches unafraid of death. Why employ the term cockroach to describe them? It is simply because, despite their fervor fueled by the allure of wealth, the speed of their charge was matched only by the distance they were sent flying upon impact. It is important to note that the full-plate armor donned by the Yellow Turban warriors was specially crafted. Although the technological level of this world remains in the era of cold weapons, the refinement and forging of metals are still relatively primitive. Nonetheless, the forging of armor has seen considerable advancement. With the extraordinary attributes of the Yellow Turban warriors, a specially designed plate armor far exceeds the standard in both thickness and weight. If typical full-plate armor had to compromise on weight and thickness due to the physical limitations of the wearer, such compromises were non-existent on the Yellow Turban warriors, whose strength and stamina reached near the limits of human capability. As a result, the Braavosi Navy, charging like a relentless tide, soon confronted a harsh reality. They could not breach the enemy's defenses. Clang, clang, time and again, their weapons struck the armor of the Yellow Turban warriors, producing a resounding clang, yet inflicting no harm whatsoever. In the next moment, these attackers were sent flying by the mace wielded by the Yellow Turban warriors. If the slash of a sword inflicts lacerations and a thrust results in punctures, then the impact of a mace delivers blunt force trauma. It is well known that slashing attacks are the least effective against armor, followed by thrusting attacks, while blunt force trauma yields immediate results. After all, even if the armor provides protection, the concussive force from heavy weaponry can directly impact the body's vital organs. Gradually, the Braavosi Navy found themselves involuntarily retreating step by step until some began to leap into the sea to escape. Of course, the outcome was influenced not only by the formidable Yellow Turban warriors aboard the ships, but also by the significant contributions of Qi Xuan's other soldiers. Although the nearly 3,000 soldiers lacked the extraordinary attributes of the Yellow Turban warriors, their equipment was undeniably lavish. Perhaps due to Qi Xuan's previous selection of elite troops or the implementation of a meritocratic system, it can be said that nearly every soldier who had survived 1 or 2 battles under Qi Xuan's command was quite financially secure. This situation has compelled the soldiers to don full-plate armor, wielding weapons of exceptional quality. Furthermore, some soldiers have even taken it upon themselves to purchase exquisite breastplates and inner armor. In stark contrast, what of the soldiers of the Braavos Navy? No matter how substantial their funds may be, the lords of Braavos are loath to part with even a single coin for such necessities. Unsurprisingly, when faced with an adversary they cannot hope to defeat, the morale of the naval soldiers begins to plummet drastically. Ultimately, a disintegration triggered by waning morale ensues, spiraling further and further out of control. Chapter 130. Reckoning. What does it mean for defeat to come crashing down like a mountain? The naval battle unfolding in the port of Braavos epitomizes this phrase perfectly. Despite having a considerable numerical advantage, the naval soldiers of Braavos fall woefully short in terms of equipment and fighting spirit when compared to the forces of Qi. In the era of cold weaponry, morale can significantly determine the outcome of a conflict. Otherwise, why would there be so many instances in history where the outnumbered triumphed over the numerous? Take, for instance, the classic tale of Zhang Baibai's decisive victory over Sun Shirwang. When confronted with formidable warriors such as the Yellow Turbans, how many among the enemy ranks would not be utterly terrified? Although the soldiers of the opposing force are largely mercenaries fighting for monetary gain, how many individuals in this world would prioritize wealth over their very lives? Especially when the prospect of victory appears bleak and death seems inevitable. Often, people harbor a sense of misplaced optimism. Consider the fleeing naval soldiers. Although they have received their wages, this assurance rests upon the assumption of their side's victory. Only under such circumstances can they continue to deceive themselves into believing that death will not claim them. Once that flicker of hope is extinguished, the fighting spirit within these men dissipates, leaving only the instinct for survival. Aboard the flagship of the Qi forces, the commander, the Phoenix Knight Feng Tian, gazed calmly at the unfolding situation not far away. Observing the enemy soldiers leaping into the sea like dumplings in boiling water to escape, and the countless captives laying down their arms in surrender, Feng Tian maintained an air of unflappable composure. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly drew his sword towards the heavens and proclaimed, "All forces, heed my command. Seize this opportunity. We shall conduct a beach landing." As the order was relayed by the heralds, the actions of the Qi soldiers swiftly transformed. Whereas their previous objective had been to eliminate as many of the enemy as possible to secure victory, upon witnessing the enemy's collapse in morale and mass retreat, coupled with the command to land, the previously anchored warships sprang into motion. The Qi forces, having routed the enemy, swiftly took possession of several of the enemy's vessels at the rear of their fleet. Subsequently, propelled by the diligent efforts of the sailors, the recently captured warships surged swiftly toward the nearby shore. In stark contrast to the jubilant Qi forces, the soldiers stationed at the shore and within the city bore heavy hearts. Despite possessing a numerical advantage several times over, their defeat was so utter that it was nearly unbearable. However, this was not the most critical aspect. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the majority of the garrison had already boarded their own warships, leaving only a scant number of soldiers to defend. Now, these remaining troops faced a daunting dilemma. Although they still possessed a plethora of war weapons, such as crossbows and catapults, could they truly vanquish the enemies that loomed so close? Perhaps it was due to the proximity of the ships to the shore that the stationed soldiers could discern the movements aboard the vessels. Not to mention the Qi soldiers. Clad in their full regalia resembling tin cans, the imposing figures of several 3-meter-tall yellow turban warriors were particularly conspicuous. Hiss! With this thought, one of the remaining soldiers could not help but gasp in trepidation. In any realm, truly foolish individuals are but a minority. The vast majority, while not exceptionally clever, at least possess a modicum of sense. Witnessing the stark reality of the war's predicament, many harbored their own private thoughts. This was evident in the furtive glances exchanged among the stationed men. Even the commander overseeing these troops hesitated to issue a forceful command for them to stand firm. Setting aside his own thoughts, would these soldiers truly comply with orders that were tantamount to a death sentence? Unlike the East, the mindset of individuals in this world bears a striking resemblance to that of the Western world of the past. To put it plainly, in many respects, people are often more concerned with their own personal interests than with the collective good. Thus, the notion that military orders are unyielding and that one should sacrifice oneself for others, in this world, while it cannot be said to be entirely absent, the probability is exceedingly low. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a volley of crossbow bolts and massive stones was launched from the shore. As for the effectiveness of such actions, regrettably, it is a matter of probability. Even in the era of firearms, achieving a high rate of accuracy in naval warfare is a formidable challenge. As for the information age, one can only say that those who understand, understand. Those who do not, truly do not. Despite the efforts of the remaining soldiers, the results were far from satisfactory. Naturally, as the Qi forces prepared to land, not all were foolish enough to await their demise. And as for the compensation they had received from their employer for their service, they could always consider refunding half afterward or simply fleeing to another city-state for a time. Regardless, these employers, who have spent their money, are unlikely to incur exorbitant costs to trouble the deserters over such trifles. Boom, boom. With each resounding crash, countless doors in the inner city of Bravos were forcefully breached. Naturally, this had little impact on the ordinary citizens within the city, as they possessed little worth to be plundered. Were it any other army under different factions in this world, the lower-class citizens of Bravos might have suffered a thorough scouring. However, while the soldiers of the Qi army may not possess unmatched combat prowess, their standards of discipline and enforcement undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of global excellence. Moreover, the internal rewards for military achievements within the Qi army are sufficiently generous. Thus, it is only natural that few would risk their lives for a mere pittance. As for the wealthy landowners within Braavos, since it remains unclear whether a portion or all of them participated in the recent turnover of the city, they can only blame their misfortune. Kill. Listening to the intermittent cries of battle and wails of despair echoing through the city, Feng Tian displayed no sign of emotion, though his gaze was particularly cold. As the saying goes, those not of my kind must have different hearts. He felt no psychological burden regarding the slaughter of these individuals. Furthermore, it is said that the wealth of these landowners is far from clean, tainted as it is with blood. Additionally, among the same race, are there not traitors? Betrayal. Only blood can cleanse. Suddenly, Feng Tian smiled, yet his self-talk was devoid of warmth. Chapter 131. The Wrathful Dragon Queen. As the flames of war and slaughter ignited once more in the city of Braavos, the rest of the world was far from tranquil. Not to mention the ceaseless turmoil on the continent of Westeros, where the original story unfolded. Even the Dragon Queen, who possessed dragons, found herself in an unfavorable position. Though she was merely a recently matured and bereaved woman, having lost both husband and child, her exquisite beauty continued to captivate the attention of countless suitors. In the original tale, many men, including Khal Drogo, one of the 13 Great Masters, and Jorah Mormont, as well as Daario Naharis, one of the leaders of the Second Son's mercenary company, were entranced by her. During this time, despite her 3 dragons having only recently hatched and lacking significant combat capability, the Dragon Queen's power gradually expanded, albeit modestly. With the presence of a dragon hatchling, she successfully negotiated for an army of 8,000 unsullied from the slaver of Astapor. Subsequently, this newly acquired force effortlessly dealt with the slavers in Astapor, liberating the enslaved populace in the process. It is no exaggeration to state that this audaciously ingenious transaction stands as a remarkably successful case, much akin to the narrative of a protagonist in a thrilling tale. Daenerys Targaryen's faction has experienced a meteoric rise from a mere handful of individuals to an army nearing 10,000. Additionally, they have secured the vast city-state of Astapor. It is noteworthy that, on the continent of Essos, the reputation of the Unsullied, the slave army, is exceedingly prominent. Renowned for their unique and brutal training methods, they possess formidable combat prowess, yet they lack the masculine symbolism that defines traditional soldiers. These 3 distinct characteristics render the Unsullied well known to many, despite their unadorned equipment. Consisting merely of leather armor complemented by spear and shield, the strength and discipline they exhibit are sufficient to overshadow their deficiencies. It is widely acknowledged that in the age of cold weapons, the outcome of warfare heavily relies on the morale of both factions. According to various unverifiable sources, it is said that ordinary armies during the cold weapon era would disband if their casualties exceeded 10%. Even rigorously trained forces would falter in morale with losses surpassing 30%, leading to a state of disarray. In stark contrast, the Unsullied are an exception to this rule. While their armament may not be luxurious and their individual combat ability may not reach the pinnacle of global standards, their indomitable spirit places them among the foremost in the world. Years of indoctrination, coupled with physical castration, have stripped the Unsullied of most earthly desires, rendering them largely unafraid of death. This is not to suggest that they possess an absolute fearlessness of mortality. Rather, it appears that, to some extent, the distinction between life and death holds little significance for them. Armed with 3 dragons approaching maturity, an army of 8,000 Unsullied, and the immense city-state of Astapor, it is fair to assert that Daenerys' influence is poised to carve out a dominion on the continent of Essos. While her power may not yet rival that of Braavos, Lys, Tyrosh, Meereen, or the Dothraki, securing a significant city-state is indeed a substantial accomplishment. Should all proceed favorably, it is likely that other factions on the continent will turn a blind eye to her ascendancy. Even the slave masters of Astapor, who previously survived by fortune, may find themselves compelled to lurk in the shadows, seeking revenge or other means. Regrettably, Daenerys, lacking political experience, has committed a grave error. In a land where the institution of slavery flourishes, she has chosen to abolish it. On a minor scale, her actions have merely undermined the interests of the entrenched beneficiaries in Astapor. However, on a larger scale, this troubling trend undoubtedly encroaches upon the interests of other slaveholding city-states. It is widely acknowledged that those who dare to swim against the current and defy the laws of societal progress often find themselves utterly swept away by the tides of time. Moreover, Daenerys Targaryen, motivated by her disdain for the institution of slavery and compassion for the wretched plight of the enslaved, unhesitatingly abolished the slave system in Astapor. However, she failed to consider the myriad complications that would ensue from such a decision. Among other concerns, the question of where the newly liberated slaves would go next posed a significant dilemma. Historically, rulers have often resorted to various means to maintain their dominion, including the manipulation and oppression of the populace. To subdue the masses, one must first control the dissemination and availability of knowledge. Under the influence of countless unseen forces, it becomes nearly impossible for the lower classes to access useful information. In addition to exorbitant tuition fees, the stringent vetting processes establish a daunting barrier to entry. Even for the few fortunate enough to find a path, they often fall into an even deeper trap. If one cannot be prevented from acquiring knowledge, then why not inundate them with a plethora of irrelevant information, thereby consuming their time, energy, and resources? This leads to a stark reality. Although the slaves of Astapor regained their physical freedom, their mental liberation remained elusive. While Daenerys did emancipate the slaves of Astapor, earning their gratitude and affection, along with the titles of Breaker of Chains and Mysa, meaning Mother in Valyrian, she ultimately failed to address the pressing challenges of their survival. Following her campaign northward from Astapor, she liberated the significant slaveholding cities of Yunkai and Meereen. Yet, she was unprepared for the vengeance of her adversaries. Shortly after her departure from Astapor and Yunkai, these cities witnessed a resurgence of slavery and the re-emergence of slave masters. Even in Meereen, where Daenerys resided with her dragons and army, tranquility was an illusion. Although her foes feared her 3 increasingly mature dragons, they were not idle. Unable to confront her directly, they resorted to clandestine assassination attempts. With bounties set high, every member of Daenerys' entourage became a walking target. While it might not be easy to eliminate Daenerys and her commanders, ordinary soldiers of her faction were far more vulnerable. Indeed, the patrols traversing Meereen provided prime opportunities for ambush. The most troubling aspect was that assassins could swiftly vanish after committing their acts, leaving Daenerys' soldiers unable to track them down. The consecutive days of assassination, along with the successive fall of Astapor and Yunkai, have driven Daenerys into a furious rage. Whether it is the Targaryen bloodline or her intrinsic nature, the Daenerys of the original narrative exhibits a subtle inclination towards madness. As her adversaries continually provoke her emotions, this madness may ultimately lead her down a terrifying path. Chapter 132. The Covenant in the Enigmatic Realm of the Gods. Qi Xuan is currently engaged in a dialogue with a mysterious entity who claims to be the consciousness of this world. Naturally, Qi Xuan harbors considerable skepticism regarding this assertion. It is not that he disbelieves in the existence of a world consciousness. Rather, he questions the authenticity of the being before him. Perhaps this entity is a divine spirit of this realm, or possibly the deceased Lord of the Abyss. Or could it truly be the consciousness of this world? Nevertheless, at this moment, such uncertainties hold little significance for Qi Xuan. Although he is ensnared in this mysterious space, he feels no overwhelming anxiety, worry, or fear. After all, as time progresses, he is confident that he will eventually acquire the means to resolve his predicament through the system. Furthermore, this world is currently under siege by the Abyss. Perhaps when the moment arrives, he might seamlessly enter the Abyss himself. Of course, there remains a final avenue of retreat, the temporary worker invitation he previously obtained. However, Qi Xuan feels that such a role does not align with his aspirations, and he is uncertain of the potential risks it may entail. What if it were a contract of servitude? What do you think? I have divulged all there is to know about the past of this world. Now, I ask you to reveal your decision. Are you willing to enter into a covenant with me? Should you acquiesce, you will become the unparalleled God King of this realm, second only to me in stature. Consider it: endless lifespan, eternal youth, and supreme power. Undoubtedly, the allure of his words is compelling. Had this proposition been presented to Qi Xuan at the inception of his journey, before the activation of the system, he would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. However, at that time, the possibility of receiving such an invitation was utterly remote. At present, the temptation of this offer holds less sway over Qi Xuan. Setting aside the potential intertwining of his fate with a world on the brink of abyssal consumption, the mere thought of being subordinate to this entity is intolerable to him. With this contemplation, a subtle smile graces Qi Xuan's lips. To speak candidly, your proposal lacks sincerity. Would you care to hear my terms? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the mysterious figure seems momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, his voice reverberates once more. Oh, you have piqued my interest. What are your conditions? Somehow, Qi Xuan sensed a thread of irritation in the ever-calm words of the mysterious figure. This only served to deepen the smile upon his lips, simultaneously affirming a certain speculation nestled within his heart. Thus, Qi Xuan's cheerful voice resonated once more. "Kneel and become my dog. From this moment forth, I am your master." A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, an eerie, chilling stillness. Suddenly, the weather within the enigmatic space underwent a staggering transformation. What had previously been a realm of gentle breezes and warm sunshine was now besieged by howling winds and terrifying bolts of lightning. The wind grew ever louder, its velocity increasing exponentially, and in an instant, a multitude of tornadoes, the magnitude of which was unfathomable, materialized around him. In the next heartbeat, these ferocious winds surged toward Qi Xuan with a singular ferocity. Swift as the tempest was the lightning, before the gale could reach him. His body was already struck by countless fearsome arcs. It was evident that the enigmatic figure was likely the very consciousness of this world, now thoroughly incensed. It seemed intent on obliterating Qi Xuan with its wrathful storm. One must concede that this treatment was perhaps more terrifying and agonizing than the infamous thousand cuts. Fortunately, thanks to the effects of his bloodline and abilities, Qi Xuan felt little pain. Though his body had been torn asunder countless times within the span of a mere second, he felt no dread, for he possessed the power of resurrection. A thunderous laughter suddenly erupted within the space, echoing with derision towards the mysterious figure, almost as if it were a taunt. "You are finished. No one can save you, whether from heaven or earth. I cannot even fathom the delightful torments I shall inflict upon you. Await your reckoning. That day is not far off." Though Qi Xuan was the one enduring torment at this moment, his confidence surged with even greater intensity. So overwhelming was this surge that he could not help but amplify his mockery. In the next moment, the world before Qi Xuan shimmered with brilliance. This time, he was truly witnessing the ocean of lightning in all its significance. In the fleeting second, he had no idea how many times he had perished and resurrected. Suddenly, a colossal sound reverberated in his ears. Without warning, a tremendous fissure appeared in the ground not far from him. Without hesitation, Qi Xuan lunged toward the chasm. Whether it led to the mundane realm of this world or the so-called abyss was of little consequence. What mattered was that the consciousness of this world had firmly secured a place on his list of targets. Despite the bloodshed, the expeditionary forces of Qi had returned triumphant, their coffers overflowing. In addition to the promised rewards for slaying enemies, the treasures plundered from the homes of the city's wealthy landlords could undoubtedly fill countless rooms. Beyond the wealth, the food procured was sufficient to sustain 100,000 people for 3 full years. As for the quantity of armor and weapons, it goes without saying that it was more than ample to equip tens of thousands. Of course, the armament here refers to leather armor and standard weaponry. "General, what shall we do next?" In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Feng Tian's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he declared, "Issue a recruitment order in the city. I want to enlist at least 10,000 soldiers. Anyone willing to join the army and who passes the assessment will receive an initial settlement of 10 golden dragons. Furthermore, they will benefit from our military merit system. As long as they slay enough enemies, I can fulfill all their desires for both rank and wealth." Upon hearing Feng Tian's words, the crowd became increasingly excited. In truth, for those present, they were no longer lacking in money or land. However, military achievements were something the soldiers of the Qi army could never have enough of. Moreover, expanding the army meant that those present could not only elevate their positions, but also increase the number of troops under their command. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, who would refuse to have more soldiers under their command. Power is akin to the most potent aphrodisiac. Once one indulges, it becomes impossible to withdraw. Perhaps for the current officers of the Qi army, relinquishing their military power would be more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 133. The fall of the Liu family. The world continues to turn regardless of who departs. Except for the eternal son, Qi Xuan. Westeros, as the primary setting of the original tale, has not known a prolonged period of peace and stability for countless years. Even when the former king, Robert Baratheon, ignited the war of the usurper, vanquished the previous royal family, the Targaryens, and ultimately ascended to the Iron Throne. The ensuing decade and more, while generally stable, was still marred by sporadic unrest, such as the rebellion of the Iron Islands. The insatiable thirst for power, wealth, and territory has led any ambitious individual on the continent of Westeros to be unwilling to accept the status quo. King's Landing, the de facto capital of Westeros, has been under the rule of King Joffrey Baratheon since the death of his father, Robert. However, due to the secret letters of the former king's hand, the Prime Minister. Joffrey's legitimacy and claim to the throne have been questioned by countless noble lords. Various pieces of evidence suggest that Joffrey is not the son of the former king and Queen Cersei, but rather the offspring of the queen and her brother, Jaime Lannister. Even now, within the royal family, numerous princes and princesses, including Joffrey, are scions of the Lannister lineage. While not all are convinced of this fact, a considerable number do believe it. Consequently, driven by an insatiable thirst for the throne, the former king's two younger brothers have taken up arms, seeking to dethrone the current king, Joffrey. This discord among the three factions has erupted into a war for the capital, King's Landing. The weakest among them, Stannis Baratheon, was swiftly vanquished by his younger brother, Renly. Whether it was out of a reverence for the fratricide or a desire to humiliate his elder brother further, Renly chose not to slay Stannis, instead opting for imprisonment. In the rebel camp of Renly Baratheon, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The heavy footsteps echoed as a young, handsome man entered. He was undeniably captivating, his gaze as profound as the depths of the ocean, exuding an air of mystery. Without a doubt, he was a man with many tales to tell. Stannis, nearly bald and in a state of disarray, lifted his head to regard the approaching figure, already suspecting his intentions. Despite the impending shadow of death looming over him, Stannis displayed no trace of fear. Many noble families, including the late King Robert Baratheon, held a disdain for Stannis, perceiving him as overly earnest and devoid of compassion. His mind seemed to be a rusted mechanism, unable to comprehend flexibility. Nevertheless, this very rigidity endowed him with a unique allure. His steadfast character and unwavering thoughts rendered him seemingly unafraid of death. At all times, his expression remained serious, akin to a stubborn, unyielding rock. Even the enigmatic assassin, come to end Stannis' life, felt a ripple of intrigue upon encountering his stoic acceptance of mortality. Yet for him, the act of killing was a sacred and solemn affair. Stannis, all mortals must meet their end. With these words, the mysterious figure made his move. In Renly Baratheon's central camp, a considerable gathering of noble lords supporting Renly's claim to the Iron Throne was present. Among them were the lords of Storm's End and the Reach, along with a few nobles from various regions of Westeros. As the Duke and Lord of Storm's End, Renly naturally occupied the seat of honor at the head of the tent. Beside him sat a young noblewoman adorned in splendid attire, the lovely Margaery Tyrell, hailing from the house of Tyrell of Highgarden. Between the two, their current status is that of a married couple. Regrettably, Duke Lannister possesses an uncommon sexual orientation, resulting in a complete disinterest in his wife. Even during moments of candor between the couple, Lannister's body exhibits no signs of arousal. Instead, he finds himself captivated by the handsome Ser Loras Tyrell, the brother of his wife, who also hails from the Tyrell family. To be precise, Duke Lannister displays an interest in any strikingly handsome man. His reputation in this regard is widely acknowledged. While the young Rose is not entirely pleased, she reluctantly accepts the situation. After all, she has never been concerned about whom she marries. Her sole desire is to become a queen. With the support of the noble lords from Storm's End and the Reach, Lannister's pursuit of the Iron Throne in King's Landing is not an insurmountable challenge. It is worth noting that the combined forces of the two regions amount to a staggering 100,000. In fact, previously, Queen Cersei was also on the Tyrell shortlist. However, due to various circumstances, the Tyrell family from the Reach ultimately chose to support Lannister. Nevertheless, the protracted siege of King's Landing has severely tarnished Lannister's prestige. Despite the formidable defenses of the city and the considerable support for the crown, the enduring failure to capture King's Landing remains an undeniable truth. While the Reach is immensely wealthy, capable of rivaling the Westerlands, sustaining the logistical needs of 100,000 troops over an extended period proves to be a daunting task. Many of the noble lords opposing the crown, including Lannister himself, may still be unaware that the crown had previously made secret overtures to numerous noble lords, including those from the Tyrell family. Perhaps Lannister anticipated this and had even sent envoys to forge alliances with various noble lords now aligned with the crown. Initially, the conflict between the crown and the opposition had begun to ease, even hinting at clandestine negotiations due to the immense threat posed by Cersei. Unfortunately, with her sudden disappearance, that trend dissipated abruptly. Thus, capturing King's Landing has once again become the paramount objective for Lannister and his faction. To this end, Lannister convened his fellow noble lords to deliberate on the siege strategy anew. After delivering a speech, he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Consequently, he instinctively reached for the goblet filled with wine on the table beside him and drank deeply. With each sip, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly experienced an intense itch in his throat, as though he could not breathe. Witnessing the Duke's complexion transform into a grotesque shade, turning a deep purple, the assembled company fell into stunned silence. Lannister opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something. Yet no sound escaped his lips. Instead, it was the black blood that gushed forth from his mouth. Thud! Before anyone could call for the scholar to examine him, Duke Renly suddenly collapsed to the ground. As they beheld the lifeless Duke Renly and received the report of Stannis' assassination from the guards, the assembled crowd suddenly realized a horrifying truth. The Baratheon family had been annihilated. Chapter 134. Master of Micromanipulation. Few were aware that Qi Xuan had returned once more to the mortal realm. However, upon his arduous return, he did not hasten to announce his reappearance. It was not out of fear of lurking adversaries, but rather a sense of futility. Despite having participated in numerous brutal battles since his arrival, he remained fundamentally the same quiet man. In truth, he did not relish bloodshed, yet would not shy away from it either. Life in this world is ultimately a series of conflicts driven by self-interest, whether that be wealth, fame, or some form of belief. The winds of turmoil do not cease simply because there is no threat or greed. Weakness itself is the original sin. Thus, even though he harbored no fervor, Qi Xuan repeatedly led his forces into war. Now, however, he could afford a moment's respite. Compared to the time of his initial arrival, Qi Xuan's power had grown remarkably robust. After a period of expansion, his army had claimed the entirety of the north and the vast majority of the riverlands in Westeros. Coupled with the allegiance of the Iron Islands and the city of Braavos on the continent of Essos, it is no exaggeration to assert that the territory under Qi Xuan's command was sufficient to establish a formidable kingdom. Of course, the notion of founding a nation lingered in his mind. Yet, considering that he had yet to conquer all of Westeros, such ambitions were momentarily set aside. In the north, at Castle Black, this fortress, built directly atop the wall, served the purpose of defending against the wildlings and White Walkers beyond. Strictly speaking, this location marked the first step in Qi Xuan's dominion. The original, perilous fort beyond the wall, later renamed Castle Hope, could hardly be counted, as it had been far too dangerous for Qi Xuan at that time. After countless years, who could fathom the number of White Walkers buried beneath the icy expanse? Although in the original narrative, the death of the Night King seemed rather hasty, it was merely a plot device. One must recognize that. According to the strength of the White Walker army depicted in the original story, toppling all of Westeros would have been trivial. Tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry charging into the ranks of the White Walkers would hardly have stirred a ripple. It is well known that cavalry holds a significant advantage over infantry. A mere 1,000 horsemen could easily dismantle a force of tens of thousands of foot soldiers. A few days ago, Qi Xuan returned once more to the castle. Perhaps it was due to the countless experiences of death and resurrection he had endured in the divine realm, but he suddenly felt a wave of weariness. Despite possessing near-divine personal strength, a lifespan of nearly a millennium, a formidable army, and extensive territory, these achievements could not alter the fact that he remained a person still tethered to mundane pleasures. In truth, he preferred reading, gourmet food, and music over the brutality of the battlefield. As he pondered what to do next, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. "Your Majesty, a letter has just arrived from General Feng Tian of Braavos." Upon hearing the messenger's words, Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow, though his expression bore little surprise. He had not concealed his return from his subordinates, hence he had received various letters from them over the past few days. Some individuals, not far from the Black Castle, were even hurrying back to the castle specifically. Soon, after perusing the letter delivered by Feng Tian, an unusual smile crossed Qi Xuan's face. How intriguing! He snapped his fingers and began to muse to himself. He had not anticipated that so many would attempt to undermine him. How long had it been since his disappearance? In Westeros, the old lion of House Lannister, Duke Tywin, had sent messengers to some of Qi Xuan's commanders. These letters included offers to entice them to join King Joffrey, as well as suggestions to incite their independence. Apart from the Lannisters of the West, the Martell family of Dorne and the Tyrell family of Highgarden had also engaged in similar schemes. Qi Xuan had learned of these through the correspondence from his subordinates. To his astonishment, even Daenerys Targaryen, far away in the southeastern continent of Essos, was harboring similar intentions. Though her letter spoke of an alliance with the forces of Qi and Braavos, the underlying intention seemed to be to entice and absorb this overseas contingent. Perhaps it was the three-headed dragon under her command, or her titles such as the Unburnt, or simply the bloodline of House Targaryen. Whatever the reason, Daenerys appeared quite confident in her ability to sway alliances. Qi Xuan could not remain indifferent to this. Although, for someone like him, who possessed a millennium of life, The current power struggles felt like mere child's play. He still regarded them with considerable concern. After all, the monthly rewards from the system were contingent upon these matters. With only days left until the end of the month, Qi Xuan naturally hoped to expand his territory once more, thereby securing a greater number of reward points. Truth be told, he was filled with confidence regarding the conquest of this world. Yet, the pace of military movement in this realm was excruciatingly slow. Without railways, roads, or any modern means of transportation, it can be said that every endeavor requires an inordinate amount of time. This predicament stands as the most formidable obstacle in Qi Xuan's quest for swift dominion over the world. Although the Qi army now boasts several griffins, these magnificent creatures primarily serve as aerial messengers. The notion of employing them for conquest is far-fetched. Even relying solely on dragons to subjugate various factions seems insurmountable. After all, regardless of the prowess of dragons and griffins, maintaining the operation of cities and villages is far more efficiently managed by a sufficient number of soldiers. For some inexplicable reason, a desire for meticulous control suddenly ignited within Qi Xuan. Stationed in the Black Castle, with an abundance of troops at his command, he could easily assume the role of a master tactician. This approach would not only maximize the potential of his subordinates, but also inspire and identify exceptional talents among them. He never perceived his future as confined to this diminutive planet. The vastness of the cosmos beyond, along with the mysteries of the abyss, stirred an insatiable fervor in his veins. His current choice to cultivate his character and refine his sensibilities is merely a means to prepare his mindset for the impending great battles. However, to explore the universe beyond this planet, given the current pace of technological advancement, one wonders how many years it would take. Hundreds? Thousands? Or perhaps even longer. He commanded Feng Di, Feng Xian, and Feng Huang, each to lead a 1,000-strong army towards Blavros. Upon reaching Blavros, they would expand their forces, using it as a springboard for further territorial ambitions. He ordered the troops stationed at Wanha City to march southward, targeting King's Landing. He instructed the forces beyond the borders to capture live wights and corpses to bring back to the Black Castle for study by scholars like Kobang. In Chapter 135, Excitement. Under the aegis of griffins acting as messengers, Qi Xuan's orders swiftly reached the hands of his various commanders through written communication. In Hejian, Wanha City, the previous stronghold of Qi Xuan's southern campaign, gathered the majority of his system soldiers. While ordinary system soldiers, due to their limited strength, could only serve as lower-ranking officers within the Qi army, those of considerable power took on the roles of senior commanders. Among them, even the least ranked held command over a 1,000-strong unit, while numerous generals commanded thousands. Though Qi Xuan had not exchanged many system soldiers in recent months due to the procurement of treasures, this had no bearing on the expansion of his forces. A fair, just, and transparent military merit system has made countless indigenous people yearn to join Qi Xuan's ranks. For many common folk, who struggle to secure their next meal, the prospect of gold as a reward for slaying enemies is undeniably enticing. As long as one can vanquish an enemy, a reward of 10 acres of land and military merit awaits. Is such compensation not exceedingly generous? After all, this world is still entrenched in the backwardness of the medieval era, lagging significantly in technology and economic development. Compared to the myriad of entertainment options available in the modern world, the people of this realm find themselves in a state of profound deprivation. For the vast majority, the joys that occupy their minds are merely wealth, procreation, and power, perhaps due to poverty and the scarcity of entertainment. The common folk here are largely unafraid of death and warfare. If the battlefield offers a chance to attain astonishing wealth and status, countless peasants would readily risk their lives for such an opportunity. Contrary to what Qi Xuan envisioned, most soldiers of the Qi army do not harbor fear of death or conflict. For them, war serves as a ladder to advancement. As for death, in this age of alarmingly low life expectancy, hunger and the bitter cold can easily claim countless lives. At last, I have awaited my moment to achieve greatness. This time, I shall strive for a glorious future through a fierce onslaught. Upon the announcement of the impending southern expedition by the Qi army commander in Wanha City, the soldiers erupted in excited cheers. Initially, Qi Xuan intended to implement equitable treatment within the army, but he soon received counsel from various commanders. Sometimes, absolute fairness can paradoxically breed injustice, particularly in a military context where strength reigns supreme. Moreover, human relationships are inherently complex, leading to the formation of alliances and factions within any power structure. Thus, even within the Qi army, some disparities in treatment exist. The soldiers exhibiting unwavering loyalty to the system undoubtedly enjoy the finest conditions among their ranks, the best weapons, armor, sustenance, the highest salaries, and the earliest promotions. Their lavish treatment serving as a benchmark and exemplar within the army. The next tier comprises the northern soldiers who initially joined the Qi forces, whose conditions are slightly inferior to those of the system soldiers. Lastly, there are the newly recruited soldiers from the Hejian region who have arrived through Baigang. Beneath these, there exist 3 levels of death squads. Members of these squads largely stem from captured enemy soldiers and various criminals. By slaying foes, they too have the opportunity to ascend in status and conditions, potentially attaining the same privileges as the ordinary Qi soldiers. Such a simple classification of ranks, in some ways, invigorates the ambition and desires of the army's ranks, which is precisely why so many warriors cannot help but cheer. As the saying goes, it is not that one despises the hierarchy, but rather that one resents being relegated to the lowest echelon. In a world that bears a striking resemblance to the medieval era, even in modern society, individuals cannot help but categorize one another into various strata. Even among those who ostensibly belong to the same class of commoners, some still perceive themselves to be superior, residing in their lofty towers of pride. It must be acknowledged that this may very well be a fundamental flaw in human nature. Yet, to a certain extent, it also serves as an inexhaustible impetus for human advancement. At the port city of Baigang, when the command of Qi Xuan resonated among the soldiers of the Qi army, a cacophony of cheers erupted throughout the city. Perhaps, in an era where class stratification has become suffocating, the prospect of upward mobility is the most profound yearning and hope within people's hearts, especially when such avenues for advancement are tangible and not merely a predetermined charade. It is crucial to recognize that often, a singular individual's presence can give rise to an exceptional position of influence. As for the reasons behind this, those in the know understand. Simultaneously, with the issuance of this command, a large-scale conscription effort commenced anew within the port, with Qi Xuan taking charge and asserting his authority. The expansion of the Qi army necessitated an influx of soldiers. After all, devoid of Qi Xuan's seemingly supernatural prowess, casualties in both field battles and sieges would inevitably follow. In Braavos, following a brutal cleansing, this renowned city-state on the continent of Essos fell into an unexpected silence. Many of the affluent merchants and powerful figures who had once thrived there perished during the purge. Those fortunate enough to survive emerged subdued and compliant. Under the iron-fisted suppression of the military, all manner of malevolent entities were rendered impotent, even with generous rewards bestowed upon the expeditionary forces. The wealth amassed from this plunder was staggering. In the face of such enticing enlistment benefits, countless individuals from across the continent of Essos flocked to the recruitment centers. This phenomenon was not confined to Braavos alone. Even nearby city-states witnessed throngs converging towards Braavos daily. From even distant lands, aspiring fortune-seekers journeyed towards the city-state. A recent siege had propelled the Yellow Turban warriors into the annals of legend across Essos. If the strength of the purists lay in their ironclad discipline and a spirit that embraced death, then the Yellow Turban warriors represented an enhanced version of that might. It is no exaggeration to assert that these warriors, whose prowess rivals that of the world's most elite fighters and knights, are the epitome of deterrence. Moreover, the ranks of such formidable soldiers under Qi Xuan's command continue to swell daily. The few individuals in Braavos are those previously transformed on the continent of Westeros, while more of the yellow sashes remain hidden within the city of Luanha. In Chapter 136, titled Night Raid, if one were to ponder which faction on the continent of Essos reigns supreme, it would undoubtedly be the Dothraki, a people who are universally martial. Perhaps due to their customs or the harsh environment they inhabit, nearly every Dothraki, save for the elderly and children, is a warrior. What is even more formidable is that their martial populace is not merely composed of expendable infantry, but rather elite cavalry of the cold weaponry era. If one were to categorize soldiers of the cold weaponry age, they would typically fall into 3 classifications: infantry, archers, and cavalry. Infantry represents the least demanding category in terms of entry requirements, serving as the backbone and often the expendables of warfare. Archers, in contrast, present a greater challenge and expense in their training compared to infantry. However, the cost is justified, as a skilled archer can inflict significant damage in battle that commensurates with their investment. As for cavalry, they are a coveted asset, beyond the necessity of innate talent. Each cavalryman must be equipped with a warhorse. The cost of these steeds is considerable, not to mention their ongoing maintenance expenses. While a common soldier may subsist on ample servings of inexpensive black bread, the diet of a warhorse, comprised of grains such as corn, oats, soybeans, and peas, is enviably rich, requiring 3 to 4 meals a day, each equal in quantity to that of a typical soldier. Furthermore, to ensure the health of these horses, dedicated grooms and veterinarians are essential for their care and treatment. It is no exaggeration to state that the financial investment in cultivating a qualified cavalryman could easily support the training of more than 10 ordinary infantry soldiers. For these reasons, the city-states of Essos do not pursue the mass formation of cavalry units. They primarily require infantry for city defense and naval forces for escort duties, compounded by the overwhelming strength of the Dothraki cavalry. Had the Dothraki been more unified, it is likely that the continent of Essos would have long been subjugated by them. In the central region of Essos lies an expansive area known as the Dothraki Sea. Within this terrestrial ocean live countless tribes of Dothraki. Differing from the agrarian civilizations of the cities, the Dothraki adhere to a nomadic culture, following water and pasture, eschewing agriculture and production in favor of a life steeped in plunder. To facilitate their raiding endeavors, they form tribes ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands in number, targeting the city-states and villages surrounding the Dothraki Sea. In the original narrative, the protagonist's first husband is called Drogo, the leader of a Dothraki tribe consisting of tens of thousands. Subsequently, empowered by the three-headed dragon of her youth, Daenerys Targaryen triumphantly subdued numerous Dothraki tribes. Ultimately, she guided tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry across the waters to the continent of Westeros. With her formidable contingent of Dothraki riders, Daenerys garnered the support of powerful factions such as Dorne and the Iron Islands. Regrettably, her aspirations for the Iron Throne were thwarted by Tyrion Lannister's tactical division of forces, placing the coveted seat of power tantalizingly out of her reach. In this transformed world, influenced by a series of manipulations since the arrival of Qi Xuan, the original narrative has irrevocably changed. Nonetheless, Daenerys remains ensnared in Meereen, besieged by vengeful slave owners seeking retribution for her liberation of their slaves. Braavos, a prominent city-state on the continent of Essos, has recently experienced significant events. The repeated shifts in control of the city-state have not led to its decline. Rather, they have propelled it into greater prosperity. If one were to encapsulate this phenomenon in a single phrase, it would be akin to adding fuel to the fire. Countless Essos inhabitants, yearning for wealth and status, flock to Braavos. The recruitment advertisements of the Qi Xuan army, coupled with a fair and enticing meritocratic system, attract throngs of applicants daily. Additionally, Feng Tian, having recently plundered over 80% of Braavos' wealth, lavishly spends on various supplies, resulting in the bustling port being inundated with merchant ships and traders from across the globe. In a sense, Braavos has transformed into an exposed mountain of gold and silver in the eyes of many. However, this influx of visitors and merchants has also captured the attention of the Dothraki. For the Dothraki, accustomed to raiding, the challenge of pillaging a city-state is considerably greater than that of a village. Yet, should the spoils prove substantial, they are not averse to engaging in brutal sieges. At this moment, several Dothraki tribes are advancing towards Braavos. Unbeknownst to them, as darkness descends, both the city's inhabitants and the Dothraki have largely succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, a Dothraki tribe of over 10,000 lies encamped just a few miles from Braavos, their intentions unmistakably aimed at the city. Their inaction is merely a strategic pause, waiting for other Dothraki factions to join their ranks. However, they remain unaware that their movements have already been revealed to the Qi Xuan forces within Braavos. Whether through visiting merchants or the aerial reconnaissance of griffins, the presence of this nearly 10,000-strong cavalry is no longer concealed. Despite the vigilance of numerous Dothraki guards on watch and patrol outside their encampment, their numbers pale in comparison to those resting within. Gazing at the distant Dothraki encampment, Feng Tian's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile. In truth, while the numerous generals under Qi Xuan always presented themselves as obedient and loyal in his presence, they were, at their core, ravenous beasts ready to devour. Now, with Qi Xuan's command, these unchained predators began to reveal their fangs and their thirst for blood. Casting one last glance at the encampment, Feng Tian coldly issued his order. The entire army, heed my command. Leave no prisoners. As Feng Tian's decree was proclaimed, countless armored figures behind him began to advance slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until the shrill voices of the enemy rang out. Enemy attack. Kill. Upon realizing that the sentinels had detected their presence, the soldiers of Qi's army ceased to conceal their tracks and charged towards the enemy's camp. The thunderous roars of battle cries and the warnings of the night watchmen jolted countless slumbering Dothraki awake. Before they could rise, don their garments, or seek their steeds, A multitude of fully armed soldiers from Qi's army had already surged into the encampment. In an instant, an untold number of Dothraki perished, unarmed, beneath the onslaught of Qi's forces. Despite many Dothraki rushing towards the location of their horses, it was already too late. For the soldiers of Qi, the choice of a night raid was undoubtedly driven by the desire to capture the tribe's numerous steeds. After all, the significance of cavalry in the age of cold weapons is universally acknowledged. Chapter 137. The frustrated three-eyed crow. A brutal, yet flawless night raid claimed the lives of countless souls. In contrast, the casualties among Qi's soldiers were minimal. Indeed, in this battle, Qi's forces held the advantages of timing, terrain, and morale. As natural cavalrymen, the Dothraki dismounted were akin to ducks out of water. It is not to say that the fierce and bloodthirsty Dothraki were ineffectual without their steeds. Rather, the shift from cavalry to infantry resulted in a terrifying reduction in combat effectiveness. Moreover, the Dothraki traditionally eschewed armor, favoring bare-chested combat. Whether this was due to cultural proclivities, the exorbitant cost of armor, or perhaps the merchants of Essos being unwilling to sell to these marauders, remains uncertain. Unlike Daenerys of the original narrative, who managed to command an army of several thousand Dothraki, Fong Tian had but a single directive for these unruly warriors: to kill. In the original tale, if Daenerys's 3 formidable dragons contributed 70% to her success in winning over the Dothraki, then her identity as the wife or widow of Khal Drogo accounted for at least 30% of her influence. When weighing the challenges and rewards of assimilating the Dothraki against the prospect of annihilating them, it is evident that the latter presents the most advantageous choice. Their sole purpose, perhaps, is to serve as expendable commodities in the theater of war. Even if one wishes to mold them into docile, harmonious shepherds, it necessitates inflicting pain and injury upon them first. After all, the phrase fear of might rather than virtue serves as the most apt descriptor for their nature. Turning to the realm of Westeros, despite Qi Xuan not loudly proclaiming his return, he did not intentionally obscure his whereabouts. Thus, his emergence has drawn the attention of various individuals and factions. If the faction loyal to Joffrey is marked by concern and trepidation, then Petyr Baelish, nestled in the Vale, is engulfed by a far greater fear. This is due to his recent actions, which can hardly be deemed loyal. For Qi Xuan, loyalty is not an absolute. However, before cleansing this world that is soon to be his, he harbors no objection to exercising patience and tolerance. They are but mere pests, destined to be swept into the annals of history in due time. Your Majesty, please permit me to respond only at this time. Rest assured, my loyalty to you is as evident as the sun and moon, as enduring as the rivers. Under my efforts, the Lord of the Vale has now consented to pledge allegiance to your command. Upon gazing at the letter in his hand, imbued with a tone of earnestness, Qi Xuan could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Truly, Petyr Baelish stands as one of the greatest disruptors of the original narrative. His greatest asset, aside from his cunning, is his ability to adapt and his capricious nature. Had it not been for Qi Xuan's return, it is likely that this mercurial Lord Baelish would still be harboring hopes of reaping the rewards of other strife. The reason for his current display of loyalty through correspondence is not rooted in the belief that Qi Xuan's forces could effortlessly sweep across all of Westeros. Rather, he only needs to comprehend one truth. If Qi Xuan wishes to eliminate someone, it can be accomplished with ease. The decision not to act in such a manner is not due to inability, but rather disdain. It is no exaggeration to state that Qi Xuan's existence in this world is akin to a bug-level anomaly. Even the awe-inspiring might of dragons, in certain respects, pales in comparison to Qi Xuan. Visually, the ability to soar and breathe fire undoubtedly makes dragons seem like catastrophic forces. However, these dragons are tethered to their respective dragon riders. Should a mortal dragon rider fall in battle, their dragons will succumb to fear and flee autonomously. How intriguing, Qi Xuan mused softly. Perhaps it is the countless deaths and rebirths he has endured that have left him feeling languid these days, yearning to savor the simplicity of his present existence. Of course, for an emperor, the life of luxury and nightly revelry is the most commonplace affair. If Petyr harbors fears of retribution, then the three-eyed crow beyond the wall is enveloped in a far deeper gloom. Before he took possession of Bran Stark from House Stark, his identity was that of a former illegitimate son of the Targaryen royal family, known as Brynden Rivers. Despite his numerous accomplishments, his status as a bastard perpetually constrained his ambitions. Ultimately, a certain commander of the Night's Watch fled from their ranks to the lands beyond the wall. Given the extraordinary abilities he exhibited in the original narrative, it is evident that he shares a significant connection with the so-called fallen old gods. If we were to assert that the vast majority of individuals in this world are ordinary mortals devoid of supernatural powers, then how do we categorize the three-eyed raven, who possesses the ability to see through the eyes of crows, control the bodies of other beings, delve into the memories of others, and foresee the future? Even the dragons and sorcerers of this realm do not boast abilities as remarkable as his. The Red Priestess Melisandre, a devotee of the Lord of Light, claims her prophetic insights stem from the legendary deity, the Lord of Light. It would be hard to believe that the three-eyed raven is not a fallen old god, considering the extent of his extraordinary powers. The future of this world had long been scripted by him and the deities, yet the arrival of Qi Xuan has obliterated all plans. He was meant to take over the body of the Northern Duke's second son, but ultimately, he will rise to power when other factions have decimated one another. Now, the identity of Bran Stark, the former son of the Northern Duke, has lost its allure. If this world, like the Western world of the past, holds a collective belief in the superiority of noble bloodlines, then Qi Xuan's actions undoubtedly challenge and dismantle the countless entrenched norms of aristocratic and royal traditions established over the millennia. His meritocratic system, in its essence, represents a profound disruption to the existing order. One must ponder, if nobility were not a matter of hereditary succession, how could the aspirations and ambitions of the common folk be contained? While Qi Xuan's formidable power may be intimidating, the three-eyed raven remains untroubled. After all, he perceives that all mortals face death. Whether Qi Xuan embraces divinity and becomes ensnared within the realm of the gods, or whether he rejects it and remains confined by the limitations of a mortal lifespan, all traces of his existence will swiftly fade after his departure. In such a scenario, for the three-eyed raven's plans, it would merely entail seizing new vessels. A novel system boldly challenges the feudal and city-state slave systems that have persisted for millennia. The three-eyed raven must have regretted countless times not having eradicated Qi Xuan before his rise. As for attempting such a feat now, the tides of power have shifted. Chapter 138. Daenerys' decision once comfortably positioned, the three-eyed raven has increasingly felt discontent and vexation as time progresses. Perhaps for him, the Iron Throne holds a significance of utmost importance. His intricate plans have been in motion for countless years, unbeknownst to many. For the three-eyed raven, who possesses the rare gift of foresight, the past and future of this world are laid bare before him. Therefore, it is hardly astonishing that he has orchestrated a grand scheme spanning decades in advance. In a realm that venerates bloodlines, particularly resembling the medieval essence of Westeros, it is no exaggeration to assert that an individual's fate is often sealed from the very moment of their birth. Consider the son of a farmer. The likelihood of ascending to nobility may be infinitesimal at best. The three-eyed raven represents not merely a title, but also a lineage that endows one with unique abilities. The identity of the previous three-eyed raven remains shrouded in mystery, likely a child of the forest. The current incarnation, known as Bran Stark, is the illegitimate son of the former Targaryen dynasty. Despite his remarkable talents, his status as a bastard ultimately confines him, preventing him from claiming the Iron Throne. Had it not been for the rebellion initiated by Robert Baratheon, which usurped the Targaryen seat of power, perhaps the Raven's ambitions would not have gravitated towards the rightful heir of House Stark in the north. Why did he not choose to inhabit the body of Robert's son, the current King Joffrey, or his successor, Tommen Baratheon? The reasons and truths behind such choices may remain known only to him. As the number of captives increases, the relentless deforestation beyond the wall leaves the three-eyed raven with dwindling places to conceal himself. His anxiety mounts with each passing day. For Qi Xuan, not only does he witness these events unfold, but he also relishes the experience. If his deductions are correct, the initial siege by the free folk was likely orchestrated by the three-eyed raven himself. One may ponder why this omniscient being did not eliminate Qi Xuan without hesitation. Perhaps it is because he cannot foresee Qi Xuan's past or future. In Essos, within the Bay of Slaves, lies Meereen, the current stronghold of Daenerys Targaryen. This city-state is infused with the spirit of freedom and democracy, perhaps excessively so, leading even Daenerys and her entourage to lose control over it. Compounding the situation, her forces have suffered significant losses, including the cities of Astapor and Yunkai. Initially, Daenerys seized Astapor, a bastion of slavery, by cunningly deceiving the slave masters to gain their army and her own survival. Having embarked on this path, she chose to claim the city as her own. As for her ultimate goal, it may have begun as a quest to acquire a formidable army and substantial riches to fulfill her ambition of crossing the sea to conquer Westeros. From childhood to the present, the thought of reclaiming the Iron Throne has been deeply embedded in her heart, a accompanied by countless furious roars from her brother. Although her brother was not a true dragon and met his demise beneath the scalding molten gold, leaving her profoundly disappointed, she emerged unscathed from the flames, seemingly validating the prophecy of the Targaryen lineage. She, Daenerys Targaryen, is the true-born child of the dragon. Alas, all of this was overshadowed by the piercing gazes and fervent calls directed towards her. Driven by compassion and the desire for salvation, the Mother of Dragons resolved to conquer the 3 largest city-states along the coast of Slaver's Bay. Clearly, with the ancient legends and formidable reputation of dragons, as well as her army of nearly 10,000 unsullied, she successfully seized these 3 city-states. It felt as though she were in a dream, perfectly embodying the narrative of a triumphant heroine. Just as her heart brimmed with pride and elation, the ensuing events abruptly chilled her spirits. The vengeance of the slave masters, the rebellion of the freed slaves, and the countless assassination attempts left her experiencing a profound sense of despair akin to being surrounded on all sides. Fortunately, she still had them. With this thought, the Mother of Dragons turned her gaze to those standing beside her in the Grand Hall. Among them were her steadfast supporters, Jon Snow, Jorah Mormont, the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy, Daario Naharis, and Grey Worm. Unlike the original tale, it seemed that Jon Snow, whose true identity as Daenerys' nephew had been revealed, ultimately sought refuge on the continent of Essos. Of course, for various reasons. Jon Snow chose not to disclose his true identity. Your Grace, the assassinations in the city are becoming increasingly rampant. I suggest we either abandon this city or arrest and execute all suspects, proposed Daario Naharis, the leader of a sizable mercenary band and Daenerys' current love interest. As seasoned mercenaries who had faced countless life-and-death situations, they had long since discerned the thin line between right and wrong. As for the notions of mercy and cruelty, in this world of survival of the fittest, living to see another day was paramount. To survive, one's conscience and moral boundaries were constantly tested and transcended. Upon hearing the suggestion, Daenerys did not rush to make a decision. Instead, her eyes sought the opinions of the others present. It appeared she wished to hear everyone's counsel. As an admirer of Daenerys, the formidable Jorah Mormont's eyes lit up upon receiving the Queen's gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall unwaveringly abide by your decision, Your Grace. This statement undoubtedly exemplified the essence of a devoted admirer. Yet, perhaps Jorah Mormont possessed certain latent qualities of his own. As the former Lord of Bear Island in the north of Westeros, he found himself driven to the depths of desperation due to his infatuation with his vain ex-wife, leading him to engage in the nefarious trade of slavery. Before long, his dealings were exposed. Naturally, in a bid to save his own life, he fled Westeros with his ex-wife, seeking refuge in Essos. The eventual outcome of their story was, regrettably, one of sorrow and harsh reality, as his wife callously abandoned him, seeking solace in the arms of another. Daenerys Targaryen nodded, a smile of recognition and delight gracing her features. Her gaze then shifted to the others present. For reasons unknown, her eyes lingered upon Jon Snow's clean, handsome visage for an extended moment. Your Majesty, in our quest to reclaim the Iron Throne, the strength we currently possess is woefully insufficient. Jon Snow observed Daenerys' gaze and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke up. As soon as he finished, another voice countered. We command an army of nearly 10,000 valiant unsullied and 3 mighty dragons. What adversary in this world could possibly withstand us? Yet, Jon Snow's expression deepened, filled with reminiscence. Nevertheless, such assurances were evidently inadequate. To conquer that man, we would require an even greater force, an innumerable army. His words cast a heavy silence over the gathering, each face reflecting a grave seriousness. After a lengthy pause, Daenerys suddenly rose, declaring with conviction, I have decided to purge the city of those reactionary elements. Yes, in response to Daenerys' resolute decision, the assembled crowd echoed their agreement. As the current leader of their faction, Daenerys commanded considerable respect. Although much of her authority stemmed from her 3 dragons, her Targaryen royal bloodline also played a significant role. While modern society may regard lineage as pertinent only to pets like cats and dogs, the majority of humanity has long since seen through the absurdity and farce of such bloodline tales. Yet, in this world, the concept of bloodline remains prevalent. Though to Qi Xuan, such notions seemed ludicrous, the widespread belief in them among the populace was undeniable. Why this was so? Perhaps it was due to the rulers of Ur, who, in a bid to maintain their dominion, artificially forged a mindset of intellectual confinement. Or perhaps it was simply that humanity in this realm was inherently drawn to such ideologies. All of this, evidently, touched upon Qi Xuan's blind spots. As he gazed at Daenerys and her companions reflected in the mirror, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's lips. Perhaps for him. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Daenerys and the other key figures of the original narrative evoked a profound emotional response. To speak of adoration and admiration is, of course, impossible. However, when it comes to a sense of identification, Qi Xuan naturally resonates more with the characters who have substantial roles in the original play rather than the minor characters who barely appear. Yet, after enduring countless deaths and rebirths before entering the divine realm, Qi Xuan has now gained profound insight. The struggle for supremacy in this world has transformed, in his eyes, into a leisurely game. So effortless is it that, should he choose to participate directly, he could easily annihilate the formidable powers of this realm. However, it is precisely for this reason that he opts to remain an observer. For him, his future will undoubtedly transcend this low magic world. Greater, stronger, and grander realms await him not far away. To achieve victory on that inevitably brutal battlefield, Qi Xuan believes he requires more capable subordinates. As the saying goes, the sharpness of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. The current world serves as their whetstone. While it is true that no world is devoid of extraordinary talents, the cultivation and refinement of ability can elevate even the ordinary to remarkable heights. Moreover, the generals under Qi Xuan are not mere commoners, but rather uncut jade gradually revealing their brilliance. Thus, with a lifespan of a millennium, Qi Xuan is more than willing to wait a little longer. On the continent of Essos, in the slave bay of Milan, the city, recently rife with unrest, became even more tumultuous as the command to eradicate the insurrectionists was issued by the Mother of Dragons. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the streets as soldiers clad in leather armor and wielding guns and shields rushed about. Ordinarily, the emotions of the unsullied, who have undergone both physical and psychological castration, would be calm. However, the countless assassination attempts by the slave masters have rendered even these emotionless beings agitated and furious. After all, when one lives in constant fear of assassins lurking in every corner of the city, it is challenging to maintain a serene disposition. Soon, nearly 10,000 unsullied soldiers under the command of the Mother of Dragons, having left enough personnel to guard the Lord's manor and city walls. Divided into several teams led by Grey Worm, Jon Snow, and others to scour various directions within the city. The reason they had previously been powerless against the chaos of assassinations was largely due to the overwhelming number of instigated individuals among the populace by vengeful slave masters, so numerous that it instilled a sense of helplessness and isolation in them, as if they were opposing the very will of the people. However, the compassion felt by the Mother of Dragons and her companions for the recently liberated slaves was also a significant factor. Of course, this was primarily influenced by the still naive nature of the Mother of Dragons. Had she been the seasoned figure from the original story, having endured countless lies and betrayals, she would undoubtedly have made the decisive choice to end the cycle of violence without hesitation. At that moment, within the city, a sudden roar of 3 colossal dragons reverberated throughout the palace. Accompanied by this earth-shattering sound, the once boisterous city fell into an eerie silence. The assassins, who had previously reveled in their deadly games, were now engulfed in a wave of disarray. Even when faced with the Purifiers, one of the premier military factions of the Essos continent, they felt little trepidation. In truth, while the Purifiers had undergone rigorous, hellish training, their individual combat prowess could hardly be deemed extraordinary. Their strength lay instead in their remarkable synergy and cooperation, honed through training, alongside their unwavering spirit in the face of death. Once isolated, however, they were not immune to the machinations of those with malicious intent. After all, who could assert that assassination is merely a fair duel? Typically, isn't a gang assault the most common scenario? In the original tale, the illustrious Kingsguard knight, Ser Barristan Selmy, met a grim fate despite his formidable reputation. Although he remained mentally sharp, the aging warrior could no longer claim to possess the same level of strength he had in his youth. Even the deranged King Joffrey, who had once commanded the execution of the North's Duke, Ned Stark, chose to relieve Ser Barristan of his duties rather than confront him. Not due to disbelief in his prowess, but rather out of respect for his exalted status in Westeros. Just how exalted was his reputation? So much so that it was on par with the idol of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, the legendary Dawn Wielder, Arthur Dayne. However, his renown held little sway on the Essos continent. Otherwise, there would not have been attempts on his life. Fortunately, he was rescued in time. As Barristan recalled this moment, his gaze turned icy once more. It was true that he abhorred senseless slaughter. Yet, the assassins lurking within the city were an exception to his disdain. Faced with the relentless pursuit and encirclement by Daenerys' forces, the assassins concealed within the city swiftly revealed their presence. Undoubtedly, their fate was sealed in death. To discern their identities, one merely needed to look for the harpy masks hidden in their homes. During their lethal endeavors, these assassins donned such masks. After executing their victims, they would remove the masks and blend into the throngs of unsuspecting citizens, making it exceedingly difficult to trace their whereabouts. However, against the resolute forces of Daenerys, this tactic quickly lost its effectiveness. As for the possibility of wrongful executions or oversights, it was evident that such occurrences were inevitable. Why, you may ask? Simply because the vast majority of the populace in this city worshipped a legendary deity, the Harpy Witch. Chapter 140. Revenge. Faced with the division and encirclement of nearly 10,000 pure-blooded warriors, the assassins within Millen City instantaneously transformed into mere lambs awaiting slaughter. It is not merely their division that has rendered them significantly outnumbered on localized battlefields. How could they possibly compete against a regular army, particularly one comprising elite mercenaries adept in squad warfare? While larger mercenary factions do exist, they typically engage in direct warfare. And the recent assassination operations in the city are merely a prelude to the vengeance sought by the slave masters. For these individuals, endowed with boundless wealth, there is almost nothing in this world that money cannot procure. Even formidable mercenary groups reputed to possess thousands of elite fighters, such as the illustrious Golden Company from the Essos continent, are not beyond their reach. Although the fees demanded by the Golden Company are exorbitant, calculated in hefty gold dragons, for the slave masters near the slave bay, such sums are trivial. The profits from the slave trade are notoriously exorbitant. There is a saying, when capital yields a double profit, it will take risks. When it yields triple profits, it will disregard the law. And when it yields quadruple profits, it will trample upon all that exists. If this were not the case, why would the institution of slavery on the Essos continent endure for so many years? Had Daenerys and her companions merely conquered the 3 largest city-states near the slave bay, the slave masters would not harbor such intense animosity towards them. After all, as long as their business remains unaffected, who holds the title of lord is of little consequence to them. However, should they attempt to impede the slave trade, they would undoubtedly retaliate with fervor. Presently, countless armies are encircling Millen from all directions, with the largest contingent being a fleet stationed at the slave bay to the west of Millen. The number of adversaries this time far exceeds that which Daenerys and her allies faced in the original narrative. In the original tale, the enemies that arose after the liberation of the 3 great city-states of the slave bay were swiftly vanquished, perhaps largely due to the presence of her still-growing trio of dragons. It must be acknowledged, however, that dragons are not invincible. Even the Valyrian freehold, at the height of its power with thousands of dragons, could not fully subjugate this world. In the wars of conquest against other factions, countless dragon blood stained the battlefield, as they fell from the sky, lamenting their demise. Though the Valyrians lacked unity, does this not objectively validate that dragons are not an omnipotent force? With merely a sufficient number of crossbows, there remains a considerable probability of bringing down a dragon soaring above the battlefield. Perhaps many are eager for Daenerys and her companions to stir the winds of change across Westeros. Moreover, at that time, Daenerys Targaryen's thoughts were evidently not focused on the continent of Essos, but rather on the Iron Throne that once belonged to her family. However, this situation has undergone a subtle transformation. Whether it be due to the trepidation of the formidable strength of the Lannister forces or a desire to watch the unfolding conflict from a distance, Daenerys and her entourage's resolve to embark on their expedition to Westeros has notably waned. Consequently, this indecision has left the impatient slave masters intolerant. Perhaps Daenerys and her companions are biding their time, yet every fleeting moment wasted is a precious commodity for the slave masters. Under normal circumstances, their business flourishes, with profits accruing daily, and each day of delay equates to substantial financial losses. For merchants, losing money is akin to carving away at their own flesh. In Meereen, the residents experience an unusually protracted day. The sounds of battle and cries of anguish reverberate throughout the city, striking a chord in countless hearts. While bloodshed is not uncommon on the continent of Essos, the intensity of today's violence is unprecedented for them. As for previous assassination attempts, they were indeed executed with a degree of discretion, striving to keep the noise to a minimum. Gradually, the sky darkens, and before they know it, night has descended. Although torches can be lit for illumination, the efficiency of their sweeping operations would inevitably diminish. Thus, Jon Snow and his comrades come to a halt at the Lord's Manor. The interior is ablaze with light, and the air is thick with the aroma of roasted meats and fine wines. Clearly, a banquet is underway. Laughter erupts. And Jon Snow's group wears expressions of joy, as if they have finally released the pent-up frustration and anger they have harbored. Even the normally stoic Grey Worm, commander of the Unsullied, bears a faint smile. While this is merely a mission to eradicate hostile elements within the city, the results have proven substantial. Why is that? The numerous heads displayed not far from the Lord's Manor serve as the finest testament and deterrent. Everyone present is acutely aware that, following this purge, the surviving enemies within the city will surely be gripped by fear, akin to lost dogs in a relentless state of anxiety. Gazing into the mirror, Qyburn reveals an intriguing glimmer in his eyes. Unfortunately, Daenerys and her allies lack the ability to consult a map like he does. Nor do they possess the three-eyed raven's capacity for omniscient oversight. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly discern the movements of their adversaries within the city at this very moment. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps is faint, and the number of individuals moving is indeterminate. These figures, akin to meticulously trained assassins, traverse silently, striving to suppress even the sound of their footsteps. However, once the number of individuals increases, even the faintest of voices can amalgamate into something far more resonant. Observing the direction in which they tread, it is evident that they are heading straight for the Lord's Manor within the city. Clearly, even if the manor is sufficiently vast, it cannot accommodate an army of nearly 10,000. Consequently, the overwhelming majority of the untainted soldiers are stationed in the city's barracks during the night. As for the troops remaining at the Lord's Manor, perhaps no more than a few hundred, certainly not exceeding 1,000. This presents the perfect opportunity for the assassins. The reason they had not acted sooner was not only due to the high risk involved, but also because such an action seemed unnecessary. After all, they were merely mercenaries, lacking the motivation to risk their lives for their employer. However, the surviving assassins, cornered and desperate, have now resolved to strike first in retaliation and to avoid facing another day of relentless pursuit and slaughter. If they can eliminate the Dragon Mother, all will be resolved. Chapter 141. The astonishment of Qi Xuan. It is well known that, for various reasons, the advancement of science in the modern era was rather sluggish. Night blindness, a condition familiar to many in contemporary society, remains poorly understood in this world. This may explain why the effectiveness of nocturnal assaults in warfare is so pronounced. Due to vitamin deficiencies, many individuals experience a significant decline in their night vision. Thus, night engagements are generally deemed unsuitable for combat. Of course, there are no absolutes in life. While large-scale night raids are fraught with challenges, smaller-scale attacks still hold potential for success. Evidently, among the Dragon Mother's entourage, some may have anticipated the possibility of a night raid, which is why nearly 1,000 guards and patrols are stationed inside and around the Lord's Manor daily. Regrettably, they did not foresee the magnitude of the enemy's counterattack. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. In the darkness, countless figures are encircling the Lord's Manor. Most of these individuals are, in fact, former slaves who were liberated by the Dragon Mother and her companions. One might question why they would repay such kindness with malice, seeking to harm those who rescued them. The intricacies of human nature are unfathomably complex. Initially, upon gaining their freedom, these individuals likely held immense gratitude towards the Dragon Mother and her allies. However, time has a way of dulling such sentiments. Moreover, while the Dragon Mother and her companions granted the slaves their freedom, they did not provide them with the means or methods to sustain themselves independently. As a result, the harsh realities of life inevitably drove these former slaves back towards their former masters. Coupled with the astonishing bounties offered by the slave owners, their betrayal becomes less surprising. After all, Daenerys and her companions merely bestowed upon them a trivial semblance of freedom. Such a notion pales in comparison to the exorbitant rewards offered by their former masters. Undeniably, this situation may be a reflection of the limitations of their era, at least from a cognitive standpoint. Were one to consider a person hailing from a modern society, akin to Qi Xuan, they might find themselves yearning for true freedom even more fervently. As the saying goes, life is precious, love is even more so. Yet for the sake of freedom, one may forsake both. To illustrate, in contemporary society, many corporate leaders often exhibit a ruthless demeanor, akin to that of a heartless tyrant. However, they can only compel their employees to endure grueling unpaid overtime, akin to the labor of beasts. Should an employee choose to leave in discontent, the employer is rendered helpless. In contrast, envision a world dominated by feudalism and slavery. What kind of scene would unfold? Feeling overwhelmed by work and desiring a more humane employer, one must awaken to the reality that, in the next moment, the overseer's whips will strike. Why is this so? Naturally, it is because modern society, particularly in the East, legally safeguards the freedom and equality of every individual, at least until one commits a grave offense that results in the forfeiture of personal rights. Observing the Lord's manner at this moment, even the so-called unsullied, who are said to lack human emotion, would find themselves gripped by a sense of foreboding. Although the darkness conceals the number of adversaries, the palpable atmosphere of impending doom is unmistakable. Moreover, the battlefield of the Lord's manor restricts their full potential. Were they to engage in the open fields beyond the city, their 1,000-strong unsullied army could readily confront a force of tens of thousands of infantry. As news spread, the previously vibrant atmosphere of the hall fell into a sudden hush. Daenerys furrowed her brow, her countenance betraying her displeasure. She had not anticipated that, following a day of relentless purging, the enemy would still possess the audacity to retaliate. Observing Jon Snow and the others, their expressions mirrored her concern. Despite the Unsullied's countless battles demonstrating their prowess, the 1,000-strong unit could undoubtedly ensure their safety. Yet, the sensation remained profoundly unsettling. Kill! The cry echoed through the air. Anyone who slays Daenerys would be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 golden dragons. Even the heads of her few commanders would fetch a price of 1,000 golden dragons each. As the fervent shouts reverberated, the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly ominous. Although the figure of 1,000 golden dragons may not seem substantial, for the average individual, it represents a sum that would require centuries of toil without sustenance to amass. Moreover, the bounty for Daenerys' head was a staggering hundredfold of that amount, 100,000 golden dragons. Kill! No one should compete with me. That woman's head is mine. Ha ha. In contrast to the ever-silent and relentless innocents, while the enemies may lack individual strength, their voices resonate with extraordinary volume. Moreover, their numbers far exceed that of the innocents within and outside the Lord's mansion at this moment. Suddenly, the Grand Hall's door was forcefully kicked open. A group of bloodied, exhilarated individuals gazed in surprise at Daenerys and the others in the hall. We've struck gold. Accompanied by fervent shouts, these individuals charged towards the few inside the hall. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. They must act swiftly. I must claim at least one general's head. If I could obtain Daenerys' head, my worries would vanish for a lifetime. In Westeros, at the Black Castle, unlike the darkness enveloping Meereen, daylight bathed this place. As usual, Qi Xuan was leisurely engaged in fishing. It must be said, fishing can indeed become quite addictive. Surprisingly, in his previous life, Qi Xuan had little fondness for fishing, rarely indulging in it during holidays. After all, wasn't scrolling through a smartphone more enticing? Or was sleeping and shopping not enough? Fishing appeared dreadfully dull, often requiring one to sit for an entire day. Your Majesty, I have made a breakthrough. Suddenly, someone came rushing towards Qi Xuan from a distance, stopping a few paces away, their face alight with joy as they sought recognition. Looking at the excited individual before him, Qi Xuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He never anticipated that this enthusiastic Maester Cobain would, like in the original tale, have discovered the secret of bioengineering. Chapter 142, Cobain's achievements and talents. In his euphoria, Maester Cobain evidently failed to notice the astonishment on Qi Xuan's face. Remaining lost in his own elation. Suddenly, Cobain observed that Qi Xuan's demeanor seemed somewhat askew, not reflecting the anticipated joy. This realization swiftly tempered his excitement. Seeing Cobain regain his composure, Qi Xuan smiled and spoke. Very well, Maester Cobain. Please elaborate on your research findings. I presume it does not pertain to the ability of the White Walkers to transform deceased humans into whites? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, Cobain shook his head repeatedly, eager to clarify. Your Majesty, it is not as you think. In fact, I have long been fascinated by the concept of resurrection, believing it might fulfill humanity's greatest desire, immortality. Regrettably, due to various constraints, my research has progressed at a painfully slow pace. As he spoke, a hint of awkwardness and irritation appeared on Cobain's face, and he continued with an unnatural demeanor. The stubborn old scholars of the Academy not only disbelieved my research, but also expelled me under the pretext of desecrating corpses, stripping me of my bachelor's chain. I apologize for digressing. I had previously mentioned the dissection of the others and the undead. Through research and analysis, I discovered substances within their bodies that were unlike anything known to man. Following that, I conducted further studies on these substances, and in conjunction with my earlier findings, I successfully synthesized a potion. With this potion, even the deceased can be revived. Most importantly, this resurrection does not result in the emergence of blue-eyed others or undead. As Cobain's words settled into the air, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Although his claims were rather outrageous, Qi Xuan maintained an expression of serene composure. After all, during the flourishing era of the internet in his previous life, he had encountered every conceivable genre in films, television, novels, and games. Leaving aside other matters, he had indeed watched the wildly popular movie Resident Evil. While the notion of such occurrences might seem ludicrous in this world, existence itself lends credibility to the bizarre. After all, this realm hosts both dragons and deities. What harm is there in the presence of even more peculiar phenomena? Moreover, aside from ordinary humans, there are giants and forest dwellers. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xuan smiled at Cobain, expressing his admiration. Excellent, Bachelor Cobain. Your talents are truly remarkable, and your research holds significant value. I am inclined to reward you generously. What is it that you desire? Upon hearing Qi Xuan's promise, a radiant smile instantly illuminated Cobain's face. At this moment, the notion of reward paled in comparison to Qi Xuan's recognition and praise. It may sound peculiar, but such is the truth. Given Qi Xuan's stature and influence, his acknowledgement surpasses that of any individual in this world. Is this an exaggeration? Not in the slightest. In many realms, a single commendation from a figure of authority is often regarded by subordinates as a lifelong source of pride, cherished and frequently recounted. While this phenomenon is universal across worlds and individuals, it does not quite apply to Qi Xuan. It is essential to recognize that every world harbors inherently rebellious spirits. For various reasons, they may feel compelled to conform and follow the crowd, yet this does not imply their hearts have genuinely yielded. When the opportune moment arises, Your Majesty, your praise is the greatest reward in this world. However, I still hope to obtain additional financial support to further my research and develop even greater innovations. I am aware that the Imperial forces are currently engaged in battle in the southern regions of Westeros and the western lands of Essos. If possible, I would like the soldiers to validate the efficacy of the potion, of course using the corpses of our enemies for such verification. Cobain's words had been spoken, yet he received no immediate response from Qi Xuan. As he cast his gaze once more upon Qi Xuan, he observed a slight furrow in the latter's brow, revealing an expression of discontent. At that moment, Cobain's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety and trepidation. He was uncertain if he had uttered something amiss that provoked such a reaction from Qi Xuan. After a prolonged silence, just as Cobain felt he might be consumed by his own dread, Qi Xuan's countenance finally returned to a state of calm. He regarded the man before him, clad in scholarly robes, and spoke with measured composure. Your suggestion is indeed astute, and your loyalty is commendable. However, I must express my disfavor towards this course of action. Perhaps you are unaware that our military prowess is more than sufficient for the conquest of this world. The current sluggish progress is a deliberate choice on my part, aimed at honing their skills while providing our soldiers the opportunity to distinguish themselves. Nevertheless, your research need not be abandoned. Perhaps one day it may serve us well. At this juncture, Qi Xuan could not help but smile, though he refrained from assuring himself that he would not fall victim to the law of unexpected consequences. If his adversaries were merely those of this realm, then there would be no need for inhumane biochemical tactics. However, who could predict the strength of future foes? Should they encounter enemies far surpassing the current might of our forces, Qi Xuan would not be so obstinate as to hold back. Yet, for now, such measures were unnecessary. Come, let us fish together. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's invitation, Cobain, still immersed in contemplation from earlier, nodded silently and began to fish thoughtfully. Observing the scholar beside him, Qi Xuan felt compelled to acknowledge Cobain's remarkable aptitude in the realm of research. In the original narrative, he had not only been able to create wildfire from data, but had also devised a more potent biochemical variant of the Mountain of Magic. Unlike many in the tale who resembled unruly baboons, Cobain possessed genuine scholarly merit. In the lands of Essos, in Meereen, the sound of dragon roars echoed, accompanied by a series of long, blazing flames. Under the onslaught of the three colossal dragons' fire, countless enemies were instantly transformed into torches of flame. Although many perished the moment they ignited, some were fortunate enough to survive the initial inferno. Yet, those fortunate few only endured the searing edges of the flames, suffering the excruciating agony and despair of being engulfed in fire. It must be said that such fortune, in this moment, could also be perceived as a misfortune. Regrettably, the terrifying breath of the dragon did not deter the enemies ignited by desire. Rather, it ignited within them an even greater fervor for battle. The notion was clear. If they could slay the dragon queen, everything would come to an end. Once the knight who commanded the mighty dragon was vanquished, the three-headed dragon would soon take flight individually. After all, the thought processes of dragons often diverge significantly from those of humans. Chapter 143. defeat and escape on the continent of Essos. In the region of Malin, the pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated by the sweeping breaths of the dragon. Beneath the dragon's breath, the long-held aspiration of equality among all individuals was truly realized. Why so, you may wonder? In the face of dragon fire with temperatures soaring to several thousand degrees, who could withstand it and survive? Perhaps only the Dragon Queen, as an unburnt, possessed such capabilities. However, aside from this Valyrian hereditary trait, she was but a mortal, flesh and blood. This implies that poison or blade could indeed lead to her demise. Thus, it is clear why so many dared to confront the Dragon Queen and her three-headed dragon. Had it been Qi Xuan, such a situation would not have arisen. For what could the means of mere mortals avail against a being akin to a deity walking among them? Nonetheless, for Qi Xuan, who had already enjoyed a millennium of existence, it was perhaps time to indulge in the pleasures of life. Occasionally, he found himself reminiscent of the character of the wandering Emperor Sakya from the drama Wind and Cloud, noting the parallels between their situations. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, despite the dragons incessantly unleashing their fiery breath upon the enemies, they could not quell the madness of those blinded by greed. For many, the agony of poverty and hunger was far more unbearable than the simple demise at the claws of a dragon. To the vast majority of the impoverished, their only possession was their very life. Though in the eyes of countless influential figures, their lives were mere statistics, cold and devoid of value. One must never underestimate humanity's relentless yearning for survival. However, when the opportunity to alter their fates presented itself before the commoners, one could scarcely fathom how many would be willing to wager their lives on it. To those with families and responsibilities, such an inclination may seem perilously reckless. Yet, one's perspective often shifts with their circumstances. For those who possess everything, safeguarding their current holdings and savoring the beauty of life suffices. As for the notion of sacrificing oneself for the nation or lofty ideals, it appears rather hollow. In contrast, for the destitute commoners, this moment represents a golden opportunity capable of transforming their destinies. As long as they achieve success, they will be able to turn their fortunes around, benefiting not only themselves, but also generations to come. In such circumstances, the value of human life diminishes significantly. Although the dragon's breath is fearsome, this method of attack cannot be employed excessively. As for relinquishing aerial superiority to engage the enemy on the ground, while a single sweep of a dragon's claws can effortlessly send dozens of foes flying, this strategy undoubtedly hampers their own capabilities. In truth, the primary role of the dragon on the battlefield is to disrupt the enemy's formations with its breath and undermine their morale. The notion of a dragon directly slaying numerous adversaries is somewhat unrealistic, despite their considerable length, often exceeding 10 or even 30 meters. These magnificent beasts remain bound by the laws of flesh and blood. They tire and can sustain injuries. Currently, the situation for Daenerys and her comrades is even more dire. The battlefield is confined within the narrow confines of a city, which restricts the effectiveness of the dragon's breath to some extent. Unless Daenerys chooses to disregard the innocent civilians within the city and opts to incinerate it with dragon fire, such a course of action is evidently impractical, as it would obliterate her reputation entirely. How many in this world would favor a ruler who resorts to burning cities at will? The mere presence of dragons has already instilled fear in the hearts of countless individuals towards Daenerys. Should such an event transpire, the number of those who despise and oppose her would surely multiply. To draw an inappropriate analogy, Daenerys' possession of dragons is not inherently wrong. Rather, the fault lies in the fact that she is the only one in this world wielding such ungovernable power. In the original narrative, the reason Daenerys, despite holding the script of an empowered heroine, frequently encounters betrayal and failure, is fundamentally due to her lack of proper education, which renders her incapable of functioning as an adept politician. At this moment, the dragon's breath begins to wane on the battlefield. Just as Daenerys and her allies believe the rebellion is nearing suppression, a multitude of arrows suddenly pierces the darkness, targeting the three dragons hovering not far from the ground. Among the countless arrows, several crossbow bolts as thick as a man's arm are present, indicating that the hidden enemy has prepared siege weaponry. Facing the ordinary arrows, the three dragons regard them with disdain. Yet, upon spotting the several-meter-long crossbow bolts, they cannot suppress a panicked roar. In truth, despite their colossal size, these dragons have existed for less than a year. Even though they are remarkably intelligent, their wisdom at this moment is akin to that of a young child. Kill. For every eunuch soldier slain, 10 golden dragons. Suddenly, cries of fervor resonate through the darkness. As the sounds fell, the breaths of countless individuals became suddenly rapid. The once steadfast army of the Unsullied, akin to solid rock, found itself in a precarious situation. Previously, due to the lack of substantial bounties on these Unsullied, combined with their formidable strength, adversaries were often reluctant to confront them directly. The objective was clear: breach the Lord's residence and eliminate the commanders of the Dragon Queen's faction, thus achieving a resounding success. This very reason allowed the Unsullied, numbering less than 1,000, to temporarily withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of foes. However, with the sudden emergence of a substantial bounty hovering above them, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. In response, the Unsullied maintained their silence, executing each advancing enemy with precision and efficiency. Regrettably, to fully harness the might of the Unsullied, they needed to form a cohesive phalanx. Only through mutual coordination could they effectively dispatch the incoming adversaries. Yet, in their duty to protect the Dragon Queen and her allies within the Lord's residence, the Unsullied were compelled to divide their forces, inadvertently granting their hidden enemies an opportunity. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Queen, visibly alarmed, ascended upon her dragon. It was evident that the previous circumstances were exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, even in the gravest of moments, the Dragon Queen was resolute in taking her loyal commanders with her. However, a miscalculation ensued. The dragon did not resist Jon Snow's approach or his climbing onto its back, yet it firmly denied the same to the others. Ultimately, amidst the Dragon Queen's reluctance and anguish, the dragon, bearing her and Jon Snow, suddenly soared away from Meereen. Following this, the other two dragons swiftly departed the city, leaving behind a dwindling Unsullied army and the imperiled figures of Tormund and others. In the distance, the remaining force of nearly 10,000 Unsullied marched hastily towards the Lord's residence, uncertain if they could arrive in time. Chapter 144. The Proud Lion in the Continent of Westeros, at Harrenhal. At this moment, within the castle renowned for its fortitude, the Royal Coalition was firmly stationed. The commander of the Royal Coalition was none other than Tywin Lannister, the current Duke of the Westerlands. One might ponder why this individual was chosen as commander instead of the reigning King Joffrey, seated upon the Iron Throne, or other noble lords. Here, it is essential to introduce Duke Tywin of the Westerlands. Unlike his feeble father, who was often bullied by his vassals, this duke is characterized by iron resolve and sagacity. Upon inheriting his family's titles and lands, he swiftly instilled fear among the restless vassals through a brutal massacre, simultaneously restoring the illustrious reputation of House Lannister. In addition to this, he has served for over a decade as the Hand of the King, earning the respect and admiration of countless noble lords through his exceptional wisdom and talent. Furthermore, he is the maternal grandfather of King Joffrey and the father of Queen Cersei. Considering these numerous factors, it is only natural that he should be the commander of the Royal Coalition. Of course, the most significant reason lies in his possession of a formidable army belonging to the Lannister family. At this moment, in the castle's council chamber, only Duke Tywin and his son, Jaime Lannister, are present. Despite having a daughter and another son, Tywin's heart has always been solely concerned with his eldest son, Jaime. As for the other two, they hold little significance in his eyes. Jaime, I am aging. The title and lands of House Lannister must be inherited. This imposing figure, regarded as a lion of great stature by outsiders, sheds all pretense in the presence of his son, revealing a vulnerability and humility. In truth, throughout the entirety of the original series, Tywin's greatest aspiration may well have been to see his son Jaime inherit all that belongs to their family. Regrettably, this infamous Kingslayer's gaze is fixed solely on his own sister. Though the nobility often indulges in extravagant pursuits, viewing moral and ethical considerations as mere constraints imposed upon the common folk, there are still practical realities to consider. Had Cersei Lannister not been the former queen and the current dowager, even if she were to marry her own brother Jaime, few would dare to voice objections, let alone incite war in opposition. The crux of the dilemma lies in the question of the Iron Throne's rightful claimant. At present, a rumor circulates through Westeros that Joffrey is not the son of the late king and Cersei, but rather the illegitimate child of Cersei and her brother Jaime. Whether to counter this rumor or to secure the Iron Throne for House Lannister, Tywin finds himself unable to fulfill Jaime's desires. Although he is fully aware of the affair between Cersei and Jaime, he chooses to remain willfully blind and deaf to it. Observing his father skinning a deer, Jaime Lannister opts for silence. Though he is in his 30s, he exudes the vitality and confidence of youth. His golden short hair, coupled with his tall and robust physique, makes him appear as a formidable lion when adorned in armor. In stark contrast is Tywin, dissecting the carcass of the stag under the sunlight. His white hair gives him the semblance of an aging lion past its prime. In the face of Jaime's silence, Duke Tywin does not urge him to speak, but patiently awaits his response. Such treatment is reserved solely for Jaime Lannister, while others receive no such consideration. Do not even mention that loathsome creature, his second son. Even his eldest daughter, Cersei, shall not be seen. After a prolonged silence, Jaime finally spoke. Father, you are aware that I have been a member of the Kingsguard for quite some time, having sworn the oath to remain unmarried, to possess no lands, and to be childless. Despite the infamy that now clings to me as the name of regicide follows, this white cloak remains my greatest pride. As for the family titles and honors, is there not still Tyrion? However, before Jaime Lannister could finish his thought, the old lion, Lord Tywin, turned a furious shade of pale. He set aside his work, his gaze fixed intently upon his son, and spoke deliberately. The family titles and lands, even if offered to outsiders, I shall not relinquish to the disgrace of our house, Tyrion. The mere thought of others referring to him as the monster of House Lannister is more than I can bear. I would rather the Lannister family lose everything than endure such a fate. Upon hearing his father's words, Jaime fell silent, in stark contrast to the handsome and tall Jaime. The diminutive and peculiar Tyrion had undoubtedly faced countless whispers since childhood. Worse still, the cruel words from within the family far outweighed external gossip. Fortunately, despite Cersei's disdain towards Tyrion, the bond between the two brothers remained strong. Suddenly, Tywin, with a weighty tone, began to express himself. Jaime, you are my pride, and the pride of House Lannister. As long as you inherit the title and lands of our house, what woman could you not attract? Besides, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, she will age, while youthful beauty will always be in abundance. As for the oath of the Kingsguard, I shall have Joffrey grant you a pardon. At this point, Jaime realized he had no further retreat or excuses. He also understood that his father was entirely aware of the situation between himself and Cersei. However, even now, he was reluctant to speak openly about it. For his father's focus always remained on the legacy of the family. Recognizing this, Jaime finally ceased his evasion. Gazing earnestly at his father, he declared, Father, I love Cersei, just as you loved mother. To abandon her is beyond my capacity. I am unsure if I am under some insurmountable curse, perpetually ensnared on this erroneous path. Perhaps it was the weight of the pressure from the armies, or perhaps it was because Jaime had yet to lose his arm as in the original tale, still possessing the confidence and pride of a knight. Remarkably, Tywin and his son chose today to speak candidly, addressing the topic they had previously avoided. No, to be precise, it is Jaime who has persistently evaded the matter of inheriting the family legacy. Tywin's eyes bore down intently upon his son, his expression reflecting an intricate blend of complexity and melancholy. After a lengthy silence, Duke Tywin lowered his gaze to the stag's carcass upon the table and spoke earnestly. If we triumph in this war, and you still cling to such notions, then, should you be willing to embrace the entirety of our family's inheritance, I shall acquiesce to your request. Although the specific nature of Jaime's request remained unspoken between the two, it lingered in the air as if articulated. Chapter 145. The confident Jaime. Upon hearing Duke Tywin's words, a look of incredulity crossed Jaime Lannister's face. He possessed a profound understanding of his father, for his grandfather was ever jovial and of a gentle disposition, earning him the moniker of the Laughing Lion among the noble lords of the Westerlands. Indeed, some of the more formidable lords of the West not only held the Duke in disdain due to this, but also harbored clandestine ambitions to supplant him. Ultimately, the ascendant Duke Tywin, employing an iron-fisted approach, purged the most arrogant of the noble lords, thereby giving rise to a ballad and lore known as the Reign of Castamere on the continent of Westeros. In Jaime's recollections, Duke Tywin was once similarly cheerful. However, at some indeterminate point, his countenance lost all traces of mirth. For Tywin, the honor and succession of the family were of the utmost importance. Thus, without hesitation, he betrayed the Mad King during the Usurper's War, who was already in a precarious position. Observing the surprise on Jaime's face, Tywin's expression became somewhat rigid. Yet he did not retract his earlier promise. In regard to this son before him, he felt a profound satisfaction. Heaven had bestowed upon him not only remarkable good looks, but also a robust physique and exceptional talent. With a powerful family lineage and his own notable abilities, Jaime had risen to be a premier knight on the continent of Westeros. It is no exaggeration to assert that he embodies Tywin's ideal heir. Though Jaime may not be the most astute individual, his intellect suffices for him to govern Casterly Rock and the Westerlands adeptly. As for his younger brother, Tyrion Lannister, while judging by appearances may seem superficial, the reality of the world dictates such judgments. It is not merely the younger son. Even the heir apparent can find their claim to succession jeopardized should they exhibit poor conduct. If Tywin's memory serves him, the Tully family of the Riverlands serves as a case in point. Due to their eldest son being excessively corpulent and timid, the family ensured their inheritance would not fall into such hands by exiling him to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Jaime, what are your thoughts on the king in the north? At present, it is evident to any discerning observer that a confrontation between the royal coalition and the Qi army is inevitable. After all, there exists but one Iron Throne. Neither faction can realistically expect to subdue the other without engaging in battle. In fact, even now, numerous noble lords regard Qi Xuan merely as a pretender, a so-called grassroots king and a braggart. Why is this the case? The term grassroots king stems from Qi Xuan's lack of claims to noble lineage or esteemed bloodlines. In a world like Westeros, where bloodlines still hold significant weight, it is unsurprising that such entrenched interests resist him. The title of braggart arises from the absurd myths that circulate widely about Qi Xuan. It is well known that individuals who ascend to prominence often indulge in lavish self-promotion. Those born into powerful families frequently craft themselves as self-made prodigies, deliberately obscuring their lineage's contributions. Conversely, those who genuinely rise from humble beginnings tend to emphasize their noble ancestry to highlight their uniqueness. Thus, the astute noble lords quickly perceive the fabrications spun by Qi Xuan. However, for them to accept these tales as truth rather than fiction, they must witness it with their own eyes. After all, while words can be persuasive, seeing is believing. Yet, even what one sees may not necessarily reflect reality. It could merely be a facade crafted by others. In response to Duke Tywin's inquiry, Jaime Lannister smiled confidently and remarked, "Father, isn't it a favorite pastime of many noble lords to propagate such tales? By fabricating illustrious ancestors, they assert their noble lineage to safeguard their power and inheritance as sacrosanct. In truth, we are all aware that the so-called nobility is not defined by noble blood, and they share no fundamental distinction from those they deem commoners." Before Jaime could finish, Duke Tywin interrupted him, gazing intently at his son with a serious expression. "Jaime, it is sufficient to understand these matters internally. You must not only remember but also act upon them, for this is the cornerstone of our noble dominion maintained for centuries." At this juncture, a trace of cold amusement and satisfaction crossed Tywin's face as he continued, "The foolish Qi Xuan seeks to uproot the nobility. Such a path leads to ruin. This explains why, despite his unbroken victories since his emergence, few noble lords have chosen to ally themselves with him. Had he understood the unspoken agreements among the noble lords, perhaps he would have already ascended the Iron Throne." Upon hearing his father's words, Jaime's face displayed a look of astonishment, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. Could it be that those tales were indeed true? Surely, even the legendary Dawn, which he remembered as one of humanity's mightiest swords, could not accomplish the feats described in those stories. Indeed, in Jaime's eyes, the pinnacle of human martial prowess was embodied by his idol, Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. The reasons behind this esteemed title stemmed from the adulation of fans like Jaime, who claimed that Arthur could effortlessly defeat 5 opponents of the Kingsguard with a single hand. Thus, Jaime found it hard to believe that Arthur Dayne could ever be vanquished by the former Warden of the North, Ned Stark. Shaking his head, Jaime remained skeptical of such exaggerated tales. "Father, it is difficult for me to accept that anyone possesses such extraordinary power in this world. Let me lead our forces to confront this individual. I am eager to discover whether he can indeed stand against 1,000 in the face of my esteemed Lannister army." At that moment, inside the chamber, Tywin and his son were engrossed in discussions concerning the approaching forces of the North. Unbeknownst to them, Tyrion Lannister had silently arrived outside the door. As another of Tywin's sons, Tyrion often found himself questioning whether he was truly his father's biological offspring, given Tywin's evident favoritism. Alas, the harsh reality remained that he was indeed Tywin's flesh and blood. After a prolonged silence, the imp quietly departed, his countenance heavy with suppressed emotions, as he endeavored to contain the turmoil within. Chapter 146. The death of the usurper in preparation for the advancing Northern Army, Tywin, the Duke of Casterly Rock, decided to split his forces stationed at Harrenhal into 2. One contingent would naturally be led by Tywin himself, while the command of the other, comprising 30,000 troops, was entrusted to his most cherished son, Jaime. Although Jaime Lannister was the Duke's son, he was far from the typical inept offspring of nobility. Despite the shadow of infamy cast upon him for slaying the Mad King, to whom he had sworn loyalty during the War of Usurpation, Jaime's military prowess remained formidable. Besides his noble upbringing, He had participated in several campaigns over the years, achieving commendable victories. However, this does not imply that the other noble lords within the royal coalition were devoid of merit. In fact, many of these lords possessed remarkable military talents, including the current head of House Tarly, Lord Randall Tarly, who bore a striking resemblance to Samwell Tarly, the character from the original tale, who was exiled to the Night's Watch. However, the only person who could truly earn the trust of Duke Tywin was his blood-related son, Jaime. At this moment, Jaime commanded an army of 30,000, stationed at a small town northeast of Harrenhal, poised against the formidable forces led by Duke Tywin. Meanwhile, the armies of the Reach advanced southward from the city of Highgarden, initially intending to seize the enemy's capital, King's Landing. However, upon discovering two enemy armies near Harrenhal, their military objectives were swiftly revised. By vanquishing the two enemy forces in close proximity to Harrenhal, the empty and vulnerable King's Landing would soon be within their grasp. Compared to the dauntingly fortified King's Landing, Harrenhal appeared to be a much more attainable target at this juncture. Historically, Harrenhal's defenses surpassed those of King's Landing. But that was a distant memory. In the past, to counter the invasion of Aegon I, the Conqueror, the malevolent Lord Harren fortified Harrenhal to resemble an impassable barrier. Yet, under the terrifying breath of the descending dragons, Harrenhal was swiftly transformed into a hell of flames. Subsequently, the noble lords who ruled Harrenhal failed to restore the castle for various reasons, leaving it a mere shell of its former self. Nevertheless, over the years, the royal coalition had undertaken some repairs, allowing the castle to regain a semblance of its former glory. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from nearby Harrenhal, the ground trembling beneath the weighty footsteps of an armored force advancing toward the castle. This well-equipped heavy infantry, numbering around 10,000, undoubtedly had Harrenhal as its target. Though this force was significantly smaller than the royal coalition garrisoned within, its sheer presence overshadowed that of the royal troops. It is important to note that while the Westerlands were renowned for their wealth due to abundant gold mines, the relentless extraction by House Lannister over the years had diminished their riches. Despite the saying that even Lannister excrement was golden, the family had lost much of its former affluence without their gold mines. Consequently, the soldiers of House Lannister donned armor that, though gleaming, was not of the highest quality. In this era, the cost of superior armor was prohibitively high, accessible only to noble lords. As for the infantrymen under their command, they were regarded merely as expendable resources. Rather than squander golden dragons on such disposable assets, it was deemed more prudent to invest in feasts and lavish indulgences. Moreover, the Tyrell family, lords of the Reach, were equally prosperous, and they too would not be exceptions to this trend. Soon, approximately 10,000 heavy infantry of the Qi army had encircled Hellenberg. The Duke of Tywin and other commanders within the city, however, merely observed the unfolding events with detached indifference. Clearly, in contrast to engaging in open battle outside the walls, they harbored the notion of waiting for the enemy to tire, relying on Hellenberg's formidable defenses to confront the Qi forces. Regrettably, their plans were destined for failure. Despite the fervent spirit among the Qi troops, eager to achieve military accolades, the brutal reality of a siege was far from the ideal choice. Gazing upon the enemy commanders stationed atop the city walls, the Qi leader, Feng Yu, wore a confident smile, albeit one laced with a palpable aura of menace and coldness. This battle would be one of encirclement and support. Before long, the news of Hellenberg's siege reached James, stationed in a nearby town. Without hesitation, he resolved to lead his forces to rescue his father. In his mind, this endeavor was not merely assistance, but a coordinated effort to strike the Qi army from both inside and outside the city. Upon issuing his military orders, James led 3,000 light cavalry ahead, entrusting the remaining 27,000 infantry to his uncle, Duke Tywin's brother, Kevan Lannister. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves, James's contingent of light cavalry advanced towards Hellenberg with remarkable speed. However, their movements had already been detected by the griffins soaring overhead. As they traversed a sparsely wooded area, James and his cavalry remained oblivious to the ambush laid by the Qi soldiers. In an instant, a fearsome roar erupted, and the hidden Qi troops surged from all directions to assault the trapped enemy forces within the forest. In the age of cold weapons, cavalry was often regarded as the trump card on the battlefield, capable of deciding the outcome of many engagements. Yet, while charging cavalry could sweep aside all in their path, those unable to charge were little more than living targets. The 3,000 light cavalry now found themselves in peril. As the Qi soldiers emerged from the shadows, intent on encircling and annihilating his forces, James felt a fleeting pang of panic, swiftly replaced by a facade of composure. Though not a renowned general, he was acutely aware of the battlefield's cardinal rules. He understood that, at this moment, the eyes of his soldiers were undoubtedly fixed upon him. The more perilous the situation, the more crucial it was to maintain calm. Only in this way could he prevent the morale of his troops from wavering. "Dismount, and follow me into battle," he commanded. "The enemy cannot number many, and not far behind us. 3,000 reinforcements are on their way." With James's rallying cry, his soldiers found renewed resolve and courageously charged towards the Qi forces. In the north, at the Black Castle, Qi Xuan gazed quietly into the mirror before him. Even as the reflection of Jaime Lannister was besieged and slain by several yellow-turban warriors, his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water. In the face of death, all beings stand equal, whether commoners or nobles. None can escape the inevitable end. Only he could observe the changing seasons with a serene smile, unperturbed by the passage of time. Chapter 147. Betrayal for Reasons Unknown. Qi Xuan felt an increasing sense of calm enveloping him, akin to the reflection of the moon in a well. Perhaps it was the result of his extended lifespan, granting him the clarity to perceive the trivialities of life. Or perhaps it was due to the unparalleled strength he had attained in this world, rendering even the tactics of overwhelming numbers ineffective against him. In any case, Qi Xuan was acutely aware of his transformation. He seemed to be gradually shedding the emotional turbulence of ordinary existence, leaving only tranquility in its wake. At that moment, he found himself understanding why the long-lived powerful figures in novels regarded the world and its myriad creatures as mere insects. "Perhaps I should seek out the emotions that are fading within me," he mused, his gaze growing increasingly luminous. Meanwhile, at Harrenhal, a preemptive ambush, combined with superior individual strength and coordination, led to an effortless victory over the enemy. Dismounted cavalry resembled fallen phoenixes, their prowess diminished significantly. Moreover, the morale of the soldiers on both sides was starkly contrasting. The panic from the ambush, coupled with the unfavorable transition from cavalry to infantry, sapped the fighting spirit of Jaime Lannister's cavalry. The multitude of anxious glances darting about, seemingly contemplating escape, indicated that Jaime had already lost a substantial portion of this battle. The reason for not immediately disbanding was twofold. Jaime, the commanding general, still exuded confidence, at least in his facial expressions. Additionally, there was the crucial presence of nearly 30,000 infantry not far from their location. Unfortunately, Jaime Lannister had overlooked a vital detail. Had he wished to flee, he could have done so before the encirclement was fully established, albeit at the cost of most of his cavalry. Yet, that would have offered him a sliver of hope. Perhaps his confidence stemmed from his own prowess. Despite bearing the infamous title of regicide, his martial skill and strength ranked among the finest in Westeros. Unlike the Jaime who lost his right hand in the original tale, this version remained ever self-assured. With such conviction, he believed he could carve a path through the encirclement. Little did he know, however, that the times had changed. Not long before, Qi Xuan had introduced a new type of artificial soldiers known as the Yellow Turban Warriors into his ranks. Despite the fact that, in terms of sheer strength, an individual Yellow Turban Warrior may not rival the elite troops such as the Phoenix Knights under the command of Qi Xuan, they are nonetheless comparable to the most formidable beings of their time when juxtaposed against the contemporary humans of this world. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yellow Turban Warriors can be produced en masse. Regrettably, the Qi army that advanced southward included numerous Yellow Turban Warriors, a fact unbeknownst to Jaime and his companions. It was only when confronted by these terrifying giants that a profound sense of regret welled up within Jaime Lannister. No one could ascertain whether he regretted not fleeing sooner or failing to persuade his father to submit to Qi Xuan, or perhaps lamented the possibility of never seeing Cersei again. As he faced several attacking Yellow Turban Warriors, Jaime's defeat came as no surprise. With a thunderous crash, the proud Lion of the West was abruptly crushed. Accompanied by an indescribable agony, Jaime's body plummeted toward the ground. At that moment, he was rendered speechless by pain, for countless bones and organs within him had been shattered by the earlier blunt force assault. With Jaime's resounding fall, silence enveloped the battlefield. Moments later, the cavalry under Jaime's command erupted in chaos, scattering in every direction. Although the formidable strength of the Qi army played a significant role in their rout, the pivotal factor was the realization that, with Jaime's death, they bore no obligation or responsibility to persist in a battle destined for failure. In truth, warfare on the continent of Westeros has always been exceptionally brutal. In the aftermath of defeat, noble lords among the captives often possessed the right to ransom their freedom. As for the common soldiers who are captured, more often than not, their fate is nothing short of execution. A trivial notion? Yet, this is an unspoken rule among the noble lords of Westeros, akin to the exclusive rights of hospitality reserved for the aristocracy. Soon after, the royal coalition besieged within Harrenhal received the disheartening news of Jaime's demise. Upon reading the missive, even someone as composed as Tywin could not suppress the urge to wreak havoc upon his desk. A surge of anger, intense and overwhelming, coursed through him, generating a sensation akin to blood reversing in his veins. This fury swiftly transformed into a profound sorrow, a sense of desolation at the thought of a legacy without a successor, which aged him considerably in an instant. Contemplating Jaime's two sons, Joffrey, the current king, and his younger brother, Tommen, Tywin gradually regained his composure. Although he had lost his most beloved son and the heir he had held in highest regard, he still had two grandsons belonging to the Lannister lineage. As for the imp, Tyrion Lannister, even if he were to lose everything that belongs to House Lannister, he would never allow this monster to inherit the family's glory. As the saying goes, the prejudices in one's heart are like an imposing mountain. Perhaps Tywin is somewhat superficial, yet how many individuals in this world refrain from judging by appearances? Moreover, in his eyes, the visage of the imp cannot merely be described as ugly. It resembles an abstract monstrosity. Bang! Alarmingly, my lord. Before Tywin could continue his contemplation, a noble loyal to House Lannister abruptly burst through the door, his face etched with terror. In the next moment, Tywin's cold, emotionless gaze fell upon the man. Confronted by Tywin's stare, the frightened noble felt an instant chill in his heart, yet his emotions steadied somewhat. He swallowed hard, gazing at Tywin, stammering, "My lord, the Tyrells have turned against us, leading many lords of the Reach. Just now, they have set their army against the gates of Harrenhal." Before the man could finish, the color drained from Tywin's face. Suddenly, he collapsed heavily into his seat. "It's over. We are doomed." Tywin forced a smile, his countenance filled with despair, his voice hoarse as he uttered those words. Chapter 148. Life is but a play. As if to validate Tywin's earlier statements, the surroundings suddenly grew increasingly tumultuous. Hearing the escalating cries of battle outside, Tywin quickly regained his composure. As a noble who had wielded power in the Westerlands for decades, his remarkable lineage was matched only by his exceptional talents. Although he may have been somewhat naive in his youth, the experiences of the past decades had rendered him increasingly astute and composed. As the adage goes, the aged grow cunning, and the old grow wise. His earlier lapse was entirely due to the astonishing nature of this unforeseen event. However, after a moment of reflection, his mind returned to a state of calm. Let us go. Even if the horrors of the Reach have betrayed us, our numbers do not pale in comparison to the enemy's. The most crucial task now is to maintain the morale of our soldiers. Only then do we stand a chance of turning the tide. Upon hearing Tywin's words, the surrounding soldiers quickly steadied themselves, shaking off the shock and panic they had felt upon receiving the news. Tywin rose as he spoke, striding towards the door. Observing this, the guards immediately sprang into action. The guards stationed outside to protect Tywin swiftly fanned out, forming a semicircle in front of the door. Meanwhile, several guards inside closely followed Tywin, ensuring his rear was well protected. Soon, the gates of Harrenhal were lowered. A multitude of soldiers from the Riverlands, brandishing their family banners, surged forth from Harrenhal, yet they did not relinquish their struggle for control over the city gates. Simultaneously, a knight, holding aloft a white flag, galloped towards the encircling soldiers of the Qi army. The Tully family of the Riverlands and their vassals have come to surrender. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers of the Qi army erupted into laughter, sensing that victory was imminent. Meanwhile, on the continent of Essos, the sudden rebellion in Meereen had caught Daenerys and her forces entirely off guard. Despite the presence of 3 youthful dragons, she remained bound to her scripted escape on Dragonback. If there were any distinctions from the original tale, it might lie in the timing of her flight. Additionally, she was accompanied by her nephew, Jon Snow, who, for reasons unknown, had refrained from revealing his true identity. In Westeros, the cunning Tyrion Lannister appeared to have forgotten this crucial piece of information. Whether by design or mere oversight, the 3 dragons soared towards the northwestern city of Braavos. Clearly, Daenerys was filled with curiosity regarding the Qi army's expedition into Essos and their swift conquest of Braavos. It is well known that the Qi army, led by the enigmatic Qi Xuan, was a source of endless speculation and intrigue. Curiosity about the Qi army extended beyond the realms of Westeros and Essos. Even the lesser-known continents spoke of their fascination. Though the myths of the gods may be ancient, numerous texts have documented these tales to varying degrees. Yet, The number of individuals who have truly encountered deities or believe in their existence remains scarce. The series of exploits attributed to Qi Xuan seem to challenge conventional understanding, subtly affirming that the existence of gods is not merely a figment of imagination. If humanity could indeed attain immortality akin to the divine, what value would earthly pursuits hold? Power, wealth, lust, and even the throne would seem insignificant. It is inconceivable that Daenerys Targaryen harbored no curiosity regarding Qi Xuan. However, she was met with indifference from him, a stark contrast to the reactions of others. In the eyes of contemporary society, Daenerys Targaryen could be regarded as the epitome of womanhood. Descended from the noble Valyrian bloodline of the former royal Targaryens of Westeros, she possessed an extraordinary beauty that was almost beyond belief. Moreover, she commanded not only 3 living dragons, but also her own army and city-state. Collectively, these attributes would undoubtedly stir the hearts of men across the realm, because, as long as he could marry her, all that she possessed would similarly belong to him. Since her rise to prominence, countless suitors have sent her love letters, including many talented young men and powerful leaders. Regrettably, she has yet to receive a single missive from Qi Xuan. In regard to this matter, Daenerys prefers to believe that Qi Xuan has simply forgotten, rather than entertain the thought that he does not care for her. This is also the reason why she has repeatedly chosen to send letters proposing marriage to Braavos. As she gazed at the increasingly clear cityscape below, Daenerys's eyes involuntarily narrowed. "Braavos, I am coming," she whispered to herself, contemplating the city beneath her. Not far from her, Jon Snow, also mounted upon a great dragon, found his emotions equally tumultuous. Since being captured at the Black Castle on the Wall and subsequently gaining his freedom, he had opted to cross the seas to seek refuge with his aunt in Essos. However, just as he began to enjoy a period of tranquility, an unexpected attack forced him to flee once more. Yet this time felt different. As he looked down at the dragon beneath him, a fierce ambition glimmered in Jon Snow's gaze. "Perhaps I too could become a dragon rider?" His soft murmurs, carried by the frigid winds at high altitude, were as gentle as a whisper. Meanwhile, far away in King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, King Joffrey continued to revel in his royal authority, brazenly showcasing his power. Unlike many kings who were consumed by carnal pleasures, perhaps due to his tender age or other reasons, he did not exhibit a marked interest in such pursuits. Instead, he resembled a child yearning for validation. Preoccupied with proving himself, King Joffrey possessed a unique interpretation of how to display the power and prestige befitting a monarch. His choice was to instill fear in the hearts of the populace through harsh punishments. Even the not-so-wise Queen Cersei Lannister understood the folly of this approach. Ignoring the counsel of several, including Cersei, King Joffrey perfectly chose to disregard their warnings. Life is but a play, the play is but life. At this moment, the self-satisfied emperor, a title bestowed by mocking audiences, pejorative in nature, King Joffrey, remained blissfully unaware of the shifting tides surrounding the Battle of Harrenhal. How long, one wonders? Can his merriment endure? Chapter 149. The hearts of men differ. The Battle of Harrenhal was astonishingly brief, too short to be believed. Initially, outside the city, Jaime Lannister suffered defeat and death, followed by the Riverlands Coalition's retreat upon receiving the news of the battle. Consequently, the defenses of Harrenhal crumbled into nothingness. Ultimately, the leader of the royal coalition, Duke Tywin, perished alongside numerous noble lords from the Westerlands, either slain in battle or captured, while the whereabouts of the imp, Tyrion Lannister, remained unknown. Upon the arrival of news regarding the Battle of Harrenhal in the nearby city of King's Landing, a wave of chaos and unrest erupted instantaneously. Without delving into the thoughts of Queen Cersei and King Joffrey, it is worth noting that the members of House Tyrell, foreseeing impending doom, hastily fled the city. For reasons unknown, the Tyrells chose to take with them Sansa Stark, who had long been imprisoned within the Red Keep. King's Landing, the Red Keep, and the small council meeting. Damn it, those traitors, I shall have them hanged, and their heads shall adorn the pikes. King Joffrey's face contorted with fury as he could no longer contain his rage. There was no doubt that, should the traitors he spoke of appear before him, a massacre would surely ensue. Perhaps it was a product of his lineage or simply his innate disposition, but Joffrey's heart was perpetually filled with a desire for destruction. It seemed that only through ruin and bloodshed could he find satisfaction and joy. Regrettably, the other council members present at the meeting paid him no heed. Yet, from the glances and expressions exchanged among them, it was evident that each harbored their own intrigues. After all, the situation on the continent of Westeros had become increasingly clear. The North and the Riverlands had undeniably fallen under the dominion of the forces of House Greyjoy, while the Vale was beset by the turmoil caused by various noble houses. It had openly pledged fealty to House Greyjoy and even dispatched a contingent to join their ranks. The pirates of the Iron Islands had long since sworn allegiance to the formidable Euron Greyjoy. These marauders had been relentlessly raiding the western regions via the sea. As for the Stormlands, following the demise of Lord Renly Baratheon, the noble lords scattered like birds, retreating to their respective domains. And what of the Westerlands? The Battle of Harrenhal had decimated the living forces of the region, leaving it severely weakened. The prospect of mustering a powerful army from the Westerlands again appeared a daunting task, requiring immeasurable time and effort. Moreover, the Ironborn continued their incessant harassment of the Westerlands, further complicating matters. Thus, it seemed that only the Crownlands and the Reach remained as significant players on the continent. The Reach, renowned for its temperate climate and fertile land, could rightfully be deemed a prosperous land of abundance. However, whether it was due to the inadequacy of House Tyrell's strength to command the loyalty of local lords, or whether the allure of wealth had corrupted their hearts and spirits, the military and financial might of the Reach, despite being formidable, had historically faltered in times of war. Furthermore, the neighboring Dorne perpetually invaded and harried the Reach, driven not only by old enmities but also by the irresistible temptation of its riches. In stark contrast to King Joffrey, who displayed surface rage while concealing a profound inner terror, Queen Cersei's anxiety was laid bare without the slightest attempt at disguise. Renowned for her beauty rather than her intellect across the vast lands of Westeros, Cersei had previously harbored a depth of cunning within her heart. However, the news she received this time shattered her defenses completely. Since her childhood, she had been haunted by a prophecy from a witch, foretelling that she would ultimately meet her demise at the hands of her brother. This notion had cultivated an intense loathing for her abstractly featured brother, Tyrion, who was now met with a profound sense of wariness and murderous intent. Should the opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to eliminate the brother foretold to end her life. As for her father, Lord Tywin Lannister, and her other brother, Jaime Lannister, her affection for Jaime was largely rooted in her own desires, with a smaller portion stemming from his inherent qualities. After all, Jaime Lannister could be deemed the ideal husband and lover in the dreams of countless maidens throughout Westeros. He seemed to be blessed by the heavens, possessing everything that many yearned for yet could never attain. As the heir apparent, he was destined to inherit the title of the West's Duke and the stronghold of Casterly Rock. His striking appearance caused many women to blush and stir with countless fantasies at merely the sight of his face and gaze. His remarkable prowess commanded respect and admiration, even from those who held disdain for him. Nonetheless, in Cersei's heart, the notion of Jaime's death paled in comparison to the shock that would accompany the demise of their father, Lord Tywin. Throughout her life, her deepest yearning had been to gain her father's recognition and approval, yet his gaze had always fixated solely on Jaime. In truth, Cersei's audacity stemmed not from her deceased husband, Robert Baratheon, nor from her brother Jaime, but from her father, the formidable Tywin Lannister, who had wielded unparalleled power in the West for decades. The sudden collapse of this pillar of support filled her with trepidation and unease. Although she was not renowned for her wisdom, she understood that their current circumstances were a direct consequence of the Lannister family's might. Observing the fluctuating expressions of Queen Cersei and King Joffrey above, the assembled ministers below began to exchange glances, silently communicating with one another. Despite their lack of words, they seemed to grasp the unspoken messages conveyed through their eyes. It must be said that each individual present was a cunning fox. Even the usually loyal Grand Maester Pycelle displayed a glimmer of something more in his gaze. What should have been a meeting to discuss strategies against the Southern Army had devolved into a gathering of individuals each plotting their own schemes. The eyes of the intelligence overseer, the eight-legged spider, darted about, leaving none to discern his thoughts. Despite his rotund, bald visage adorned in ostentatious purple silk and perpetually wearing a humble, genial smile, those familiar with him remained vigilant. For who would dare to deem the eight-legged spider harmless? One might ponder whether this enigmatic figure still clung to his former aspirations, awaiting the return of the rightful heir to the Targaryen dynasty. Chapter 150, King's Landing? King's Landing. In the north of Westeros, at the Black Castle, Qi Xuan could not help but chuckle at the mountain of letters piled upon the table. To his surprise, even before he had ventured south, a multitude of allegiance letters had already found their way to him. This clearly illustrated the profound impact of the Battle of Harrenhal. For Qi Xuan, who had perused the original narrative, the Lannister clan seemed inconsequential compared to the extraordinary protagonists of the tale. If there was any commendable figure, it would undoubtedly be the one known as the Imp, Tyrion Lannister. Although his father and sister harbored an intense disdain for him, wishing for his immediate demise, His brother Jaime treated him with kindness, allowing him to hold onto the belief that familial bonds were indeed genuine. In truth, with Tyrion's remarkable intellect, should he desire to seize the throne, he would rival the notorious Peter Baelish of the original story. Despite his fervent yearning for the Lannister inheritance, the bond of brotherhood prevented him from resorting to treachery. Had he chosen to employ cunning schemes, the formidable Tywin Lannister and Jaime Lannister might have found themselves outmatched by the clever imp. As the original tale progressed, to avert the Lannisters from falling prey to Daenerys, Tyrion even devised a stratagem to divide their forces, a ploy unlikely to deceive those seasoned in the treacheries of the realm, who might swiftly execute the architect of such a scheme. Qi Xuan glanced through a few of the letters on the table before losing interest. The effusive praise contained within each correspondence was almost overwhelming, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Though he acknowledged the truth in their words, his own exceptional prowess and capabilities, excessive flattery became rather tedious. After some contemplation, Qi Xuan chose not to incinerate the letters, but instead had the names and families of the senders recorded. As for the purpose, while he may not remember who pledged their fealty, it would be all too clear who had not. Outside King's Landing, since the news of the Harrenhal battle broke a few days prior, the capital of Westeros had erupted into a frenzy. Countless wealthy merchants and nobles fled the city in haste. The only ones unable to escape are the impoverished commoners of the city. If one were to inquire whether they wished to flee, the answer would undoubtedly be yes. Yet, devoid of funds, where could they possibly go once they abandoned King's Landing? Moreover, shortly after the news of war broke, the city gates were firmly shut, with a stringent prohibition against any departure from King's Landing. Naturally, those of power and influence can depart with ease. After all, it is well understood that remaining behind would render them mere cannon fodder, and angering these individuals could very well ignite a civil strife. The cautionary tale of Harrenhal looms fresh in the minds of the ministers convened at the royal court, leaving no room for carelessness. Even King Joffrey, typically portrayed as lacking wisdom, is acutely aware of the current predicament. His reluctance to surrender stems merely from a desire to negotiate terms with the opposing army. The throne is no longer a fantasy in his mind. What matters now is preserving his own life and reclaiming a territory of his own. If that fiefdom were to be Casterly Rock of House Lannister or Storm's End of House Baratheon, it would be nothing short of ideal. Though cognizant that these are mere wishes, it is often the case that people fail to recognize reality not out of inability, but rather unwillingness. After all, who can awaken one who feigns slumber? In contrast to King Joffrey, Queen Cersei contemplates more deeply, gazing at her still beautiful visage and figure, particularly her ample bosom. A triumphant smile graces Cersei's face. Despite having borne 3 children, her allure remains undiminished, perhaps even enhanced by a maturity that adds to her charm. Otherwise, she would not have captivated Jaime Lannister to such an extent that he would forsake his claim to the Lannister legacy. The deaths of her father and brother did not frighten Cersei. Instead, they ignited her ambition for power. As many have remarked, she loves no one but herself. What manner of man is Qi Xuan? Aside from fools like Robert and Ned, how many men could withstand my allure? As her musings took flight, Cersei's gaze became fervent. In her mind, she envisioned a scenario where she would conquer Qi Xuan with her charm and retain her grip on power. It must be admitted, her imagination was indeed splendid. Alas, it is clear that Qi Xuan does not consider himself such a man. High above, on the back of a griffin in flight, Qi Xuan surveyed King's Landing through his enchanted artifact. He overheard Cersei's soliloquy and quickly deduced her intentions and thoughts. With a faint smile, he dismissed her musings as inconsequential. Yet, a faint whisper carried on the wind revealed his keen insights into her desires. I, for one, harbor a profound aversion to consuming leftover food, particularly that which has been abandoned by others. It must be said, the common folk of King's Landing have once again borne the brunt of misfortune. It has not been long since the last siege by the forces of Renly Baratheon, and now the capital of Westeros finds itself encircled once more. It is well known that in times of war, it is invariably the general populace who suffer the most. These are the individuals who toil day in and day out, surviving even after paying their dues to the crown. Once again, they are conscripted to serve as cannon fodder in the defense of the city. What is even more tragic is that, unlike the city's original garrison clad in gilded armor, these hastily assembled defenders are bereft of proper armor. Armed instead with outdated weaponry from the armory, the origins of which are shrouded in uncertainty. To make matters worse, in the days leading up to the battle, they have had to subsist on meager rations, which can only be described as paltry at best. Were it not for the faint glimmer of hope for victory, one might fear that the first to oppose the current rulers of the city would be these temporary soldiers themselves. Fortunately, The encircling forces of the Chong army have yet to launch an assault on the city. Their reluctance to attack is not due to the brutality of siege warfare, nor because they doubt their ability to conquer the currently beleaguered King's Landing. In truth, this siege represents the final chapter in the campaign on the continent of Westeros. Capturing this former capital would solidify the Chong army's dominion and legitimacy in the realm beyond question. Such a pivotal moment demands the presence of Qi Xuan, the current leader of the Chong forces. Consequently, numerous generals under his command have taken to penning letters dispatched to the Black Castle, their intended recipient being none other than Qi Xuan himself. Before long, a sharp cry pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a massive griffin soaring high above, bearing Qi Xuan aloft toward the skies above King's Landing. Chapter 151. Submission in the realm of Westeros, within the walls of King's Landing. The eminent figures of the city have gathered atop its fortifications due to the siege laid by the Chong army. Even the Queen Regent Cersei and King Joffrey have ventured into this perilous locale, observing the thousands of fully armed and spirited Chong soldiers outside the walls. Cersei and her companions cannot help but furrow their brows in concern. Not to mention the seasoned commanders within the city. Even a woman like Cersei, who lacks military acumen, can discern the exceptional nature of the forces arrayed against them. In stark contrast, the defenders atop the walls appear as mere fodder when compared to the formidable enemy. The gilded-clad soldiers still possess a semblance of combat efficacy, yet the hastily conscripted commoners are a woeful sight. Their inadequate equipment is but one aspect of their plight. The tremors of their bodies and the vacant gazes in their eyes offer little reassurance. Thus, the prospect of negotiations begins to linger in the minds of these influential figures. If there remains a path of retreat for the Master of Whisperers, Varys, then it is exceedingly difficult to claim the same for King Joffrey and Queen Cersei. Historically, it is a rarity for rulers to spare members of a fallen dynasty, as the annals of history demonstrate. Whether for the legitimacy of their own reign or to thwart the resurgence of former royalty, a thorough purging becomes an imperative necessity. Gazing upon the vast assembly of over 10,000 soldiers outside the city, Joffrey feigned composure atop the walls, yet his slightly trembling form betrayed the turmoil within. Simultaneously, he found himself murmuring to himself, "We will surely prevail. With 50,000 defenders, we can certainly triumph over a mere 10,000 foes." His mutterings were so faint. It was unclear whether he feared being overheard or if he too recognized this as mere delusion. The individuals atop the walls maintained solemn expressions, yet each harbored their own clandestine calculations. While Queen Cersei and King Joffrey aspired to hold King's Landing to secure advantageous terms in forthcoming negotiations, many noble officials pondered the potential value of their former sovereign's life. At that moment, a sharp cry of a bird pierced the air as a griffin, bearing a rider, appeared before all. The crowd understood that the most pivotal figure of this conflict had arrived, and the ensuing course of events would hinge entirely upon the whims of this newcomer. God of War! God of War! God of War! Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted from the ranks of the opposing army, clearly in celebration of Qi Xuan's arrival. Although his tenure as a military leader has not been extensive, his prowess and prestige are deeply etched in the minds of his soldiers. To the countless warriors of Qi Xuan embodies a deity traversing the mortal realm. As long as he graces the battlefield, the soldiers are imbued with boundless zeal and unwavering hope of victory, an inspiration unmatched by any commander across the continent of Westeros. Even the Targaryens, who once wielded dragons to subjugate and govern this land for countless years, cannot compare. Indeed, while dragons are nearly invincible against mere mortals, the Targaryens themselves remain flesh and blood, vulnerable to poison and steel. In contrast, Qi Xuan's very existence evokes existential contemplation, compelling acknowledgement that nothing in this world seems capable of extinguishing his life, save for time itself. Indeed, time is the greatest adversary of all living beings. No matter how invulnerable one may seem, the inevitability of mortality awaits us all. Even at this moment, Qi Xuan's lifespan merely spans a few thousand years, inevitably culminating in the day of his demise. One wonders if the skill of resurrection will once again be triggered on that fateful day. Though curiosity lingers in Qi Xuan's heart, he refrains from testing the waters. After all, life is precious, and caution must prevail, regardless of intrigue. As he stands upon the back of the griffin, listening to the thunderous cheers of the soldiers below, a smile graces his lips. It must be said that the sensation of being venerated and hailed is truly magnificent. Not even an entity of his extraordinary longevity can remain indifferent to such adulation. Unless one is devoid of emotion entirely, even the mightiest beings cannot escape the sway of such sentiments. Thus, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. The griffin descends gracefully until it touches the ground, revealing Qi Xuan's visage to the multitude. As the crowd beholds Qi Xuan's distinct yellow complexion and features, Cersei and others widen their eyes in astonishment. Were it not for the myriad of rumors repeatedly affirming the legends surrounding Qi Xuan, it would be nearly impossible to believe that such an unassuming figure, lacking in imposing stature, could harbor such incredible power. While the formidable strength of the towering demon mountain might be somewhat palatable, Qi Xuan's existence seems to challenge the very worldview of those who witness him. Is this truly Qi Xuan? Standing atop the city walls, whispers of disbelief ripple through the throngs. If Qi Xuan were indeed 8 feet tall with 3 heads and 6 arms, the tales about him might bear a semblance of truth. Yet, a figure who appears so ordinary incites skepticism. Despite Qi Xuan's strikingly unique appearance and astonishingly handsome features, his gaze upon Cersei, Joffrey, and the other pivotal characters from the original narrative remains as tranquil as a still spring. At this moment, he feels no remnant of his initial emotions towards these figures, only an indifferent equality. Thus, Qi Xuan speaks for the first time. Decide, either surrender and open the gates, or leave none alive. His voice, though not loud, unexpectedly resonates throughout the battlefield. Not only do the soldiers of Qi outside the city hear his proclamation, but even those atop the walls take heed. To fight or to surrender. In the next heartbeat, the soldiers of Qi erupt into fervent cries, observing the tumultuous uproar from outside the city. Those within the citadel cannot help but change countenance. Even the soldiers, considered mere fodder, begin to exhibit signs of turmoil in their eyes. Ultimately, within mere moments, the gates of Junlin City are lowered. It seems that the rulers of King's Landing have ultimately chosen submission over rebellion. Clearly, this is a remarkably sagacious decision. Chapter 152, The Verdict. One must concede that human nature has always proven vulnerable to trials, whether it be wealth, fame, or the specter of life and death. These forces reveal one's true essence. Faced with the ultimatum issued by Qi Xuan, the prominent figures within King's Landing unhesitatingly opted for surrender. Surprisingly, their capitulation occurred with such astonishing swiftness that it left many in disbelief. Indeed, at that moment, countless onlookers both inside and outside the city wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Gradually, a dawning comprehension emerged on more and more faces. In truth, regarding the outcome of the siege, it was clear to nearly everyone. Had the main forces of Harrenburg not been annihilated previously, King's Landing might have held its ground. However, given the current state of the city's beleaguered defenders, it was exceedingly difficult to muster any confidence. Although the defenders numbered over 50,000, far surpassing the forces outside the city, does quantity alone guarantee victory in war? Moreover, not long ago, the Qi Xuan had decimated tens of thousands of regular troops in the vicinity of Harrenburg. Soon, a procession emerged through the open city gates. At the forefront was a boy, no older than a teenager, adorned with a crown. Without a doubt, this was Joffrey, the reigning king of King's Landing. A few paces behind him followed a woman of striking beauty, exuding an air of maturity. It must be noted that despite having borne 3 children, Queen Cersei exhibited little evidence of having done so. Her beauty, needless to say, remains among the most exquisite in the realm. In the face of Cersei's alluring gaze, Qi Xuan's demeanor remained entirely unperturbed. He could not ascertain whether this indifference stemmed from the notion that the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. In his past life, he had married a woman of decent appearance, who had recounted her few past relationships before their union. Thus, he understood the intricacies of attraction. Consequently, Qi Xuan felt liberated to pursue the study of foreign languages without reservation. Perhaps it was this very reason that rendered him impervious to the charms of the formidable Daenerys and Cersei, despite their captivating allure in the original narrative. Although Cersei often appeared foolish, engaging in perplexing actions, she possessed the admirable trait of understanding men well. Thus, it was not long before she perceived Qi Xuan's lack of interest, which filled her with disappointment and, inevitably, a surge of irritation. Yet, the current predicament dictated that one must bow their head when under the eaves of another. As the vanquished, their fate was now inextricably bound to Qi Xuan's decisions. Thus, Cersei naturally dared not reveal her inner dissatisfaction. Instead, she could not help but display a smile imbued with obsequiousness. She resembled a pet beseeching its master for a morsel. Following her were several ministers of the royal court, among whom 2 stood out, the master of whisperers, Varys, and the ambitious young lord, Peter Baelish. One was a staunch loyalist of House Targaryen, while the other fervently supported House Lannister. At this moment, those who had recently been prominent figures in King's Landing or indeed across the continent of Westeros, had now become captives of Qi Xuan. There were those who contemplated fleeing King's Landing, yet such an endeavor proved futile. In truth, the inhabitants of Westeros were acutely aware of Qi Xuan's ambition to conquer the realm. Even the mere expanse of Westeros seemed insufficient to quench his insatiable thirst for dominion. Why, you may ask? The current occupation of Braavos and the ongoing expansion into Essos by his forces serve as the most telling evidence. Qi Xuan regarded the assembly before him with a calm demeanor, yet within, he began to contemplate. For him, whether these individuals were to be executed, spared, or imprisoned would bear no consequence on his grand designs. After all, in comparison to the might he commanded, these people were akin to ants striving against a colossus. To eliminate them outright would be rather mundane. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Qi Xuan's face, tightening the hearts of those present. Joffrey. The call resounded. Joffrey promptly responded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Observing the nervous and gulping Joffrey before him, Qi Xuan's countenance shifted to one of malicious amusement. From now on, you shall serve as a palace attendant, responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the royal quarters. Joffrey stood frozen. The jarring transition from king to mere servant was a crushing blow that rendered him breathless. A tempest of fury surged within him, compelling him to unleash a torrent of invective upon Qi Xuan, yet he dared not. In the face of death, he preferred the indignity of survival. Thus, he forced a ghastly smile and stammered, "At your command, your majesty." Qi Xuan discerned the ire and discontent brewing within Joffrey, yet he remained unfazed. For this was the essence of power. The nature of authority lies in the ability to compel others, by force if necessary, to act in accordance with one's desires, whether they be willing or unwilling. Perhaps this explains why so many covet power while simultaneously fearing its loss. Fortunately, at this moment, Qi Xuan stood as the sovereign, not as one subjugated by the weight of authority. In the next moment, Qi Xuan's gaze fell upon a slightly smaller boy. "Tomon, I hereby appoint you as a servant, responsible alongside Joffrey for maintaining the cleanliness of the palace." Upon hearing Qi Xuan's command, Tomon, who appeared even more introverted and timid, dared not refuse. "As you wish, your majesty." Witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced Qi Xuan's face. What could be more exhilarating than having the two former kings serve as his subordinates? In the original narrative, after Joffrey's demise, it was his brother Tomon who ascended the throne. "Cersei, from now on, you shall serve as a maid in the palace, primarily tasked with performing songs and dances." Initially troubled and discontent, Cersei's expression shifted to one of surprise and concealed delight upon hearing Qi Xuan's words. Clearly, she had misinterpreted the situation. However, Qi Xuan had no intention of revealing the truth at that moment. After all, he had heard of an experiment known as desensitization, and his curiosity compelled him to explore it. Finally, as if struck by a thought, Qi Xuan casually remarked, "By the way, all male servants in the palace shall undergo castration to prevent any unfortunate incidents." Chapter 153. Cleansing King's Landing. Undoubtedly, few can truly face death without fear, unless one harbors an unwavering faith, fierce enough to render death inconsequential. Clearly, neither King Joffrey nor Prince Tomon fit this description. The royal life they had known for over a decade, while placing them in a position of privilege from birth, also bore a significant flaw. Having never endured hardship, they lacked the understanding that suffering is life's most precious treasure, and their untested wills were fraught with fragility. Consequently, both former King Joffrey and his brother Tomon ultimately chose to accept their fates and survive through humiliation. The former Queen Cersei and her daughter Myrcella Baratheon were naturally discontented by this outcome. Yet, the final decision and authority lay far beyond their grasp. As for Myrcella, Cersei's daughter, Qi Xuan did not impose undue harshness upon her. Instead, he appointed her to serve as a royal maid, just as he did Cersei. After all, having already exerted his power, why not display a measure of mercy? As for why he did not show leniency towards Joffrey and Tomon, history has shown that few who overthrow a former dynasty allow its members to live. Although to Qi Xuan, even a rebellion from the former royal family was a trivial matter, why invite trouble when it could be easily avoided? Throughout history, human emotions have varied. Where there is sorrow, there is inevitably joy for others. In contrast to the former royal family members who faced liquidation, the other surrendering noble lords within King's Landing were treated with a surprising degree of leniency by Qi Xuan. Naturally, he had no intention of bestowing any rewards upon them without cause. Consequently, the influential figures within the city harbored no grievances. In fact, they breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the dismal fate of the former royals, their circumstances were undoubtedly far more favorable. The fear of comparison often breeds a sense of superiority, which is frequently cultivated through juxtaposition. Initially, Qi Xuan harbored the desire to enter the palace of King's Landing and behold the legendary Iron Throne from the original narrative. However, just a few steps into the city, he was compelled to summon his griffin and ascend into the skies. The reason for this sudden departure was not due to any perceived ambush lurking within the city, but rather the overwhelming stench of human waste that pervaded the air. In a realm reminiscent of the ancient medieval world, standards of sanitation were predictably lacking. With a population exceeding 200,000 to 300,000, King's Landing boasted few public facilities. Thus, the countless inhabitants naturally disposed of their waste indiscriminately in the streets. For the people of this world and era, such practices may have long been commonplace. However, for an adult hailing from modern society, this was nothing short of appalling, were it not for the unmistakable reality of being in the capital of Westeros. Qi Xuan might have suspected he had stumbled upon a vast cesspool. His abrupt departure left many in astonishment, just as the soldiers under Qi Xuan's command grew wary. Suspecting an ambush within the city, his voice rang out, "Come to the palace and see me." With those words, the griffin soared toward the Red Keep. Witnessing this, the crowd hastened their movements. The soldiers, who had initially planned to parade through the city in celebration of their victory, were reluctantly forced to abandon that notion for the time being. Days passed, and under Qi Xuan's orders, King's Landing underwent a thorough cleansing. Both Qi Xuan's troops and the surrendered city guards received directives from their superiors. Due to the overwhelming filth, their mandate was to clear the streets of excrement. Additionally, they were to construct hundreds of public restrooms for both men and women throughout the city. Finally, they were to inform and supervise all residents, mandating that all waste must be disposed of at designated locations, specifically in public areas. Any individual daring to contravene this decree would face a fine for the first offense, imprisonment for the second, and labor reform for the third. Perhaps such penalties seemed severe, but in times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed. Historically, people have often been more inclined to fear punishment than to revere virtue. To compel obedience to one's commands, the exercise of authority is often the most commonplace choice. As for governance rooted in benevolence and the implementation of lenient policies, clearly, such notions hold little relevance in the current state of the world. The edict issued by Qi Xuan bewildered not only the entrenched powers within the city, but also left many within the ranks of the Qi army in a state of confusion. However, the valiant soldiers who had followed Qi Xuan through countless battles were not inclined to ponder deeply. After all, Qi Xuan's remarkable strength and the victories he had amassed had already instilled a fervent zeal among his multitude of followers. Were Qi Xuan adept in mental magic or sorcery, he could have conjured a legion of fervent adherents. In truth, this seemingly peculiar command from Qi Xuan eluded the comprehension of many regarding its true purpose. While the noble lords who had surrendered speculated in hushed tones, the countless residents within the city could not suppress their derision, directing their scorn unequivocally towards Qi Xuan's unnecessary actions. Many were quick to relay this sentiment to him. In response, Qi Xuan opted for a vigorous crackdown, imposing severe penalties on these audacious malcontents. Although in a past life he, like countless others, had reveled in the role of an internet keyboard warrior, he found that upon ascending to the ruling class, he had inadvertently become that which he once despised, yet secretly yearned to be. It is indeed a bitter irony. For those engaged in political commentary, the methods of punishment varied according to the severity of their transgressions, ranging from imprisonment and forced labor to execution. Consequently, the city of Junlin underwent a remarkable transformation. At the very least, in its public spaces, crude language had become a rarity. This was Qi Xuan's objective. The first task upon assuming control of Junlin was, naturally, to cleanse the environment before settling in. This cleansing encompassed not only the physical filth of the ground, but also the moral decay within the hearts of its inhabitants. One cannot solely focus on material development while neglecting the cultivation of spiritual civilization. Clearly, Qi Xuan aspired to become the singular sun in this world, allowing countless souls to bask in his benevolence. Regrettably, there remain numerous places and individuals in this world still awaiting the dissemination of more advanced civilization through his efforts. As for the nature of this civilization, those who understand, understand. Chapter 154. The beginning of scheming. He who does not plan for the ages is unfit to strategize for the moment. He who does not consider the broader picture is unfit to strategize for a singular domain. For Qi Xuan at this juncture, the conquest of the entire world, planet, seemed an effortless endeavor. The only variance lay in the duration required. However, certain matters necessitated prior contemplation and planning. Regarding the abyssal invasion incident previously relayed by the three deities, Qi Xuan harbored a measure of skepticism, though he did not entirely dismiss the possibility. Because of the unexpected and the surprising, no one can predict which will arrive first. Even if this planet were to be annihilated by a sudden attack in the next moment, Qi Xuan would not feel particularly astonished. Although the narrative of the original tale primarily unfolds across the continents of Westeros and Essos, it is worth noting that there are already 4 known continents on this planet. Who can say if there are still undiscovered lands upon this world? The complexity of a single planet is staggering, let alone the vast galaxy and universe it inhabits. In truth, ever since Qi Xuan realized that his monthly rewards from the system were correlated with the size of the territories he occupied, his ambitions have surged wildly. If he could venture beyond this planet and conquer more celestial bodies and star systems, it would be akin to taking flight. Alas, the current technological standards of this world are still rooted in the medieval era. Even in the modern world of his past life, where technology was exceedingly advanced, the prospect of large-scale migration to other planets remains a daunting endeavor. It is precisely for this reason that Qi Xuan has abandoned the notion of guiding the technological development of this world. After all, even if he were to transcribe all the science textbooks from his middle and high school education, it is impossible to ascertain how many years it would take to elevate this world's technology to that of his former life. Decades? Centuries? Or perhaps even millennia. Such an interminable passage of time leads Qi Xuan to believe that he may have already discovered solutions or tools through the system, whether it be scientific spacecraft, magical teleportation arrays, or other means of conveyance. The possibilities are tantalizing. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan could not help but smile. Perhaps this is what one might call the wisdom of mortals. Despite possessing a prolonged lifespan and extraordinary powers far beyond those of ordinary beings, he remains a climber, yearning for greater strength. Observing the former royal regent Cersei and Princess Myrcella energetically performing a dance below, Qi Xuan nodded in appreciation. It must be said that in the face of harsh realities, many individuals ultimately come to a clearer understanding of certain truths. Deep down, Qi Xuan feels that his treatment of the former royal family members has been remarkably merciful. In the ancient dynasties of his past life, such individuals would typically face execution, while women would be sold into brothels or reformatory institutions. Regardless of their status as princesses, concubines, or noblewomen, once relegated to such places, they would lose all semblance of virtue. Alas, I am still too soft-hearted, Qi Xuan suddenly muttered to himself. His gaze calmly swept across the assembled individuals seated on either side below. Among them, aside from several generals of the Qi army, the rest were a host of surrendered noble lords. After reflecting on these individuals over the past few days, Qi Xuan's plans for them have undergone some slight modifications. In the initial stages, Qi Xuan aspired to implement a comprehensive overhaul by replacing the current feudal system with a county governance model. However, he faced the formidable challenge of selecting capable civil officials from a largely illiterate populace. Consequently, it seemed more prudent to elevate his valiant soldiers, who had rendered remarkable service, to supplant some of the antiquated nobility of Westeros. This strategy would not only secure the loyalty of his troops, but also honor the sacrifices they made for him. Furthermore, it would create a balance of power between the new and old aristocracy, preventing either faction from becoming overly dominant. At one point, Qi Xuan contemplated evaluating individuals based on skin color, placing yellow-skinned individuals at the top tier, followed by white-skinned and then black-skinned. However, he soon realized that such a perspective was overly simplistic. As a yellow-skinned individual himself, he had encountered many who, despite their yellow hue, harbored insincere intentions. In his view, these individuals were inferior to those who, regardless of their skin tone, possessed honorable intentions. This led him to conclude that a person's thoughts and convictions were far more significant than their outward appearance. Those who supported him in the state of Qi, irrespective of their ethnic background, deserved favorable treatment, while those who opposed him should face appropriate consequences. Such an approach would foster a more harmonious and prosperous world. Naturally, this endeavor would require considerable time and effort. It would be best to appoint dedicated individuals to promote Han culture while he conducted periodic evaluations. For Qi Xuan, the immediate priority was to conquer Dorne and fully subjugate the continent of Westeros, as well as to organize a larger expeditionary force to assault the remaining continents, including Essos. Additionally, he grappled with the critical question of whether his forces should embrace firearms. It was well known that in technologically driven warfare, the outcome often hinged on the level of technological advancement. Ordinary soldiers could easily become mere cannon fodder. In contrast, in extraordinary conflicts, soldiers endowed with supernatural abilities would serve as the pivotal force. Yet, all these considerations remained confined to Qi Xuan's imagination, as he had yet to acquire a universally applicable system of extraordinary powers. Whether it be internal martial arts, energy techniques, or various transformative items and genetic potions, he was still bereft of such resources. However, the day of reward assessment was approaching. Tomorrow marked the dawn of a new month. Contemplating this, a broader smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Observing him from her elevated position, Cersei felt a profound bitterness welling within her. The transformation from a dowager empress to a palace maid, a shift so stark in status, left her heart perpetually unable to fully accept her new reality. Yet, in contrast to a dignified demise, she preferred to endure the humiliation of living. As long as she drew breath, hope remained. In death, all would be rendered void. If she could garner the favor of Qi Xuan, she might yet reclaim her former grandeur. With this thought, a more obsequious smile graced Cersei's lips, her enchanting eyes casting a bewitching signal toward Qi Xuan. Alas, his gaze remained as tranquil as still waters. After all, having traversed realms, one ought to indulge in life's finer pleasures, no? Chapter 155. A new treasure with a deep exhalation. Qi Xuan felt a sudden lightness envelop him. He could not deny that, at present, he remained a mere mortal ensnared by base desires. Physiological needs still beckoned. Nonetheless, he adhered to his inner principles. Even though Cersei's beauty could easily rank among the top 10, or even top 5, in this world, the comparisons were drawn with the female characters from the original narrative. If not Cersei, then who could it be? Surely, it was the few women Qi Xuan had previously encountered, the free-spirited Ygritte, the noble Rosalind Frye, and several other pure and lovely young maidens. Would anyone dare accuse Qi Xuan of licentiousness for this? In comparison to the debauched aristocrats of this realm, he could be deemed a paragon of virtue. It is crucial to understand that, for various reasons, both nobles and commoners in this world are permitted only one legal wife. Any additional female companions are merely considered concubines. Only children born to the legal wife possess legitimate status. As for the offspring of concubines, clearly, they are regarded as despised bastards. Even a king finds himself powerless in this regard. Only Aegon Targaryen, the conqueror who once led dragons to subjugate Westeros, and subsequent Targaryen monarchs, were permitted to take 2 wives. However, this could not quell the carnal desires of noble lords. It is worth noting that many noble domains still uphold the archaic right of the first night. What this entails is understood by those who are aware. With this in mind, Qi Xuan felt a fleeting sense of moral superiority wash over him. Nevertheless, these are but trifles when compared to the ephemeral allure of beauty. It is the strength within oneself and the power in one's grasp that truly captivates. Without a trace of longing, Qi Xuan stepped out of his chamber, leaving behind several slumbering beauties. At last, the new month has arrived. I wonder how many reward points I shall earn this time. A radiant smile graced Qi Xuan's face as he mused to himself. System, settle the rewards. The total territory occupied last month has yielded 13,000 power points, and the total from all wars amounts to 6,500 power points. With the title of king, recognition level 45, an additional 120 points are granted. Total power points acquired, 42,900. As Qi Xuan beheld the bounty of points, the smile at the corner of his mouth was akin to an uncontrollable eruption, unable to be suppressed. Compared to the 28,000 points from the previous month, this was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Yet, it still fell short of Qi Xuan's aspirations. If he were to express a number, it would be infinity. After all, the treasures within the system are far too plentiful. Even more would not suffice to satiate his desires. Qi Xuan had already devised a plan for the points he had just acquired. While the allure of packages containing population, troops, and resources was tempting, they held little attraction for him at this juncture. He had long surpassed the initial struggles of scarcity following his arrival, and with the soldiers previously obtained from the system, along with the indigenous inhabitants he had conquered, he possessed sufficient strength to dominate the remaining nations and territories of this world. Consequently, the significance of these packages had diminished greatly. Of course, should he find himself with ample points in the future, he might still consider purchasing some of those packages. Thus, the final choice was narrowed down to the treasure package valued at 10,000 points. Regrettably, while other packages may contain surprises, Qi Xuan yearned for items that would enhance his own power. System, purchase 4 treasure packages, and then open them, he silently instructed himself. In the next moment, the information on the system panel began to shift. Consumed 40,000 points. Acquired 4 treasure packages. Opening packages, please wait. Acquired treasure, Peach Tree, first stage. Acquired treasure, Magic Net, first stage. Acquired treasure, a Jade Slip of Inheritance for the Golden Elixir stage, third stage. Acquired treasure, Blueprint for constructing a first stage spaceship. Hiss. Gazing upon the treasures he had obtained this time, Qi Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. He had thought that after enduring so much, he had cultivated an attitude of indifference towards both honor and disgrace, unperturbed by any outcome. Yet, this reward shattered that composure. Somehow, while he felt a sense of relief, he also found himself quietly imbued with a touch of astonishment. After all, he previously believed that a gift package containing 10,000 points could only yield a first-tier treasure. Little did he know that this time the reward revealed that treasure packages could indeed produce treasures of a higher tier. If he had not received one, it could only be said that his luck had not favored him then. After a long while, Qi Xuan finally managed to calm his excited heart once more. Thus, his gaze shifted to the 4 system treasures presented this time. Peach Tree, first tier. Category, Spirit Plant. Effect, requires constant absorption of sufficient spiritual energy after planting. Blooms in a century, bears fruit in a century, matures in a century. Consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. Description, this object is a descendant of the heavenly peach tree, its effects unparalleled since its ancestors. How terrifying. Despite the fact that Qi Xuan already possessed a lifespan of several thousand years, the effects of the peach still filled him with delight. After all, no one would ever complain about a longer lifespan. However, he wondered if the effects of the first-tier peach would diminish or even become entirely ineffective if consumed excessively. Nevertheless, even in such a case, it would still suffice. After all, Qi Xuan still had ample time ahead to strive for more treasures. With this thought, Qi Xuan's gaze continued to explore the remaining treasures. Magic Network, first tier. Category, Magic. Effect, constructs a magical network. The network's master can temporarily lend their magical power while also borrowing from the power within the network. Similarly, those permitted to join the network can temporarily borrow or lend magical energy. Description, a local area network. A local area network in the magical realm. Golden Core Inheritance Jade Slip, third tier. Category, Cultivation Inheritance. Effect, the Jade Slip contains the cultivation methods for Qi training, foundation establishment, and the Golden Core stage, as well as corresponding alchemy, artifact crafting, formation, and talisman inheritance from the first to third tiers. Description, with a golden core swallowed. My fate is no longer dictated by heaven. First tier spaceship construction blueprint, first tier. Category, Technological Blueprint. Effect, records the complete construction blueprints for a star-class spaceship. Description, what if there are too many blueprints and I can't understand them? Chapter 156. Delight. It must be said that the items revealed this time brought great joy to Qi Xuan. However, the treasures that delighted him the most were undoubtedly the third-tier Golden Core Inheritance Jade Slip and the first-tier Spaceship Construction Blueprint. Although, considering the current technological level of this world, the prospect of manufacturing the spaceship depicted in the blueprints seemed a distant dream, potentially requiring countless years. Even the production of some non-core components from the blueprints would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, at the very least, their emergence represented a glimmer of hope. If the spaceship from the blueprints could indeed be constructed, then venturing beyond the planet to explore other celestial bodies in the universe would no longer remain a mere fantasy. Merely an uncharted celestial body, this realm offers a bounty of system points amounting to tens of thousands each month. Imagine the splendid figures that could be accrued should one conquer additional planets. Undoubtedly, the high yield of this particular realm is attributed to its significance as the primary setting of the original narrative, rendering it exceptionally meaningful. Even if other celestial bodies yield only a fraction, 1/10, or even 1/100th of the points gained here, the conquest remains worthwhile. Yet, for Qi Xuan, these aspirations seem somewhat distant at present. Nevertheless, he harbors a firm belief that such a day is not far off. In contrast to the schematics for spaceships, which are mere material possessions, the inheritance of the Golden Core stage through the Jade Slip stands as an invaluable treasure. Although in the realm of cultivation novels, a third-tier Golden Core is not particularly remarkable, surpassed by realms such as the nascent Soul and Transformation God, the significance it holds for Qi Xuan at this moment is unparalleled. Previously, Qi Xuan had acquired numerous skills and treasures from system packages, including a remarkable ability that allows him to repeatedly resurrect. However, despite their immense power and value, these items possess an irremediable flaw. They do not enhance Qi Xuan's own life tier. It is well known that in any narrative universe imbued with extraordinary powers, the fundamental logic of strengthening oneself through cultivation prevails. While the methods and realms of cultivation may vary, the essence remains the same. One enhances their prowess through diligent practice. Regardless of Qi Xuan's formidable skills, without the system's abilities and treasures, he remains but a mortal. Perhaps his innate attributes far exceed those of countless ordinary beings in this world, yet when compared to deities such as the King of Light, he still falls woefully short. Since his arrival in this realm, Qi Xuan has indeed sought out avenues for acquiring extraordinary powers. Yet, for various reasons, he ultimately chose to abandon these pursuits. It is not that he found none. In fact, he stumbled upon several methods of cultivation practiced by mages or sorcerers within this world, alongside a collection of magical incantations. However, due to the unique phenomenon of magical tides in this realm, where the concentration of magical energy fluctuates, these methods proved ill-timed and impractical. After all, in the original narrative, aside from the red-robed witch, only a handful of individuals could wield magic, and those mages left an impression of mediocrity, akin to mere circus performers. Nevertheless, the aforementioned reasons are not the crux of the matter. For a traditional individual from the East, the pursuit of immortality through cultivation is undoubtedly a cherished aspiration. Even now, Qi Xuan finds himself unable to resist this enticing dream. Consequently, he is all the more compelled to embrace the inheritance of cultivation presented to him. The only uncertainty that lingers is whether the cultivation techniques available in this world can indeed be practiced. Upon this realization, Qi Xuan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Originally intent on proceeding to the Grand Hall, he pivoted on his heel and made his way to his opulent study, a domain uniquely his own. Within the palace, in the sanctuary of his study, Qi Xuan placed the third-tier inheritance jade slip against his forehead, and in an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The realms of cultivation, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation. During the Qi refinement stage, one absorbs external spiritual energy into the body. Upon success, one attains the first layer of Qi refinement, with 9 layers constituting a complete refinement, allowing ordinary individuals to live up to 150 years. The lifespan during the foundation establishment stage is 300 years. The lifespan during the golden core stage is 500 years. It must be acknowledged that some of the information contained within the inheritance jade slip bore a striking resemblance to the accounts he had perused in various cultivation novels from his previous life. Despite the fact that even at the golden core stage, as recorded in the jade slip, the maximum lifespan was a mere 500 years. This paled in comparison to the several thousand years of life Qi Xuan currently possessed. Yet, how could a mortal with several millennia of life ever compare to a cultivator with a lifespan of a few hundred years? It is essential to recognize that while there may exist countless treasures that can extend one's lifespan, these are ultimately external objects. What significance does longevity hold without formidable power? Even with the gift of immortality, one remains vulnerable to the fate of being slain. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Xuan temporarily set aside the notion of practicing cultivation techniques. After all, according to the records in the inheritance, an initial seclusion could very well last over 10 days, perhaps even half a month. As one progresses, it becomes commonplace for a retreat to extend for several years. Consequently, before embarking on the path of cultivation, Qi Xuan needed to issue commands and arrange matters for when he emerged from his meditative state. This included strategizing who would lead the assault on Duorin and who would embark on expeditions to the continent of Essos. While pondering these matters, Qi Xuan also began to deliberate on the 2 precious items remaining in his possession. Undoubtedly, the peach tree capable of extending one's lifespan was an exceedingly valuable treasure. However, the fact that it would take 300 years to bear fruit posed a considerable dilemma. Qi Xuan mused that, 3 centuries hence, under the influence of the system, he would likely have ascended to an unfathomably potent realm. At that juncture, the first-tier peaches might bear little difference from mere trifles in his eyes. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, this world, planet, possessed a consciousness of its own. The Light King he had previously vanquished was evidently deeply intertwined with this consciousness. Qi Xuan held no doubt that this consciousness could potentially create deities anew. Thus, the urgency to plant the peach tree was diminished. Most importantly, it could not be sown in a world, planet, that possessed its own awareness. By similar reasoning, Qi Xuan was equally disinclined to hasten the use of the first-tier magic net. After all, if he were to utilize the magical web only to have control snatched away by the consciousness of this world, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. It seems that a strategy must be devised to eradicate this world-s consciousness, Qi Xuan mused quietly. Although the current consciousness of this planet is far less formidable than the Tao of heaven portrayed in novels, and poses little significant threat to Qi Xuan, he remains averse to the existence of such a consciousness in the world he inhabits. Even if it means facilitating an early invasion of this realm by the abyss, he would not hesitate. Chapter 157. Daenerys seeks aid. Essos, Marine. Recently, considerable events transpired in the vicinity of this slave bay, where the Dragon Queen's army swept through Meereen from the north and south, subsequently abolishing the institution of slavery within the city. Thus, from a legal standpoint, the former slaves were no longer enslaved, but restored to the status of free citizens. Undoubtedly, from the perspective of human history, the emancipation of slaves is a commendable act, as those who were subjugated are not beasts or other creatures, but fellow humans. Regrettably, while Daenerys focused solely on liberating the slaves, she lacked the means to provide them with a livelihood. This was partly due to her absence of economic advisors, and partly due to the retribution from the defeated slave owners, whether through economic blockades or assassination attempts. These were merely the prologue to their vengeance. The true instruments of retribution consisted of vast fleets and armies. Previously, Daenerys and Jon Snow had narrowly escaped assassination, fleeing Meereen on the back of a dragon. However, many of Daenerys's commanders were not so fortunate, with numerous lives lost in the ambush. Despite the rapid arrival of the Unsullied to cleanse the majority of the assassins, the incident inflicted substantial wounds upon Daenerys's faction. Little did Daenerys anticipate that upon her return to Meereen, she would be confronted by a multitude of enemy forces. Undoubtedly, Meereen was now besieged by these foes, who were none other than the slave owners and former beneficiaries whose interests had been compromised. In their quest for vengeance against Daenerys, they generously funded the recruitment of a vast army. In contrast to the feudal-like structure of Westeros, Essos operates under a dual system of city-states and slavery, rendering its commercial trade remarkably prosperous and the mercenary system prevalent. With sufficient funds, assembling a formidable army is virtually effortless. Gazing upon the seemingly endless enemy forces outside the city walls, Daenerys and her companions adopted grave expressions. Despite possessing several thousand valiant Unsullied, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Although history recounts tales of countless pure-hearted individuals who have valiantly repelled vast armies, the unpredictability of unforeseen factors remains an enigma. Furthermore, the issue of sustenance within the city of Yilin has become a source of considerable concern. Despite the previous grand assassination attempt resulting in failure, the adversaries seized the opportunity to unleash rampant slaughter and arson within the city. Regrettably, the granaries of Yilin have suffered significant destruction, with a substantial portion of the food supplies reduced to ashes. If one were to disregard the lives of nearly 100,000 civilians residing in the city and consider only the needs of a few thousand pure-hearted warriors, the remaining provisions could indeed sustain them for a month or two. Clearly, given the current mindset of Daenerys, such an option is untenable. Consequently, their time is limited, and they must swiftly make a decision. Should they hold their ground and await aid, or abandon the city and flee? The power to decide now rests firmly in Daenerys' hands. Observing the gazes of her attentive commanders, the weight of pressure upon her heart intensified. Undoubtedly, relinquishing this city would be a formidable challenge, whether for the liberated individuals who hold her in gratitude or for the strategic importance of this rare stronghold. These considerations weigh heavily on her mind. After all, her ambition to lead her forces across the sea necessitates a multitude of ships and provisions, a financial undertaking of astronomical proportions. Without a grand city like Yilin, she would have to resort to the reckless plundering of other city-states on the continent of Essos, akin to the Dothraki. As for employing the same tactics again, such as selling dragons to swindle the gullible, it is evident that Daenerys has recently engaged in such dealings, tarnishing her reputation across Essos to a point of infamy. She not only deceived the slavers of Yunkai, claiming thousands of pure-hearted warriors, but also eliminated numerous slave masters within the city, seizing Yunkai in the process. This conduct, regardless of her noble status, hardly qualifies as commendable. Moreover, unlike in the original narrative, Daenerys now harbors little confidence in her return to Westeros and the reclamation of the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to House Targaryen. Despite her possession of 3 young dragons and a formidable army of seasoned warriors, the renown of Jon Snow and his forces still resonates in her ears. Even from the distant shores of Essos, a prevailing sentiment endures, with many believing that a god of war will soon march forth to conquer the continent. Faced with the intense gazes of Jon Snow, Grey Worm, and others, Daenerys' resolve solidified. Casting a glance at the enemy forces preparing to besiege the city, Daenerys Targaryen finally spoke. Meereen was a hard-won prize for us. For the sake of the citizens who trust us within the city and for the preservation of this city that belongs to us, I am unwilling to relinquish it lightly. Thus, I choose to hold our ground and await reinforcements. You must defend Meereen while I promptly ride forth on Dragonback to King's Landing in search of aid and alliances. At this juncture, a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity flickered in the eyes of Daenerys Targaryen, her countenance graced by a subtle blush. Clearly, her heart brimmed with intrigue and expectation towards Qi Xuan, the man widely acknowledged as the mightiest of his time, a god of war traversing the mortal realm. The allure of strength is not solely inscribed within the genes of women. It is an innate human instinct. However, compared to men, women may experience this instinct with greater intensity for various reasons. Should Qi Xuan truly possess the formidable prowess spoken of in whispers, Daenerys felt certain she would find herself enamored. As for whether he would reciprocate her affections, Daenerys harbored considerable confidence in her own allure. It is no exaggeration to assert that, merely in terms of appearance, Daenerys, bearing the royal blood of House Targaryen, could easily be counted among the most beautiful in the world. The Targaryens, akin to those possessing the blood of succubi, are renowned for their striking beauty. With a deafening roar that echoed through the skies, Daenerys mounted her great dragon and ascended into the air, soaring towards King's Landing. Evidently, as she had indicated, in the face of the formidable enemy at the city's gates, she intended to seek assistance from Qi Xuan within the walls of King's Landing. Chapter 158. The indebtedness of King Qi. Although Qi Xuan now possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary men, it did not alter his intrinsic nature. He was neither the aloof, emotionless deity of legend nor a saintly figure. Since his arrival in this world, while he had instituted a meritocratic system within the military, a pathway of fairness, his foremost concern remained his personal advancement and acquisition. It must be acknowledged that this meritocratic system significantly bolstered the morale of the soldiers of Qi, simultaneously drawing more indigenous inhabitants of the region into the ranks of the army. It is not an exaggeration to claim that Qi Xuan's implementation of the meritocratic system in Westeros faced far greater resistance and adversaries than Daenerys and her cohort in Essos. After all, the liberation of slaves ostensibly affected only the 3 city-states along the coast of Slavers Bay and a number of smaller villages. In contrast, the feudal system, which flourished in Westeros, meant that Qi Xuan's meritocracy was, in many respects, undermining the very foundations of the noble lords. If all common folk could perceive a tangible path to ascendancy, how would the entrenched elites, currently occupying the upper echelons of society, reconcile their positions? After all, no matter the expansion of the middle and upper classes, such positions remain inherently finite. Moreover, it is primarily the vast multitude of commoners, the majority of whom are destined to be exploited for generations. Only a select few among them have the opportunity to defy fate and ascend to a higher status. In the original narrative, the mercenary Boron ascends to nobility through his valiant rescues of the demon Tyrion and the Kingslayer Jaime, coupled with his formidable personal strength and talent. Such instances are indeed rare within the original story. For Qi Xuan, the initially implemented military merit system proved to be exceptionally successful. However, in light of current realities, he has made certain modifications to this system. Considering various factors, he intends to establish a centralized county system on the continent of Westeros, rather than the existing feudal nobility system. Consequently, both the noble lords who have pledged their allegiance to him and the valiant soldiers under his command who have achieved great feats will require proper settlement. As for the noble lords, their situation aside, many of Qi Xuan's soldiers, despite suffering significant losses in battle, have also made notable contributions. Although it was stipulated long ago that the land holdings of soldiers would be limited, with excess land converted into gold coins, there remain cases where certain commanders' lands could still equate to at least a village's worth of territory. Moreover, for the commanding generals who led campaigns, being granted the title of a count along with a castle would not be unreasonable. While the majority of senior officers in the army are system soldiers, and their loyalty remains unwavering even without titles, Qi Xuan is reluctant to adopt this approach. After all, one should maintain a sense of principle. Thus, his gaze has shifted toward the more expansive continent of Essos. Compared to Westeros, the more open and liberal customs and systems of Essos undoubtedly require stricter regulation. Instead of abruptly transitioning to a county system, it may be more fitting to initially employ the feudal nobility system as an appetizer. Therefore, Qi Xuan has commenced planning an expedition to the continent of Essos. This time, in addition to his loyal soldiers, he intends to send the former noble lords who have submitted to him. This way, they can contribute to the expedition while transferring their territories from Westeros to Essos. Furthermore, within Qi Xuan's army, any soldier who achieves sufficient military merit will have the opportunity for land grants. This applies equally to both the steadfast system soldiers and the indigenous inhabitants who later pledged their loyalty to him. Since Qi Xuan announced this news, the morale within the army has surged remarkably. Each day, he receives numerous requests for battle from his soldiers. Clearly, the prospect of becoming a noble lord is sufficient to overshadow the fear of death in the face of battle. After all, only those who have endured hardship can truly understand the feeling that suffering is inexhaustible if one is willing to endure it. As for sweetness, those who comprehend it understand. In stark contrast to the spirited and eager soldiers of the Qi army, the old noble lords who surrendered naturally harbored inner resistance. Yet they dared not defy the orders of King Qi Xuan. In their eyes, this new monarch was utterly absurd, entirely disregarding the unwritten rules that govern the powerful. Most astonishing of all was his audacity in allowing even the lowly commoners to aspire to nobility. Moreover, the common folk under the command of the Qi army, including those in King's Landing, were equally beneficiaries of Qi Xuan's benevolence. Although Qi Xuan never harbored aspirations of saving the world, nor did he entertain lofty ideals of universal harmony, witnessing the profound suffering of the common people stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Thus, he revealed a rare glimpse of his benevolent heart. Qi Xuan understood that human desires are boundless, as the saying goes. A grain of kindness can lead to a bushel of resentment. Rather than abruptly elevating the commoners to wealth, he chose a gradual approach, guiding them step by step so that the fortunate could uplift those who followed. In this manner, they could envision a bright future, with envy and rivalry directed towards the initial prosperous individuals rather than the Qi army itself. How to achieve such a transformation? Although Qi Xuan was neither a government official nor a scholar from a prestigious university, he had learned a thing or two by observing. As the adage goes, to become prosperous, one must first build roads. By initiating infrastructure projects, ample job opportunities would naturally empower the populace to earn their livelihoods. Consequently, the territories under Qi Xuan's command became bustling with activity. After all, as long as one was willing to work, substantial wages awaited them, making idleness an unattractive option. Even though Qi Xuan had planned numerous road constructions and repairs, it still fell short of satisfying the industrious laborers. As a result, he had to expand his plans to include the renovation of the royal palace and the construction of towers. When Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, arrived in Westeros and beheld the common folk laboring diligently, yet wearing radiant smiles of happiness, she was struck with profound astonishment and shock. In her mind, such a remarkable scene had never existed before. If it were merely a singular instance in King's Landing, it might have been forgivable. However, as she journeyed northward, she found this phenomenon pervasive. Thus, her curiosity about Qi Xuan deepened. What manner of extraordinary man could achieve such grand feats that countless souls on the continent of Westeros spoke incessantly of the benevolence of the King of Qi? Chapter 159. A subtle intimidation. After soaring on the back of a colossal dragon, surveying numerous cities and regions with King's Landing as the focal point, Daenerys found her resolve growing ever stronger. Similarly, her impression of the yet unmet Qi Xuan became increasingly profound. Previously, she envisioned Qi Xuan as a warrior and king of extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, his renown would not resonate so widely across the realms of Essos. Indeed, it seemed plausible that Qi Xuan's capabilities might surpass even those of the mightiest man she had known, her former husband, the King of Horses. Nonetheless, she struggled to conceive that a single human could attain such formidable strength. Of course, she had heard the mythical tales surrounding Qi Xuan, yet for those who had not witnessed his feats firsthand, disbelief was a natural response. After all, despite sharing the same humanity, the chasm of status dictated by birth could be vast. To assert that one individual could stand alone against 1,000, or even quell an entire nation, seemed almost preposterous. This disparity of belief could be attributed to the divergent worlds they inhabited. In a realm devoid of magic, the majority would cling to knowledge and science, dismissing the existence of the extraordinary. Conversely, in a world where extraordinary powers thrived, most individuals would yearn for personal strength rather than collective might. Soon, the denizens of King's Landing were startled by a thunderous roar from the dragon. Accompanied by the sound, a small black speck materialized in the distant sky. As it drew nearer, the speck expanded into a formidable dragon, its terrifying visage looming above the outskirts of the city. Upon the dragon's back stood two figures, a man and a woman. Observing that the dragon had no intention of descending outside the city, but rather aimed to hover above it before landing. The soldiers atop the city walls sprang into action. Numerous crossbows, glinting with lethal intent, were readied, targeting the dragon and its riders. This commotion did not go unnoticed by the dragon, which, perhaps driven by instinct or an awareness of the crossbow's devastating potential, halted its flight. Instead, hovering a short distance from King's Landing, just as Daenerys, with a grim expression, prepared to direct the dragon to land outside the city. A host of figures suddenly emerged from within the city walls. Dozens of griffins soared into the sky from the royal palace, each bearing soldiers armed with bows and crossbows. Clearly, these griffin riders represented the aerial division of Qi Xuan's forces, the air cavalry. Although in previous wars, the griffins primarily served as messengers and scouts rather than directly engaging in sieges or field battles, this was not due to any deficiency in their strength. Rather, it was deemed unworthy to expend the precious lives of griffins in exchange for the inexpensive fodder of the enemy. After all, whether infantry, archers, or elite cavalry of the cold weapon era, they could all be produced in large quantities, provided one was willing to invest the necessary resources. In contrast, the existence of griffins is solely attributed to a treasure known as the Sword of Griffins held by Qi Xuan. At present, their numbers remain scarce, possibly even fewer than 100. It is conceivable that in the future, as these griffins mate and proliferate to potentially thousands or more, they may also partake in the terrestrial conflicts. Currently, the emergence of dragons has afforded this aerial force of the Qi army an opportunity to showcase its capabilities. While griffins, in terms of individual strength and their ability to intimidate the enemy, are vastly inferior to dragons, their presence is immensely valuable in combating these aerial units. For instance, targeting the dragon riders who command the dragons is a task that the griffin riders can accomplish with relative ease. This understanding is shared not only among the ranks of the Qi army, but also dawns upon the two dragon-riding figures, known as the Mother of Dragons. Once this realization struck, the pride and self-satisfaction in the Mother of Dragons swiftly dissipated, for dragons are not truly invincible, at least not against the formidable Qi army. Consequently, the smile upon her face faded, replaced by a heavy heart, as she recognized that her leverage had considerably diminished, and the initial objectives of her journey seemed increasingly unattainable. The young man accompanying her bore a similarly grim countenance, reflecting his parallel thoughts. This individual is none other than Jon Snow, the male protagonist of the original tale. Ostensibly, he is the illegitimate son of House Stark's former duke, but in truth, he is the son of the former Targaryen royal family. His mother was not merely a common woman or a courtesan, but rather the second sister of Ned Stark. Previously, Jon Snow had sought refuge with his aunt, the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys. Setting aside their familial ties, his aspirations are driven by a desire to leverage his Targaryen lineage to claim a dragon for himself. It is well known that dragons in this world are proud creatures. Even among the Targaryens, who ride dragons, one can only claim dominion over a single dragon throughout their lifetime. Regardless of whether the dragon they once rode meets its end in battle, they cannot gain control over another dragon. However, due to having hatched 3 dragon eggs, the Mother of Dragons has become the mother of 3 dragons, thus enabling her to command all 3 of them. However, the dragon possesses a significant and grave weakness. Any dragon without a knight will invariably choose flight over confrontation when faced with peril. It is even beyond their control. Bang! Jon Snow seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering, as the ambitions and dreams he had harbored suddenly felt tantalizingly out of reach. In this moment, he profoundly realized that even if he were to become a formidable dragon rider, he would still be unable to reclaim Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark in the north, let alone muster an army to seize the Iron Throne. Of course, the once mighty Iron Throne, the emblem of Targaryen power, had already been decreed to be obliterated by Qi Xuan. After all, he did not regard the Iron Throne, which could easily induce tetanus, as particularly remarkable. Compared to its dark iron hue, he preferred the gleam of silver and gold. Thus, within the palace of King's Landing, the throne had long been transformed into a majestic golden seat, forged from pure gold. Undoubtedly, both Daenerys and Jon were intimidated by the formidable might of Qi Xuan's forces, opting to obediently queue on the ground to enter the city. Chapter 160. The unfathomable might. As Daenerys and Jon descended from the dragon's back and began to queue up to enter the city, the soldiers of Qi Xuan within the city could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, though they perceived that dealing with this singular dragon was not an insurmountable task. Should a dragon truly wreak havoc upon the city, it would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. For the soldiers of Qi Xuan, who had followed their leader through numerous campaigns, a mere dragon was hardly a concern. Yet, For the newly surrendered inhabitants of the city, the terror of dragons was indelibly etched in their memories. After all, in comparison to Qi Xuan, who had risen to power in less than a year, the Targaryen family had ruled this continent for centuries, even millennia, leaving a far deeper imprint in the collective consciousness. If one were to adhere to the nobles' archaic beliefs, it was said that the Targaryens, with their noble bloodline, inherently possessed the ability to command dragons. As for the myriad lords and nobles of this land, naturally, in their view, they were born to nobility, destined to dominate the so-called low-born, whose bloodlines were deemed inferior. In fact, to curry favor with Qi Xuan, many noble lords had recently reported such matters to him. To legitimize his rule and ensure the longevity and stability of his reign, many advised Qi Xuan to promote the purity of his lineage. However, Qi Xuan resolutely refused this counsel. After all, in the modern world, discussions of bloodlines are typically reserved for cats, dogs, or other animals. As for humans, the so-called bloodline theories had long been relegated to the annals of history. Indeed, proclaiming one's bloodline as noble was often considered an insult, akin to equating oneself with cats and dogs. After dutifully registering their personal information, Daenerys and her companion promptly submitted their application to the relevant official authorities in the city. Before long, their request was granted. Thus, under the guidance of the soldiers, the two made their way towards the royal palace. As they approached, curiosity and anticipation illuminated Daenerys' countenance. Although she had never set foot in King's Landing since her birth, she possessed an acute awareness of this capital, which had long been under the dominion of House Targaryen. Furthermore, the countless exhortations and fervent cries from her brother, Viserys, to reclaim King's Landing and the Iron Throne had indelibly etched themselves into her subconscious. In stark contrast, Jon Snow's expression was one of desolation, his demeanor reflecting an air of disappointment and disbelief. Upon entering the new palace, both Daenerys and Jon were struck with incredulity. The palace before them exuded an opulence that seemed almost excessive. A glance around revealed an array of pavilions and towers, some completed and others still under construction. Their gaze fell upon a seemingly endless stone pathway, crafted entirely from exquisite marble. Nearby, the architectural splendor, whether the unique pavilions or the gilded eaves, provoked a profound emotional response, evoking a sense of mystery and antiquity that beckoned exploration of the historical civilizations past and present. Consequently, the expressions of Daenerys and Jon took on a solemnity, and they began to dismiss certain rumors concerning the legitimacy of those associated with King Aegon. It was said that many believed these individuals hailed from the wildlings north of the Wall, a term used to describe individuals deemed even more malevolent and debased than bastards or criminals. While the world is replete with fools, it also harbors a fair share of the astute. Thus, attempting to undermine Aegon's sovereignty based solely on such rumors appeared rather foolish. As Daenerys and Jon arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, they were immediately greeted by the sounds of music and laughter emanating from within, indicating a lively banquet was underway. Upon receiving permission, Daenerys and Jon entered the hall. Their eyes were instantly drawn to the central dais, where a strikingly handsome young man reclined casually against the golden throne, flanked by several exquisite young women who were attentively offering him fruits and beverages. Undoubtedly, the young man before us is the renowned god of war, Qi Xuan, whose fame resonates throughout the world. His likeness has long been disseminated across countless cities and regions. Naturally, Daenerys Targaryen has encountered Qi Xuan's portrait. Regarding this warrior, revered by countless souls, she is filled with both curiosity and skepticism. For his countenance is neither rugged nor fearsome, and his physique is not that of a colossal giant. After all, her experiences have taught her that, generally, the larger and more robust an individual, be it man or woman, the stronger their prowess. At least, her nearly invincible former husband, the King of Horses, has repeatedly demonstrated this truth through countless challenges. Perhaps the skepticism surrounding Qi Xuan's deeds and strength stems from the hasty conclusions drawn solely from a few images. Observing the beautiful dancers reveling in the hall's center, Daenerys' heart suddenly swelled with doubt. Could it be that the tales of Qi Xuan are mere fabrications? Much like how numerous noble lords and vested interests often lavishly spend to commission exaggerated accounts of personal grandeur, fervently promoting them thereafter. Consequently, it is likely that the majority of common folk, from birth, find themselves ensnared in the nobles' inherently extraordinary and noble traps, inadvertently branding themselves with a certain ideological stamp. Suddenly, Qi Xuan, who had been lounging languidly upon the golden throne, erupted into laughter. His smile radiated like the sun, warm as the spring breeze. Yet, in the next breath, his words turned as cold as steel. I have heard that some pests beneath have been incessantly chattering. Are they dissatisfied with me? The moment his words echoed, the previously joyous atmosphere in the hall froze. Even the palace maids, who had been dancing with fervor, found themselves abruptly halted. Observing the anxious expressions of several individuals below, Qi Xuan's smile grew even brighter. In an instant, arcs of lightning crackled from his fingertips. Within moments, someone lay dead in the hall, and not just one. This unforeseen turn of events left the attendees pale, their hearts heavy with trepidation. After all, how many officials can genuinely claim to be untainted? In stark contrast, the smile that had adorned Qi Xuan's face vanished, replaced once more by his earlier indifference. Let the music play, let the dance continue. Chapter 161. Arrogance. It must be said that Qi Xuan's sudden display of lethal authority proved remarkably effective. At the very least, the majority of those present were shaken to their core, their furtive thoughts swiftly quelled. It is well known that people often fear power more than virtue. While they may admire you for your kindness and mercy, they are likely to betray you in the end. After all, there is a saying that good people are often bullied, and honest individuals are chosen to bear the burdens. Although ruling through force and fear is not the ideal path, Qi Xuan harbors a preference for such tyranny in his heart. He has never denied his selfish nature, and he could never be one to selflessly dedicate himself to others. Were he to pen a diary or a historical account, he would certainly not shy away from embellishing his own image. Throughout history, emperors have seldom escaped this custom. Many have even revised their chronicles to glorify themselves. Given this, how could Qi Xuan possibly seek fame and reputation without opting for methods that are more advantageous to him? As Qi Xuan pondered, the melodies of song and dance once again filled the hall. Observing the exquisite young women dancing and singing with abandon, he suddenly felt a surge of youthfulness, not in terms of age, but in spirit. Reflecting on his journey from an ordinary worker in a modern society to the throne in less than a year, he recognized that such a transformation was no trivial matter. Although his formidable system played a significant role in this ascent, Qi Xuan believed that the sweat and blood he had shed along the way were equally noteworthy. Consider, if he had sought comfort from the very beginning of his journey, it is unlikely he would have reached this point so swiftly. Compared to the perilous endeavor of seizing the gates of the impasse wall, it seemed far more reasonable to develop for a while longer in the lands north of the wall. By recruiting more free citizens and crafting additional weapons, the risks of conquering the impasse wall would diminish. Although this world is portrayed as one of low or even absent magic, it does not preclude the existence of a few extraordinary beings. While the climate north of the impasse wall is harsh and the population sparse, it appears to be a suitable base for initial development. Yet, it is fraught with an abundance of wights and corpses, as well as the three-eyed crows that defy the narrative. Greetings to King Qi. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, and this is my diplomatic advisor, Jon Snow. Perhaps due to the earlier thunderous intimidation, or perhaps because she had requests of her own, Daenerys' demeanor was notably humble and sincere. In this moment, Qi Xuan could definitely sense her attitude. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced his face. In truth, had Daenerys adopted an air of superiority as a queen earlier, Qi Xuan would have unhesitatingly bestowed upon her a taste of lightning. As for her being the protagonist of the original narrative, and Jon Snow being the male lead, unfortunately, ever since Qi Xuan traversed into this world, concepts like the chosen one or protagonist have held no weight in his eyes. After all, one cannot say that having traversed to this realm with a powerful system was a trivial achievement. To harbor ambitions of sovereignty, yet choose to assist the original protagonists in ascending to the throne, could this not be deemed a sign of folly? Why aspire to the position of a mere second or third in command when the seat of power lies within reach? The rationale behind such a choice is simple: a disdain for the burdensome duties of an emperor, preferring instead the leisurely existence of a high-ranking official. Regardless of the perspectives of others, Qi Xuan has never desired to tether his life and fate to the whims of another's benevolence. As for the incessant demands of governance, historical precedents suggest that the institution of a cabinet or parliamentary system could suffice. Gazing upon the two individuals below, their faces marked by anxiety and trepidation, Qi Xuan could not help but express his admiration. Although the Dragon Queen and her companion had yet to yield to him, his esteem for them surpassed that of many others, especially when compared to his own subordinates, who were often chattering and harboring discontent. Such individuals were not limited to those he had recently vanquished. It is no exaggeration to assert that, apart from the fiercely loyal system soldiers, the fidelity of others under Qi Xuan's command was far from absolute. These individuals had chosen to surrender not out of allegiance, but due to their inferior strength compared to Qi Xuan's faction. However, this did not guarantee their unwavering compliance. They might very well choose to feign obedience while harboring defiance. Regrettably, the system at Qi Xuan's disposal allowed for the annihilation of troops, rendering the native populace inconsequential. Thus, he had little inclination to engage in the games and subtle machinations of the aristocracy. Just as Daenerys and her companion felt a flicker of hope, contemplating Qi Xuan's praise, his subsequent words cast a chilling pall over the atmosphere. It is paramount to learn humility, especially in the presence of formidable adversaries. The so-called royal bloodlines and noble offspring are but trifles of dust in my eyes. Beyond humility, the most admirable trait is loyalty. Seated languidly upon the golden throne, Qi Xuan exuded an air of carefree ease, as if his prior remarks were mere trifles. Yet, to think so would be a grave misjudgment. The memory of the nobles struck down by lightning instilled a sense of dread among the gathered assembly. This King Qi was a stark contrast to the kings of yore who adhered to the law without overstepping their bounds. Typically, unless one committed treason or heinous crimes, the kingdom's laws seldom fell upon noble lords. Even illegitimate heirs or commoners who ascended to the throne would eventually be molded into the image of the nobility. Observing Qi Xuan's perpetually serene demeanor, Daenerys experienced a sudden epiphany. Before this man stands an arrogance that soars higher than the heavens. Though he maintains a visage as tranquil as still waters, exuding an air of indifference to both praise and disgrace, this demeanor is merely a facade. Daenerys is gripped by a profound intuition that, in the eyes of this king of Qi, neither her royal lineage nor the assembly of noble lords present holds any significance. To him, they are all but insignificant ants. Thus, whether it be her plea for assistance or her request for an alliance, it seems destined to be in vain. Chapter 162. The Edict of Expansion. It is a well-known truth that individuals often find themselves powerless against the currents of fate. Whether it be the original heroine, Daenerys Targaryen, the original hero, Jon Snow, or any other characters within the narrative, they too are unable to alter the course of history. For instance, the backlash faced by Daenerys and her followers due to their efforts to liberate slaves illustrates this point. Otherwise, it is unlikely that these two would have ventured here. Of course, for the current Qi Xuan, the so-called tides of this planet cannot impede his will. Yet, even in his present state of invincibility on this world, his yearning for power remains fervent. If one were to inquire why he so desperately seeks greater strength, it is only those who have experienced helplessness and a lack of agency who crave freedom and power even more. At the very least, Qi Xuan does not wish for a day to arrive when he is told that in the face of greater matters, he lacks the strength to overturn the table. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of tension. It is not yet the time for indulgence. Gazing across the vast universe, and even into the grander realms beyond, what significance does the modicum of power he currently possesses hold? As such, he found no further time to engage in idle chatter with those before him. He must expedite the arrangements for the forthcoming tasks, so that he may commence his seclusion and cultivation. Daenerys, what brings you here? Qi Xuan inquired calmly, his gaze fixed upon the mother of dragons. His tone measured and unhurried. Nevertheless, it was evident to any attentive listener that his words conveyed a profound indifference. Naturally, Daenerys discerned the underlying sentiment in his speech. Your Majesty, my city of Meereen has come under attack by our enemies, a vile coalition of slavers. Daenerys exclaimed, her eyes scrutinizing Qi Xuan for any sign of emotional response. Observing his face remain impassive, clearly uninterested in her plight, she hastily altered her approach. I beseech your aid. Your Majesty, I am prepared to offer a substantial amount of gold dragons in return. Upon hearing Daenerys' declaration, Qi Xuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally heard the words he longed to hear. Qi Xuan did not reject support for other forces, as long as they were not adversaries and did not harbor intentions of exploiting his assistance. Although the wealth, beauty, or rare treasures of this world held little value for him at present, this did not imply a fondness for being taken advantage of or deceived. As for betrayal, Qi Xuan's response to treachery was unwavering, total annihilation. If one were to inquire why Qi Xuan exhibited such a heavy-handed and domineering disposition, the answer would lie in the formidable nature of his system. Given this, why should he confine himself, establishing a multitude of rules and laws? It is well known that laws are devised to restrain the common populace, while simultaneously safeguarding the interests of the elite. Why is this so? Why do some individuals, despite committing capital offenses, receive the death penalty, while others are granted stays of execution, followed by reductions in their sentences, even culminating in medical parole? Occasionally, when reflecting on memories from before his transmigration, Qi Xuan would find himself confronted with viewpoints starkly opposed to his previous beliefs. He could not determine whether this shift was due to his altered circumstances or his own extreme perspectives. Observing the anxious yet hopeful expression on Daenerys's face, Qi Xuan could not help but chuckle softly. Upon receiving his affirmation of assistance, a smile blossomed on Daenerys's face, and her gaze towards him took on a new depth. Clearly, with the weight of her worries lifted, she finally had the mental space to contemplate other matters. Though the man before her was not as physically imposing as her late husband, thoughts of the rumors surrounding him ignited a warmth within her. Instinctively, Daenerys shifted her legs. Meanwhile, Jon Snow, gazing at Qi Xuan seated upon the golden throne, found himself entranced. It seemed but a year had passed since their last encounter. Yet their reunion felt as though a lifetime had elapsed. Had it not been for his clear recollection of time, he would be unable to fathom how much territory one could conquer in less than a year. He recalled how, after Qi Xuan first captured the Black Castle, he had opted to take hostages, including Jon himself, to negotiate for peace. Had he acted in accordance with his current modus operandi, it was likely that few captives would have been spared. After all, only moments ago, the noble lords of high standing had been crushed like mere ants beneath Qi Xuan's might. As Daenerys and Jon Snow pondered their respective thoughts, Qi Xuan's gaze shifted once more to the others present in the hall. Undoubtedly, aside from Daenerys and Jon Snow, the remaining individuals in this chamber were all esteemed members of the Qi army, regardless of whether these individuals are the legitimate heirs of Qi Xuan, or lords and nobles who have defected along the way, or those who have risen from the ranks of common soldiers to achieve their current status. As Qi Xuan gazed upon them, memories of his earlier contemplations surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, Qi Xuan spoke, declaring, "Beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the king, along the shores. All subjects belong to the king, whether in the realm of Westeros or across the sea in Essos. I shall conquer them utterly." You have likely heard some tidings in recent days, have you not? Indeed, those rumors are true. I have resolved that from this day forth, there shall be no feudal lords in Westeros. All territories will be administered directly by the royal authority. At this juncture, Qi Xuan deliberately paused, his gaze calm as he surveyed the fidgeting nobles below. With a smile, his eyes turned piercing, causing those who met his gaze to feel as though their hearts had been pierced by a sharp arrow. Gradually, the assembled nobles bowed their heads in unison, seeking to avoid direct eye contact with Qi Xuan. As a reward for your contributions, I have decided to implement a decree of expansion in Essos. Those who achieve significant military accomplishments shall be granted the opportunity to exchange their merits for noble titles and lands in Essos. This policy shall apply universally to all within the Qi Xuan. As Qi Xuan's words resonated through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Shock washed over the hearts of all present. None could have anticipated Qi Xuan's audacity to enact such a policy. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this decree was potent enough to incite fervor among countless individuals. Even the lords of Westeros, who appeared to suffer a loss on the surface, felt a sense of relief mingled with excitement in their hearts. As for the reason, it is sufficient to say that those who understand, understand. Chapter 163. The Littlefinger in action. Is it difficult to leave one's homeland? This sentiment likely stems from the adage that an individual is deemed less valuable away from their roots. For the majority of common folk, there may exist a semblance of nostalgia for their native soil. However, for the elite, the situation differs dramatically. As long as they remain in positions of power, what difference does it make which city they inhabit? Consequently, they care little whether their family's fiefdom lies in Westeros or Essos. While it is true that the commoners of Westeros have been subjected to years of ideological oppression and servitude by the noble lords, rendering them more docile, the more open-minded and liberated atmosphere of Essos does not favor the feudal system as the prevailing political structure. To put it succinctly, should the local rulers be displeased, the common folk in Essos can readily migrate to other city-states. Thus, replicating the same conditions of control and exploitation found in Westeros would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Even though the challenges and costs of dominion are considerable, it remains an investment with astonishing returns. By enforcing authority through instilling fear via violence and subtly brainwashing the populace, countless loyal subjects can be effortlessly created. Observing the delighted expressions on the faces of those below, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's features. Perhaps one's position dictates one's perspective? At this moment, he occupied the exalted golden throne, and thus he was indifferent to the nobility's oppression of others. Had he been among the oppressed commoners at this juncture, Qi Xuan believed he would have risen up without hesitation, igniting a rebellion. From this day forth, you are free to seize territories on the continent of Essos. At the end of each month, you may exchange your military achievements for titles and lands on Essos. Remember, you must not engage in unwarranted conflict among yourselves. Transgressors shall face severe consequences. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's words, the smiles of those present grew even brighter. As the saying goes, chaos is the ladder to progress. In their eyes, the distant continent of Essos resembled an open gold mine, eagerly awaiting their exploration. The acquisition of noble titles and lands, or even higher ranks and larger domains, became an attainable ambition. Qi Xuan waved his hand, signaling the assembly to disperse. He understood that with his few words, the fervor within the hearts of the attendees had already ignited, their spirits soaring to distant horizons. The senior officers of the Qi army gradually exited the Grand Palace, hastily departing. Clearly, their ambitions and desires had been kindled, and they were eager to mobilize their forces for an expedition to Essos. Confidence filled their hearts regarding the impending great campaign. No one doubted their ability to triumph over the entrenched interests on Essos, for their leader was the invincible god of war, Qi Xuan. Besides this unparalleled warrior, the presence of the Yellow Turban warriors also fueled their confidence. After all, the individual prowess of the Yellow Turban warriors could easily rival that of the finest fighters and knights of the age in non-mounted combat. Moreover, these individuals wielded considerable power, be it in wealth, military strength, or both. At this moment, time equated to wealth. Being the first to arrive on the continent of Essos signified an opportunity to secure military accolades, land, and riches. Although, in terms of geographical size, Essos far surpassed Westeros. It stood to reason that the land grants on Essos would be more than adequate for the senior officers of the Qi army. After all, the total number of those present was eclipsed by the peak population of noble lords on Westeros. However, for those truly ambitious individuals, the prospect of contending for a dukedom or a marquisate is not entirely dismissed. As for Qi Xuan, he harbors a greater fondness for the title of emperor than the current kingship. Just as Daenerys and her companion were lost in thought, a slender man approached with an air of elegance. Queen Myline, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Peter, the former Lord of the Vale. Though most simply call me Littlefinger. The voice that reached Daenerys' ears roused her from her reverie, prompting her to turn towards its source. There stood a middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 40s, whose stature was neither imposing nor robust, yet he exuded an aura of refinement. His initial impression was that of a well-read scholar, brimming with wisdom. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Peter. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Despite Peter's self-proclamation as a former duke, Daenerys refrained from naively addressing him as Littlefinger or former duke. Meanwhile, her mind began to speculate on Peter's intentions. Behind her, Jon Snow's gaze shifted towards the smiling Peter, his eyes revealing a contemplative expression. Compared to Daenerys, who was still somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of Westeros, Jon, as a native of the realm, possessed a deeper understanding of certain matters, such as the notorious reputation of Littlefinger, in a land that venerates lineage and martial prowess. The rise of a lesser noble like Littlefinger is fraught with challenges. Had he possessed exceptional martial skills, he might have garnered fame through tournaments, thereby elevating his status. Conversely, if he were the firstborn of a great noble house, even mediocrity would pose no hindrance to his ascent. Regrettably, his remarkable intellect was not acknowledged by the prevailing values of Westeros. The noble lords of the realm prioritized two attributes above all: bloodline and personal valor. Thus, for the discontented Littlefinger, the desire for advancement compelled him to clandestinely engage in schemes, such as orchestrating the poisoning of the former hand of the king and sowing discord among the prominent Stark, Baratheon, and Lannister families. Alas, Qi Xuan's unexpected arrival disrupted his machinations, rendering him temporarily compliant. Subsequently, Littlefinger astutely aligned himself with Qi Xuan, rallying the noble forces of the Vale to join his cause. Now, Daenerys' arrival presented him with a ladder to ascend. Most crucially, the recent edict promulgated by Emperor Qi Xuan, in a certain light, afforded ambitious souls like himself the opportunity to realize their aspirations. To his knowledge, the formidable Daenerys commanded not only 3 young dragons, but also an army of nearly 10,000 unsullied warriors. If both parties could form an alliance, it would undoubtedly be splendid news for the subsequent conquest of the Essos continent. As for the notion of furthering this alliance to seek the overthrow of the rule of the King of Qi, Peter couldn't help but shake his head. Only someone lacking sound judgment would entertain such thoughts. After all, they were the ones most acutely aware of whether the title of the god of war was mere embellishment or not. Chapter 164. Alliance. As Peter gazed upon the youthful and clear-eyed Daenerys before him, a sense of quiet delight began to bloom within him. He relished, and was most adept at, the art of persuasion and manipulation of such a naive soul. Compared to the scheming old foxes, this seemingly innocent woman undoubtedly met his criteria. Coming from a once noble but now fallen family, Peter had endured countless taunts and hardships throughout his life. Had his lineage been more illustrious, he might not have lost the woman he cherished most. In that fateful duel fought for love, he had suffered a devastating defeat. Had it not been for her plea on his behalf, he would likely have perished in that encounter. For reasons unknown, Peter suddenly recalled that painful and humiliating chapter of his past. In the next moment, however, he had composed himself, revealing no hint of vulnerability on his face. The Queen of Meereen, whether rescuing her city or launching an assault on the Essos continent, could indeed pursue both objectives simultaneously. I propose that we forge an alliance. Your dragons, combined with my army from the Vale, could surely wreak havoc across the Essos continent. Peter's expression was earnest, his words imbued with sincerity. Witnessing this, Daenerys felt a stirring in her heart. After receiving the King of Qi's permission, she had intended to seek out a cadre of noble lords for alliances. The reason she had hesitated was her unfamiliarity with the current high-ranking officials of the Qi army. She had planned to gather intelligence before taking action. To her surprise, a duke from the Vale had approached her, seeking an alliance. In an instant, Daenerys was filled with joy and pride. Clearly, her reputation as the mother of dragons had reached even the continent of Westeros. Very well, I accept your proposal for an alliance. Without a doubt, Daenerys felt she had no reason or necessity to decline. Moreover, she harbored her own ambitions. As a scion of the Targaryen royal bloodline, with her unique trio of dragons, she saw an opportunity to taste the essence of queenship. Perhaps such an opportunity would not arise in the current landscape of Westeros, but on the opportunity-laden Essos continent. Hope glimmered just within reach. Upon witnessing Daenerys's resolute agreement, Peter's heart swelled with elation. Despite currently holding the title of Lord of the Vale, this status was precariously tethered to his marriage with the widow of the former lord. Once the former lord's young son matured, he would be obliged to relinquish the ducal power back to the rightful heir, in accordance with noble inheritance laws. For Littlefinger, chaos served as a ladder to ascend, and surrendering his power was a far more agonizing prospect than death itself. Although through his union with the former Lord's wife and timely allegiance with Qyburn, Peter had momentarily secured control over the noble lords of the Vale, he was acutely aware that many held little respect for him. To avert prolonged uncertainty and bolster his own position, Peter unhesitatingly sought an alliance with Daenerys. However, this was still far from fulfilling his ambitions. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Daenerys, his voice laced with temptation, suggesting that while their coalition could surely suffice to rescue Meereen and conquer a marquisate or earldom, if they could also court the House of Tyrell and the Reach or the Martells of Dorne, they might just carve out a significant kingdom on the continent of Essos. At that juncture, kingship and dukedom would be within their grasp. Peter's words, though simple, resonated deeply with Daenerys. Those who have tasted power understand its intoxicating allure, and relinquishing it can be more agonizing than death for many. Even though Daenerys had initially been quite innocent, her journey had imparted her a profound understanding of power. Essentially, her visit to King's Landing was not solely to seek assistance. She harbored aspirations of a union with Qyburn. Regrettably, Qyburn appeared disinterested in her. Had she not witnessed his attention towards a beautiful handmaiden in the hall, she might have doubted his very nature. After all, her renown had spread across Essos and Westeros alike. Coupled with her strength and her noble lineage from one of the 40 bloodlines of Valyria, the Targaryen dynasty of Westeros, she was undoubtedly one of the most coveted women in the world. Observing Jon Snow beside her, one could see how his recent experiences had transformed him entirely. Perhaps it was his early departure from the scorned status of a bastard in Westeros, coupled with the Night's Watch's vow of celibacy and landlessness, that had shifted his fate from the original narrative. Undoubtedly, the vast, liberated, and open continent of Essos has transformed Jon Snow's previously humble disposition into one of newfound openness. Perhaps this exemplifies the profound influence that one's environment can exert on an individual. Coupled with his concealed identity, not a mere bastard, but rather the esteemed heir of the former royal Targaryen lineage, he finds himself with the potential to vie for a noble title and lands. In light of Peter's renewed proposal, Daenerys found herself ensnared in contemplation. Essentially, Daenerys is neither exceptionally astute nor particularly dull. Rather, in comparison to the intellectual heavyweights of the original narrative, her wisdom appears somewhat pedestrian. She is naturally in favor of expanding her alliances, yet she hesitates, concerned that such moves might diminish her authority. After all, an alliance with the nobles of the Vale could still allow her to stand her ground. But if the Duke of the Riverlands or the Duke of Dorne were to join forces with Peter, the equilibrium of power within the alliance could be jeopardized. After much deliberation, Daenerys exhaled deeply. Very well, I shall acquiesce. For now, the most pressing matter remains the urgent rescue of the besieged city of Meereen. As for subsequent affairs, they can be addressed in due course. Chapter 165. Actions from all sides since the announcement of the expedition to the continent of Essos and the decree of military honors by Qi Xuan. The entire realm of Westeros has been engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Countless individuals perceive opportunities within the impending grand expedition. War is fueled by wealth, logistics, and manpower. Whether it involves the recruitment of soldiers or the procurement of provisions and weaponry, the foremost requirement is undoubtedly financial resources. Furthermore, wars often do not yield swift resolutions, resulting in heightened demands for logistical support from both warring factions. Should the supply lines be severed, a besieged army will inevitably face defeat due to starvation. Ultimately, the most critical element of warfare is the soldiers themselves. The combat efficacy of different soldiers can vary immensely. For instance, poorly trained militia would struggle to overcome an equal number of regular troops. Similarly, an equivalent number of cavalry can effortlessly vanquish tenfold the number of infantry. For the countless commoners of Westeros, the forthcoming grand expedition ignites a glimmer of hope for advancement. Those with modest ambitions yearn to participate and attain valor and wealth. Those with grander aspirations seek to accumulate sufficient accolades to effectuate a leap in social class, thereby becoming privileged noble lords. Notably, such sentiments are not solely confined to the vast populace of commoners. As the privileged elite of the present-day Westeros, the vested interests undeniably possess a broader vision than the common folk. After all, in their pursuit of monopolistic control, they have largely conspired to elevate the barriers to knowledge, even creating the illusion that intellect is of little consequence. Why do I assert this? Throughout the original series, the majority of the noble lords exhibited disdain towards intellectuals, deeming that a man's valor alone is worthy of esteem. It is difficult not to suspect that this disdain is deliberate rather than a product of ignorance. Perhaps, long ago, certain noble lords recognized the significance of knowledge in shaping one's destiny, thus opting to enforce a regime of ignorance. Ultimately, no matter how valiant the commoners may be, they remain but brutish figures of brawn. In the end, only a select few of these brutish individuals, possessing both cunning and intellect, find their way into the folds of the noble lord's interests. Among the representatives of intelligence in the original series, Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger, possesses a remarkably astute mind. Indeed, had he not encountered Bran Stark, who seemed to possess a scriptural advantage, it is likely that the Iron Throne would have ultimately fallen into his hands. It must be noted that diligence and talent cannot rival the advantages of divine favor. Littlefinger understood the importance of aligning with Daenerys Targaryen, and other noble lords surely contemplated their own alliances. While the speed of their cognizance may differ, it is improbable that none could conceive the notion of coalition. Presently, the forces under the banner of Qi Xuan can be divided into three distinct factions. The first comprises the direct loyalists to Qi Xuan, primarily consisting of the system's soldiers, supplemented by a few recognized local elites based on loyalty and capability. The second faction consists of the noble lords who have continually joined Qi Xuan's campaign through various conquests. Among them are several formidable lords. Yet their questionable loyalty and moral shortcomings have rendered them untrustworthy in Qi Xuan's eyes. Over-reliance on such individuals often culminates in unexpected betrayal, a notion firmly held by Qi Xuan, who has perused both the original series and numerous historical texts of this world. The final faction encompasses those who do not belong to the aforementioned groups. In response to Qi Xuan's declaration of a campaign, it was naturally the loyalists who first reacted. Upon the upper echelons of these loyalists returning to their encampment, they swiftly convened to reach a decision. Subsequently, these leaders, accompanied by a sufficient number of soldiers, embarked on ships bound for Braavos and Essos. Clearly, their intention is to make Braavos, now under the control of the Qi Xuan army, the nucleus of their expansion, aiming to extend their influence outward. Throughout this process, the members of the loyalist forces will consistently attain military achievements, thereby facilitating their advancement. Compared to the united and concerted efforts of the direct troops, the factions composed of the old noble lords from the continent of Westeros are considerably more intricate. For the noble lords, who are accustomed to schemes and treachery, it is nearly impossible to unite those with differing interests. If King Qi Xuan were to personally lead the charge, his unparalleled might and authority would compel these noble lords to behave obediently, deterred from any underhanded actions. Unfortunately, within the current noble factions, there are numerous factions, none of which can completely subdue the others. Even among these factions, there is a palpable rivalry, with each vying for superiority. For instance, there is the nominal Lord of the Vale, Lord Peter Baelish. By habit, the noble lords within the Qi Xuan army typically choose their allies based on the geographical locations of their fiefs. The regions referred to here include the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Westerlands. As the Lord of the Vale, the Tyrell, Rose, family has already established its alliances. In addition to the various vassal families of the Vale, the Rose family has also garnered support from the pirate nobility of the Iron Islands. The formidable naval prowess of the Iron Islands pirates was naturally a primary consideration. Furthermore, the relationship between House Greyjoy and King Qi Xuan is also significant. The intricate web of alliances and connections among the factions within the Qi Xuan army is self-evident. This news has also unsettled the Dornish factions, who are now filled with apprehension. Presently, within Westeros, there is hardly anyone who doubts King Qi Xuan's ultimate conquest of the continent. The only distinction lies in the duration of time expected for this to occur. In fact, the Dornish nobility, including the Martell family, has already dispatched countless letters and envoys to King's Landing, expressing their fealty. If it were not for the persistent inability to reach an agreement due to conditions, Dorne would have long since voted unanimously to join the kingdom of Qi Xuan. In truth, the Martell family is even willing to relinquish the independent status they have maintained since the Targaryen era, as well as their royal title. Regrettably, King Qi Xuan's responses have remained ambiguous and indifferent. Now, with the news of the Grand Expedition, the Dornish lords are starting to perceive King Qi Xuan's resolve and response. Consequently, many Dornish lords have begun to waver. Perhaps relinquishing Dorne's territory to establish military merit on the continent of Essos and securing a new fief could be a prudent strategy? Chapter 166. Nothing is unsellable. There is a saying that captures the essence of capitalism. For a profit of 50%, capital dares to take risks. For a profit of 100%, capital is willing to gamble with its very neck. The truth is, when the stakes of an endeavor are sufficiently high, human nature is tested beyond its limits. In modern society, why do issues of food safety persist unabated? Ultimately, it can be attributed to the exceedingly high profit margins within this industry. In comparison to the substantial returns on investment, the penalties incurred upon being caught are, without a doubt, negligible. This principle is even more pronounced on a planet whose cultural development resembles that of the Middle Ages. Even with the impending expedition of the Kingdom of Qi to the continent of Essos, merchants on Essos remain eager to serve as guides. Faced with exorbitant shipping fees, all else pales in significance. Moreover, for various reasons, Essos has remained fragmented for countless years, lacking a unified nation. It is worth noting that the Valyrian freehold once came close to conquering the entirety of Essos. In contrast to other factions still engaged in warfare with cold steel, Valyria boasted 40 noble families that possessed dragons, collectively known as the Dragon Lords. Historical records indicate that the Valyrian freehold once mobilized over 1,000 dragons to initiate their conquest of Essos. Regrettably, a cataclysmic volcanic eruption nearly obliterated the capital of the Valyrian freehold and most of its dragons. Subsequently, the surviving remnants of Valyria faced the retribution of formerly subjugated forces on the continent of Essos. Had it not been for the Targaryen family's foresight, guided by their ancestors' prophecy, to seek refuge on Dragonstone near Westeros, they too would likely have faced reckoning. As for informing other Dragonlord families of this prophecy, regrettably, the Targaryens were not among the strongest of the 40 houses at that time, barely achieving a middling status. Clearly, humanity is prone to forgetfulness when it comes to history. As the saying goes, the only lesson humanity learns from its past is that it never truly learns from history. For the inhabitants of Essos today, the history of being enslaved by the Valyrian freehold sounds akin to an uncertain legend. Evidently, they have forgotten the long and painful era of servitude. Today, the prospect of the Kingdom of Qi's military expedition to Essos is met with enthusiasm. After all, for some, the spoils of war and the misfortunes of nations are eagerly anticipated fortunes. Of course, Essos is not home to many nations. It is predominantly divided into loosely connected city-states. Furthermore, being born in a particular city-state does not guarantee unwavering loyalty or a willingness to sacrifice for its defense. Consequently, in the face of foreign incursions into Essos, it is difficult to ascertain how many inhabitants would possess a strong resolve to resist. After all, when true danger arises, there are always other directions to which one can migrate. Such is the reality of a continent as vast as Essos. In just a matter of days, the volume of ships traversing between the two continents surged dramatically. Historically, the vessels making the journey were predominantly merchant ships. which necessitated the selling of their cargo or the purchasing of goods to fill their holds before each departure. However, the current situation requires merely the continuous collection of funds and the unwavering transport of soldiers and supplies to the continent of Essos. Even before the onset of war, the coastal cities and towns on the eastern side of Westeros welcomed a wave of wealth and development, most notably represented by King's Landing and White Harbor. In a sense, despite Emperor Qi Xuan not having officially enacted numerous policies to promote economic growth, the coastal regions of Westeros were already experiencing significant advancement. It is undeniable that the long-suffering common folk of Westeros were once again beneficiaries of the Emperor's grace. In a fleeting moment, countless commoners began to question their existence. Could this newfound affluence truly be real? In times of peace, life was somewhat bearable, albeit impoverished, with most not facing starvation. Yet, should war erupt, the relentless plundering by various enemy forces would leave even the capital, King's Landing, vulnerable to famine. If the citizens of the capital were struggling, what of those in regions far less fortunate? If one were to analyze the current state of Westeros through the lens of modern statistical theories, one might conclude that its economic development had surged forward by over a decade in a mere instant. For Qi Xuan, possessing the magical mirrors, the magic mirror and the heavenly mirror, albeit the latter being of lesser quality, the clarity of this situation was evident and welcomed. His only lament was that these two treasures were of only the first tier. If their quality were higher, might they not offer enhanced functionalities, such as powerful capabilities akin to expeditionary attacks, in addition to surveillance? Moreover, in recent days, Emperor Qi Xuan had been issuing arrest warrants for those guilty of embezzling public funds, not out of a desire for absolute retribution against corrupt officials, but rather a reaction to their audacity in pilfering his money, an act utterly intolerable. It is no wonder that ancient dynasties often implemented policies favoring agriculture over commerce. The allure of substantial profits can easily corrupt human nature. There is seemingly nothing that cannot be sold. If something remains unsold, it merely indicates that the potential profit has yet to reach sufficient heights. As the armies of Qi Xuan embarked on their expeditions across the sea to Essos, the numerous noble lords of Dorne began to waver. The environment of Dorne is notoriously harsh, riddled with deserts and scarce oases and water sources. It was precisely this inhospitable landscape that had once enabled the Dornish to repel the forces of the Targaryen dynasty through scorched earth tactics. In comparison to the more favorable geography of Essos, the once essential Dorne now appeared increasingly dispensable. The only concern that weighed on the minds of the noble lords of Dorne was whether they too could partake in the benefits bestowed by the expansion decree. However, reality did not afford them ample time for contemplation. Under the command of Qi Xuan, a fully armed army of several hundred men arrived at the borders of Dorne. In comparison to deploying thousands, or even tens of thousands, a mere few hundred yellow turban warriors were undoubtedly more suitable for the assault on Dorne. Their requisite provisions of food and water could be efficiently airlifted by the Griffin riders, rendering all other considerations unnecessary. Although the combat prowess of the yellow turban warriors was formidable, they remained a cost-effective and easily producible military unit. Nevertheless, each individual warrior possessed strength comparable to the former Imperial Guards. Chapter 167, The Golden Kingdom. The world has never revolved around a single individual, unless that individual is the eternal sun, like Qi Xuan. For Qi Xuan, who now stood invincible, it was undoubtedly imperative to seclude himself and cultivate a new system of power. From a pragmatic standpoint, if he were to personally lead an expedition to the continent of Essos, the pace and efficiency of conquering that land would be significantly accelerated. Moreover, the monthly rewards accrued from the system would be greatly enhanced. Yet, he was not devoid of concerns. Setting aside the potential resurrection of the deceased Light King and the three gods, one could not help but ponder whether the other deities, such as the ancient gods, could once again rise. The mere presence of what appeared to be the consciousness of the Power Star had lodged a sense of unease in Qi Xuan's throat. To him, the Power Star had long been regarded as his own garden and stronghold. At least, before conquering other habitable planets for humanity, the significance of the Power Star was paramount. Regrettably, Qi Xuan currently lacked the means to eliminate the consciousness of the Power Star. Furthermore, the uncertain impending abyssal invasion was a pressing issue that could not be overlooked. Although Qi Xuan now possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, this did not equate to invincibility. Should the enemy's power surpass a certain threshold, it remained uncertain whether they could disregard his resurrection and utterly obliterate him. Additionally, methods of sealing or imprisonment could still confine Qi Xuan in his current state. It was due to these myriad concerns that Qi Xuan had chosen to exchange all his system points over the past 2 months for treasure packages, rather than for population or troop packages. Despite his preference for the Easterners, who bore a closer resemblance to his own appearance compared to the indigenous peoples of this planet, priorities must be observed. Hence, Qi Xuan opted for seclusion to cultivate his strength as an immortal practitioner. During the days of Qi Xuan's retreat, the world continued to undergo transformations unabated. In the face of the allure of military honors and titles, the realm of Westeros exhibited astonishing might. Nobles and wealthy merchants generously opened their coffers, summoning and recruiting a multitude of soldiers to traverse the seas towards the western coast of Essos. Meanwhile, destitute commoners, enticed by astonishing wealth, either joined the military or enlisted in extraneous mercenary forces. Yet, even amidst such radical transformations in the world, some individuals managed to withstand the overwhelming allure of rapid ascendance. After all, while life may be fragile and humble, it is singular and irreplaceable for each person. Striving to endure and to cultivate a happier, more prosperous existence for oneself and one's family is undoubtedly a form of wisdom. Thanks to the policies of Qi Xuan, the continent of Westeros burgeoned with vitality and blossoming potential. It is no exaggeration to assert that this land was replete with employment opportunities. As long as one is not excessively indolent, starvation is unlikely. Indeed, through diligent labor, one could potentially escape poverty and amass wealth. Perhaps in the near future, we shall witness a remarkable scene of the prosperous aiding the less fortunate, leading to collective affluence across this continent. Similarly, despite the elite monopolizing knowledge and artificially elevating the barriers to education, this does not imply that those uneducated are inherently foolish. Throughout history, humanity has never lacked for geniuses, whose advancements cannot be stifled by the suppression of knowledge. Even across the distant seas of Essos, many astute individuals have discerned the opportunities emerging in Westeros. Naturally, the first to act were the privileged elite, equipped with information, driven by self-interest. The volume of maritime exchanges between the two continents surged dramatically, with intervals between voyages continually diminishing. An unceasing flow of Qi Xuan soldiers and countless mercenaries joining their ranks traversed the waters to Essos, while many commoners from Essos also embarked on vessels bound for Westeros. The inhabitants of Essos possessed some knowledge of the distant land of Westeros. However, the information known for countless years underwent a seismic transformation in less than a year. In fact, this change began to manifest gradually after Qi Xuan led his forces to conquer the northern stronghold of White Harbor in Westeros. Through this natural and expansive port city, ships transporting innumerable goods journeyed to various corners of the world, accompanied by a myriad of both true and false tidings. Nonetheless, at the very least, news regarding Qi Xuan and his army continued to proliferate. The emergence of this force, expanding with astonishing speed akin to thunder, ignited curiosity in the hearts of many. Just how powerful and unified must they be to conquer territories and expand so swiftly? Regarding the powers on the continent of Westeros, there exists a certain awareness of the city-states on the continent of Essos. Without delving into the distant past, in recent decades, the three sister city-states of Essos have repeatedly launched wars against Westeros. The three sister city-states refer to the three neighboring cities on Essos: Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. Trump, a native of Essos, hails from an obscure village. Over the course of less than a year, he has heard tales of the rise of the Qi Emperor and the countless common generals of the Qi army who have similarly ascended. For him, compared to the already established order of Essos, the vibrant and hopeful continent of Westeros is undeniably more enticing. It is well known that a newly established power or nation has greater opportunities for advancement and faces lesser resistance. Conversely, the opposite holds true as well. After paying a painfully hefty fare for his passage, Trump finally arrived at the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, following a lengthy sea voyage. Standing in the crowded hold of the ship, his eyes were fixed with fervor upon the port of King's Landing. Before him lay a vast harbor, filled with vessels of all sizes, laden with cargo and people. At every moment, countless ships departed from the harbor, only to be replaced by even more arriving vessels. The sight of such prosperity left Trump utterly astonished. When he finally set foot on the soil of King's Landing, his gaze was momentarily transfixed. Taking a deep breath, Trump savored the essence of freedom and sweetness. Truly, King's Landing, revered by many as the Golden City, boasted an astonishingly clean ground, devoid of the filth commonly seen elsewhere. The air was infused with the aromas of roasted meat and spices wafting from every household. It was evident that the faces of the pedestrians on the streets were flushed with health, indicating a diet of considerable quality. Suddenly, Trump's admiration for this golden land intensified. Indeed, this was his spiritual homeland. From this moment onward, he would strive to be a citizen of Qi, continually advancing through his own efforts in this land brimming with hope and opportunity. Chapter 168. Stirring restlessness in the present day, the people of Qi are experiencing unprecedented happiness. War and hunger seem to have distanced themselves from their lives. Of course, not all citizens of Qi can partake in such blissful existence. At least those who have committed crimes and those who stand against the Qi Emperor do not. For Qi Xuan, emerging from the new era of the East, governing by the rule of law is undoubtedly a correct policy. Since his arrival in this world, he has adhered to specific laws in dealing with criminals and captured enemies. Those who committed minor offenses are often subjected to fines or a set duration of hard labor. Conversely, those guilty of heinous crimes, such as murder and rape, are initially sentenced to death. However, with the advent of sorcerers capable of transforming individuals into yellow turban warriors, these condemned criminals are repurposed under the principle of utility. In this era of extensive construction, the locations for hard labor sentences have predominantly shifted north of the wall. Although the army of the others no longer poses a significant threat to the current Qi Xuan, any potential danger warrants preemptive measures for prevention and eradication. Therefore, he has dispatched numerous laborers north of the wall to fell trees and scout for enemies, alongside sending a considerable fleet to Dragonstone to excavate Dragonstone crystals. Though the name Dragonstone suggests a precious commodity, it is, in fact, a mineral associated with dragons capable of reducing the others to ashes upon impact. The others are creatures transformed by the Night King, a being of formidable power, unlike the mindless wights, also spawned by the Night King, whose individual strength pales in comparison to that of untrained commoners. In contrast, each of the others possesses power that rivals the most elite knights and warriors. As for the Night King, in the original narrative, he wielded a mysterious spear that, with a single throw, felled a mature dragon mid-flight. Had he not been so reckless, ultimately allowing Arya Stark to strike him down with a dagger forged from Dragonstone, the extinction of humanity on Westeros might have been inevitable. For the current Qi Xuan, the fearsome Night King and his army of wights, once viewed as catastrophic, have diminished in significance. Nevertheless, the threat posed by the wights remains considerable in the present context of Westeros. While the enchanted wall has successfully impeded the advance of the White Army, it does not guarantee their confinement to the northern side. In the original tale, the Night King transformed slain dragons into ice dragons, utilizing their flames to obliterate the wall. Now, with Qi Xuan's knowledge of the original storyline, the Night King has lost that opportunity. However, the existence of the three-eyed raven introduces an element of uncertainty. Despite being mortal enemies in the original narrative, with the Night King relentlessly pursuing him, the veracity of this information remains ambiguous. If one truly wishes to evade the relentless pursuit of the Night King and his undead minions, the three-eyed raven and the forest children who protect him ought to seek refuge south of the wall, rather than remain in the perilous expanse north of it. As for the animosity between humans and the forest children, what does it matter to the extraordinary three-eyed raven? As long as he desires to remain elusive, who could possibly capture him? At the very least, Qi Xuan, who has long sought to eliminate his adversary, has yet to apprehend the ever-hiding three-eyed raven. It is not that Qi Xuan cannot trace the raven's whereabouts. Rather, the endeavor to eliminate him proves exceedingly troublesome, necessitating the thorough eradication of the surrounding army of the undead. Although Qi Xuan possesses a nearly invincible prowess, that does not imply he is a mindless brute. Thus, he would refrain from a solitary assault to slay the three-eyed raven. Regardless, time is undoubtedly on his side. Just as Qi Xuan has never underestimated the threat posed by the three-eyed raven and the others, it is equally imperative for the extraordinary three-eyed raven to eliminate the unstable factor that is Qi Xuan. Regrettably, the initial assault by the free folk on the wall represented the finest opportunity, which ultimately culminated in failure. In truth, before Qi Xuan's forces breached the wall, it would have been the optimal moment for the three-eyed raven to strike. Fortunately, fate favored Qi Xuan. At the wall, Black Castle, a former bastion of the Night's Watch, had once languished in obscurity, yet it regained its splendor with Qi Xuan's arrival. As the first and most significant fortress captured since his southern campaign, it serves as a bulwark against the foes lurking north of the wall. Thus, it was inevitable that Qi Xuan would deploy a substantial contingent of elite troops and ample logistical supplies within this castle. In the continent of Westeros, the climate tends to grow increasingly frigid as one approaches the northern regions. By the time one reaches the wall, the climate bears little distinction from an eternal winter. However, within Black Castle, warmth akin to spring prevails. Thanks to the diligent labor of the criminals, a copious amount of timber is felled and transported to this fortress each day. Subsequently, the dried wood is transformed into fuel, providing warmth to the castle. At this moment, several soldiers, having indulged in a hearty lunch, exited the pleasantly warm Black Castle. Despite their thick woolen garb, they could not suppress a shiver upon stepping out of the castle's hall. In the next instant, these soldiers gathered baskets of black powder and mounted their griffins. With a series of sharp bird calls, the griffins soared skyward, heading northward from the wall. Soon, the soldiers upon these griffins began to disperse the black powder. Under the gentle caress of the wind, countless black particles began to dance, gradually descending towards the ground. Upon the snow-covered earth, innumerable cold blue eyes fixated on the griffins soaring above. The Night King, an overwhelmingly powerful figure from the original tale, was swathed tightly in thick garments. It seemed as though the falling black dust harbored a perilous threat. Beside him stood not only a multitude of wights and corpses, but also a human boy, whose gaze bore the weight of time's passage. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to an altar before them, which appeared to conceal a significant secret. Chapter 169. Inviting wolves into the house or driving tigers to swallow wolves. The atmosphere surrounding the Night King and his companions was heavy with tension as they grappled with some internal conflict. Clearly, the altar before them concealed a monumental secret, one so grave that even the Night King, who sought to annihilate all living beings or transform them into wights, hesitated, despite his predominantly silent demeanor in the original narrative. Resembling a mindless puppet, the Night King and his wights possessed intellect comparable to that of ordinary humans. As if sensing an imminent danger, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed around the Night King and the three-eyed raven. Stop! If this altar is destroyed, our world will be on the brink of annihilation. Surprisingly, in the face of this unexpected voice and its alarming warnings, both the Night King and the three-eyed raven fell silent. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed their faces, but it quickly transformed into resolve. It was evident that they had made up their minds to obliterate the enigmatic altar before them. In an abrupt gesture, the Night King waved his hand, and in the next moment, numerous wights surged towards the altar. Instantly, a myriad of dazzling lights erupted around the altar. Despite their brilliance, these lights concealed a terrifying power. So formidable was this force that waves of wights, upon merely approaching, were reduced to ashes. In a mere moment, countless wights had been vanquished, leaving a thick layer of dust upon the ground surrounding the altar. Amidst this chaos, the onlookers remained unmoved. It seemed they intended to exhaust the altar's defensive might with a sufficient number of wights. In response, the previously mysterious voice grew increasingly anxious, yet it appeared powerless to intervene. Faced with the promises and admonishments of the mysterious figure, the Night King's expression wavered, but ultimately, he reaffirmed his resolve. Clearly, the destruction of the altar was of greater significance to him than any conditions offered by the enigmatic voice. As for Bran Stark, the young boy who has long been possessed by the three-eyed raven, it is evident from his perpetually calm demeanor that the promises made to him hold little allure. Observing the insects before the altar, which stubbornly refused to communicate, he finds himself unable to reach them. Ultimately, the enigmatic figure vanishes from this place. In the realm of Westeros, in the city of King's Landing, within the palace, Qi Xuan gazes upon the exquisite dancers gracing the center of the grand hall. A faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. A troupe of performers? Indeed, he now possesses both the capability and leisure to indulge in such pursuits. Only thus can he momentarily appease the profound emptiness within his heart. As for training, it is a matter of balance, enjoying the day while dedicating the night to cultivation. Suddenly, Qi Xuan's brows furrowed involuntarily. This disturbance was undoubtedly due to the unexpected presence of an uninvited guest. If his memory served him right, this being had previously claimed to be the world consciousness, the star of authority. The mysterious figure cast a fleeting glance at the women dancing with fervor and then regarded Qi Xuan, who had once again donned a faint smile, before speaking in a muted tone. Such base tastes. It appeared that he held a profound disdain for the spectacle before him. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan could not help but utter a cold laugh, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Base tastes? Pray tell, what pursuits would be deemed as refined interests? The undertones of mockery in Qi Xuan's words did not escape the notice of the mysterious entity, who, however, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, replying lightly, to save the world, to become a deity, to transcend all. Are these not pursuits worthy of every sacrifice? As soon as the words left his lips, Qi Xuan erupted into laughter. Ha! To save the world? How many selfless saviors truly exist? To become a deity? Are they not mere gatekeepers, devoid of freedom, like the hounds of the Light King? The last point, however, bore a semblance of truth. As his laughter subsided, a heavy silence enveloped the space, leaving only the sounds of the dancers. After a protracted pause, the mysterious figure suddenly turned to Qi Xuan, his expression grave as he warned, "The Night King and the three-eyed raven are in a perilous location beyond the wall. They are engaged in something of utmost danger. I have previously informed you that in less than 2.5 years, this world will face an incursion from the abyss. The seals protecting this world are being compromised, should they be destroyed. Our realm will immediately succumb to the encroachment of the abyss. At that moment, all beings in this world will either perish or be transformed into grotesque abyssal creatures. I trust you would not relish the thought of becoming a hideously deformed monstrosity." With that, the mysterious figure's gaze bored down intently upon Qi Xuan, who reclined upon the golden throne. At first, a trace of astonishment flickered across Qi Xuan's face, but he quickly reverted to his usual calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated his features. With a measured tone, he remarked, "You are not mistaken. I am quite satisfied with my current state and have no desire to transform into some abstract, curious entity. However, it appears that your predicament is more perilous than mine. Furthermore, I harbor an insatiable curiosity about the broader world, compared to this confining existence, which is more accurately described as a planet. The realm of the abyss seems to be infinitely expansive. One must rely on oneself. I possess little interest in endeavors such as saving the world." At this juncture, the conversation was effectively terminated by Qi Xuan. The enigmatic figure gazed intently at Qi Xuan's face for an extended moment, ultimately concluding that all of Qi Xuan's previous statements were not mere fabrications, but rather genuine reflections of his inner thoughts. Reluctantly, the mysterious individual abandoned any attempts to persuade Qi Xuan. Perhaps, as Qi Xuan suggested, he would indeed have to rely on himself. Watching the suddenly vanishing figure, a subtle smile graced Qi Xuan's lips, his eyes gleaming with an icy intensity. Regardless of the veracity of the mysterious man's claims, Qi Xuan remained unconcerned. For, as he had just articulated, his heart brimmed with confidence. Whether the Night King and the three-eyed crow were luring in wolves or driving tigers to devour them, it was all inconsequential to Qi Xuan. What mattered was that no one could command him or exploit him any longer. Chapter 170. The invasion from another world. Surprises and unexpected occurrences. None could predict which would manifest first. The mysterious entity, self-identified as the consciousness of the world or planet, vehemently opposed the actions the Night King and the three-eyed crow sought to undertake. Otherwise, they would not have made a concerted effort to approach Qi Xuan. Clearly, the aftermath of the altar's destruction must have been dire for the enigmatic figure. As for the extent of the calamity, for now, it remains an unknown variable. In truth, given Qi Xuan's steadfast approach to matters, he should have immediately sought to eliminate the Night King and the three-eyed crow to thwart an impending unknown event. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to forego this course of action. Despite his near-invincible prowess on this planet, currently in a period of low magical energy, he was far from content with his present circumstances. The rationale is quite simple. An individual's potential is often contingent upon the limitations of the world they inhabit. In a world devoid of magic, even the act of cultivation becomes problematic, let alone the aspiration to become a formidable force capable of standing against thousands or even tens of thousands. The mightiest in a low magic realm would scarcely be more powerful than mere fodder in a medium or high magic world. Rather than live in constant fear, it is wiser to let things unfold naturally. Moreover, such occurrences are not necessarily unfavorable. They may even prove to be advantageous. Presently, the significance of the current celestial body appears to diminish for Qi Xuan, aside from the acquisition of system points. The resources on this planet seem to lack exceptional rarity. The dragon can be considered somewhat precious, yet its feeble strength and allegiance solely to the 40 noble bloodlines of Valyria render it less valuable. Despite the mysterious figure anticipating Qi Xuan's rejection, the revelation still filled him with disappointment. Nevertheless, he harbored alternative candidates in his mind, with Qi Xuan merely occupying the foremost position. At this moment, within a fleet traversing the southern shores of Essos, an adult dragon soared above, accompanying the vessels. In the heart of the fleet, aboard the flagship, the confident Littlefinger articulated his views and opinions with great assurance. It must be acknowledged that, aside from Littlefinger's questionable character, his intellect surpasses that of countless others. At least, The ever-attentive Daenerys Targaryen could not help but express admiration for him. This middle-aged man, though no longer youthful and lacking in physical strength, possessed remarkable intelligence that could not be overlooked. Whether in courting Daenerys for an alliance or persuading Dorne to join the coalition, his successful maneuvers significantly enhanced his stature in Daenerys' eyes. Suddenly, Daenerys felt a darkness envelop her. In the next moment, she collapsed in the hull of the ship. The flagship erupted into brief chaos, yet everyone understood Daenerys' importance and promptly summoned a scholar to attend to her. Unbeknownst to them, Daenerys' fainting spell was not due to any ailment, but rather a consequence of the mysterious figure infiltrating her consciousness. More precisely, the figure had induced a state in which Daenerys' awareness was transported to a particular scene, observing certain images. To illustrate, it resembled the moments in the original saga when members of House Targaryen awakened prophetic abilities, entering visions of potential future events. It appears that Daenerys, the mother of dragons with her 3 formidable beasts, is likewise a contingency for the mysterious figure. In Westeros, beyond the wall of Winterfell, lies an enigmatic locale. The sudden departure of the mysterious figure did not instill fear in the Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven. Rather, their emotions surged with exhilaration. Through the narration of the Three-Eyed Raven, the Night King became aware of the figure's identity. Previously, his thoughts had been consumed by the desire to breach the wall and descend southward, slaughtering all living beings, including humans, transforming them into wights or White Walkers. As for the rationale behind his actions, it likely stemmed from the irreconcilable distinction between life and death, rendering any possibility of coexisting in this world an impossibility. For countless millennia, the primary reason for the coexistence between the two parties has been the formidable wall that kept the Night King and his minions firmly at bay. For the Night King, who has endured for an unfathomable number of years, patience in waiting has never been in short supply. Initially, faced with the incredible might of Qi Xuan and his formidable army, the Night King intended to bide his time for several more decades. Though he has transformed into a lifeless being devoid of many sensations, this state is not entirely definitive. After all, the Night King has survived for an indeterminate number of years, far exceeding the fleeting lifespan of mere mortals. However, a revelation from the Three-Eyed Raven prompted a shift in the Night King's original thoughts. As he gazed upon the dazzling brilliance ahead, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Amidst the relentless waves of wights meeting their demise, the altar resembled a continuous display of fireworks. The number of fallen wights was of little concern to the Night King. After all, such mindless and primitive fodder could be summoned in abundance at his will. Furthermore, the transformation of wights was not limited to humans, but extended to various other creatures as well. Indeed, once a creature attains sentience, the desire for advancement becomes insatiable. For the Night King, the prospect of a broader new world might very well pave the way for further evolution. Compared to his current insensate form, he found himself yearning for the flesh of the living. After a prolonged moment, the radiance of the altar suddenly dimmed, prompting the Night King to halt the wights poised to continue their futile assault. In the next instant, a luminous portal materialized above the altar. Swiftly, 100 figures emerged, encircling the altar. Observing these individuals, whose attire starkly contrasted with that of this world, a flicker of fervor ignited in the Night King's gaze. Nearby, Bran Stark, the Three-Eyed Raven, sat in his wheelchair, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of these otherworldly beings. Soon, a fleeting smile graced the lips of the Three-Eyed Raven, quickly vanishing. Sensing the feeble strength emanating from these newcomers, a sinister expression crept upon the Night King's face, signifying a drastic change in his intentions. Initially, he had presumed that the beings arriving in this world would possess formidable power, thereby considering an alliance to vanquish Qi Xuan and the kingdom of Qi. To his astonishment, the 100 individuals were weaker than the wights themselves. Consequently, the Night King resolved to abandon any pretense of civility. Chapter 171. The invasion begins upon witnessing the encirclement of what appeared to be undead foes, their gazes brimming with malevolence. The 100 individuals emerging from the altar sprang into action. A group of otherworldly beings, appearing near the corpse demons, swiftly moved towards the altar. Among them, a man adorned in resplendent armor suddenly produced a card radiating a cerulean glow. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Unveil the barrier." As his voice echoed, the blue card in his hand instantaneously unleashed a protective shield that emanated in all directions. With a swift motion, the barrier expanded, forcefully pushing the surrounding Night Kings outward. Remarkably, those ejected were surprisingly unharmed. It seemed that the power of the barrier aimed merely to expel them rather than annihilate them. Furthermore, Although these otherworldly beings appeared not to be human inhabitants of this world, their speech was comprehensible. Curiously, the words spoken by the man earlier were not in the language of this planet's humanity. As a colossal luminous shield enveloped a vast area surrounding the altar, all eyes within the barrier turned towards the man wielding the blue card. It appeared that he was the leader among the 100 individuals present. Under the gaze of his companions, he remained taciturn, quietly retrieving a brilliant crimson crystal. His eyes fixated on the gem with an almost obsessive reverence, akin to beholding a treasured relic. Not only he, but the 99 others surrounding him also gazed intently at the blood-red crystal, their eyes brimming with avarice and longing. Yet, none dared to seize it, indicating a rigid hierarchy amongst them, one formidable enough to suppress their desires. After a moment of silent admiration for the crystal, the leader, Jon Snow, scanned his companions, perhaps his subordinates. Observing their envious and covetous expressions, a smirk of disdain involuntarily crept upon his lips. Suddenly, Jon hurled the crystal into the air while proclaiming, "Establish the domain." As his voice resonated, the crystal burst forth with myriad beams of light, enveloping all the land within the barrier. Shortly thereafter, several structures materialized from the ground. With this, Jon halted his display and turned his gaze towards his subordinates. "It is your turn." Upon hearing his command, the surrounding otherworldly beings produced several gray and white cards. Subsequently, these cards shattered, transforming into a plethora of materials scattered across the ground. All of this was observed from a distant vantage point, in the city of Junlin, within the royal palace. At this moment, Qi Xuan sat alone upon his golden throne, contemplatively gazing at the images reflected in the mirror of the vast heavens. One could not help but acknowledge the striking familiarity of the tactics employed by these interdimensional invaders. If his conjectures were accurate, the methods displayed by these assailants were akin to territorial expansion, constructing their dominion through an array of resources and treasures they had procured in advance, and subsequently producing various combat units through the edifices within their domain. Why did Qi Xuan feel such an uncanny sense of recognition? Naturally, it stemmed from his previous existence in a modern world where gaming and literature flourished, allowing him to swiftly comprehend the strategies before him. Undoubtedly, the tactics of these interdimensional intruders were rather intriguing. From the recently witnessed barrier card to the territorial crystal, alongside a plethora of resource cards, Qi Xuan found himself brimming with interest. Although, at this juncture, the methods exhibited by these invaders paled in comparison to the prowess of Qi Xuan's own system, one could not dismiss the allure of their offerings. At the very least, the insatiable nature of Qi Xuan ignited within him an impulse to seize all that these individuals had brought into his realm. Moreover, his curiosity regarding the forces and worlds behind these invaders was further piqued. After all, the precious resources available in this world were woefully scarce, particularly for someone like Qi Xuan, who possessed a system that rendered the treasures of this planet almost trivial. Turning his attention to the altar beyond the Great Wall of Despair, a host of interdimensional visitors remained ensconced within the barrier, their faces alight with smiles as they surveyed their territory, where new constructions were continually arising. Furthermore, ethereal glows began to emanate from the initial structures, suggesting they were undergoing upgrades. These ambitious and confident invaders seemed blissfully unaware that as they cast their avaricious gazes upon this world, Qi Xuan's own eyes were fixed upon them. In truth, it was not only Qi Xuan who coveted the opportunities and possessions that these individuals possessed outside the barrier. The Night King and the Three-Eyed Crow also gazed fervently at the barrier before them. Although the strength of these interdimensional invaders appeared rather unremarkable, the extraordinary and wondrous nature of their strategies captivated attention, particularly that of the seemingly unsophisticated Night King. In stark contrast, the Three-Eyed Crow, having usurped Bran Stark's essence, displayed an expression of obsession, his eyes betraying an understanding of the events that had just transpired. Upon observing this scene, Qi Xuan's gaze deepened with contemplation. Indeed, as the character cloaked in the deepest secrecy within the original narrative and the ultimate beneficiary, the three-eyed raven is shrouded in enigmas. Perhaps, even if the faceless man, Arya Stark, fails to assassinate the Night King, the three-eyed raven could single-handedly vanquish him? Even though the abilities exhibited by this entity in the original plot are already akin to supernatural powers, who can ascertain whether he possesses additional concealed tactics? Observing the army of wights encircling the barrier, a subtle smile graced Qi Xuan's face. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. A splendid performance is about to commence. As the sovereign destined to reign supreme in this world, how could such a scene unfold without the presence of Qi Xuan, the monarch? Chapter 172. Cruelty, though a flicker of intrigue ignited within Qi Xuan's heart, he did not hastily rush to the altar near the northern wall of despair. After all, how many trump cards does this invading foe possess? The 100 individuals that have arrived are, at best, a vanguard, sent to gather intelligence and probe the depths of Power Star. To suggest that this mere 100 could conquer the entirety of Power Star is patently absurd. Even if they were to seize Power Star, it would likely take an indeterminate amount of time to subjugate the indigenous inhabitants who surrender after defeat. This is exemplified by Qi Xuan's own forces at present. However, should there be sufficiently formidable means of transportation, the achievement of such a goal could be expedited. For instance, technological marvels like aircraft capable of swiftly transporting troops and supplies, or perhaps magical constructs such as portals. Moreover, no one knows whether these 100 extraterrestrial invaders wield any weapons of mass destruction. If Qi Xuan were to act impulsively, charging headlong, he might unwittingly encounter a devastating strike, which would be quite the farce. In truth, even though Qi Xuan can, to some extent, resurrect repeatedly, he has never considered himself invincible. After all, while the enemy may be unable to slay him, can they not imprison or seal him away after defeating him? If the enemy's power level is sufficiently high, they might even devise ways to nullify Qi Xuan's resurrection abilities, effectively extinguishing his life. Therefore, it is imperative for Qi Xuan to proceed with caution. Perhaps this is why he once led his forces into battle, but now finds himself solitary upon this cold, golden throne. At times, Qi Xuan cannot help but reminisce about the earliest days of his journey, for they were his most joyful moments. Though he constantly teetered on the precipice of life and death, the whispers of failure coiling around him like venomous serpents. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that accompanied each victory during that time is ineffable. How unlike the present, where each day he can only numbly observe a group of beautiful women dancing and playing music, occasionally selecting a few to engage in artistic discourse. What he once yearned for now leaves him feeling utterly uninterested. Perhaps this is what they call the drought that kills the thirsty and the flood that drowns the sated? No matter how fascinating an endeavor may be, indulging in it excessively often leads to ennui. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan's gaze returned to the mirror before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. It must be said that this sudden and unforeseen event has rekindled the heart that had long been dormant. Turning his attention to the northern expanse beyond the Great Wall, although the emergence of the knots caught the Night King and his companions off guard, it did not diminish their confidence, nor did it instill fear within them. In the original narrative, the three-eyed crow sought refuge from the Night King's relentless pursuit within a mysterious barrier. Of course, this barrier was ultimately breached due to Bran Stark's intervention. Observing the somewhat familiar protective shield before him, a smile involuntarily crept across the Night King's face. Despite his usual demeanor of stoic detachment, this sight could not help but elicit a grin, albeit one that appeared stiff and unappealing. Though the world currently languishes in a period of magical desolation due to the ebb and flow of arcane energies, rendering even once mighty mages, heroes, and fantastical creatures like dragons vulnerable to mere human crossbows, the Night King remains an exception. Perhaps it is due to his identity as a White Walker? Or perhaps his prolonged existence in the magic-rich land of eternal winter beyond the wall has allowed him to retain some semblance of extraordinary abilities. At this moment, aside from the elusive gods whose whereabouts are unknown, only Qi Xuan among humanity and the three-eyed crow can match him in prowess. As he watched the whites relentlessly assault the barrier under his command, the Night King's expression deepened with contemplation. It is undeniable that, compared to humans, whose minds are fraught with discord, internal strife, and betrayal, the whites, devoid of reason and solely obedient to commands, are undoubtedly the favored tools of a ruler. Even the Night King, who has lost much of his emotional depth, occasionally finds himself harboring similar thoughts. Turning his gaze back to the barrier, as he observed the steadily declining durability of the shield, a sense of urgency welled up within Jelaine heart. However, he would not succumb to fear. Although an invasion from another realm carries a high mortality rate, its potential rewards are often astonishingly lucrative, particularly in unexploited primordial worlds. By nearly exterminating the indigenous populace, rewriting their history, and employing various methods of indoctrination, the invaders can elegantly transform themselves into the masters of that world. Subsequently, whether it is the trade of various mineral resources from that world or the sale of humanity itself, the potential for immense profit is undeniable. In their realm, countless fortunate individuals rise to prominence each year, soaring to great heights. Naturally, every world possesses its duality. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. Even in their extraordinary world, a plethora of sordid events continuously unfolds. Some incidents may be exposed to public view, becoming evident, while others may remain concealed, forever hidden from sight. Observing the crowd around him, each person struggling to suppress their envy and jealousy, with malice surging forth at every moment. Reinhardt could not help but curl his lips into a disdainful smirk. Humanity has never been equitable. Such disparities are often predetermined from the moment of birth. Even as a mere illegitimate child of a powerful family, his status still surpasses that of the common folk before him. After all, noble blood from the esteemed Reinhardt lineage flows through his veins. However, there is perhaps something he does not fully grasp. Many who boast of their noble ancestry and illustrious forebears, among those who live today, if one were to trace back a few hundred or even a few thousand years, whose ancestors did not once enjoy affluence. Although Gellenhard harbors a deep loathing for his status as a non-legitimate heir, it is precisely this very identity that has afforded him all that he possesses. In addition to the precious barrier card and territorial crystal he previously utilized, he also holds the binding contracts of 99 individuals. As for whether these 99 were willing to sign contracts that relinquish their autonomy over life and death, does it truly matter? The crux of the matter is, did they possess any choice? In a world accustomed to incessantly invading others, is it truly incomprehensible to exploit the local populace relentlessly? Should they not seek to suppress these individuals before they rise to power, ensuring they remain obedient and servile, rather than allowing them to seize control and become the masters of their own land? As for the cruelty of it all, viewed with optimism, it is precisely because of the significant population dividend that their world has been able to develop at such an accelerated pace. Furthermore, are not the very laborers who contribute to this dividend also finding sustenance amidst this tempest? Chapter 173. The rules. Every world operates under a distinct set of self-governing rules. The difference lies in the fact that various worlds exhibit discrepancies, whether great or small, in these regulations due to myriad reasons. For instance, in the elemental realm, inhabited by elemental beings, the environment is often saturated with active natural elements, rendering it largely unsuitable for the majority of ordinary beings, such as humans. Of course, this refers to those of lower power levels, excluding the exceptionally strong who can disregard such harsh conditions. For instance, the realm inhabited by the undead is often suffused with an aura of death, which can severely deteriorate the health of ordinary individuals if they linger there for too long, potentially leading to their demise. Consequently, whether in the world of the Power Star or the realm occupied by Reinhardt and his companions, there inevitably exist certain distinctions at the level of the rules. This is precisely why a select vanguard, such as Reinhardt's group, has emerged. In truth, they serve as the vanguard of this invasion, primarily tasked with establishing a base and gathering intelligence. The rationale behind establishing a base is quite straightforward. After all, logistical support for 100 individuals is manageable, but as numbers swell, the absence of a pre-established base poses considerable risks. Should the main force arrive in a foreign world only to be ambushed by the native inhabitants, the casualties and losses would be substantial. One must ponder, is it easier to construct a base while simultaneously fending off enemy attacks, or to establish it before the onset of hostilities? Naturally, relying on 100 individuals to construct a base capable of accommodating thousands or tens of thousands is a daunting and protracted endeavor. Thus, the creation of a Lord Crystal, capable of swiftly establishing an initial base, was necessitated, for reasons of cost, and to mitigate the emergence of overly ambitious individuals. Such crystals are typically subjected to multiple layers of seals and functional constraints upon their creation. This ensures that even if the crystals are distributed, significant issues are unlikely to arise. After all, even if these individuals acquire vast resources through their incursion, they would struggle to elevate the Lord Crystal to a higher tier. Beyond stringent restrictions on upgrades, the number of buildings inherently associated with the Lord Crystal is often lamentably scant. Generally, once sufficient resources are supplied, the territory generated by the Lord Crystal will only yield a handful of structures, such as walls, barracks, teleportation portals, and resource-gathering houses. In essence, the primary function of such a Lord Crystal is to provide a coordinate point and to facilitate a temporary overlap of the rules of both worlds. Only in this manner can the likelihood of a successful incursion into the foreign realm be heightened. Otherwise, if the differing world rules prevent the invaders from employing their unique powers, the situation would become quite amusing. For instance, if the invasion were to occur in a purely technological world devoid of extraordinary energies, the invaders possessing such powers would essentially be rendered powerless. At that juncture, whether they were formidable beings from their original world or mere mortals, they would all be reduced to the status of cannon fodder. Within the barrier, after releasing all the pre-prepared resource cards and supplying them to the Lord Crystal, Reinhardt and his companions came to a halt. Although this marks their inaugural incursion into a foreign realm, the precautions to be taken have been recounted to them countless times in their original world. Regardless of whether it is to prolong the endurance of these vanguards or to enhance the likelihood of a successful incursion, countless individuals tirelessly and earnestly convey this message to them time and again. In truth, if one were to assess it from the perspective of their world's values, the worth of the resources they carry far surpasses their very lives. To compress a significant quantity of supplies into relatively small cards requires not only advanced technical skill, but also a rare spatial material. Naturally, the scarcity of items varies across different realms, often dictated by divergent rules. Observing the attentive faces of his comrades and subordinates, Reinhardt could not help but smile. It must be said that a fortunate birthright has placed him at the pinnacle above countless others. Although his capabilities do not exceed those of the individuals before him, indeed, they may even be inferior. Upon graduation, he ascended to the role of captain of a 100-man battalion. In contrast, those once considered prodigious talents within the academy find themselves relegated to his subordinates, serving as squad leaders or platoon commanders. Of course, the authority over all personnel decisions resides firmly in his hands. Now that our base has been established, the barrier can likely hold for another 2 or 3 days. In anticipation of the approaching army, we must commence our tasks forthwith. First, I require 20 individuals to disperse across various cities in this world to gather intelligence and information. At this juncture, Reinhardt's gaze began to wander, seemingly contemplating which individuals would be tasked with this reconnaissance. It is well known that intelligence gathering is a perilous endeavor. It was evident that not all present were enamored with this task, save for a few who sought fortune amidst danger. You, he declared, assigning the reconnaissance mission to them. I trust one need not elaborate on the consequences of failure. Upon hearing Reinhardt's admonition, the 20 individuals called upon remained silent and quickly dispersed from the area. Witnessing the obedience of his subordinates, Reinhardt found himself smiling once more. Truly, they were exceptional graduates from the military academy, exhibiting a level of compliance that even he could not critique. Moreover, as a scion of a noble lineage, Reinhardt had been afforded special training, acquiring knowledge and skills typically reserved for commissioned officers. Within the military hierarchy, officers, or what might be termed mid to high-ranking officers, occupy the upper echelon. Below them are non-commissioned officers and enlisted soldiers. Regrettably, upon our arrival in this alien world, we have encountered its indigenous inhabitants. At this moment, these natives are assaulting the barrier. Should it falter, it is certain they will attack our territory. 2 days hence, our imperative task will be to repel their onslaught, holding our ground long enough to ensure the temporary assimilation of the rules governing both worlds. By that time, our reinforcements will arrive, and our mission shall be deemed accomplished. For now, you are free to act as you wish, engaging in whatever pursuits you deem fit. Chapter 174. King's Landing at Black Castle. As he observed the 20 otherworldly beings dispersing from the barrier, Qi Xuan's eyes brightened with anticipation. Undeniably, their actions presented him with an opportune moment. Perhaps, in their collective presence, driven by a prudent mindset, Qi Xuan refrained from being the first to strike. After all, he preferred to let others tread upon the potential landmines rather than risk himself. Undoubtedly, the Night King and the trio of the Three-Eyed Crow served as ideal candidates for this purpose. In truth, aside from these doomed specters destined for Qi Xuan's eradication, he was also mobilizing his forces toward the Abyssal Wall in the northern territories. This, however, would not impede the grand expedition he had previously initiated. Moreover, the troops selected for the expedition to the Essos continent were of mixed caliber, with many harboring ulterior motives. Rather than purging them outright or allowing them the chance to be swayed by the invaders, it was more prudent to have them contribute to Qi Xuan's ambitions. At the very least, directing them to assault the vested interests on the Essos continent would yield mutually beneficial outcomes. In the continent of Westeros, at King's Landing, a flurry of griffin riders suddenly took to the skies from within the palace. In the next moment, these riders, seemingly confirming their direction, soared northward. This time, in pursuit of secrets and intelligence regarding the otherworldly beings, Qi Xuan unhesitatingly dispatched all available aerial units at his disposal. Although the strategic value of the griffins was exceedingly high, and the loss of even one was a source of great anguish, such losses paled in comparison to the potential insights to be gained from the invaders. Furthermore, Qi Xuan possessed the coveted griffin sword, which granted him several griffins each week. As for the knights mounted upon the griffins, their worth was negligible in comparison to the majestic creatures. Notably, among the assembly of griffin riders, Qi Xuan himself was included, alongside the yellow-turbaned sorcerers. Indeed, to ensure the success of this operation, Qi Xuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. As for the ground forces left behind in King's Landing, after careful consideration, Qi Xuan ultimately opted not to lead them northward but instead directed them to remain stationed in the city. After all, following these recent days of governance, King's Landing had blossomed with vitality. Would it not be a lamentable fate if an ill-conceived faction were to seize the opportunity of a weakened garrison and plunder the city? Although Qi Xuan's reputation and that of his army were formidable, one can never underestimate the presence of those who, blinded by arrogance, fail to perceive the stark realities surrounding them. The pace of destruction has always surpassed that of creation. Compared to a ravaged King's Landing, Qi Xuan prefers the present tidy and pristine state of the city. As for the impending flames of war on the continent of Essos, regrettably, for those in power, any individual or faction that defies their authority has already sealed their fate. Even the lower and middle classes under his command are merely beasts of burden, exploited for his own enjoyment. Soon, Qi Xuan and his entourage arrived at the formidable wall in the north, specifically at the Black Castle in its central section. Gazing upon the familiar castle and the frost-covered walls, Qi Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. It felt as if everything was still as it was yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he had spent considerable time in this world, reigning over the entirety of Westeros. Had his soul not originated from the egalitarian modern society, he might have been content to engage in the noble play-acting game with the indigenous people of this world. As a commoner, his initial ambition would undoubtedly have been to secure a noble title. Subsequently, he would have sharpened his weapons and tirelessly expanded his influence and territory. Ultimately, in his quest for the throne, he would have sought alliances through marriage with prominent noble families or royal bloodlines to legitimize his claim. Shaking his head, Qi Xuan could not help but chuckle. Such a path was evidently not to his liking. Without the system, perhaps a significant portion of his life would have been stifled by the constraints of lineage. A commoner's uprising, followed by the conquest of a castle to ascend to nobility, was evidently a plausible scenario in this world. However, the greater likelihood would be facing a united front of noble lords across the continent. Nobles clearly operate under their own set of unspoken rules and tacit understandings. Just as each transition of the throne requires the consent of the majority of noble lords, otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a grand uprising among the aristocracy. The soldiers within the Black Castle quickly noticed the arrival of the griffin in the sky, and soon after, they recognized the presence of Qi Xuan himself. Emperor Qi, accompanied by a thunderous cheer, a faint smile graced Qi Xuan's face. It must be said, power is indeed a formidable force. Even though his strength now far exceeds that of the mortals in this world, he remains unable to penetrate the mysteries of mortal sovereignty. Perhaps the ability to command and dictate the actions of others truly captivates the human spirit? Otherwise, why would so many turn against one another, succumbing to enmity and fratricide for the sake of power? However, these considerations were not of immediate concern to Qi Xuan. The most pressing matter at hand was to dispatch troops to apprehend the 20 otherworldly beings who had breached the barrier. It must be noted, as a bastion against the undead army, Qi Xuan had consistently enhanced the defensive capabilities of both the wall and the Black Castle. In comparison to deploying a multitude of ordinary soldiers, whose abilities are rather mediocre yet possess their own hidden agendas, Qi Xuan finds himself favoring the yellow-turban warriors, who bear little distinction from mere puppets. Although the loss of individual intellect significantly diminishes the combat effectiveness and potential for growth of these warriors, it does present certain advantages. These beings, while achieving a remarkable enhancement in their battle prowess, have relinquished the emotions and sentiments that define humanity. Consequently, they exhibit a fearless disposition, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. As for maintaining intellect while ensuring perpetual fidelity, it is evidently a feat that currently belongs to the realm of the system's might. A challenge that remains formidable for Qi Xuan at present. Gazing upon the assembly of yellow-turban warriors before him, a radiant smile blossomed on Qi Xuan's face. It must be said that these warriors represent the epitome of an ideal army for him at this juncture. In terms of strength, they far surpass the typical system light infantry, and when it comes to the native soldiers of this world, comparison becomes futile. It is well known that transforming a group of common folk into a cadre of elite soldiers demands an exorbitant investment of time and resources. In contrast, the yellow-turban warriors, who can be effortlessly converted into formidable forces, present an undeniably superior cost-benefit ratio compared to regular soldiers. Qi Xuan could not help but feel a lingering malevolence within him at times. If he were to embark on a large-scale transformation of yellow turban warriors, it would expedite his conquest of all lands within this world and potentially beyond. Chapter 175. The counterattack begins. Westeros is a land so diminutive that it can only sustain a single sovereign and dynasty. Yet, it is vast enough that news travels slowly and is often cloistered. While countless natives on this continent toil for a better life, they remain blissfully unaware of the invasion brewing beyond the wall, a harbinger of doom. Alongside these otherworldly invaders is an overwhelming tide of undead armies. The legends of the White Walkers, however, have faded into distant myth, dismissed by many as absurd tales. Otherwise, the Night's Watch would not have seen their ranks dwindle over the years, granting Qi Xuan the opportunity to seize the southern cities. Had the Night's Watch still maintained 3,000 to 5,000 elite soldiers at Castle Black during Qi Xuan's siege, the outcome of that battle might have been drastically altered. After all, Qi Xuan's own strength at that time was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person, rendering him incapable of unparalleled feats of prowess. Furthermore, the system's soldiers at his command, when evaluated on an individual basis, were only marginally stronger than the typical soldiers of this world. This underscores why, in recent months, Qi Xuan refrained from amassing system soldiers en masse. Instead, he channeled all his system points into acquiring treasures. The advent of the yellow turban sorcerers also served as a crucial factor in this decision. However, should an army from another realm launch a large-scale invasion in the near future, Qi Xuan contemplated the possibility of exchanging for soldiers through the system. The loyalty of both noble lords and common soldiers, as well as the populace, in this world is, unfortunately, a most precarious matter. Betrayal flows as effortlessly as breath for them. Qi Xuan harbored no doubt that if the rewards for treachery were sufficiently enticing, those who currently pledge their allegiance to him would be the first to turn. Such is the nature of humanity. Consequently, Qi Xuan could never fully place his trust in the indigenous people of this world. In the absence of a grand-scale massacre of the natives, inciting them to slaughter one another seemed the most optimal solution. Thus, the army already on a campaign in the Essos continent was not within Qi Xuan's considerations for reinforcements. Historically, war has always been a fertile ground for profit. During times of conflict, the prices of various supplies tend to escalate dramatically, often multiplying several times over. How could this not drive countless merchants in this world into a frenzy? Indeed, this led to a remarkable surge in the number of merchant ships traversing daily between Westeros and Essos, merely following Qi Xuan's issuance of an expedition order. The noble lords aspired to claim greater territories and titles in Essos, while the enlisted commoners sought to amass wealth and perhaps even the opportunity for nobility amidst the chaos of war. Many merchants, eager to see their fortunes swell, and some who felt affluent enough, yearned for the chance to ascend to the ranks of esteemed lords, a prospect that had previously seemed exceedingly remote. Now, however, such opportunities were glaringly apparent. After all, in terms of land area, Essos vastly outstrips Westeros. In a bid to evade Qi Xuan's retribution or to seek new hope in Essos, countless natives from Westeros flocked to the continent. Although many common folk were not particularly enthusiastic about venturing to Essos, they could not resist the coercive measures imposed by their erstwhile noble lords, who compelled them to embark on the journey. Qi Xuan was acutely aware of this and found himself quite pleased. After all, he had entertained the notion of orchestrating a large-scale exchange of commoners from the Eastern world into this realm. Presently, the outward migration from Westeros presented a most promising opportunity. Naturally, all of this would require time. In the central region of Essos, along the shores of Slaver's Bay, the establishment of a city necessitates careful consideration of numerous factors, among which the availability of a water source is paramount. After all, one cannot survive for long without water. Slave Bay is the name attributed to this river, which perhaps bore a different name in the past, ultimately becoming Slave Bay due to the presence of 3 renowned city-states of slavery along its banks on the continent of Essos. It is well known that the life of a slave is far from idyllic. One could even assert that it is rife with oppression and exploitation. If given a choice, it is likely that the vast majority of people in the world would not wish to become slaves. Perhaps the slaves in this place, influenced by their environment and the insidious brainwashing tactics employed by their masters, do not perceive their condition as particularly lamentable. Consequently, although they verbally express gratitude towards their liberators, the Mother of Dragons and her companions, there exists a lack of genuine appreciation in their hearts. After all, the environment they have long inhabited consists solely of slaves and their masters. The value of freedom is something the slaves are unable to truly comprehend. Despite their awareness of the arduous nature of their daily toil, which occasionally stirs feelings of resistance within them, they are continually reminded by the countless beasts that have been successfully tamed around them to avoid thoughts of breaking away from the collective. It has been many days since the slave masters began recruiting an army to counterattack Meereen, and despite the desperate defense mounted by the Unsullied, the city remains unbreached. Although there were several instances where the gates of the city nearly fell, the resilience and iron-fisted tactics of the Unsullied ultimately reclaimed the gates. In a bid to counteract their numerical disadvantage, the Unsullied had already mobilized the able-bodied youth of the city to participate in the brutal defense. During these days of relentless warfare, countless vibrant lives have perished upon and beneath the walls. Even the affluent slave masters cannot help but feel the pangs of sorrow for the brutality of this war. However, their sorrow is not for the fallen ants, but rather for the wealth they expend like water on a daily basis. After all, it is impossible to expect loyalty and sacrifice from others without generous remuneration. Recently, the slave masters altered their previous strategy of direct assaults on the city, opting instead to blockade the supplies entering the city, particularly the various types of food provisions. If this continues, it is feared that the city may ultimately succumb to its fate. Just then, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed through the sky. Accompanied by the mother of dragons riding her great beast, a multitude of armored soldiers suddenly appeared in the distance outside the city of Meereen. Clearly, these unfamiliar soldiers were not part of the previous recruits of the slave masters. The counterattack has commenced, witnessing her army charging towards the mercenaries of the slave masters. A radiant smile spread across the mother of dragons' face. Chapter 176, Troops Outside Meereen, Slave Bay. With the arrival of reinforcements and their charge, the morale of the enemy troops outside the city was inevitably shaken. In contrast, the defenders, who had persevered within the walls for days, experienced an immediate surge in spirit. Despite the Unsullied being touted as one of the finest martial classes on the continent of Essos, allegedly devoid of emotions, it remains a truth that as long as humanity possesses intellect, emotion cannot be entirely extinguished. Simultaneously, Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow ascended into the sky riding their mighty dragons. With a thunderous roar, two immense columns of fire erupted, sweeping across the battlefield. Beneath the terrifying dragon flames, countless soldiers were engulfed, transforming into fiery specters, their lives extinguished in mere moments. Undeniably, in terms of visual impact and intimidation, dragons stand as the pinnacle of life forms in this realm. Regrettably, whether due to waning magical potency or the inherent limitations imposed upon dragons at their inception, these majestic creatures, though capable of reaching lengths of dozens or even hundreds of meters and unleashing fearsome fire, are not invincible. At least, once struck by a crossbow, a dragon cannot escape grievous injury and will inevitably plummet from the sky. Historically, even during the zenith of Valyrian might, numerous dragon slayers persisted. Therefore, many noble lords in this world do not perceive dragons as invulnerable. However, the Targaryen family, devoid of dragons, finds its hold on the Iron Throne precarious. As the roars of dragons resonated, akin to towering infernos, the dragons unleashed their fiery breath upon the enemy. Compared to attacks with claws or jaws, dragonfire is undeniably a more efficient means of assault, even with only 3 dragons wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. The morale of the mercenaries, recruited at great expense by the slavers, dwindled significantly, leading many to flee in panic. This battle foretold the inevitable defeat of the slavers. The tide of fate had turned. Yet, for those slavers daring to counterattack, Daenerys harbored no intentions of sparing them. After all, their coffers likely brimmed with astronomical wealth, enabling them to swiftly muster formidable armies once more. Next time, Daenerys and her allies might not be so fortunate as to receive reinforcements from figures like Petyr Baelish. At this moment, the enemy formation was crumbling, surrounded by the Unsullied and the forces brought by Baelish. The battlefield resembled a fruit being sliced, as layers upon layers of enemy lives were relentlessly harvested. Soon, more and more foes began to discard their weapons. Clearly, in a war devoid of hope for victory, surrender became an inevitable outcome. However, in the face of these surrendering enemy soldiers, neither Daenerys Targaryen nor Petyr Baelish issued orders to cease the assault and accept the captives. It appeared that a considerable massacre was imminent. At that moment, a sharp bird's call suddenly echoed through the air. Accompanied by the sound of the bird, a griffin descended, carrying a soldier above the noble lords, including Baelish. The unexpected arrival of the Griffin Knight caused their pupils to constrict. Though a lone Griffin Knight might not seem significant, the implications of his presence were extraordinary. It was well known that due to the disdain of King Qi for ravens, griffin knights served as messengers in the realm of Qi. Soon after delivering the message to Baelish and the other lords, the griffin knights swiftly departed, leaving the nobles in contemplative silence. After quickly perusing the letter, Baelish passed it to the other noble lords beside him and issued a military command. All troops, heed my orders, spare those who surrender. Now, accept all surrendered captives. In Essos, Braavos stood as a once renowned and formidable city-state, regarded by some as an independent kingdom, holding a significant position in this world. Its displeasure could topple the regimes of countless city-states, and even the distant dynasty of Westeros would tremble. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Braavos once shone as the brightest and most powerful beacon in this world. Yet, this beacon had recently crumbled, replaced by an even stronger conqueror. Previously, for various reasons, the Dothraki had set their sights on this city-state. Whether for plunder or due to the exorbitant bounties placed on the heads of its wealthy inhabitants, the city faced a tempest. Unfortunately, against the formidable reinforcements dispatched by King Qi, the so-called Dothraki cavalry proved inconsequential. The Dothraki's unique tribal system made it exceedingly difficult for them to form a powerful and unified nation. Consequently, the Qi army only needed to contend with individual Dothraki tribes, large or small. Additionally, with the aid of griffin reconnaissance and nighttime assaults, the situation had reached a stalemate. However, as the various Dothraki tribes began to consciously unite, the tide began to turn unfavorably for the chief forces within the city. All of this changed once more with the advent of the Great Expedition. As individuals and factions from Westeros, eager for wealth and advancement, flooded into Braavos, the military presence within the city grew, concurrently strengthening the Qi army's hold in the region. In contrast to the likes of Peter Baelish, who opted for a direct incursion into the Slavers Bay region via the central route, the city-state of Braavos along the west coast undoubtedly serves as a more suitable base of operations and headquarters. After all, it is the nearest point to the continent of Westeros, whether it be the transportation of supplies or troops from Westeros. This location offers unparalleled convenience and speed compared to other regions. Moreover, should circumstances take a turn for the worse, this very place is destined to be the first to welcome the invincible Emperor Qi. On this day, the generals and noble lords within Braavos received a missive from Qi Xuan, the contents of which mirrored those previously delivered to Baelish and his associates. The directive urged these leaders to minimize bloodshed, advocating instead for the shipment of all captives to White Harbor in the northern reaches of Westeros. The rationale behind this strategy is clear: to transform these individuals into formidable yellow turban warriors. In order to safeguard this world, the Authority Star, and to counter the impending invasion from another realm, a sufficiently large and powerful army is indispensable. Undoubtedly, the yellow turban warriors represent the optimal choice at present. After all, this world does not solely belong to Qi Xuan. It is also the home of all indigenous peoples on this planet. To avoid becoming subjects of a fallen nation or star, the burden of hardship must be borne by the common folk, while the infamy rests solely with Qi Xuan. Chapter 177. Shadows beneath the sun. Only by possessing a robust homeland can its citizens live with dignity, free from the threat of slaughter and oppression by foreign powers. As the adage goes, a weak nation has no diplomacy. To be backward is to be subjugated. When a nation or faction enters a period of decline, it quickly becomes the target of neighboring powers, which may seek to invade and seize its lands and resources. For these invaders, the goal is to claim the territory and assets of the faltering state. As for the inhabitants who previously thrived on this land, clearly, the invaders often only seek to absorb the most exceptional talents among them, disregarding the vast majority. Consequently, the question arises: how to manage the multitude of individuals they do not desire. Typically, these invaders resort to orchestrating mass massacres, rather than expending resources and effort to relocate these people or allowing them to remain and potentially rise in rebellion. The prevailing thought among many brutal invaders is that eliminating those who could pose future threats is the most prudent course. And if the number of these individuals is too great, what does it matter? After all, they are not citizens of the invader's own nation and do not belong to the same race. If blame is to be assigned, it falls solely on the feebleness of their own national power. At this juncture, for the impending invaders from another realm, this world, the Authority Star, is nothing less than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Perhaps, after conquering the realm of power, they may choose a benevolent form of governance. Yet who can truly ascertain that they will not opt to annihilate all the indigenous inhabitants of this world? To entrust one's fate to the mercy of others is undeniably a profoundly lamentable circumstance. Fortunately, The current Qi Xuan possesses at least a force formidable enough to resist. However, the true strength of the impending invaders from another world remains uncertain. Nevertheless, as long as their mightiest cannot disregard the strategy of overwhelming numbers, there remains a glimmer of hope for victory on Qi Xuan's side. The thought of decisively extinguishing 100 of the invading forces' vanguard, thereby forestalling the arrival of the alien army, has crossed Qi Xuan's mind. Ultimately, however, he relinquished this plan. After all, the aspiration to venture forth and conquer other planets or worlds has repeatedly surfaced in his thoughts. Thus, this battle shall serve as a means of honing his troops. In preparation for the imminent conflict, Qi Xuan not only stationed himself personally at the front line in the desolate Black Castle of the Great Wall, but also commanded the expeditionary forces besieging the continent of Essos to transport war prisoners and criminals back to the continent of Westeros. Compared to the direct conversion of his subjugated subjects into yellow turbans, this approach undoubtedly requires greater effort. Yet, Qi Xuan steadfastly upholds a fundamental principle of humanity. Towards enemies and criminals, any measure of cruelty may be justified. However, to exhibit brutality towards his own subjects would render him less than a beast. Although history is replete with tyrants and cruel rulers, who, for their own indulgence and extravagance, could heartlessly allow tens of thousands, even millions, to perish from starvation without a flicker of remorse. Educated at a modern institution, Qi Xuan finds himself incapable of such acts. Perhaps it is because he has received merely the most fundamental education, rather than the manipulative arts and notions of bloodlines revered by the elite. This world, since time immemorial, has harbored both light and darkness. Previously, the most renowned city-states of slavery on the continent of Essos were the three city-states along the coast of Slaver S Bay, Marine, Yunkai, and Astapor. However, this does not imply that these are the sole city-states of slavery on the continent. In fact, within the vast expanse of Essos, the institution of slavery is exceedingly commonplace. In countless gathering points across this continent, the buying and selling of slaves is a frequent occurrence. Not to mention the Dothraki, who traverse the continent, delight in raiding villages and city-states, subsequently selling captured civilians as slaves to merchants. While viewing the original series from the perspective of the protagonist, Daenerys Targaryen, the Dothraki appear not only valiant, but also fiercely loyal. However, stripping away the lens of the narrative reveals that the Dothraki are, in fact, one of the primary sources of turmoil and division across the continent of Essos. Their formidable strength, coupled with a lack of agricultural pursuits, often leads them to resort to frequent raids, obliterating various human outposts along their path. Were the Dothraki somewhat weaker, the situation might be more manageable. Yet their vast numbers render them an undeniable force that cannot be overlooked by the various factions on Essos. Moreover, any individual or faction aspiring to unify Essos or conquer substantial territories in order to establish a nation inevitably faces the wrath of the Dothraki. After all, the Dothraki may be wild, but they are not foolish. Should a powerful and unified nation emerge on Essos, the Dothraki, who are accustomed to consuming without producing, would be among the first to suffer repercussions. Perhaps this is why the Dothraki relentlessly venture towards the vicinity of Braavos, intent on plundering and annihilating the city. Compared to the previously docile old powers of Braavos, the momentum of the Chong state clearly indicates an ambition towards the unification of Essos. As the saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow. The Dothraki tribes, once tirelessly enslaving and trading human beings, now find themselves facing a similar fate. For these captured warriors, or naturally born cavalrymen, are indeed among the most valuable commodities in the slave market. However, the Dothraki's inherent defiance often complicates their taming and sale. The orders issued by Chongxian are generally respected throughout the state. Yet, when the lure of profit is substantial enough, there will always be those willing to betray the king, or even to assassinate him. Although the slave trade may carry an unsavory reputation, the profits associated with it are immense. Consequently, countless individuals within the expeditionary forces engage in this clandestine commerce. Of course, openly defying Chongxian's commands is out of the question. Having witnessed his extraordinary might, no one doubts that those who betray him would swiftly meet their demise. Nevertheless, some audacious souls continue to secretly trade in beautiful female slaves, while the robust adult males, despite their high market value as living beasts of burden, are reluctantly forsaken. In just a few days, many who could not restrain their greed have already lost their lives due to this folly. Chongxian is acutely aware of all these developments. Yet, even as he stands invincible in the world, he must choose to turn a blind eye. After all, it is impractical for him to eliminate everyone, is it not? Chapter 178. One must rely on oneself in this world. There has never been a savior, nor has Qi Xuan ever harbored any ambitions of becoming one. Although his daily conduct adheres to a certain moral baseline, he occasionally weighs his own interests and losses. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person. From the perspective of the vast majority of common individuals, particularly those who have endured the trials of society, merely leading a fulfilling daily life is already a source of joy. As for saving the world or benefiting all of humanity, such lofty ideals may be held in youth. But with age comes the awareness of the chasm between dreams and reality. In the fleeting span of a few decades, for an ordinary person, striving to survive in this harsh and frigid world is an endeavor that demands utmost effort. The burdens of mortgages, car loans, and various societal pressures have long suffocated countless civilians. The relentless competition among colleagues, the harshness of superiors, endless workloads, and constant overtime make it difficult to believe that happiness is within reach for many. However, the greatest peril lies in comparison. Despite Qi Xuan's disdain for the drudgery of his previous existence, he harbors profound gratitude for being born in such a powerful nation. After all, had he found himself in a country plagued by incessant warfare, rampant drug abuse, and pervasive crime, the struggle for survival would undoubtedly be far more arduous. Ultimately, the fate of being cannon fodder is inescapable, whether one desires it or not. For some inexplicable reason, memories of certain events from his past life suddenly resurfaced in Qi Xuan's mind. Perhaps it was due to the decades he spent in that world, leaving him with a lingering sense of nostalgia. Naturally, if he were to lose everything and be thrust back into that previous world as a mere cog in the machine, he would be utterly unwilling. After all, if one were to become a person of privilege, regardless of whether in a developed or underdeveloped region, there would be no shortage of individuals vying for that opportunity. Yet, to be relegated to the status of a mere laborer, therein lies a greater allure in the prosperous cities and regions. One must rely on oneself. Suddenly, Qi Xuan muttered to himself as he inscribed his name on the document before him. The paper boldly proclaimed plans to expand the armory, crafting more armor and weaponry suited for the yellow turban warriors. On the continent of Essos, outside the city of Bravos, a mercenary of humble origins, Boar from Westeros, felt fortunate. Thanks to his exceptional skills and remarkable courage, he had joined the Qi army early on and garnered Qi Xuan's recognition and favor. Consequently, his journey within the military had been smooth, allowing him to rise through the ranks, a feat made possible by his own military achievements. However, to believe that one can ascend to prominence solely based on exceptional abilities is, without a doubt, a rather naive notion. Within any organization or faction, myriad cliques and petty intrigues invariably exist, without a distinguished lineage or the robust backing of influential figures. Even the most capable individuals often find themselves leading a life of mediocrity. After all, what does it matter how talented one may be? It is essential to recognize that many coveted positions are frequently predetermined long before they are officially established, regardless of the capabilities of those appointed. The dynamics of mutual benefit and compromise remain unaffected. Indeed, the fundamental roles at the front lines require diligent individuals to fulfill them. Thus, it is only fitting that the competent be entrusted with these positions to shine and thrive. As the adage goes, rank is inconsequential. Therefore, how can one afford to be selective? Even within the ranks of the military, where the commands of the leader demand fairness and justice, shadows of corruption and moral decay persist. For instance, some missions may appear fraught with peril yet are, in reality, quite manageable, while others that seem deceptively simple may pose grave dangers. The accolades from both tasks may be similar, yet the authority to allocate and choose has never resided with the lower ranks. In Bolong's heart, there exists a profound gratitude towards Qi Xuan. After all, without his recognition, how could Bolong have navigated through the darkness that he encountered? It is worth noting that, although he is confident that his personal prowess rivals that of the esteemed knights of the Imperial Guard, does the world truly lack for powerful commoners? How many among them have successfully transcended their social strata through remarkable valor? Beyond gratitude, Bolong harbors a sense of admiration for Qi Xuan. In the present day, any soldier within the Qi army who has witnessed Qi Xuan in combat cannot help but feel a measure of reverence for his extraordinary prowess. It is precisely due to his unparalleled strength that the Qi army has been able to advance with such rapidity and unstoppable momentum in their campaigns. It is no exaggeration to assert that Qi Xuan has, through his singular might, exerted dominion over the entire world. Certainly, while he lives, few dare to challenge his rule. Regarding Qi Xuan's astonishing personal strength, It would be disingenuous to claim that Bolong has never felt envy or longing. Naturally, such feelings are inevitable. Like many others, Bolong has entertained thoughts of acquiring similar power. Alas, as of now, Qi Xuan stands alone in possessing such extraordinary abilities. Initially, it was not troubling that Qi Xuan, a god of war, surpassed him in personal strength. Bolong was confident that his own capabilities were among the finest within the military. However, the emergence of numerous yellow turban warriors shifted Bolong's perspective. It was from that moment onward that he discovered a newfound passion for reading. Since personal valor no longer constituted an advantage, he resolved to delve into military texts and learn how to lead troops more effectively in battle. In truth, there are increasingly more generals like Boron within the ranks of the Qi army. In a certain sense, although Qi Xuan has not explicitly mandated that his subordinates read extensively, an inexplicable pressure has led them to engage in self-improvement. Perhaps they have come to realize that their once paramount personal prowess, which elevated them to high positions, has become progressively less significant. It must be said that humanity is a truly remarkable existence. The yearning for survival and advancement often transforms into an inexhaustible drive, propelling individuals to incessantly learn and better themselves. Observing the soldiers behind him, Boron's expression grew solemn. Not far ahead lay a Dothraki tribe, and Boron's mission was to launch an assault on this enemy stronghold. Should this battle be successfully won, the accolades gained alongside his previous achievements would elevate him to the esteemed rank of a noble. Furthermore, he would be granted a fief comparable in size to a village. At that moment, he would ascend as the esteemed Baron Boron. Contemplating this, Boron's blood surged with excitement, mirrored by the fervent eyes and indomitable spirit of the Qi soldiers behind him. When the avenues for advancement are sufficiently open, transparent, and equitable, the fervor and strength that individuals can unleash often result in extraordinary feats. Chapter 179. Only interests remain unchanged. The mercenary Boron, a character in the original narrative, is a formidable presence in aspects of strength, luck, and character. Regarding strength, as a mercenary who has danced on the razor's edge, merely surviving into middle age attests to his considerable prowess. Furthermore, in the original tale, he represented the cunning imp, effortlessly dispatching an enemy knight clad in full plate armor, leaving a lasting impression. Additionally, he survived and performed admirably in the grueling battles of the defense of King's Landing, as well as in the confrontations against Daenerys' forces. These vivid instances surely attest to his formidable capabilities, do they not? As for luck, he epitomizes the archetype of the commoner's rise to prominence. Akin to a protagonist in a novel, ascending from humble beginnings to eventually become a duke tasked with guarding a realm. Lastly, the most crucial factor in Boron's thriving success is his character. The world is never devoid of individuals possessing formidable strength or exceptional fortune, and indeed, many possess both. What is scarce, however, is a person with such unwavering integrity as Boron. If his considerable strength renders him worthy of alliance, then his impeccable character ensures that he garners profound trust from his superiors, safeguarding him from being easily betrayed. This is evident from the concerted efforts of Queen Cersei and others against the imp following King Joffrey's demise. However, instead of resorting to direct assassination, he chose to win over Boron, the staunch protector of the little demon, with titles and lands. This choice illustrates the rarity and value of exceptional character in that environment. It was precisely for this reason that Qi Xuan had previously accepted Boron without hesitation and promoted him vigorously. The evidence of Boron's loyalty to Qi Xuan's trust became apparent. Since joining the Qi army, he had participated in countless battles, accumulating significant achievements. If he were to exchange his military exploits for a title without land, he would have enough merit to attain that of a viscount. Unfortunately, such a title without land was not highly regarded in the current climate. After all, how could a noble be without a domain of his own? Even a small village could provide the sensation of being a sovereign ruler over one's territory. Despite the Dothraki's aversion to wearing armor and their tendency for men to go bare-chested, once mounted, they transformed into exceptionally skilled cavalry. The strategic value of cavalry during the cold weapon era is well known. The key to ambushing a Dothraki tribe lies in getting as close to their camp as possible for a sudden attack, preventing them from swiftly mounting their horses. Achieving this during the day is quite challenging, which is why night raids became commonplace. The darkness of night often leads to the risk of losing one's way, resulting in circles around the enemy camp. Even seasoned veterans face significant risks during night raids, comparable to those of novice soldiers. On this occasion, among the Qi soldiers preparing for a night raid on the Dothraki camp alongside Boron, there were not only many veterans, but also numerous freshly recruited soldiers. Their willingness to partake in such a perilous endeavor stemmed from the desire for glory and wealth. As for loyalty to Qi Xuan and the state of Qi, such allegiance, aside from the eternally loyal system soldiers, might exist in only 1 in 1,000, if not even less. As night descended, the eyes of Boron and his companions began to shine with determination. As the saying goes, on a moonless, windy night, the time for killing and arson has come. At Slave Bay's shores, with the support of nobles like Littlefinger, Daenerys Targaryen ultimately emerged victorious in her battle against the slave masters. After the conflict, the slave masters and wealthy merchants found themselves bound by ropes, experiencing the daily treatment once inflicted upon their own slaves. Had it not been for the desire to extract their hidden wealth, Daenerys and her allies would have executed them without hesitation. Regrettably, the slave masters understood that their concealed riches served as their lifeline. Revealing them would inevitably lead to their demise. However, this issue posed no difficulty whatsoever for Littlefinger and his associates. Under a series of diverse and horrifying tortures, some individuals eventually succumbed, revealing the locations of their hidden wealth. Naturally, their promptness rewarded them with a swift resolution. Upon acquiring such a substantial fortune, Daenerys Targaryen generously compensated Littlefinger and his companions with a considerable sum. In truth, failing to provide remuneration was not an option. As allies and reinforcements, Littlefinger and his cohorts were exceedingly satisfied. After all, supporting allies should never be an endeavor devoid of compensation, should it? Not to mention the various resources consumed during the conflict, along with the pensions for fallen and injured soldiers, and the rewards for those who vanquished the enemy, could hardly be expected to come from Littlefinger's own purse. Ultimately, this support operation was not a direct command from Qi Xuan, making it impossible to anticipate official reimbursement. The plight of the defeated and surrendering enemy soldiers was dire. Predominantly male mercenaries among them were largely rounded up and dispatched to the continent of Westeros. This reality weighed heavily on the hearts of the noble lords. For regardless of the circumstances, the number of able-bodied captives, should they be sold as slaves, would amount to a significant fortune. Yet, at present, few dared to directly defy Qi Xuan's will. Those who openly flouted it, if not discovered, might escape unscathed. However, those who were found out faced dire consequences. To be a competent ruler or sovereign, one may possess a measure of compassion, yet it must be tempered with caution. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse beyond the wall in Westeros, following the command issued by the leader of the otherworldly invaders, Reinhardt, 20 intruders dispersed into the landscape. These seemingly weak individuals each possessed unique skills. If one were to observe them through a scrying mirror, even Qi Xuan might remain oblivious to their true capabilities. Among them were those who suddenly vanished, employing either technological means or skills akin to invisibility. Others altered their appearances to resemble the inhabitants of Westeros. Most astonishing was one who, shortly after breaching the barrier, produced an excavator to begin digging. It appeared this individual intended to create a hidden base, perhaps to lie in wait. Qi Xuan's interest in these 20 figures, who could be regarded as scouts or bait, was decidedly piqued. Capturing them would provide an opportunity to extract intelligence about their world. It would also allow for an assessment of whether a direct confrontation was warranted. Should the combat capabilities of these otherworldly beings prove excessively formidable, Qi Xuan might have no choice but to preemptively eliminate these forward enemy forces of 100 individuals. Ultimately, the reason for the reluctance to swiftly eliminate the adversary lies in the potential unknown benefits that may exist in the other world. Chapter 180, The Deformed World. Unknown Universe. Crimson Crow Star System, Yuan Star. This planet represents an apex of resource utilization, particularly concerning its landmass. The entirety of its terrestrial surface is adorned with towering skyscrapers that ascend toward the clouds, while their foundations delve hundreds, if not thousands, of meters underground. Notably, these skyscrapers are densely populated. As one descends, the number of rooms on each floor increases, resulting in a reduction of space per room. Ultimately, some rooms measure a mere 10 to 20 square meters, sufficient only for the basic necessity of sleep. Conversely, as one ascends the skyscrapers, the number of inhabitants per floor diminishes, while the size of each room expands. Typically, these skyscrapers are referred to as nests. The lowest tier is known as the lower nest, predominantly inhabited by criminals and ordinary citizens. In the eyes of the ruling class, the sole purpose of those residing in the lower nest is to procreate and contribute to the population. Beyond this, they hold no significance. Naturally, the conditions of the lower nest are akin to those of hell. The intermediate floors, situated between the ground level and the upper reaches, are termed the middle nest, home to wealthy merchants, highly educated scholars, and skilled workers. In stark contrast to the hopelessness of the lower nest, life in the middle nest resembles a paradise, replete with schools, hospitals, cinemas, hotels, and abundant, affordable food and water. Finally, there exists the upper region of the skyscraper, referred to as the upper nest. Undoubtedly, those who reside in the upper nest are the elite of this planet, akin to the legendary celestial dragons. Here, each individual exists as if they were a deity. The nests are not distanced far from one another, interconnected by parallel corridors, collectively forming a vast architectural complex known as the nest capital. Each nest capital houses a population in the tens of billions. The governance of these nest capitals falls to the governors residing in the aerial metropolis. Should one assume that the technological level of this planet is primitive, they would be gravely mistaken. In truth, the technological advancement here has reached remarkable heights, making interstellar travel a feasible undertaking. However, due to various factors, the rulers of this planet exhibit little enthusiasm for planetary colonization. Moreover, they impose stringent monopolies and restrictions on knowledge. From the moment of human birth, an individual is implanted with a chip that connects them to a central artificial intelligence network, rendering every action of their subject to surveillance by the network. Through this chip, individuals on various floors can access information and engage in the trade of goods. Naturally, each person's access rights differ. Those without sufficient authorization are unable to retrieve information or items outside their privileges. Suddenly, an ear-piercing broadcast resonated within the nest code named Xiaha. A mandatory mission has been initiated. All residents within this nest are automatically enrolled in the task, should one wish to decline. A fee must be paid according to their residing floor. 10,000 for the lower, 100,000 for the middle, and 1,000,000 for the upper levels. The mission entails traveling to the world-designated K-135 to eliminate all resisting natives. The reward for this task, the acquisition of corresponding contribution points. Sufficient points enabling one to apply for a floor promotion. As the broadcast ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the Xia nest. In the next moment, countless individuals in the lower regions of the nest erupted into celebration. For them, the moment to alter their destinies had arrived. By vanquishing a significant number of targets, they could secure an opportunity for elevation to a higher floor. Even if the contribution points garnered this time were inadequate for promotion, it mattered little. Whether they chose to sell their contribution points at a premium to others for coveted rare resources or to accumulate them for the next mandatory mission, both paths were viable. As for the high mortality rate of this mission, for those dwelling in the lower levels of the nest, each day spent living bears little difference from a fate worse than death. The specter of death itself holds no terror for them. Perhaps this condition has been deliberately fostered by the governors? After all, the role of filling the ranks with expendable lives necessitates someone to undertake it. The harsh environment of the lower nest not only ignites the fighting spirit of its inhabitants, but also effectively curbs any clandestine conspiracies against the current regime. Most crucially, it significantly reduces unnecessary administrative expenses. A multifaceted advantage, indeed, who would not embrace it? And the opinions of the humans residing in the lower nest? Are their voices of any significance? Had they not already cast their votes of approval through their representatives? Soon, a throng of individuals, akin to a swarm of ants, marched in unison towards the designated location. Upon passing through a radiant portal, these armed individuals vanished within the nest. In their stead, on a distant planet, their figures began to materialize repeatedly. Before them lay an endless expanse of adversaries, and a brutal battle ensued. Similar occurrences transpired within numerous nests, as countless lower-tier residents, driven by their inherent desires, continuously joined the ruthless conflict. As for the middle and upper-tier residents within the nest, undoubtedly, for those who typically dwell in what resembles a paradise, the terms battle and cannon fodder remain exceedingly distant. Consequently, nearly all among them opted to forfeit their tasks in exchange for monetary compensation. Evidently, a portion of the funds they contributed could serve as remuneration for the assignments, while the remainder could be appropriated by the commissioners. In addition to the multitude of worlds currently under invasion, numerous others remain in a phase of exploration. This extended period of exploration is entirely attributable to the setbacks experienced during previous incursions, which nearly resulted in a counter-offensive from foreign realms into the Prime Star. Initially, invasions were executed by dispatching vast numbers of expendable forces to seize control of alternate worlds, following the determination of their coordinates. Despite the incompatibility of many firearms with the differing regulations of these worlds, necessitating the use of the most rudimentary cold weapons, The boundless supply of inexpensive cannon fodder from the Prime Star rendered all these efforts rather futile. Naturally, equipping the expendable soldiers solely with cold weapons also served to prevent any potential insurrection within the Prime Star itself. In the face of the formidable modern firearms of the Prime Star, even the most numerous cold-armed soldiers are merely fodder to be sacrificed. This world, without a doubt, is a grotesque realm. The authorities issue commands, with the middle and upper echelons contributing financially, while the lower classes are required to pay with their lives. Those who bear the brunt of the invasion's spoils often receive the least in return. Discontent has long permeated the hearts of countless individuals, and the ruling powers have resorted to external invasions to deflect grievances while simultaneously eliminating those who harbor dissatisfaction. Chapter 181. Interrogation on the Planet of Right Star. In the continent of Westeros, at the Wall of Despair, the Black Castle, established against the formidable wall, is suffused with warmth from the roaring charcoal fire, rendering the interior as cozy as springtime. Compared to the rigors of patrolling and undertaking missions, the soldiers of the Qi Xuan stationed within the Black Castle predominantly prefer to remain indoors. Although the castle is situated at the frigid and remote northernmost point of the north, this does not impede its gradual evolution into a bustling and prosperous locale. To cater to the morale of the soldiers stationed in the Black Castle, and to stimulate their enthusiasm, every Qi Xuan soldier willing to remain here receives not only their military pay, but also a substantial supplementary allowance each month. As a result, many soldiers eager to augment their earnings have eagerly signed up to stay, perhaps due to the harsh climate of the north, characterized by its sparse population and vast expanses. The sight of the well-off soldiers within the Black Castle has attracted numerous enterprising merchants. Their arrival has not only introduced a plethora of diverse culinary delights and beverages, but also a flow of goods emblematic of the era. As the adage goes, opposites attract. No matter how rugged a man may be, he cannot resist the gentle smile of a beautiful woman. Thus, even though many soldiers manage to resist the allure of food and drink, they ultimately find themselves unable to escape spending their money on women. Those who spend extravagantly find joy in their lavish expenditures, relishing the divine service they receive. However, when confronted with the steep financial burdens each month, the expressions of the soldiers turn sour. Consequently, the previously despised outdoor missions suddenly become highly sought after. After all, these missions entail danger, which comes with additional allowances. Qi Xuan is fully aware of this and welcomes it with open arms. Naturally, he summoned a multitude of merchants, though curiously, a group of hardware softening engineers was also drawn in. It is well known that, after witnessing Qi Xuan's formidable personal prowess, many have gradually come to believe in the existence of the otherworldly beings as the source of these entities. The vast lands north of the Great Wall of Despair are teeming with numerous wights and corpses. For ordinary soldiers, encountering such beings typically results in a grim fate. Yet, driven by the desire for joy, an increasing number of stationed soldiers began to venture north to undertake missions. In addition to the long-standing task of guarding criminals and felling trees, a new directive emerged to search for and capture specific targets. For Qi Xuan, possessing the Hotian mirror imitation, the appearances of 20 otherworldly spies were unmistakably clear. Guided by portraits and aided by Qi Xuan's daily insights into the enemy's probable locations, the 20 spies soon found themselves confronted by a host of Qi's soldiers. Of course, despite the intention to capture them alive, a few were inevitably slain during the process. The remaining captives, however, were secured and confined within the dungeons of the Black Castle. Capturing these individuals was not the ultimate goal. The pivotal objective was to extract intelligence regarding the strength of their faction. Within the dungeons of the Black Castle, the once closed prison doors have remained wide open for the past few days. This decision was made to elicit information from the captured individuals. Unfortunately, these fellows proved as stubborn as stones in a cesspit, foul and unyielding. Various forms of punishment were inflicted upon them, yet none were willing to divulge any information. Consequently, several whips were broken, and 2 of the prisoners met their demise. Since these individuals resisted hard measures, someone proposed a strategy of inducement. Thus, the prison doors were deliberately left ajar, allowing the enticing aromas of sumptuous foods to waft into the dungeons, prompting many to involuntarily swallow hard. If one thought this would suffice, it would be a gross underestimate of the cunning of the guards. To further stimulate the captives, the guards even rented out adjacent buildings for free to those engaged in the study of carnal pleasures. Subsequently, they served the imprisoned individuals leftover meals laced with aphrodisiacs each day. It is essential to note that these prisoners are all bound to individual wooden stakes. One cannot help but wonder how long these individuals will endure amidst such tantalizing temptations of exquisite cuisine and alluring beauty. Meanwhile, on the continent of Essos, in the city of Meereen along the shores of the Bay of Slaves, with the assistance of Littlefinger and others, Daenerys Targaryen's faction has emerged victorious in the war. After diligently loading a considerable number of captives onto ships, Daenerys and her allies began to deal with the captured slave masters to extract every ounce of their wealth. A myriad of tortures, both familiar and unfamiliar, were inflicted upon them. The sole stipulation was that these individuals must not be executed before divulging their financial secrets. For the vast majority of these pleasure-seeking slave masters, who had rarely faced hardship, a mere scare was sufficient for them to obediently reveal all pertinent information. Naturally, there were also those among the slave masters who were resolute and defiant, perhaps having endured various adversities before their rise. They proved more resilient to torment compared to their second or third generation counterparts who inherited their fortunes. However, when confronted with the horrifying prospect of castration, many began to visibly falter, despite having, over countless years, personally or through orders, caused the suffering of thousands of innocents. They did not relish the thought of experiencing such a fate themselves. This illustrates a simple truth. The tendency to be lenient with oneself while being harsh towards others is a common phenomenon, much like in the modern world, where some vocally advocate for grueling work schedules, insisting that such sacrifices yield rewards. It is often the case that these individuals only demand such trials of others while refraining from experiencing them themselves. Consequently, it is not uncommon for employees to succumb to exhaustion, while those who chant slogans remain unaffected. It is indeed a serious violation of scientific principles for someone claiming to survive on merely 4 hours of sleep nightly to avoid fatal exhaustion over time. Undoubtedly, the once aloof and merciless slave masters, upon facing the threat of emasculation, found themselves terrified and in a state of panic. They seemed to forget that they had once witnessed countless innocents enduring their torturous fates. How many had cried out for their aid, hoping to escape such dreadful circumstances? The final outcome, however, was the emergence of countless individuals akin to the innocents under Daenerys' command. Chapter 182, The New Exchange System, Reward Settlement. The total territory occupied last month yielded 20,000 power points. The total from the wars amounted to 8,000 power points. With the title of Emperor, approval rate 65, an additional 200 points were gained. A total of 84,000 power points were acquired. Unbeknownst to them, a new month had quietly arrived. As usual, Qi Xuan naturally proceeded to settle the system points from the previous month. It must be said that the system points acquired this time are exceptionally abundant, far surpassing those of the previous month. If one were to inquire about the reason for such a significant transformation, it could be attributed primarily to the expedition order issued by Qi Xuan, along with his ascension to self-proclaimed sovereignty, renouncing the title of king in favor of emperor. Compared to the title of king, which signifies the highest authority within a realm, Qi Xuan displays a preference for the more exalted designation of emperor. While it is true that the terms king and emperor often refer to the supreme leader of a nation, the connotations they evoke are vastly different. Undoubtedly, the system has also acknowledged Qi Xuan's new title, as evidenced by the change in designation from king to emperor on the system interface. One might wonder why Qi Xuan refrains from adopting grandiose titles such as Heavenly Sovereign or Primordial Ancestor. The answer lies in his transformation into a theist following his extraordinary journey. If indeed there exist beings of such lofty stature across the myriad realms, Qi Xuan does not believe he possesses the fortitude to withstand even a fleeting thought of discontent from them. Furthermore, how could a ruler, who has yet to fully conquer a single planet, dare to assume an excessively grand title? Since the commencement of the expedition, the frequency of warfare on the continent of Essos has surged exponentially. In the past, the great powers of Essos seldom engaged in large-scale conflicts, often choosing to tread carefully around one another, maintaining only low-intensity skirmishes when disagreements and disputes arose. However, the once stable landscape of Essos has now been inundated with ravenous wolves. Whether driven by the desire for greater wealth or the pursuit of higher titles and territories, the noble lords embarking on their expedition into Essos, along with the armies they command, are destined for discord with the entrenched interests of the continent. All revolutions and uprisings are fundamentally aimed at dismantling the old guard of vested interests, seeking to redistribute the spoils of power. In this light, the reckoning of the old landlords and elite is merely a common occurrence. As members of the established elite, how many would willingly relinquish their privileges to return to the status of impoverished commoners? Consequently, within a mere month, the frequency of battles on the continent of Essos has escalated dramatically. This increase is particularly pronounced in the vicinity of Braavos in the west and along the shores of Slavers Bay in the center. Numerous former noble lords from the continent of Westeros, along with high-ranking officers from Qi's army, have converged on Braavos, leading their respective forces in a quest for expansion and land acquisition in all directions. Meanwhile, along the shores of Slavers Bay, having aided Daenerys Targaryen in vanquishing the coalition of slave masters, the likes of Peter Baelish and other noble lords have not remained idle. They await the promised distribution of benefits from Daenerys, while simultaneously leading their armies outward in pursuit of expansion. Although the land they conquered was not entirely allocated to them, it nonetheless rewarded them with corresponding military merits. Subsequently, these individuals could exchange their military achievements for wealth, titles, or even fiefs. In the blink of an eye, Qi Xuan's thoughts regained clarity. It seemed that the frenzied warfare and expansion were indeed the most effective means of unlocking the system. Perhaps, the individual best suited for this system resembled a player from Paradox Interactive. Of course, after enduring so many wars and bloodshed, Qi Xuan was no longer the ordinary worker he once was. A person's abilities, aside from innate talent, are significantly influenced by external circumstances and experiences. Despite his relatively smooth journey thus far, Qi Xuan had certainly encountered his share of hardships. All he had experienced over this lengthy period had imparted a crucial lesson. Failure was not an option for him, should he falter even once. Those who had previously pledged their allegiance would waver like reeds in the wind, or even betray him. With this thought, Qi Xuan's gaze sharpened. Upon reflection, his rule, while seemingly solid as a rock, was in truth as fragile as a house of cards, susceptible to collapse at a mere push. The number of his unwavering supporters, those absolutely loyal system soldiers, was not substantial and constituted only a small fraction of the total population of Qi. The remainder, whether they admired him for his formidable strength or temporarily submitted to his noble lordship, were easily swayed by external factors. Contemplating this, Qi Xuan had already resolved how to utilize the forthcoming system points. Consume 1,000 points to exchange for a population package of 10, acquire 100,000 inhabitants in the north of Westeros, at Winterfell. After Qi Xuan exchanged for 10 population packages in this location, a vast sea of people soon emerged near Winterfell. Without needing to count, the system's notification confirmed that the number had indeed increased by a full 100,000. Although this population was not composed solely of adult men and women, but included many elderly and children, this was of little concern. Compared to acquiring soldiers in increments of 1,000, the population package provided tenfold the number for the same cost. Thus, with sufficient system points to spare, it seemed plausible to swiftly amass millions or even tens of millions of Eastern humans in this world. However, sustaining such a large population would far exceed the current technological capabilities of this world. Leaving aside other considerations, the issue of food production posed the greatest challenge. It was not feasible to rely on purchasing food packages to cover every shortfall. Qi Xuan believed that, regardless of how plentiful the system points might be, they should be judiciously allocated to the most critical needs. In summary, the additional 100,000 individuals present at this juncture would suffice for a considerable period to facilitate resettlement. Perhaps among these individuals, it may not be feasible to recruit a substantial number of soldiers. However, for a faction or a nation to flourish, merely possessing soldiers is insufficient. Whether it pertains to production, agriculture, or technological research, all these endeavors are inextricably linked to a vast population base, from which workers and scientists can be continuously cultivated. As for the remaining points, Qi Xuan resolved to retain 13,000 for the ongoing acquisition of population packages, as well as potentially necessary food or material packages. Regarding the surplus of 70,000 points, Qi Xuan decided to invest 50,000 of those points entirely in treasure packages. Chapter 183, One Word, Bye. With a deep exhalation, Qi Xuan felt an undeniable surge of anxiety. Each month, at the commencement of the new lunar cycle when he purchased the packages, it felt akin to a lottery draw. Should he unveil something remarkable within the packages, his spirits would naturally soar. Conversely, should the contents be mediocre or temporarily extraneous, an odd subtlety would envelop his mood. For instance, the third-tier cultivation inheritance and the peach tree he had previously obtained. These two items were indeed exceptional. However, it remained uncertain whether it was due to the absence of spiritual energy in this world or his lack of the requisite spiritual roots for cultivation, resulting in his inability to harness any magical power. As for the peach tree, it is no exaggeration to assert that it was the finest item he had acquired thus far. Regrettably, due to various constraints, he was unable to cultivate it. Regarding farming in this world, he had not forgotten the entity that proclaimed itself as the world consciousness, alongside the unknown interdimensional invaders. Qi Xuan would rather remain idle than unwittingly toil for others' benefit. In essence, despite having endured countless experiences over the past few months, his mindset had been tempered to an unyielding resilience. Yet, he found himself unable to maintain a tranquil heart each time he opened a package. System: purchase 5 treasure packages. Then proceed to open them, consuming 50,000 points, acquiring 5 treasure packages. Treasure packages are being opened, please wait. Acquired second-tier treasure, Purifying Dragon Pearl X1. Acquired first-tier treasure, Zen Garden X1. Acquired first-tier treasure, Fruit Mixer X1. Acquired third-tier treasure, Energy Converter X1. Acquired first-tier treasure, Time Accelerator, one-time use, X1S. Observing the system's notifications, Qi Xuan could not help but inhale sharply. Even without delving into the detailed descriptions of the treasures, their mere names exuded an aura of exceptional prowess. Nonetheless, the true extent of their power would only be revealed upon examining the comprehensive descriptions of these treasures. Pure World Dragon Pearl, second tier. Category: Summoning. Effect: an ancestral treasure of the Ma family, allowing the owner to temporarily summon a golden dragon to fight on their behalf. Summoning Incantation: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Zai, Qian, Zhuxia. Description: Zombies, where do you run? Zen Garden, first tier. Type: Secret Realm. Effect: this garden possesses an independent space where plants can be cultivated, enhancing their growth rate. Description: it is said that a fellow named Dave once planted zombies in this garden. Tree Fruit Mixer, first tier. Type: Machine. Effect: by placing a specific quantity of tree fruits in a designated order, one can create an item known as an energy cube. Description: what flavor of energy cube do you prefer? Energy Converter, third tier. Category: Machine. Effect: capable of recording various types of energy and converting them. Description: magical power, mana, vitality. Time Accelerator, first tier, single use. Type: technology. Effect: can adjust the flow of time within a designated area up to a maximum of 20 times faster. Duration of use: 3 days. Description: time is in my hands. After a long while, Qi Xuan finally finished reading the detailed descriptions of the 5 treasures. Throughout the silent reading process, his excitement grew significantly. It must be said that this treasure package brought him immense joy. At the very least, the 5 treasures he received hold considerable significance for him at this moment. If memory serves correctly, the Pure World Dragon Pearl is a treasure he had encountered in a certain television series in his past life. He vividly recalls the anticipation he felt the first time he beheld the scene of summoning the dragon, yearning to possess such a magnificent and powerful dragon for himself. Now, his dream has come to fruition. Regardless of the dragon's strength, its sheer elegance and prestige are more than sufficient. From this day forth, the lineage of dragons in this world shall not be confined solely to the Targaryens or the former Valyrian dynasty of 40 dragon lords. Compared to their lizard-like dragons, Qi Xuan has a distinct preference for his very own Eastern dragon. Beyond its appearance, the dragons of this world are comparatively weak. Were it not for this, his enthusiasm for acquiring a dragon would not have remained lukewarm. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Zai, Qian, Zhuxia. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Xuan eagerly stepped outside and began to recite the incantation to summon the dragon. No sooner had he finished the incantation than a golden dragon materialized in the sky above. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the dragon, under Qi Xuan's mental command, surged toward an open space outside the castle. Boom. In the next moment, a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter and seemingly dozens of meters deep, appeared where the divine dragon had struck the ground. The soldiers, who had emerged due to the dragon's arrival, stared in awe at the scene unfolding before them. In the following moment, their faces filled with reverence, they turned their gazes towards Qi Xuan atop the city wall, and one by one, they knelt in submission. Observing this spectacle, a faint smile crept upon Qi Xuan's lips. It must be said that no matter how many times he experienced such admiration, he never grew weary of it. More importantly, he was immensely pleased with the divine dragon summoned by the Pure World Dragon Pearl. Subsequently, Qi Xuan proceeded to experiment with the remaining 4 treasures. Among them, the one that brought him the greatest satisfaction was not the third-tier energy converter, but rather the first-tier Zen Garden. The name bore a striking resemblance to a prized item from a renowned game, which filled him with delightful surprise. After a brief test, Qi Xuan discovered that this treasure, resembling an independent miniature world, could indeed support the cultivation of plants. Although this small realm was roughly the size of Junlin City, its significance was beyond measure. To say the least, the ability to accelerate plant growth implied that it could transform into a vast agricultural production base. If paired with modern high-yield crops, coupled with the garden's growth acceleration, Qi Xuan would be able to witness a remarkable increase in population. Moreover, if he could cultivate spiritual plants akin to the legendary peaches of immortality, it would signify a true leap forward for him. With this thought in mind, Qi Xuan promptly began to purchase resource packages that he had nearly forgotten about. Consume 10,000 points to acquire 100 resource packages. Receive 100 tons of rice. Receive 100 tons of watermelon. Receive 1 orange fruit plant, tree fruit plant. Receive 1 apple wild fruit plant, tree fruit plant. Receive 100 modern books. Receive 100 tons of iron ore. Receive 100 inferior spirit stones. It must be noted that resource packages resemble the thrill of opening blind boxes. Among the 100 packages, it was possible to obtain valuable items like inferior spirit stones and tree fruit plants, as well as less useful goods such as rice and watermelon. In summary, Qi Xuan was generally satisfied with the contents of the resource packages. Next, it was time to experiment with his ideas. He wondered whether the tree fruit plants from the fairy realm could successfully be cultivated in the Zen garden and reach maturity. Chapter 184. The Prelude to Great War. Few were aware that, just north of the desolate Great Wall, a place long perceived as devoid of life, had recently become lively once more. Since the failure of the 100,000 free citizens who had ventured south and ultimately surrendered to Qi Xuan, this region, nearly devoid of living beings save for the otherworldly and undead, had regained a semblance of vitality. A few days prior, the protective barrier shielding the interdimensional invaders had vanished as its time had elapsed. The long-anticipated army of the White Walkers, under the command of the Night King, surged forth towards the otherworldly beings within the circle. Their intent was not to slay these intruders. Rather, the Night King, alongside the three-eyed raven, sought to capture these enigmatic entities to extract intelligence regarding another realm. Regrettably, the army of White Walkers had missed the optimal moment for apprehension. The instant these otherworldly beings arrived in this realm marked their weakest point, as they were yet to adapt to the disparate rules of this world, and their portable bases had not yet been deployed or activated. However, the White Walkers found themselves unable to breach the protective barrier that previously existed. Nearby, a protracted battle raged around the original altar. The Night King's forces comprised a vast number of ordinary whites and a select few elite White Walkers. Their adversaries included 70 otherworldly beings stationed there, as well as a formidable legion of beasts. Wolves, lions, and tigers, predators commonly found in the human realm, now swarmed in the thousands. Evidently, these sudden manifestations of feral creatures were products of the local territorial structures. One might ponder why they did not create or clone human units as cannon fodder. Perhaps it was due to the superior combat prowess of beasts in a melee scenario, or perhaps the otherworld had become overcrowded. Surely, it could not be attributed to ethical considerations. It seemed unlikely that these invasive unknown forces, akin to pirates or butchers, would be deterred by such morals. Observing the relentless clash between the whites and the beasts, Reinhardt's gaze remained utterly impassive, as cold and detached as a celestial being. Mayor, how is the intelligence gathering in this world progressing? He inquired suddenly, without turning his head. At the sound of his voice, a man with skin as dark as coal embraced 2 beautiful women beside him, responding with a grin. Bro, this world is absolutely fantastic. I've used instruments to scan the area. There's hardly any high-energy reaction, and the energy density in the air is quite average. It seems this is a low-magic world, and certainly not a technologically advanced one. This time, we're going to strike it rich. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Reinhardt could not suppress a hearty laugh upon hearing the news. Excellent. It appears this world does not require the support of the governors, which means we shall reap the majority of the rewards. At this point, Reinhardt feigned a sigh, shaking his head in mock dismay. What a pity. Those lower-tier insects have missed an opportunity for ascension, and consequently, they have also evaded the fate of becoming mere cannon fodder. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Reinhardt turned to gaze at Mo, who was ensconced in the company of 2 lovely companions. Mo, how is it that you are able to enjoy such delightful company? At Reinhardt's inquiry, a smile crept onto Mo's lips as he responded with his characteristic cheekiness. What can I say? The principal feared I might feel lonely at school, so they specially arranged for these 2 beautiful ladies to attend to my every need. Moreover, I receive what they call a scholarship every month. As he spoke, Mo's gaze proudly swept over his companions, who, while ostensibly classmates, bore a striking resemblance to servants. Silence enveloped the gathering, a prolonged stillness. For the elite present, the prospect of engaging in a brawl with the undead was hardly daunting. With their wealth, they could effortlessly procure a cadre of beautiful companions. Yet, did such arrangements evoke the same sentiment? The self-proclaimed elites often found themselves surrounded by women of the lower strata of the city, rather than peers of their own social caliber. In stark contrast, most companions hailed from the same echelon of female excellence. Occasionally, even some of the women in attendance cast flirtatious glances in Mo's direction. It appeared that human aesthetics varied, and Mo possessed a unique charm. Of course, the ease with which these individuals comported themselves stemmed from the relatively relaxed state of the battlefield. Although the number of ghouls was substantial, their individual prowess resembled that of ordinary humans. Such adversaries were hardly a challenge in the face of thousands of ferocious beasts. Most importantly, these feral hordes exhibited little intelligence, their eyes devoid of even the emotion of fear. Meanwhile, the Night King and the Three-Eyed Crow, observing from the periphery, expressed dissatisfaction. Although the emergence of these beasts had taken them by surprise, the protracted struggle of the undead army against them was a source of frustration. Thus, the blue-clad Night King took action. He turned his gaze toward a nearby wight, who promptly handed him a spear radiating a blue glow. With a swift motion, the Night King seized the spear and hurled it toward the direction of the interdimensional beings. A dull thud resonated as the spear pierced Mo's mouth, emerging from the back of his neck, and propelled his lifeless form several meters away. Gasp! In an instant, this unforeseen turn of events elicited involuntary gasps from Reinhardt and the others, with many trembling in fear. Most notably, the two lovely ladies who had been flanking Mo now found their pant cuffs dampened by droplets of water, a visceral reaction to the terror that had surged through them. Before those in a state of shock could regain their senses, the air was pierced by several jarring sounds of projectiles slicing through. Accompanied by these dissonant noises, several individuals were sent flying several meters away. At this moment, Reinhardt and his companions finally came to their senses. The once arrogant figures, who had looked down upon everything as if they were mere insects, swiftly revealed their true natures. One by one, they scrambled in panic, their minds collectively ignited by a singular thought. The martial prowess of this world was evidently more formidable than it appeared. It seemed that calling for reinforcements was imperative. The realization brought a sting of regret to their hearts, for summoning aid meant relinquishing their claim to the lion's share of this world's benefits, leaving them only with scraps. Chapter 185. Each with their own agenda. Observing the panicked group fleeing under the Night King's onslaught, the Three-Eyed Crow could not suppress a chuckle. As for the Night King, whether it was due to his transformation into a wight or his innate demeanor, his face remained perpetually devoid of expression. After losing a dozen comrades, Reinhardt and his companions finally found refuge. It is worth noting that, regardless of whether the Night King's attacks could penetrate structures, he had managed to strike each hidden individual with uncanny precision. At the very least, it was never the intent of the Night King and the Three-Eyed Crow to eradicate Reinhardt and his ilk completely. Before the emergence of Qi Xuan, this world was akin to a game to both of them, one they could manipulate at will. Now, however, Qi Xuan and the formidable power he had established, the Qi Kingdom, had grown into a robust force. Thus, the Night King and the Three-Eyed Crow found themselves compelled to ally, sensing the ominous threat emanating from Qi Xuan. After all, they had not yet exhausted their own lifespans. Regarding the original narrative, the animosity displayed between these two, and the Night King's fervent desire to bring about the end of the world, or to slay the living and transform them into wights and wights, may stem from his ambition to ascend to godhood. A prime example of such a transformation is the Light King, who transcended from mortal to deity. In the original tale, the Night King's desire to eliminate the Three-Eyed Crow might be attributed to the latter's profound connection with the old gods. Or perhaps it was due to the Crow's overwhelming abilities, prompting the Night King to seek to bestow upon him a title of his own. As the Night King ceased his spear throwing, those hidden within the structure sighed in relief. To be candid, they had encountered more formidable beings than the Night King's displayed strength. However, such beings were typically found among the upper echelons of the Nest City, or among a select few managing its mid-tier ranks. Unless one was born into the upper class of the Nest City, achieving such status was akin to an insurmountable challenge, fraught with peril and near certain death. In the realm of otherworldly explorers, such as Reinhardt and his companions, one must successfully navigate through numerous perilous expeditions to attain the rank of a mid-tier administrator within the Nest City. Contemplating this, a fervent excitement ignited within Reinhardt, momentarily suppressing the fear and tremors that had previously gripped him. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside. I am the three-eyed crow, and the one who attacked earlier is the leader of the army, the Night King. Let us converse. I am aware that you are not of this world, but hailing from another realm. I presume your intentions extend beyond mere tourism, correct? Moreover, should you wish to escape this frigid, desolate expanse, you must confront a formidable adversary. This foe is also an enemy of both myself and the Night King. What say you? Shall we join forces to vanquish this threat? Perhaps after much contemplation. The three-eyed crow articulated his proposal with a sincerity that was undeniable. After all, the prowess of Reinhardt and his allies had earned them a measure of respect. This prowess was exemplified through their remarkable abilities, such as summoning fearless beasts of war. Indeed, in the case of the Night King, who possesses the capacity to transform the deceased into wights and specters, he is, in many respects, the least susceptible to attritional warfare. Unless the Night King is decisively slain or his entire army annihilated in one fell swoop, he remains virtually unconquerable. Silence enveloped the scene, a protracted stillness. The Night King's earlier display had shattered the lofty arrogance of Reinhardt and his comrades, compelling them to confront the strength of those they had deemed mere natives. Yet, the recent loss of several comrades, coupled with the overwhelming power of an entity capable of invading and conquering countless worlds, rendered them speechless. After a lengthy pause, observing Reinhardt and his companions opting for silence, the Night King maintained a sense of superiority in his heart. Thus, he acted once more. A radiant light suddenly emanated from his hand, and soon the corpses of the fallen beasts rose again. This time, their eyes glowed a deep blue. Witnessing this, Reinhardt and the others, who had been observing the external conflict from their sheltered position within the building, could no longer remain passive. What is this? They wondered. It appeared that they were confronted by the very scenario they most dreaded, the presence of a potent necromancer or an entity possessing similar abilities. If they wished to conquer this world, the tactic of using the lower tiers of the Nest City as expendable cannon fodder would prove ineffective. In truth, equipping these expendable soldiers with modern firearms and artillery might yield victory. Yet such fundamental national policies were beyond the purview of these high-ranking pawns to determine. As far as he knew, the formidable power concealed within the upper echelons of the Nest was merely a glimpse of an iceberg, sufficient to annihilate all dissenters. After a moment of contemplation, Reinhardt suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, I accept your proposal for an alliance as the leader of these individuals. However, could the assaults from outside be momentarily halted? Additionally, I am quite intrigued by the intelligence regarding the formidable adversary you mentioned. Reinhardt shouted, while secretly calculating in his mind. Should he acquire more detailed and specific information about this world, the decision of whether to summon reinforcements and the timing thereof would rest solely in his hands. As for genuinely regarding the three-eyed crow and the Night King as allies, clearly, such a scenario was non-existent. Likewise, the three-eyed crow and the Night King would not blindly trust Reinhardt and his associates merely based on verbal agreements. In truth, the trust between the two parties was exceedingly fragile. What they sought was to uncover more intelligence regarding the other world and to attempt a collaboration aimed at vanquishing the formidable foe, Qi Xuan. In that moment, it was fitting to describe both groups as having superficial harmony while harboring ulterior motives. How amusing. Could mere ants unite to defeat a lion? Within the confines of the Abyssal Wall, the Black Castle, and the Lord S. Hall, Qi Xuan gazed into the mirror before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. There is a saying that goes, disdain your opponent tactically, yet regard them strategically. Qi Xuan has always believed that exercising caution against his enemies is never excessive. Even if they have been vanquished, turning them to ash still poses a significant risk. Chapter 186. Collusion. After a moment of mutual gaze, the Night King, the three-eyed crow, and Reinhardt finally convened. Their shared adversary and the substantial potential for collaboration made this union feasible. For Reinhardt and his associates, the Night King's mastery over the resurrection of kings was more than sufficient. Conversely, for the Night King and the three-eyed crow, the potential value derived from Reinhardt and his comrades was immense. Firstly, there was the ability to summon ferocious beasts. While the exact nature of this ability remained elusive, it was not something that warranted excessive contemplation. After all, although these beasts possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers, they were still ultimately expendable. At the very least, for the Night King, who could resurrect the dead, an army of beasts was merely a trivial matter. Most importantly, there lay the unknown world behind Reinhardt and his companions. To speak candidly, the realm of Power Star, their current world, held little mystery in the eyes of the Night King and the three-eyed crow. As for the enigmatic Qi Xuan and his cadre of system soldiers, clearly, they too were interlopers from an unknown world. It is precisely based on this understanding that the Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven exhibit such profound interest in talents from other realms like Reinhardt. One must consider that how long has it been since Qi Xuan arrived in this world, specifically on the continent of Westeros. In just a matter of mere months, he has transformed from an inconsequential fighter into an individual of remarkable strength. Furthermore, he has led his army on a relentless campaign, effortlessly conquering nearly the entire continent of Westeros. Through careful probing, the Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven swiftly ascertain one crucial fact: Qi Xuan and Reinhardt are not from the same world. Of course, while Reinhardt's ascent to the position of leader of the interdimensional expedition team is largely attributable to his noble lineage, he is by no means a complete fool. Thus, he gleaned from his counterpart a piece of intelligence. There exists another faction from a different realm within this world. Consequently, the perceived value of this world has significantly increased in the eyes of Reinhardt and his companions. Should they defeat Qi Xuan and capture him for interrogation, they might potentially acquire coordinates and intelligence pertaining to an entirely new world. Naturally, the aforementioned thoughts linger in the minds of both parties. The Three-Eyed Raven glanced at the Night King beside him, then turned his gaze toward Reinhardt across from him, before speaking. In this icy expanse where we find ourselves, there lies to the south an unbroken wall of ice and snow stretching for countless kilometers. This formidable barrier, although primarily composed of towering icebergs exceeding several hundred meters, features sections constructed by humans that connect these ice masses, with the shortest walls standing at several dozen meters high. As for their thickness, one might estimate it to be anywhere from 10 to several dozen meters. This extensive icy wall has been named the Wall of Despair by humanity. At this juncture, the Three-Eyed Raven deliberately paused before continuing. To depart from this frigid realm beneath our feet, to my knowledge, there exist 3 methods. The first method is to navigate around the Wall of Despair by sea, utilizing boats from the shore. If the ocean surface freezes, one could even bypass the wall directly across the ice. The second method involves demolishing the Wall of Despair obstructing our path, at least creating a passageway for passage. The third method entails utilizing hidden underground passages to traverse through some of the castles within the Wall of Despair. Regrettably, due to a dwindling number of Night's Watch stationed at the Wall of Despair, many city-states near it have been abandoned. Recently, with Qi Xuan's conquest of the continent, he has sent personnel to occupy those once deserted castles. As the words of the Three-Eyed Raven settled into the air, Reinhardt and his companions found themselves in deep contemplation. Among the 3 methods presented, the first undoubtedly appeared the most prudent, while the third also held a considerable chance of success. Only the second method poses a significant challenge for Reinhardt and his companions, who currently lack any explosive devices. After all, the ability to suppress the exceptionally formidable Night King within this icy expanse speaks volumes about the strength of that enigmatic individual. The fact that these 2 adversaries have been compelled to cooperate with Reinhardt and his group serves as a testament to this reality. At that moment, the Night King suddenly spoke, his voice dry and low, as if it had been ages since he last uttered a word. "It is your turn." Upon hearing this, Reinhardt nodded slightly. He understood that the implication was they had already shared their intelligence, and it was now time for Reinhardt and his allies to respond. "Our world is an astonishingly powerful realm. Countless worlds, akin to yours, or perhaps we may refer to them as planets, have been reduced to mere ashes beneath the might of our army, swiftly conquered. We are but a minuscule part of the countless expeditionary vanguards. The enemy you speak of, no matter how formidable he may appear to you, is but a mere ant in the eyes of the titans of our world. Once the transportation portal is established, our forces will inundate this realm like a relentless tide. At that time, I trust my lord will not forget your contributions, and likewise, you shall witness the glory of my master." Silence enveloped the scene as Reinhardt's oratorical flourish resonated. The Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting both gravity and fervor. It must be acknowledged that the overwhelming power from another realm presents both advantages and disadvantages for them. The advantage lies in the strength of their allies, which promises an effortless victory over the daunting forces of the Qi army. Conversely, the drawback is that their formidable allies may diminish their own authority, even stripping them of the power to make choices. However, compared to the relentless pursuit of the Qi army intent on their demise, the forces backing Reinhardt evoke a greater sense of anticipation. After all, even ants cling to life. A delayed death is preferable to an early one, is it not? With this thought in mind, the Three-Eyed Raven chuckled and continued, "Excellent. Since the world behind you is so powerful, we can rest easy. Now, allow me to introduce you to the intelligence of our world. As far as I know, There are 4 substantial landmasses in this realm. They are the continent of Westeros beneath our feet, the vast continent of Essos across the sea to the west, and the remaining 2 are the mysterious lands of Sithorios and Ulthos. In an instant, the 2 groups in the icy realm engaged in animated conversation, an image reminiscent of the idiom colluding in mischief. Chapter 187. Preparations begin with a shriek. A black raven fell victim to an arrow, its cries echoing in the cold air. Gazing at the distant raven that had just been shot down, Qi Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said that prior to his crossing into this world, he did not harbor much disdain for the cacophonous calls of crows. However, since his arrival in this realm, his aversion to such creatures had intensified remarkably. This was primarily due to the fact that in this world, ravens often served as the eyes of the three-eyed crows, and even other avian species could potentially be manipulated by them. Few individuals relish living under constant surveillance, and similarly, Qi Xuan despised the incessant monitoring imposed upon him by that insufferable three-eyed crow using ravens as its spies. Before he returned to command the Black Castle, it was said that numerous ravens would observe the castle's every move daily. Consequently, under Qi Xuan's orders, the castle's guards were required to shoot down many ravens each day. After a brief moment of mental vacuity, Qi Xuan's focus returned. His gaze shifted to a subordinate reporting beside him. Your Majesty, thanks to the emergence of spirit stones, we can swiftly regain magical power by absorbing the energy within them. Hence, the number of yellow turban warriors transformed each day has increased. As of today, the count of yellow turban warriors within the Black Castle has surpassed 2,000. Provided that we have an ample supply of spirit stones and sufficient criminals and slaves delivered each day, we believe we can soon convert even more yellow turban warriors. Listening to the report from the yellow turban sorcerer, Qi Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, setting aside the system for the moment. It was evident that the strongest military force under his command at present consisted of the 2,000 yellow turban warriors stationed in the Black Castle. While purchasing troop packages might yield units with greater combat prowess, such as the elite Phoenix Knights, the randomness and cost associated with these packages rendered them less appealing. Qi Xuan believed that the rapid and cost-effective conversion of yellow turban warriors was far more advantageous. Firstly, the individual strength of these yellow turban warriors was sufficiently formidable. In the context of a Three Kingdoms-themed game, each would be comparable to a third-tier general. Secondly, the cost, if one could even call it that, of transforming yellow turban warriors was remarkably low. Even if they were to produce tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yellow turban warriors, Qi Xuan's side could easily manage it. Thus, it became clear why he had grown indifferent towards troop packages in recent months. If his sole objective were to defeat the foes beyond the Great Wall of Despair, the military strength within the Black Castle would be more than adequate. Yet, Qi Xuan's ambitions had never been confined to the legions of the undead or the beastly armies led by figures such as Reinhardt. His true adversary was the so-called world of Chengdu, rumored to possess a population exceeding 1 billion. He was ever eager to launch a counteroffensive and breach into that new realm. With this thought, Qi Xuan's heart ignited with fervor. Soon, one shall be able to validate a hypothesis. When other worlds or planets conquer territories, do they similarly acquire system points? As Qi Xuan's gaze shifted towards him, the chief scholar of the Qi Kingdom, Caban, beamed with pride. Your Majesty, to this day, we have produced several thousand jars of wildfire. In addition to the wildfire, considerable progress has been made in the research and transformation experiments concerning the corpses of the deceased. At this juncture, Caban produced a sealed vial from his pocket. Should this vial of corpse potion be introduced into the enemy's water supply, within hours, those who partake of it would be transformed into mindless corpses. What leaves me uncertain, however, is whether these corpses will fall under the control of the Night King. As Caban spoke, an odd atmosphere enveloped the Grand Hall. The Qi military leaders, including the yellow turban sorcerers, regarded Caban with wariness and trepidation. Clearly, they found it difficult to fathom how such a mad scholar, or scientist, could exist in this world. Yet, to achieve significant research breakthroughs, a scientist must possess not only innate talent and diligence, but also an insatiable passion for relentless inquiry. Even Qi Xuan, hailing from modern society, found himself momentarily speechless. If circumstances permitted, he might choose to abstain from using the corpse potion. However, when the tides of battle reach a dire juncture, he may have no choice but to relent. After a considerable time, others began to report the current numbers of the regular garrison within the Black Castle, the stock of provisions, and the status of armaments. Turning to the icy expanse north of the Great Wall of Despair, since the day a cooperative consensus was reached, The Night King and Reinhardt have set aside their past grievances and have begun to collaborate earnestly. At least, it appeared so on the surface. With the Night King's logistical support, Reinhardt and his Beast Legion have once again expanded. Theoretically, as long as the necessary supplies are ample, the number of these beasts is limitless. Although deploying the living Beast Legion to assault the Black Castle first, then resurrecting them as corpses for a second assault seems a more advantageous strategy. The Night King, perhaps to prevent any potential treachery from Reinhardt and his allies, has seen nearly half of these continuously produced beasts immediately slain and subsequently transformed into corpses. To claim that Reinhardt and his companions held no objections would be patently false. Yet, the raw materials for producing these beasts are primarily supplied by the Night King's entourage. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the strength of the Night King's faction far surpasses theirs. Nevertheless, Reinhardt and his companions do not find themselves particularly disheartened by this reality. Evidently, their confidence stemmed from the world that lay behind them. Naturally, this did not escape the keen eyes of Qi Xuan. He was diligent in maintaining real-time surveillance over his enemies. If these adversaries merely sought to perpetually augment their forces, Qi Xuan was indifferent to their endeavors. What significance did an even larger legion of undead hold, as long as they could not breach the towering wall of despair, which stood at least several dozen meters high? No matter how many undead they amassed, they would merely serve as fodder. Under the relentless onslaught of his fire, akin to modern incendiary devices, they would be reduced to ashes. Thus, there was no necessity for Qi Xuan to engage in a decisive battle while his foes were still at a disadvantage. However, one matter could not be overlooked. These wretched creatures had begun to construct vessels, although his men had not felled every tree in the icy expanse. Did that truly justify their audacity to build ships? Consequently, it was imperative for Qi Xuan to illuminate the chasm between their aspirations and reality. Chapter 188. Air raid to the north of the northern region, in the icy terrain, along the eastern coastal area. It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or something more profound that led the Night King and his cohort to select Hope Fortress, formerly known as Difficult Fortress, as the site for their shipbuilding endeavors. Ironically, this very location was where Qi Xuan had originally traversed into this world. It is no exaggeration to assert that this nearly abandoned, dilapidated castle marked the site of Qi Xuan's rise to power. Yet, after conquering the Wall of Despair and the Black Castle, this place was once again forsaken, for it harbored too many dangers. To the living, the Night King's legion of undead was far more terrifying than any man-eating beast. To avoid awakening to find himself encircled by the undead army, facing imminent annihilation, Qi Xuan had initially been compelled to risk an assault on the Black Castle despite his limited strength. In retrospect, it was merely a few months prior. Now, the castle, which had lain quiet for months, was bustling once more. The sounds of trees being felled, the crashing of timber to the ground, and the cacophony of shipbuilding echoed incessantly. In stark contrast, the endless, silent legion of undead loomed ominously. Perhaps the undead could not utter a word, but the profound silence they exuded instilled a chilling sensation in the observers. The Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven were largely indifferent to the prospect of crafting vessels, for their ultimate aim was the eradication of Qi Xuan, their formidable foe. For this, they were willing to forfeit their plans to traverse to another realm. Moreover, they understood deeply that mere escape would prove futile. If they could not eliminate Qi Xuan, then even if they fled this icy wasteland aboard their ships, reaching the continent of Essos would hold little significance. Or perhaps the other two continents cannot escape the relentless pursuit of Qi Xuan. In truth, the reality is that as long as Qi Xuan desires it, he could swiftly eradicate the Night King and the Three-Eyed Crow, who are concealed in the icy wilderness. The only caveat is that it would entail a far greater cost. What is this cost, you may ask? Naturally, it is the loss of more lives. In stark contrast to the Night King, Reinhardt and his companions are fervently eager to construct a vessel to flee this cursed place. It is worth noting that this locale is unbearably cold, so frigid that one would rather not linger here for even a second longer. Life in the mid-levels of the Nest City is quite pleasant. However, Reinhardt and the others yearn for a more vibrant world, to indulge in a lifestyle of unparalleled luxury. Perhaps it is this longing for a life of comfort, one they have not experienced for many years, that compels so many of the lower-tier residents of the Nest City to willingly serve as cannon fodder for expeditions. Even the most ordinary, fresh fruits and vegetables are typically regarded as luxuries reserved for the upper echelons. As for what the lower-tier residents consume daily, it is, of course, an unidentifiable nutritional liquid, with the only distinction being that the quality of the liquid sold in the mid-levels is somewhat superior. containing fewer questionable ingredients. As far as the eye can see, the surroundings are a vast expanse of white, with nothing but snow. The hearts of Reinhardt and his companions are already filled with a yearning for delectable cuisine. Most importantly, however, is the power to act with impunity that can only be found in this world. Meanwhile, the once bustling Black Castle in Japan has recently become even more vibrant. This surge in activity is undoubtedly due to the arrival of Emperor Qi Xuan, regardless of their personal feelings towards him. One cannot deny the curiosity that arises within people regarding the figure who has conquered the Essos continent in just a few short months and established a formidable and expansive nation. Beyond mere curiosity, many aspire to earn Qi Xuan's favor, hoping to soar to great heights and achieve prominence. Consequently, the arena within the castle has become a hive of activity, with countless eager men desperate to showcase their prowess and prove their individual strength. Of course, there are also ambitious women among them. However, their numbers are, regrettably, rather scant. Accompanied by the crisp calls of birds, dozens of majestic griffins soared into the sky. On the backs of these griffins, each bore not only a griffin knight, but also several barrels the size of wine casks. Observing the knights perched atop the griffins, countless onlookers in the castle were filled with envy and jealousy. Flight has long been a cherished dream for humanity, an aspiration that has remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yet now, this dream is vividly reflected in reality, though regrettably, the one soaring through the air is not oneself. Thus, amidst the countless gazes of envy, jealousy, and even hatred from the multitude below, dozens of griffins took flight from the Black Castle. These majestic creatures soared northward, their wings beating resolutely against the sky. Meanwhile, the diligent ghouls laboring at Hope Fortress remained blissfully unaware of the imminent arrival of their foes. Of course, for the ghouls, stripped of all human emotions, the world held little significance. Even the ultimate terror that humanity most fears, death itself. In a strict sense, ghouls could hardly be considered living beings. They resembled little more than animated corpses. At that moment, a sharp cry of birds pierced the high air. Accompanying this avian call were several dark shapes descending from the sky. In the next heartbeat, it appeared that these shadows had released something, though the distance rendered it unclear. As they drew nearer to the ground, their true form finally revealed itself to the eyes of the wights and ghouls below. Observing the falling casks, the supervising wights were beset by a flurry of questions. Clearly, they pondered how much damage such casks, even when plummeting from above, could truly inflict. Before long, these beings paid a heavy price for their earlier dismissal. With a resounding crash, the cask struck the ground, shattering upon impact. What did they collide with, you ask? Aside from the earth itself, they also met the motionless ghouls and the yet-to-be-felled trees. In a swift turn of events, as the casks shattered, a fierce green blaze erupted from the ground. Despite being in a snow-laden landscape, this inferno was terrifyingly unaffected, consuming everything in its vicinity with unrelenting fervor. Undoubtedly, this was wildfire, bearing a striking resemblance to modern incendiary devices. It was clear that this aerial assault had been ordered by Qi Xuan, who, having chosen to remain at the Black Castle and engage in a childish play of strategy with the Night King and others, was determined to prevent these foes from escaping by boat. Chapter 189, Furia? The audacity. The audacity. I have yet to dispatch my troops against him. Yet he dares to mount a surprise attack on my shipyard? Is he attempting to entrap us in this desolate place? Upon hearing of the devastating blow to the outpost near Hope Fortress, Reinhardt instantly transformed into a master of tidying up. Various seafood delicacies were swept from the table to the floor, and the ornate serving dishes shattered into countless pieces. Fortunately, he refrained from making another sweeping motion, otherwise, he would have resembled the epitome of a tyrannical overlord. Though compelled by the force of circumstances, as well as a self-rationalization called waiting for the opportune moment, Reinhardt and his companions were forced into an alliance with the indigenous forces they had once regarded with disdain. However, the sense of superiority stemming from powerful forces within their hearts has always persisted. Unexpectedly, they were met with a resounding slap from Qi Xuan. It stung, his face ached. Although no tangible slap had truly landed upon him, Reinhardt and the others still felt a sharp, burning sensation, in stark contrast to the furious Reinhardt and his companions. The Night King and the three-eyed raven appeared remarkably composed. In truth, such a scenario had long been anticipated by them. Let us not forget that the three-eyed raven constantly surveils the wall and the Black Castle through his crows. It is no exaggeration to assert that he can see most places in this world, wherever the birds can fly. Furthermore, in the original narrative, the three-eyed raven possessed an even more extraordinary ability, the power to transcend time, perceiving an individual's past, present, and future. Of course, this does not imply that he can physically traverse time. Otherwise, he would not be seeking to inhabit the body of a child. Despite his foresight, he had already set his plans in motion, and in the original story, the body he possessed ultimately triumphed and ascended to kingship. Yet, this ability proved ineffective against Qi Xuan and his mechanized soldiers. It is precisely for this reason that the three-eyed raven regarded them as formidable adversaries. Shortly after Qi Xuan's conquest of the Black Castle, he unleashed over 100,000 free men to lay siege. When asked why he timed the assault so precisely, one might surmise it was due to a vision of the future where the conquest of the Black Castle did not occur at this juncture. Nor did Qi Xuan exist within it. After venting his emotions, Reinhardt eventually regained his composure. As a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university, years of study had not only imparted a wealth of knowledge, but also cultivated commendable habits. Calmness was his greatest virtue. Otherwise, even as the illegitimate son of a prominent figure, he might not have ascended to the leadership of this group. After all, how many illegitimate offspring of the elite are there? Perhaps hundreds, or at least 70 or 80. How did Reinhardt come to know this? Naturally, human nature dictates that once one attains a lofty position, the temptation to indulge in wealth and pleasure can be overwhelming. After all, why not take advantage of power while it lasts? Who can predict how long one can maintain their position? Might they be toppled one day under accusations of corruption? Ultimately, it is owing to the sheer number of people in the world that even a small percentage of talent still amounts to a considerable figure. For such individuals, even if opportunities for self-improvement are curtailed, some will inevitably slip through the cracks. Emerging from his reverie, Reinhardt's face once again settled into a mask of tranquility. It appears that the only path remaining for us is to assault the formidable icy fortress known as the Wall of Despair. Upon hearing Reinhardt's inquiry, both the Night King and the three-eyed raven fell silent. In that moment, a profound stillness enveloped the gathering. Each individual present was acutely aware of the imposing structure of the Wall of Despair, a sight they had all witnessed. The sheer military might required to conquer such a magnificent edifice would undoubtedly be staggering. Particularly disheartening was the thought of facing significant casualties, especially when the garrison stationed upon the wall was adequately fortified. Regrettably, it seems that their only option is to confront the Wall of Despair. This time, however, the strength and numbers of the defenders within the city starkly contrast with those during the initial conquest by Qi Xuan. In the western regions of Essos, the Dothraki, who had long dominated the continent, have recently begun to face setbacks. Historically, their unparalleled mastery of horsemanship allowed a single tribe to swiftly transform into a cavalry force comprising thousands, even tens of thousands. Faced with such a formidable cavalry, few factions on Essos could engage them head-on. Even those capable of victory, such as the prominent city-states, including Bravos, opted to pay tribute rather than confront them directly. After all, while the Dothraki are undeniably fierce, it does not imply a deficiency in intellect. The greatest advantage of cavalry lies in their ability to pursue fleeing enemies relentlessly when they are victorious, and when outmatched, they can escape with remarkable agility. Moreover, during periods of civil strife within city-states, Dothraki tribes would seize the opportunity to plunder entire settlements. A significant number of the original inhabitants and defenders would be slaughtered, while women and girls faced unspeakable horrors, and the remaining populace was often sold into slavery. For the Dothraki, who are disinclined towards production and revel in plunder and bloodshed, this existence often defines their lives. Undoubtedly, the Dothraki in this world are fortunate. Were it not for the absence of a universal truth of equality, one might imagine that, in modern times, or even the near future, they would be compelled to embrace the arts and cultivate a love for peace in the face of modern weaponry. However, despite the lack of contemporary arms, the emergence of the Griffin Riders, a formidable aerial unit, has nonetheless transformed the fortunes of the Dothraki. Drawing upon modern knowledge, Qi Xuan orchestrated the creation of telescopes, a remarkable artifact of antiquity. With this innovation, each Griffin Rider became the finest aerial scout in this realm. During the day, confronted by the aggressive and eager Dothraki cavalry, the forces of Qi Xuan, guided by the Griffin Riders, opted to evade battle. Yet, as night fell and exhaustion set in, the soldiers of Qi Xuan transformed into relentless warriors, initiating surprise attacks and decisive confrontations. Consequently, in a matter of days, the once formidable Dothraki, numerous as the cattle, found their ranks significantly diminished. As for the fate of these individuals, they have naturally nourished the earth. The once rampant Dothraki tribes, known for their extensive plundering of the western villages and towns, have become increasingly cautious, no longer exhibiting their previous audacity. In response, the leaders of the various Dothraki clans, the Khals, are filled with fury and are inclined to unite. Unbeknownst to them, the state of Qi has inadvertently garnered considerable goodwill from the residents of the western regions of Essos. Chapter 190. Intervention in an unknown universe on the planet Yuan. Beep, beep, beep. Within a highly secure base, electronic alerts resonate incessantly. Amidst this, a cadre of staff members, seated before their computer screens, diligently records the information displayed before them. Suddenly, one staff member, his face alight with excitement, rises from his seat. His gaze is fixated on the screen, his heart brimming with exhilaration. At last, fortune has smiled upon him. The surveillance data he is tasked with documenting has revealed intelligence of significant value. According to departmental regulations, as a recorder, he stands to gain a substantial bonus. Moreover, there is a considerable chance of promotion and a salary increase. The sudden outburst of this fortunate individual captures the attention of nearby colleagues, who are also engaged in the task of recording intelligence. Casting a glance at the screen of this lucky soul, expressions of envy and jealousy emerge on the faces of his peers. The fortunate one is acutely aware of their gazes, which heightens his excitement, yet tightens his chest with apprehension. Thus, he hastily resumes his seat, fingers flying over the keyboard. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, a formal application document is completed. He affixes the newly acquired intelligence to the file, verifies its accuracy, and promptly clicks Send. Intelligence Department, Minister's Office. The previous document has been circulated up through the ranks to the highest authority of this department. Upon reviewing the intelligence before him, the intelligence minister's face breaks into a smile. An alternate world where one can ascend to divinity and attain immortality? Despite its scarce resources, the value of this world is considerable. Yet another naive team seeking to hoard everything for themselves. Do they not realize that every item brought by each team is under constant surveillance? Muttering to himself, the intelligence minister begins drafting reports and operational directives. In the lower echelons of the nest, a new mandatory task soon manifests. In this place, reminiscent of a nightmarish hell filled with despair, each compulsory mission represents the greatest opportunity for countless individuals to defy fate. Humans curl up in pigeon coops, just large enough to contain their bodies, awaiting the passage of time and the approach of death. Many human bodies exhibit varying degrees of imperfection, yet those who fare relatively well can undergo enhancements, equipping themselves with mechanical prosthetics that significantly augment their personal prowess. In this place, aside from the obligatory missions, hope and opportunity are virtually non-existent. The notion of earning a living through labor is a fallacy. Here, individuals are merely fodder in the relentless warfare. Even as they are continuously dispatched to various battlefields in alternate realms, the lower tiers of the hive remain overcrowded. To draw a comparison, this realm bears a striking resemblance to the hive cities depicted in the Warhammer universe, on the planet of authority, north of the wall in the continent of Westeros. At the altar, Reinhardt and his companions established a base using the Lord crystals they carried. Suddenly, the central control hub activated autonomously. A portion of the energy and resources pre-stored within the crystals began to deplete spontaneously. Concurrently, a new structure materialized from thin air, constructed in the blink of an eye. This sequence of events unfolded so swiftly that Reinhardt and his companions were left utterly unprepared. As their expressions fluctuated with uncertainty, a brilliant radiance erupted from the newly erected edifice, transforming into a portal in an instant. In the next moment, like a stream of ants, countless individuals began to emerge from the opposite side of the portal. Observing the increasing throng of conscripts wielding cold weaponry, the expressions of Reinhardt and his companions grew increasingly grim. It was evident that they had not anticipated the extraordinary capabilities of this artifact, which operated independently to construct a gateway and transport a substantial number of reinforcements without their consent. Unbeknownst to them, the influx of individuals through the portal had already surpassed 1,000, with no signs of abating. It appeared that the number of arrivals was far greater than a mere few tens of thousands. It could potentially reach hundreds of thousands, or even more. At that moment, a contingent clad in markedly different gear emerged. These individuals donned lightweight leather armor, wielding weapons that resembled fire pokers, their faces radiating determination and confidence. Undoubtedly, these were reinforcements from the rear. Despite Reinhardt's reluctance to inform the rear command after acquiring more intelligence about this world, preferring to monopolize its lucrative prospects, what they failed to realize was that every piece of information they observed was being monitored and recorded in real time by the back-end system. At the black castle on the wall, Qi Xuan gazed thoughtfully at the reflections in the mirror. It appeared that, From the perspective of Reinhardt and his companions, this planet, held considerable value. Qi Xuan instinctively began to analyze the situation. For a force that perpetually invades alternate realms, there are not many valuable resources on authority. Ordinary natural resources, and even the indefinable human resources, are clearly negligible. Consequently, the only things that might attract attention are merely a few notable entities. Dragons, Valyrian steel, or perhaps the means to attain divinity. In this world, the power of dragons is not particularly formidable. They can merely flaunt their might in an age dominated by conventional weaponry. When placed in an era of firearms, or within a realm of extraordinary powers, these dragons would appear woefully inadequate, especially considering that a dragon capable of being slain by a mere crossbow bolt is hardly worthy of mention. As for Valyrian steel, despite the exaggerated acclaim surrounding it in this world, its true value is merely akin to that of a commendable alloy. Thus, the only remaining subjects of interest are the gods, who possess an almost infinite lifespan. Regardless of the actual strength of these deities, they can effortlessly survive for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. With this thought, a radiant smile suddenly graced Qi Xuan's face. It seems that the upper limits of combat prowess in that other world are significantly lower than he had anticipated. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such keen interest in this realm. Observing the grim expressions of Reinhardt and others, as though they had tasted something bitter, Qi Xuan's smile grew ever more pronounced. How intriguing! In a world where firearms exist, yet so many wield cold weapons. It appears that the governance in that realm is rather stringent, perhaps even harboring considerable risks. In light of this, it could indeed present an opportunity for me. I can envision that should I launch a counter-offensive into that world, I might easily rally countless resistance organizations. Chapter 191. Probing. Qi Xuan has always considered himself a remarkably hospitable individual. Regarding the increasing number of unsolicited visitors from other realms within the mirror, he feels it is necessary, as the future sovereign of this world, the Power Star, to extend a warm welcome to these outsiders. Of course, more importantly, it is essential to probe the capabilities of these individuals. To be candid, given the enemy's currently displayed strength, annihilating them would not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, leveraging this as a fulcrum to invade their stronghold in the other world is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Qi Xuan has never favored engaging in battles without preparation. Until he comprehends the enemy's hidden trump cards, it is out of the question for him to take personal risks. Perhaps it is a testament to the adage that the more one possesses, the more one fears loss. When an individual is destitute, they often fear nothing, as they have nothing to lose except their own worthless life. Yet, once they attain a measure of wealth and power, they tend to become fearful and frail, paralyzed by their own abundance. Drawing lessons from history, Qi Xuan never believed that his ability to resurrect would render him invincible. If one day he were to entertain such a notion, it would signify that he is not far from the day of his ultimate demise. With this thought in mind, Qi Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. As a chorus of melodious birdsong filled the air, dozens of griffins soared once more from the black castle into the sky. Upon their backs, in addition to a griffin knight steering the majestic creatures, several barrels brimming with wildfire were secured. It appeared that Qi Xuan intended to employ the same tactic once again. After all, their adversaries were not the Saint Seiya. A repetition of the same maneuver would likely prove ineffective. In truth, Qi Xuan had contemplated dispatching a substantial force for a direct assault. However, the harshness of the vast, snow-laden terrain rendered such a venture exceedingly treacherous. A living army would require several days to traverse the distance from the Black Castle to the enemy's stronghold. Though merely a few days, the attrition from non-combat losses would yield a daunting figure. Furthermore, the remaining combat effectiveness of the soldiers upon arrival was an uncertain variable. Most crucially, the three-eyed raven possessed countless eyes. The crows and birds flying overhead could serve as its watchful sentinels, should they choose to avoid a direct confrontation with Qi Xuan. Opting instead for a circumspect guerrilla strategy, it would ultimately be the Qi Xuan forces that would bear the brunt of attrition. The Night King's army, composed largely of the undead, required neither sustenance nor rest, whereas the living soldiers of Qi Xuan had numerous concerns: food, warmth, and rest among them. Thus, the strategic value of the Griffin Knights as an aerial combat unit was significantly heightened. Regrettably, the current number of griffins remained woefully insufficient. Relying on natural reproduction would be a protracted endeavor, while the coveted griffin sword yielded a meager supply of griffins each week. Beyond the battlefield of the Black Castle, where Qi Xuan held dominion, the expansive Essos continent also saw the presence of griffins. The ability to confront numerous foes with less than half the military might of Qi Xuan underscored the undeniable utility of these aerial reconnaissance units. Moreover, the tantalizing prospect of immense rewards continually enticed an ever-growing multitude of residents from the continent of Westeros to partake in this conflict. From logistical support to frontline engagement, an inexhaustible flow of wealth beckoned countless individuals yearning to alter their fates. With a renewed burst of avian song, the Griffin Knights commenced their operations. Following their previous aerial assault, this cadre of knights had become increasingly proficient in their maneuvers. Simultaneously, having recognized their heightened value on the battlefield, their spirits surged with fervor. Indeed, while the strategic significance of aerial reconnaissance was paramount, the tangible accolades for their contributions remained scant. Many among the ground troops even perceived that the Griffin Knights were awarded too much credit. Ultimately, it was the Griffins capable of carrying men aloft that held the true importance, rather than the knights upon their backs. In this present moment, these scouts have transformed into bombers, bringing countless deaths to the enemy. It is noteworthy that within the brief span of months since the implementation of the military merit system, a peculiar atmosphere has quietly emerged amongst the Qi army. The soldiers are now preoccupied with comparing one another, often placing the utmost importance on each other's kill counts. Consequently, the once invaluable aerial reconnaissance provided by the Griffin Knights has now become a source of embarrassment, as their numbers pale in comparison. Many soldiers even contemplate that one could simply lie back and accrue military achievements, or perch a pig upon a Griffin's back to achieve the same result. Boom, boom. In an instant, numerous green flames erupted near the enemy encampment. Initially, these flames were modest in size, yet they expanded rapidly within a short time, culminating in a colossal and terrifying inferno across this snow-laden terrain. Alas, countless individuals engulfed in flames emitted heart-wrenching cries. On the ground, those ablaze struggled desperately in the snow, attempting to extinguish the flames that consumed them. Sadly, their efforts were doomed to futility, for the wildfire was a creation of the alchemists, a flame so fearsome that its reputation rivaled even that of a dragon's fiery breath. Everything transpired at an alarming speed. In response, Reinhardt and his companions instinctively approached the leader of the reinforcements. There, amidst a figure clad in splendid armor, unmistakably a member of an elite force, a blue light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. This scene was reminiscent of their initial arrival in this world. Indeed, confronted by this sudden and dreadful blaze, the elite troops dispatched for support did not hesitate to employ their precious barrier shield. However, the shield was not extensive. It barely encompassed the 1,000-strong elite force. As for the vast number of cannon fodder outside the barrier, regrettably, their fate was already sealed. The three-eyed crow, sensing the impending doom, also managed to slip into the shield just in time, while the overconfident knight king chose to confront the wildfire head-on. Within the barrier, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent armor maintained an air of composure, displaying no signs of anger or fear in the face of the assault. Instead, his gaze wandered leisurely towards the boundless flames beyond the barrier and the myriad of figures seared within. Clink, clink, clink. Suddenly, objects resembling coins began to fall from the air beside him. Strangely, each coin bore a distinct visage, allowing one to discern the expressions on every individual's face. Furthermore, the coins exhibited a variety of hues. In the realm of bronze, silver, and the rarest of all, gold. Chapter 192, Firewood unfolds. As the coins continued to multiply, the middle-aged man's smile grew increasingly radiant. As for the anguished wails and cries for help beyond the barrier, clearly, he was utterly indifferent at this moment. At that instant, Reinhardt, having successfully verified his identity, approached the middle-aged man with great proximity. "General, I am Reinhardt, a graduate of the Royal First University, class of 142, and the captain of the exploratory vanguard to another world." He promptly executed a military salute, his demeanor steeped in respect, as he introduced himself. Only after delivering his report did Reinhardt take the time to scrutinize the unfamiliar general before him. The man, adorned in splendid military regalia, bore an appearance that belied his age. He exuded an extraordinary handsomeness. Furthermore, he emanated a formidable presence and an elegant demeanor. His deceptively alluring exterior ignited a flicker of doubt within Reinhardt regarding the general's true prowess and the means by which he ascended to such a position. Just as Reinhardt indulged in these musings, the general, who had been contemplatively gazing at the coins, turned his gaze towards him. His eyes were sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through Reinhardt's every thought and intention. A mere glance from the general instilled a profound sense of pressure within Reinhardt, prompting beads of sweat to form upon his brow. Strangely, at that moment, Reinhardt found himself entertaining an absurd notion. The man before him appeared to possess a life essence that transcended that of mere mortals, akin to a dragon or a deity, evoking an involuntary reverence within him, as if he were on the brink of death. At that juncture, the general spoke. I am Lhasa. Many have conferred upon me the title of the Destroyer. Observing Reinhardt's pallor at the mere mention of his name and title, Lhasa could not help but reveal a sinister grin. In truth, I am not particularly fond of this moniker. Perhaps out of a desire to flaunt or simply to boast. Lhasa continued unabated. To me, every individual within the Empire resembles firewood, their existence solely dedicated to stoking the flames of the Empire, rendering them ever more radiant and fervent. For centuries, the Empire has transformed from an ordinary human realm into a formidable force renowned throughout the cosmos. Thanks in no small part to the divine emperor who wrought the initial miracles, as well as the many governors who maintained dominion over the homeland. Likewise, it owes its advancement to numerous generals like myself who command expeditions, and to vanguards such as yourself who explore other worlds. At this point, Lhasa paused for a few seconds, adopting a tone reminiscent of a solemn aria as he lamented. And of course, there are the countless soldiers. A number so vast it defies belief. The essence of life resides within, where only the most profound emotions can elevate countless ordinary souls, thus purifying the impurities within. Despite having just faced the front lines and suffering the loss of countless cannon fodder soldiers, General Lhasa's spirits remained surprisingly high. This left everyone, including Reinhardt, utterly bewildered and perplexed. Regrettably, General Lhasa evidently lacked the inclination to elaborate further. The reason he spoke so profusely upon their initial meeting was solely due to his buoyant mood. It is worth noting that within the Empire, there may only be a few dozen governors, while the number of generals reaches into the hundreds or even thousands. Although nearly every general has the opportunity for an expedition, the worlds they conquer vary greatly. Some worlds are rich in resources, allowing the commanding general to still profit handsomely even after surrendering half of the spoils. Conversely, if a general is tasked with a world that is barren of valuable resources, they often find themselves compelled to resort to dubious tactics to avoid incurring losses. This, too, is the origin of Lhasa's moniker, the Destroyer. It is said that in many of the expeditions he led, the number of survivors after the battles was often tragically low. Naturally, most of these individuals received promotions, and General Lhasa did not obstruct their achievements or embezzle their accolades. Thus, the polarizing reputation of General Lhasa has not entirely tarnished his name. Observing the flames consuming lives outside and the increasing number of coins bearing human likenesses around the general, Reinhardt and the others began to speculate. Perhaps there is a connection between the two phenomena? General Lhasa, perceiving the thoughts of those around him, did not attempt to conceal anything. To maintain his current position, he requires not only formidable personal strength, but also ample wealth and a robust army. Should the gains from an expedition fall short of its costs, it would signify a loss. A few minor losses may go unnoticed, but should the losses accumulate excessively, even a diminished influence may jeopardize his position as a general. After all, the number of individuals aspiring for advancement is exceedingly vast. While there are numerous general seats, they are pitifully few in comparison to the multitude seeking to ascend. The coins scattered on the ground bear a resounding name, soul currency. Even the least valuable of these, the soul copper coin, possesses astonishing purchasing power in the abyss, not to mention the far more valuable soul silver and soul gold coins. This is the secret behind his consistent profitability, never incurring losses but rather reaping substantial gains. Of course, none of this would be possible without a certain invaluable treasure exchanged from the abyss. Many generals have similarly acquired such treasures. To forge soul currency, one requires the very souls of sentient beings. This assured harvest naturally delighted Lhasa. But what brought him even greater joy was the realization that the world he had acquired this time held immense value, perhaps due to his elevated stature. Much like an imperial general who had ascended to the third tier of the empire, just beneath the divine emperor and the governor. Thus, they too had access to the genuine secrets behind the empire's rise. Indeed, by a stroke of fate, the divine emperor established contact with the enigmatic abyssal consciousness. From that moment on, their once unremarkable and mundane human planet underwent a transformative upheaval. Merely a fragment of the abyss's remnants rendered their world extraordinarily powerful. And the cost? They were tasked with facilitating the abyss's invasion, conquering countless other worlds, and all valuable possessions acquired could be exchanged for currency in the abyss, which in turn could procure unimaginable treasures. It is precisely for this reason that Lhasa could not help but express his astonishment. In this harsh world, the fate of the weak was destined to become kindling. Clearly, to avoid becoming such kindling, General Lhasa had long since forsaken all remnants of conscience and moral integrity. Chapter 193, Audacious. How dare you kill my bird? In a brief span of time, the Griffin Knights completed their bombing mission, releasing the canisters of wildfire strapped to their mounts. Just as they prepared to return, the situation underwent a dramatic shift. The once verbose General Lhasa, resembling a nagging middle-aged woman, suddenly altered his demeanor. It seemed he had sensed the Griffin Knight's intention to depart. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that the soul currency he had amassed had met his expectations. Thus, having previously feigned indifference, as if merely spectating, he decided to take action. Reinhardt and others, who were in close proximity to General Lhasa, immediately felt the palpable change in his aura. At that moment, he radiated an overwhelming presence, and even those merely brushed by its residual force, like Reinhardt and his companions, felt as though they were on the verge of suffocation. Their bodies seemed poised to disintegrate at any moment. It was then, accompanied by a cold chuckle, that General Lhasa finally struck. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The Griffin Knights, initially brimming with excitement at the thought of the accolades they would earn upon their return, had yet to react before they were met with an assault. Whoosh, whoosh. A violent gale suddenly enveloped several Griffin Knights. Fortunately, in order to ensure a sufficiently high coverage of the wildfire, the Griffin Knights had maintained a considerable distance from one another. It was precisely for this reason that this group of Griffin Knights was not entirely annihilated by the unexpected whirlwind. The Griffin Knights, sensing that something was amiss, instinctively dispersed. To avert the recurrence of such a terrifying tempest, they soared in various directions, veering away to return to the Black Castle. Those unfortunate Griffin Knights who had been caught in the eye of the hurricane were, in mere moments, torn to shreds by the ferocious winds. Gasp! Witnessing this catastrophic scene, Reinhardt and his companions could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Although they had previously understood that the disparities within the empire were vast, they could not have fathomed the extent of such differences. Undoubtedly, this onslaught could effortlessly obliterate an army of thousands. And this was merely one of the countless generals within the empire. Contemplating this, they could only wonder how immensely powerful and fearsome the governors, and even the God Emperor, who stood above such ranks, must be. In that instant, a profound sense of reverence surged within Reinhardt and his companions. The next moment, their hearts ignited with fervor. How glorious it would be to possess such earth-shattering power. Accompanying this drastic shift in their emotions was the collapse of a worldview cultivated over many years. Initially, they had believed that the strength of the Empire's upper echelons in governing the nation stemmed primarily from vast modern weaponry and mechanized armies. Little did they realize that those armed with guns and artillery were, at best, merely a higher tier of cannon fodder. The true force sustaining the empire's stability lay in the hands of generals and governors whose might resembled that of gods and demons, as well as the enigmatic God Emperor. A wave of intense confusion washed over Reinhardt and the others. Wait, such knowledge had never been imparted in their university studies. This revelation implied that the education and knowledge they had received throughout their lives had been excessively truncated. Had they been taught the methods of acquiring extraordinary power in high school or college, the gap in strength between them and General Rosa would not have been so insurmountable. Upon reflecting on this, Reinhardt suddenly fell silent, forcing himself to refrain from delving deeper into his thoughts, for the subsequent considerations might prove perilous. Observing Reinhardt and his companions, whose faces were etched with shock and whose eyes reflected awe akin to witnessing divine beings, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto General Rosa's face. Just like these novices, he had once been a fresh recruit, inspired by the might of his superior to cultivate an indomitable ambition. After all, the acquisition of extraordinary power is fraught with numerous limitations and barriers. The higher one ascends, the easier it becomes to attain such power. In the Black Castle, within the Lord's Hall, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The upper echelons of the castle were gathered for a banquet in the hall. Upon the golden throne, Qi Xuan reclined leisurely, sipping juice and savoring the fruits and roasted meats presented by an attendant nearby. Beneath the throne, the esteemed scholar Caban, now the foremost Grand Minister of the Qi Kingdom, was presenting his research findings. Your Majesty, after thorough investigation, I have made significant progress regarding the items you entrusted to me. Among them is a fruit known as tree fruit, which poses no substantial issues for human consumption and does not yield any remarkable enhancement to the body. However, the effects on various species of beasts are strikingly evident. A common pig, within mere days of consuming the tree fruit, doubled in size, and due to time constraints, we remain uncertain if this is its ultimate limit. Other creatures, such as deer, wolves, and tigers, exhibit similarly pronounced effects. Perhaps we could consider breeding these beasts to indirectly enhance human physicality through the consumption of their meat? The energy cubes derived from tree fruit are even more astonishing, providing a profound uplift to both wild and domestic animals. Listening intently to Caben's eloquent discourse, Qi Xuan nodded thoughtfully. His guiding principle has always been to entrust specialized matters to those who possess the requisite expertise. One must ponder, who among the characters in the original Game of Thrones world possesses research capabilities that rival those of Scholar Caben? He has the remarkable ability to resurrect the decapitated mountain after poisoning, transforming it into a more formidable biomonster. Curiously, the resurrected mountain retains a remarkable level of human intellect. While watching the show, Qi Xuan had occasionally speculated if the magical scholar Caben harbored hidden talents, perhaps mastering the necromantic arts of reanimation. Otherwise, the emergence of such miracles is difficult to comprehend. Even in an era of advanced technological prowess, achieving such experiments seems but a distant hope. Suddenly, Qi Xuan furrowed his brow. Yet, the moment he did, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall, with expressions of trepidation and unease etched upon every face. Clearly, these individuals were acutely attuned to Qi Xuan's demeanor, their minds not wholly absorbed in the revelries of the banquet. Boldness! How dare you slay my bird? Qi Xuan thought, his attention drawn to the mirrored image of General Lhasa, who had just felled a griffin knight with a tempest. His irritation surged. The emergence of this man-made gale signified that a substantial portion of his trump card had been rendered ineffective. Chapter 194. The opportunity of the Dragon Queen at the precipice of renewed conflict in the northern realms of Westeros. Unrest also stirred across the distant continent of Essos. Initially, the Qi forces achieved notable victories, capitalizing on the discord among the city-states of Essos and the underestimation of their adversaries. The most significant losses were undoubtedly suffered by the scattered and autonomous Dothraki tribes. After all, compared to the entrenched local powers, which remained steadfast within their fortresses throughout Essos, the Dothraki's dispersed presence rendered them vulnerable. The Dothraki people subsist through herding and raiding, which inevitably leads them to wander across the vast expanse of Essos rather than settling in any particular region. As they graze in various territories, they simultaneously plunder the affluent cities and villages nearby. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Dothraki are universally reviled across Essos, were it not for their formidable strength. A race that brings nothing but destruction and slaughter would have long since faced annihilation. Historically, many grand fortresses, including Lys, have succumbed to the opportunistic incursions of the Dothraki during times of internal strife. Thus, when the Dothraki once again caught wind of an opportunity amidst the political upheaval in Braavos and sought to ravage the city, they encountered fierce resistance from the newly established regime led by Qi Xuan. This was not merely a singular clash, but a series of relentless assaults. Nearby factions were certainly aware of these events, yet none entertained the notion of aiding the Dothraki, for they are akin to wolves that cannot be tamed. Those who attempt to subdue them often find themselves facing their wrath in return. As for the original narrative in which Daenerys Targaryen commanded tens of thousands of Dothraki and ferried them across the sea to Westeros, it may have been due to the brevity of the plot or perhaps because they were ultimately engulfed by the tide of the whites. Otherwise, given enough time, these Dothraki would surely resist becoming obedient farmers, laboring and paying taxes for generations. However, as time passed, and the forces of Qi grew ever more numerous and powerful, a sense of melancholy arose among the various factions across Essos. While they did not doubt the might of the kingdom established by Qi Xuan, the possibility that it could conquer all of Essos, reminiscent of the former Valyrian freehold, was not beyond imagination. Naturally, opinions were divided. Some supported, some resisted, and others remained indifferent. As long as they could retain their original power and status, few would oppose the dominion of Qi. Regrettably, Qi Xuan sought more than mere nominal submission, for such allegiance could crumble at any moment. Furthermore, he harbored a disdain for a realm riddled with numerous feudal lords wielding substantial power. To this end, he dangled the prospect of titles and land as bait, inciting the old nobility of Westeros to engage in warfare on the continent of Essos. Was this not a strategy that served dual purposes? Unfortunately, human desire is insatiable. Distanced from the formidable Qi Xuan, many began to indulge their ambitions, yearning to seize more territory. Whether driven by the lust for wealth or the desire to avert the complications arising from previous powers in those lands, they resorted to the most straightforward and brutal solution: indiscriminate slaughter. It is precisely this sentiment that has stirred a growing sense of despair among local forces. Thus, unwilling to remain passive, they embarked on a quest for vengeance. Someone once remarked that if one cannot resolve an issue, one should eliminate its source. Confronted with the formidable and zealous forces of the Qi army, individual lords and mayors find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. However, there exists a profession in this world known as an assassin or a killer. Assassination is the most brutal and direct approach, by eliminating the enemy's leader. Wouldn't the opposing army crumble without a fight? On the continent of Essos, when discussing the most potent poisons, several contenders may arise. Yet, when it comes to the most infamous poison, it can only be the widow's kiss. This poison is colorless and odorless. A mere drop, when mingled with wine or water, can swiftly claim the lives of dozens or even hundreds. Those who succumb to its effects often display a purplish hue before ultimately choking to death due to prolonged asphyxiation. In a brief span, countless noble lords, once esteemed on the continent of Westeros, have perished under the shadow of this notorious toxin. This has instilled a profound sense of fear alongside heightened caution and rage among these noble lords. In Slaver's Bay, Astapor stands as one of the 3 significant city-states along its coast. Since the fall of Valyria, the Jaskari, once subdued, have re-established 3 grand city-states in this region. Yet, the term great often applies to a select few rather than the overwhelming majority of ordinary folk. Strangely, those who initially rose to resist Valyrian oppression have ultimately transformed into masters and slaves themselves. Perhaps, the young dragon slayer inevitably becomes the new dragon? Previously, Daenerys Targaryen led a duped army of Unsullied to conquer Astapor, subsequently advancing northward to capture Yunkai and Meereen. The tale thereafter becomes familiar. With the assistance of the likes of Peter Baelish and other seasoned lords of Westeros, Daenerys swiftly claimed dominion over the 3 grand city-states along Slaver's Bay. At this moment, the lords gathered in unison to host a banquet celebrating their triumph. Originally devoid of political experience, Daenerys has matured significantly through a series of events. In her earlier days, she might have chosen to restore the freedom of the enslaved out of compassion. Now, despite her lingering reluctance, she has resolved not to insist on abolishing slavery until a suitable means of resettling the freed slaves can be devised. Perhaps the politically naive Daenerys does not fully comprehend all this, but the politically astute lords, such as Baelish, would undoubtedly choose to impart selective wisdom upon her. Observing the hall filled with noble lords, the very figures commonly referred to as my lords, a sense of pride and intoxication suffused Daenerys' expression. Perhaps this is the taste of power? Just as she reached for a goblet of wine, poised to drink, the moment hung in the air. A familiar voice echoed in her ear. Do not drink. There is poison in the wine. The unexpected utterance did not startle Daenerys. Yet the content of the words instinctively caused her to release her grip on the cup. With a clatter, the cup fell to the ground and shattered. This sudden turn of events elicited expressions of surprise from those who had been observing Daenerys closely. Her face still bore a hint of fear, yet her gaze was directed to her side. At that moment, a shadowy figure stood nearby, ethereal in nature. Strangely, this individual seemed visible only to Daenerys, while the others in the hall remained oblivious. Noticing the confusion in Daenerys' eyes, the mysterious figure smiled faintly and spoke. I have no need to deceive you. If I sought to take your life, none of these people could save you. In recent days, I wonder how much of what I previously stated you now believe? Upon hearing the enigmatic words, Daenerys did not rush to respond. However, a pensive expression surfaced in her beautiful, bright eyes. Chapter 195. Ambition I do not comprehend. In this world, filled with so many powerful figures, why would you seek me out? At this juncture, Daenerys Targaryen paused momentarily before continuing. For instance, the Emperor of the Qi Kingdom, who has conquered the entire continent of Westeros, possesses strength and influence that far surpasses my own. Strangely, as she mentioned Qi Xuan, an unnatural pallor crossed Daenerys' face. In response to her inquiry, the mysterious figure displayed a nuanced expression. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for honesty rather than deceit. In truth, I approached him before seeking you out. As you know, this individual's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his arrogance is equally formidable. Just as he rejected you, he also turned down my proposal. At this point, the mysterious figure fell silent, for Daenerys' complexion had grown increasingly grim. Perhaps due to differing perceptions, in this era, the people of this world view marriage and childbirth as trivial matters for women. In fact, women who give birth to children, especially those of noble lineage or striking beauty, often attract numerous suitors. However, this notion does not apply to Qi Xuan. According to Daenerys' knowledge, after the Emperor of Qi conquered King S Landing, he brought the former queen and her daughter into the palace, relegating them to the status of attendants. By the moral standards of this age, Few would believe that Qi Xuan had not approached the former Queen Cersei, despite her having borne 3 children and still exuding the allure of a mature woman at the pinnacle of her beauty. From the perspective of Daenerys, it is evident that Qi Xuan would rather admit Cersei, this aged woman who has borne 3 children, into his harem while turning a blind eye to her. A woman still in the bloom of youth. Moreover, she has only recently come of age, having given birth to a stillborn child, and her experience with men is rather limited. Setting these facts aside, her beauty is undeniably exquisite, complemented by 3 young dragons and legions of elite unsullied soldiers at her command. The moment she stepped out of the palace, although a smile graced her lips, she felt, for the first time, that her dignity had been trampled upon. No man, no ordinary man, could possibly overlook her astonishing beauty. Her former husband, Khal Drogo, who commanded tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors, was utterly captivated by her allure. Even Jorah Mormont, who initially sought to spy on and assassinate her, found himself unwittingly enamored, betraying his king for her sake. The second son, Dario, upon laying eyes on Daenerys, brutally eliminated the other 2 captains to pledge his loyalty to her. Then still an adversary. Such occurrences were far too frequent, to the extent that, even if unspoken, Daenerys harbored a profound confidence in her own charm. As a woman of immense power, with her husband deceased and yet to remarry, possessing one or several lovers of the opposite sex should be considered entirely natural. Alas, Daenerys, a native of this world, was fated to misunderstand Qi Xuan's deeply ingrained ideals. For Qi Xuan, accepting Daenerys would be akin to betraying his past self. After a moment of silence, Daenerys turned her gaze once more to the enigmatic figure beside her, still unseen by anyone else, and inquired, "What is it that you desire? What can you offer me?" Undoubtedly, the now composed Daenerys was far from foolish. Her previous naivety and lack of worldly experience had led her to be easily manipulated in the original tale. Upon hearing her words, a smile finally graced the mysterious figure's face as he replied, unhurriedly, "What I seek is your assistance in eliminating a group of adversaries. However, the power you currently possess is woefully insufficient." He continued, "As for what I can provide you." At this juncture, the mysterious man's gaze shifted towards the hall's exterior, where Daenerys's dragons soared through the sky. "What if I told you that I could increase the number of dragons under your command tenfold, even 100-fold? The revelation left Daenerys gasping in astonishment. A chilling sensation washed over her. If what this mysterious figure claimed was true, then possessing dozens, even hundreds of dragons would empower her to vanquish Qi Xuan and ascend as the mightiest queen in the realm. Huh? Do you truly think I would take your words at face value? In a fleeting moment, Daenerys emerged from the depths of her boundless reverie and began to counter the assertions of the enigmatic figure beside her. No matter how naive she might be, she simply could not fathom, let alone believe, the claims made by this mysterious individual. Perhaps, prior to the downfall of the Valyrian house of the 40 Dragon Kings, the notion of summoning dozens, or even hundreds, of dragons was conceivable. Even 1,000 dragons could have been amassed by the Valyrian Confederation. Yet, in this era where the extraordinary has all but vanished, even the 3 dragons she held were nothing short of a miraculous impossibility. It was precisely because she had, against all odds, hatched 3 lifeless dragon eggs into 3 formidable dragons that she had garnered such immense renown in this world. Observing the incredulous expression on the face of the Mother of Dragons, as well as her futile rebuttals, the enigmatic figure displayed not a trace of anger. Suddenly, Daenerys felt an overwhelming sense of threat. At that moment, even breathing seemed a strenuous task. It was as if she stood before a being of a higher existential order, akin to the deities of legend, a god omnipotent, and I the god of gods. His deep voice resonated with an indescribable, formidable pressure, akin to the roar of a dragon. Unbeknownst to her, the hall had fallen into a profound silence. Now, not only did Daenerys gaze at the mysterious figure with awe and trepidation, but the assembly of noble lords, including the likes of Littlefinger and Jon Snow, also regarded the sudden apparition beside the Mother of Dragons with palpable fear. Silence reigned, an interminable stillness. Abruptly, Daenerys erupted into laughter. "Ha, ha, ha. From this moment forth, I believe the words you have spoken. Your demands, I shall acquiesce to. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your promise." As her laughter echoed, the ambitions and desires within her surged like a tempestuous tide. Chapter 196. The army approaches in the north, at the wall of Westeros. If miracles exist in this world, then this vast, snow-laden wall stretching endlessly surely qualifies as one. At this point in time, when the extraordinary has faded and the world's magic is at its nadir, It is difficult for people to imagine the immense human and material resources required to forge such a magnificent ice and snow edifice. However, during the ancient times when magic flourished, it was a tangible reality, unlike the mere tricks it has become today. In this world, dragons epitomize the pinnacle of extraordinary power. Before the demise of the Valyrian Confederation, they had once amassed over 2,000 dragons to vanquish their foes. Yet, by the time the original tale began, the last dragon had perished over a decade ago, and the very existence of dragons had become a matter of doubt in the hearts of many. When Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, hatched her 3 colossal dragons, a crimson comet streaked across the sky, heralding the resurgence of magic and extraordinary powers in the world. This phenomenon was not only felt by sorcerers and wizards like the Red Priestess, even those who had never dabbled in magical arts, such as Qi Xuan, sensed the burgeoning magical energy in the air. Consequently, the potency of his extraordinary skill, thunderous might, continued to amplify, now many times more powerful than it had been initially. Suddenly, a thunderous drumming echoed within the Black Castle, signaling the imminent approach of a vast enemy force. On the icy battlements, the soldiers of the Qi army, tasked with patrolling, gazed at the scene beyond the walls and collectively inhaled sharply. There were throngs of people, akin to a black ocean, congregated not far from the castle walls. A glance was enough to render the estimate of the enemy's numbers unfathomable. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Even millions? Despite many of these soldiers being poorly equipped, clad in simple leather armor, and wielding conventional weapons, the overwhelming advantage in numbers was beyond mere words to describe. Fortunately, among the Qi soldiers on the walls, there were not only ordinary men, but also the yellow turban warriors, among the finest troops of the age. Even the most battle-hardened Qi soldiers, forged through countless brutal wars and endowed with indomitable will, felt a shiver of trepidation at the sight of the seemingly endless enemy forces. In stark contrast, the yellow turban warriors, devoid of human emotion, stood resolutely like granite, their expressions as cold as ever. As the measured sound of footsteps approached, Qi Xuan ascended the icy battlements accompanied by a cadre of Qi generals. Upon witnessing the multitude of foes below, Qi Xuan's heart momentarily faltered, not from fear, but from profound astonishment. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of living beings, now appeared as mere ants, destined to become fodder on the battlefield ahead. Had it not been for the system, he might have perished alone in this frigid world, or perhaps been executed publicly by the noble lords of the north, mistaking him for a fleeing night watchman, or even fallen victim to the ubiquitous bandits. As for relying on the advantages of the narrative to continually amass benefits and ultimately become a figure of great renown, this world, at least on the continent of Westeros, still upheld the notion of bloodlines. The son of a peasant was often doomed to remain a peasant or a vagrant, unless he possessed exceptional talent and luck to transcend his class. The noble offspring, particularly the firstborn son, had the right of inheritance. While younger sons might receive some portion of wealth, illegitimate children, however, were little different from commoners. This notion and belief have endured on this continent for countless years. It is precisely for this reason that Qi Xuan chose to dispatch the noble lords who pledged allegiance to him to the Essos continent, thereby severing all their ties to Westeros. Otherwise, implementing the forthcoming county system would prove far more arduous and troublesome than merely re-establishing control over Westeros. In truth, had the enemy forces not included the Night King, a master of necromancy, Qi Xuan would have welcomed the opportunity to gather these noble lords here to defend the city. Regardless of the chosen strategy, their fate would invariably be one of expendability. Just then, a rift unexpectedly opened within the enemy camp. A man, mounted on a peculiar steed, advanced to the forefront of the line. With a mere glance, his gaze fell upon Qi Xuan, who stood atop the city walls. In the next moment, General Lhasa suddenly burst into laughter. Accompanied by his enigmatic smile, a dreadful whirlwind materialized beyond the city walls, sweeping toward Qi Xuan's position. However, to everyone's astonishment, when this formidable tempest reached the walls of the Great Wall, it appeared to encounter an inexplicable force that significantly diminished its strength. By the time it approached Qi Xuan and his comrades, the tornado had weakened to a mere shadow of its former self. It seemed that the ancient ice walls harbored some form of magical suppression. Otherwise, how could such a wall have contained the Night King and his army of the undead for thousands of years beyond the wall? Despite the wind causing minimal damage, Qi Xuan was nonetheless incensed by the enemy's provocation. You have chosen the path to your demise. With this soliloquy, the soldiers of the Qi army within the walls sprang into action. In the next moment, dozens of catapults within the city began to operate, launching black canisters toward the enemy outside. With a resounding thud, countless wildfires rained down upon the enemy camp. Soon, the terrifying wildfires revealed their devastating power once more. It appeared that they were poised to replicate the earlier victories, perhaps even achieving a more resounding triumph this time. Yet, upon witnessing this scene anew, General Loss's expression betrayed his anticipation. Spellcasters, prepare your incantations. With Loss's command, the soldiers clad in ornate armor behind him began to chant in unison. In an instant, the flames that had previously consumed the enemy lines vanished, as if an invisible, formidable force had extinguished them entirely. In this round of confrontation, the Qi army seemed to have gained a slight upper hand. However, Qi Xuan's expression suddenly turned grave. In stark contrast to Qi Xuan's serious demeanor, General Luosa outside the city appeared remarkably relaxed. To him, the recent events were merely trivial matters. Having survived the brutal battlefield and ultimately ascended to the rank of general, Luosa had long since forged a heart of iron and stone. For him, the death of a mere few thousand or tens of thousands, or even millions, meant little. As long as his interests remained unscathed and he reaped substantial benefits, everything was deemed worthwhile. After all, the population within the lower echelons of the empire was exceedingly vast. These beings, as numerous as ants, existed solely to dedicate their lives and all they possessed to the empire's might. In fact, if it were not for the frequent initiation of such large-scale interdimensional wars, the lower strata of the empire would likely struggle to accommodate these individuals. Luosa's gaze shifted toward Qi Xuan atop the city wall, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Through the reconnaissance equipment he had brought, General Luosa had discerned the approximate strength of the enemies within the Great Wall of Despair. Aside from Qi Xuan, who possessed mid-level first-stage extraordinary power, the only noteworthy adversaries were the 6,000 nearing first-stage extraordinary strength. The remainder were merely cannon fodder. Unlike the world of Chuanqing, in the realm where General Luosa resided, they had acquired a classification of strength after their connection with the abyss. Anyone whose attributes, strength, agility, constitution, exceeded the limits of an ordinary human, or who possessed any extraordinary abilities, embarked upon the path of evolution, thus achieving the first stage of extraordinary power. The extraordinary could be roughly divided into 3 phases: early, mid, and late, and further subdivided into 9 grades. Naturally, upon reaching the late extraordinary phase, one would experience a significant enhancement in power compared to earlier stages. Consequently, the empire's requirements for generals, aside from loyalty, primarily hinged on the necessity of reaching the late extraordinary phase. Beyond that lay the second stage of legendary power. To become a governor, the paramount requirement was to attain second-stage legendary strength. As for what lies beyond, many speculated it to be the divine emperor with third-stage demigod power. For the empire, the value of 100,000 or even a million zero-stage ordinary individuals paled in comparison to that of a single first-stage extraordinary being. Luosa pondered silently, filled with anticipation regarding how many among this million cannon fodder might ascend to first-stage extraordinary status. Suddenly, General Luosa raised his right hand and made a downward motion. Accompanied by General Luosa's commands, the clarion call for charge soon resonated throughout the ranks, accompanied by the fervent shouts of officers at all levels. Charge! Listen, the general has issued orders. Whoever is the first to ascend the city walls or breach the gates shall be granted the status of a mid-tier nest dweller and an extraordinary seed. Survive the activation phase of the extraordinary seed, and you too shall become superhuman. As the officers' rallying cries echoed, countless breaths quickened, filling the air with a palpable tension. Huffing and puffing, regardless of gender, these soon-to-be cannon fodder from the lower nest dwellers were instantly galvanized by the prospect of immense gain. Charge! Charge! With a cacophony of resounding shouts, the enemy outside the city surged forth like a relentless tide, their course directed straight towards the formidable ice and snow walls that loomed before them. Faced with walls towering at least several dozen meters high, a sense of insignificance crept into the hearts of many. Yet, in the next moment, this feeling was swiftly supplanted by a fervent fire within. In comparison to the tremendous rewards awaiting success, what value did their seemingly worthless lives hold? Fortunately, the wall before them was forged of ice and snow, implying that they could scale this chasm-like barrier with the aid of tools. From atop the wall, looking down, countless figures appeared as minuscule ants, relentlessly charging towards the fortification, striving to ascend its heights. Unlike the previous siege by the Freeman's army, this time the defenders within the city were not hampered by a lack of resources, personnel, or preparation. There was no need for Qi Xuan to command. The Qi army's defenders had already commenced their counterattack under the guidance of their officers. Boulders and logs rained down like a tempest, claiming the lives of those who valiantly climbed. It must be noted that while the defenders held a significant advantage with ranged attacks from their elevated positions, the enemies now clinging closely to the icy walls presented a challenging target for archers. Nevertheless, more foes outside continued their charge across the flat ground. Fire! Fire! At the command of the officers, waves of arrows were unleashed upon the approaching enemies. In an instant, the area engulfed by the rain of arrows erupted with a chorus of anguished screams and wails. War, in its true essence, has never been as idyllic as some may envision. Its brutal nature remains ever present. In this conflict, the defenders transformed into a meat grinder, while the attacking forces became akin to fish on a chopping block. The slaughter commencing, blood flowed forth as if a bottle of tomato sauce had been overturned, splattering across the snow-blanketed ground. Ultimately, as the blood flowing upon the ground increased, the once pristine white earth became awash in crimson. The once vibrant lives, now largely devoid of breath, lay sprawled upon the cold, red soil. Life, in this moment, seemed as inconsequential as mere weeds. Yet, the demise of comrades did not instill fear in the enemy outside the city. Rather, it ignited their fervor. Perhaps this exemplifies the notion that a general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city gate. With a resounding crash, the iron gate was breached, collapsing onto the ground. In a strategic design, the city gate was not a solid structure like the wall, but rather comprised of two iron doors that could be raised by ropes. However, just as the enemy soldiers were reveling in their unexpected advantage, an even greater surprise awaited them. As the jubilant soldiers charged through the shattered gate, they were met with crossbow bolts as thick as arms. Behind the gate, a row of massive crossbows stood ready, manned by archers poised for attack. Between the crossbows and the gate lay an expansive pit, several meters deep. The enemy soldiers, caught off guard, were sent reeling back by the hail of bolts. Even those fortunate enough to evade the deadly projectiles found themselves trapped, hemmed in by the vast pit before them and the relentless push of their comrades behind. Perhaps only those of extraordinary prowess could leap across that chasm resembling an abyss. Chapter 198. Mutual probing. In the face of the treacherous pit behind the gate, many enemy soldiers hesitated. However, their thoughts bore little significance. Under the orders of their commanding officers and the pressure of countless comrades behind them, each soldier could only emit a desperate scream before plummeting into the depths. Help! Save me! The continuous cries for aid soon filled the pit, rapidly nearing capacity. The defenders within the city had anticipated such a scenario. Pour the oil. With the command given, several barrels filled with oil were hurled into the pit. Moments later, flaming torches followed suit. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted within the pit, and the aroma of roasting flesh wafted through the air, igniting the appetites of those nearby. Yet, the realization that it was the scent of human flesh caused some to retch. Simultaneously, the bodies of enemies outside the city continued to accumulate, igniting flames anew. This time, General Lhasa chose to remain indifferent. Perhaps it was because this fire was merely a mundane blaze that would soon extinguish itself upon this frigid ground. Had it been the previous forest fire, resembling an incendiary device with its ferocious flames, the enemy would undoubtedly have sought ways to extinguish it. However, observing the actions of the defending forces, General Lhasa's visage betrayed a hint of disillusionment. To him, all that was unfolding was but a mere probe. In truth, should he unleash his full arsenal, he harbored great confidence in effortlessly conquering this icy fortress. Yet, for him and for the Empire, seizing this wall held little significance. Far more crucial was the acquisition of all that pertained to the so-called deities of this world. For instance, how does one ascend to divinity in this realm? And could such methods and powers be applied to their own world? The very thought that the gods of this world could effortlessly endure for millennia, or even attain immortality, ignited a profound yearning within General Lhasa. In the Empire's own world, a first-tier extraordinary being typically lives merely 1 or 2 centuries. Even a second-tier legendary powerhouse rarely exceeds 500 years. When considered in this light, the value of this world is undeniably precious. Where are the so-called gods of this realm? It seems the pressure applied thus far has been insufficient. Contemplating this, he could no longer afford to meticulously refine his subordinates' resolve through the most brutal of warfare, even if it significantly enhanced the probability of extraordinary beings emerging. In comparison to gaining a few, or even dozens, of inconsequential first-tier extraordinary beings, the allure of the secret to immortality was far more captivating. Royal Guard. Yes. It is your time to advance. Yes. Upon the issuance of General Lassa's command, the elite soldiers behind him sprang into action. Even amidst the seemingly endless throng on the battlefield, the movement of this guard unit was distinctly pronounced. Unlike the multitude clad in ordinary leather armor wielding conventional melee weapons, the royal guard donned resplendent full-body armor that gleamed brightly. In their hands, they wielded not the customary cold weapons, but modern firearms, notably rifles. Furthermore, each soldier bore an unusual short sword at their waist. As soon as this elite force launched their charge, the defenders atop the walls widened their eyes in astonishment. By the heavens, how can these foes move so swiftly? They are faster than cheetahs. Are they even human? As they beheld the astonishing speed of the enemy's elite troops racing outside the walls, the defenders gasped collectively. Yet, this was still far from their limit. What appeared to be an insurmountable chasm to ordinary mortals, these warriors leapt across with a single bound. Thrust. At that moment, the yellow-scarved warriors, positioned by the edge of the pit, obeyed their orders and thrust their over 3-meter-long spears forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, several unfortunate elite soldiers of the enemy, unable to evade in the air, were struck by long spears and plunged into a deep pit. However, the long spears that were meant to penetrate their bodies produced a series of crisp, clanging sounds upon striking the soldier's armor. It was uncertain whether the soldier's armor was exceptionally resilient or if other factors were at play. But the elite soldiers who fell into the pit not only escaped death, but suffered no injuries at all. Soon, these individuals began to leap out of the pit. The relentless crack of gunfire echoed, and with each report, countless unsuspecting defending soldiers collapsed to the ground. The Qi army faced significant casualties. Compared to the enemies still scaling the icy city walls outside, the threat posed by this elite enemy force was particularly pronounced. Confronted with the terrifying modern weaponry of firearms, many Qi soldiers were engulfed in shock and panic, reminiscent of the devastation wrought upon the Eight Banners cavalry by Western musketry. Just as the soldiers of General Luos's Guard Battalion wore smiles, prepared for a massacre, they realized that the situation was not unfolding as they had anticipated. What was insurmountable for ordinary soldiers was merely a tickle to the heavily armored yellow turban warriors. Even when rifle bullets penetrated their armor and entered their bodies, it held no meaning for these soldiers, who had long since lost their capacity for pain and emotion. Unless decapitated, the relentless yellow turban warriors would not cease their actions. As they witnessed the enemy leap over the deep pit, their armor seemingly impenetrable, nearby yellow turban warriors, under command, seized their formidable heavy hammers or spiked clubs. With a resounding thud akin to a soccer kick, the elite guard began to suffer casualties against the blunt instruments wielded by the yellow turban warriors. No matter how strong their armor's defenses, they were still flesh and blood. Moreover, not all of these soldiers had reached an extraordinary threshold. Even if they had surpassed the limits of mortals and crossed into the realm of the extraordinary, the initial strength of an extraordinary individual, while significantly enhanced compared to an ordinary person, still remained within the confines of humanity. To say they could face 1,000 foes was absurd. Even dozens or hundreds of armed ordinary men could inflict wounds or death upon an early-stage extraordinary individual. Of course, as the enemy guards fell, the slightly weaker yellow turban warriors also faced considerable losses. In a fleeting moment, the situation at the city gate once again reached a stalemate.